Damn, I actually time traveled. Looking at the small, shabby rental apartment before me, I was a bit stunned. In my previous life, I was at least a successful person with a house and a car, but now I have to start over from scratch. Just as I was contemplating how to get rich by copying songs, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding, the check-in system has been activated. The system detects that the host has not checked in for 20 years. Would you like to start making up for missed check-ins now? 20 years? I'm only 20. With a why not attitude, I chose yes. A series of system notification sounds exploded in my mind. My name is Yi Fan. Before crossing over, I at least had my own house and car through my own efforts, but now I have to start from scratch. Fortunately, I've crossed over to a parallel world where I can still copy songs, novels, and movies. I'm confident I won't fare worse than in my previous life. I was still wondering if crossing over would come with a cheat ability, so I tentatively muttered system in my heart. To my surprise, the check-in system activated successfully. The sudden voice of the system left me utterly stunned. I had only tried it out of curiosity, but it actually worked. I quickly asked about the system features, and it said that daily check-ins could earn various rewards, with check-ins categorized as daily, 10-day, 100-day, and 1,000-day sign-ins. 10,000 days check-in. It even asked me if I wanted to make up for the missed check-ins, detecting that I hadn't signed in for 20 years. I was stunned just by checking in with a tap of my finger. I could climb to the pinnacle of life and even receive better rewards regularly. But what's the deal with not signing in for these 20 years? The body I've transmigrated into is also named Yi Fan, just 20 years old. It seems the system was already in this body and only activated after the transmigration. But that doesn't matter, the body and system are both mine now. The real question is, can I really make up for missed sign-ins? I inquired about the conditions for retroactive signing and learned that there are no requirements, it can be done anytime. So why wait? I decisively chose to retroactively sign. The system then asked if I wanted to backdate 20 years all at once, and I confirmed. Immediately, a series of system notifications echoed in my mind. After all, 20 years equates to over 7,000 days. A one-time retroactive check-in for more than 7,000 times. After the successful retroactive check-in, rewards poured in. 10 million RMB, the Supercar Koenigsegg 1:1, level 3 combat skills, and 1 free attribute point. 1 free skill point, a penthouse in Thompson Riviera, 2 apartment buildings in Hanting Huafu, 99% shares in Chanel Group. 99% shares in Burberry Group, 6% shares in Tencent Group, 8% shares in Alibaba Group, 50% shares in Yida Cinemas. 6G communication technology, 8th generation fighter jet manufacturing technology. The notification sounds didn't stop until over an hour later. Staring at these rewards, I was completely dumbfounded. I knew the system was amazing, but I never expected it to be this incredible. There's over 90 billion in cash alone, all deposited in bank cards. Thankfully the rewards are legal, otherwise this money would be enough to land me in prison for life. Compared to other prizes, over 90 billion is nothing. Tencent Group's 6% stake, with a market value of 2 trillion, is worth 120 billion. Alibaba Group's 8% stake is also at the 100 billion level. The combined shares of other assets amount to hundreds of billions, and the assets in my hands are worth at least 1 trillion. Not to mention those technologies that transcend the times, any one of them could shake the world. Chapter 1, can I still sign up? Wow, I've actually time traveled. Looking at the small, rundown rental house in front of him, Yi Fan looked utterly dejected. Although he hadn't been doing too well before the time travel, he at least had a house and a car, both of which he had earned entirely through his own efforts. Now he had to start all over again. Fortunately, he had traveled to a parallel world, so his advantages were still significant. For example, he could copy some songs, novels, or movies, and at least he believed he wouldn't end up worse off than in his previous life. Plus, isn't it supposed to come with a golden finger when you time travel? Where's his golden finger? System? Yi Fan cautiously murmured in his mind. Ding! Check-in system activated successfully. The system's voice suddenly rang out in Yi Fan's mind. Wow, there really is a system. Yi Fan was completely baffled. After all, he had only tried it out of curiosity, never expecting it to actually work. System, what functions do you have? Yi Fan asked again. This system is called the check-in system. The host only needs to check in daily to receive various rewards. Check-ins are divided into daily, 10-day, 100-day, 1,000-day, and 10,000-day check-ins. Additionally, the system has detected that the host has not checked in for 20 years. Would you like to start catching up now? The system replied. Yi Fan was once again stunned. He understood the concept of check-ins, meaning he didn't need to make any effort, simply moving his fingers every day could lead him to the pinnacle of life. And every so often, he could receive even better rewards. But what on earth does not signing in for 20 years mean? After all, the person he had crossed over into was also named Yi Fan and was currently exactly 20 years old. That meant the system wasn't something that appeared after he had crossed over, it had been there all along. It just activated after he time traveled. But that doesn't matter. He's already crossed over, so this body and this system are now his. But the key question is, can he make up for the past 20 years? System, what are the conditions for retroactive registration? No conditions are needed to make up for missed time, it can be done at any time. Alright, then what are we waiting for? Of course we should choose to backdate it. Host, do you want to retroactively sign for the past 20 years all at once? The system asked again. Yes. Yi-fan confirmed. The next moment, a series of system voices echoed in his mind. After all, 20 years is equivalent to over 7,000 days. That's the equivalent of signing over 7,000 times in one go. Ding, retroactive signing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 million renminbi. Ding, retroactive signing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Supercar Koenigsegg 11. Ding, retroactive signing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the combat skill level 3. Ding. Visa renewal successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 free attribute point. Ding. Re-registration successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 free skill point. Ding, contract renewal successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-floor residence in the Tangcheniping complex. Ding, registration update successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 apartment buildings in the Hanting Huafu complex. Ding, registration update successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 99 shares of Chanel Group. Ding. Contract renewal successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 99% shares in the Burberry Group. Ding. Contract renewal successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 6 shares of Penguin Group. Ding. Contract renewal successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8% shares in Ali Group. Ding, contract renewal successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 shares of Yida Cinema. Ding, successful contract renewal. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6G communication technology. Ding, contract renewal successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the manufacturing technology for the 8th generation fighter jet. It wasn't until over an hour later that the voice in Yi-fan's mind finally fell silent. At the same time, looking at the rewards he had obtained from the sign-in, he was completely speechless. He had already anticipated that this system would be impressive, but he never imagined it would be this incredible. Not to mention anything else, the cash rewards alone totaled over 90 billion. Earlier, he had checked, and all 90 billion were now in his bank account. Fortunately, all the rewards from the system were completely legal. Otherwise, just the 900 billion alone would probably be enough to send him to prison for life. But compared to the other prizes, this mere 900 billion was nothing. Take the 6% stake in Penguin, for example. Although Penguin's current market value has dropped significantly from its peak, it still stands at a whopping 2 trillion, meaning 6% is 120 billion. Then there's the 8% stake in Ali, which is also in the hundreds of billions. As for other assets and shares, while none of them are as valuable as these two individually, their sheer number makes them significant. Combined, they're worth at least several hundred billion. When you add it all up, the assets Yi-fan currently holds are at least in the trillions. And the technologies that far surpass this era are even more unimaginable. Any one of them would be enough to cause a global sensation. Chapter 2, Enhancing Attributes. After a while, Yi-fan calmed down and began to sort through these rewards one by one, which took him several more hours. At the same time, he categorized these rewards into 3 types. The first category was monetary and equity assets, including over 90 billion renminbi in bank deposits, at least trillions of shares, and various assets such as villas, apartment buildings, commercial office towers, as well as luxury items like sports cars, paintings, jewelry, and antiques. The second category was skill attributes, including various skills and free skill points. The third category was technology-related, including various technologies that were several years or even decades ahead of current technological levels. Any one of these technologies, if revealed, would undoubtedly cause a global sensation. However, he has no immediate plans to do so. The first category of shareholding assets does not need to be touched for now. There are already professionals managing them, and besides, for me at this stage, money is just a number. Having more or less doesn't make much of a difference. The third category, technology-related assets, is the same. Although I currently have a lot of assets, revealing these technologies prematurely could cause significant trouble, and some of it might even be beyond my ability to handle. Therefore, it's better to be cautious. The priority now is to handle the second category of skill attribute rewards, as these are the most beneficial to me at present. Thinking this through, Yi-fan immediately opened his attribute list and prepared to start allocating points. However, when he saw his attributes, he immediately flew into a rage. Host, Yi-fan. Age, 20. Appearance, 60. Charm, 30. Strength, 60. Physical constitution, 50. Agility, 60. Intelligence, 75. Skills, cooking skill level 10, performance skill level 10, singing skill level 9, gambling skill level 9. Assets, 6 shares in Penguin Group, 8 shares in Ali Group. Items. Attribute points, 99.99. Skill points 99.99. Damn it, aside from slightly higher intelligence, my appearance and strength are barely passing. His constitution is only 50 points. Even if he doesn't have any major health issues, he is definitely not in the best shape. And he's only 20 years old. He doesn't have any bad habits, and even his romantic encounters with the 5 girls are restrained. As for charm, forget about it. 30 charm points? Forget about a girlfriend. Even a blind person wouldn't give him a second glance. At least in my previous life, I was considered handsome and charming. I never thought I'd end up in the body of such a loser. At least I have plenty of attribute points. Otherwise, even if I get rich in the future, I'd probably still get cheated on. There are also skill points. While many skills might be useless, some useful ones are too low level, so I can level them up. With that in mind, Yifan immediately started allocating his points. First, physical constitution is a must. After all, your life is always the most important thing. Alright, let us start with 100 points. Yifan raised his constitution to 100, and each additional point only required 1 attribute point, so 50 points were sufficient. However, once constitution reached 100 points, the system prompted him that continuing to increase it would require 10 attribute points for each additional point. Additionally, reaching 100 points in constitution grants a special effect. He will never fall ill again in his lifetime, and ordinary poison will have no effect on him. Without hesitation, Yifan added another 200 points to his physical constitution, bringing the total points spent on attributes to 1050. The system then notified him that ordinary gunfire could no longer harm him, and as long as he wasn't killed instantly, even severe injuries would heal automatically over time. However, once attributes reached 200 points, it would take 100 attribute points to increase them by just 1 point. Therefore, Yifan thought it over and decided to abandon the idea of continuing to increase his physical constitution. After all, each additional 100 attribute points only had a chance to trigger a special effect, so continuing to increase his constitution was clearly not worth it. Besides, he didn't have that many attribute points to spare. Next was strength, which he also increased to 200 points, consuming 1040 attribute points. Then the system notified him that he had obtained the strength of 10,000 pounds, equivalent to 5 tons of force. 200 points in agility, consuming 1040 attribute points, granting 5 times the speed and 10 times the reaction speed of an ordinary person. 200 points in intelligence, consuming 1025 attribute points, granting 10 times the stamina and memory of an ordinary person. Next is appearance. Yifan thought about it and decided to add 100 points, as being too flashy isn't good either. At the same time, a special effect was triggered, love at first sight. This means that any female who sees him will instantly become infatuated. Fortunately, this skill can be turned off, which slightly relieved Yifan. Otherwise, he'd probably never dare to step out of the house again. Finally, charm was set to 100, triggering the special effect, bow down. This is for subordinates. Once he uses this skill, he can recruit anyone he wants, and the chance of betrayal is greatly reduced. And like love at first sight, this effect can also be turned off. Chapter 3, Feeding a Million People Under Your Command. Host, Yifan. Age, 20. Appearance, 100. Charm, 100. Strength, 200. Constitution, 200. Agility, 200. Intelligence, 200. Skills, martial arts level 10, hand-to-hand combat level 10, computer skills level 10, business management level 10. Assets, 6 shares in Penguin Group, 8 shares in Ali Group. Items. Attribute points, 5734. Skill points, 9000. Closing the attribute list, Yifan realized it was already past 10 o'clock at night, and his stomach was starting to growl. After all, he had been here for several hours, busy organizing the rewards, and hadn't even had dinner. He casually ordered some takeout, then glanced at the rental house and decided to stay another night. After all, he might not have such an opportunity again in the future. Sigh, the life of the wealthy is so simple, unassuming, and low-key. After finishing the takeout, Yifan realized he wasn't even tired. But that was normal, after all. He now had 10 times the stamina of an ordinary person, so even if he didn't sleep for 10 days and 10 nights, he wouldn't feel tired. Well, might as well check online to see if there are any prettier girls. As the saying goes, when one is well fed and warm, one thinks of other things. Now that he had money, Yifan naturally didn't want to remain a single guy. But with his standards, ordinary beauties aren't worth his time. And now that he was the world's richest man, his standards were naturally even higher. Of course, with his current fortune, who in the world could be richer than him? Even those so-called reclusive families couldn't compare to him. He immediately opened Douyu, but before he could start searching for girls, a message suddenly popped up. The streamer you're following, Xiaosu, is live. Would you like to join the live stream? Yifan froze, then realized he was still using the phone from his previous life, so naturally, the Douyu account was also from his previous life. And this Xiaosu was the only streamer the previous Yifan had ever followed. According to the memories left by the previous guy, this Xiaosu's real name should be Su Shirshir, and she was the previous guy's high school classmate and the object of his unrequited love. But that guy had been secretly in love with her since high school, and it had been 6 whole years, yet he had never mustered the courage to confess. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Su Shishir is the school beauty, but that guy is just average looking, and to make matters worse, he is an orphan. After graduating from high school, he didn't even go to college and just started working. There is no way she'd accept him. Forget it, since I picked you up off the street, I'll help you fulfill this wish. With that in mind, Yifan casually clicked into Xiao Su's livestream and sent her a plane worth 100 yuan. It wasn't that he didn't want to send more, but his account only had 100 yuan left. Thank you, Night Brother, for sending a plane. Su Shishir, who was live streaming, saw the plane flying across the screen and immediately thanked him. Although, as a popular streamer with over 1 million followers, a single plane wouldn't even register on her radar. However, Yifei was not only the room manager of her live stream but also frequently defended her during broadcasts, making him one of her most loyal fans. So her gratitude was very sincere. At the same time, as Yifan sent out the plane, the WeChat group for Xiao Su's stream also became lively. Hey, our night master is sending another plane again? The night boss is paying out salaries. Wait a minute, night manager, didn't you just pay everyone last week? Did you change jobs? Changing jobs doesn't mean you get paid that quickly, unless you found another job. The nightclub boss is so awesome. He even went out to take on a part-time job just to send a plane for our Shishir. It turns out that the previous boss, Yifan, would give Su Shishir a plane every month when he paid salaries. Over time, this pattern was noticed by others in the building management group, who often teased Yifan about it. And the previous Yifan had a very honest personality. When someone pointed out the truth, he was so ashamed and angry that he dared not even argue back. So the others teased Yifan even more enthusiastically. But the Yifan of today is not the same as before. Yeah, he just acquired a company, and the burden on his shoulders had grown even heavier. Sometimes he thought to himself, I'm so rich now, why am I still working so hard? But there was nothing he could do after all, he had over 1 million people under his command who needed to eat. Seeing the teasing in the group chat, Yifan casually sent a message. The group immediately erupted. Hey, I called you Night Boss, and you're really playing it up. Night Boss is so powerful you have over 1 million people under your command. Are you planning to invade another planet? I don't even need to support the wall, I just bow down to Night Boss. You even pull off being pretentious in such a refined and elegant way. I wonder if such a powerful Night Boss would mind having one more person to feed. I don't need much, 20 yuan a day is enough for me. I only need 10 yuan. Night Boss, send me a red envelope right now, and I'll believe you're not bragging. Otherwise, I'll screenshot what you just said and send it to Xiao Susu. Damn it, you actually have Xiao Susu's WeChat? Hand it over immediately. Exactly, hand over Xiao Susu's WeChat ID, or you won't be able to hang out in the group anymore. As one of the moderators mentioned having Xiao Susu's WeChat, everyone's attention was immediately diverted. After all, even as a room administrator, not everyone can get Xiao Susu's WeChat. As for Yifan, he's just how could he compare to Xiao Susu's WeChat? But he seemed pretty honest before. Who knew he'd start acting so pretentious and so tacky at that? With millions of people under his command, how could he feed them all? Anyone with a shred of common sense wouldn't believe that. It's just like that V merchant claiming to have 15 billion square kilometers of plantations overseas. How big is ZG? Your plantation is equivalent to dozens of ZGs? Chapter 4, Hidden Tycoons. Why is it that in this world, no one believes the truth when it's spoken? Yifan sighed inwardly. You see, with all the companies he owns now, if you add up all the employees, it wouldn't just be a few 100,000, it could easily be a few million. But he didn't bother explaining to these people it wasn't worth it. Then he opened the Douyu recharge interface and directly topped up 1 million yuan. He then returned to Xiao Susu's livestream and casually sent 5 super rockets. Wow! Thank you so much. Seeing someone send such a popular gift, and 5 at once, Su Shishir immediately lit up with joy and said. Although she never asked her viewers for gifts, she was more than happy to accept them when someone offered them voluntarily. Moreover, 5 super rockets were equivalent to 10,000 yuan, and she could split half of that, which was 5,000 yuan. Even though she now earns over 100,000 yuan a month, 5,000 yuan is still no small sum. But the next moment, when she saw this super popular ID, she suddenly froze. In fact, if it weren't for the 2 big characters property manager in front of the ID, she would have thought she had made a mistake. In her impression, Yifan was just an ordinary office worker with no money to speak of. However, having been a streamer for so long, she quickly snapped out of it. Thank you, Night Brother, for the 5 super hot gifts. Thank you so much. Su Shishir expressed her gratitude sincerely, even going so far as to make a heart gesture in front of the camera. You see, even if a wealthy viewer had sent her countless gifts in the past, she had never once made a heart gesture for anyone else. Seeing this, the live stream viewers immediately went wild. Who is this Yifei? How dare he make Xiao Susu give him a heart gesture alone? Exactly, the stream moderator is so powerful, why does he get to make little Susu do it alone? This Yifei fan looks familiar. I think I've seen him in the live stream before, always speaking up for little Susu. Could this guy be Xiao Susu's boyfriend? What? Boyfriend? Xiao Susu is mine. Yi Fei, come out and face me. Meanwhile, seeing Yi Fan send a super hot gift, the moderator group he was in also exploded. Damn, Yi Zong is so generous, 5 super likes. Does Knight General also want Xiao Susu's private WeChat? But that requires being in the top 10 of the weekly rankings. To make it into the top 10 on the weekly chart, 5 superfires might not be enough. At least 10 would be needed. Should Night Boss send another 5? Ha, forget it. Those 5 superfires probably already cost nightclubs several months' worth of wages. Another 5 and we'd be eating instant noodles all year long. Shocking. A devoted moderator is willing to eat instant noodles for a year just to get the streamer's WeChat. How about it, can I go work at UC? Go, hurry up. UC wouldn't even hire you as an editor, they have no taste. Clearly, these people still think Yi Fan is just showing off. What they don't know is that while they were discussing Yi Fan, he had already quietly left the room manager group. However, in Xiao Susu's livestream, Yi Fan's performance was still ongoing. Thank you, Night Brother, for the 10 super hot gifts. Thanks to Yi Ge for sending 15 super hot comments. Thanks to Yi Ge for sending 20 super hot gifts. Thank you, Yi Ge, for the 50 super hot gifts. Su Shishir kept thanking him, while also being amazed by Yi Fei's generosity. After all, 50 ultra hot shots are equivalent to a whopping 100,000 renminbi. Could this Night Fei fan be a hidden tycoon? Su Shishir couldn't help but think this to herself. But just then, her phone vibrated. She glanced at it and saw that it was a private message from a moderator. She opened the message discreetly and saw the previous comments from the property managers in the group teasing Yi Fei fan. And the property manager who sent her the private message also told her that Yi Fei fan had already left the property manager group. So he wasn't actually a wealthy individual after all, but had been provoked by the other property managers, which is why he had been sending so many gifts? That makes sense. Looking at his WeChat moments earlier, he did seem like an ordinary person. However, even though this has nothing to do with me, it's still the property manager's fault, and besides, he had helped me so much before. To be honest, Su Shishir still had a very good impression of Yi Fei and otherwise, she wouldn't have made an exception to send him a heart emoji earlier. So she thought for a moment, picked up her phone, found Yi Fei's WeChat, and sent him a private message. Sorry, Night Brother. I already know about what happened in the group chat. I'm apologizing to you on their behalf here. Additionally, I'll refund you my share of the gifts you sent tonight. Finally, if you don't mind, we can still be friends. Chapter 5, Showing Off and Then Running Away. Return the money to me? Seeing Su Shishir's private message, Yi Fan couldn't help but be taken aback. Did she think he was a fake rich guy? However, the fact that Su Shishir had taken the initiative to apologize and even offered to return the money made Yi Fan's impression of her improve significantly. As for how he got Su Shishir's WeChat, he just laughed. If other building managers could get it, then the previous Yi Fan certainly could too. After all, when it comes to being a Tian dog, the previous Yi Fan was definitely a pro. But could Yi Fan ask Su Shishir to refund the money? Of course not. There's no need to refund the money, I'm not short on cash. However, I accept your apology, and I'm also happy to make you my friend. Yi Fan replied with a message. Not only was he more than willing to be friends with Su Shishir, but he was also lusting after her body. However, if we're talking about before, his interest in Su Shishir was purely to fulfill a wish from his previous life. Now, he himself had begun to develop a tiny bit of interest in Su Shishir. After all, Su Shishir wasn't just beautiful, she also seemed like a decent person. Especially in his memories, this Su Shishir was also a real-life beauty, unlike some female streamers who are completely different online and offline. But when she saw his reply, Su Shishir immediately furrowed her brows. You don't need money? What a bold statement. How many people in this world dare to say they absolutely don't need money? However, since Yi Fan insisted on saving face, she naturally didn't feel the need to insist on returning the money. Meanwhile, in the property management group chat, discussions about Yi Fan were still ongoing. Nightclub is so impressive. He just posted 50 super hot posts in one go. You said 5 posts weren't enough? 50 should be enough now, right? Do you think Yi Fei is really a wealthy individual? No way. A real rich guy wouldn't be chatting and joking around with us losers in the group every day. I bet those 50 super hot posts cost him a year's salary. You know you're a loser too. So what if I'm a loser? I still have some self-awareness. Otherwise, I would have already added Xiao Susu's private WeChat and been chatting with her privately. That's true. Real rich guys wouldn't be in our group. They'd either be in a rich guys group or not in any group at all. If they need something, they'd just message Xiao Susu privately. Speaking of which, we've been talking for so long, why hasn't Yi Zong come out to say a word? Exactly, the main person isn't saying anything, so we don't feel like talking either. Everyone was chatting away, but it wasn't until then that they realized the person they were talking about, Yi Fei, hadn't said a word in ages. This was also very rare in the past. However, at that moment, the room administrator who had previously sent a private message to Su Shishir stepped forward. Night Fae had already left the room administrator group. As soon as this message appeared in the group, everyone was taken aback, then immediately perked up again. What? Yi Fei Fan left the group? How is that possible? This is bad. The group will be a lot less fun now. This guy hasn't been this reckless before. You don't understand. This is called show off and run away. If he stays, he'll just end up exposing himself. That makes sense. Leaving now lets everyone think he's a big shot. If he stays, he'll eventually be exposed. Forget it, he's already gone. Let's not talk about him anymore. After all, he's not having an easy time either. Yeah, we're just moderators for fun, and we can ban whoever we don't like. But this guy probably really has feelings for Xiao Susu. So what if he has feelings? After spending 50 super hot points, he won't have enough money to leave the group. Does little Susu really think he's worth it? Pfft, like you could afford to spend 50 super likes. Since I know Xiao Susu doesn't like me, why should I bother spending money on super likes? I could use that money for a massage instead. The group started discussing again, and it was clear they all thought Yi Fan was just showing off, just like Su Shishir. But that's understandable. After all, the previous Yi Fan was just an ordinary person, and even calling him a loser wouldn't be an exaggeration. So even though he never revealed his true circumstances in the group, others could still sense it during casual conversations. Such an impression isn't something that can be changed overnight by spending 50 super likes. After all, 50 super likes are only worth 100,000 yuan. For an ordinary person, working hard as a delivery driver for 2 years could save up that much. But the next moment, with a single sentence from Xiao Susu in the livestream, everyone in the group was instantly stunned. Even Xiao Susu herself was no exception. Because she suddenly saw another super hot appear in her livestream. But that wasn't the key point. The key was the number 450 next to the super hot item. That meant someone had sent 450 super hot items all at once. And this person was none other than Yi Fei Fan. Plus the 50 he sent earlier, which means that tonight, Yi Fei Fan has already sent 500 super likes. That's equivalent to 1 million renminbi. Chapter 6, at 30, as fierce as a wolf, at 40, as fierce as a tiger. Thanks to Night Brother for the 500 super likes. Su Shishir said with a blank expression, her voice trembling slightly. That's a full 500 super likes. That's equivalent to 1 million renminbi. Even if she only gets half, after taxes, she'd still have 400,000 left. 400,000 renminbi is enough to buy a 100 square meter apartment in some smaller cities. At the same time, Su Shishir knew full well that Yi Fei Fan was indeed a genuine, no-nonsense millionaire. Including those property managers in the group who had previously teased Yi Fan, they're all the same. After all, 100,000 yuan is an amount that an ordinary person might be able to scrape together with some effort. But 1 million yuan? Even if an ordinary person sold their kidney, they couldn't raise that much money. Let alone casually spending 1 million on gifts for a streamer. Damn it, could Yi Fan really be a tycoon? Of course not, only a rich person could just casually spend 1 million on gifts. So I've been chatting with a rich person every day? I suddenly realized I might have missed out on a chance to ride the coattails of a big shot. If life could be lived again, I would never abandon nightclub. The nightclub just mentioned acquiring a company. Could that be true? It turns out nightclub boss wasn't afraid we'd expose him. He just didn't bother explaining to us. If before they called him Night Extraordinary Nightclub as a joke, then now it's completely different. I deeply regret my actions. Unfortunately, Yi Fan has already left the group, so even if they want to make amends, it's too late. After watching 500 super popular videos, Yi Fan also left Xiao Susu's livestream, then took a shower and went to sleep. He didn't even respond to the private message Su Shishir sent him. Actually, he had originally planned to spend only 50 super likes today, which would amount to 100,000 yuan. By doing this for 10 consecutive days and then arranging to meet Su Shishir in person, he believed that with his looks and charm, he could easily seal the deal. However, Su Shishir's attitude today impressed him, so he immediately spent the remaining 900,000 yuan. Anyway, to him, 100,000 yuan and 1 million yuan were no different. But admiration is one thing. He has no interest in spending half the night chatting with her. Unless it's in bed, that's different. Ding. Host detected with one check-in opportunity. Proceed with check-in now? As soon as it passed 12 o'clock, Yi Fan suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. If you don't check in now, can you make it up later? Yi Fan asked. Yes. Then I'll skip it for now. I understand. I can make it up later. Yi Fan decided to postpone it for now. Anyway, the rewards for regular check-ins aren't very helpful to him anymore, since he's already signed up for the 1,000-day check-in 7 times. The only thing he was interested in now was what kind of reward he would get for his first 10,000-day sign-in. Unfortunately, that would take several more years. Just a few seconds later, Yi Fan closed his eyes and fell into the deepest, most perfect state of sleep. Although his energy was 10 times that of an ordinary person, he wouldn't feel tired even if he didn't sleep for 10 days and 10 nights. But he still prefers to feel like a normal person. Besides, sleeping itself is a pleasure. The next day, Yi Fan was awakened by the sound of knocking on the door. When he opened it, it was the landlord. Yi, who are you? The landlord was a man in his 30s, not bad looking, maybe a 70 out of 100, but he was overly nitpicky, often berating his wife over trivial matters. Today, the rent was due, so she came early to collect it. However, when she saw that it wasn't Yi Fan who opened the door, but a super handsome guy, her face turned red. Are you the landlord? I'm Yi Fan's friend. Yi Fan is on a business trip, so I'm staying here for one night. Also, Yi Fan told me before he left that I should return the house today because he won't be staying here anymore. Yi Fan said with a smile, not paying much attention to the landlord's reaction. After all, his looks were now at 100 points, the maximum a regular person could achieve. So blushing was already considered pretty reserved on her part. Of course, this was because Yi Fan hadn't activated the love at first sight effect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get out of bed this morning. After all, 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger isn't something to take lightly. Additionally, at this moment, not only had his appearance reached 100 points, but his physique and height had also undergone significant changes compared to before. To avoid trouble, he had claimed to be Yi Fan's friend. You want to check out? No, you mean Yi Fan wants to check out? Is it because the rent is too high? Let me lower it for you, and if you don't have the money right now, you can pay later. Hearing the handsome guy say Yi Fan wants to check out, the landlord immediately panicked. She wasn't concerned about whether Yi Fan was moving out or not. After all, there were so many people looking for a place to rent. If he moved out in the morning, she could rent it out again in the afternoon. But if Yi Fan really moves out, wouldn't she lose the chance to see this handsome young man again? Compared to a handsome guy, a few $100s in rent per month was nothing. She'd even be willing to pay him out of her own pocket. Unfortunately, although Yi Fan knew her feelings, he simply didn't feel anything for her. Besides, her husband, though a bit timid, was a decent person, and Yi Fan didn't want to take advantage of an honest man. So Yi Fan smiled, handed her the room key, and left with a backpack he had packed the night before. He didn't even ask for the deposit. Chapter 7, Super Rocket 500 vs Super Rocket 99.99. It took him a whole day to visit the few villas he owned in Magic City. In the end, he chose the penthouse mansion on the top floor of Tangchenipin as his residence. Although the standalone villa was quite comfortable to live in, a house that was too large felt empty and lonely when living alone. Of course, the most important reason was that ordering takeout would be extremely inconvenient in such a villa. Although Yi Fan now possessed a level 10 cooking skill, he was confident that no chef in the world could match his culinary prowess. But having him cook for himself? Isn't ordering takeout more convenient? Anyway, with his current physical condition, he doesn't have to worry about health issues. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after finishing his dinner, Yi Fan casually entered Xiao Susu's livestream and noticed that today's stream seemed unusually lively. Thanks to Meng Huang for the 100 super hot comments. Thanks to Meng Huang for 110 super likes. Thanks to Meng Huang for 120 super likes. In the livestream, Su Shishir kept thanking everyone, but her mood was quite complicated. Receiving super fires, especially so many, naturally made her happy. Not to mention the 500 super fires from Yi Fei last night, plus Meng Huang's super fires today. This has kept her at the top of the game section for 2 consecutive days. As everyone knows, the Douyu gaming section is always the most crowded place with the highest number of viewers. It could even be called the place with the most viewers across the entire platform. Among them were top-tier streamers like Desu, Saju, Xiao Duanchuan, Wan Tuguai, and Alang. Compared to these top streamers, she doesn't even come close in terms of popularity or fame. Yet for 2 consecutive days, even Desu's popularity has been overshadowed by hers. Even if it was only temporary, it was enough to make all other streamers envious. However, with increased popularity comes trouble. For example, there were clearly more people stirring up trouble in the livestream today. She doesn't know if these people are doing it unintentionally or if someone is deliberately trying to smear her. There was also Meng Huang, who was constantly spamming the screen with super popular content, and she was well aware of his intentions. Meng Huang is a well-known wealthy streamer on Douyu, spending at least 10 million yuan annually on the platform, a fact known to most viewers. Moreover, until yesterday, he had been the top spender in Xiao Susu's live stream, having sent gifts worth approximately 600,000 yuan. Not only that, but Meng Huang had also met Xiao Susu in person, who was actually Su Shishir. He was immediately stunned by Su Shishir's beauty and began pursuing her relentlessly. Unfortunately, while Dream Emperor is a wealthy second-generation heir and not bad-looking in real life, Su Shishir simply doesn't find him attractive. Because Su Shishir felt that he was too arrogant, and apart from his good family background, he had nothing else to offer. However, Meng Huang himself hadn't given up and had been secretly pursuing Su Shishir all along. He even issued a warning to the other wealthy individuals in Douyu, stating that anyone who dared to compete with him for little Su would be disrespecting him, the Dream Emperor. So when he heard that his top spot in Xiao Susu's livestream had been overtaken, he immediately rushed over to shower her with gifts as soon as she went live today. Clearly, he was trying to reclaim his top spot. At the same time, he wanted to see for himself who this Night Fae fan was who dared to compete with him for Xiao Su and even made her send a heart gesture to him alone. This is absolutely not taking him seriously at all. In Xiao Su's livestream, Meng Huang, with his massive Golden Emperor title, was casually sending super hot gifts while waiting for the guy named Yi Fei Fan to show up. He was certain that Yi Fei Fan had already received the news, but to his surprise, even as he was about to reclaim the top spot, Yi Fei Fan still hadn't shown up. Oomph, $1 million and you think you can steal Xiao Su from me? You're dreaming. Over the past 2 years, I've managed quite a few streamers, including some big names, but none of them compare to Xiao Su. But this guy still hasn't shown up. Is he scared? Or maybe he's just a fake rich guy. Meng Huang couldn't help but think this to himself. After all, 1 million is a lot for ordinary people. But for someone like him, who spends at least 10 million a year on Douyu alone, it's just a few meals. So if Yi Fei can only afford to spend $1 million on gifts, then in his eyes, he is truly just a fake rich guy. It seems this guy is really scared. At least you have some self-awareness. As Meng Huang also spent 500 on the most popular gifts, his total spending in Xiao Su's livestream reached 1.6 million, not only reclaiming the top spot on the overall rankings but also surpassing the second-place Night Extraordinary by a full 600,000. But even so, Night Extraordinary still didn't show up. As a result, not only did Meng Huang think he was scared, but even the viewers in the livestream agreed. Ha, Dream Emperor is truly formidable. Dream Emperor is mighty. Dream Emperor is generous. A nobody who came out of nowhere dares to compete with our Dream Emperor? I heard that little Su even gave that Yi Fei Fan a heart gesture yesterday. Where does that leave our Dream Emperor's face? Yi Fei Fan, we know you're in the livestream. Come out and apologize to our Dream Emperor right now. Exactly. Xiao Su is our Dream Emperor's. Daring to compete with our Dream Emperor? You must be tired of living. All you could see was the audience in Xiao Su's livestream going wild, with comments flooding the screen, completely covering the livestream. Even Su Shishir herself didn't know what to say. Speak up for Yi Fei Fan. The Dream Emperor just spent 1 million on gifts, and she did this. Even if she doesn't drive him to death, she'll probably drive him half to death. She's just a small streamer, she can't afford to offend a big spender like the Dream Emperor. But should we speak up for Meng Huang? To be honest, in her heart, Yi Fei Fan still holds a slightly higher place than Meng Huang. Even though Yi Fei Fan hasn't replied to her message yet. Just as Su Shishir was still at a loss, another super rocket suddenly shot into the sky in her livestream. Clearly another viewer had sent an ultra-hot gift. And the ID of the person who sent the super rocket was none other than Yi Fei Fan. However, the super rocket Night Fae sent was different from the ones Dream Emperor had sent before. Meng Huang's super rocket had 500 following it. But the super rocket Night Fae sent had 9,999 following it. In other words, Yi Fei Fan had just sent 9,999 super rockets. That's equivalent to a whopping 20 million renminbi. Chapter 8, the Emperor sneaks into the dream and leaves the livestream. What? How many super fires is that? Did I see that correctly? 9,999 super likes? My goodness, how much is that? One super like is worth 2,000 renminbi, so 9,999 super likes is almost 20 million renminbi. Can Douyu really send 9,999 super likes at once? The maximum number of gifts Douyu can send at once is 9,999, but I doubt anyone expected someone to send 9,999 super likes all at once. This must be the highest record for a single gift. Meanwhile, as Yi Fan sent out 9,999 super likes, the viewership in Xiao Su's livestream surged from 10 million to over 200 million in an instant. Some viewers who clicked in out of curiosity had no idea what was happening. What's going on? Over 200 million viewers? Could the data be wrong? Last time when Saju returned to streaming, the viewership was only around 10 million, right? Look, how many super hot gifts are there? 9,999? One super fire can directly increase the viewership by 20,000, so 9,999 super fires indeed equate to 200 million viewers. Is there really someone who sent 9,999 super likes at once? And there's another person sending 500 super likes right next to them. Isn't the one who sent 500 super hot the Dream Emperor? Then, after hearing the explanations from other viewers in the livestream, these people quickly figured out what was going on. Damn, Dream Emperor got called out. Still, our Night General is the real deal. Nightclub is mighty, Nightclub is awesome. Is Nightclub still looking for new members? Nightclub. Meanwhile, the property management group where Yi Fan had been earlier also erupted instantly. I now believe what Nightclub said yesterday about recently acquiring a company. Spending 20 million on the first deal. How rich is Nightclub really? Could the Nightclub really have over 1 million people under his command? 1 million people might be a stretch, but 10,000 employees is still possible. Do you think Nightclub could be a plant for Dream Emperor? A plant? If Nightclub hadn't embarrassed Dream Emperor, it might be possible, but now, do you think a plant from Douyu would dare to offend a tycoon like Dream Emperor? That's true. Don't say any more. The more you talk, the worse I feel. It's worse than losing 5 million. Me too. Of course, with such a big commotion, not only were the audience shocked, but major streamers also quickly received the news. 9,999 super hot reactions. Wow, wow, wow. This nightclub is so amazing. Xiao Timo said in shock and envy, wishing his fans had someone as wealthy as that. The nightclub is so powerful. The nightclub is so generous. Alung held a cup, watching Xiao Susu's livestream while smiling. But while he appeared calm on the surface, he was secretly envious. Damn it, when I went live, I only got 10 million gifts, and that was with so many people donating together. This guy just donated 20 million in one go, more than we all did in one night. The pig was so shocked he jumped off his chair and almost fell on the ground. The viewers in the live stream also erupted into a chorus of curses. Even Desu, who claimed to be the top streamer on the entire platform, was startled by the commotion. I'll bet you a monkey, I wonder if this guy from the nightclub plays with poisoned milk powder. Desu couldn't help but wonder with anticipation. Is there something wrong with this person's account? Chen Jia, the owner and founder of Douyu, also learned about the situation immediately and called the financial director. Mr. Chen, there's no issue with Night Extraordinary's top up. The money has already been received and was directly topped up via the app. The financial director had just received the report from his subordinates and responded immediately. Got it. Chen Jie said, as long as the money is in order, everything else is fine. Moreover, it was directly topped up via the app, meaning there were no discounts. He hung up the phone and immediately called the operations director. The recharge for Yi Fei is fine, don't interfere. Additionally, do your utmost to maintain a good relationship with him. Chen Jie ordered with great caution. Understood, Mr. Chen. The operations director responded immediately, feeling a surge of excitement inside. With these 20 million, their performance will also see a significant boost. More importantly, since Yi Fei Fan was able to make a single 20 million yuan donation to a streamer, it clearly means that 20 million yuan is nothing to him. Therefore, if we can maintain a good relationship with him, he might even spend more in the future. And for such a super rich individual, even if the boss doesn't give instructions, they already know what to do. However, compared to the excitement of Douyu's management and the shock of countless viewers and streamers, there is one person who is starting to feel a bit uneasy. No, not just a little uneasy, he's in serious trouble. Needless to say, this person is none other than our very own Dream Emperor. At this moment, he too is experiencing the same treatment that Yi Fan just received. Dream Emperor, you've already spent 20 million, it's your turn now. Could Dream Emperor be backing down? 2 million is nothing to our Dream Emperor. It's said that our Dream Emperor has a bank account with 10 digits. 2 million? What's that? The Meng family has dozens of villas selling, just one wouldn't even reach 2 million. Watching these comments, the real Dream Emperor's face kept changing, but he eventually resisted the urge to keep recharging. Nonsense. What 10-digit bank account? What dozens of villas? That's just him bragging. He does have money, but his net worth is at most a few hundred million. So asking him to spend 20 million on gifts? He'd never dare. More importantly, he has no idea what Night Extraordinary is capable of. Who knows, if he really spent 20 million, that guy might just spend another 20 million. Better to back down now and save face than risk looking like a fool later. Soon, everyone in the livestream saw a message. Emperor Suifeng Qianrun left the livestream. Chapter 9 was just about satisfying a craving. After spamming 9,999 super hot comments, Yi Fan left the livestream immediately, even before Dream Emperor did. However, although his Douyu level had reached the highest 100th level, he hadn't activated the Emperor status like Dream Emperor, so he didn't have any special privileges. Even after he left, no one noticed. However, the Dream Emperor must surely regret activating the Emperor mode now. If he had left secretly without being noticed, he could have avoided losing face. At the same time, he didn't care at all about how others would react after he finished sending gifts. Even if Meng Huang also sent 9,999 super hot gifts like him. Anyway, he could just come back tomorrow and do it again. He doesn't believe the Dream Emperor could be richer than him. As for whether spending 9,999 on ultra-popular items was worth it, Yi Fan didn't care about the money. If he remembered correctly, he also owned 30 shares in Douyu. Additionally, Penguin also holds 30% of Douyu shares, and he is a shareholder of Penguin. So, strictly speaking, he is actually the largest shareholder of Douyu. In other words, he is basically spending money at his own store. Moreover, if he could boost the company's stock price, even by just a tiny bit, the money he spent would multiply several times over. However, all the shares under his name are currently managed by an overseas company, which in turn has hundreds, or even thousands, of subsidiaries and branches. As a result, ordinary people have no way of tracing his ownership of such a large number of shares. That said, it seems like Douyu has never made a profit. Should he sell his shares sooner rather than later? Never mind, he doesn't need those few billion anyway. Let it be. Besides, the companies under his name that are losing money aren't just Douyu. Of course, there are more profitable companies. Yi Fan glanced at his phone, and Su Shishir had sent him a message. Night brother, are you still in the live stream? No, I'm not. Yi Fan replied casually. Then I'll go offline too. Although the live stream had reached an astonishing 200 million viewers, Su Shishir knew that all of this was thanks to Yi Fan. Since Yi Fan wasn't in the live stream anymore, she naturally didn't want to continue either. Besides, even if she continued, with her current mood, she had no idea what to broadcast. After all, this was a whopping 20 million. She could get at least 8 million. Such a huge sum was something she had never even dared to dream of before. So to say she is not excited would be a lie. But she doesn't know Yi Fan very well, and she doesn't even know his real name or what he does in real life. So, does Yi Fan have some ulterior motive for suddenly showering her with so many gifts? What if he really does have ulterior motives? How should she handle it then? In any case, Su Shishir's mind was in a complete whirl. A few minutes later, Su Shishir, who had already gone offline, sent another message. Night brother, you went out of your way for me tonight. I'm really sorry. Clearly, she was apologizing for Meng Huan's provocative behavior tonight. There's no need to apologize. This had nothing to do with you. Yi Fan replied again. Indeed, although the incident was sparked by Su Shishir, it had nothing to do with her. Because from the moment Yi Fan set his sights on her, it was inevitable that he would clash with that Dream Emperor. However, Yi Fan certainly wouldn't bother with some so-called Dream Emperor. Let alone a mere emperor in a small live streaming platform. You can start one with just a few 100,000. Even if it were a real emperor, if he provoked him, he'd still end up eating his words. When will Night Brother be coming to the capital? Little sister will treat you to a meal. After a while, Su Shishir sent another message. Clearly, she had gone through a fierce internal struggle before sending this message. However, upon seeing the message, Yi Fan wasn't surprised at all. Otherwise, wouldn't his 20 million have been wasted? Of course, when Su Shishir said she'd treat him to dinner, it didn't mean he'd actually get to do anything. Maybe she was just inviting him out for a meal. How far things would develop from here depended on Yi Fan's skills. Or more accurately, it depends on whether Yi Fan can win her over after they meet. However, Yi Fan wasn't too worried about that. Unless she is into that sort of thing, Yi Fan believes there is no woman in this world he can't handle. Even if she were a lesbian, he could straighten her out. Great, I was planning to go to Beijing in a couple of days anyway. Since she had invited him, Yi Fan certainly wouldn't refuse. Besides, he didn't have anything else to do anyway, so it didn't matter where he stayed. After arranging a time with Su Shishir, the two chatted for a few more minutes before Yi Fan ended the conversation. Of course not. He's not the same Yi Fan from before. He has no interest in chatting with her anymore. He was just simply lusting after her body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just thrown money at her. Chapter 10, Being handsome is also a trouble. Over the next few days, Yi Fan stayed home and didn't go out. When he got bored, he played some games or watched live streams. However, he didn't send any more gifts. Even so, Su Shishir's live stream viewership had risen from around 1 million to over 2 million each time she went live. While this viewership still couldn't match that of top-tier streamers, it was certainly enough to qualify her as a major streamer in her own right. Before long, the day Yi Fan and Su Shishir had agreed upon finally arrived. However, since the journey from Shanghai to Beijing would take at least several hours, Yi Fan decided to leave a day early. As soon as he stepped out of his door, he saw the door of the house across the street open and a beautiful woman walked out. A real beauty. No, she's absolutely stunning. Yi Fan was instantly captivated. Even though he had seen his fair share of beautiful women in his previous life, none of them could compare to the beauty before him. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that she was wearing a high-end business outfit, he would have thought he had stumbled upon a famous celebrity. After all, this world was different from Earth in many ways, so it wasn't unusual for him to not recognize some celebrities. At the same time, upon seeing Yi Fan, the beauty's eyes also lit up. Wow, this guy is so handsome. His build is also so bang. And the clothes he was wearing, though she couldn't tell the brand, were definitely custom made by a famous designer. And the watch she's wearing is at least worth $1 million a Patek Philippe. But being able to afford a house here, such an outfit is understandable. I wonder which wealthy family he belongs to. You know, the price of a square meter at Tangshanipin has already risen to nearly 200,000 yuan, and that's just for a regular residential unit. The penthouse where Yi Fan lives is even more expensive, costing nearly 300,000 yuan per square meter. At the same time, a mansion is called a mansion for a reason. It's definitely not just one story. Yi Fan's mansion has 3 floors, each over 300 square meters, totaling over 1,000 square meters. In other words, the price of this mansion is at least 300 million renminbi. Moreover, it features a dedicated karaoke room, an indoor swimming pool, and a tennis court. The annual maintenance fees, water bills, electricity bills, and other expenses alone would be an astronomical figure for the average person. However, this mansion was a system reward, specifically a reward for completing the 100-day challenge, so Yi Chin doesn't have to pay any other fees besides water and electricity. Even if he doesn't like the interior decoration or finds it outdated, he can replace it with the latest and most luxurious options at any time. Of course, others wouldn't know this, but since Yi Chin can live here, he must have some serious connections. That's why the beautiful woman speculated that he must be the young master of some prominent family. At the same time, the fact that this beautiful woman can live here means she must also have a significant background. At the very least, her family must be wealthy. Because Yi Fan knew that the floor plan of the apartment across the street was exactly the same as his own, meaning it also had 3 floors and was worth 300 million. The two of them then came to the elevator entrance. You see, in such luxurious mansions, each household has its own private elevator. This is a privilege reserved for the top-floor mansions. But the next moment, to Yi Fan's surprise, the beautiful woman followed him and stepped into his family's elevator. "Which of my elevators is broken?" the beautiful woman said shyly. But Yi Fan knew she was lying. Not only are these high-end elevators rarely in need of repair, but even if they were, someone would be there to fix them immediately. Otherwise, wouldn't all the annual property fees be wasted? Besides, if the elevator really was broken, how was she planning to get downstairs? Did she calculate that Yi Fan would happen to be leaving at that exact moment? In fact, Yi Fan suspected that this beauty had only just found out that someone had moved in across from her apartment. But Yi Fan wouldn't expose her either. No problem. Since we become neighbors by chance, helping each other out is only natural, especially for something so small. Yi Fan smiled and then said, "By the way, my name is Yi Fan. May I ask the beautiful lady's name?" "My name is Mu Qingyan. Nice to meet you, Mr. Yi." Before Yi Fan could finish asking, Mu Qingyan had already eagerly replied. Then her face turned even redder. "Ms. Yen, no need to be so formal. Just call me Xiao Fan." Yi Fan immediately took the opportunity to bring the two of them closer together. After all, a beauty like Mu Qingyan, who could be called a rare gem, isn't someone you come across every day. Moreover, since the beauty was being so proactive, he couldn't back down, could he? However, although he called Mu Qingyan's sister Yen, she wasn't actually that much older. She was probably in her early 20s at most. It was just that Yi Fan was even younger, only 20 years old. Upon learning this, Mu Qingyan was immediately stunned. At the same time, she felt a bit uneasy inside. After all, she was already 23 years old, 3 whole years older than Yi Fan. Would Yi Fan really not be interested in her? That's why they say it's a world that values looks. Especially since Yi Fan was a 100 heartthrob. From the moment she first laid eyes on Yi Fan, Mu Qingyan felt like she had fallen head over heels. That's also why Yi Fan hasn't dared to go out lately. There is nothing he can do about it. Sometimes being good looking is a real headache. Chapter 11, Su Shishir is speechless. After exchanging WeChat contacts with Mu Qingyan and declining her offer to send him to the station, Yi Fan took a taxi to the Magic City train station and then boarded a high-speed train to the capital. He then randomly found a villa in Beijing and stayed there for the night. There's nothing he can do about it. That's the advantage of having so many houses. He doesn't know if the Dream Royal has dozens of villas, but he really does have dozens of them. The next day at noon, Yi Fan drove to the gate of the Beijing Film Academy. Yes, at that moment, Su Shishir was a third-year student at the Beijing Film Academy, and she was also a student in the most competitive acting department. As for the car Yi Fan was driving at that moment, it was none other than the Koenigsegg 1:1, dubbed the world's most expensive sports car. After all, someone as wealthy as him couldn't possibly not own a sports car. And just like his villas, he also owned dozens of sports cars. Among them was even a Batmobile awarded as a 100-day sign-up bonus. It's the same one Batman drives in the movies, with identical functions. It might even be stronger. But unlike the villa, all these sports cars are currently resting quietly in Yi Fan's system space. However, they can be summoned at any time if needed. "Night brother, have you arrived yet?" At the entrance of the Beijing Film Academy, Su Shishir, who had just finished class, walked out of the school with her roommate Zhaoya. Zhaoya is her closest friend at school. Last time when Meng Huang invited her to dinner, she brought Zhaoya along. Of course, after dinner, she returned to school with Zhaoya. "I'm here, at the place you mentioned," Yi Fan replied. To avoid being seen by her classmates, Su Shishir asked Yi Fan to park the car about 100 meters away from the Beijing Film Academy gate and wait for her there. "Alright, I'll be right over." After sending the message, Su Shishir turned to her best friend. "When you see Eagle later, just follow my lead and act accordingly. Don't worry, I won't let you get the short end of the stick, and I won't offend your night brother either. After all, he's a super rich tycoon who can afford to send 20 million in gifts. I'm just a delicate little girl, how dare I offend someone like him?" Zhaoya said with a sour expression. You should know that back when Su Shishir was still a million-follower livestreamer, she was already quite famous at school. And she is so beautiful even in Beijing Film Academy, where there are so many beauties, she is undoubtedly the school flower. There were at least 70 or 80 suitors chasing after her at school. These admirers naturally watched Su Shishir's livestreams every day. So when Yi Fan spent 20 million on gifts the next day, the entire school found out. Alright, that Chanel dress you've been eyeing for ages after we finished dinner, I'll give it to you. Su Shishir said immediately. After all, Jiayu wasn't just her best friend, she had also helped her a lot during her live streams, so giving her a dress was only fair. Really? Jiayu immediately screamed with joy, but then muttered under her breath, I just hope you don't come back after dinner. However, Su Shishir heard her. What are you saying? Do you really think I'm such a shallow person in your eyes? Su Shishir immediately pretended to be angry and glared at her, but she knew Jiayu was just joking, so she wasn't really upset. But then, when she saw the super luxury sports car parked by the roadside, she suddenly froze. Sure, look at that sports car. It's so cool. Clearly, Jiayu had also noticed the sports car and even immediately pulled out her phone to start taking photos. Don't think only men care about sports cars, women do too. Of course, what they're probably more interested in is the person driving the sports car. However, Su Shishir wasn't stunned because the sports car was so cool, but because it was parked exactly where she had agreed to meet Yi-fan. Could that be Yi-fan in that sports car? Seeing Su Shishir's expression, Jiayu immediately caught on. She picked up her phone again and started searching online for information about the sports car. Fortunately, Chengdu could search directly by image, so she quickly found the answer. Wow, Shishir, do you know what kind of car this is and how much it's worth? Jiayu asked in disbelief. I don't know. Su Shishir shook her head, but she wasn't really concerned about it. After all, how expensive could a car be? Even a sports car wouldn't cost more than a few million, right? For example, the Ferrari that Meng Huang drove last time, according to him, it cost over 5 million, which is already considered a very good sports car. So even if this car was really worth over 10 million, she wouldn't be surprised. After all, Yi-fan had casually given away a gift worth 20 million. But the next moment, when she heard the price Jiayu quoted, she was instantly speechless. Sure, this car is called the Koenigsegg 11, and it's said to be the most expensive sports car in the world, worth a whole $1 billion. Chapter 12, Plastic Sisters. Sure, are you sure you want me to play it by ear later? This is a super rich person driving a $100 million sports car. In my opinion, as long as he's not too old and not too ugly, you should just bite the bullet and go for it. Jiayu said enviously. Unfortunately, she knew she wasn't as beautiful as Su Shishir, so she doubted that Yi-fan would ever notice her. Otherwise, even if Yi-fan was really old and ugly, she wouldn't mind. Isn't there a saying that it doesn't matter if a man is old and ugly, as long as he's rich, or rather, as long as he's talented? A man that rich couldn't possibly lack talent, could he? Wealth is his greatest talent. Jiayu, what are you talking about? I've already told you, I'm not that kind of shallow person. Su Shishir reiterated her stance once again. Then she sent another message to Yi-fan. Night brother, is that silver sports car yours? Yes, I saw you. Come over here. Alright. After confirming that the $100 million sports car indeed belonged to Yi-fan, Su Shishir gave Jiayu a nod, and the two walked over together. At the same time, Yi-fan also got out of the sports car. However, to prevent his good looks from accidentally hurting passers-by, he deliberately put on the largest pair of sunglasses he had. But even so, some things couldn't be hidden. Wow, sure, is he really Yi-fan? Look at his physique, it's even more perfect than the physical education teacher at our school. And his skin, how can it be so fair? And judging by his appearance, he is probably no older than us. Sure, you've really hit the jackpot this time. As Yi-fan walked over from a distance, Jiayu immediately looked at him with a dreamy expression. Although she couldn't see Yi-fan's face clearly, from his facial features alone, he couldn't possibly be ugly. Plus, his skin is so fair, and his build is so good. It could be said that if Yi-fan were just a bit more handsome, he'd be the perfect pretty boy. And to top it all off, this pretty boy is also so rich. If it were her, she would have already screamed and rushed over. How could she possibly stay as calm as her best friend now? What she didn't know was that at that moment, Su Shishir wasn't calm, she was just as stunned by Yi-fan getting out of the car. Although she had already known that Yi-fan wasn't very old, she never expected him to be this young. And aside from his face being covered by sunglasses, every other visible feature was almost flawless. Should we go eat first? But my car can only fit 2 people. Yi-fan approached Su Shishir and said, still not removing his sunglasses. At the same time, he discreetly glanced at Jiayu beside Su Shishir. No wonder she was a student at the Beijing Film Academy, she was at least an 80 out of 100, and among ordinary people, she was definitely goddess level. However, compared to Su Shishir, who was nearly a 90 out of 100, she still fell short. Of course, if compared to Mu Qingyan, whom he had seen yesterday, Su Shishir would fall short again. After all, in Yi-fan's eyes, Mu Qingyan's beauty was definitely above 90 points. Night. Upon hearing Yi-fan say that only 2 people could sit, it was clear he intended to leave her and Su Shishir alone for a date. Jiayu naturally couldn't agree. This was her main objective for the day. She wouldn't give Yi-fan the slightest chance to harbor any improper intentions. But unexpectedly, before she could finish speaking, she was immediately interrupted by Su Shishir beside her. Yiga, this is my classmate. But she's already eaten, so we don't need to worry about her. Su Shishir said seriously. Zhao was completely taken aback. When did she eat? For this meal, she didn't even eat breakfast, did she? Plus, that dream emperor had said the same thing to this Night Fae fan earlier, and you told him to drive himself there first while you took a taxi with me. Now that you see this Yi Fei is handsome and not that old, you're thinking about going out on a date with him alone? You had the nerve to say you weren't superficial earlier. I think you're not only superficial, but also unprincipled. Zhao raged inwardly, but thinking of that Chanel dress she'd been eyeing for ages, she finally managed to suppress the urge to confront her best friend. Never mind, I hope the two of them end up together. That way, sure gets the meat, and maybe I can get a taste of the broth. With that thought, she could only pretend she was really full and smiled as she watched her best friend get into the guy's car. Sure enough, so-called sisterly friendship is all made of plastic. Chapter 13, Are you sure you want me to take off my sunglasses? In the Koenigsegg one, Su Shishir kept her head down, look at Yi Fan. She didn't know why she had acted impulsively earlier, sending her best friend away and following Yi Fan out on a date alone. But the moment she saw Yi Fan, she suddenly felt as though she had met her true love. Despite not knowing what Yi Fan actually looked like, she didn't even know his name. Though Yi Fan's facial features looked decent, there were people on Douyin who looked handsome with masks on but were just ordinary people without them. She knew nothing about Yi Fan's real-life circumstances. However, Yi Fan wasn't surprised by this. After all, he only covered most of his face, so his looks didn't matter. But don't forget, his charm is also 100 points. To the point where the aura he exudes in every gesture is far beyond what ordinary people can match. In fact, if the current Yi Fan were placed in ancient times, his charm alone would likely cause ordinary people to kneel before him as if he were a divine being the moment he appeared. And let us not even mention the fact that he was driving a sports car worth over 100 million. Even if Su Shishir isn't the kind of superficial woman, she wouldn't be completely unaffected by such a super luxury car. Night brother, I don't even know your name yet. After a long pause, Su Shishir finally gathered the courage to ask. My name is Yi Fan, the leaf from leaf and the ordinary from ordinary. I know your name is Su Shishir, so from now on, I'll call you Shishir. Yi Fan said. Su Shishir's face turned even redder. Because no boy had ever called her that name before, not even Meng Huang, who she had only allowed to call her by her online name, Su. However, hearing Yi Fan call her that, she felt no aversion at all. Instead, she felt incredibly happy. But the name Yi Fan was the same as one of her former classmates. Then I'll call you Fangu from now on. Fangu, do you know that I have a high school classmate with the same name as you? Su Shishir said. However, she didn't think much of it. After all, while Yi Fan was an uncommon name, it wasn't particularly unusual. Besides, the Yi Fan she remembered was ordinary in every way. How could he possibly compare to the Fangu standing before her now? Oh, that's really a coincidence. I wonder what kind of person this classmate with the same name as me is. Yi Fan was a bit surprised that Su Shishir actually remembered his former self, though it seemed like she only remembered the name. A very ordinary male classmate. I don't remember much else, but he was a nice person who often helped other students in the class. Su Shishir answered casually, clearly having little recollection of Yi Fan's former self. However, there was one thing she got right. Yi Fan's previous self had indeed been a good person. Sure, what do you want to eat for lunch? Yi Fan smiled lightly, choosing not to dwell on the matter of his previous self. After all, that was all in the past. Fangu, you decide. I'm fine with anything. Su Shishir said immediately. For girls, what matters isn't what you eat, but who you eat with. If it's with someone she likes, then even if it's spicy hot pot, she'd be more than happy. Then let's go for Japanese cuisine. Yi Fan thought for a moment. In his previous life's memories, Su Shishir did indeed seem to like Japanese cuisine, especially sushi and sashimi. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Su Shishir became even happier. Yi Fan even knew she liked Japanese cuisine. That must mean he truly cares about her. Soon, the two arrived at a very famous Japanese restaurant in the capital city and reserved a private room. But at that moment, Su Shishir suddenly showed a look of curiosity. Fangu, may I ask why you've been wearing sunglasses the whole time? If it was to block the sun when you were outside or driving, then now that you're inside the store, it's a bit odd that Yi Fan is still wearing them. Moreover, Su Shishir was indeed very curious to see what Yi Fan actually looked like. Are you sure you want me to take off my sunglasses? I'm afraid that once I take them off, you'll fall head over heels in love with me. Yi Fan smiled lightly and said. Fangu, you're being way too confident. After all, our school has plenty of good-looking guys. I don't believe you're really that handsome. Su Shishir said with a playful pout. But she was speaking the truth. As one of the top 3 art universities in the country, Jingyin University had never lacked for handsome men and beautiful women. But the next moment, when Yi Fan actually took off his sunglasses, she suddenly froze. Because she had seen her fair share of handsome guys, but someone as handsome as Yi Fan was someone she had never seen in her entire life. She hadn't even imagined that such a handsome man could exist in this world. Chapter 14, A World That Judges by Appearance. Su Shishir stared at Yi Fan, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Then a waitress walked in, saw Yifan's appearance, and froze in place, nearly dropping the tray she was holding. So Yifan quickly put his sunglasses back on. "Brother Fan, your charm is way too overwhelming," Su Shishir exclaimed in shock, knowing that she would never forget Yifan's face for the rest of her life. It could even be said that this was no longer just a face, but a work of art that could captivate the soul. "There's nothing I can do about it. Sometimes I find it frustrating too." Yifan shook his head and smiled wryly. He was indeed starting to regret making himself so handsome, just like Ma Yun regretted creating Ali. So if given another chance, he would definitely do it again. Perhaps handsome men also have their own troubles, but the joys of being handsome are something ugly people can never imagine. "Oomph, showing off," Su Shishir muttered under her breath, but her impression of Yifan improved even more. After all, this is a world that judges by appearances. After the waitress finished serving the food, the two continued eating and chatting casually. Having dealt with plenty of beautiful women in his previous life, Yifan wasn't bad at flirting with girls. Plus, Su Shishir was clearly interested in him at the moment, so the atmosphere quickly became cozy. "By the way, I heard you're looking for a place to live lately," Yifan suddenly asked, recalling what Su Shishir had mentioned during her live stream. "Yes, I was renting a place outside the school for the live stream, but the lease is about to expire, and the landlord doesn't plan to renew it, so I have to find a new place," Su Shishir said. "Oh, that is convenient. I happen to have an apartment in Beijing that I'm planning to rent out. If you don't mind it being a bit far from your school, I can take you to see it, and I'll give you a discount on the rent. Anyway, those houses are just sitting empty, so renting one to Su Shishir wouldn't be a problem. Of course, as for whether he has any other plans, that's something only he knows." "Really? That's great," Su Shishir exclaimed excitedly. After all, she's now a big streamer, so her streaming setup can't be too shabby. But she's been searching all over Beijing for the past few days and hasn't found anything suitable. Either the location wasn't satisfactory, or the rent was too high. So now that Yifan was willing to help, that was the best possible outcome. First, Yifan's place would definitely be decent, and second, a higher rent wasn't a big deal. After all, compared to the gifts Yifan has given her, the rent is nothing. But the most important thing is that once Yifan becomes her landlord, their relationship will naturally grow even closer. As for the distance from school, that's not an issue at all. After all, she's about to enter her senior year and won't need to go to school often. After finishing their meal, the two of them started browsing around the mall again. Su Shishir had no objections, and even took the initiative to link her arm through Yifan's, occasionally glancing at his profile. Her body was pressed tightly against Yifan's, looking exactly like a young girl deeply in love. Yifan was enjoying it, but he behaved like a gentleman and didn't make any inappropriate moves. However, when Su Shishir took advantage of him, he couldn't help but give in. At that moment, the two of them came to the entrance of a Chanel boutique, and Su Shishir suddenly stopped. "Want to buy some clothes? Pick out anything you like, and I'll buy it for you." Yifan glanced at the store and said casually. After all, he had already given her a gift worth 20 million, so what was a single piece of clothing? Besides, the entire Chanel brand, except for the 1% owned by the design team, was 99% his. In other words, this was his own store. But Su Shishir shook her head. "You've already given me so many gifts, I can't accept anything else from you. Besides, I'm not buying clothes for myself, I'm buying them for my classmate." Su Shishir was, of course, referring to Xiaoya. Earlier, she had abandoned Xiaoya at school and promised to give her the Chanel dress, so she decided to buy it back to make Xiaoya feel better. Fortunately, she had seen the dress before and knew Xiaoya's size, so she quickly picked one out. However, just as the sales clerk was wrapping the dress, her attention was drawn to another dress in the store. But upon seeing the price of the dress, she immediately backed out. Because this dress was priced at a staggering 600,000 renminbi. "Miss Su, this is Chanel's latest haute couture design for this year, handcrafted by our master designer, and there's only one piece of each design in the world." Seeing Su Shishir's expression, the sales clerk immediately explained. However, she knew full well that Su Shishir couldn't afford it. Although Su Shishir was wearing Chanel clothing at the time, it was just the most basic Chanel, costing only a few thousand RMB. So she was actually saying this for Yifan's benefit. Because from the moment Yifan walked into the store, she had noticed that this handsome guy wearing sunglasses was wearing nothing but Burberry. But that wasn't the key point. The key was that she had never seen these designs before. In other words, what Yifan was wearing was likely the legendary Burberry haute couture, priced on par with their Chanel haute couture. Chapter 15, The Big Star Guan Tongtong. This is the legendary Chanel haute couture. Su Shishir gasped in astonishment, then glanced at the dress again before ultimately deciding to give up. Although she was now a young millionaire with a net worth of nearly 10 million, she still couldn't bring herself to spend 600,000 on a dress. However, at that moment, Yifan, standing beside her, suddenly spoke up. "Bring out that dress too," Yifan said casually, as if the dress wasn't worth 600,000 yuan, but just 60 yuan. But for him, even if the dress cost more than 60 yuan, it wouldn't be much more expensive. Just like the Burberry custom-made garments he was wearing, the cost was only a few $100s at most. After all, even if the materials were expensive, how much material does a single garment require? Then find a famous designer to personally design and craft it, and it can be sold for hundreds of thousands or even millions. Of course, if it's pure hand-embroidered haute couture, the cost would definitely be higher. But even then, it's only a few tens of thousands of dollars at most. Unless the garment is studded with diamonds, but that's because diamonds are expensive, not the garment itself. Additionally, such high-end custom-made garments cannot be tried on. However, if they don't fit, you can have Chanel remake one, but the original piece will be destroyed. So when Yifan asked the sales clerk to bring out the dress, it was essentially the same as buying it. "Sir, are you really sure you want to purchase this dress?" The sales clerk was taken aback. She had only assumed that Yifan could afford it, so she had mentioned it casually. But she never imagined that this gentleman would be so generous and simply want to buy the dress outright. "Miss Su, your boyfriend really cares about you." The sales clerk looked at Su Shishir with envy. Even though she had seen her fair share of wealthy people, someone as generous as Yifan was a first for her. She then proceeded to take the dress out of its sealed transparent packaging box. Because such high-end custom-made garments are generally not washable, so once they get dirty, they're basically ruined. However, the dress Su Shishir had chosen was just a regular custom-made piece, so as long as she was careful, it could still be washed. This is just like the clothes Yifan is wearing. Otherwise, he wouldn't wear them because they're too troublesome to wash. After all, these clothes were all directly airlifted from the Burberry headquarters in Y country. So we can't just air freight a new batch every few days. Even so, Yifan's clothes can only be sent to a specialized dry cleaning store for dry cleaning. So, as they say, having too much money can sometimes be a hassle. However, when the sales clerk was about to take out the dress, Su Shishir immediately stopped her. "Brother Fan, this skirt is too expensive. I can't accept it." She really didn't want Yifan to spend any more money. Because she didn't want to leave the impression of being materialistic in Yifan's eyes. But just then, before Yifan could say anything, a voice suddenly came from behind them. "Wait, I saw this dress first." Upon hearing the voice, Yifan immediately turned around and saw a familiar face. However, familiar doesn't mean Yifan recognized her. He had only seen her on TV before. "Guan Tongtong, it's you." Su Shishir also turned around and saw her roommate, Guan Tongtong. But she was now a big star, so she hadn't lived in the dormitory for a long time and rarely even appeared on campus. "That's right, Su Shishir, it's me." Guan Tongtong looked down on Su Shishir with an arrogant expression. They were roommates, but ever since they first entered university, the two of them had never gotten along. Back then, she was already quite famous, and all the girls in the class envied her. But Su Shishir wasn't like that at all. Not only that, but many students even said that Su Shishir was more beautiful than her, and Su Shishir was even voted the school beauty queen while she wasn't. This made her, as a big star, feel humiliated. Could this be the wealthy individual who recently donated 2 million to our Su Shishir? Guan Tongtong glanced at Yifan again. Clearly, she had also heard about someone sending 20 million in gifts to Su Shishir's livestream. But she deliberately emphasized the word donation when she mentioned it. She was reminding Su Shishir that she was just a live streaming host while she was the real big star. "That's right, it was me. What does Ms. Guan have to say about that?" Yifan said with a playful expression. To be honest, he was quite interested in the woman in front of him, Guan Tongtong. After all, no matter how you look at it, she was the first celebrity Yifan had encountered after he had traveled to this world. And you have to admit, compared to those lesser-known second- or third-tier celebrities, Guan Tongtong's fame is quite significant. So he didn't mind spending some time with her. Additionally, since Guan Tongtong had appeared, what about that Lun Yangyan? It seems like they aren't together yet. Chapter 16, Some things aren't meant to be spoken lightly. I dare not offer advice. Guan Tongtong clearly sensed Yifan's interest in her, but instead of getting angry, she was actually quite pleased. Because if a man isn't interested in a woman, there's only one possibility: the woman isn't attractive enough. Moreover, Yifan is with Su Shishir. If she could take him away from Su Shishir, wouldn't that prove she's more beautiful and more charming than Su Shishir? However, she only thought about it and wouldn't actually do it. She didn't think much of Su Shishir, who was just a host, so she certainly didn't think much of the men who fawned over her. Even if this man spent a whopping 20 million for Su Shishir. But what's 20 million? In the entertainment industry, 20 million isn't even enough to produce a decent TV series. She, Guan Tongtong, had seen too many wealthy people in her life. So the kind of man she would deign to notice must not only be wealthy but also have a certain status. Or he has to be exceptionally handsome. But looking at Yifan wearing such big sunglasses, it's obviously because he's too ugly to show his face. As for status, there's no need to mention that. After all, at his age, he is probably just a second-generation rich kid. I just feel sorry for your parents. They worked so hard to earn that money, and you're using it to tip a live streamer. Do you think they'd be furious if they found out? Guan Tongtong suddenly raised her eyebrows and said. It must be said that her personality is indeed rebellious, and she speaks without holding back. Miss Guan, I must remind you that some things shouldn't be said carelessly. Yi Fan couldn't help but frown. Even though he was an orphan in this world, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. At the same time, any interest he had in Guan Tongtong vanished instantly. After all, he had never been the type to be captivated by beauty. Even Su Shishir, whom he had once cared about, was only because of his previous life and her personality, which had drawn him in. Moreover, in Yi Fan's eyes, Guan Tongtong wasn't even as attractive as Su Shishir. However, given his status, he naturally wouldn't bother to argue with Guan Tongtong here. Please take the clothes down. Yi Fan turned around and said directly to the female sales clerk. Sure, sir. The sales clerk replied immediately, fearing that Guan Tongtong's interference might cause Yi Fan to change his mind and not buy the dress. At the same time, Su Shishir didn't say anything else either. Otherwise, wouldn't she be looked down upon by Guan Tongtong? If it came to that, she could just pay for it herself later. However, Yi Fan didn't want to argue with her, but Guan Tongtong herself was unwilling to back down. Who are you? Do I need you to remind me? I already said earlier that I saw this dress first, so you can't buy it. Guan Tongtong said arrogantly in a loud voice. Guan Tongtong, we were here first. How dare you say you saw this dress first? Su Shishir, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. It was me who saw it first. This dress just arrived at this store yesterday, and the store manager sent me a photo of it. I came here today specifically to buy this dress. Guan Tongtong said again. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news, the store manager also rushed to the store and confirmed that what Guan Tongtong said was indeed true. After all, as a big customer like Guan Tongtong, she would definitely receive some special treatment. However, yesterday Guan Tongtong only mentioned that she would come by today to take a look, not that she would definitely buy it. Clearly, she saw that Su Shishir wanted to buy the dress, so she decided to buy it on the spot. So you haven't paid or made a deposit. What does that mean even if you liked it first? Yi Fan said indifferently, then continued to instruct the sales clerk to bring out the dress. But the sales clerk didn't listen to him this time and instead looked at their store manager. At the same time, Guan Tongtong also wore a smug expression. I forgot to mention earlier, but I'm a diamond-level member of Chanel, which grants me priority purchasing rights under the same circumstances. So if you want to buy this dress, you'll need to have a Chanel diamond membership card as well. Saying this, she took out a membership card from her handbag that shone like a diamond, none other than the highly coveted Chanel diamond membership card, of which there are reportedly fewer than 100 in the entire country. To obtain this membership card, not only is there a minimum spending requirement, but one must also possess a certain level of social status. For example, top-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry or genuine business tycoons. Even she, thanks to her family connections and the fact that she purchased a significant amount of Chanel products over the years, had barely qualified to apply. So she naturally didn't think Yi Fan and Su Shishir could produce a similar diamond membership card. But the next moment, she was completely stunned. Yi Fan couldn't produce a diamond membership card like hers, but he pulled out a completely black card. And upon seeing this card, the store manager seemed to remember something and his expression changed drastically. Chapter 17, The Ultimate Black Card. What kind of card is that? Don't think you can just pull out any old card and try to fool me. Guan Tongtong looked completely confused. But Yi Fan didn't bother to respond. You should recognize this card, right? Yi Fan directly handed the black card to the store manager. Yes, sir, but I need to confirm with headquarters first. May I ask your surname, sir? The store manager said respectfully. My surname is Yi. Alright, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. As he spoke, seeing that Yi Fan didn't object, the store manager finally took the black card in his hand and went to contact the headquarters to verify its authenticity. After all, this was the legendary Supreme Black Card, said to be held only by the company's top executive. She had only seen it once before in the internal training materials at headquarters. Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't play games. Guan Tongtong shouted again. At this point, she had also realized that the black card Yi Fan had produced might indeed be extraordinary. But seeing Yi Fan completely ignore her existence, she couldn't help but speak up. You'll find out soon enough. Yi Fan said, then ignored her again. Fortunately, the store manager returned shortly afterward. Mr. Yi, I've already contacted the headquarters. This card is indeed genuine. The store manager handed the black card back to Yi Fan, his attitude now clearly more respectful than before. Can I buy this dress now? Yi Fan asked. Of course you can, Mr. Yi. The store manager replied immediately, but couldn't help feeling a bit wronged inside. She had merely followed the company's regulations earlier. She hadn't intentionally sided with Guan Tongtong. But thinking about the young man in front of her, who might be connected to the company's big boss, she dared not voice her grievances, no matter how wrong she felt. But now Guan Tongtong wasn't satisfied either. Mr. Sun, what kind of card does he have? How can it have more privileges than my diamond membership card? This. Sun, the store manager, looked flustered and didn't know how to explain it, so he turned to Yi Fan for help. But Yi Fan merely gave an indifferent expression. Sun immediately realized that the other party didn't care about revealing the information about this Supreme Black Card. Miss Guan, the black card in Mr. Ye's hand is a specially customized Supreme Black Card from our Chanel company. Not only does it have higher privileges than the Diamond Member Card, but you can purchase any product under the Chanel brand without paying a single cent. The store manager explained. Guan Tongtong was speechless. Su Shishir was also speechless. Including the few sales clerks standing nearby were equally stunned. Ultimate Black Card? And you don't even have to pay for the items? Does that mean that even if you bought every single item in the store, you wouldn't have to pay a single penny? No, wait, if they bought every single Chanel product in the world, they still wouldn't have to pay a dime. That's impossible. How could such a membership card exist? Doesn't your company fear bankruptcy? Your boss would never agree to this. Guan Tongtong looked stunned. Does Chanel's boss really not care if this guy empties his entire company? However, this time, Sun, the store manager, didn't answer her. Because she didn't know how to respond either. She had only heard about this card before, and it seemed to be designed for their boss to use for personal purchases. So if Yi Fan didn't look so young and was a foreigner from Z country, she would have thought the young man in front of her was the legendary mastermind behind their company. She then personally took the dress out of the sealed box and took Su Shishir to the fitting room to try it on. Soon, Su Shishir, wearing the dress, appeared before everyone. It must be said that Su Shishir had an amazing figure, and the dress fit her perfectly, complimenting her. Combined with her nearly 90-point looks, she immediately caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment. Yi Fan was no exception. Not bad, it suits you well. Yi Fan smiled lightly and complimented her. Thank you, brother Fan. Su Shishir blushed slightly and thanked him, but she didn't refuse the dress either. However, she couldn't help but feel a bit curious about Yi Fan's identity. However, she was more concerned that if Yi Fan's status was too high, she might not be worthy of him. Meanwhile, Guan Tongtong clearly still didn't believe that the so-called Supreme Black Card could really allow free purchase of all Chanel products. But when she saw Yi Fan and Su Shishir carrying Chanel shopping bags and walking out of the store without paying a single penny, she could only choose to believe it in the end. Of course, Yi Fan dared to treat her this way, and she would remember this grudge as well. And like Su Shishir, she too began to wonder about Yi Fan's true identity. Chapter 18, Winning Over Su Shishir. After leaving the Chanel boutique, Yi Fan and Su Shishir browsed around for a while before leaving the mall. But they hadn't decided where to go next. Why don't we go check out some houses first? Su Shishir suddenly suggested. At the same time, she turned her gaze to the side, look at Yi Fan. Her slightly made-up face also turned red. Yi Fan was taken aback, not expecting her to say that. Could she really not know what would happen next after going to his house? But seeing her like this now, Yi Fan knew exactly what she was thinking. Are girls these days really this proactive? Yi Fan shook his head silently, but since the girl had taken the initiative, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Besides, that was exactly what he had been thinking. Half an hour later, the two of them appeared at a luxurious mansion. Beijing Century Mansion, the top-floor mansion. Is this the ordinary house you were talking about? Su Shishir looked at the unimaginably luxurious scene before her and asked in shock. Earlier, to avoid embarrassment, she had specifically asked Yi Fan about his house, but he had told her it was just an ordinary one. Now, what stood before her was a super luxury mansion with over 200 square meters on each floor and an indoor swimming pool. This is called an ordinary house? Then the place she used to live in wasn't even worth a dog's kennel. Unfortunately, Yi Fan was unaware of her thoughts at the moment, otherwise, he would have definitely told her that the pet room in this house was indeed larger and more luxurious than the bedrooms in most ordinary homes. Right, this house is pretty ordinary. Yi Fan said solemnly. After all, this house is less than 500 square meters in total, doesn't have an indoor tennis court, and the swimming pool is only half the size of the one in the Tangchenipin house. Not to mention comparing it to his other villas. Moreover, the price of this house is only 188,000 yuan per square meter, with the total price not even reaching 100 million yuan. Is such a house not ordinary? Su Shishir was immediately convinced. Indeed, the world of the wealthy was something she could never comprehend. But the key is that she couldn't afford to rent such a house either. No problem, anyway, the house is empty anyway. Forget about the rent, consider it my way of asking you to watch the place for me. I might stay here occasionally when I come to Beijing. As he spoke, Yi Fan suddenly walked toward Su Shishir, extended his hand, and gently wrapped his arm around her, pulling her into his embrace. After all, the girl had already taken the initiative to suggest going home with him, so it was only natural for him to take the lead now. Su Shishir didn't refuse, not even a hint of resistance. She simply extended her hands and gently removed Yi Fan's sunglasses. The rest, of course, went without saying. The next morning, Yi Fan, who had successfully won over Su Shishir, sent her back to school while she was still recovering. Because she had classes in the morning. Meanwhile, after securing Su Shishir, Yi Fan discovered that he could actually view Su Shishir's attributes in the system. Name, Su Shishir. Age, 20. Appearance, 90. Charm, 80. Strength, 60. Physical condition, 70. Agility, 65. Intelligence, 80. Likability, 85. Skills, singing skill level 4, performance skill level 4. The attribute details are similar to Yifan's, except for an additional affinity stat. Moreover, behind Su Shishir's attributes, there is a number next to everything except affinity. This includes her skills as well. This means that, aside from likability, Yifan can also enhance Su Shishir's attributes and skills. The attribute points and skill points consumed are the same as his own. Furthermore, after he enhances them, a number will appear before the attributes again. This means that the improved attributes and skills can be deducted. However, based on his experiments, the deducted attributes and skills do not return the previously consumed attribute points and skill points. Additionally, they cannot be reduced below the original attribute values. For example, Su Shishir's original beauty attribute was 88 and intelligence attribute was 75. Yifan consumes 7 attribute points to upgrade them to 90 and 80 respectively. However, if one day Su Shishir does something he cannot accept or wants to leave him, he can only restore her beauty to 88 and intelligence to 75, and cannot lower them further. Additionally, the 7 attribute points spent will not be returned. Skill points work the same way. Previously, Su Shishir's singing and acting skills were both at level 3, which is the highest level within the amateur range. Now, both have been upgraded to level 4 by Yifan, officially entering the professional level. As for why Yifan only helped her improve so slightly, it's naturally to avoid arousing her suspicion. Additionally, it's also to observe her future performance. If she can meet his expectations, he wouldn't mind helping her improve further. Chapter 19, Living Together. Streamer 666. The streamer sings so beautifully. How come the streamer seems more beautiful after moving? Her singing is also better than before. Did the streamer get plastic surgery? What plastic surgery? Although the streamer has been taking frequent breaks lately, the longest was just 1 or 2 days. How could plastic surgery recover that quickly? In my opinion, the streamer must have upgraded their camera and sound card. Streamer, today is the Douyu Top 100 Streamer Awards. All the other streamers are begging for gifts. Why aren't you asking for any? In Su Shishir's live stream, as soon as she finished singing, a flood of comments appeared. At this point, she had already moved into Yifan's Century Huafu apartment, and Yifan was temporarily staying there as well. In other words, the two of them were, in a sense, already living together. Additionally, since that night, she felt like she looked a bit prettier than before, and her singing and acting skills seemed to have improved as well. She's been praised by her teachers in class these past few days. However, she didn't suspect anything, as the improvement wasn't particularly significant. It had simply helped her break through a previous bottleneck. So she simply regarded it as a normal change. After all, after that night, she had transformed from a girl into a true woman. But of course, she wouldn't tell anyone else about this, let alone mention it in her livestream. I'm just a small streamer. The Top 100 Influential Streamers Award doesn't have anything to do with me. Su Shishir glanced at the chat and casually remarked. Another wave of comments flooded the screen. Stop joking around, you're just a small streamer. Exactly. Everyone is saying you're the real queen of Douyu now. Streamer, the rich guy from the Little Timon group has issued a challenge. They're going to beat you back to your original form in this event. Back to square one? Did they ask our nightclub first? Exactly, with the nightclub around, they don't dare to act so brazenly. Even if the nightclub is powerful, he's just one person. They're a group of wealthy fans. Su Shishir, of course, knows that today is Douyu's Top 100 Influential Streamers selection, and Douyu management had previously contacted her, hoping she could make it into the top 20 of this selection. If she does, Douyu will offer her an extremely generous contract. If she could make it into the top 10, Douyu could even offer her a top-tier contract. But she refused without hesitation. Why? Because Douyu's selection process is, to put it bluntly, all about raising money. The more money a streamer spends, the higher their ranking. But streamers can't afford to spend all their own money. Most of it comes from the generous support of their viewers in the livestream. And the biggest spender in her livestream, besides Yifan, who else could it be? Even when Yifan was desperately spending money to promote her, she couldn't achieve that before, let alone now. As for other big spenders, her livestream doesn't have many to begin with. The only one, Manhwaedit, was driven away by Yifan's money. The others know they can't compete with Yifan, so they won't bother coming to her livestream and making a fool of themselves. After singing a few more songs, Su Shishir was ready to end her livestream. After all, Yifan was still waiting for her in the room. Damn it, streamer, you're leaving early again. Streamer, you've been getting lazier lately. You used to stay on at least until midnight, sometimes even until 1 or 2 in the morning, but now you're off and gone before 11 p.m. You're really getting too big for your britches. Could the streamer have a boyfriend? Damn it, it's actually possible. Could it be Yi-Zone? Oh no, the streamer has been taken by the nightclub and they're even living together. Feeling sorry for Manhwaedit for a second. Everyone feels sorry for Manhwaedit. Upon learning that the streamer is already living with someone, the chat exploded with cries of despair. Su Shishir saw this but neither confirmed nor denied it. All she could think about was Yi-fan. Even if she were discovered, she wouldn't care. Just then, as Su Shishir was about to close the livestream, a super popular user suddenly appeared in her livestream. "Thank you, Night Brother, for the 1000 super likes." Su Shishir said unhappily, "Didn't we agree not to send gifts? Why waste money again?" At the same time, the viewers in the livestream immediately erupted. "Night Brother is so cool. Night Brother is so generous. Night Master hasn't appeared in a while. I thought he had abandoned our little Susu. They're living together now, so they don't need to spend money like they used to." Exactly. Look at the streamer's new house, it's definitely Night Master's villa. Night Master is Night Master. He drops 1000 super hot comments at once, instantly propelling the streamer into the top 10. It's still too early to talk about rankings. It's only the first day, and many big spenders haven't even started yet. Regardless, Nightclub is truly impressive. Look, the streamer doesn't seem happy. The streamer and the nightclub owner must be together, otherwise, she wouldn't act like this. The streamer is probably feeling bad for Nightclub spending so much money. Do you think the streamer will make Nightclub kneel on a washboard later? I don't know if the nightclub owner will kneel on a washboard, but I know the streamer will definitely get a shot. It's over. My dreams are gone, and my youth is over. Chapter 20, The Rich and the Funny Team Up. After being beaten up all night, Su Shishir finally behaved herself. After all, with Yi-fan's current physical condition, it's absolutely impossible for him to be worked to death like a cow. Meanwhile, after Yi-fan's relentless efforts over this period, Su Shishir's affection for him had finally risen to 88 points. But that's still not enough. According to the system's description, 60 points of affection meant ordinary friends, 70 points meant close friends, 80 points meant lovers, 90 points meant beloved, and 100 points meant undying love. And only when affection reaches the 90-point level of beloved will it no longer decrease. Even if Yi-fan and Su Shishir were to part ways in the future, it would remain the same. But below 90, if they separate or Yi-fan does something Su Shishir cannot accept. For example, if Su Shishir sees Yi-fan with another woman, the affection level may still decrease. Though this is unlikely, it's better to be cautious. Of course, the safest option is to reach 100 points, so that no matter what Yi-fan does, Su Shishir will never leave him. However, that difficulty is simply too great, and Yi-fan doesn't even expect to achieve it. Anyway, as long as he reaches 90 points, plus his tactics, even if Su Shishir really leaves, he is absolutely certain he can bring her back to him. Women are like that. As long as she still has you in her heart, everything else is easy to handle. But if you're not there, no matter how much you act like a dog, it won't matter. That night, Su Shishir continued her live stream. At this point, the top 100 live streamers had already been selected, and Su Shishir was temporarily ranked 10th. Why temporarily? Because this selection process obviously wouldn't end so easily. Next, they'll select the top 50, top 20, top 10, and the number 1 top streamer. Moreover, the subsequent evaluations will adopt a one-on-one PK format. The goal is to extract as much money as possible by any means necessary. They're not just targeting wealthy viewers and casual fans, they're even going after the streamers themselves. Many streamers are going all out to secure a higher tier contract with Douyu, even going so far as to spend their own money to boost their rankings. However, this is no problem for Yi-fan. He may not have much else, but he has plenty of money. As for Su Shishir's opposition, after being repeatedly humiliated by Yi-fan and learning that he is a shareholder of Douyu, she no longer opposes it. In fact, when she found out that Yi-fan was a shareholder of Douyu, she even glared at him with a playful scowl, saying that she had been tricked by him all along. Because Yi-fan wasn't just wasting money, he might even make money. The result, of course, was that Yi-fan gave her another thorough thrashing. In the subsequent competitions, Su Shishir swept through all the rounds, defeating every streamer who challenged her, whether they were big or small, leaving them dazed and disoriented, unable to find their bearings. This Yi-fan was truly too arrogant. Does this guy really think he can take down all the other wealthy individuals by himself? He really doesn't think much of us. But this kid is really rich. Does anyone know anything about him? No one knows. He just seemed to appear out of nowhere. In a certain wealthy individuals group, all the wealthy individuals were outraged by Yi-fan's actions. After all, Yi-fan's actions are a blatant provocation and insult to all of them. Think about it, they were all the top-tier wealthy individuals on Douyu, and wherever they went in any livestream, they were fawned over by a crowd of viewers and streamers, as if they were above everyone else. Now, the streamer they supported was soundly defeated by Su Shishir during their PK. And it wasn't just one person, they all went at him together, only to be defeated by Yi-fan alone. What face do they have left? Do you think this guy might be a plant from Douyu? One of the wealthy individuals suddenly spoke up. They had already suspected this all along. Here's what we'll do, wait until the next round of PK, see who Su Shishir ends up facing, then we'll contact that streamer and I'll help him defeat Su Shishir. When the time comes, we'll split the money we've spent, and he can keep his share. Another wealthy individual said, and the others immediately agreed. After all, these top-tier wealthy players usually get discounts on their top-ups. Plus, the top 20 streamers have already been selected, and the next round is the 20 to 10 PK. Su Shishir will definitely face a big streamer, or even a top-tier streamer. These streamers' commissions are definitely higher than those of regular streamers. Calculating it this way, if they spend 1 million, the actual cost is only 900,000, and the streamer will get around 600,000 to 700,000. If they return that to them, it's like they only spent less than 300,000. However, they know that Su Shishir's contract is just a standard one, with a 50% commission, meaning she only gets around 400,000. In other words, Yifei Fan helps Su Shishir spend 1 million yuan, but the actual loss is 600,000 yuan, which is twice as much as their profit. Plus, with so many wealthy individuals joining in, they don't believe Yifei Fan can win this time. But if Yifei Fan really wins, it must be a setup by Douyu, and they will naturally demand an explanation from Douyu. Chapter 21, Su Shishir vs Xiao Timu. At 8 p.m., Su Shishir's livestream. After several days of intense battles, Su Shishir's popularity has reached its peak. If anyone is the most popular streamer on Douyu right now, it's undoubtedly Su Shishir. As soon as she went live, the stream's viewership immediately surpassed 5 million and was still rising rapidly. This level of popularity far surpasses even Desu and Saju. As for who was the top spender on Douyu, there might have been some debate in the past, but now there's no doubt about it. Because now, there's only one person on Douyu who dares to call themselves a big spender, and that's Yifei Fan Yizone. Compared to Yizone, other big spenders aren't even worth mentioning. Su Su is mighty. Su Su is magnificent. Yizone is the best in the world. I wonder who we'll run into today. No matter who it is, they'll just get beaten up by us. Next up, the next victim. Speaking of which, does anyone know how much money the nightclub has made in the past few days? On the first day, they spent 2 million, then 1 million to go from 100 to 50, another 2 million to go from 50 to 40, 6 million to go from 40 to 30, 8 million to go from 30 to 20, and finally 20 million to go from 20 to 1, totaling 38 million. The nightclub is amazing. The chat is filled with messages, and at the same time, as the PK begins, Su Shishir's opponent for today is finally revealed. Wow! It's actually Xiao Timu. We've encountered the head-swapping monster. This is going to be a good show. Suddenly, Su Shishir's livestream split into two halves. One side showed Su Shishir's feed, while the other side switched to Xiao Timu's feed. The same happened on Xiao Timu's side. Wow, I've run into Su Jia. This is bad, 55555. Xiao Timu saw Su Shishir, immediately pursed his lips, and started rubbing his eyes while crying 555. Seeing this, her livestream fans immediately felt sorry for her. Xiao Timu, don't be afraid. We've got your back. There's only one Yifei fan over there, guys, don't back down. Where are the big spenders? Come out and give the other side a taste of their own medicine. At the same time, the wealthy viewers in Xiao Timu's livestream also began to take action. Thanks to An Huang for the 10 super hot comments. Thanks to Qian Huang for 20 super hot shots. Thanks to Monkey Emperor for 50 super hot shots. Seeing these gifts, Xiao Timu immediately stopped crying. Not only did he stop crying, but he also started laughing happily. After all, in just a short while, she had received over 100 superfires, and the rockets and planes were too numerous to count. It was all worth it for her earlier act of pretending to be so pitiful. Timo sister, you're a big streamer. Meeting you should make this little streamer tremble in fear. Su Shishir looked at the pitiful-looking little Timo, suppressing her inner thoughts, and spoke. Su. She is only 20 years old, right? But if she remembered correctly, this little Timo was almost 30 years old. Not only that, but apparently she's been married before and divorced. How dare such an old woman call her sister? Don't think just because you're short, you can act like a child. Meanwhile, Su Shishir's livestream also had many people starting to send gifts. However, compared to Xiao Timu's side, it's nowhere near as impressive. Not only are there no more than 100 super popular gifts, but even rocket planes are rare. But no one dares to mock her, because everyone knows that the so-called first tycoon of Douyu, Yizone, hasn't made a move yet. As per tradition, Yizone doesn't act lightly. He only steps in when the opposing PK score reaches 2 million, meaning a total of 2 million renminbi in gifts have been spent. And when he does, he'll drop 1,000 ultra-hot gifts at once, completely outshining the other side. That's right, our nightclub boss is that bold. Either he doesn't act at all, or he goes all out with 1,000 ultra-popular gifts. That's 2 million renminbi. That's equivalent to the total value of all the gifts the opposing side has sent. This also makes the wealthy users on Douyu hate him even more. Before, when they spent one super fire, it would make the viewers in the livestream go wild. Some smaller streamers even went all out. But now, even if they spend big on a super hot item, they're lucky if they don't get mocked. What's so impressive about getting one super popular post? If you're so good, why don't you just follow Nightclub and post 1,000 likes yourself? The official showdown began. Since Xiao Timu was temporarily leading in points, Su Shishir had to start rallying votes first. But Su Shishir wouldn't bother rallying votes. She didn't need to. She simply started singing, just like she always does during her live streams. And after finishing the song, she didn't even ask the audience for gifts. Then it was Xiao Timu's turn to rally votes. She sang, acted cute, and constantly played the emotional card. She even went as far as frantically asking the audience for gifts. Though her behavior was somewhat distasteful, the effect was quite good, and her score kept rising. After about an hour, Xiao Timu's score finally reached 2 million. Meanwhile, Su Shishir's score was still under 100,000. But then Yi Fan finally made his move. Without hesitation, he fired 1,000 ultra-hot shots, instantly boosting Su Shishir's score to 2.1 million and overtaking Xiao Timu. At the same time, the viewers in Su Shishir's live stream immediately erupted in excitement. Chapter 22, Excited Xiao Tim. Yi Zong is amazing. Yi Zong is so generous. Night Lord is the best in the world. Night Master, I want to have your baby. Night Lord, do you need a girlfriend? No? What about a mistress? Yi Fan made his move, and even though everyone had already guessed what he was going to do, they still couldn't help but feel excited. However, Xiao Timu's side wasn't about to back down. As soon as Yi Fan made his move, they immediately followed suit. Thanks to An Huang for the 100 super hot posts. Thanks to Qin Huang for 100 super hot shots. Thanks to Monkey Emperor for 100 super hot shots. Xiao Timu kept thanking them, feeling extremely excited inside. But it wasn't because of these gifts. You see, 100 super hot posts equate to 200,000, and the entire PK match ran from 8 PM to 12 AM, totaling 4 hours, and it's only been a little over an hour so far. So if this keeps up, each wealthy player would have to spend at least 1 million. Some might even spend tens of millions. These wealthy individuals aren't just casual fans. Why would they spend so much money for her? So most of this money is actually coming out of her own pocket. In such a PK, if she encounters a strong opponent, she might lose hundreds of thousands or even millions. But she can't afford not to spend. Because her contract with Douyu has a revenue requirement, meaning the gifts in her livestream must reach a certain amount for her to receive the full payment. Plus, her ranking can't be too low during any events. For example, in this top 100 influential streamers selection, Douyu's minimum requirement for her was to make it into the top 10. Otherwise, her contract would be downgraded, and that would be a huge loss for her. So when she faced Su Shishir earlier, her performance wasn't entirely an act, she was genuinely struggling. However, things are different now. Recently, a group of top-tier wealthy fans from Douyu contacted her, offering to help her defeat Su Shishir. The catch is that all the gifts they send, she has to return a portion of them to them. But even so, it's still a huge opportunity for her. Why is that? Think about it, if she were to compete against Su Shishir on her own, she'd have to spend money. And judging by the situation, even several million might not be enough. In the end, she might have to spend tens of millions on gifts, and even with a 70% cut, she'd still lose at least a few million. After all, her opponent is none other than Yi Zong, known as the first tycoon of Douyu. Even she has to admit that Yi Zong is truly a force to be reckoned with. More importantly, even if she's willing to spend money, she doesn't have absolute confidence that she can defeat Yi Zong. But now someone is willing to spend money for her. At most, she won't make any profit, but that's better than losing money, right? Plus, there's still money to be made from those D-class fans. And with these top-tier big spenders backing her, she can ensure victory over Su Shishir. After all, no matter how powerful the nightclub owner is, he has still just one person. She doesn't believe a single nightclub owner could possibly go up against all the wealthy individuals on Douyu. Lastly, there's one more thing, if this PK actually goes all the way to the end, the gifts both sides will spend will definitely be an astronomical figure. This would also greatly help her meet her daily sales targets. In short, she's already guaranteed to make a profit. Unless that nightclub owner is truly that powerful, able to defeat all of them alone. But is that even possible? Of course not. That's why she's so excited right now. Sure enough, as the wealthy patrons on her side kept sending gifts, the wealthy patrons who had been in contact with her also started to act. Thank you, Pig King, for the 100 ultra hot gifts. Thank you to the Golden Emperor for 100 ultra hot gifts. Thank you to Dream Emperor for 100 super hot gifts. Thank you. Yes, among these top-tier wealthy individuals who voluntarily offered to help little Timo, there was also the Dream Emperor who was scared away by Yi Fan. In fact, he was one of the masterminds behind this plan, all to regain the face he lost that day. After all, for people like them, face is sometimes more important than money. Of course, if there's too much money involved, money will always be more important. Meanwhile, seeing these top-tier wealthy individuals take action, all the viewers in Su Shishir and little Timo's live stream immediately erupted in excitement. Su Shishir's live stream. Damn it, why are all these tycoons rushing to help the head-swapped monster? It seems like we've angered the nightclub, and they're teaming up to teach it a lesson. So many people attacking the nightclub alone, even if they win, it won't be honorable. Exactly, especially that Dream Emperor. He thinks this will help him regain his reputation? He's dreaming. Shout him livestream. 66666, so many rich guys showed up at once. Knight Extraordinary is definitely going to lose. Exactly, what's so great about being the top big shot? A lone tiger can't stand up to a pack of wolves. As expected, little Timo is the best. Xiao Timu is the best in the world. The audience went wild, flooding the chat with messages while the big spenders showered gifts, causing Xiao Timu's score to skyrocket, reaching over 6 million in no time. In other words, in such a short time, these wealthy individuals had already spent over 4 million renminbi. Everyone was eagerly awaiting what the nightclub owner would do next. Will they back down? Or fight back? And Yifan did not disappoint them. 4 million in gifts? That's just 2,000 ultra-hot items. It's just a matter of moving your fingers. The next moment, everyone saw a massive super hot post rise up in Su Shirshir's livestream. And at the very top of the super fire, there was a number 2000. Not only that, but another super fire rose afterward, with the number 2000 behind it as well. In other words, this time, that nightclub owner had sent a whopping 4,000 super fires all at once. Chapter 23, 2.1 billion renminbi. The nightclub owner is amazing. The nightclub is amazing. The nightclub owner is amazing plus. As Yifan spent 4,000 super likes, which amounts to a whopping 8 million renminbi, it's twice the amount of gifts in Xiao Timu's livestream. All the viewers in Su Shirshir's livestream immediately erupted in excitement. But the viewers in Xiao Timu's livestream were left speechless, including the wealthy ones. Pig King, should we keep going? Of course we're continuing. There are 10 of us this time, and each of us has prepared 10 million. If we back out now, we won't be able to make a living in the future. Exactly. That guy is way too arrogant. He dares to go head to head with us, and now he wants to outdo us by giving twice as much in gifts. Let's keep going. I don't believe that kid really has 200 million to go head to head with us. Besides, we can't actually spend that much money anyway. 10 top-tier tycoons were swiftly exchanging messages in the group chat. This time, there are 10 of them, each prepared with 10 million, totaling 100 million. But even if they spend all 100 million, they'd only be spending over 30 million, averaging over 3 million each. Spending over 3 million for face they can afford it. After discussing it further, they decided to each spend 1 million, totaling 10 million. Soon, 10 super rockets appeared simultaneously in Xiao Timu's livestream, with the number 500 displayed at the top of each one. That means each person spent 500 on a super rocket, totaling 5,000. 66666, the wealthy are impressive. Yizong spent 4,000 super rockets, and they spent 5,000. They're clearly challenging Yizong. There's nothing we can do. Who told Nightclub to single-handedly humiliate all the big spenders on Douyu and be dubbed the first big spender of Douyu? How can the other big spenders swallow that? That's all well and good, but if you've got the guts, take them on one-on-one. What's the big deal about 10 against 1? One-on-one? Do you really think the rich guy's money grows on trees? As the battle between Yifan and Douyu's top 10 big spenders intensified, the viewership in both live streams skyrocketed, surpassing 100 million in no time. Although this was just popularity, the actual number of viewers was at least several hundred thousand, if not over a million. Meanwhile, Su Shirshir's PK score reached 10 million, and Xiao Timu's PK score soared to over 11 million. However, at that very moment, both streamers, Su Shirshir and Xiao Timu, had stopped performing and soliciting votes, simply sitting there quietly or occasionally saying a few words of thanks. Because this PK has nothing to do with them anymore. Even if they continued singing or performing other acts, the audience wouldn't be interested. What everyone is most concerned about now is who will ultimately win this showdown. And how much money both sides could ultimately raise through gifts. At that moment, after the 10 wealthy viewers had finished sending 5,000 super hot gifts, Yifan also made his move again. Thank you, Ego, for the 9,999 super hot gifts. Su Shirshir said weakly. Because she had already become numb. She had no idea how much money Yifan actually had. But she knew that Yifan possessed Chanel's Supreme Black Card, allowing him to purchase all Chanel products for free. He could treat a mansion worth 100 million as an ordinary house. And he could even claim that shares worth billions in Douyu were just a tiny fraction of his holdings. Compared to that, a mere 9,999 ultra-popular items worth 20 million were nothing. As he put it himself, this amount of money could be multiplied several times over if Douyu's shares rose by just 1%. So she doesn't bother with it. Besides, she can't control Yifan. Although she is nominally Yifan's girlfriend, and Yifan acknowledges this. But she is not naive enough to think that Yifan only has her as his girlfriend. Even if he only has her now, there will be more in the future. Not to mention anything else, just look at his face, it's south enough to drive every woman in the world crazy. But at least she is still young now, and there is plenty of time in the future. Why worry so much about it now? When she saw Yifan send 9,999 super likes, the others naturally didn't want to be outdone. 10 wealthy individuals each sent 1,000 super likes, totaling 10,000 super likes. This brought the total to 16,000 super likes. That is a whopping 32 million. Then, as soon as they finished sending the 10,000 super likes, Yifan immediately sent 2 super likes worth 9,999 each, still twice as many as them. Combined with the previous ones, that's a total of 35,000 ultra-rare items. A total of 70 million. However, the 10 top-tier wealthy individuals still refused to give up. In the end, they gritted their teeth and spent the remaining 68 million. That's exactly 34,000 ultra-rare items. Each of them got 3,400 ultra-rare items. But what they didn't expect was that Jifan countered with 9,999 super hot items, and this time he directly gave away 7 sets. That's a total of 70,000 superfires. Equivalent to 1.4 billion renminbi. That's twice as much as theirs. Plus the 70 million they had already spent, that's a total of 2.1 billion renminbi. The audience was speechless. The wealthy were stunned. Xiao Timu was also stunned. Even all the management at Douyu were left speechless. After all, that's a whopping 200 million renminbi. Douyu's current market value is only over 10 billion. With that kind of money, they might as well just invest directly in Douyu instead of wasting it on gifts. Unfortunately, what they don't know is that Yifan is actually their biggest backer. Chapter 24, is Yifan the real boss? They lost. The top 10 wealthy individuals of Douyu were defeated by Knight alone. Knight boss is amazing. He single-handedly defeated Douyu's top 10 wealthy individuals. They're scared. Ha, all 10 of the top tycoons are scared. The top 10 tycoons? They dare to call themselves tycoons in front of Knight Lord? Who is this nightclub guy? How can he be so rich? As Yifan's 70,000 super hot posts went viral, totaling 2.1 billion renminbi, the top 10 tycoons immediately fell silent. Meanwhile, as Su Shishir's rival, Xiao Timu was also completely stunned. He's gone mad. This guy is truly mad. Xiao Timo looked at the live stream of Xiao Su across the screen, with her PK score soaring to 210 million, and felt completely overwhelmed. Although her PK score was also at 100 million, the remaining 110 million required another 110 million renminbi to be spent. Where would she get that much money? Even if she sold herself, it wouldn't be enough. Plus, those 10 wealthy patrons have backed out now. In other words, she was definitely going to lose this PK. The only silver lining is that she has only lost a few 100,000 so far. If she counts the money from those low-level players, she might even make a small profit. Of course, in the end, she is definitely going to lose money, and a lot of it. Because she didn't make it into the top 10 this time, she'll lose at least tens of millions according to the contract. As for the 100 million those 10 wealthy individuals spent, she won't see a single penny of it. However, at that moment, a golden comment suddenly appeared in her livestream. Because those 10 wealthy viewers had spent a total of 100 million, her livestream's viewership had now surpassed 1 billion. Su Shishir's livestream had even surpassed 200 million. Of course, this is viewership, not the number of viewers. But such a huge commotion had already alerted the entire Douyu platform, and even some other live streaming platforms had heard the news. Many viewers rushed over to watch the commotion. As a result, the number of viewers in her livestream is now at least several 100,000. The chat messages in the livestream are so densely packed that you can't even make out a single word. However, this particular comment was sent using the Emperor's Privilege, featuring golden text, a larger font size, and floating at the top of the entire livestream, ensuring everyone in the room could see it. This comment was also sent by Zhu Huang, the representative of the 10 wealthy viewers mentioned earlier. Pig King, we suspect that this Knight Extraordinary is actually a plant from Douyu, so we request that Douyu provide an explanation. As soon as this comment appeared, the combined audience of the two live streams, totaling at least 2 or 3 million viewers, erupted in chaos. What? Knight is Douyu's plant? No way. How could that be? So that's how it is. I knew this guy was so rich. A single PK match racked up 2.1 billion views as if everyone were just little kids. It looks like Douyu has really messed up this time, offending a bunch of wealthy patrons. If Douyu can't provide a reasonable explanation, who will come to Douyu to spend money in the future? Meanwhile, Douyu's management team also received the news immediately. And at this moment, Shen Jie, the owner of Douyu, had already arrived at the Douyu headquarters. Boss, are you sure this person isn't someone you hired? The operations director looked at Boss Shen Jie, clearly disbelieving. After all, even if a wealthy individual has unlimited funds, it's unthinkable for them to spend over 200 million just for a female streamer. And if you add the previous amounts, it's almost 300 million. What kind of streamer is worth 300 million? Even the top female celebrities in the entertainment industry probably aren't worth that much. Do you think I'd dare to do that? Shen Jie glared at the operations director. Indeed, if it were before, hiring a fake account to inflate the numbers by a few 100 million, he would have done it without hesitation. It was just a matter of tweaking the data. But could he do it now? After all, Douyu is now a publicly listed company, and all financial statements must be disclosed. And he is just a minor shareholder in the company. So if he dared to fabricate data, forget about the law, the major shareholders would be the first to come after him. Are you sure it's not a fake account? The operations director still couldn't quite believe it. This person is indeed not a shill, and every single transaction he made was immediately transferred into the company's account. The finance director suddenly interjected. No way? So this person really deposited nearly 300 million? The operations director was stunned. Can we make these transaction records public? The operations director asked again. Now that things have escalated to this extent, if Douyu can't provide a reasonable explanation, the consequences will be unimaginable. And this operations director is probably finished. No, this is client confidential information, we can't disclose it. The finance director shook his head immediately. What should we do then? The operations director could only look to his boss again. Alright, you contact that streamer Xiaosu first, then have her talk to that nightclub owner to see how to resolve this. Remember, be polite. Chen Jia instructed. Got it, boss. The operations director nodded immediately. At the same time, he knew this was the best solution available. As for attitude, even if the boss didn't say anything, he wouldn't dare to be disrespectful. A tycoon who could casually spend 300 million yuan could crush him as easily as crushing an ant. He now only hoped that Mr. Yifei, the nightclub owner, would be a bit more reasonable. After all, anyone who spent 300 million and was suspected of being a plant would be upset. Chapter 25, Yifan steps in. Come to me to discuss how to resolve this? Looking at the chat records sent by Su Shishir with the so-called Douyu operations director, Yifan was completely baffled. He was only responsible for spending money, shouldn't the rest be Douyu's responsibility? Although Douyu is technically his company, he owns so many companies. If every one of them came to him with issues, he'd be driven crazy. Besides, Douyu was just a small company with a market value of over 10 billion, and he only held a 30% stake. Even if he lost all that money, he wouldn't care. So he didn't bother with this so-called operations director and returned to Su Shishir's live stream. At that moment, Su Shishir's live stream was filled with a sea of comments, all of them extremely offensive or trying to stir up trouble. Trash streamer, colluding with Douyu to scam money. Scammer Yififan, come out and face your death. The streamer actually asked for favors, shame on you. Others pay their own money when they ask for favors, but the streamer had Douyu foot the bill, that's impressive. This streamer must be connected to one of Douyu's high-ranking officials, right? But in the face of these comments, Su Shishir remained silent, sitting there quietly, looking both wronged and stubborn. Seeing this scene, Yifan couldn't help but feel a little moved. He knew exactly why Su Shishir wasn't speaking, she was afraid her words might affect him. What a silly girl. Yifan sighed inwardly, then silently opened the system. Sure enough, Su Shishir's affection for him had already reached 90%. He thought for a moment, then opened an emperor status in Su Shishir's livestream. Although opening an emperor account only required a few 100,000, he had never done so before. Because it wasn't necessary. He didn't need those so-called emperor privileges. In fact, if he wanted to, he could even become an emperor in real life. Of course, it would only be the emperor of a small country, but even so, it would be far better than being an emperor in a game. Meanwhile, at the top of Su Shishir's live stream, a row of golden text appeared. User Yififan has activated emperor privileges in this live stream. Guys, Yifei fan is here. Emperor, how impressive. Too bad it's just a fake. I actually thought he was a big shot, but it's just a fake. A real big shot would come to mess around with fish? And spend over 200 million for a female streamer? Real big shots are already out in the real world hooking up with celebrities. When Yifan appeared, all the viewers in Su Shishir's livestream immediately went wild. However, Yifan wouldn't bother with them. They're just a bunch of online trolls, all talk and no action. In real life, they're probably cowards. He then casually closed the chat, and suddenly the entire world was quiet. First, let me clarify, I am not a plant for Douyu, and Douyu doesn't even have the qualifications to hire me as one. Yifan used his emperor privileges to send the first comment, which everyone in the livestream saw instantly. Although he didn't care about Douyu, Su Shishir was his woman, and he couldn't just ignore her. He couldn't let her suffer. In this world, besides him, no one else could make his woman suffer. This was also the first time he had ever sent a comment online since he had traveled through time. He then sent a second comment. Second, to those who say I'm a plant, I want to ask you for proof because I know you don't have any. I just want to tell you, you can't play the game, but don't assume others can either. The world is a big place, don't think too highly of yourselves. Clearly, he was referring to those so-called top-tier wealthy players on Douyu, whom he viewed as nothing more than narrow-minded bumpkins. Upon seeing this, someone couldn't stay silent. Who knows who can't afford it? If you say you're not a plant, prove it. If you can show evidence, I'll quit Douyu for good. The one speaking was Sui Fengqian Rumeng, also known as Meng Huan, who had previously been scared away by Yifan's money in Su Shishir's livestream. And this statement was also posted by him using his emperor privileges in Su Shishir's livestream. Unfortunately, Yifan had already disabled the comments, so he couldn't see it. Even if he had seen it, he would have ignored it. Because they're not even on the same level. This so-called Dream Emperor doesn't even have the qualifications to speak to him. Besides, whether this Dream Emperor leaves Douyu or not has nothing to do with him. He doesn't even care about Douyu, so why would he care about you, a so-called rich kid showing off on Douyu? You're really taking yourself too seriously. However, since Yifan has stepped forward, he will naturally present evidence. Finally, I want to say that I won't be using this account anymore, so all you ladies, stop sending me those videos and photos. Yifan posted his third message, then took a few screenshots with his phone, slightly edited them in Photoshop, and sent them to Su Shishir. At the same time, upon hearing that Yifan was about to leave, the comments exploded again. Ha, the nightclub coward is backing down. He claimed he wasn't a plant, but in the end, he still ran away. A scammer has the nerve to say others can't handle it, yet he is the one who ran away first. The comments from over 1 million people were so numerous they couldn't be described as just dense, they were literally blocking out the sky. And at that moment, almost all the comments were saying that Yifan was a cheat, even those who didn't believe it at first began to waver. However, the next moment, as Su Shishir displayed several screenshots on the screen, it was as if someone had pressed the pause button and everyone fell silent. Chapter 26, The Truth, a Billionaire Tycoon. What is this? A recharge record? Damn, could Yifei really be a super rich tycoon? Wow, besides the first recharge of 1 million, every subsequent recharge was at least 10 million, and there was even a direct recharge of 100 million. This must be a screenshot taken directly from the mobile banking app, and there are no signs of photo editing. It must be real. Hey, did you notice something off about the balance in this screenshot? It turns out that Yifan sent this recharge record screenshot to Su Shishir. And every single top-up he made on Douyu is listed, with the amounts and times matching perfectly. Once these screenshots were released, everyone immediately believed it. Even those so-called top-tier whales on Douyu couldn't find any signs of tampering in these screenshots. But that wasn't the key point. Someone quickly noticed that the bank account balance shown below the screenshots seemed a bit off. Because Yifan had used Photoshop to black out the balance section of the screenshots to avoid trouble. After all, the balance in that bank account was a whopping 90 billion. If he had just released them like that, it would have scared everyone to death. But he overlooked one thing: while he covered up the balance, the length of the number sequence remained unchanged. How much is that? Can anyone tell me? Based on the size of the numbers in these recharge records, we can estimate that the balance Yifan blacked out is a 13-digit number. 13 digits? That's trillions. It's not 13 digits, it's 11 digits, because there are 2 more digits after the decimal point. Damn it, even if it's 11 digits, that's still hundreds of billions. Does that mean the nightclub owner has at least hundreds of billions in his bank account? A tycoon with over 100 billion in deposits? I now believe the nightclub owner isn't a fake. A fake? 100 billion is just deposits. Someone with 100 billion in deposits could have assets worth hundreds of billions. Could a fake afford to hire someone like that? With assets worth billions, they could buy several Douyu platforms. No wonder the nightclub owner said Douyu isn't qualified to hire him as a fake customer. This is the real deal. Who do you think this nightclub owner is? Jack Ma? Pony Ma? Or Ardong? Or maybe Lei Jun? Someone with that much wealth isn't an unknown figure. It's a shame nightclub boss 1T show his face we can't catch a glimpse of the big shot's aura. At this moment, no one dares to call Yifan a stooge anymore. After all, having 100 billion in deposits is simply too terrifying. Even Su Shishir, who knows some of Yifan's background, was completely stunned. As for those so-called top-tier tycoons, they were already too scared to utter a single word. Especially that Dream Emperor, he didn't even bother to say a word before logging off. No wonder. This is a true billionaire with 100 billion in deposits alone. A tycoon of this caliber has influence far beyond his wildest imagination. Before, he dared to act so arrogantly because he thought that even if Yifan was really a tycoon, the worst that could happen was that he would have to quit Douyu, but in real life, he was still a billionaire living a life of luxury. But now things are different. Offending such a true billionaire could mean that they could actually eliminate him in real life. There's no way he dares to stay, he's got to get out of there fast. He now only hopes that this nightclub owner will overlook his mistakes and not bother with such an insignificant person like him. Mr. Chen, I now believe he wasn't someone you hired as a plant. At the headquarters of Douyu, the operations director looked at his boss, Chen Jie, and swallowed hard. Earlier, he had been annoyed that Yifan ignored him, thinking the man was too arrogant. After all, he was representing Douyu. Even if you're angry inside, at least give some face and respond with a few words. But now he dared not even think that. Damn it, someone of this caliber, once he really gets angry, forget about a mere operations director, even the entire Douyu company couldn't handle it. At the same time, Chen Jie, the boss of Douyu, also wore a bitter smile. Earlier, he had even considered offering this nightclub owner some compensation to keep this true big shot at Douyu. Now it seems that even if he were to give up all the shares he holds, the other party might not even bother to look at them. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. Chen Jie sighed and said. After realizing that this nightclub owner was a real big shot, he had considered trying to build a connection with him, even if it was just to get to know him on a superficial level. But after careful consideration, he ultimately decided to give up. After all, this big shot had just been humiliated by their company, and not only did his company not step in, but they even made the big shot handle it himself. If he were to go out of his way to approach him now, that would truly be courting death. If the Night Lord were to lose his temper, the consequences would be far beyond what he could handle. Fortunately, he didn't know that while the nightclub owner's bank account was indeed in the hundreds of billions, it wasn't 100 billion, it was a whopping 900 billion. Otherwise, he wouldn't even dare to think about befriending him. Because the gap between them is just too vast. Can a beggar befriend an emperor? Even if you wanted to, you'd have to be worthy of their attention first. Of course, he also had no idea that this nightclub owner was actually his boss. Chapter 27, Su Shishir's Thoughts. 2 days later, the topic of Douyu suddenly revealing a billionaire emerged, undoubtedly becoming a hot topic online and even briefly topping the vlog trending list. However, when curious netizens clicked in and saw the screenshots, most chose not to believe it, unanimously deeming it Douyu's publicity stunt. After all, this wasn't the first time Douyu had pulled such a stunt. So the buzz quickly died down. But not everyone believed it was fake. For example, those who watched the live stream on site yesterday firmly believed that the nightclub owner was a genuine billionaire. Unfortunately, most of these people were just ordinary folks or average users, so their words didn't carry much weight. Nevertheless, the billionaire tycoon meme continued to circulate on Douyu. From then on, no one dared to call themselves a tycoon on Douyu or any other live streaming platform. Tycoon? First, show us your 100 billion in savings before you talk. Are you really giving up streaming for good? In the bedroom, Yifan, who had just finished a workout, hugged Su Shishir, who was also drenched in sweat from the exercise, and asked. Yeah, I'm done with it. Su Shishir said with absolute certainty. It turned out that after Yifan showed his recharge records yesterday, she also announced live on stream that she was quitting the live streaming industry and would no longer be a streamer. At that moment, she was fully aware that even if she continued as a streamer and became the top tier one, the gap between her and Yifan would only grow wider. After all, even those top-tier celebrities find it extremely difficult to marry into a wealthy family. Let alone her, just a live streamer. However, this wasn't because she wanted to be Mrs. Yi, she didn't dare to harbor such ambitions. It was simply that she had realized she was becoming increasingly dependent on Yifan. So even if Yifan were to have other women in the future, or even marry someone else, she wouldn't care. She only hopes that her place in Yifan's heart could be just a little bit more important. If it's not meant to be, then it's not meant to be. Anyway, I'm not the one supporting you. Yifan said casually. Su Shishir was now his woman, with her affection level at 90%, meaning there was virtually no chance of betrayal. So no matter what she wanted to do, Yifan would support her. I don't need you to support me. Su Shishir pouted angrily. After all, she was now a wealthy woman and not just any wealthy woman. Yifan had spent nearly 300 million in her livestream, and even after taxes, she still received 100 million. However, she had originally planned to return all this money to Yifan. But after seeing Yifan's actual bank balance, she fell silent. A whopping 90 billion in savings. To put it into perspective, her 100 million was equivalent to just a few days' interest for him. Since you don't want me to support you, why don't you support me instead? I'm hungry right now. Saying this, Yifan suddenly gave a mischievous smile and pounced on her again. What happens next is obvious. Fangu, what do you think of this one? In the evening, at the Century Huafu residence, Su Shishir kept changing her clothes and insisted that Yifan help her choose. It's just a classmate's birthday. Do we really need to make such a big deal out of it? Yifan was speechless. Fortunately, he knew Su Shishir was going to a classmate's birthday party, otherwise, he would have thought she was going to walk the red carpet. Besides, you're dressed so beautifully. Aren't you afraid of stealing your classmate's spotlight? At least she's the birthday girl today, you should give her some face. You don't understand. Xiaoya is my best friend. It's her birthday, so of course I have to make it special. Plus, there are so many beautiful girls in our class. If I don't dress up nicely, what if someone else steals you away? Su Shishir pretended to be angry. But her concerns weren't entirely unfounded. After all, in their Beijing film and performance department, almost everyone was a heartthrob or a beauty. However, that wasn't the real issue. The real issue was that she had just found out that Guan Tongtong would also be attending tonight's birthday party. So she knew exactly what was going on. Guan Tongtong was actually there for her. Otherwise, with Guan Tongtong's arrogant personality and her status as a big star, why would she go out of her way to attend Xiaoya's birthday party? After all, the relationship between Xiaoya and Guan Tongtong wasn't exactly great. So she couldn't possibly let Guan Tongtong outshine her. So in the end, she chose that Chanel haute couture long dress from that day. Even now, she was already eager to see what expression Guan Tongtong would have when she saw the dress. It's sure to be quite the spectacle. Chapter 28, Must Have a Mine at Home. The birthday party was held at a KTV near the school. When Yifan and Su Shishir arrived, many classmates had already arrived. Wow, Shishir, you look so beautiful today. Shishir, this is the legendary nightclub, right? You look so young. Shishir, you two are really together, aren't you? Upon seeing Su Shishir arrive, several female classmates who were close to her immediately gathered around her. At the same time, they were also observing Yifan. After all, he's the legendary billionaire tycoon. Who wouldn't be curious to meet such a big shot in real life? Especially since it was so late at night, and Yifan was wearing such a large pair of sunglasses, they were naturally even more curious. However, while they were curious, they didn't really believe that Yifan could be that wealthy. Additionally, Su Shishir hadn't mentioned anything about Yifan at school either. Hello, ladies. I'm Yifan, Su Shishir's high school classmate and also her boyfriend. Yifan introduced himself. And he said this to help clarify for Su Shishir that she wasn't with him for the money. Although money certainly played a significant role, it wasn't the only reason. The bigger reason was that he was good looking. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the girls immediately gasped again. Wow, so you were high school classmates too? Does that mean you're the same age as us? I knew it, sure, how did you get him so quickly? You must have been seeing each other all along. Sure, come clean, did you two start dating back in high school? However, at the same time, they became even more convinced that Yifan wasn't a real tycoon, just a rich second-generation heir at best. Perhaps Yifan's family has connections with a high-ranking official at Douyu, which is why Douyu is using this method to promote Su Shishir. And at that moment, seeing Su Shishir looking so happy by Yifan's side, the male student standing nearby felt incredibly miserable. Sigh, my dream girl is finally someone else's. The goddess has ultimately married money. What money? This guy is just a rich kid. He just happened to meet Su Shishir earlier, so he managed to get her. No way, I have to expose his true colors in front of the goddess later. Forget it, do you think Su Shishir doesn't know what's going on? But this guy can get Douyu to act along with him, so his family connections must be pretty powerful. Why is he wearing sunglasses so late at night? That's obvious, he's ugly. Plus, there are so many good-looking guys here. If he doesn't wear sunglasses, how could he show his face? Ha, hearing you say that, I feel so much better. Regardless of what the other students are thinking, Su Shishir is in a great mood right now. Actually, originally, when Xiaoya was celebrating her birthday, she hadn't planned to bring Yifan along. She was afraid Yifan would refuse. But Xiaoya insisted that she bring Yifan along, so she had no choice but to give it a try. To her surprise, Yifan agreed without any hesitation, which made her happy for a long time. At that moment, Su Shishir suddenly took out a box from her handbag. Xiaoya, happy birthday. This is my gift to you. Saying this, Su Shishir handed the box to Xiaoya. At the same time, everyone present also noticed the box. Wow, it's Cartier. Shishir, you're so generous. Shishir, my birthday is coming up in a few days. Will you give me a Cartier too? Zhang Ling, don't even think about it. When Shishir first started streaming, Xiaoya helped her so much. Now that Shishir has become a big streamer, giving Xiaoya a Cartier as a birthday gift is only appropriate. By the way, Shishir, I heard you're not planning to stream anymore. Is that true? Many of them know that when Su Shishir was a streamer, she earned at least several 100,000 yuan a month. So they didn't think much of her giving a Cartier as a birthday gift. However, even the cheapest Cartier piece costs nearly 10,000 yuan. So they were all very curious about what this Cartier was. So, amid a sea of expectant glances, Xiaoya opened the Cartier box. Then everyone noticed that inside the box was a very elegant lady's watch. And soon, a female classmate recognized the watch and also mentioned its price. 188,000. Instantly, everyone's gaze toward Su Shishir and Yifan changed. After all, on an ordinary birthday, giving a watch worth tens of thousands as a gift, does this person's family have a mind? Or maybe the person in front of them was actually a true tycoon, and all the gifts they had given were genuine, which was why Su Shishir didn't seem to care about money at all. Chapter 29, Guan Tongtong's Extreme Frustration. Su Shishir noticed the glances from her classmates, but she didn't care. She simply wanted to give Xiaoya a nicer birthday gift. Because Xiaoya had indeed helped her a lot before. And it was help given without expecting anything in return. So now that she had money, she naturally couldn't forget her. Oomph, at least you have a kind heart. Xiaoya didn't refuse and happily accepted Su Shishir's gift. She was the only person present who knew the true situation between Su Shishir and Yifan. So she naturally knew that this amount of money was nothing to Su Shishir at the moment. However, she was still deeply grateful in her heart. By the way, have all the students arrived? Su Shishir suddenly asked again. It must be said that Xiaoya has excellent interpersonal skills. Almost all the students in the class were present this time. Only one person is missing, Guan Tongtong. Xiaoya said hesitantly. Actually, she hadn't planned to invite Guan Tongtong in the first place. After all, not only was her relationship with Guan Tongtong strained, but almost everyone in the class disliked her. But since everyone else was invited and she was the only one not invited, it felt a bit unfair. Besides, they were at least roommates. Still, she had invited her. In her mind, given Guan Tongtong's personality, she probably wouldn't come. But who would have thought that Guan Tongtong actually agreed to come? Never mind, let's just wait a little longer. After all, she is a big star. Su Shishir rolled her eyes and said helplessly. But in reality, she knew full well that Guan Tongtong wasn't there, which is why she asked that question on purpose. That's why they say the prettier the woman, the better she is at lying. Just then, the door to the private room suddenly swung open, and everyone saw a beautiful woman wearing oversized sunglasses walk in. Not only that, but there was someone following her, also wearing sunglasses and even a mask. I heard someone talking badly about me outside the door. Su Shishir, don't think you're so great just because you're dating a rich guy. You're not even brave enough to show your face. Who knows what you look like? As she spoke, the woman took off her sunglasses. It was none other than Guan Tongtong. It must be said that Guan Tongtong is actually quite beautiful. Even if she can't compare to Su Shishir, she's still at least an 85 out of 100. The key is that she has an amazing figure, and with her family connections, that's why she is so popular now. But while she is pretty, her demeanor is truly lacking. Even if she plays a princess, she looks more like a maid. Guan Tongtong said this while glaring angrily at Yi Fan. As for the reason, it's obviously because last time Yi Fan stole her dress, making her lose face in front of Su Shishir. But logically speaking, such a trivial matter isn't worth a big star like her going out of her way for. But who can blame her for being in such a bad mood lately? Not only had several roles been rejected, but even a program she had already agreed to appear on had been cancelled. Even some endorsement deals had indicated that they wouldn't renew her contract after it expired. It feels like someone is targeting her, yet she can't figure out who it is or recall offending any influential figures. So, in her irritable state, she immediately agreed to Jia's invitation. All she wanted was to make up for that day and improve her mood. Of course, if Yi Fan isn't there, she'll have to take it out on Su Shishir instead. For this, she even hired a helper specifically for today. The next moment, she turned her head and looked at the person behind her. The person immediately caught on and took off their mask and sunglasses. When everyone finally saw who it was, the entire private room erupted in excitement. Especially the female students. Lu Han. It's Lu Han. Wow, I saw Lu Han's husband. Husband, I love you. The female students in the private room were all acting like they had gone mad, so excited they couldn't contain themselves. Several female students even rushed forward, as if they were trying to snatch Lu Han away. However, when they saw Guan Tongtong blocking the way, they immediately stopped. How could Guan Tongtong be with Lu Han? Looking at Lu Han like this, it seemed like he was there just to accompany her. Could my husband Lu Han be chasing after Guan Tongtong? No way. It's more likely that Guan Tongtong is seducing my husband. Anyway, no matter what, I firmly oppose them being together. The girls who had just calmed down a bit immediately started discussing the relationship between Guan Tongtong and Lu Han again. After all, given the current situation, their relationship clearly isn't simple. Meanwhile, the male students were all enviously staring at Lu Han. After all, they were all students of the Beijing Film Academy's acting department. Who wouldn't want to enter the entertainment industry in the future? But let us not even talk about whether they can get in. Even if they do, becoming a big star like Lu Han is definitely no easy feat. In fact, it could even be said that the hope was extremely slim. This is also why many of the female students in the class can't stand Guan Tongtong. Because even if they didn't want to admit it, they had to acknowledge that they were indeed very jealous of Guan Tongtong. Even Su Shishir, who was once close to her, is no exception. But Su Shishir is well aware that as a girl with no connections, breaking into the entertainment industry is incredibly difficult. That's why she chose to become a live streamer. But now, she has even given up on being a streamer. Even though she knows that with Yi Fan's support, she could easily become the top streamer in the entire streaming industry. But compared to that, she would rather stay by Yi Fan's side and be an ordinary woman. Chapter 30, Guan Tongtong, who do you think is afraid to show their face? Guan Tongtong stood in front of Lu Han, holding her head high, looking extremely smug. The big star you all admire, your husband Lu Han, is nothing more than a dog to her. One she can call at will and dismiss with a wave of her hand. That's the difference between you and her. Then she turned to Yi Fan. This handsome guy, my Hanin, such a big star, has even taken off his sunglasses. Shouldn't you also let us see your true face? Don't worry, even if you're ugly, we won't laugh at you. Though she said this, she couldn't help but laugh herself. Clearly, in Guan Tongtong's eyes, Yi Fan must be too ugly to show his face. At the same time, upon hearing Guan Tongtong mention my little Hanin, Lu Han, standing behind her, immediately lit up with joy. After all, he had been pursuing Guan Tongtong for quite some time. After all, Guan Tongtong wasn't just beautiful, she was also the little princess of the Beijing entertainment circle. While Lu Han is currently very popular, he is essentially just a tool for making money. Moreover, as he grows older, his looks are starting to fade, and with the emergence of new young heartthrobs in recent years, it's clear that his time is coming to an end. Even now, his popularity has already begun to decline. Therefore, if he could win over Guan Tongtong, the little princess of the Beijing entertainment circle, he would at least have no shortage of resources for the next few years. Unfortunately, after pursuing Guan Tongtong for half a year, he still hasn't succeeded. However, this year, Guan Tongtong took the initiative to invite him out, giving him new hope. Even though he knows she's just using him, he'll still do his best. But when Guan Tongtong said that, the other female students immediately objected. She actually called her husband my cold-hearted husband? When did my husband become her family's? No way, we can't let her get away with this. A few female classmates exchanged glances and immediately understood each other's thoughts. But so what? If Guan Tongtong really ends up with Lu Han, as long as it's a normal relationship, there's nothing they can do. Besides, even if Guan Tongtong and Lu Han aren't together, does that mean Lu Han would ever notice them? Don't even think about it. So they could only shift their gaze back to Yi Fan. At this point, they could clearly see that Guan Tongtong had come here today specifically targeting Su Shishir and Yi Fan. If it were before, given their relationship with Su Shishir, they would naturally hope Su Shishir would win. But now, they not only hoped Su Shishir would win, but also wanted her to humiliate Guan Tongtong thoroughly. After all, who else could blame them for stealing their husbands? However, they quickly shook their heads. Humiliate Guan Tongtong? Even if this Yi Fan isn't ugly, and is even a total hunk. But could he be more handsome than Lu Han? In fact, from the moment Lu Han appeared, Guan Tongtong had already secured her position. Unless this Yi Fan is really the legendary billionaire. But that's even more impossible. And at that moment, Yi Fan spoke up. Beautiful lady, whether your family's Han takes off his sunglasses or not is your business. What does it have to do with me? Yi Fan looked utterly speechless. Exactly, what others do has nothing to do with him. He wants to wear sunglasses, who are you to tell him what to do? Besides, he wears sunglasses for your own good. He's afraid that if he takes them off, you'll all turn into dogs, and he couldn't bear that. Of course, the most important thing is that among all the beautiful women present, aside from Su Shishir, there isn't a single one he finds attractive. If there had been a beauty of Mu Qingyan's caliber present, he wouldn't even need to be told he'd find an opportunity to take off his sunglasses himself. Although he could easily create a bunch of beautiful women if he wanted to. But compared to the ones he creates himself, he still prefers the natural ones. And even if he were to create them, he would only enhance what already exists. For example, taking Su Shishir, who was originally an 88 out of 100, and boosting her to a 90. But he would never waste attribute points on a 60-point beauty. In fact, he wouldn't even be interested in someone with a score below 80. However, hearing him say this, Guan Tongtong became even more smug. Pfft, if you're too ashamed to show yourself, just admit it. Guan Tongtong said with a look of disdain. At this point, Su Shishir, who had been silent the entire time, finally couldn't hold back. Guan Tongtong, who do you think is too shy to show their face? My husband doesn't want to take off his sunglasses because he is giving you face. Do you really think your so-called Han is handsome? Let me tell you, compared to my husband, he is not even worth mentioning. Without waiting for Yi Fan's consent, Su Shishir reached out and tried to take off Yi Fan's sunglasses. Seeing this, Yi Fan didn't dodge. Because having him wear the sunglasses all along was Su Shishir's idea. So if she wanted to take them off now, then let her take them off. The next moment, when the sunglasses were completely removed from Yi Fan's face, the entire private room fell silent. Guan Tongtong's previously smug smile froze on her face. Chapter 31, 100 million in salary? That's almost as much as I earn in a month from live streaming. So handsome. How could there be such a handsome man in this world? Now I know why Shishir was taken so quickly. A man this handsome? Even if he's broke, I'd be willing to support him. As Yi Fan took off his sunglasses, all the female students present immediately saw countless little stars in their eyes. And unlike the excitement they felt when they first saw Lu Han, everyone fell silent at that moment. At that moment, they only wanted to quietly admire the breathtakingly beautiful face before them, as if they were in a beautiful dream, afraid to make a single sound, lest the dream end. Even the male students were no exception. In fact, they didn't even feel a hint of jealousy. Because the gap was simply too vast, jealousy would be pointless. Compared to Yi Fan at that moment, their own looks were like heaven and earth. Meanwhile, after taking off Yi Fan's sunglasses, Su Shishir actually felt a little regretful herself. After all, no one here knew better than her how devastating Yi Fan's face could be. That was also why she had always made Yi Fan wear sunglasses. Otherwise, every time Yi Fan stepped out, she might end up with a whole bunch of rivals. You little vixen, Su Shishir. No wonder you always refuse to let me invite Yigu out for dinner, it's because he's so handsome. The first to snap out of it was Jiaoya. However, this wasn't because she was immune to Yi Fan's face. She had already guessed from some clues that Yi Fan might be handsome, so she had mentally prepared herself in advance. But even so, she never imagined that Yi Fan could be this handsome. No wonder he could make Su Shishir stay out all night on their first meeting. After all, she had been sharing an apartment with Su Shishir before, so she knew exactly whether Su Shishir had come back that night. This isn't because I'm worried you'll spend too much, is it? Su Shishir said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Unfortunately, even she didn't believe that excuse. It turned out that Jiaoya had found out that the Chanel dress Su Shishir had given her was actually paid for by Yi Fan using his ultimate black card. Though he hadn't paid the bill, it was essentially the same as Yi Fan paying, so she had been wanting to treat Yi Fan to a meal. But Su Shishir kept putting it off. At first, she didn't know the reason, thinking it was because Yifan didn't want to see her or was really busy. But now she knew exactly why her best friend was afraid she'd develop feelings for her boyfriend. Oomph. Zhao snorted coldly, pretending to be angry. But deep down, she knew exactly how Su Shishir would feel in her shoes. After all, who could blame Yifan for being so handsome? Having a handsome boyfriend is definitely a status symbol when you take him out. But if your boyfriend is too handsome, you have to consider whether you can bring him back home. At the same time, after she said that, everyone else present also came to their senses. But even so, everyone's gaze toward Yifan had completely changed. Especially the female students, each of them looked at Yifan with eyes full of shyness. Even Guan Tongtong was no exception. As for their old boyfriend, Gong Han, he had long been forgotten by them. After all, when compared to Yifan's good looks, even Lu Han couldn't hold a candle to him. Seeing this scene, Lu Han, who was standing nearby, immediately muttered to himself, "This is bad. Sir, you look quite presentable. Would you be interested in pursuing a career in the entertainment industry? If so, I could introduce you to a few entertainment companies." At that moment, Lu Han finally stepped forward, looked at Yifan, and suddenly smiled and said. Because at that moment, he was fully aware that if he couldn't overshadow Yifan today, his pursuit of Guan Tongtong would only become even more difficult in the future. And upon hearing his words, Guan Tongtong also snapped back to her senses. After all, she had come today to settle the score with Su Shishir and Yifan. Now that the score hadn't been settled, how could she get lost in the enemy's charm? Though she had to admit that Yifan was indeed very handsome, even to the point of making her feel a little attracted at first sight. But even if she was moved, she had to regain her dignity first. Right, handsome guy, you're so good looking, it's a shame you're not a celebrity. And with my son Han Han introducing you, you could avoid a lot of detours, and who knows, maybe one day you could even earn as much as my son Han Han, with a salary of 100 million. Guan Tongtong also said with a smile. However, although she seemed to be complimenting Yifan, everyone present could tell she was actually showing off Lu Han. What is so great about you being handsome, Yifan? My Hanin is a big star. His salary for a single movie is 100 million. Can you even compare to that? Sure enough, as soon as she said that, the private room erupted into a chorus of gasps. What? 100 million yuan for a movie? Could those rumors online be true? My husband is truly my husband, he's in a league of his own. Sigh, I wish I could become such a big star one day. 100 million yuan in film fees? I dare not even dream of that. If I could get 10 million yuan in film fees, I'd probably laugh myself to sleep in my dreams. Everyone was stunned, clearly shocked by Lu Han's 100 million yuan salary. After all, even the top-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry today only make a few million at most. So if Lu Han's salary is really 100 million, he would undoubtedly be the highest-paid celebrity in the entertainment industry today. However, just as everyone was still in shock, Su Shishir spoke up again. Wow, 100 million yuan in salary? So being a celebrity is that lucrative? That's almost as much as I earn in a month from live streaming. Chapter 32, a car worth 1 billion? Almost as much as a month's income from live streaming? Lu Han didn't understand what she meant at first, but as soon as he realized it, he froze in shock. Earning over 100 million yuan from a month of live streaming? Is live streaming really that profitable now? Should I give it a try too? Clearly, he wasn't aware of the recent Douyu billionaire incident. Or perhaps he knew about it but didn't associate it with Su Shishir. After all, such things are hard to believe for anyone with common sense. However, while he doesn't know, Guan Tongtong is well aware of it. But she doesn't believe it either. Su Shishir, what are you trying to pull? Everyone knows those gifts are fake. Guan Tongtong immediately said. Although Yifan had pulled out a so-called ultimate black card at the Chanel store that day. But she certainly didn't believe that the ultimate black card could be used to purchase all Chanel products for free. Or it may be free to purchase, but in reality there is a limit. For example, 1 million or several million per year. So in her mind, Yifan must be a second-generation wealthy individual, possibly even worth over 100 million. But to say that Yifan, being so young, has a net worth of over 100 billion, no, a deposit of over 100 billion, how could she possibly believe that? So if the 100 billion in savings is fake, then the claim of spending over 200 million on gifts must also be fake. After all, even if someone is worth a billion, let alone 10 billion, they wouldn't just give away 2 or 3 billion to tip a streamer, right? Besides, even if they were willing to spend that much, why not just give it directly? They wouldn't have to pay the platform's commission. And clearly, others share the same thoughts as her. You say it's fake, so it's fake? Who do you think you are? Su Shishir also sneered disdainfully. Anyway, since we've already put on such a show today, might as well go all the way. Alright, since you say it's not fake, then show us the proof. Guan Tongtong wasn't about to back down either. However, this puts Su Shishir in a difficult position. Evidence? She certainly has it. Just show the balance in her bank account. But isn't that method too straightforward and crude? Or might others think she's intentionally showing off her wealth? After all, Su Shirshir isn't the kind of shallow person who would flaunt her wealth. Even if she were trying to show off, she'd do it in a refined and elegant manner. Just then, the door to the private room suddenly swung open, and a portly man walked in. It was Mr. Lu and Miss Guan. As soon as he entered, he spotted Lu Han and Guan Tongtong and recognized them immediately. It must be said that Lu Han and Guan Tongtong were still very popular at the moment, especially Lu Han, whose title as the top-rated young actor wasn't given to him for nothing. However, as a time traveler, Yi Fan knew that this guy was already on the verge of obscurity. Especially after starring in that so-called Magic City Fortress, he had basically said goodbye to top-tier resources for good. Speaking of which, his salary for Magic City Fortress was supposedly 100 million yuan, right? At least that's what the publicity claimed. But how much he actually got to keep is anyone's guess. My name is Zhang Dafu, and I'm the owner of this KTV. Zhang Boss continued. Oh, so you're Mr. Zhang. What can I do for you? Upon hearing that this guy was the owner of this KTV, Lu Han immediately understood his intentions. He just wanted to take a photo with him and post it in the store to increase the place's popularity and attract his fans to come and spend money. However, if it were before, he would never have agreed so easily. But now, to salvage the face he had just lost, he wouldn't let such a great opportunity to show off slip away. But clearly, this time, he had misjudged the boss's intentions. It's like this, I was wondering if the sports car outside belongs to the two of you? Sports car? Lu Han was taken aback for a moment before nodding. That's correct, it's mine. He had specially driven his newly acquired Ferrari to pick up Guan Tongtong today, and this Ferrari was custom made for him, costing nearly 10 million yuan, twice as much as an ordinary Ferrari. That's truly amazing. Zhang Boss immediately lit up with joy. Earlier, an employee had told him that there was a sports car parked outside the store, and in no time, a large crowd had gathered around it taking photos. If the car were damaged by accident, that would be a real headache. Unfortunately, the store employees hadn't seen the car's owner enter any of the private rooms, only knowing that it was a young man and woman, so when he asked around earlier, he couldn't find the right people. Fortunately, they finally found them. Could you please move your sports car to a different spot? There's an underground garage right across the street from our store. I'll have 2 security guards watch it for you, and I guarantee nothing will happen. After all, your sports car is worth 100 million. If it gets scratched or dented, I'd have to sell the store to cover the damages. Zhang Boss complained. There's nothing we can do. He has already had several security guards watching it, but the car is parked right by the roadside, with so many people passing by. Accidents could happen at any moment. So it's safer to park it in the underground garage. Plus, that garage belongs to the mall across the street, so even if something happens, it's not his responsibility. However, upon hearing this, Lu Han, who had just been about to move the car, immediately stopped. A sports car worth 100 million yuan? His Ferrari wasn't cheap either, but it wasn't even worth 10 million. How could it be worth 100 million? But at that moment, Su Shirshir suddenly walked over. Sir, you're talking about a silver Koenigsegg one, right? That's my car. As she spoke, Su Shirshir deliberately flaunted the car keys in her hand. Chapter 33, is the car actually Su's? Yes, it's indeed a silver Koenigsegg 1. To be honest, I've never seen such an expensive sports car in my life. Zhang Boss sighed, then turned to look at Lu Han. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I made a mistake earlier. After all, he's a businessman, so Zhang Boss took the initiative to admit his mistake. But no one there was naive. They could all tell it was Lu Han who had made a huge mistake. However, at that moment, no one had the heart to mock Lu Han. Everyone was captivated by the 1 billion yuan sports car mentioned by Zhang Boss. A sports car worth 100 million yuan? Is there really such an expensive sports car? Koenigsegg 1? I've never even heard of that name. I found that the Koenigsegg 1, dubbed the world's most expensive sports car, is indeed worth 100 million. The catch is that even if you have the money, you can't buy it. Apparently, there are only 6 of them in the entire world. Really? I never thought Shirshir would own such an expensive sports car. What Shirshir? It must be that Yi Fan. Is that Yi Fan really a billionaire? Who knows? But someone who can afford a 1 billion yuan sports car isn't just any ordinary tycoon. Maybe he really did spend over 2 billion on gifts for Shirshir. Shirshir is moving her car. Should we follow her to take a look? Of course we should. It's a $1 billion sports car, we have to check it out. So a group of people immediately followed Su Shirshir out of the private room. At the same time, Lu Han and Guan Tongtong exchanged glances and followed suit. Clearly, they also wanted to see what a 1 billion yuan sports car looked like. Soon, everyone arrived at the KTV entrance and saw a crowd gathered around a silver sports car, taking photos non-stop. Even the security guards couldn't stop them. Among them was even someone who looked like a live streamer, broadcasting live. The viewers in the live stream were excited, saying, "Today, Chi-Chi is so lucky. Her first outdoor live stream happened to come across a supercar on the side of the road. And this isn't just any supercar, it's a globally limited edition Koenigsegg 1. I bet many of you haven't heard of this car before. Actually, I hadn't either until I looked it up online just now. As for the car itself, I won't go into details since I'm not very knowledgeable about cars. I'll just mention its price, 100 million renminbi. Yes, you heard that right, this car is worth 100 million yuan and is claimed to be the most expensive sports car in the world. Let Chichi take you on a tour to see this 1 billion yuan supercar, the most expensive in the world. By the way, not far from this car, there is also a red Ferrari. Everyone knows Ferrari, which is arguably the most famous sports car in the world, with even the cheapest models costing several $1,000,000. But compared to this Koenigsegg 11, this Ferrari is simply no match, it's not even in the same league. As the host Chichi introduced the car, the viewers in her livestream were immediately stunned. At the same time, the two supercars appeared one after another in her livestream. 66666, a sports car worth 100 million, whose ride is this? Chichi must be near Jingying now, could it be a celebrity? No wonder it's worth 100 million, the design is absolutely mind-blowing. Compared to this car, a Ferrari is just a little brother. Ferrari, I'm so jealous. Chichi is also a streamer on Douyu, but she's not a big name. Her live streams average around 200,000 viewers, with about 5,000 to 6,000 people watching at any given time. However, as soon as these two sports cars appeared, the number of viewers in her livestream began to rise sharply, and the number of gifts also increased significantly. After all, even a Ferrari isn't a sports car you see every day, let alone the Koenigsegg 11. Most people might never get to see one in their entire lives. But then, with a beep, the headlights of the Koenigsegg 11 suddenly lit up. Wow, the owner is here. Chichi gasped and immediately started searching for the owner's figure. Then, the next moment, she saw a stunningly beautiful woman walking toward her, holding a car key with an extremely unique design. It seems like this beautiful woman must be the owner of the car. Sigh, I never expected the young lady to not only be wealthy but also so beautiful, it made Chichi feel insecure. However, this beautiful lady. Chichi feels like she's seen her before. Chichi said with a puzzled expression, as if trying to recall where she had seen this young lady before. But she didn't notice that the moment this beautiful woman appeared, her live stream exploded. Wow, isn't that Xiao Su? It really is Xiao Su. I heard she is a student at Jingying. Could this car belong to Xiao Su? Xiao Su can actually afford a sports car worth over 100 million? Xiao Su can't afford it, but the nightclub owner can. That's right, this car must belong to the nightclub. Is the nightclub really a billionaire tycoon? Of course not. I was there that day. If those recharge records were fake, do you think those tycoons would let it go? Only those self-important losers think everyone else is just like them. That's right, the nightclub is rich and can do whatever it wants. Spending a few billion on gifts is no big deal. It's just a drop in the bucket for them. The nightclub is mighty. The nightclub is domineering. The nightclub is the best in the world. It must be said that the commotion Yifan caused that day was indeed too much, to the point that as soon as Su Shishir appeared in Chichi's livestream, she was recognized by the vast majority of people. At the same time, the news that Xiao Su had appeared in Chichi's livestream spread like wildfire across Douyu. As a result, countless netizens who heard the news immediately rushed to Chichi's livestream. Chapter 34, a billionaire? Who are you insulting? Wow, what a sleek sports car. Is this really a $1 billion sports car? I just looked it up online, and it's exactly the same as this one. I'm so jealous of Shishir for finding such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend. Don't envy her, they've been together since high school. Su Shishir's classmates, upon seeing her get into that ultra-cool silver sports car, immediately all wore expressions of envy. Even the male students were no exception. After all, a sports car is every man's dream. If they had a car like that, they'd be the envy of everyone. Unfortunately, dreams are just dreams, and they can only be imagined in one's dreams. Chichi, quick, check if Yizong is around. She spotted Xiao Su, who was driving what might very well be Yizong's supercar, meaning that the legendary Yizong might also be nearby at that moment. So the viewers in Chichi's live stream immediately urged her to look around. Unfortunately, Yifan was still in the KTV private room and hadn't come out yet. After all, moving the car was something Su Shishir could handle alone. The others had followed her out to see the car, but since it belonged to him, they could see it any time they wanted, so there was no need for them to tag along. However, Chichi quickly noticed something. Wow, so many handsome guys and beautiful girls. These must all be Xiao Su's classmates. I heard Xiao Su is even in the Beijing Film Academy's performance department. No wonder. These people are probably future big stars. Hey, look, isn't that Guan Tongtong? No, it really is Guan Tongtong. I didn't expect Guan Tongtong to be Xiao Su's classmate too. Wow, who's that guy in sunglasses next to Guan Tongtong? I think he looks like Lu Han. What? Lu Han? He's so old, how could he be Xiao Su's classmate? You must be out of the loop. Didn't you hear the rumors that Lu Han and Guan Tongtong are together? No way. This is definitely big news. Chichi, go check if it's Lu Han. If it is, you're set. Chichi quickly noticed what the comments were saying and walked over to take a look. It really was Guan Tongtong. And the guy next to her wearing sunglasses does look a bit like Lu Han. Although it was already evening, the lights outside the KTV were still very bright. And Lu Han clearly didn't want any trouble, so he only wore a small pair of sunglasses and didn't wear a mask. Guan Tongtong didn't even wear sunglasses, so it was easy to recognize them. Meanwhile, upon seeing a streamer walking toward them, Guan Tongtong and Lu Han immediately realized they had been exposed. However, Lu Han instinctively tried to avoid them, but the next moment, upon seeing Guan Tongtong beside him, he immediately abandoned that idea. If their relationship with Guan Tongtong were to be exposed, maybe Guan Tongtong would just admit it. Unfortunately, his intentions were good. Or rather, if he had met Yifan before today, Guan Tongtong might not have minded spreading some rumors with him. After all, whether it was true or not, it would definitely generate buzz, and even make it to the top of Vlog. But now, for some reason, even this free publicity, she doesn't want it. So Guan Tongtong didn't hesitate and turned around to head back to the KTV. Seeing this, Lu Han could only hurry to follow. However, a sense of unease began to grow in his heart, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Shortly after, they watched the silver Koenigsegg 11, driven by Su Shishir, slowly pull into the underground parking lot of the opposite mall. The other students also returned to their previous private rooms. Then they saw Yifan sitting alone in the private room. At that moment, Yifan put on his oversized sunglasses again, just as they had seen him earlier. But everyone's gaze toward him had completely changed. "That guy, Yi Ge, you're not really the legendary billionaire tycoon, are you?" A female classmate asked cautiously. This was also the biggest question on everyone's mind at that moment. But to everyone's surprise, Yifan immediately shook his head. "No way, I'm definitely not some billionaire tycoon," Yifan said in astonishment. When did he become a billionaire? After all, he had over 90 billion yuan in bank deposits alone. And those 900 billion weren't even his total savings, they were just pocket money he'd directly received from the system. The money his companies have earned over the years, plus the dividends he's received from other companies, are all stored in other accounts. Plus, the shares and assets he owns. Calling him a billionaire is an insult. He is at least a trillionaire, right? Chapter 35, Lu Han's singing skills. Su Shishir returned to the private room and saw her classmates gathered in small groups, chatting or singing. After all, it was Jiaoya's birthday party that was the main event. However, there were still quite a few female students gathered around Yifan, asking him questions non-stop. Fortunately, Su Shishir could tell that Yifan was just being polite and didn't have any intentions toward them. But she certainly didn't think Yifan was some kind of upright gentleman. Yifan was definitely not a gentleman either. She knew that right now. Yifan simply didn't think much of them. After all, even among Peking opera students, not everyone was as beautiful as her. Still, Su Shishir sometimes found it odd. It had only been 3 years since they last saw him, yet the once timid Yifan seemed like a completely different person. Not only has his appearance changed, but his personality has changed so much too. But since Yifan doesn't mention it, she dares not ask either. Meanwhile, many classmates were also interested in Lu Han, especially the female students. But at this point, everyone could see that Lu Han had eyes only for Guan Tongtong. At least on the surface. So after being rejected, it wouldn't be appropriate to keep pestering her. After all, they weren't really die-hard fans. At that moment, when Su Shishir appeared, Guan Tongtong immediately gave a disdainful snort, clearly extremely annoyed with Su Shishir. She didn't even bother to hide it. Seeing this, Lu Han, who was a sycophant, knew it was time to make his move. Though he wasn't as wealthy as Yifan, who could afford $1 billion sports car, as the hottest rising star in the entertainment industry, he still had some skills. "Tongtong, why don't I sing a song for you?" Lu Han suddenly said. "Sing a song?" Guan Tongtong's eyes lit up instantly. Of course. They're celebrities, what's their specialty? Of course, acting and singing. But they insist on competing with others over who has more money. Isn't that like using their own weaknesses to compete with others' strengths? Although celebrities are definitely richer than ordinary people, compared to those rich second-generation kids like that Wang Prince, they're definitely no match. Thinking of this, she nodded immediately. Then she saw Lu Han running over excitedly to choose a song. Who would have thought that Lu Han could sing so well? Soon, Lu Han's singing began, but when Su Shishir heard his voice, she paused for a moment before suddenly saying with a teasing expression. Lu Han did sing well, at least he didn't go off-key. However, in Su Shishir's opinion, this level was roughly the same as hers before, equivalent to the top level among amateurs. But who was Lu Han? He is currently the most popular rising star in the country, debuted as a singer, and is even the lead vocalist of his group. In other words, singing should be his strongest skill. Yet this is the best he can do? No wonder everyone is so fed up with these young heartthrobs. Even if you don't compare him to top-tier singers, he should at least be on par with an average professional singer, right? But at this level, Lu Han wouldn't even stand a chance in the entertainment industry, let alone as a streamer. However, compared to her reaction, her classmates were a different story. After all, they're all from the performing arts department, not the music department, so their singing skills aren't that great either. In fact, Su Shishir's singing was already considered the best in the class. Plus, Luhan is so handsome. So when they heard Luhan singing, the female students immediately started screaming wildly again. Ah, Luhan is so handsome. Husband, you sing so beautifully. Luhan, I love you. At the same time, Wan Tongtong's face once again showed a very proud expression. How about it? My Hanin sang pretty well, didn't he? As soon as Luhan finished singing, Wan Tongtong couldn't wait to show off in front of Su Shishir. Not bad, I guess. Su Shishir said casually. If she had seen Luhan before, she might have felt a little excited. After all, Luhan was indeed very handsome. If judged by the system's scoring, Luhan's looks might not reach 90, but it would be close. Of course, if Luhan were replaced with Lun Yangyang, he would definitely score 90 points. But now, Su Shishir could only say, traffic is truly traffic. As long as you're good looking, what else do you need? What, still not convinced? Wan Tongtong could tell that Su Shishir was just going through the motions, so she continued, why don't you have your man sing a song too? As she spoke, Wan Tongtong deliberately turned her head to look at Yi Fan. At the same time, by saying this, she was indirectly acknowledging her relationship with Luhan. Though that wasn't her intention, as long as it made Su Shishir and Yi Fan look bad, she didn't care about the consequences at that moment. Chapter 36, The Singing God. Have my man sing? Su Shishir immediately looked down on him with disdain. She didn't know what Yi Fan did for a living, but she had seen his bank account with over 90 billion yuan with her own eyes. A tycoon with over 90 billion in deposits, and you, Wan Tongtong, tell him to sing just because you say so? Yes, just an actor. Do you really think you're so great? Mr. Yi, today is your girlfriend's classmate's birthday. Singing a song isn't too much to ask, is it? Luhan, who had just finished singing a song, immediately walked over. And after hearing what Wan Tongtong had just said, he was feeling pretty excited inside. Hearing him say that, Zhaoya beside him was speechless. Today was supposed to be her birthday party, but the focus had shifted to someone else. But she didn't mind. After all, who could blame someone for being talented? But their conflicts were their own business, why drag her into it? But she was closer to Su Shishir, and besides, Su Shishir had given her such an expensive gift earlier, so of course she was on Su Shishir's side. Mr. Lu, although today is my birthday, I mainly wanted to use this opportunity to gather everyone together. I don't have any other requests, so whether Yi Gu sings or not is entirely up to him. Zhao Yi said. And with Mr. Lu on one side and Yi Gu on the other, it's obvious which side to stand on. However, at that moment, Yi Fan suddenly smiled and said, Mr. Lu is right. Today is Xiaoya's birthday, so singing a song to liven things up is only appropriate. Yi Fan, of course, understood Su Shishir's intentions first, to protect him, and second, to avoid him embarrassing himself if he sang poorly. After all, Su Shishir had never heard him sing before. But could Yi Fan possibly lose face? After all, his singing skill was also a reward from the 100-day sign-up, though it hadn't reached the highest level of 10, it was still at level 9. According to the system's description, a level 9 singing skill was roughly equivalent to the top-tier level in this world. That's what they call a singing god. As for a 10th level singing skill, that is already beyond the realm of a singing god. However, despite that, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he looked at Luhan. A mere actor dares to speak to him like that? Does he really think Yi Fan is someone to be trifled with? Although he agreed to sing, it doesn't mean he's really letting it go. But teaching a stage actor a lesson doesn't require him to get involved personally. A single phone call will suffice. Just like how he dealt with Guan Tongtong before. After all, he had once told Guan Tongtong himself that certain things shouldn't be spoken lightly. But Guan Tongtong was just a minor actress, with limited exposure, and Yi Fan didn't go all out against her, so she is just feeling targeted now. After all, Yi Fan couldn't possibly go after her Wall Street Journal ad as well. Otherwise, Yi Fan could have easily shut her down with a single word. But Luhan is different from Guan Tongtong. With his status, he has already gained access to higher-level resources, such as endorsements for major luxury brands. So even if Yi Fan were to give him a mild reprimand, the consequences would be beyond his ability to handle. Next, Yi Fan casually selected a song, took the microphone, and prepared to start singing. At the same time, seeing that this wealthy individual was actually going to sing, everyone present immediately perked up. Including Su Shishir. As for Zhaoya, there was no need to mention her. Earlier, when Yi Fan mentioned Xiaoya, it made her incredibly happy. In fact, if she hadn't forced herself to hold back, she probably would have laughed out loud. However, her smile quickly faded, replaced by a look of shock and disbelief. And everyone present had the same expression on their faces. How is that possible? How could he sing so well? Wow, this is even better than the original singer. The singing god. This is definitely the level of a singing god. This level is completely out of Luhan's league. Outclass? There's no comparison at all. Rich, good-looking, and now he can sing this well too. How can there be such a perfect man in this world? I'm done. I've realized I can't forget Yi Gu. Me too. I really envy Shishir. The song ended, but everyone present was still immersed in Yi Fan's voice. It wasn't until Yifan cleared his throat loudly twice that they snapped back to reality. The next moment, everyone's gaze toward Yifan changed once again. If before, Yifan had at least made them feel a bit disdainful. After all, in their eyes, Yifan was nothing more than a rich second-generation heir relying on his family's wealth. But the current Yifan had completely won them over. Especially the female students, whose gazes toward Yifan had already turned utterly mesmerized. Even more so than when Yifan had taken off his sunglasses earlier. Including Guan Tongtong as well. Chapter 37, A Responsible Cad. Perhaps knowing that there was no way to salvage the situation today, after Yifan finished singing, Guan Tongtong immediately found an excuse to leave. Lu Han naturally followed suit. However, after leaving the KTV, Guan Tongtong didn't let Lu Han send her home but took a taxi home alone. And it wasn't until then that she finally managed to push the image of Yifan singing out of her mind. But then, she suddenly remembered something. Could this Yifan really be a big shot? If she had offended such a big shot, wouldn't she be targeted for revenge? Plus, the recent string of incidents that seemed targeted at her had all occurred after the day she had offended Yifan. Could there be a connection between them? Guan Tongtong suddenly felt incredibly irritable, even more so than when she had arrived. Meanwhile, the party in the private room was still going on, but by before 11 p.m., most of the people had already left. Since they were still students, most of them lived on campus, and returning too late might mean the dormitories would be locked. After that, Yifan took Su Shishir and Jiaya out for a late-night snack before they all went home. However, during that time, Jiaya secretly added Yifan on WeChat. Of course, she did it when Su Shishir wasn't paying attention. In the days that followed, Yifan and Su Shishir seemed to have returned to their previous routine, spending their days at home doing things they enjoyed, feeling utterly at ease. However, Yifan noticed that since the gathering, Su Shishir's mood had been off, as if she had something on her mind. "Honey, it feels like you've been a bit unhappy these past few days." One day, after finishing a workout, Yifan hugged Su Shishir and asked casually. To be honest, he really liked Su Shishir. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a good personality, and most importantly, she was considerate. Was Su Shishir stupid? Of course not. From the moment Yifan first sent her a gift in her livestream, she knew exactly what he was thinking. It's all just to try to date her. Not to mention that before that, Yifan had been her Tian dog for so long. So after Yifan directly sent her 20 million in gifts, she immediately took the initiative to ask Yifan out. However, this wasn't because she had any feelings for Yifan, she was simply scared by him and decided to reject him in person. Yes, at that time, Su Shishir had originally planned to reject Yifan. Because she knew that someone who could casually give away 20 million in gifts was definitely not someone she could afford to offend. So whether she accepted or rejected Yifan's advances, she had to make her decision and tell him immediately. Otherwise, if Yifan thought she was deceiving him or stringing him along, the consequences would be something she couldn't possibly bear. But why did she change her mind later? Of course, it was because of Yifan's age. Anyway, society is so open nowadays. Being with someone of a similar age means that even if they break up later, they can just call it a romance. But if there's a big age gap, it would sound bad if it got out. Let us not even mention being a mistress. At the very least, she'd be labeled as someone obsessed with status. She can't get past that mental barrier. Don't think she's being practical. How many girls aren't these days? Besides, she's so beautiful, and she's faced far more temptations than the average girl growing up. So the fact that she's managed to stick to her principles is already quite commendable. As for why she eventually fell in love with Yifan, that goes without saying. With Yifan's qualifications, which girl wouldn't be moved after spending so much time with him? I've even straightened out the lace for you. Nothing. Su Shishir shook her head. But Yifan wasn't oblivious to her feelings. She's just jealous of Guan Tongtong. Yes, Guan Tongtong was jealous of Su Shishir for being more beautiful than her, and now she found such an outstanding boyfriend, so she wanted to reclaim her dignity from that day and outshine Su Shishir. For that, she even sacrificed her own appearance and called over Lu Han, the guy she had always looked down on. But Su Shishir wasn't any less envious of Guan Tongtong for becoming a big star. And Yifan had already noticed this long ago. For example, Su Shishir is particularly interested in entertainment news and has even subscribed to several fashion magazines. So Yifan pretended to ask her tentatively, "Baby, if I make you a star, would you be willing?" "Really?" Su Shishir blurted out instinctively, completely revealing her deepest desires. Yes, she wanted to enter the entertainment industry. She wanted to be a big star. This had always been her biggest dream. However, now this dream had an additional reason. And that reason was naturally Yifan. The more she got to know Yifan, the more she realized how vast the gap between them was. So, to increase her value in Yifan's eyes, she has no choice but to keep improving herself. And for her, the only way to improve herself is to become a star. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Yifan smiled lightly, paying no heed to Su Shishir's blushing expression as she revealed her true thoughts. Besides, this had always been his plan. After all, he couldn't possibly stay by Su Shishir's side every day, could he? So sending her off to find something to do was the only option. Besides, the goddess everyone else admires is as docile as a kitten in front of you. Doesn't that feel wonderful? What? You call him a jerk? He just got her and already looks down on her. Ha ha. When did Ji-fan ever say he wasn't a jerk? He's just a responsible jerk. Chapter 38, The Man Behind the Sweetheart. He meant what he said. Since he was determined to make Su Shishir a big star, the next day Yi-fan took her to a company called Tianfan Entertainment. This entertainment company was naturally a reward Yi-fan had earned. However, it was just the most basic daily reward, so Yi-fan didn't think much of it. Moreover, based on what he had learned yesterday, the company currently only had one signed artist under its roster. So if it weren't for Su Shishir, he probably wouldn't have even glanced at this company in his entire life. But when he arrived at the company's entrance, he was surprised to find that the company's scale was far from small. It occupied an entire floor of the most upscale commercial office building in the entire capital city. And it was the top floor. But it seems like this office building also belongs to him. Sigh, what a waste of resources. If this entire floor were rented out, the annual rent would easily amount to tens of millions, yet it's occupied by his own shabby company, and they probably don't even collect rent. But this amount of money isn't much to Yi-fan. Let it be wasted. Immediately after that, Yi-fan walked into the company, and General Manager Li Jia, who had already been informed, rushed out to greet him. May I ask if you are Mr. Yi? Li Jia looked at Yi-fan with a respectful expression. He didn't recognize Yi-fan and had no idea who he was. But yesterday, he had suddenly received a call from the CEO of the headquarters, informing him that an important figure would be visiting the company today. Moreover, the head of the headquarters had also mentioned that this important figure's status was even higher than his own, so it was absolutely essential to ensure a proper reception. This completely terrified him at the time. After all, in his eyes, the head of the headquarters was already a powerful figure with immense influence, someone who could handle anything in the entertainment industry. Yet the important figure coming today is even higher in rank. How high could that possibly be? But that's not the key point. The key is that the head of the headquarters also said that today, they must have the only artist from Tianfan Entertainment join them in welcoming this important figure. Having been in the business for years, Li Jia immediately realized that the person coming today was likely their true boss behind the scenes. The legendary Big Boss. At the same time, seeing General Manager Li Jia in this state, all the employees of Tianfan Entertainment were completely baffled. After all, this was the first time they had ever seen such a general manager. After all, their general manager was known in the industry for never giving anyone face. The only exception was a stunningly beautiful woman present, who looked at Yi-fan as he approached with a complex expression. However, it was clear that she was more surprised than anything else. Although Yi-fan was wearing sunglasses, making his exact appearance unclear, he was definitely not very old. So this outcome was already more than she had hoped for. At least he was far better than the old man she had imagined. Yi-fan looked at Li Jia and nodded casually. But the moment he saw the stunningly beautiful woman standing behind Li Jia, he froze in shock. What's going on? Did I see that correctly? Isn't that the domineering and irresistible Big Sweetie? Yi-fan felt his mind go blank, but with an IQ of 200, he quickly snapped out of it. So the only signed artist in my company is Big Sweetie? And she's so successful in the entertainment industry because I'm supporting her behind the scenes? In other words, I'm the man behind the Big Sweetie? When it comes to the world as Big Sweetie, she is even more powerful than she is on Earth. How powerful is she? She's the global ambassador for Chanel. She's also the face of Burberry's women's collection. She's the sole ambassador for LVZ. She also has various other luxury brand endorsements. It said that there is nothing she does in Tijuana to take on, and nothing she can't land. Thinking about it this way, it seems like the only one in the world with the ability to elevate her to such heights is him. At the same time, Yi-fan realized something else. The rewards he had received after signing up, although obtained through a retroactive sign-up after his time travel, were not all granted at once. Instead, they had already existed beforehand. For example, if he remembers correctly, the date this Tianfan Entertainment Company was obtained should have been over 3 years ago, so in reality, this company already existed over 3 years ago and was already under his name. How else could one explain how a newcomer like Dai Tiantian, who debuted just 3 years ago, could already have so many resources? The so-called retroactive registration merely informed Yi-fan of the company's existence. However, Da Tiantian is indeed talented. She could easily be called the top rising star in the entertainment industry today, with resources so abundant that all female celebrities envy her. But the title of Queen of Flops still follows her. The movies she stars in are bound to flop. In fact, they flop even worse than Yi-fan's films did in his previous life. It's only because Yi-fan has so much money that he can afford to endure such setbacks. If it were any other entertainment company, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. Chapter 39, First Meeting with Big Sweetie. Wow, it's Sweetie Senior. Su Shishir also spotted Big Sweetie and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Because Big Sweetie is absolutely her biggest idol. Or to be more precise, Big Sweetie is the idol of all students at Jingying College. As fellow Jingying students, isn't Guan Tongtong pretty impressive? She hasn't even graduated yet, and her fame is already so great she's even starred as the lead in a TV drama. But compared to Big Sweetie, all that doesn't even matter. When she was just a sophomore, Tian Tian had already landed the lead role in a movie. And her co-stars were all top-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry. Endorsements from big-name brands keep coming one after another. Who the hell can compete with that? With so many resources, even a pig could probably fly. And let's not even mention how stunningly beautiful Tian Tian is. Even Su Shishir, who is usually very confident in herself, couldn't help but feel a pang of self-consciousness upon seeing her. Of course, this is mostly psychological. In Yifan's opinion, Tian Tian is indeed a bit more beautiful than Su Shishir, but the difference isn't that significant. Su Shishir's current beauty rating is 90, while Big Sweetie is around 92. However, Tian Tian's aura is simply too overwhelming. Ordinary people would probably lack the courage to even look her in the eye. Fortunately, Yifan wasn't an ordinary person. Not only that, but Tian Tian, who had been staring at Yifan all along, couldn't help but lower her head first. Her flawlessly beautiful face couldn't help but blush slightly. But at that moment, Su Shishir suddenly realized what was happening. It seemed like Yifan had told her earlier that this Tianfan Entertainment was his, but now Tian Tian was here as well. And if she remembered correctly, the company Tianshur had signed with was also called Tianfan Entertainment. Could it be that the sweetheart was actually made famous by Yifan? At this thought, her heartbeat quickened by 3 beats, but her mood was a mix of excitement and concern. The excitement was naturally because she might also become a star like Tian Tian in the future. The worry was that she now had a rival like Tian Tian, and she didn't know if she could win. Of course, if Tian Tian was really made famous by Yifan, she wouldn't think Yifan has no connection to her at all. However, she had actually misunderstood Yifan. In fact, until today, Yifan didn't even know Tianshur existed. But after today, it must be said that Su Shishir's concerns are indeed quite justified. Meanwhile, Tian Tian naturally noticed Su Shishir's presence. However, she didn't say anything, and even found it quite normal. After all, she didn't think that the person who was fawning over her would only have her as the only woman. Let alone the fact that she hadn't even seen that person's face in over 3 years. Li Jie brought Yifan to his office. Yifan explained the purpose of his visit, and Li Jie immediately took Su Shishir downstairs to sign the contract. Thus, the office was left with only Yifan and Tian Tian. Clearly, Li Jie didn't want to be a third wheel, and he was also creating an opportunity for Tian Tian. Tian thanked Yi Xiao for taking care of her over the years. Tian Tian spoke first, also as a way of testing the waters. Because she wasn't sure if the person who had been supporting her was the young man standing before her. Of course, she still hoped it was. After all, Yifan's first impression on her was very good. Sweetie was being polite. As long as you like it, that's fine. Yifan naturally understood her meaning and didn't say you're welcome. Instead, he simply replied, as long as you like it, which clearly showed that he was indeed doing it for her. In other words, he was indeed attracted to her physically. Immediately after that, Yifan glanced at the boss chair in the office and sat down directly, simultaneously removing his sunglasses and placing them on the desk without drawing attention. Upon seeing this, Tian Tian's eyes lit up instantly, and her mood seemed much better than before. And at this moment, she was certain that the man before her, Yi Xiao, was indeed the one who had been supporting her all along. Alright, sweetie, even though this is our first meeting today, I'm an easygoing person, so you don't need to be so formal. Yifan glanced at Tian Tian and continued speaking. It was clear that Tian Tian was still a bit nervous around him. And despite having been in the entertainment industry for several years, she still looked like an innocent, naive girl, with all her emotions clearly visible on her face. However, if it were anyone else, Yifan might have thought she was putting on an act. But if it was Big Sweetie, well, it could only be said that Tian Tian had been protected too well by him. However, Tianshur has been through a lot of big events, so when he said that, she quickly returned to her usual self. After chatting for a few more minutes, Yifan realized that getting her would probably just take a single word. He didn't even need to speak, a single hint would suffice. However, Yifan wasn't ready to do that yet, and the reason was naturally because of Su Shishir. After all, even if he's a scoundrel, he can't just abandon his old flame for a new one, can he? He'd at least wait a couple of days before making a move. Chapter 40, Winning Over the Sweetheart. Over the next few days, Yifan spent quality time with Su Shishir in the capital, and then Su Shishir was sent off by Li Jie to undergo intensive training. As Li Jie put it, this is something every celebrity must go through before debuting. Of course, Yifan could have directly used the system to improve Su Shishir's professional skills. But he chose not to. First, achieving something too easily would make one take it for granted. Secondly, this was all part of his plan, right? Otherwise, how would he have the chance to eat the Big Sweetie? Name, Sweetie. Age, 21. Appearance, 92. Charm, 85. Strength, 60. Physical condition, 70. Agility, 70. Intelligence, 65. Affinity, 98. Skills: cooking skill level 4, performance skill level 2, singing skill level 2. After consuming the large sweet treat, the system naturally displayed the attributes of the large sweet treat. However, these attributes were truly left Yifan speechless. They were incredibly flashy. The only downside was that her intelligence was a bit low. It's no wonder she looks like a naive and innocent girl. Girls naturally have lower strength, so 60 strength is already sufficient for a girl. But her skill level was absolutely abysmal. I wonder how this girl managed to get into the Beijing Film Academy. However, with a staggering 98% favorability rating, Yifan still felt that the money he'd spent on her over the years wasn't entirely wasted. No wonder she didn't react at all when she saw Su Shishir before. And she never asked Yifan about Su Shishir once. After all, even Su Shishir, who has a 90% favorability rating, hasn't stopped asking around about Big Sweetie these past few days. Behind the scenes, she has been trying to compete with Big Sweetie in every way possible. But in the end, it all worked out for Yifan, as he unlocked a lot of knowledge he hadn't been able to access before. Of course, the reason Tiancher's affection rating is so high is also related to Yifan's good looks. If it were an old, ugly man instead, forget about 98. Reaching 90 would be a stretch. Additionally, the level 4 cooking skill was also a bit of a surprise for Yifan. After all, that's already on par with a professional chef's level. So he finally didn't have to eat takeout or so-called weight loss meals every day. What? You ask him why he doesn't cook himself with a 10th level cooking skill? Ha, make the world's richest man cook for himself? Are you kidding me? In the coming days, Yifan moved into a luxurious villa in the suburbs with Tiancher and began a happy life together. At the same time, Tian cancelled all her activities and devoted herself entirely to accompanying Yifan. However, just half a month later, Tian suddenly received an invitation to an event. The Bazaar Charity Gala? Yifan was taken aback, as Li Jia would have definitely declined such an invitation on Tian's behalf. But he quickly remembered that the company hosting the gala was also under his umbrella. In other words, it was an in-house event, which is why Li Jia had asked. Since that's the case, why don't you go attend it? Consider it a day off. Yifan said with a mischievous smile. As a result, Tian's face turned red immediately. A day off? She really needed a proper break now. Otherwise, she was afraid her body wouldn't be able to handle it. But this wasn't entirely Yifan's fault. She was also to blame. After all, the man she had been longing for over 3 years had finally appeared before her, and he was such a handsome guy. How could she not be excited? You know, sometimes women can be even more passionate than men. By the way, do you want me to go with you? Yifan suddenly asked again. After all, this is the Bazaar Charity Gala, where celebrities gather. Won't it be? Of course, that wasn't his main purpose. He was mainly there for Tian. He knew that over the years, there had been some negative rumors about Big Sweetie. Now that she was his woman, his feelings for her had reached 98%. So he naturally had to step forward and shut those people up. At the same time, he also knew that if he didn't speak up, even if Big Sweetie felt that way inside, she would never say it out loud. Sure enough, after hearing him say that, Big Sweetie immediately lit up with joy. Really? Clearly, she also knew that Yifan was doing all this for her. Seeing Yifan's confident expression, she grew excited once more. And what happened next goes without saying. Chapter 41, The Unmatched Dominance of Big Sweetie. The Bazaar Charity Gala, hosted by the fashion group, has grown into one of the most important events in the entertainment industry, rivaling the grandeur of some film award ceremonies. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the Century Hotel in Beijing, one of the city's most luxurious 5-star hotels. Outside the hotel, a large crowd of journalists had already gathered, along with countless fans of the celebrities who had rushed to the scene. Lu Han! Lu Han! Lu Han! Guan Tongtong. Lu Han is actually walking the red carpet with Guan Tongtong. Could they really be together? Lu Han is my husband. Guan Tongtong, get lost. If there's one topic that's been the hottest buzz lately, it's definitely the romance between Lu Han and Guan Tongtong. The reason? It all started with the footage accidentally captured by Chi-Chi during her livestream. Even Su Shishir and Yifan's Koenigsegg 1-1 got caught up in the frenzy. Unfortunately, the legendary nightclub owner never showed up. However, judging by Guan Tongtong's unhappy expression and Lu Han following her like a bodyguard, it's clear that their red carpet appearance was either arranged by the event organizers or their respective agencies. After Lu Han and Guan Tongtong walked past, another group of celebrities stepped onto the red carpet, led by none other than Dami. And by her side was a beautiful woman with a distinct foreign flair, reportedly a new rising star she had recently signed. It must be said that among all the rising stars in the entertainment industry, Dami is undoubtedly the most successful. Not only is she wildly popular online, but she has also started her own company. Of course, this doesn't include Tiancher. Although Tian is now considered a rising star, she is so unique that she is never included in discussions about rising stars. Otherwise, there's no point in comparing them at all. It's like a completely different league. After Dami Mi and her group walked by, another batch of big-name celebrities appeared on the red carpet, most of whom were movie stars. There's a general rule for walking the red carpet: the later a celebrity appears, the higher their status and the more influential they are. So even though stars like Guan Tongtong, Lu Han, and Dami Mi are popular, they can only walk at the front. After the movie stars, it was finally time for the real big shots to make their entrance. For example, big-name directors like Feng Xiaojiang, top-tier stars like Chen Long, or entertainment company bosses like Wang Zhongwang. And, hey, isn't that the Xiong family? It really is the Xiong Lauda family. Who would have thought that this banquet would even invite the Xiong Lauda family? The Xiong family of Hong Kong City is an absolutely renowned presence in the entertainment industry, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the top dog of Hong Kong City's entertainment. So when Xiong Lauda made his appearance, accompanied by his wife and children, all the journalists became excited, and their cameras started flashing non-stop. What they didn't know was that the bizarre charity gala hadn't originally invited the Xiong family. After all, no matter how powerful the Xiong family is, the fashion group wouldn't be afraid of them, let alone curry favor with them. However, in recent years, Hong Kong's economy has been struggling, especially the film industry. Therefore, the Xiong family, in order to expand into the mainland market, proactively reached out to the fashion group to attend this gala. The fashion group, seeing an opportunity to receive donations, naturally wouldn't refuse. They even went out of their way to arrange for the Xiong family to make their grand entrance last. However, just as the Xiang family was about to reach the end of the red carpet, another luxurious stretched Lincoln slowly drove up from a distance. This stretched Lincoln was the designated vehicle for transporting celebrities to the gala. Everyone immediately realized that another celebrity had arrived. What? Someone else is making an appearance after Xiong Lauda? Who is this big shot? Could they be even higher in status than Xiong Lauda? Could it be someone from the government? Impossible. Even if government officials were to make an appearance, they would never walk the red carpet. But aside from the government, I can't think of anyone in the entertainment industry who's more powerful than the Xiong family. Then, just as everyone was still puzzled, the stretched Lincoln finally came to a stop. The door opened, and a stunningly beautiful woman in a white dress stepped out of the car. Upon seeing this beauty, everyone suddenly realized. I wondered who it could be. Turns out it was our domineering and unmatched sweetheart Miss. If it's Sweetie, then it's no surprise after all, anything could happen to her. It seems like Miss Sweetie's background is even more impressive than we imagined. A group of journalists buzzed with excitement, of course, their cameras never stopping. However, to their surprise, after getting out of the car, Sweetie didn't immediately walk down the red carpet but stayed by the car, as if waiting for something. Soon, they saw another person get out of the car, a young man wearing sunglasses. Not only that, but when she saw the young man get out, Big Sweetie gave him a deeply affectionate look, then reached out and took his arm. Instantly, all the journalists went wild. Chapter 42, The Boss Gets Humiliated in Public. What did they see? Tian Tian actually reached out to wrap her arm around a man? Is this really Big Sweetie? Even Long Go, in front of Big Sweetie, dared not show the slightest disrespect. Jinzi Dan is so cautious around Big Sweetie that he doesn't even dare to speak freely. Over the years, Tianchi has never allowed a single man to touch her even slightly while filming movies. Not even the male lead. So who is this man? Could he be the legendary man behind Big Sweetie? Everyone was speculating wildly, their cameras never stopping for a moment. But Tian Tian paid no attention, smiling as she affectionately linked her arm through Yifan's and walked down the red carpet. Of course, the man wearing sunglasses is Yifan. And he wasn't wearing those oversized sunglasses that cover most of his face, just ordinary ones. So it was still clear that the man Big Sweetie was holding hands with was a total hottie. At the same time, everyone noticed that Tianchi seemed even more beautiful than usual today. Could it be because of love? Maybe, after all, there is bound to be some changes when a girl becomes a woman. However, the bigger reason is that Yifan secretly added 3 points to her beauty attribute. You see, the higher the beauty score, the greater the increase for each point added. So with her beauty now at 95 points, even compared to the legendary beauties of the entertainment industry throughout history, she wouldn't be out of place. A red carpet that was nearly 100 meters long was walked by Yifan and Tian Tian in less than a minute, while other celebrities walked slowly, stopping here and there, as if they wanted to stay there forever. The on-site host then asked a few simple questions and easily let Tianchi off the hook. This left the journalists baffled once again. Was the host blind? Such a sensational news story was right in front of her, yet she didn't even mention it once. What they didn't know was that the host had already received instructions. Regarding the man who appeared with Tian Tian, there were 3 things he must absolutely not do. Don't mention him. Don't ask. Don't say a word. Then Yifan and Big Sweetie walked into the hotel's banquet hall, immediately drawing another wave of attention. It's Big Sweetie. Is she here tonight too? Why is Big Sweetie so close to a man? Who is that man? I've never seen him before. A group of celebrities and big shots from the entertainment industry were clearly curious about Yifan's appearance. After all, who among those present wouldn't be envious of the top-tier resources in Tian Tian's hands? So naturally, they were closely watching every move she made. Not to mention that Big Sweetie, who has never been close to any man, not even the slightest bit, is now even holding onto the arm of a young man. This was simply impossible to ignore. However, most of the people present were merely curious and harbored no ill will toward the sweetheart. Because they were well aware that the resources in Tian Tian's hands wouldn't be given to them even if they weren't given to her. In fact, without Big Sweetie, some of those resources wouldn't even exist. For example, the movies she stars in are all self-funded by Tian Fan Entertainment. If she didn't act in them, the projects wouldn't even exist, let alone be offered to anyone else. And those world-class luxury brand endorsements? Even if they didn't choose Big Sweetie, they mostly go for foreign celebrities. They don't even bother looking at domestic stars like them. But soon, as everyone present received messages from their agents or assistants outside, they all froze in shock. What's going on? Tian Tian actually appeared after Xian Lauda? A rising star is outshining the big boss, who's been dominating the entertainment industry for years. Did the fashion group make a mistake? Or were they intentionally trying to embarrass the big boss? Everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Xian Lauda. Sure enough, there he was, his face tense and expression grim. After all, today was his first public appearance in mainland China, and he had come to establish his reputation. Therefore, this final appearance was specifically requested by him from the fashion group. He had even promised that during the donation ceremony, he would donate a substantial amount. But now, he had been publicly humiliated by two young upstarts. How could he possibly tolerate that? Therefore, not only did he shoot Yifan and Dai Tian with hostile glances, but he also harbored resentment toward the fashion group as well. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that this incident isn't the fault of the fashion group. It was an order from the headquarters above, instructing them to receive Dai Tian and the man who came with her with the highest possible honors. So they had no choice. Chapter 43, Demini and Rebus sit together. Yifan naturally noticed Xian Lauda's gaze. After all, with his current physical attributes and 10th level martial arts skills, he could detect the slightest movement within a radius of several hundred meters if he wanted to. Especially not such a clearly malicious gaze. However, he didn't give it a second thought. After all, he was just the leader of the Xiong gang. If it weren't for the fact that he was giving face to the country and didn't want to cause trouble domestically, eliminating him would be as easy as pie. But he was still deeply dissatisfied that the boss had appeared here today. A guy who rose to power through a criminal organization dares to come out and do charity work, and on his turf no less. I wonder how this fashion group operates. Although Yifan never interfered with the operations of the companies under his name, he had his own bottom line. Every company had to adhere to it. That is, only earn what you should earn, and never touch what you shouldn't. Of course, this doesn't apply overseas. After all, in some places, forget about making money without using special means, like supporting a new government or setting up a local militia. Survival itself is difficult. Meanwhile, while everyone was curious about Yifan's identity, two people recognized him. These two were none other than Lu Han and Guan Tongtong. It's him! Yifan! How could he be here? Guan Tongtong looked at Yifan, her heart filled with shock. At this very moment, she was completely certain that the person who had blacklisted her was Yifan. Because if Yifan was indeed the man behind Big Sweetie, then with his ability to promote her, banning her would be as easy as saying a word. Not to mention that she was blacklisted precisely after offending Yifan. Not only that, but a few days after Jaya's birthday party, Lu Han also encountered the same situation, and it was even worse. She turned her head and saw Lu Han glaring at Yifan with hatred, clearly having figured out the truth as well. Yifan and Big Sweetie found their seats, located in the second row, right in the middle, and also the most prominent spot in the entire venue. Originally, this spot was supposed to belong to the Xiong family. After Yifan and Tian Tian sat down, a beautiful woman beside them hesitated for a moment before bringing another beautiful woman to sit down as well. Yifan turned his head and saw that it was actually Dami and Reba. It seemed that these people weren't completely useless after all. Yifan couldn't help but nod to himself, clearly satisfied with the fashion group's arrangement. However, he didn't think about it. To promote Tianshi, he had mobilized so many resources and spent so much money. If the people below still couldn't figure out his intentions, they might as well just find a block of tofu and smash their heads against it. Unfortunately, they didn't know that this wasn't Yifan's intention at all. Fortunately, they hadn't misjudged Yifan's preferences. He did indeed appreciate beautiful women. Especially beautiful women with personality. Hello, sweetie, and you handsome guy, I'm Yangmi. I didn't expect the organizers to seat me at this table. Dami first glanced at Daitian, clearly recognizing her. Then she turned to Yifan and said. Actually, she had arrived earlier but dared not sit down because this seat was too conspicuous. Typically, only true big shots are allowed to sit here. Not to mention that on either side were the tables of Xiong Lauda and Huai's CEO, Wang Zhongjuan. Sitting in the middle between them? She dared not. However, when she saw Tian Tian and the mysterious man beside her sit down at this table, she immediately chose to follow suit. Because everyone could tell that this mysterious man was likely the man behind Tianshi. Given the way this man was promoting Big Sweetie, combined with the organizer's arrangement, it at least indicated that his background was no less impressive than that of Xiong Lao De or Huai. So, with the opportunity to meet such a powerful figure, she certainly didn't want to miss out. As for whether this might offend Xiong Lao De or Huai, well, she's just a woman, they probably wouldn't bother her over such a minor matter. Besides, this is the organizer's arrangement, what does it have to do with her? Miss Young, hello. I'm Yi Fan. You can call me Yi Gu. Yi Fan glanced at Dammy and said casually. It must be said that the big honey is indeed a real beauty. Perhaps her looks aren't top-notch, at least not compared to the previous Big Sweetie or the hotba beside her now. But her demeanor and figure are truly alluring. And there's an extremely unique feminine charm about her that's absolutely irresistible to men. In fact, if you were to ask Yi Fan which female celebrity in the entire entertainment industry he was most interested in, there's no doubt it would be Damini. In other words, he is completely infatuated with her. Chapter 44, Naja and the Divine Sister. Hello, Yi Gu. Damini immediately called out sweetly, but her heart was filled with resentment. Because Yi Fan clearly looks younger than her. But of course, she wouldn't say such a thing. Hello, Yi Gu. Haiba, standing nearby, also called out. This is Reba, the younger sister I just met. Dammy introduced her. Yi Fan nodded, but his attitude was noticeably more casual. It must be said that Reba was indeed very beautiful, especially at just 18 years old her looks were at their peak. But Yi Fan just wasn't into her looks, he always felt like she looked foreign. Seeing his expression, Reba immediately dared not say another word, while Damini also didn't know how to continue the conversation with Yi Fan. After all, she still had no idea what Yi Fan's true identity was. Fortunately, at that moment, two more beautiful women sat down in the remaining two empty seats. Hello, Mr. Yi. Hello, sweetie, I'm Naza. Please take care of me. Naza sat down and introduced herself to Yi Fan and Daitian, looking nothing like Reba's nervous demeanor. After all, although she and Reba were both newcomers and the same age, both 18 years old. However, she had already starred in several TV dramas and was a promising rising star being groomed by Tangren. On the other hand, Reba had just entered the entertainment industry, and her company had only recently been established, so she naturally lacked the confidence of Naja. Not to mention that Naza's personality is naturally outgoing and her style is bold. The other beauty with her, however, merely nodded casually to the others at the table before falling silent. However, Yi Fan wasn't surprised at all, as the Divine Sister was famous for her aloof personality. Indeed, these two beauties are none other than Naza, one of the three beauties of Jiangchang, and the Divine Sister Lui Fei. It seems that the fashion group really went all out to curry favor with Yi Fan, this big shot. Their presence here was clearly approved by their behind-the-scenes talent agencies. But it must be said that these two beauties are truly stunning. Especially the fairy sister Lui Fei sitting there, even someone as stunning as Den Dian, whose beauty score is already at 95, feels a bit overshadowed by her. But this is understandable. After all, Lui Fei is only 23 years old. Though she no longer exudes the same youthful vitality as she did in her teens, when it comes to beauty and elegance, there are few in the entertainment industry who can match her. In fact, among her peers, she is undoubtedly the most beautiful. Of course, this is when she's not smiling. When she smiles, it's a different story. Or maybe that's why she has such a cold personality. Because she really can't smile. However, Yi Fan isn't particularly interested in her either. Because Yi Fan doesn't like her personality, it's too much trouble. As for her looks, well, that doesn't matter to Yi Fan at all. After all, no matter how attractive she is, she can't be more attractive than him. On the other hand, Naza really piqued his interest. Not to mention that Naza was only 18 years old. Although she wasn't as beautiful as the fairy sister, she was definitely among the top tier of female celebrities in the entertainment industry. As the celebrities took their seats, the banquet officially began, with the first segment featuring a group of newcomers performing on stage. Yi Fan spotted the toilet cleaner boy and a few other newcomers he had no recollection of. But that's no big deal. After all, not everyone can become famous in the entertainment industry, and besides, this world isn't exactly the same as Earth. But he wasn't interested in the performances at all, instead, he was chatting happily with Naza. Naza was naturally very happy. After all, her agent had already instructed her to build a good relationship with Yi Fan. Besides, even if her agent didn't say anything, she would have done it anyway. After all, who wouldn't be envious of the resources Big Sweetie has at her disposal? However, at first she was a bit worried about Tianshu's reaction, but when she saw that Tianshu didn't seem to care at all, she finally felt completely at ease. Yi Go, why are you always wearing sunglasses? Before long, Naza had become completely comfortable with Yi Fan, and her address had changed from Mr. Yi to Yi Gu. Of course, it's because I'm too handsome, I don't want to steal everyone else's spotlight. Yi Fan said arrogantly. Pfft, I don't believe you. Naza immediately gave him a big roll of her eyes. But at the same time, she couldn't help but admit that even with sunglasses on, Yi Fan still looked pretty handsome. So, what does Yi Gu do for a living? Naza asked again. And the other beautiful women present also perked up their ears, including Louis Fei. Clearly, they were all very interested in the question. But upon hearing the question, Yifan suddenly wore a look of disdain. Work? Do I look like someone who needs a job? Chapter 45, The Sweetheart Steps In. Everyone was taken aback, as if that were indeed the case. Though they didn't know the brand of Yifan's suit, it was clearly custom-made high-end attire. And the watch on his wrist of Patek Philippe must be worth at least 2 million, and it's definitely not a fake. More importantly, Big Sweetie was likely also someone he had mentored. Such a person wouldn't need a job. But Naza wouldn't give up that easily. So, what industry does your company operate in, Mr. Yi? If he doesn't need a job, he must have started his own company, or he's probably a second-generation heir. Industry? This left Yifan speechless for a moment, then he thought carefully. It seems like any industry that makes money, I've dabbled in. Yifan replied, and he was telling the truth. Things like IT, finance, drug trafficking, arms dealing, oil, as long as it makes money, he has people working in those fields. However, when he said that, others naturally didn't believe him. Every profitable industry? Do you think you're a penguin or a fox? But even if you were a penguin or a fox, you wouldn't dare say that. Especially Naza, who rolled her eyes again. What they don't know is that companies like penguins and foxes are nothing more than little brothers in Yifan's eyes. As for those companies that aren't even as good as penguins or foxes, they don't even qualify as little brothers. Now I get it, your job is just to brag. Naza joked. However, she assumed Yifan didn't want to reveal his true capabilities, so she didn't ask any further. The performance on stage ended, and it was time for the second auction segment. This is where celebrities bring out some of their personal items to auction off, with the proceeds also counting as part of their charitable donations. And the final auction price also reflects their net worth. For example, there was once a top-tier female celebrity who brought out a pair of earrings she had worn before for auction. Originally just ordinary earrings worth a few $1,000s, they ended up selling for hundreds of thousands of dollars. The next day, major media outlets reported on the incident, and the diva's net worth skyrocketed as a result. However, that was several years ago. In recent years, some have tried to emulate this, but the results have been less than ideal. As for the reason, it's because our beloved Big Sweetie has arrived. Moments later, as several celebrities' auction items were successfully sold, it was finally time for our sweetheart to make her appearance. And as soon as she appeared, all the female celebrities in the room were mesmerized. How beautiful. So beautiful. This must be the latest limited edition handbag from LV. Wait, isn't this bag not even on the market yet? What's so strange about that? It must be that woman who brought it out. Who is that woman? Of course, it's that woman who holds multiple global endorsements for top-tier luxury brands and is envied by all domestic female celebrities. Not to mention domestic female celebrities, even global female celebrities would envy her. But this is just the beginning. As soon as the bag made its debut, our Miss Sweetie already raised her bidding paddle and calmly announced a number. 2 million. Yes, you read that right. The item was brought out by the sweetheart, and she was the first to bid. Then. And that was it. Who would dare to bid against her after hearing that price? Regardless of whether the bag is worth 2 million, even if it is, can you guarantee that the sweetheart won't keep raising the price? It's said that there was once a top-tier actress who couldn't stand Detianchere's nouveau riche behavior. She insisted on competing with her to see who could offer a higher price. From then on, whenever Detianchere appeared, she would immediately take a detour. Because she couldn't afford to lose face. While others bid incrementally, Big Sweetie would simply double whatever you offered. In the end, she couldn't keep up and dared not bid any higher. Do you think she has the nerve to show her face in front of Big Sweetie now? Meanwhile, as the host personally handed the bag to Big Sweetie, all the female celebrities in the audience once again looked at her with envy. Even Demi and others at the same table were no exception. After all, this was 2 million yuan, not 200 yuan. Even for someone like Demi, who is already a boss, this isn't a small sum, let alone using it for charity. Probably the entire entertainment industry would only have someone like Big Sweetie, who doesn't think twice about spending money, to do something like this. Thinking of this, Demi couldn't help but glance at Yifan again. If it really was this man backing Da Tiantian, how much power would he have? She simply couldn't imagine it. Chapter 46, The Xiong Family's Counterattack. After a few more auction items, the on-site host brought out a pair of earrings. However, they were just a pair of ordinary earrings, so no one paid much attention to them. But Yifan noticed that Naza's expression was a bit off. Are these earrings yours? Yifan asked curiously. Yes. Naza nodded slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. If it weren't for the 2 million yuan handbag from Big Sweetie earlier, she wouldn't have felt embarrassed. But now Da Tiantian was right beside her. Even though Da Tiantian was indeed more famous than her, she was only a couple of years older. So if the price for these earrings was too low, she would still feel humiliated. However, she was clearly overthinking it. As soon as the host introduced the donor of the earrings, someone immediately placed a bid. 2,000. The normal price for these earrings definitely doesn't exceed 2,000, so someone bidding 20,000 is extremely high. Everyone turned to look at the bidder and discovered it was Xiang Laoda's son, Xiang Zhua. Not only that, but Xiang Zhua also looked over at Yifan's table and gave him a challenging glance. Interesting. Yifan smiled lightly. He knew exactly who Xiang Zhua was, or more accurately, that the Xiang family was targeting him. After all, Na Zhao was sitting at his table, and he was so brazen as to directly claim 5 beautiful women for himself. If someone were to buy something from the women at his table, what face would he have left? But to make Yifan lose face, one would need the ability to do so. So the next moment, he raised the bidding paddle in front of him and called out a number. 2 million. Yes, 2 million. He simply added 100 times the quoted price. Everyone present immediately turned to look at Yifan in astonishment. No wonder he's with Big Sweetie, even his style is the same. Impressive. He doesn't even care about Xiang Laoda. This is a direct challenge to the Xiang family. To be honest, this kid has monopolized the 5 flowers. If I didn't know better, I would have gone to teach him a lesson this morning. You know you can't handle him? At least you're not stupid. But you don't know who's stronger between this kid and the Xiong family. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yifan's offer, Xiong Zhuo was also speechless. 2 million? Are people from the mainland that rich now? A broken earring he wouldn't even take it for free, and someone else offering 2 million for it. However, the young lady who donated the earring is quite attractive. If 2 million can secure her, it might not be worth it. After all, as the young master of the Xiang family, he doesn't need to spend money to pick up girls. In Hong Kong, there are plenty of beautiful women eager to throw themselves at him for fame. So he immediately refused to bid anymore. He dared not bid anymore. He was afraid that if he kept bidding, what if that guy backed out? Does he really have to spend over 2 million on a broken earring? Try to rip me off? No way. 2 million for a broken earring? Just wait and see how you'll regret it later. But that girl is really beautiful, she is getting a bargain off this guy. Xiang Zhua thought to himself with a malicious grin. Unfortunately, he doesn't realize that while 2 million might be a lot to him, it's not necessarily the same for others. Moreover, spending 2 million to win over Naza is nothing but a pipe dream. After all, Yifan spent over 20 million, and if he weren't good looking enough, he wouldn't have been able to win Su Shishir so easily. Of course, even if Yifan wasn't that good looking, as long as he was willing to put in the effort, getting Su Shishir wouldn't be too difficult. But for Yifan, he'd rather spend more money. After all, his money is already so abundant that he can't possibly spend it all, so why should he humiliate himself by being a lackey? However, considering how narrow-minded people in Hong Kong are, it's no wonder Xiang Zhua thinks that way. So, the earring was naturally purchased by Yifan for $2 million. This nearly caused Naza to excitedly shout out loud. After all, although the money wasn't for her, it was essentially a donation from her. As a result, her name, Naza, would definitely be mentioned in tomorrow's reports. And it would be a featured report. At the same time, she experienced the feeling of being a big sweetheart for the first time. It turns out that being showered with money feels this good. Even the way she looked at Yifan couldn't help but carry a hint of eagerness. Sigh, if only I had brought something to auction off too. Seeing this scene, Dami couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Not only that, but even the people beside her, including the goddess-like sister, were starting to feel tempted. After all, anyone could tell that Yifan hadn't bid on the earrings because of Naza, but as a counterattack against the Xiang family. Therefore, whatever they brought out from their table, Yifan wouldn't let anyone else buy it. In this way, even if they couldn't fetch a price as high as Naza's, the price would definitely not be low. Because there were definitely more than just the Xiang family who disliked Yifan at the scene. Of course, there were even more people who wanted to climb onto Yifan's coattails. Chapter 47, Guan Tongtong comes to apologize. After the auction ended, another performance began, but Yifan found it boring and preferred watching some live streams online. So he stood up and headed toward the restroom. Seeing this, Guan Tongtong, who had been watching him closely, immediately followed suit. It turned out she had been thinking about it for a while and had finally decided to apologize to Yifan in person. After all, there was no deep-seated grudge between them, and she was so beautiful. So as long as she apologized sincerely and maybe acted a little cute, Yifan probably wouldn't hold it against her anymore. However, upon seeing this, Lu Han, who was standing beside her, immediately clenched his fists tightly. He knew exactly why Guan Tongtong was going to Yifan. He had even made the worst-case scenario preparations. But he couldn't stop her. Because Guan Tongtong wasn't his girlfriend. He dared not offend Guan Tongtong. But making him bow down to Yifan like Guan Tongtong was out of the question. This matter absolutely must not be revealed to the company, otherwise they'll definitely make me apologize. If they want to blacklist me, so be it. At least I'll have fewer events to attend, and anyway, most of the money goes to the company anyway. But banning me isn't that easy. Even if I lose my endorsements, as long as my movie is released, I can successfully transition, and then we'll see who can ban me then. In recent times, Lu Han's top endorsements have been virtually wiped out. Even if the contracts Haven T expired and he can't terminate them, the products he endorses have all been taken off the shelves, and new endorsers have been found. At the same time, major online platforms have stopped inviting him to their shows, leaving him with no choice but to appear on some TV programs. But how many viewers do TV shows have nowadays? Top-tier variety shows are even more competitive, with limited spots available. Even if he wanted to join, it wouldn't be easy. As for movies, it's even worse. Yida has explicitly stated that no movies funded by Yida are allowed to cast him, and even those not funded by Yida are afraid of being pressured by Yida to reduce their screen time, so they dare not hire him. And given his current salary, there aren't many films that can afford him anyway. So, in a way, he can indeed be considered blacklisted now. Fortunately, the film he starred in, Magic City Fortress, has already been completed, and post-production is nearly finished. So as long as this film becomes a box office hit, he can make a comeback and even transition from a popular young actor to a film star. At that point, no one would be able to blacklist him. As for whether this movie will be a hit, there is no need to ask. After all, he has a whopping 100 million fans. Even if only half of them go to the cinema to support him, that's still $2 billion in box office revenue. Add in the casual viewers, and while we won't say 40 or 50 billion, at least 30 billion box office is definitely achievable. Thinking about it this way, he suddenly felt that all the setbacks he has been facing lately seem worthwhile. Guan Tongtong stood at the bathroom door, waiting for a moment. When Yi Fan came out, she immediately stopped him. Yi Zong. Guan Tongtong said nervously. What's the matter? Yi Fan frowned impatiently. However, he wasn't surprised that Guan Tongtong had come to find him. Unless she really doesn't want to continue in the entertainment industry anymore. About last time, it was my fault. I'm apologizing here. Please don't hold it against me anymore, okay? Seeing that Yi Fan didn't seem interested in talking further, she dared not linger and immediately resorted to her tried and true tactic of acting cute. Unfortunately, Yi Fan wasn't falling for it. I'm not holding it against you anymore. Yi Fan said with a surprised expression. That's right, he didn't hold it against Guan Tongtong. He just made a phone call at the beginning and didn't do anything else afterward. So he couldn't possibly take back what he said earlier or even return the things that originally belonged to her just because Guan Tongtong apologized, could he? He is not like Lu Han, that sycophant. But Guan Tongtong, of course, didn't believe him. She just thought Yi Fan still wouldn't forgive her. Then what exactly do you want to do to forgive me? Just then, Guan Tongtong suddenly clenched her teeth as if she had made up her mind and asked in a low voice. You're crazy. Yi Fan frowned again. He had already said he wouldn't hold it against her anymore, yet this little girl was still clinging to him. Did she really think he had a good temper? Moreover, although he had instructed all companies associated with him to cease collaborating with Guan Tongtong, his companies were generally high-end, so the actual impact on Guan Tongtong wasn't that significant. However, she would probably only be able to maintain her current level of popularity. Becoming a true A-list star was likely out of the question. The next moment, he reached out and pushed Guan Tongtong away from in front of him. But what he didn't expect was that just as he was about to leave, Guan Tongtong suddenly grabbed him from behind. And she pulled him along with her toward the nearby emergency exit. Chapter 48. Tian Tian Style. A minute later, Yi Fan emerged from the emergency exit. What? How could it be so fast? Of course, that's because he didn't do anything. He's not a hothead. Su Shishir and Big Sweetie can vouch for that. But what is his current status? There are plenty of women eager to throw themselves at him. Including all those female celebrities outside. Not to mention he has the ability to fall in love at first sight. Any woman he sets his sights on is as good as his. So he really has no interest in Guan Tongtong. However, considering her sincere attitude, Yi Fan decided to let her off the hook. But while the ban has been lifted, whether she can secure those resources will depend entirely on her own abilities. Back at his seat, the performance had ended, and the final and most important segment was about to begin, the donation drive. At that time, the host would call each celebrity up one by one, and basically all the celebrities present today would need to make a donation, effectively serving as the entrance fee for attending this gala. Of course, the fashion group 1T misused this money. Aside from necessary expenses, the rest will all go toward charity. Additionally, there is an unwritten rule regarding the amount of donations. Newcomers donate 100,000 yuan, second and third tier celebrities donate 200,000 yuan, first tier celebrities donate 400,000 yuan, top tier celebrities donate 800,000 yuan, and superstars, as well as some big name directors and the true powerhouses of the entertainment industry, donate 1 million yuan. However, if you truly wish to donate more, no one will object. However, very few people actually do this, including Big Sweetie herself. Because that's easy to offend people. Anyway, she's already spent 2 million yuan, so even if she donates a little less later, no one can surpass her. Donations start with newcomers, and everyone already knows how much to give, mostly 100,000 yuan, including Hotba, who is close to Dimimi. Then it's the second and third tier celebrities. Naja donated 200,000, and Guan Tongtong also donated 200,000. Then it's the first tier celebrities. Louis Fei donated 400,000 yuan, but Big Honey donated 600,000 yuan. After all, Damimi's status is different now. She's not only a celebrity but also runs her own company, so she has to outdo other first-tier celebrities. Finally, the top-tier celebrities, Jin Zidong donated 800,000 yuan, Wang Bo donated 800,000 yuan, and Lu Han donated 600,000 yuan. Although Lu Han's popularity can indeed be considered top-tier, as a star, he is inherently at a disadvantage, so he dares not donate as much as the true top-tier stars. Finally, it was the superstars and the true bigwigs. Chen Long donated 1 million yuan, Feng Gang donated 1 million yuan, and the CEO of Huai, Wang Zhongjuan, each donated 1 million yuan. Xiang Laoda donated 10 million yuan. When the figure of 10 million yuan was announced, everyone's expressions changed instantly. Is 10 million a lot? It's not a small amount, but it's definitely not excessive either. At least the big shots present could easily afford it. But why didn't they do the same? It's just that they don't want to make a spectacle of themselves, and there's no need to. But now that Xiang Laoda is doing this, isn't he effectively putting everyone else in their place? 10 million Xiang Laoda sure has some guts. Feng Gang muttered sarcastically under his breath. Indeed, he is no ordinary boss, he sure knows how to make a grand gesture. The King of Kings sneered. 10 million is so impressive. Dai Tian rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath. She was clearly still angry about Xiong's earlier provocation of Yifan. But at that moment, everyone's gaze suddenly turned toward Yifan's table. Because at that moment, everyone in the venue had already made a donation, except for two people, Yifan and Da Tiantian. And the next moment, the host indeed called out Da Tiantian's name. Please welcome our Miss Sweetie. I wonder how much Miss Sweetie has prepared to donate tonight. Additionally, before that, I would like to speak on behalf of our fashion group to once again express our gratitude for Miss Sweetie's previous donation of $2 million. As the host spoke, the entire venue erupted into an unusually enthusiastic round of applause. It was even more enthusiastic than all the previous applause. If anyone had previously thought that Da Tiantian was being too showy, they no longer felt that way now. Because now there was someone even more extravagant than her, the big boss. Though they dared not speak ill of Xiong Laoda to his face, they could express their dissatisfaction in this way. Of course, they didn't think Big Sweetie would dare to offend Xiong Lao. Besides, Big Sweetie has always been harmless and never offends anyone, let alone compete for resources with others. It's just that she has a lot of money and resources, which naturally attracts envy. But this time, they clearly miscalculated. Da Tiantian doesn't offend people because no one dares to provoke her. Or rather, she simply doesn't bother with trivial matters. But this time, the Xiang family dared to provoke Yifan. How could that be tolerated? You must understand that in Da Tianxi's heart at this moment, Yifan is everything to her. Anyone who dares to offend Yifan is essentially crossing her final line. So, without hesitation, Big Sweetie smiled lightly and then named a figure. 20 million. Yes, that's just how she is. Either she doesn't care, or she doubles the stakes. Chapter 49, 10 billion. Upon hearing that Da Tiantian was actually donating 20 million, everyone present turned pale once more. However, this time, they didn't object to Da Tianxi outdoing them. Because Big Sweetie wasn't just slapping their faces, she was slapping the boss's face. It's like in an exam, the one who hates the first place the most is always the second place, and as for those behind, even if the first place isn't theirs, they won't get it either. Sure enough, everyone turned to look, and saw that the boss's face had turned an unusual shade of grim. After all, using this charity gala to build his reputation was a crucial plan for the boss. Because in just 1 month, the Xiong family had invested a whopping 500 million yuan in the film Wind God Legend, which was to be starred in by his son, Xiong Zhua. And this 10 million yuan donation was the first step in the promotional campaign for Wind God Legend. They had even already secured tomorrow's news coverage. Now, with Dai Tiantian causing such a commotion, how will tomorrow's news be written? Xiong Laoda donates 10 million yuan to support charitable causes? What about Da Tianxi, who donated 20 million? No, it's not 20 million, it's 22 million. Thinking of this, Xiong Laoda was furious with Big Sweetie and Yifan by her side. This is only possible in the mainland. If this were in Hong Kong, anyone who dared to challenge him like this would regret being born. But Big Sweetie didn't care at all. She only knew one thing: even if she provoked trouble herself, there was no one in this world who could touch her except Yifan. This was something Yifan had told her, and she believed it 100%. And now, someone had dared to provoke her first. At the same time, Dami and the others at the same table felt ashamed. No wonder she was called Dai Tian, spending 20 million just to save face? They would never be able to do that. Especially the newly entered entertainment industry star, Ba. Forget 20 million, she couldn't even come up with 200,000 right now. The 100,000 she donated earlier was actually paid by Danini. As for Naja, she was much better off. She'd been in the industry for over a year, but her net worth had barely broken the 1 million mark. As a result, not only did Naza start looking at Yifan differently, but even Hotba did too. However, thinking back to Yifan's attitude toward her earlier, Ba couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Thank you, Miss Sweet, for your 20 million yuan donation. The on-site hostess thanked her again. She could clearly see the tension between Sweetie and the big boss, but what did that have to do with her? All she needed to do was ensure the banquet proceeded smoothly. And the more donations the guests made, the happier she would be. Besides, it's clearly Xiong Lauda who's getting the short end of the stick now. Although Xiong Lauda is quite powerful, that's in Hong Kong City. In the mainland, their fashion group isn't afraid of him. Of course, if it were Big Sweetie who was at a disadvantage, that would be different, because Big Sweetie has Mr. Yi by her side, and he is the most important guest tonight. In fact, the general manager of their fashion group specifically instructed her to make sure these two are well taken care of tonight. Please welcome our final guest of the evening, Mr. Yi. How much do you plan to donate tonight, Mr. Yi? The hostess asked Yi Fan with a smile. As a result, everyone's attention once again turned to Yi Fan. And Big Sweetie had already donated 20 million, and the look in her eyes as she gazed at Yi Fan was filled with love, something everyone present could clearly see. Therefore, Yi Fan is highly likely to be the man behind Big Sweetie. So how much will this legendary man with connections donate now? Everyone was filled with curiosity. Fortunately, Yi Fan didn't keep them waiting too long. The next moment, he calmly announced a figure. 100 million. Yi Fan's voice was soft, but it echoed clearly throughout the entire banquet hall, ensuring everyone heard it. Even so, everyone still thought they had heard wrong. 10 billion? How could that be? It was just an ordinary charity dinner. Everyone had treated it as a mere formality, and donating a few 100,000 was more than enough. Even the top tycoons only donated 1 million. Xiong Lauda donated 10 million just to boost his reputation and for publicity purposes. So they simply couldn't fathom why Yi Fan would donate so much money. Moreover, this is 100 million. Such a huge sum is something no one present could easily come up with. Not even the Wang's Hongjun brothers, who are the CEOs of Huai, could do it. After all, they are all true tycoons with fortunes of tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. But Yi Fan not only came up with the money, he is donating it all. How the hell is he that rich? However, someone quickly realized why Yi Fan was donating 10 billion. Earlier, when Naza's earrings were up for auction, someone bid 20,000, but Yi Fan immediately bid 2 million, a 100-fold increase. Now, when Xiong Lauda donated 10 million, Yi Fan donated 10 billion, the same 100-fold increase. So he's telling Xiong Lauda that in his eyes, you and your son are no different, you're both worthless. Realizing this, everyone's gaze toward Yi Fan changed once again. Chapter 50, The Straightforward Wu Shaoxing. The donation ended, and the real banquet was about to begin. However, after being disrupted by Yi Fan and De Tianshi, Xiong Lauda had no interest in staying for dinner. Without another word, he took his wife and children and left immediately. And before leaving, he didn't forget to give Yi Fan a fierce glare. But Yi Fan didn't care at all. To him, Xiong Lauda was nothing more than a fly. As for the 10 billion, it was for charity anyway, and it was his own company, so it didn't matter how much he donated. Next, Yi Fan was seen enjoying a French feast while chatting happily with several beautiful women, casually adding them on WeChat and exchanging contact information. And after Yi Fan had spent 10 billion, even the goddess like Louis Fei was moved, becoming slightly more proactive than before. You see, this was already extremely rare for her. Unfortunately, Yi Fan had little interest in her, no matter how beautiful she was. However, the remaining beauties were different, especially Demimi and Na Jia. He was very interested in them. But in front of Da Tian Tian, he wouldn't dare show it. At least not too obviously. Even though he knew Da Tian Tian wouldn't care. Additionally, Da Tianxi's performance today had left him very satisfied. As his woman, she should have this kind of dominance. At the same time, many others came over to greet Yi Fan, hoping to befriend him. For example, the King of Kings from Huai, Director Feng Gang, and even Chen Long came over. However, except for Chen Long, Yi Fan's attitude toward everyone else was extremely casual. Of course not. A mere CEO of Huai, with a net worth of at most 100 billion, how could he possibly be worth his attention? As for Feng Gang, Yi Fan was already doing him a huge favor by even acknowledging him. Moreover, these people aren't exactly of the highest moral character. Yi Fan doesn't choose friends based on their wealth after all, none of them are as wealthy as he is. But if he doesn't think of someone as worthy, no matter their status or position, he won't give them the time of day. As for Chen Long, though his character isn't great either, at least Yi Fan had watched some of his movies in his previous life, and he had even humbled himself to play a supporting role for Big Sweetie. Yi Fan felt he owed him some face. However, seeing these big shots humiliated in front of Yi Fan, the other actors with their own agendas dared not disturb him anymore. But at that moment, Yi Fan suddenly noticed someone else approaching him. Mr. Yi, hello, I'm Wu Shaoxing. Wu Shaoxing held a glass of wine, looking awkward as he spoke. Clearly, he knew that coming over to toast him, Yi Fan might not even acknowledge him. But after thinking it over, he finally mustered the courage to approach him. It's Wu Shaoxing. I've seen your movie Wolf Warrior. It was very well done. Yi Fan glanced at Wu Shaoxing and suddenly smiled. Those who had been watching Yi Fan closely were immediately stunned. What's going on? The CEO of Hawaii came over to toast him and he just turned him down. Even Long Go came to toast him and he only took a symbolic sip. Now this Wu Xiaojing comes over to toast him and he is being so polite. Could it be that this Wu Xiaojing has some special connections? But if that's the case, he wouldn't have gone so far as to sell his house just to make a movie. Mr. Yi was joking. If the movie turns out well, it won't just break even in the end. Wu Xiaojing felt a bit awkward again but didn't mind Yifan calling him by his first name. Despite the fact that Yifan looked at least 10 years younger than him. But what he said was true. This world's wolf warrior had only barely broken even, and strictly speaking, it was even a loss. After all, the time cost had to be factored in. Of course, we're talking about Wolf Warrior 1, not the groundbreaking Wolf Warrior 2. But the performance of Wolf Warrior 1 also led to Wu Xiaojing's Wolf Warrior 2 being unable to start production due to lack of funds, even to this day. He hasn't even been able to buy back the house he sold. So at this point, Yifan already knew exactly what this guy was up to. He was here to ask for investment. At the same time, one must admit his straightforwardness. Others would exaggerate when seeking investment, but he simply told Yifan that Wolf Warrior 1 had just broken even. Doesn't he fear Yifan won't invest? However, Yifan thought about it and realized that if others knew Wolf Warrior had only just broken even, they wouldn't dare to take the risk of investing in Wolf Warrior 2. But he's different. Think about the movies Tian Tian has starred in. Which one wasn't he a big investment? Which one didn't he lose money badly? If they managed to break even, they could probably throw a celebration. In other words, if anyone in the entertainment industry was most likely to invest in his Wolf Warrior 2, it would undoubtedly be Tianfan Entertainment. No wonder Wu Xiaojing had to grit his teeth and come over to toast him. If it comes down to it, they can just make Big Sweetie the female lead. It's even said that many films that couldn't secure investment were only able to start production using this method. Of course, the prerequisite is that your script can move Big Sweetie. Chapter 51, Investing in Wolf Warrior 2. Alright, just get to the point. How much more money do you need to make Wolf Warrior 2? Yifan doesn't care whether the movie makes money or not, he just admires Wu Xiaojing's serious attitude toward filmmaking. Mr. Yi, you already knew all that? Wu Xiaojing, seeing his intentions exposed, couldn't help but feel embarrassed again. However, judging by Yifan's expression, it seemed he was genuinely considering investing. He couldn't help but feel excited again. Mr. Yi, to be honest, I estimate that this film, Wolf Warrior 2, will require an investment of 200 million yuan, and I can contribute half of that myself. Wu Xiaojing thought for a moment and said. But in reality, he only had 80 million, meaning he was still short 1.2 billion. Moreover, various unforeseen issues could arise during filming, so even if he had 200 million, the movie might not be completed smoothly. However, he was afraid that investing too much would scare Yifan off and deter him from investing. Anyway, as long as he was careful with expenses, 1.8 billion should be enough. If necessary, he could just forego his own salary. That leaves a shortfall of 100 million, right? Alright, I'll cover that. Additionally, I'll give Industrial Light Magic a heads up, so when it comes time for special effects, you can go directly to them without having to pay extra. Yifan said. If he remembered correctly, Wu Xiaojing's total investment for Wolf Warrior 2 was 200 million, and he personally couldn't possibly come up with 100 million, at most 80 million. Moreover, with a 200 million yuan budget, Wu Xiaojing later claimed there wasn't enough funding, and many aspects weren't perfected. Therefore, not only was he investing 100 million, but he was also handling the special effects for Wu Xiaojing. This meant that the final version of Wolf Warrior 2 would undoubtedly be even more perfect than the one from his previous life. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Wu Xiaojing was overjoyed. That's truly a great honor for Mr. Yi. As he spoke, Wu Xiaojing downed the remaining half of his glass of red wine in one gulp. However, this left the others around him speechless once again. What's going on? He's already decided to invest? This is a $1 billion investment and he's making such an easy decision? And Industrial Light Magic, that's the world's top special effects company. They're said to never take on projects under $100 million, and even if we wanted them to do the special effects, we'd have to wait at least a year or two. Who is this Mr. Yi? Is he just bragging? Who knows? But thinking about all the endorsements Big Sweetie has, maybe he really does have the connections to pull it off. The people around him were buzzing with speculation, but Yifan just shrugged it off with a smile. He holds a 90% stake in Industrial Light Magic and all its patents. Having them do the special effects for Wolf Warrior 2 is just a matter of a single word. Investment is fine, but you know my rules, right? Yifan raised his glass and took a symbolic sip. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, the female lead of this movie is Miss Sweetie, and I guarantee there will be no surprises. Wu Xiaojing immediately patted his chest and said. And by accidents, everyone knows what that means. Miss Sweetie must not have any intimate scenes, not even the slightest hint of intimacy. Alright, that's good. The rest of the details you can discuss directly with Li Jia at Tianfan Entertainment tomorrow. As for the regular filming, don't worry, Sweetie is very resilient. Although Yifan invested in Wolf Warrior 2 because he admired Wu Xiaojing, he certainly won't invest for nothing. At most, he'll tell Li Jie to negotiate with Wu Shaoxing without being too demanding. Additionally, while most of Big Sweetie's movies have flopped, even the ones that didn't flop have only average reviews. However, Sweetie has one standout quality: she takes her acting very seriously and is willing to endure hardships. The only downside is her acting skills. Alright, Mr. Yi, I'll go find Mr. Li tomorrow. Wu Shaoxing, of course, knew that the Li Jie Yi fan was referring to was the Li Zong of Tian Fan Entertainment. At the same time, Wu Shaoxing and everyone around him finally confirmed Yi Fan's identity. He was indeed the man behind Big Sweetie. After all, given Li Jie's status in the entertainment industry, not just anyone could address him by his first name. Even the CEO of Huai, Wang Zhongjuan, had to be polite when he saw Li Jie. As a result, everyone's gaze toward Yi Fan changed, especially the female actors. To put it simply, Yi Fan had made the sweetheart the lead actress of a movie with a $200 million budget with just one sentence. Even if the movie flopped at the box office, it would still be enough to make all the female actors present envious. That's the power of money. Not to mention that this man isn't just wealthy, he's also extremely powerful, having managed to secure a deal with a major company like Industrial Light Magic. And he's so young. If one could get involved with him, wouldn't one be able to walk all over the entertainment industry? Chapter 52, That Man. The next morning, the news of Xiong Lauda donating 10 million appeared on the homepage of major websites. After all, the money had been spent, and the donation had been made, publicity was a must. Additionally, the news articles also mentioned the upcoming movie The Legend of the Wind God. Especially when it mentioned that the total investment for this movie was a staggering 500 million, it immediately sparked the interest of all netizens. After all, no other movie in the country has ever had such a high budget. True to his reputation, Xiong Lauda really knows how to make a statement. Then, upon seeing the cast of this movie, netizens were once again amazed. Jet Li, Fan Xiaobing, Gu Xiaola, Wang Xiaoming, De Baobei, and Wen Zhang. What the heck is this lineup of gods? They're all top-tier stars. Even Jet Li, the martial arts legend who hasn't made a movie in ages, was brought on board. This is definitely worth watching just for Jet Li alone. However, as more news came out, netizens realized that the 10 million yuan donated by Xiong Lauda yesterday wasn't the most. The always domineering De Tianxia actually donated 22 million yuan, and there was even a mysterious person who directly donated 100 million yuan. Netizens were completely stunned. Ha, that's definitely Big Sweetie's style. Big Sweetie is amazing, Big Sweetie is so bold. A big shot like Xiong Lauda may be powerful in Hong Kong, but daring to come to the mainland to show off? He ended up getting a lesson from Big Sweetie. Big Sweetie did well, we support you this time. Speaking of which, who is that mysterious person who donated 10 billion? You actually believe that? Someone who hides their identity like that is obviously fake. Exactly. If he really donated 10 billion, wouldn't he be advertising it all over the world? That's true. Look at the big shot, he donated 10 million, and he wanted the whole world to know about it, almost tricking us into falling for his scheme. After clarifying the details of last night's incident, the internet was flooded with mocking comments about the Xiang family. After all, everyone knows how the Xiang family made their fortune. A black gangster, if you just quietly made your fortune, no one could do anything to you. But you actually dare to come out and pretend to be a good person? Even if they can't do anything to you, they can at least vent their frustration by criticizing you. Anyway, you can't really come through the internet and kill them. As a result, Wind God Legend also faced significant backlash from netizens. Seeing this, the boss of the gang was so angry he felt like spitting blood. But this is the mainland, not Hong Kong. No matter how angry he is, there's nothing he can do. However, at this point, Xiong Tai could no longer sit idly by. As the wife of Xiong Lauda, when had she ever endured such humiliation? So in the afternoon, she posted a message on her social media. Someone is indeed wealthy and powerful, donating 10 billion yuan in one go. I wonder if it's genuine or just a show. The someone she was referring to was naturally Yi Fan. She didn't mention Big Sweetie because she felt that, given her status, arguing with Big Sweetie would be bullying the weak. As soon as her post went up, netizens were instantly fired up again. Damn, someone really donated 10 billion? It's definitely fake. Haven't you seen Xiong Tai questioning it as a publicity stunt? This is just Xiong's family getting overshadowed, so they're lashing out. Throwing a tantrum? Does the Xiang family even deserve that? The Bazaar Charity Gala is hosted by the fashion group. If Xiong Tai is accusing them of putting on a show, doesn't that mean the fashion group is the one putting on a show? Although the fashion group isn't a publicly listed company, it controls numerous media outlets and even holds shares in Vblog. Xiong Tai might have bitten off more than he can chew this time. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also received this information from Da Tiantian. However, Xiong Tai believes he has the qualifications to speak with him, but he doesn't even bother to acknowledge him. But someone was slandering Yi Fan, and Big Sweetie couldn't stand it. So she quickly posted a Vblog as well. Perhaps 10 billion seems like a lot to some people, but in our Yi Zong's eyes, 10 billion is nothing. Moreover, it's for charity. The amount of money our Yi Zong spends on charity each year is more than 10 times that of the entire Xiang family. Within 10 minutes of the Weibo post going live, there were already over 100,000 comments under the Tianchu's post. Goodness gracious, someone actually donated 10 billion? Yi Zong? Who knows who the Yi Zong that Sweetie mentioned is? It's said that Big Sweetie doesn't even give face to the CEO of Huawei, so how powerful is this Yi Zong? Spending more than 10 times the annual income of a wealthy family on charity. Even though a wealthy family isn't exactly poor, they still have at least 10 billion in assets. That means he spends over 100 billion just on charity every year? What kind of family is this? And listen to the way Big Sweetie is talking. I can't help but feel like she's not defending Mr. Yi, but rather defending her own lover. Damn it, you're right. Could this Mr. Yi be the man behind Big Sweetie? If that's the case, it's actually possible he'd donate 10 billion. After all, that's the man. So does that mean the man is finally going to make an appearance? Over the past 2 years, many people have speculated about who the man behind Big Sweetie really is, but no one has come up with a definitive answer. However, one thing everyone agrees on is that the man behind Big Sweetie, referred to simply as that man, is definitely a super powerful figure with connections everywhere. Chapter 53, The Big Shots Step In, A Test from the State. Seeing Big Sweetie's counterattack, Xiang Tai was even more furious. Especially since Big Sweetie named names, how could she possibly tolerate that? Besides, isn't sensationalism all the rage these days? By clashing with the sweetheart like this, she's also effectively hyping up the topic. So Xiong Lao didn't stop her. 1 year of charity work is equivalent to 10 years of the Xiang family? Talking big without backing it up. If you're so confident, why don't you donate those 10 billion first? Clearly, she is convinced that Yi Fan is just putting on a show. However, this time, it wasn't Big Sweetie who responded, but the fashion group. According to statistics, yesterday's gala raised a total of 1.0568278 billion yuan in donations, including Yi Zong's 1 billion yuan donation, Miss Sweetie's 22 million yuan donation, and Miss Naza's 2 million yuan donation, all of which were received on the spot. The fashion group once again extends its sincere gratitude to Yi Zong and Miss Sweetie for their generous support of Z Country's charitable efforts. As soon as this Weibo post went live, the entire platform exploded. Wow, they really donated 1 billion yuan? The funds were transferred immediately. That's the true spirit of charity. Did you notice? The total donation was 1.056 billion yuan. Excluding Mr. Yi's 1 billion yuan, Miss Sweetie alone donated 22 million yuan. The remaining celebrities, when combined, only donated 34 million yuan. The key point is that both Yi Zong and De Tianqiang's donations were transferred immediately. Does that mean the donations from the other celebrities haven't arrived yet? What about Xiang Laoda's? Naja's 2 million yuan was also transferred on the spot. Who would have thought that a new actress like Naja would be so generous? Turns out, after all that talk, Xiang Laoda's own donation hasn't even arrived yet. Is this what they call the thief crying stop the thief? It should be called digging your own grave. Upon seeing this Weibo post, Xiong Tai immediately dared not speak. After all, someone who can casually donate 10 billion is no ordinary person. At this point, she knew full well that the Xiang family had really provoked someone they couldn't afford to offend. After all, while the Xiang family may seem powerful, their total assets amount to roughly 10 billion yuan. And most of it is real estate. Plus, they've just invested in the Legend of the Wind God, so forget about 10 billion. Even coming up with 1 billion right now would be a struggle. But her silence didn't mean the matter was settled. Shortly after Daitian and the fashion group posted on Weibo, everyone was shocked to see Wang Lin, the CEO of Yida, also showing up to join the fray. Miss Sweetie was right. Mr. Yi is indeed very passionate about charity. Additionally, Yida is planning to invest in several new films recently and looks forward to collaborating with Miss Sweetie again. Then, the little horse from Penguin also came out. It's rare to see Yi Zong in person. I'll definitely pay him a visit in person when I get the chance. Next up was Ali. Mr. Yi is still so generous. My Yun, feel ashamed in comparison. The entire V-blog was completely shot. Yi Fan exited Weibo, unable to resist rolling his eyes. He knew exactly what these big shots were trying to do. They were just testing him. Or more accurately, someone wanted these big shots to test him. And the only person in the world who could command these big shots was clearly the state. But that was understandable. A power that had emerged out of nowhere had quietly acquired shares in almost all major domestic companies, and the stakes were significant. How could that not attract the state's attention? What's more, the state has been investigating for years and still can't uncover the true nature of this force, which only makes it even more puzzling. It also makes people even more wary. Therefore, as soon as Yi Fan emerged, he was immediately detected by the state. No doubt all the information about him has already been presented to certain individuals by now. As for how they discovered Yi Fan, it's obviously because of Da Tiantian. After all, over the past few years, many of the companies under Yi Fan's control have been involved in Da Tianchu's development. In fact, it could be said that it was precisely because of Big Sweetie's emergence that the state confirmed that the companies that had been mysteriously infiltrated were all part of the same faction. However, Yi Fan doesn't care. He's never even thought about hiding himself. After all, with his current power, even the state wouldn't find it easy to deal with him. And let's not even mention what he truly relies on his own strength. It's no exaggeration to say that he is now a walking nuclear bomb. And one that is virtually impossible to eliminate. However, this was his final trump card, one he would never reveal lightly. Besides, he hasn't done anything to harm the nation, so the nation has no reason to target him. Moreover, the state has not yet definitively confirmed his identity, which is why they are allowing these bigwigs to test the waters first. However, while these people are considered big shots in others' eyes, they're just little brothers to Yi Fan. Especially Wang Lin from Yida, who still owes him hundreds of billions in loans. So Yi Fan naturally didn't bother to respond to them. Chapter 54, Technology 20 Years Ahead of Earth. The commotion on Vblog was growing louder, and the Xiang family had completely stopped making a sound. However, by this point, no one cares about them anymore. Everyone is only concerned about who this mysterious Yi Zong really is. Unfortunately, no one could provide an answer. A villa on the outskirts of Beijing. Dai Tianshi is filming Wolf Warrior 2, Su Shishir is still in seclusion practicing, and Yi Fan plans to make her a singer in the future. For him, producing a world-class diva should not be too difficult. Although Yi Fan could directly improve Su Shishir's singing skills, becoming a star, especially a big one, requires more than just singing ability. Other qualities must also be improved. Fortunately, Su Shishir is a student at the Beijing Film Academy, so her foundation is already solid. After chatting with Dami for a while and video calling with Naza, Yi Fan put down his phone. Since the big shots appeared on Vblog, Demimi and Naja have become much more enthusiastic toward Yi Fan. Especially Naza, who previously appeared alongside Yi Fan and Daitian on Vbo, causing her popularity to skyrocket. She now rivals some top-tier celebrities. Plus, after seeing Yi Fan's true looks during their video call, she's completely become one of his die-hard fans. However, Yi Fan isn't planning to pursue her yet. After all, since he time-traveled, he's either been chasing girls or on his way to chase girls, and hasn't done much else. Though it's understandable that an ordinary person with extraordinary abilities might indulge a bit, everything should have its limits. So now he's ready to get down to some serious business. But isn't that a bit too much? Looking at the exquisitely designed laptop in front of him, Yi Fan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Don't underestimate this computer, it's a reward from the 1,000-day contract. In other words, it's on the same level as the technology used to manufacture the 8th-generation fighter jet. Even 6G communication technology, superchip manufacturing technology, and shares in Alibaba Penguin are just rewards from the 100-day contract. This laptop is an entire tier above them. As for just how powerful this laptop is, just take a look at its specifications. It's always 20 years ahead of Earth's technology. Yes, you read that correctly, forever ahead. This means that as Earth's technology continues to advance, this computer will automatically upgrade and evolve. He then turned on the computer and saw a very cute little loli suddenly appear on the screen. However, the little loli's expression was unusually serious. "Master, is there anything you need?" The little loli said expressionlessly. "Xiao AI, I want to create an animated film. Help me complete it," Yi Fan commanded. This little loli named Xiao AI is actually an artificial intelligence program, but it is only a basic AI and has not evolved its own emotions. In other words, she was nothing more than a tool. However, Yi Fan believes that as Earth's technology continues to advance, there will come a day when she will undoubtedly possess her own emotions, just like a true human being. Of course, even if she does gain human emotions, Xiao AI would never betray him. "Alright, master." Then the computer screen changed again, displaying the interface of an anime creation software, which looked no different from ordinary anime creation software. However, with this software and Xiao AI's assistance, Yi Fan could simply describe what kind of anime he wanted to create using language, and Xiao AI would automatically complete the rest, with remarkable speed. As soon as Yi Fan finished describing it, the animation was already completed on the screen. Even if it were a complex movie special effect, Xiao AI could handle it with ease. However, Yi Fan usually doesn't do this, as it would be overkill. This time, he used Xiao AI to create anime because he was simply bored, and Xiong Jia's behavior had also annoyed him greatly. But after all, he couldn't really take out the Xiang family over such a trivial matter. But letting it go was also out of the question. So he set his sights on the Xiong family's Wind God legend. Although he was well aware that the movie wouldn't make much at the box office. In fact, after this movie, the Xiang family dared not touch any big-budget films again, suffering a complete financial disaster. But he didn't mind if the movie's box office was even lower. So he not only contacted the Yida Cinema and instructed them not to schedule any screenings for The Legend of the Wind God. He even planned to produce a blockbuster film to be released alongside The Legend of the Wind God. A blockbuster, in this context, means that when the film is released, all other films must step aside. For example, Yi Fan's previous films, Wolf Warrior 2 and The Wandering Earth. Unfortunately, this world's Wolf Warrior 2 had just begun production, and The Wandering Earth was still struggling to secure funding, but The Legend of the Wind God was set to premiere in less than a month. There's no choice but to take matters into his own hands and produce a film like Neja, The Demon Boy's Descent. Coincidentally, both films are based on the Fengshen myth, so if they clash, it's sure to be a thrilling showdown. Chapter 55, Watching a Movie with Demi. A month later, the official release date of The Legend of the Wind God arrived. After all, it features so many top-tier stars, including the martial arts legend Jet Li, who hasn't appeared in a film in years, and with a reported budget of 500 million, the film has garnered significant attention. However, compared to the other movies' popularity, it pales in comparison. What the heck is Neja, the Demon Boy's Descent into the World? Why is it everywhere in ads? How much money did they spend on this? Even the ads for Greedy Moon are gone now. Spending so much money on an animated film, aren't they afraid of losing everything? An animated film? Only kids watch animated films. Over the past 2 weeks, whenever you go online, whether you're watching live streams, videos, or browsing forums, you're guaranteed to see ads for Neja, the Demon Boy's Descent into the World 100% of the time. Not only that, but many celebrities such as Da Tiantian, Demi, Neja, as well as Liu Yifei and Guan Tongtong have been actively promoting this animated film on their social media accounts. Even the hosts of major live streaming platforms have been given tasks. Not only must they recommend the movie during their streams, but they also have to give away movie tickets for it. As a result, the internet is flooded with discussions about Neja, the Demon Boy's Descent into the World. However, most of it is just banter, as this level of promotion must have cost at least several hundred million yuan. How much box office revenue would the movie need to generate to break even? Probably not even 2 billion yuan would be enough. And that doesn't even account for the film's production costs. But before that, forget about 2 billion. Domestic animated films haven't even reached 1 billion in box office revenue. The highest grossing one, The Monkey King, Hero is Back, only made just over 900 million. That's already a huge miracle for domestic animation. However, with such intense marketing, there is bound to be some effect. Many netizens have decided to go to the cinema to see for themselves. But when they opened the ticketing app, they were stunned again. What is going on? An 80% screening rate? Did I see that correctly? The Legend of the Wind God has a screening rate of less than 20%? Is Jet Li, the Kung Fu Emperor, really that unpopular? A bunch of A-list stars, including the Kung Fu Emperor Jet Li, can't even beat an animated film. Wow, look at Neja, the Demon Boy has a 100% screening rate, and it's the only movie showing all day. The production company for Neja, the Demon Boy is Tianfan Entertainment, which is also the company of the Big Sweetie, and the company only has 1 star, so now you understand, right? Alright, I have nothing left to say. I just want to say one thing, Big Sweetie is amazing. Da Tian is amazing 1. Da Tian is amazing 2. Da Tian is amazing 10,086. At 8 p.m. in the VIP screening room of Beijing Yida Plaza. At that moment, the entire screening room was empty except for 2 people, Yifan and Demi. The movie they were watching was, of course, Neja, the Demon Boy's Descent into the World. However, this wasn't because the tickets for Neja, the Demon Boy's Descent weren't selling well, so there were only the 2 of them. It was because Yifan had rented out the entire theater. If she were innocent and naive, he would take her to see all the splendors of the world. If she had experienced hardships, he would take her on a carousel. The current Big Honey is only 23 years old and far from having experienced hardships. But she debuted as a child star, has been in the entertainment industry for so long, and even became her own boss. Her experiences are naturally far beyond those of the average girl her age. But Yifan certainly wasn't in the mood to take her on a carousel ride. However, renting out a movie theater for a private screening was something he could manage. I never thought your movie would actually become a hit. Dami looked at the movie screen in front of her and said with a blank expression. And at that moment, she was completely uninterested in the movie's content. An animated movie has become this popular? It was only 8 o'clock at night, but the box office for Neja, the Demon Boy's Descent had already reached nearly 300 million. How much will the box office be on the first day? 400 million or 500 million? What's more, the film's online reviews are excellent, even explosive. So, what will the final box office for this movie be? Dami dares not even think about that number. However, compared to the movie's popularity, what shocks her even more is this man's background. Last time, when someone questioned Yifan, several bigwigs immediately came to his defense, and even the head of Tencent humbly referred to himself as a junior. This time, an ordinary animated film achieved over 80% screen time across the entire network, and Yida even removed all other films from theaters, screening only Neja, the Demon Boy's Descent. No matter which of these things you look at, without connections that reach the highest levels, it's absolutely impossible to achieve. She even began to suspect that Yifan might actually be the son of one of the elders. But even if he were, wouldn't he dare to be so brazen? Chapter 56, Capturing the Big Honey. Yifan had no idea what Demi was thinking at that moment, otherwise he would have laughed at her for underestimating him. The child of an elder? Even if he were facing a real elder, he'd only give them a little face. Additionally, he hadn't bothered with the movie's screening schedule, but his company had plenty of resources. Take Penguin, for example. Although he only owned 6% of Penguin, Xiaomagu himself only owned 8%. Moreover, these 6 shares are directly held, and Yifan also owns shares in some of Penguin's other shareholders. So, when you really calculate it, Yifan's stake in Penguin is definitely over 10%, more than Little Horse. Additionally, the government has instructed Little Horse to show goodwill toward Yifan. So when it was revealed that Ninja, the Demon Boy, was produced by Tianfan Entertainment, Penguin immediately mobilized all its subsidiaries to promote the film, leading to the massive campaign where top streamers from various platforms all recommended Ninja, the Demon Boy. After all, which live streaming platform doesn't have Tencent's shares behind it nowadays? Ali is no exception. As for Yida, there's no need to mention it. Yifan already owns 50% of Yida's Cinema, and Yida's CEO Wang Lin owes Yifan several billion yuan. Even if he sold the remaining 50% of Yida's Cinema to Yifan, he still couldn't pay it back. However, the box office for Ninja, the Demon Boy, is booming, and it's clear it will break records. But the Legend of the Wind God is in trouble. After only half a day of screening, the box office hasn't even reached 20 million, and the online reviews are completely disastrous. Remember, in Yifan's previous life, this movie's opening day box office was nearly 100 million. But starting from the second day, box office receipts plummeted, ultimately failing to even reach 300 million. This clearly shows how terrible this movie is. So based on the current box office figures, if this movie manages to gross 50 million, that would be considered decent. In that case, the production company would only get a maximum of 20 million. And this film claims to have been invested with 500 million yuan, though the actual amount is certainly less, but 1 or 200 million should still be there. The real issue is the significant favor that was extended. For example, the Kung Fu Emperor Jet Li, he's not someone you can just hire with money. It is said that back when Jet Li was young, he was filming in Hong Kong, and the boss took good care of him. That's why Jet Li made an exception and agreed to star in this film, The Legend of the Wind, without asking for a single cent in compensation. Otherwise, just Li Lianjia's salary alone would likely be no less than 100 million. There are also several other top-tier stars who appeared as guest stars, with very low salaries. But after this, it's unlikely that the boss will be able to hire them without paying them in the future. After all, favors can only be extended once. So this time, the boss has truly lost out big time. But that's not something Yifan needs to worry about. In fact, if it weren't for Yifan giving face to the country, someone like him wouldn't even give Yifan a second thought. After the movie ended, it was already past 10 o'clock at night, and Dami didn't mention going home. Or rather, from the moment she agreed to go out with Yifan to watch the movie, she had already prepared herself mentally for everything. Not to mention that Yifan's attitude had also made her very happy. If someone else had invited her to a private screening, she wouldn't have felt the slightest bit moved. She'd probably think it was too childish. But Yifan was different. It was like Delu personally climbing up a building to deliver midnight snacks to Li Jussin. After all, delivery guys deliver food every day, but you never see a beautiful woman falling for a delivery guy. But Delua's status as a billionaire speaks for itself. The same action done by different people yields vastly different results. Of course, there is one thing we can't deny: Damimi is just as much of a face-obsessed person as Naja. So the rest of the story doesn't need much explanation. Yifan took Damimi directly to a new villa in the suburbs and successfully took her virginity. Yes, Damimi was still a virgin, and Yifan had already noticed that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been interested in her. Meanwhile, Damimi's attributes also appeared in the system. Name: Yang Mi. Age: 23. Appearance: 90. Charm: 92. Strength: 60. Physical condition: 65. Agility: 60. Intelligence: 80. Affinity: 85. Skills: performance skill level 3, singing skill level 2. Well, no wonder she's known as Big Honey. Her appearance scores a 90, and her charm is an impressive 92. Although she's not the most beautiful woman Yifan has ever seen, she's definitely the most charming. She is also the only woman Yifan has encountered so far whose beauty and charm both reach 90. No wonder she has become the most popular among all the young actresses. Even De Tianxia, who has Yifan helping her cheat, can't compare to Damimi in terms of popularity. However, De Tianxia has always taken the high-end route, which is somewhat similar to that of Fan Shoga. Of course, De Tianxia is the real deal when it comes to high-end, unlike that Fan Shoga, who is all about riding others' coattails. Chapter 57, Return to Magic City. The next morning, Damimi left early, as she was very busy with work. Yifan didn't disappoint her, giving her 2 endorsements for world-class luxury brands. You see, Yifan has the most luxury brands under his control, and most of them are absolutely majority-owned. So it's no exaggeration to call him the ultimate godfather of the fashion industry. Additionally, Damimi's affection for Yifan was only at 85 points, meaning it could drop at any moment. However, it doesn't matter. If she ever decides to leave, Yifan will never stand in her way. There are so many beautiful women in the world, he doesn't care about one more or one less. The only thing he cares about is that she doesn't betray him before she leaves. But Yifan believes that with Damimi's intelligence, she should know what she can and cannot do. Besides, if she really did something like that, she wouldn't be able to hide it from him. Meanwhile, yesterday's box office figures were also released. The first day box office for Ne Zha, The Demon Boy's Descent reached 4.9 billion yuan, breaking multiple records. It was more than double the previous record of 200 million yuan on the first day. Unfortunately, it still failed to break the 500 million mark. After all, it's the summer vacation season, not the major holiday seasons like the Spring Festival or National Day, so breaking the 500 million mark in a single day is still very challenging. However, the summer vacation season does have one advantage: box office revenue tends to be more sustained. As for The Legend of the Wind God, its opening day box office was a meager 18 million. And today's screenings have already dropped from 20 to below 10. By the time it wraps up, if it can reach 30 million in box office, that would be considered decent. Just enough to recoup the 10 million yuan that the boss donated that day. Yi Dashi, have you returned to Shanghai yet? Not yet. Qing Yan, is something up? But if you're not back, it's not that important. Since it's something for Sister Qing Yan, I'll rush back even if it's at the ends of the earth. Looking at the WeChat message sent by Mu Qingyan, Yifan knew exactly what she meant. She clearly needed his help with something. Mu Qingyan was Yifan's neighbor at Tangcheniping, and also the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She was even more beautiful than Lui Fei and the newly enhanced Big Sweetie. However, after their brief parting that day, Yifan had stayed in Beijing, and the two hadn't seen each other since. Nevertheless, their connection remained intact, and they would occasionally exchange a few messages on WeChat. Plus, both of them were a bit infatuated with each other, so they were a perfect match, and their relationship progressed at lightning speed. Without hesitation, Yifan hopped into his Koenigsegg 11 and set off. Under normal circumstances, driving from the capital city to the metropolis would take over 10 hours, but with the Koenigsegg 1:1S speed and Yifan's level 10 driving skills, they arrived in the metropolis in just over 3 hours. What? You're talking about speeding? Ha, that's something only ordinary people would worry about. Yifan believed that as long as he didn't cause a traffic accident, even if he drove a plane on the highway, the government wouldn't dare to touch him. However, Yifan didn't return directly to Tangcheniping. Instead, he parked the car at another villa in the Magic City, then retrieved a Lamborghini Venom from the villa's garage system. After all, this car had caused quite a stir recently, and videos of Su Shishir driving it could still be found online. If Mu Qingyan discovered that the car belonged to him, it would inevitably lead to complications. As a qualified scoundrel, Yifan would never make such a mistake. Meanwhile, Yifan finally figured out why Mu Qingyan had been looking for him. It turned out she wanted him to pretend to be her boyfriend. Sigh, is it really necessary to pretend? Isn't a boyfriend like me good enough? Yifan rolled his eyes, but since Mu Qingyan wanted to play, he didn't mind accompanying her for a bit. After all, who can resist a beauty? Anyway, this little vixen won't be able to escape his grasp sooner or later. Immediately, Yifan drove straight to the building where Mu Qingyan worked. As soon as his car appeared, the crowd around him erupted into chaos. Wow, what kind of car is that? It's so cool. Looking at the logo, it's a Lamborghini, but I don't know which model. Who cares which model? Even the cheapest Lamborghini costs several million, let alone a Lamborghini sports car. It must be worth at least tens of millions. Millions? Do you know what kind of car this is? This is the Lamborghini Veneno, the most expensive Lamborghini ever made. The most expensive Lamborghini? How much does that cost? This car is limited to 9 units worldwide, with each unit priced at 30 million renminbi. However, that's the price overseas. Bringing it back to China would at least double the cost, so this car would cost at least 60 million renminbi. That's right, and 60 million is just the base price. At this price, you can't even buy it now. It would cost at least 80 million or more. Upon hearing that such a sports car is worth at least 80 million renminbi, everyone was once again left speechless. Chapter 58, Mu Qingyan's Suitors. Yifan sat in the car, waiting quietly. Instead of Mu Qingyan, he was greeted by an annoying fly. Hey, nice car. Where did you get it? A slick-haired, well-dressed man tapped on Yifan's car window, then looked at Yifan as he lowered the window, grinning broadly. Is that your car? Yifan replied indifferently. The man in front of him looked decent enough, dressed in expensive clothes, clearly from a wealthy family. However, his complexion was sallow, and his dark circles under his eyes were pronounced, clearly a result of excessive indulgence. Additionally, he was holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands, likely having set his sights on another target. However, none of this concerned Yifan, and he had no interest in associating with such people. At the same time, Yifan glanced at the man, who was also sizing him up. Then, upon seeing Yifan's appearance, the man was instantly startled. Because Yifan was simply too handsome. Even with his sunglasses on, it was clear he was a total hottie. But that wasn't the key point. The key was that Yifan's demeanor was also excellent, completely different from this kind of rich second-generation playboy who only knew how to chase girls all day. If one were to compare them, the other was like a wealthy peasant from the countryside. And Yifan was the real deal, a true noble of the imperial lineage. The difference is like night and day. This immediately sparked a strong sense of jealousy toward Yifan in his heart. Not only that, but he also immediately noticed the contempt Yifan held for him. Thus, in addition to jealousy, he harbored a hint of hatred toward Yifan. However, Yifan was driving an 80 million yuan sports car. Although he could afford such a car, it at least indicated that Yifan was no ordinary person. Therefore, before he could ascertain Yifan's true identity, he refrained from acting rashly. However, letting Yifan off so easily was out of the question. So he glanced around and suddenly motioned to the security guard beside him. Once the security guard approached, he pointed at Yifan's car and said, "Aren't you supposed to prohibit parking at the entrance of the Lonting building? How come he can park here?" It turned out that once, just to show off, he had done the same thing as Yifan parked his car right at the entrance of the Lonting building and was immediately chased away by the security guard. Even when he showed the security guard his ID and claimed to be the young master of Xinqing real estate, it didn't help. However, although he was a rich second-generation heir, he wasn't completely ignorant. He knew that the boss of Lonting Tower had a complicated background. Besides, as the young master of Xinqing real estate, he couldn't very well argue with a security guard. So in the end, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. At the same time, seeing this scene, many white-collar workers who had just finished work also stopped in their tracks. "Hey, isn't that Lin Hao, the young master of Xinqing real estate? Is Lin Hao waiting for Mu Zong to get off work again? This Lin Hao sure has some nerve. Mu Zong has rejected him so many times, yet he still won't give up." "Give up? With a beauty like Mu Zong, would you just give up so easily? It's just that I know I'm not good enough. Otherwise, sigh, who can blame him? Even if we don't talk about how beautiful Mu Zong is, just her family background alone, anyone who marries her could skip 20 years of hard work. Unfortunately, Mu Zong's standards are just too high. She doesn't even give this Lin Hao a second glance, let alone someone like us. I really have no idea what kind of man could ever catch Mu Zong's eye." Though Lin Hao is nothing in Yifan's eyes, in the eyes of ordinary people, he is already considered the top-tier rich second generation. So Mu Qingyan doesn't even give Lin Hao a second glance, let alone a chance. Naturally, she looks down on them even more. That's right, this Lin Hao is Mu Qingyan's suitor. At this moment, he is standing here holding flowers, waiting for Mu Qingyan to get off work. Though he has been rejected by Mu Qingyan countless times before, as the saying goes, persistence pays off, and being persistent is the best strategy when dealing with women. Let alone Mu Qingyan, a beauty of her caliber, she is the most stunning woman he has ever seen. There is no way he'd give up so easily. At the same time, when the security guard ran over, everyone around immediately understood Lin Hao's intentions. It seems like our Mr. Lin is in for a rough time this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't resort to such a method. Someone who can afford an 80 million yuan sports car must have some serious connections. It's no wonder Lin Hao got humiliated. So, do you think this guy who can afford an 80 million yuan sports car can handle the security guards at Lonting Tower? No way. Everyone knows that the security guards at Lonting Tower never give anyone special treatment. Exactly. Apparently, there was an incident where a high-ranking official visited the Lonting Tower for an inspection. The first thing he said after getting out of the car was to have his men park the car properly, as it wouldn't do to break the rules of the Lonting Tower. Clearly, many people here know about the incident where Lin Hao was chased away by the security guards, so they naturally guessed what Lin Hao meant by calling the security guards over. But what they didn't expect was that the next moment, the security guard not only didn't chase away the 80 million yuan Lamborghini poison, but instead looked at Lin Hao, the young master of the Lin family, with a serious expression and said, "Sorry, Mr. Lin, the owner of this car is a VIP of the Lonting Tower. He can park wherever he wants, and no one else has the right to interfere." Chapter 59, remember, don't ever bother my girlfriend again. What? VIP? A commercial office building has VIPs? Do you think this is a shopping mall event? Lin Hao, of course, didn't believe the security guard's nonsense. But since the security guard said that, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, he couldn't very well kick Yifan out himself, could he? And even if he could, he'd have to be able to beat Yifan first. With his build, he might be good at picking up girls, but fighting? Forget about it. However, he had taken note of this grudge and planned to find out more about Yifan's background from his shady friends once he returned home. Although he didn't know Yifan personally, with that Lamborghini poison, he was confident that finding out Yifan's identity wouldn't be too difficult. Unfortunately, Yifan had no idea about his plans, otherwise, he would have given him 4 words: don't overestimate yourself. Even the government hasn't figured out Yifan's true identity yet, let alone his so-called friends. As for the security guard's mention of a VIP earlier, he hadn't been lying. The building he was standing in front of, the Lonting Tower, was also one of Yifan's properties. Shortly after, Yifan waited a little longer and noticed the crowd around him suddenly stir. Then, a stunningly beautiful woman in an OL uniform emerged from the Lonting Tower. It was Mu Zong. Mu Zong is still so beautiful. Sigh, I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry Mu Zong in the future. Don't even think about it, we definitely don't have that kind of luck. As the stunningly beautiful woman walked gracefully toward them, there was no doubt it was Mu Qingyan. Upon seeing Mu Qingyan, Lin Hao immediately rushed over. "Qingyan, here's this bouquet for you." I hope you like it. Lin Hao said with a flattering expression. But Mu Qingyan merely glanced at him casually, and as for the bouquet, she didn't even bother to look at it. Lin Hao, didn't I tell you already? We're not suitable for each other, and I already have a boyfriend. Mu Qingyan said coldly, showing no trace of her dislike for Lin Hao. At the same time, upon hearing her words, the crowd around them erupted into chaos. What? Mu Zong has a boyfriend? It's over, my heart is broken. Sigh, it seems like there's no hope left. Meanwhile, the other beautiful women nearby couldn't help but sigh in relief. Their glances toward Lin Hao were filled with sympathy. But now, doesn't that mean they have a chance? One by one, their gazes turned toward Lin Hao, now resembling hunters eyeing their prey, their minds racing with thoughts of how to lure this top-tier rich second-generation heir into their nets. But strangely, when Mu Qingyan mentioned that she already had a boyfriend, Lin Hao didn't seem to care at all. Because Mu Qingyan had already told him this multiple times before, but based on his observations, Mu Qingyan spent most of her time at home after work and hadn't interacted with any other men. Therefore, he had every reason to believe that Mu Qingyan was lying to him. Qingyan, stop lying to me. Do you have a boyfriend or not? I know the truth. Lin Hao said confidently. At the same time, his words were easy for others to misinterpret, suggesting that there might be something between him and Mu Qingyan that they weren't telling anyone about. Sure enough, the next moment, everyone's gaze toward Mu Qingyan changed slightly. Lin Hao, please watch your words. Also, our relationship isn't that close, so please don't call me Qingyan in the future. As she spoke, Mu Qingyan no longer paid any attention to Lin Hao. But just as she was about to leave, Lin Hao once again blocked her path. Qingyan, no, Ms. Mu, since you insist on saying you have a boyfriend, fine. Just call him over here right now, and I, Lin Hao, promise I'll never bother you again. Lin Hao said with a sincere expression. But in his heart, he was thinking, if Mu Qingyan dares to bring that so-called boyfriend over, then I'll make sure that guy knows what happens to someone who dares to steal a woman from Lin Hao, the young master. However, upon hearing his words, Mu Qingyan couldn't help but furrow her brows. Because she had just asked Yi Fan to pretend to be her boyfriend today. Although Yi Fan had agreed and said he would rush back from Beijing. But she didn't know when Yi Fan would arrive. Moreover, Lin Hao's background was no ordinary one, so even if Yi Fan arrived, she didn't want him to get into a conflict with Lin Hao, lest it cause trouble for Yi Fan. However, what she didn't expect was that just as she was still thinking about how to get rid of Lin Hao's harassment, a lazy voice suddenly drifted over from the distance. Lin Dashi, didn't you just see me? Or do you think I'm not good enough for Qingyan? By the way, remember what you just said, don't ever bother my girlfriend again. Then everyone saw a super handsome guy get out of a Lamborghini Venom worth at least 80 million. The handsome guy then walked toward Mu Qingyan under everyone's gaze, reached out, and embraced her tightly, kissing her passionately. Chapter 60, A woman 3 years older is a treasure. After a long while, watching Yi Fan and Mu Qingyan hugging tightly and refusing to let go, Lin Hao finally snapped out of it. Someone actually dared to his woman? And right in front of him. And judging by Mu Qingyan's reaction, aside from a bit of shyness at first, she didn't even put up a fight afterward. How the hell could he tolerate this? Not to mention the looks the people around him were giving him, they were staring at him like he was a complete idiot. You bastard, you're asking for trouble. Lin Hao roared and charged forward with a punch. But before he could even touch Yi Fan, he was already kicked flying by Yi Fan, landing on the ground and unable to get up for a while, terrifying everyone into calling an ambulance. Ironically, Yi Fan, who had just kicked someone, acted as if nothing had happened, continuing to embrace Mu Qingyan and press forward. Yi Fan, is he okay? After an unknown amount of time, Mu Qingyan finally came to her senses, gently pushed Yi Fan away, and looked at Lin Hao still lying on the ground, asking with concern. However, her concern wasn't for Lin Hao, she was worried that Yi Fan, who had attacked him, might get into trouble. Don't worry, he's fine. Yi Fan shrugged indifferently. After all, there were so many people around, and he had been very careful with his actions. As a result, Lin Hao just looked pretty bad, but he didn't have any external injuries. However, internal injuries were another matter. Yi Fan estimated that Lin Hao would find it difficult to flirt with girls in the future, as certain bodily functions would deteriorate over time until they were completely lost. But such internal injuries, given the current level of medical technology, are absolutely undetectable, let alone treatable. Immediately after, Yi Fan wrapped his arm around Mu Qingyan and got into his Lamborghini Venom. However, Mu Qingyan clearly didn't recognize the car, so she wasn't too surprised. In her eyes, since Yi Fan could afford a house worth over 300 million, driving a sports car was perfectly normal. But if she really knew the price of this car, she probably wouldn't be so calm. After all, houses are essential needs and can be used for investment, so no matter how expensive they are, there will always be buyers. But cars are consumables. Once you buy them, they depreciate in value whether you drive them or not. And sports cars aren't just consumables, they're true luxury items. So spending 80 million on a sports car is absolutely more shocking than spending 300 million on a house. It also proves that Yi Fan is a true tycoon. For example, she herself would buy a 300 million house, but don't even mention an 80 million sports car. She wouldn't even part with a 10 million car. Meanwhile, as Yifan and Mu Qingyan left, the crowd around them erupted once again. So handsome. Is that Mu Zong's boyfriend? He is both handsome and rich, this is just unfair. Did you notice how he kicked Lin Hao just now? It was like a movie scene. Only a man like him is worthy of Mu Zong. Sigh, I wish I could have a boyfriend like that too. As for Lin Hao, compared to Mu Zong's boyfriend, he's so far behind, no wonder Mu Zong doesn't fancy him. Yifan looked at the long line in front of him, feeling helpless. Even poison would be useless against the rush hour traffic in Shanghai. Seeing his state, Mu Qingyan, who had been keeping a straight face beside him, couldn't help but giggle. Though they had already been flirting on WeChat, they hadn't officially confirmed their relationship yet. Moreover, she had asked Yifan to pretend to be her boyfriend this time, which showed she still had reservations. So being taken by Yifan in such an unprepared situation left her with a bit of a sour taste. However, when she saw Yifan's face, all her frustration vanished instantly. About an hour later, Yifan and Mu Qingyan finally arrived at the entrance of a Western-style restaurant. Although Yifan himself didn't particularly care for Western cuisine, girls, after all, rarely dislike such a romantic setting. Even Daitian, who had already reached a 98% liking for Yifan, saw her liking increase by another point to 99 after Yifan took her out for a very romantic Western meal. It's important to note that once affection reaches 90, it won't decrease, but increasing it even by just 1 point becomes extremely difficult. The two were then led by a waiter into a private room. Yi Deshaoj, didn't you say you were still in Beijing at noon? How did you manage to come back so quickly? Mu Qingyan looked at the elegantly presented Western meal and realized for the first time that eating Western food wasn't so bad after all. I told you, Qingyan, if you have something important to do, I'll rush back no matter where I am. Yifan looked at Mu Qingyan with a look of deep affection. But Mu Qingyan wasn't moved at all. Who gave you permission to call me Qingyan? Call me sister. Don't forget I'm 3 whole years older than you. Mu Qingyan pretended to scold Yifan with a playful glare, but deep down, she was overjoyed. However, the age difference still bothered her. She never expected Yifan to be so young. Though they say a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold, generally speaking, aren't men supposed to prefer women younger than themselves? Chapter 61, Mu Qingyan's concerns. You didn't allow me to kiss you before either, but I still did. Yifan shrugged indifferently. We've already kissed. What's wrong with calling you Qingyan? He was already planning to seduce Mu Qingyan tonight. Besides, their families lived right next door, so he wouldn't even need an excuse to walk her home. This was also one of the reasons he chose to eat Western food today after all. How could you eat Western food without red wine? And to prevent any unexpected situations, he had specially prepared 2 bottles of premium red wine at his own home, just in case Mu Qingyan didn't take the bait tonight. What? You think he is being too hasty? When it comes to beautiful women, especially those he is interested in, Yifan always believes in striking first and eating first. After all, beautiful women are a scarce resource. If you hesitate, don't blame others for snatching them away. Though Yifan is confident that no one can take Mu Qingyan away from him. But just like a delicious dish, some people will first admire its appearance, then smell its aroma, and finally taste its flavor. For such people, Yifan can only say 2 words, pretentious. If it were Yifan, he would definitely take a bite first and savor it slowly. Of course, the prerequisite is that it's a delicacy that is, a true beauty. If it were just an ordinary beauty, he wouldn't even bother, and might not even be interested. You have the nerve to say that? I was just asking you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Who told you to take it seriously? Seeing Yifan bring up the previous matter again, Mu Qingyan felt a surge of anger in her heart, but more than that was embarrassment. After all, that was her first time, and there were so many people around. How was she supposed to act aloof and indifferent from now on? But she had to admit, that feeling was truly wonderful, and she still felt a bit nostalgic about it even now. The meal took over an hour, and the bottle of red wine was almost finished. Though most of it had gone into Yifan's stomach, Mu Qingyan had also drunk quite a bit. However, there was no sign of intoxication on her, clearly indicating that this young lady could hold her liquor. Then Yifan glanced at the time. It was only just past 8, so Mu Qingyan suggested they go see a movie. Yifan had no objections either, so he bought 2 tickets for The Legend of the Wind God on his phone. Why The Legend of the Wind God and not Nezha, the demon boy? Because Mu Qingyan is actually a fan of Wen Zhang. Coincidentally, Yifan hadn't seen this movie in his previous life either, so he was still a little curious about how bad it really was. As it turned out, the only thing you can do about a bad movie is to never watch it. Even if you don't care about the cost of the tickets, you have to take responsibility for your mental and physical health. Yifan never expected that, with his physical condition, he would actually feel like vomiting. As for Mu Qingyan, there's no need to mention her. She couldn't even last 10 minutes before dragging Yifan out of the theater. However, her purpose had already been achieved after all, even when Zhang wasn't as handsome as Yifan. Fortunately, Yifan didn't know her thoughts, or he might have actually thrown up. And it would have been bloody. Comparing Wen Zhang to him? Why not compare Xiangzhua to Wu Yanzu? They're not even in the same league, okay? However, after watching such a disappointing movie, Mu Qingyan's mood had soured considerably, so she asked Yifan to send her home. But then something else happened that really annoyed Yifan. Tonight, Mu Qingyan didn't plan to go back to her own home, but instead to her parents' house. This is a complete waste of his effort. He had driven at over 300 kilometers per hour on the highway just to make it back to Shanghai before she finished work. However, seeing Mu Qingyan's hesitant expression, Yifan ultimately couldn't bring himself to force her. At the same time, Yifan had already conducted some discreet investigations into Mu Qingyan, so he was well aware of her concerns. It was all about work. Don't underestimate Mu Qingyan just because she is young. She is only 23 years old. But she had already passed the college entrance exam at 16, studied abroad at 18, and graduated with a master's degree at 20, a true academic prodigy. After graduating from graduate school, she returned home to inherit the family business, Jiahua Industries. At its peak, Jiahua Industrial was a company with a market value exceeding 10 billion. That luxurious Tangshan Ipin residence worth over 300 million yuan was purchased by the chairman of Jiahua Industrial and given to his only daughter as a dowry. However, the glory days of Jiahua Industrial are now a thing of the past. In recent years, with the rise of the real estate industry, Jiahua Industrial has remained committed to its core business and avoided venturing into real estate. As a result, Jiahua Industrial has not only seen its market value plummet but is also deeply in debt. Even under Mu Qingyan's leadership over the past 2 years, the company's situation has improved significantly. However, the money earned each year is not even enough to cover the interest, let alone the principal. Under such circumstances, Mu Qingyan has no time or energy to think about romance. Even being able to accompany Yifan on a date today is already a huge favor. It also shows that she truly cares about Yifan. Chapter 62, Night Color Bar. After dropping Mu Qingyan off at home, Yifan checked the time. It wasn't even 10 o'clock yet. It was all because Wind God Legend wasn't worth watching. Otherwise, they could have stayed to watch a movie until 11 p.m., had a late-night snack, and Mu Qingyan probably wouldn't have felt comfortable suggesting going back to her parents' house. Thinking this, Yifan's impression of the Xiang family worsened by another notch. Of course, the Xiang family's impression of Yifan was even worse. It wasn't even just a bad impression anymore, it was outright hatred. Unfortunately, no matter how much they hated them, it wouldn't change anything. Yifan didn't go home. After thinking for a moment, he drove straight to the entrance of a bar. Night Color Bar, one of the most upscale bars in the city, was bustling with people at around 10 p.m. As soon as Yifan stepped inside the bar, he was greeted by deafening music. However, in his previous life, he had at least been considered a semi-successful person, so he was no stranger to places like this. He quickly found an empty table, sat down, and ordered a cocktail. At the same time, as Yifan entered, many beautiful women around him immediately took notice. Although Yifan was wearing sunglasses, making his exact features unclear, he was at least a handsome guy. But that wasn't the key point. The key was that Yifan exuded the aura of a wealthy individual. Not to mention his outfit, though it was hard to tell the brand, it was definitely not ordinary. And the watch on his wrist, many of the women recognized it as a Patek Philippe. If it was genuine, even at its cheapest, it would still cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Someone who can afford a watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars must be wealthy, right? So, a guy who is both rich and handsome, they wouldn't have any reason to let him slip away, would they? Handsome guy, how about buying me a drink? A woman who wasn't overly dressed up approached Yifan first and spoke in a sweet voice. While speaking, she kept batting her eyelashes at Yifan. Order for yourself. Yifan glanced at her. Her makeup was about an 80 out of 100, and without makeup, she'd probably be around a 70. Her figure was also quite good, with curves in all the right places. Moreover, her aura wasn't too chaotic, and Yifan estimated she hadn't been with more than a dozen men in her life. Such a beauty was already considered top-notch for the average guy, no wonder she dared to approach him first. But trying to seduce Yifan was definitely out of the question. Still, he could afford to buy her a drink. The beauty was taken aback, unsure of what this handsome guy meant. But she soon realized that the handsome guy had only glanced at her once and then ignored her completely. She knew he wasn't interested in her at all. However, since someone was offering her a drink, she certainly wouldn't refuse. A glass of red rose, thank you, handsome. The beautiful woman first ordered a glass of red rose wine and then thanked Yifan. But at the same time, she couldn't help but feel even more disappointed. Because at that moment, she had already firmly convinced herself that Yifan was a playboy. After all, at Night Color Bar, even the cheapest cocktail costs over $100, and some can even cost thousands. So when Yifan told her to order whatever she wanted, what else could he be but a playboy? However, she didn't overdo it, she just ordered a red rose costing over 200 yuan, smiled at Yifan, and then left. After all, with her looks, finding a sugar daddy wasn't difficult. There was no need to cling to one person. Then, as she left, several other beautiful women gathered around, and they weren't bad looking either. But that is to be expected after all, this was one of the most upscale bars in Shanghai. Without some looks, you wouldn't dare come here to pick up a sugar daddy. Unfortunately, their looks meant nothing to Yifan. Don't even mention comparing them to Da Tiantian, Damimi, or Naza. That would be like bullying them. Even compared to Guan Tongtong, whom Yifan didn't even bother to look at, they were several levels below. Nevertheless, Yifan bought each of them a drink. The few beauties didn't mind as long as they had something to drink, that was enough. After drinking, they left just like the previous beauty had done. That was Yifan's intention in inviting them to drink. Once the wine was drunk, they shouldn't bother him anymore. However, a few stubborn ones refused to leave. Handsome guy, what brand is your shirt? I'll buy one for my boyfriend someday. A beautiful woman's eyes darted around, and she suddenly said, "Isn't it said that a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a mistress? Maybe this handsome guy has some special preferences? This is a Burberry haute couture piece, retailing for around 800,000 yuan. If you want to buy it for your boyfriend, I can get you a 10% discount." Yifan replied with a smile. You know, luxury brands like Burberry never discount their products, not even for members. So getting a 10% discount is already a huge discount. However, upon hearing his response, the beautiful woman clearly paused for a moment. Handsome guy, are you talking about RMB? The woman glanced again at the unremarkable jacket Yifan was wearing and asked uncertainly. Of course. Don't worry, it's not a knife. Yifan replied with a smile. The beautiful woman was completely speechless. Alright, we're not even in the same league. I give up, is that good enough? At the same time, she finally understood why Yifan had looked down on them. Damn it, even a random piece of clothing is Burberry haute couture. What kind of beautiful women hasn't this rich person seen? Thank goodness she still had some illusions before. Chapter 63, The Traitor Who Betrays His Master and Desecrates His Ancestors. It took him over 10 minutes to finally get rid of all the beautiful women who were clinging to him. Meanwhile, word had quietly spread throughout the night color bar that a wealthy patron was offering free drinks, causing more and more women to come over to join in. Yifan didn't mind drinks under 1,000 were no problem. As for those over 1,000, though they weren't much, he wasn't exactly a spendthrift. If anyone ordered them, they'd have to pay for them themselves. In other words, he was actually using this method to find a target, but among all these beautiful women, there wasn't a single one who caught his interest. I never expected to run into someone I knew. Suddenly, as the music grew louder, the crowd in the dance floor began to move wildly. More people continued to join the dance floor. Then Yifan spotted a familiar face among the crowd. Or more accurately, it was someone Yifan had known before. Jiang Li, my former colleague, and also someone I considered half my apprentice. However, this apprentice only took a week to master the skills and even managed to poach my clients in the process. 3 months later, she went from a newcomer to the company's top salesperson. When Yifan first arrived, he was an employee at a real estate agency and had been working there for nearly 2 years. However, the day after he time traveled, Yifan quit his job without even asking for his salary. This Jiang Li was Yifan's colleague at the real estate agency, and when she first started, Yifan was responsible for mentoring her. However, Jiang Li was young, around the same age as Yifan, but she was far more cunning than the previous Yifan. She took advantage of Yifan's trust in her and copied all the client information he had accumulated. Then, using that client information, she poached over half of the clients Yifan had spent nearly 2 years building up. After all, the previous Yifan was not only average-looking but also rather reserved, a true honest person. Jiang Li, on the other hand, was not only attractive but also articulate and charming. She even occasionally treated clients to meals, making it effortless for her to poach those clients away. So, to be strict about it, Jiang Li wasn't just his half-disciple, she was a traitor who betrayed her master. Thinking of this, Yifan suddenly smiled lightly and walked toward Jiang Li in the dance floor. Although he was no longer the same Yifan from before, since he had inherited the memories of the previous Yifan, they were essentially the same person. However, the consciousness of the previous Yifan had completely vanished, leaving only memories behind. At the same time, as Yifan approached, Jiang Li couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. She had naturally heard about Yifan offering free drinks earlier and had even planned to go over for a drink herself. Of course, it wasn't just for the free drink. Although she had come to the bar purely to relax, not to pick up men. But if she really came across a young, handsome rich guy, she wouldn't want to miss the opportunity. However, after observing him for a while, she quickly abandoned the idea. Because she noticed that several women who were just as attractive, if not more so than her, had all been rejected by Yifan. So she naturally didn't think Yifan would be interested in her. But to her surprise, Yifan actually walked over to her now, leaving her unable to contain her excitement. However, on the surface, she still pretended not to care. Hey, beautiful, all by yourself? Yifan walked straight up to Jiang Li, swaying his body to the music while smiling and asking. Yeah, handsome, what's up? Jiang Li struggled to suppress her excitement, never expecting this wealthy, handsome guy to actually be coming straight for her. As for why she was so sure Yifan was a rich guy, it was because she recognized the watch he was wearing, a Patek Philippe 5002P. Although it was also a Patek Philippe, unlike the typical models priced at a few million, this watch was a whopping 18 million. Yes, 18 million. And she could guarantee that this watch was definitely authentic. Back when she was still in college, she had worked part-time at a high-end watch boutique and had seen many luxury timepieces, including Patek Philippe watches. So even though she hasn't seen the Patek Philippe 5002P in person, she can tell that the 5002P Yifan is wearing right now is just as well crafted as any other Patek Philippe she's seen. And someone who can afford an 18 million watch must be a tycoon, right? Moreover, Yifan was so young and handsome even if he didn't have money, she probably wouldn't mind getting involved with him. Chapter 64, Easy Victory. What do you think, beauty? Yifan gave Jiangli a mischievous smile. Jiangli's face flushed instantly. Although Yifan didn't say it outright, his intentions were clear. He wanted to flirt with her. This made her feel a bit nervous. After all, she hadn't been without suitors before. In fact, there had been plenty. But compared to the man standing before her now, those men were simply no match for him, and she hadn't felt the slightest bit attracted to any of them. So, to be honest, this was the first time she had ever felt nervous because of a man. And seeing her like this, Yifan knew exactly what was going on. After all, even celebrities like Dami and Naza were easily charmed by Yifan on their first meeting. Jiangli, though also pretty, was only an 80 out of 100 in looks, and with makeup, maybe an 85 on par with Jia's level. How could she possibly resist Yifan's charm? But Jiangli, of course, wouldn't admit it. At the same time, she clearly hadn't recognized Yifan as her former idiot master. Of course, not recognizing him is normal. It would be strange if she did. How would I know? Jiangli said defiantly. But the next moment, when she looked up and saw Yifan's mischievous smile, her face turned even redder. How could he look so handsome when he smiled? Unfortunately, he was wearing sunglasses, so she couldn't see his face clearly. Jiangli couldn't help but think to herself. They say the eyes are the window to the soul, so Yifan wearing sunglasses at least reduces his visual appeal by more than half. But even so, Jiangli could tell that Yifan was definitely an incredibly handsome guy. Plus, the atmosphere in the bar was already making people more impulsive, so even if Yifan really did something to her now, she probably wouldn't resist at all. However, Yifan was just smiling at her while continuing to sway his body to the rhythm of the music. Even though there were plenty of couples hugging and kissing nearby. But even so, his actions still caught the attention of many people. In fact, from the moment he stepped into the dance floor, many people had been watching him. So when they saw him heading toward Jiangli, many beautiful women shot jealous or defiant glances his way. After all, many of them believed they were more beautiful than Jiangli, or at least not inferior to her. And when they saw Jiangli in this state, another group of men who had previously had designs on her grew even more annoyed with Yifan. Though Jiangli wasn't the most beautiful woman in the bar at that moment, her demeanor clearly indicated she wasn't the type to frequent such places often. Moreover, with her makeup, her 85 out of 100 looks were definitely not low. Such a beauty, alone, was hard not to notice. In fact, several groups had already invited Jiangli before, but she had rejected them all. This was only because it was a night color bar. Otherwise, with Jiangli coming alone, who knows what might have happened. As the dance music ended and the music in the venue became slightly less intense, Yifan invited Jiangli to join him for a drink. Jiangli naturally didn't refuse. But just then, Yifan suddenly noticed someone bumping into Jiangli from the side. And this person clearly did it on purpose. Was he trying to take advantage of the situation? Yifan's eyes narrowed instantly, and he immediately understood the man's intentions. He clearly wanted to pretend he hadn't steady himself properly, then trip Jiangli and take advantage of her. Such things often happened in places like bars. Unfortunately, Jiangli was the woman Yifan had set his sights on, so there was no way he was going to let him get away with it. The next moment, Yifan suddenly reached out, embraced Jiangli in his arms, and spun her around in the air as she screamed, leaving the other man to grab at thin air. Not only that, but whether the man was drunk or simply lost his balance and didn't react in time, he ended up falling flat on his face. The man let out a loud, agonizing scream. Seeing this, Yifan sneered coldly but didn't bother to confront him further. However, just as he was about to leave with Jiangli, he noticed several more people emerging from the crowd and blocking their path. At the same time, it seemed that the commotion had been noticed as the music at the scene suddenly stopped and the lights suddenly brightened. As a result, Yifan and his group naturally became the center of attention in the entire venue. Then everyone quickly spotted the guy who had just collided with Jiangli. He was still lying on the ground, with blood all over his head. Chapter 65, A Tough Character. What's the matter? Your own man fell down, and now you want to blame it on me? Yifan looked at the group with a relaxed expression. However, Jiangli in his arms was a different story. Seeing the men's expressions, she shrunk further into his embrace. After all, these men not only had menacing expressions on their faces but were also all covered in tattoos. They clearly weren't good people. Kid, this isn't your business. It was this woman who tripped my brother. We're here for her. One of the tattooed men stepped forward and pointed at Jiangli. But this was clearly a frame-up. Yifan saw it clearly. It was that man who had bumped into Jiangli himself. But it was so dark in the dance floor earlier. If these guys insisted that Jiangli tripped him, there was no way to prove otherwise. Besides, given Yifan's status, he couldn't possibly get into an argument with them. It wasn't me. He bumped into me himself. It has nothing to do with me. At this point, Jiangli had also calmed down. Hearing that these people were looking for her, she immediately defended herself. But it clearly didn't do any good. You little, my brother is injured like this, and you just say it's none of your business? And you, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Another tattooed man said. However, while he was telling Yifan not to mind his own business, his provocative gaze clearly showed that he was hoping Yifan would get involved. At the same time, everyone present immediately turned their attention to Yifan, clearly wanting to see what he would do next. Especially Jiangli, who looked visibly tense. After all, no matter how you look at it, she was just a woman, and a young woman in her early 20s. Even if she was cunning, she couldn't help but panic in such a situation. However, there was one thing she knew for certain: if Yifan really didn't intervene, the outcome awaiting her would be utterly tragic. At that moment, she regretted coming to the bar alone. But she had been to this bar several times before. How had she never encountered such a situation before? Fortunately, Yifan didn't let her down. Whether to meddle in others' affairs is my business. If you have any issues, just say so. Yifan looked at the group of people and spoke casually. With his keen eye, how could he not notice that these people were actually targeting him? But he had no idea who was behind it all. But Jiangli naturally had no idea, so she looked at Yifan with gratitude, her admiration for him reaching an unparalleled height. Hey, it seems you're determined to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? Alright, we won't make things difficult for you today. My brother is in this state, so just compensate this little girl with $1 million for medical expenses. For someone as wealthy as you, $1 million shouldn't be too much, right? Another tattooed man stepped forward, glaring at Yifan with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, the entire crowd erupted into chaos. 1 million? Are you crazy for money? Exactly. This is clearly extortion. $1 million for a scalp injury? There's no such thing in this world. The guy who had fallen earlier was now being helped up by his companions and sitting on the sofa nearby. He looked pretty bad, with blood all over his head, but everyone could tell he wasn't seriously injured. At most, he'd need a few stitches at the hospital, which might not even cost 1,000 yuan. But $1 million is nothing to Yifan. 1 million, huh? Alright, I'll have someone bring it over right now. Saying this, Yifan calmly took out his phone and started making a call. Seeing this, the entire crowd erupted into chaos once again. At the same time, the few tattooed men froze in shock. What? He agreed so easily? Lin Xiao said this guy was so arrogant. Could he be all talk and no action? It turns out these guys were the ones Lin Hao had brought along. Earlier, Lin Hao was kicked flying by Yifan. Later, an ambulance arrived and took him to the hospital for a checkup, but they found nothing wrong with him, which made him even more frustrated. Since nothing was wrong, it meant that Yifan had kicked him for nothing, and even reporting it to the police wouldn't have helped. To make matters worse, he lost face. In his frustration, he gathered a group of his shady friends to go to the night color bar to drink and pick up girls, only to accidentally run into Yifan, who was also there. Enemies meeting again naturally sparked intense hostility, so he immediately asked a friend from the underworld to call over a few tough guys to teach Yifan a lesson and regain his dignity. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was with his group of friends in a private room on the second floor, watching everything unfold below. Chapter 66, Isn't there still Wang Go? Lin Xiao, was it really this kid who attacked you this afternoon? Yes, he's such a coward. Maybe they got the wrong guy? In my opinion, Wang Go is the real deal. He just called a few people and scared the kid off. In the private room on the second floor of the night color bar, a few rich second-generation kids watched the situation below and chatted with laughter. Meanwhile, the Wang Go they were talking about was holding a girl in his arms, sipping wine, with a calm expression on his face, as if he didn't care about what was happening below. But it was indeed true. Just a pretty boy scaring him a little was enough to make him back down. There was no challenge at all. Oomph. Lin Hao snorted coldly, his mood extremely unpleasant. He could tell they were mocking him. But who could blame him? After all, there were so many people present when he had been kicked flying by Yifan earlier that afternoon. The incident had already spread like wildfire among their circle of second-generation elites, and there was no way he could cover it up now. But that kid is damn handsome. No wonder even Mu Qingyan, that little vixen, fell for him. Another second-generation heir chimed in, and it seemed like everyone present couldn't help but swallow hard. After all, for a beauty like Mu Qingyan, who among them wouldn't be envious? But in the past, they had always been cautious about Lin Hao's family background, so even if they had any thoughts, they dared not show them, and could only fantasize about it in their minds. But now things are different. Since Mu Qingyan has been taken by someone else, if they were to make a move now, it wouldn't be considered stealing another brother's woman. Even Lin Hao himself dared not say anything, because if anyone was to blame, it was only himself for lacking the ability. The only pity was that since Mu Qingyan had already been taken by this pretty-faced guy and was openly showing affection with him, she was definitely no longer a virgin. But it doesn't matter. They were just playing around anyway, and never intended to marry her. These second-generation rich kids are all either wealthy or powerful, and they've never lacked women in their lives. Of course they wouldn't want to get married so early. At the same time, seeing their expressions, Lin Hao knew exactly what they were thinking. But he had no way to stop him. After all, fighting with his brothers over a used goods would only make him look even more foolish. So he could only shift the blame back onto Yifan. I heard this kid has a Lamborghini Venom. That car isn't easy to get, and he just made a call. Could he be calling for backup? A second-generation heir who had been silent all along spoke up. But the other second-generation kids couldn't possibly take that seriously. What's so special about a Lamborghini Aventador? It's not cheap, but it's only a few million. If it weren't such a hassle, who among us couldn't afford it? Exactly, just a few million, and he dares to show off in front of us? That kid looks unfamiliar. He's definitely not from our city. A newcomer dares to come here and show off, and even dare to lay a hand on Lin Xiao? Does he think we're pushovers? These second-generation kids, almost every one of them comes from families with assets starting at 100 billion. Especially Lin Hao. Lin's Xinqing real estate is now worth over 50 billion. Of course, market value is market value. With Shanghai's sky-high property prices, it's quite normal for a slightly larger real estate company to have a market value of over 10 billion. But equally, these companies often owe the banks a huge amount of money. But that doesn't stop him from living it up. Besides, we still have brother Wang. Even if this kid calls for help in Shanghai, is there anyone more powerful than our brother Wang? A second-generation heir flattered him, and the others quickly followed suit. Although they are all wealthy second-generation individuals, at the end of the day, they are still ordinary people, just wealthier than the average person. But the Wang Gu they were talking about was different. He might not have as much money as them, but he had connections in both the underworld and the authorities, and he had hundreds of henchmen under his command. With Wang Gu protecting them, they could act with impunity. After all, they couldn't always rely on their families to handle everything. Hearing their words, Wang Gu couldn't help but smile slightly, clearly enjoying their flattery. However, the fact remains that within the borders of the Magic City, while one cannot speak for the white-collar world, in the underworld, there truly is no one more formidable than Wang Xiong. But the next moment, when he saw the figure suddenly appear below, he jumped up from the sofa, his expression completely changing. How is that possible? How could this person be here? Could this kid be connected to him? In an instant, Wang Xiong felt as though he had seen some terrifying creature. His face turned deathly pale, and cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Chapter 67, I advise you not to get involved. In the first-floor lobby dance floor, seeing Yifan willingly hand over the money, the tattooed men couldn't help but pause. After all, their mission today was to teach Yifan a lesson, which is why they had deliberately provoked him. But now this fair-skinned guy was actually willing to compensate them 1 million yuan. How could they possibly teach him a lesson now? However, there was money to be had, a full million yuan, so they certainly wouldn't refuse. After all, even if they took the money, they could still teach this pretty boy a lesson later. They'd just have to be a bit gentler when the time came. Of course, they also thought Yifan might be calling for backup, but so what? In the territory of Magic City, the Angry Bears gang hasn't been afraid of anyone. However, at that moment, a group of security guards suddenly walked over. But the leader wasn't wearing a security uniform. Instead, he was wearing a black vest, with bulging muscles, clearly a trained fighter. Since you've already come to an agreement, please move to another location. The vest-wearing man walked to the center of the dance floor, glanced at Yifan and the tattooed men, and spoke without emotion. In fact, he had been there all along, but had waited until Yifan and the tattooed men had agreed on the terms before stepping forward, clearly unwilling to interfere in this matter. That's for the best. The tattooed men were clearly intimidated by the vest-wearing man, so much so that they became visibly tense the moment he appeared. However, the vest-wearing man's suggestions suited them perfectly. With so many people around, they couldn't act directly. But once they were outside, they could find a dark, deserted alley and do whatever they wanted to that fair-haired guy. But Yifan would never agree to that. It wasn't that he was afraid of these tattooed men, it was just that, given his status, he couldn't possibly get into a fight with these petty thugs himself. If that were the case, he would have already acted. Why would he still be here wasting his breath with them? I advise you not to get involved in this matter. Yifan suddenly turned his head and stared at the man in the vest. In theory, as someone from Night Color Bar, stepping in to handle this would be normal. After all, the conflict between Yifan and these tattooed men had already disrupted the bar's normal business operations. But the prerequisite was that they had stepped forward from the start. Instead, they refused to get involved earlier and only showed up now, clearly not wanting to get involved. Since that's the case, then just don't get involved. Yifan has always been a very reasonable person, so others should also be reasonable in his presence. But if someone refuses to be reasonable, don't blame him for not being reasonable either. Few in this world can withstand the consequences of defying him. You! The man in the vest was furious when he saw Yifan dare to speak to him in such a tone. You must know that since he took over as the security manager of this Night Color Bar, this was the first time anyone had ever spoken to him like that. Even those tattooed men were deeply afraid of him, which speaks volumes about his reputation on the streets. And all that reputation was earned through his own fists and feet. But the next moment, when he met Yi Fan's gaze, for some reason, a strong sense of danger suddenly arose in his heart. This sense of danger was even more intense than when he was chased by dozens of men wielding knives. So much so that he felt a chill run down his spine, and his anger vanished instantly. This kid is definitely up to something. Moreover, he arrived in a Lamborghini sports car, reportedly worth tens of millions, so his background must be no small matter. Forget it, this is between him and the Angry Bear Gang. I don't need to meddle in their affairs. At worst, I'll just lose a night's worth of revenue. With that decision made, the man in the vest began clearing the area and promised that tonight's consumption would be free of charge. If anyone had already paid, they could deduct the amount from their next visit. Upon hearing this, the crowd around them, though disappointed at missing out on the excitement, obediently left the bar. After all, the background of Night Color Bar wasn't something ordinary people like them could afford to mess with. Besides, they weren't losing out. However, as they exited the Night Color Bar, they noticed that dozens of cars had parked outside the entrance. One by one, men in black suits emerged from the vehicles. Damn, is this a movie shoot? There were no cameras in sight. Could it be related to something inside? So who do you think called these people? It must be that handsome guy. Didn't he make a call before he came out? Goodness, one phone call and he summoned so many people? And these guys don't look like ordinary thugs. Could this be the mafia? What mafia? There's no mafia in our country. But these guys definitely aren't easy to mess with. Let us get out of here quickly. A group of guests from the Night Color Bar, seeing the scene before them, were all completely stunned. Don't think modern society doesn't have gangs. Even in Z country, these shadowy underworlds are inevitable. However, today's gangs rarely resort to violence anymore. Instead, they've either gone legit or turned to gray market industries. But even so, they're still not people ordinary folks can mess with. Chapter 68, The Underground Emperor of Magic City, Zhang Yi. Zhang Bin got out of the car, carefully straightened his clothes, and then led a few henchmen toward the Night Color Bar. But don't be fooled by their respectful demeanor. Their backgrounds are far from ordinary. For instance, one of them was the property manager of Longting Tower, responsible for overseeing all operations within the building. While the Longting Tower may not be the absolute pinnacle of commercial skyscrapers in the Demon City, it still ranks among the top 10, standing over 400 meters tall with 88 floors and a value of at least 20 billion. As for Zhang Bin, there is no need to say more. He is the general manager of Longting Property Management. Longting Property Management not only owns Longting Tower but also several other commercial buildings, shopping streets, and high-end apartments, with a total market value exceeding 100 billion. Of course, all of this is part of Yi Fan's assets. And that's just in the metropolis. Zhang Bin is merely in charge of management. Meanwhile, Zhang Bin's henchmen were completely baffled. They've followed the boss for so many years and this is the first time they've seen him act so cautiously when meeting someone. Moreover, on the way here, the boss specifically instructed them not to act recklessly. This has made them all deeply curious about the identity of that person. But since the boss didn't say anything, they dared not ask. At Nightfall Bar, the tattooed man, the man in the tank top, and a group of wealthy second-generation youths led by Lin Hao, along with Wang Xiong, were all waiting to see who Yi Fan could possibly summon. Then Wang Xiong spotted Zhang Bin. The vest-wearing man also saw Zhang Bin. The other tattooed men also saw Zhang Bin. Wang Xiong, of course, recognized Zhang Bin. He had even been his idol once. Back then, Zhang Bin was one of the most prominent gang leaders in Shanghai, while he was just a lowly street thug. It was Zhang Bin who voluntarily retired later, giving these small-time thugs a chance to rise up. But after retiring, Zhang Bin didn't fade into obscurity. Instead, he transformed himself into the general manager of a large property management group, with assets exceeding 100 billion. The men who followed him have all gone on to achieve great success and amass considerable wealth. Moreover, those who were once his equals have all fallen from grace over the years. As a result, even though Zhang Bin is no longer involved in the underworld, his reputation among them is even greater than it was back then. It would not be an exaggeration to say he is the underground emperor of the entire metropolis. That's why Wang Xiong was so terrified when he saw Zhang Bin here, breaking out in a cold sweat. Because if you offend Zhang Bin, he doesn't even need to lift a finger. Any of his henchmen could take you out. However, Wang Xiong knows Zhang Bin, but the tattooed men under him do not. They didn't have the qualifications to do so. But seeing the aura emanating from Zhang Bin at that moment, coupled with the group of men behind him who clearly weren't easy to mess with, the few of them didn't dare to act rashly. But at that moment, the man in the vest stepped forward. Zhang Gu, how did you get here? The man in the vest looked at Zhang Bin with trembling eyes, his voice shaking. After all, he had once faced dozens of people alone with a knife and never flinched, but at that moment, he was truly afraid. But you can't blame him. After all, standing before him was the underground emperor of the entire Magic City. No matter how arrogant he was, he wouldn't dare to act arrogant in front of this guy. Even if it were the owner of their Night Color Bar here, he'd have to bow respectfully and call him Mr. Zhang. Fortunately, the only thing worth celebrating was that their boss was also a junior of this Zhang Yi. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't even be able to stand steadily right now. However, upon hearing him call him Zhang Yi, the tattooed men froze for a moment before immediately realizing the identity of the middle-aged man before them. Because in the entire Magic City, there was only one Mr. Zhang, the CEO of Longting Property Management, the undisputed underground emperor of Magic City, and the idol of countless small-time thugs, Zhang Bin. Upon learning Zhang Bin's identity, their reactions were even more pitiful than the man in the vest. Not only did their voices begin to tremble, but their bodies started shaking as well. Then something even more shocking happened. There, the man they had always regarded as an unattainable mountain, Zhang Yi, walked into the bar, approached the fair-haired man, and bowed his head, addressing him respectfully, Mr. Yi. What? Zhang Bin, the billionaire CEO of Longting Property Management, the undisputed underground emperor of Shanghai, had actually bowed his head before a young man? And with such a respectful attitude? They must have seen correctly. In an instant, not only were the tattooed men and the men in tank tops stunned, but Wang Xiong was also speechless. Even the few henchmen who had followed Zhang Bin were completely dumbfounded. However, since their boss had done so, recalling their boss's previous instructions, they could only follow their boss's lead, bow their heads, and respectfully call out, Mr. Yi. Chapter 69, Yi Fan, the Man of Reason. Did you bring the items? Yi Fan glanced at Zhang Bin and asked casually. It was as if the man standing before him wasn't the legendary Zhang Yi, but just an ordinary middle-aged man. But that was indeed the case. In Yi Fan's eyes, Zhang Bin had always been no different from an ordinary person. Not to mention that everything Zhang Bin had now was given to him by Yi Fan. The Longting Property Management Company he managed was merely a subsidiary of a subsidiary under Yi Fan's parent company. That was a fourth-tier company. At this level, Yi Fan had at least 100 such companies worldwide. Moreover, among these companies, Longting Property Management is not the most valuable one. In terms of importance, Longting Property Management, which only manages property assets, is definitely among the lowest ranked. Other companies, such as pharmaceutical companies, media companies, and machinery manufacturing companies, are all far more important than Longting Property Management. However, since Yi Fan's villas and residences in Magic City were all managed by Longting Property, he had contacted Zhang Bin a few times before. They've already arrived. Zhang Bin replied respectfully once more, then opened the package in his hand, revealing a neatly stacked pile of RMB. This is 1 million renminbi. Zhang Bin said. At the same time, the tattooed men finally remembered that Yi Fan had promised to compensate them 1 million renminbi for medical expenses. But now, they dared not ask for it. Yi Zong, we were wrong. We didn't recognize your true worth earlier. Please spare us this time. The tattooed men immediately knelt down on the spot. At this point, there was no room for talk of pride, they just wanted to survive. But Yi Fan had already lost interest in them. These 5 men, I had previously agreed to pay them 1 million yuan in medical expenses. You know what to do, right? Yi Fan said directly to Zhang Bin. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. The 1 million yuan in medical expenses will be handled properly, not a single penny will be wasted. After all, having spent so many years on the streets, Zhang Bin immediately understood. 1 million yuan for medical expenses, right? Alright, if we don't spend every last penny of that 1 million, not a single one of them will be allowed to leave the hospital. Given the current medical standards, a typical fracture can be treated for around 20,000 yuan. With 1 million yuan in medical expenses, we could treat 50 fractures, which works out to 10 treatments per person. You understand well, but don't be too excessive. Leave them some money to buy some supplements or something. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction, even patting Zhang Bin on the shoulder. He was a very reasonable person, so once he had agreed to 1 million yuan in medical expenses, he would definitely provide it and ensure every penny was used effectively. Got it, Mr. Yi. Zhang Bin immediately wore an expression of sheer astonishment and gratitude. Although he didn't know Yi Fan's exact status, even the company president who had called him referred to Yi Fan with the respectful title Mr. Yi. So he dared not show the slightest disrespect in front of Yi Fan. Of course, what he didn't know was that the so-called headquarters was actually just a third-tier company under Yi Fan's control. Yi Fan owned at least several dozen such companies. And that didn't even include the shell companies used as fronts. But at that moment, Yi Fan suddenly pointed to the second floor of the Night Color Bar. There was a private room on the second floor, where the mastermind behind this incident was likely hiding. Additionally, I had just dealt with the young master of Xinqing real estate earlier today. I hadn't noticed before, but now that I knew these people were targeting him intentionally, figuring out who had ordered them was no problem for Yi Fan. He even heard every word those people in the private room said earlier. You few, go bring the people in the private room down here. Zhang Bin's expression hardened, and he immediately gave orders to his men behind him. As for the so-called big shot from Xinqing real estate, he wasn't even worth a second glance in his eyes. His father was no exception. Within less than a minute, those few second-generation brats were brought down from the private room along with Wang Xiong, obediently following orders. What? Why didn't they run? Don't even mention whether they could escape. Even if they could, unless they were willing to leave Shanghai for good, Zhang Yi would have no trouble dealing with them. However, in their minds, Zhang Bin probably wouldn't dare to do anything to them. After all, their backgrounds were no ordinary ones. But clearly, they were wrong this time. Lin Hao, Wang Xiong, and the other 5 break all their limbs. The rest break both their legs. 7 people with broken limbs, plus 4 with broken legs, that is 36 fractures in total. With that, there should still be enough left for 1 million yuan, which can be used to buy them some tonics. Thinking this, Zhang Bin couldn't help but feel satisfied with his decision, and he was sure that Mr. Yi would feel the same. As for these second-generation scions with their prestigious family backgrounds, so what? In the eyes of the company, they're nothing. Besides, this time they were provoked first. Breaking their limbs was already lenient. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had already left. Such a minor matter, he was certain Zhang Bin could handle it perfectly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by his own butler. You must know that Yi Fan trusts his butler implicitly, both in terms of ability and loyalty. After all, she was also a product of the system and had been awarded the 1,000-day contract, which was on the same level as the 8th-generation fighter jet manufacturing technology and that laptop. Thinking about it, Yi Fan suddenly felt that he should take some time to meet with his butler. After all, aside from gender, all her attributes were identical to his. In other words, both appearance and charm are 100. Chapter 70, 2 Choices. 2 days later, Yi Fan woke up in the hotel bed. This was also the first time since he had traveled through time that he had brought a beautiful woman to a hotel. After all, Jiang Li was only average looking in his eyes, and his interest in her was entirely due to some previous incidents. Of course, there was another reason: she was the only one among all the beautiful women last night who was still a virgin. Fangu, how will you treat me in the future? Jiang Li was lying on top of Yi Fan. He glanced down and noticed that this girl actually had quite a figure. Her figure was also quite impressive, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall with a well-proportioned build, curves in all the right places. The so-called average looks were only relative to Yi Fan's other women. Additionally, Jiang Li had already learned Yi Fan's name, but she only thought it was a coincidence and didn't realize that Yi Fan was the same master who had been betrayed by her in the past. Yi Fan had no intention of telling her either. How do you want me to treat you? Yi Fan didn't answer directly, instead glancing at the system. After securing the first kill last night, Jiang Li's attributes also appeared in the system. Name, Jiang Li. Age, 20. Appearance, 80. Charm, 80. Strength, 65. Physical condition, 65. Agility, 60. Intelligence, 75. Affinity, 89. Skills. Both appearance and charm are rated at 80, making her a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people. However, in Yi Fan's eyes, she still falls short and can only be considered barely passing. An intelligence of 75 indicates that she has at least one of her IQ or EQ scores that is not low. However, what surprised Yi Fan the most was that Jiang Li's likability toward him had reached 89, just 1 point shy of 90. After all, even Su Shishir, who was once his target, started with only 85. Moreover, although Jiang Li is roughly the same age as Su Shishir, she has far more social experience, so she should be much harder to handle. Yi Fan hadn't boosted Jiang Li's attributes yet she didn't deserve it. Brother Fan, how am I supposed to know? Jiang Li pouted. Although she had known Yi Fan for less than a day, he was rich, good-looking, and even powerful. If she could become Yi Fan's girlfriend, wouldn't that mean she could rise to the top overnight? But what mattered most was Yi Fan's act of protecting her yesterday, which had deeply moved her. Unfortunately, she didn't know that those people had originally come after Yi Fan. They hadn't directly caused trouble for him because they were afraid he would become suspicious. I'll give you 2 options. First, take some money and leave. Second, I can give you a monthly allowance, but I can't guarantee I'll have time to spend with you, and you can leave anytime you want. He knew exactly what Jiang Li was thinking, but what good was an 89% favorability rating? Dai Tianchu's current goodwill rating has reached 99. Moreover, Da Tian is far superior to Jiang Li in every aspect. But even Big Sweetie doesn't dare to hope to become Yi Fan's girlfriend, let alone Jiang Li. However, in Yi Fan's heart, both Big Sweetie and Su Shishir are considered his official girlfriends. So if either of them wanted to leave, Yi Fan would absolutely never allow it. But since he took Jiang Li's first kiss and her popularity rating has reached 89, Yi Fan doesn't mind having another mistress. At the same time, Jiang Li immediately understood Yi Fan's intentions, but she hesitated for only an instant before choosing the second option without hesitation. After all, she was only 20 years old, and the future was still wide open. Just because she couldn't be Yi Fan's girlfriend now didn't mean it couldn't happen in the future. Besides, Yi Fan was so generous. For example, this presidential suite in a 5-star hotel costs 18,888 yuan per night, almost as much as her monthly salary. After all, as the top salesperson at a real estate agency, Jiang Li's monthly salary was at least 20,000 yuan, and sometimes even 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. But that's nothing to a real tycoon. She has always wanted to find a wealthy boyfriend, but he can't be too old. That's why she's still a virgin to this day. Finally, and most importantly, she realized she had truly fallen in love with Yifan. If she were to leave him, she would be heartbroken beyond repair. Alright, give me your bank account number. Since you've chosen the second option, I'll allow you to leave any time. But before you go, I want you to understand what you can and cannot do. Yifan said again. If Zhangli really chooses to leave, he won't stop her. But if she does anything to betray him before leaving, don't blame him for being ruthless. Oh. Zhangli responded with a look of grievance. Although she knew she would never betray Yifan, his attitude still hurt her deeply. However, the next moment, when she saw the money Yifan had transferred into her bank account, all her grievances vanished instantly. Her feelings for him also rose slightly, reaching 90. It turned out Yifan had directly transferred 1 million yuan to her. Don't get too excited, it's for a year. Yifan bluntly dismissed her. Though he could afford to support her at 1 million yuan a month, Zhangli clearly wasn't worth that much. Even if it's a million a year, that's still nearly 10,000 a month. Moreover, it wasn't just about the money, it also showed that in Yifan's heart, he at least cared about her a little. What she doesn't know is that 100,000 yuan is just a penny to Yifan. It might even be less than a penny. Chapter 71, Visiting Mu Qingyan's home. In the afternoon, he accompanied Jiang Li for a while, bought a few Chanel dresses and a Louis Vuitton bag, spending another 100,000 yuan. Then I took Jiang Li to a new place to stay. However, since she was just a mistress, Yifan arranged a fairly ordinary place for Jiang Li to stay, just a slightly more upscale apartment. Such apartments are at least several dozen under the name of Longting Property Management. Even so, it was more than enough to excite Jiang Li. Because the monthly rent for such a high-end apartment is at least 10,000. This further increased her feelings for Yifan by 2 points, bringing her total to 92. After spending the night with Jiang Li in the apartment, Yifan left early the next morning. It wasn't that Yifan was heartless, he didn't mind staying with Jiang Li for a couple more days, since he had nothing else to do. It was just that he had promised Mu Qingyan to help her today. Compared to Mu Qingyan, Jiang Li's importance was obviously far inferior. At 10 a.m., Yifan drove his Lamborghini Venom to a very ordinary residential area. This was where Mu Qingyan's parents lived. He had come today to meet Mu Qingyan's parents. And he was there as Mu Qingyan's boyfriend. Of course, this boyfriend was just an act. And this was also the real reason Mu Qingyan asked Yifan to pretend to be her boyfriend to deal with the arranged marriage her parents had set up for her. However, while the boyfriend is fake, the feelings are real, and Yifan wouldn't let Mu Qingyan slip out of his grasp. So, in a way, Mu Qingyan's parents are also Yifan's future in-laws. Of course, Yifan hasn't even considered marriage yet, and there's a high chance he'll never marry in his lifetime. A so-called marriage certificate holds no binding power over him. However, since it's the first time visiting, gifts are still necessary. For this reason, Yifan specially bought 2 bottles of Maotai and 2 packs of cigarettes on the way, along with a painting. After all, for a family like Mu Qingyan's, the quantity of gifts doesn't matter. Fan go, over here. As soon as Yifan arrived at the entrance of the residential complex, he spotted Mu Qingyan waiting by the roadside. She was dressed in casual attire, lacking the usual aura of a strong woman, but instead exuding a touch of cuteness. This is how a girl of her age should look. Yifan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It must be said that Mu Qingyan was truly beautiful, even more so than Lui Fei, whom Yifan had seen as the most beautiful woman so far. If one were to compare, perhaps only Lui Fei at her peak at age 16, and the former Miss Hong Kong, Li Jiasen, could match her. Because it wasn't just about her appearance anymore, it was more about her aura. In this regard, Da Tiantian falls slightly short. Da Tiantian's aura leaned more toward that of a delicate, refined beauty. Even after becoming Da Tiantian, she was merely dubbed the flower of earthly prosperity. She's still very much of this world. Compared to Lui Fei's ethereal aura, she naturally falls short. However, that was in the previous life. In this life, with Yifan, things are naturally different. But generally, Yifan doesn't want to enhance his women's attributes too much, especially in terms of appearance and charm. First, it's pointless, and second, it might reveal the existence of the system. Although he isn't afraid, there's no need to take that risk. However, although Mu Qingyan was adorable at that moment, Yifan still preferred her office attire. Especially in her office. Yifan felt that he had to try it someday. Have you been waiting long? Yifan got out of the car holding a gift and gave Mu Qingyan a gentle smile. No, I just arrived too. Mu Qingyan immediately blushed, because she truly liked Yifan. In fact, if it weren't for other reasons, she would have gone home with Yifan without hesitation that night. At the same time, this scene was also witnessed by the elderly men and women passing by. Hey, isn't that Qingyan? When did she get a boyfriend? The young man looks pretty sharp. Qingyan has good taste. Sigh, I never thought the daughter of the Mu family would get a boyfriend so quickly. I was planning to introduce my son to her. Forget about your son. Qingyan is both beautiful and capable, why would she be interested in your son? What's wrong with my son? At least he grew up with Qingyan. Most of the people in this neighborhood are acquaintances of Mu Qingyan's parents, and many of them have watched her grow up. Plus, Mu Qingyan is so beautiful and comes from a wealthy family. So there are plenty of people who have their eyes on her. Unfortunately, few dare to come forward to propose marriage. After all, who can blame them? Mu Qingyan is simply too outstanding. However, the news that Mu Qingyan has a boyfriend and brought him home today spread quickly throughout the entire neighborhood. Fan Ge, don't listen to them. I don't know the son of that Wan Lao Yi very well. Upon hearing that she suddenly had an old flame out of nowhere, Mu Qingyan hurried to explain. Don't worry, I know. My Mu Qingyan is a pure and virtuous young lady. Yi Fan smirked teasingly, then reached out and grabbed Mu Qingyan's hand without hesitation. Clearly, he was staking his claim. Oomph. Mu Qingyan glared at Yi Fan fiercely, but deep down, she was overjoyed. At the same time, she didn't refuse Yi Fan's hand, because at that moment, she had already made up her mind. Even if she and Yi Fan couldn't end up together, she would give him the most precious thing she had. The two then walked hand in hand toward Mu Qingyan's home. However, when Yi Fan arrived at the Mu residence, he discovered that waiting for him were not only Mu Qingyan's parents but also various relatives like aunts and uncles, numbering at least a dozen. And every single one of them was glaring at Yi Fan with hostility. Then, when they saw the bottle of Maotai and cigarettes in Yi Fan's hand, still wrapped in a very simple plastic bag, their expressions grew even more disdainful. Chapter 72, I'm just a jobless drifter. Qingyan, this must be Xiao Fan, come in quickly. The first to speak was Mu Qingyan's mother, and it was clear that she didn't have any ill feelings toward Yi Fan, and even seemed a bit surprised. After all, Yi Fan still looked quite presentable, especially since he wasn't wearing sunglasses today. Even those Mu family relatives who disliked Yi Fan had to admit that, in terms of appearance alone, Yi Fan was truly flawless. But this only made them think even more that Yi Fan was a good-for-nothing freeloader. This is my mother. Mu Qingyan whispered. Hello, auntie. Yi Fan immediately greeted her politely. But just then, a sudden scream rang out from nearby. Oh, Uncle Yi, you're so handsome. You're even more handsome than Wu Yanzu. Yi Fan turned his head and saw a young beauty staring at him with excitement. However, when the young beauty noticed the glances from others, she quickly shrunk her head in fear and dared not speak. But her eyes couldn't help but keep glancing at Yi Fan, and her little face couldn't help but turn red. This is my cousin, Zhou Chanxian. Mu Qingyan introduced again. Hello, cousin. Yi Fan smiled slightly. Zhou Chanxian's face grew even redder. However, a very out-of-place voice suddenly rang out. Who are you calling cousin? The Mu family hasn't acknowledged your status yet. Saying this, the person glared at Zhou Chanxian angrily. At your age, you should be studying instead of chasing after celebrities. Go back to your sister's room. Oh. Zhou Chanxian replied meekly, but dared not say anything else. After all, this person was her mother. She was Mu Qingyan's aunt. Alright, since you've come to our door, you're our guest. You're Yi Fan, right? Come sit down. Mu Qingyan's father, Mu Haichuan, spoke up from the side, gesturing toward the sofa across from him. Clearly, this was a three-way interrogation. But Yi Fan wasn't afraid. This is my father. Mu Qingyan whispered again, glancing at Yi Fan with a worried expression. Clearly, the one who truly held the reins in the Mu family was Mu Qingyan's father. However, what Mu Qingyan was thinking wasn't whether Yi Fan could pass his father's test, but whether Yi Fan could just get by somehow. Uncle, hello. Yi Fan sat down across from Mu Haichuan, not appearing too casual, but his expression showed no signs of tension. Mu Haichuan couldn't help but nod. At least Yi Fan made a good first impression on him. Since Qingyan said you're her boyfriend, I'll take the liberty of calling you Xiao Fan. There are also some questions I'd like to ask you, and I hope you won't mind. After all, I'm doing this for Qingyan's sake. While others might not know much about Yi Fan, Mu Haichuan was aware of some details, such as the fact that Yi Fan was a neighbor of his daughter, which was how they had come to know each other. This also meant that Yi Fan lived in Tangcheniping, and even in the top-floor mansion. Someone who can afford a 3 billion yuan mansion must come from a prominent family, which explains why he is being so polite to Yi Fan. Uncle, please feel free to ask. I won't mind. Yi Fan smiled and said, after all, it's only natural for someone to worry about their daughter being deceived. But upon hearing this, the expressions of the Mu family relatives immediately changed. You don't mind? Who do you think you are? And you, big brother, why are you being so polite to this pretty boy? Is it just because he's the boyfriend mentioned by Qingyan? But this guy has nothing going for him except his face. What makes him worthy of Qingyan? Plus, even though the Mu family isn't exactly a prominent clan, as Qingyan's boyfriend, he showed up for his first visit carrying 2 bottles of alcohol, 2 packs of cigarettes, and something that looked like a calendar. Do you really think this is a New Year's visit to relatives? This is simply too disrespectful to the Mu family. Even Mu Haichuan felt a slight pang of dissatisfaction. Even if Yi Fan's family background was impressive, Mu Haichuan wasn't someone to be pushed around. Was Yi Fan being too bold in his tone? However, he remained composed on the surface, showing no outward signs of his thoughts, intending to first gauge Yi Fan's true intentions before acting. Alright, I'll just ask directly. Where is your hometown, young Master Yi? A hero should ask about one's origins first, especially someone like Yi Fan at his age. He's clearly a second generation or even third or fourth generation heir, so it's important to clarify his background. My hometown is in a small county in H province. It's not a very well-known place, so I doubt you've heard of it. Yi Fan answered honestly. But Mu Haichuan immediately furrowed his brows. A small county town in H province? Even in the entire H province, there aren't any particularly prominent families from such a small county. Although the Mu family's assets aren't that extensive nowadays, we're still an old established family in Magic City and have some understanding of the major clans and families across the country. Then, where do your parents work? Mu Haichuan asked again. I was an orphan from a young age and grew up in an orphanage. Yi Fan answered honestly once more. Mu Haichuan's brows furrowed even deeper, and he couldn't help but glance at his own daughter. Could she be deceiving him? Otherwise, how could an orphan, who looks no older than 20, possibly afford a villa worth 300 million yuan in Tangchenipin? You must understand that even he only bought that mansion when Tangchenipin was first built, and it was specifically to leave a dowry for his only daughter. And at that time, the price of that mansion was just over 100 million. Even so, he hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to buy it. At the same time, the Mu family's relatives also burst into laughter. Turns out he really is just a pretty-faced fool. We mustn't let Qing Yan be deceived by him. Yes, we must break them up today. They didn't suspect the relationship between Yi Fan and Mu Qingyan, because from their observations earlier, they noticed that the look in Mu Qingyan's eyes when she looked at Yi Fan was clearly filled with deep affection. So, what exactly does Xiao Fan do for a living? If it's not from your family, then you must be starting your own business. Isn't internet entrepreneurship all the rage these days? Things like shared bicycles and P2P lending. Though in Mu Haichuan's eyes, these are all fleeting trends that will eventually collapse, they have indeed created a new generation of young millionaires. Some people have even made more money in just 1 or 2 years than the Mu family has earned in decades. But clearly, he was about to be disappointed again. Yi Fan just smiled lightly and said, I guess I'm technically unemployed right now. Indeed, he has countless companies under his name, but none of them are officially registered under his name, and he never gets involved in any of their affairs. So calling him an unemployed vagabond is no exaggeration. Chapter 73, The Lin Family's Rage. Unemployed? This left everyone from the Mu family speechless. Because they never imagined that Yi Fan would be so honest. After all, in their minds, Yi Fan should have made up a background or a job, and they had even prepared to investigate. But to their surprise, Yi Fan simply stated that he was an unemployed vagabond. And you, a jobless bum, dare to step foot into the Mu family's door? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you're good looking? Since that's the case, let's call it a day. Mu Haichuan stared at Yi Fan for a long time. Seeing that Yi Fan remained as calm as ever, he felt a bit puzzled but didn't bother to ask any further. Regardless, his daughter could never marry an unemployed vagrant. Perhaps it was possible in the past they could always just take him in as a son-in-law. But given the current situation the Mu family was facing, they desperately needed someone with a powerful background to step in and help them. Unfortunately, the Mu family's businesses were all in traditional industries, which meant large investments with slow returns. And now everyone was busy making money in real estate or the internet who would be willing to help him. So the only solution he could think of was an arranged marriage. He even has a candidate in mind. But doing so would inevitably mean sacrificing his daughter's happiness. For the sake of the Mu family, he had no choice but to proceed. However, Mu Qingyan is his only daughter, so even if it's an arranged marriage, he hopes she can find happiness. That's why he was willing to meet Yi Fan today. Unfortunately, Yi Fan had disappointed him greatly, let alone compared to that person. With that, Mu Haichuan simply left, leaving Yi Fan alone on the sofa. None of the Mu family relatives bothered to acknowledge Yi Fan, as if he didn't exist. On the other hand, Mu Qingyan's mother kept staring at Yi Fan, who was handsome, an orphan, and so young. Where could one find such a good son-in-law? However, she was well aware of the Mu family's current situation, so in the end, she could only shake her head with a look of regret. Was that it? Not even staying for lunch? Yi Fan was completely baffled. His future father-in-law's temper was way too direct. But he didn't really care. Auntie, I'll go now. I'll come visit you again next time. Yi Fan stood up and said to Mu Qingyan's mother. With his perception, he could tell that Mu Qingyan's mother didn't look down on him. Though he didn't know the reason, he still had to maintain proper etiquette. As for the others, they saw Yi Fan as a smooth-talking charmer trying to deceive Mu Qingyan. Yi Fan, however, had never given them a second glance. Yi Fan immediately left the Mu household, and Mu Qingyan naturally followed closely behind. I'm sorry, brother Fan. In the elevator, Mu Qingyan gently hugged Yi Fan's arm, apologizing with a guilty expression. She knew full well that everything that had just happened was Yi Fan's doing, but she didn't blame him. After all, it was the Mu family who had wronged him first. Not to mention Yi Fan's arrival. Her father didn't even bother with polite small talk, he immediately started prying into Yi Fan's background. Who wouldn't be upset by that? And don't even mention the last time that person came to their house, her father wasn't nearly as polite then. However, although that person wasn't bad looking and came from a good family, in Mu Qingyan's heart, he was still far inferior to Yi Fan. A simple "I'm sorry" was enough? At such a moment, Yi Fan naturally wouldn't say it was no big deal. Though he knew all this had nothing to do with Mu Qingyan, and she probably hadn't expected such a situation to arise either. But how could Yi Fan possibly let such a good opportunity slip away? Besides, even if he did say it was fine, Mu Qingyan's sense of guilt wouldn't lessen by even a fraction, it might even grow stronger. So what do you want to do? Mu Qingyan pouted her lips, looking dejected as she asked. But Yi Fan didn't answer her. He simply pointed at his own face. So Mu Qingyan rolled her eyes at him but still obediently tiptoed forward and leaned in. What she didn't expect was that the kiss was just the beginning, the real highlight was yet to come. After a long while, Yi Fan finally let go of Mu Qingyan, satisfied, once again savoring the taste of this little vixen. It was worth all the frustration he had endured earlier. However, this matter couldn't just be left at that. In this world, there were probably no people who could make him suffer without paying a price. But now wasn't the time. He'd wait 2 more days. Just then, Mu Qingyan suddenly noticed that a large crowd of elderly men and women had gathered around her. And her cousin Zhou Qianxian was among them. "Qianxian, what are you doing here?" Mu Qingyan asked, her face flushing red. "I came to see my brother-in-law off, but I never expected to see such a thrilling scene. You two are really bold," Zhou Qianxian said with a mischievous smile, then blushed and looked at Yi Fan. "Go for it, brother-in-law. I'm rooting for you." "Thank you, Qianxian. Your brother-in-law will do his best." Yi Fan had a good impression of Zhou Qianxian, but that was partly because she was a pretty girl herself. And when he said little, he was referring to Zhou Qianxian's age. In terms of looks alone, Zhou Qianxian might not be as beautiful as Mu Qingyan, but she's definitely on par with Naza. Plus, their ages are pretty close. However, Yi Fan didn't have much interest in her. He wasn't the type to pursue every beautiful woman he met. "Enough, let's go." Seeing the elderly people around her pointing and whispering, many of whom had watched her grow up, Mu Qingyan couldn't bear to stay any longer. However, Zhou Qianxian insisted on following her to send Yi Fan off and even took out her phone to ask for his WeChat. This made Mu Qingyan seriously suspect that this was her true intention. But thinking about how her father had treated Yi Fan today, perhaps she couldn't become his bride anyway, so having Qianxian take her place wouldn't be so bad. A strange thought suddenly popped into Mu Qingyan's mind. "Wow, brother-in-law, is that your car?" Just as Zhou Qianxian had just dropped Yi Fan off outside the residential complex, she saw Yi Fan walking toward a very flashy sports car. "What? Are you also like them, thinking that my brother-in-law is just a pretty face?" Yi Fan smiled lightly, then waved goodbye to Mu Qingyan and her sister before driving off in his car. He didn't say anything to comfort Mu Qingyan, because he believed they would meet again soon. At the same time, in a very upscale private hospital in Magic City, Lin Hao's father, Lin Fengxiao, looked at his only son lying on the hospital bed with his limbs broken, his face twisted into a hideous expression. But he dared not confront Zhang Bin, so he could only have others take his anger out on Zhang Bin's behalf. For example, the Mu family. After all of this was because of Mu Qingyan. Moreover, he had been targeting the Mu family for quite some time, and now was the time to close the net. Chapter 74, The Stunned Relatives of the Mu Family. After Yi Fan left, the relatives of the Mu family immediately began to gossip. "A good-for-nothing guy like him dares to want to marry our family's Qingyan? He's completely delusional." Exactly. Compared to Lin Hao from the Lin family, this guy is nowhere near his level. I wonder what Qingyan is thinking. Being good-looking doesn't mean anything, it can't put food on the table. Speaking of Lin Hao, he's not bad-looking either. Why doesn't Qingyan like him? Besides giving 2 bottles of wine and 2 packs of cigarettes, he actually gave a painting. Qingyan's uncle opened the calendar Yi Fan had given him and discovered it wasn't a calendar at all, but a painting. And someone quickly recognized the painting. It's Qi Baishir's Autumn Mountain. The one who spoke was Mu Qingyan's second uncle, who was also Zhou Qianxian's father. A painting by Qi Baishir? The eldest uncle was startled and immediately laughed. "I thought it was something else. Turns out it's a fake." Giving a fake as a gift, only someone like that would do something so tacky. Clearly, he was implying that Yi Fan had a thick skin. You should know that if it were a genuine Qi Baishir painting, it would be worth at least several million. And he knew this particular painting, Autumn Mountain, had once sold for 40 million at an auction. At the same time, hearing him say that, the other relatives all burst into laughter as well. Only Zhou Qianxian's father looked at the Autumn Mountain painting with a puzzled expression. He had some knowledge of calligraphy and painting, and this painting gave him a very peculiar feeling. Even if it wasn't a genuine work by Qi Baishir, it was definitely created by a master artist. However, considering his status in the Mu family, he ultimately refrained from speaking up. Just then, Mu Qingyan and Zhou Qianxian returned after sending Yi Fan back. "Mom, guess what I just saw?" Zhou Qianxian burst into the room and exclaimed to her mother. It wasn't another celebrity, was it? Mu Qingyan's aunt couldn't help but frown. This daughter of hers was otherwise perfect, but her constant obsession with celebrities chasing one today and another tomorrow was truly exasperating. After all, in her opinion, they were just a bunch of actors. What was there to chase after? Moreover, the Mu family had been a well-established family for decades. If word got out, they'd be the laughingstock of the town. Pfft, it wasn't even a celebrity. Let me tell you, I just saw an 80 million yuan sports car. Zhou Qianxian said proudly, causing everyone present to freeze in shock. An 80 million yuan sports car? That could buy several school district homes. Exactly, spending 80 million on a sports car? What a wasteful air. I wonder which rich kid bought it. Could it be Lin Hao? It could also be the young master from the Zhang family. Or maybe it's the Wang families. A group of people started discussing again. Although they were all relatives of the Mu family, they were also shareholders of Jiahua Industry. However, first, their shares weren't significant, and second, Jiahua Industries had been losing money for years, so there were no dividends. So in reality, they could at best be considered moderately wealthy. But immediately afterward, Mu Qingyan's aunt glared at her own daughter again. What kind of brother-in-law is he? He's just a good-looking playboy, don't you dare call him that. But Zhou Qianxian suddenly lifted her head and snorted loudly. What a pretty boy. You'll never guess that 80 million yuan sports car is driven by my brother-in-law. Zhou Qianxian said with a smug expression, as if the car were her own. However, the others were no longer paying attention to this. Instead, they were all stunned by Zhou Qianxian's words. Qianxian, what did you say? That fair-faced young man has an 80 million yuan sports car? Mu Qingyan's uncle couldn't help but ask. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. My brother-in-law drove the sports car away, and he looked absolutely stunning. So I've decided to stop chasing celebrities. Compared to my brother-in-law, they're all so far behind. Zhou Qianxian boasted again. Everyone exchanged glances and then looked at Mu Qingyan together. I just found out too. Mu Qingyan said expressionlessly, then glared at Zhou Qianxian just as fiercely. I told her not to say anything, but she forgot all about it. However, she had indeed just found out the price of Yifan's sports car, and it was Zhou Qianxian who had looked it up online and told her. Saying this, Mu Qingyan no longer paid any attention to these relatives and walked straight into her own room. Over the past 2 years, since taking over the company's affairs, she had already seen through the true nature of these relatives. But by saying that, she had also inadvertently confirmed that what Zhou Qianxian had said was indeed true. So that guy isn't just a pretty face after all? An 80 million yuan sports car? He claimed to be unemployed and an orphan? Maybe he made money from his previous business ventures and now invests his money without getting involved in the day-to-day operations, which is why he claims to be unemployed? It's possible. I never thought we'd all been fooled by him. Speaking of which, if he's not just a pretty face, then what about this painting? As he spoke, everyone turned their heads to look at the autumn mountain painting held by the older brother-in-law. If he can afford an 80 million yuan sports car, then giving away a painting worth tens of millions isn't impossible. After all, given their family's circumstances, it's definitely worth that price. Not to mention, whoever marries their family's Qingyan would get the Tangcheniping mansion worth hundreds of millions. Not to mention, as Mu Haichuan's only daughter, the entire Jiahua industry will definitely all belong to Mu Qingyan in the future. Hey, look at that. At that moment, someone noticed that the plastic bag containing cigarettes and alcohol also had a small booklet inside. They opened it and found it was an authentication certificate from Christie's auction house. And it clearly stated that this autumn mountain painting was indeed the genuine masterpiece worth 40 million. It's really the genuine autumn mountain painting. This authentication certificate must not be fake, otherwise, we could be sentenced to prison. I said this painting looked a bit different. I suspected it was genuine earlier. Why didn't you say so earlier? I wasn't sure. Everyone stood there speechless, staring at the autumn mountain painting in front of them. This is an authentic piece worth 40 million yuan, and it's just casually stuffed into a cheap plastic bag? The fact that someone can casually give away a genuine autumn mountain worth 40 million yuan and drive an 80 million yuan sports car, that's what a real tycoon looks like. But at that moment, Mu Qingyan's uncle, Mu Haichuan's younger brother Mu Jiangchuan, suddenly cleared his throat. What's so special about an original painting? Compared to Lin Hao from the Lin family, that kid is still far behind. Don't forget that Xinqing Real Estate's current market value has already exceeded 50 billion. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions immediately changed. Not to mention that the deed was already done. Even if they wanted to back out now, it was already too late. What they didn't know was that the Lin Hao mentioned by Mu Jiangchuan, along with those so-called Zhang family and Wang family scions, were all lying in the hospital at that very moment. However, this matter had already been collectively sealed off by those families, so it was no wonder they didn't know. Chapter 75, Lin Fengxiao comes to collect the debt. 2 days later, Mu Qingyan arrived at the company early. Today was the quarterly shareholders meeting, and not only would all the shareholders be present, but even Mu Haichuan, who rarely made public appearances, had personally come to the company. But as soon as she entered the meeting room, Mu Qingyan noticed that the atmosphere was different today. She didn't think much of it and immediately picked up the reports to begin her presentation on the company's performance for the previous quarter. Jiahua Industrial was a family-owned company founded by Mu Qingyan's grandfather and later passed down to his eldest son, Mu Haichuan. Currently, Mu Haichuan holds 65% of the company as shares, giving him absolute control. As Mu Haichuan's only daughter, these shares will undoubtedly be inherited by Mu Qingyan in the future. Therefore, as long as Mu Haichuan supports her, no one would dare to oppose her, no matter how poorly she performed. Moreover, over the past 2 years, she believed she had done a decent job. However, just as Mu Qingyan was halfway through her report, her secretary, Huang Lily, suddenly rushed over. Mr. Mu, Mr. Lin from Xinqing Real Estate is here. He says he needs to discuss something with you. Lin Zong from Xinqing Real Estate? Mu Qingyan was taken aback. She knew, of course, that Mr. Lin was Lin Hao's father, but Lin Hao's pursuit of her was a personal matter, and there was no business connection between their companies, Jiahua Industry and Xin Chang Real Estate. So why was Lin Hao's father showing up now? Moreover, she was still in a meeting. However, he was the CEO of a company worth 50 billion yuan. Since he had come in person, she should at least meet him. Take Mr. Lin to the reception room first, I'll be there shortly. Mu Qingyan prepared to finish her report quickly and then go meet that Mr. Lin. Besides, she was in no mood to deal with these relatives. The remaining 35% of shares in Jiahua Industry were almost entirely held by Mu's relatives. But at that moment, Mu Haichuan suddenly spoke up, "Go bring Mr. Lin here." What? Oh, got it. Huang Lily immediately responded, after all, it was the chairman speaking directly, how could she dare to disobey? Mu Qingyan was taken aback once more, unsure of her father's intentions. After all, they were currently holding a shareholders' meeting, and having outsiders present seemed inappropriate. Or was her father planning to collaborate with that Mr. Lin? But how come she didn't know about it? However, she didn't think much of it. After all, she would find out soon enough. Less than 5 minutes later, the conference room door swung open and Lin Fengxiao, the CEO of Xinqing Real Estate, walked in. Not only that, but a large group of people followed closely behind him. Oh, Mr. Mu is here too. That's convenient. I'm sure Mr. Mu must know why I'm here today, right? That said, Lin Fengxiao clearly wasn't surprised to see Mu Haichuan there. A year ago, I borrowed 500 million yuan from Mr. Lin using 20% of the shares of Jiahua Industry. Today is the due date. Mu Haichuan nodded and said. However, Mu Qingyan was unaware of this matter. But that's not the key point. The 500 million yuan was indeed used for the company's operations. Or more accurately, it was used to repay debts. Currently, the market value of Jiahua Industry is approximately 6 billion yuan, but the total debt exceeds 4 billion yuan. And this doesn't even include the 500 million yuan debt from Xinqing Real Estate. In other words, the total debt of Jiahua Industry now amounts to nearly 5 billion. The critical issue is that the company currently has very little cash on hand. So how are we supposed to repay the 500 million yuan debt from Xinqing Real Estate? Since Mr. Mu still remembers this matter, that's the best possible outcome. I'm here today to collect the debt. Lin Fengxiao stated his purpose directly. But Mu Haichuan shook his head. The company simply doesn't have that much money in the bank right now. Oh? What does Mr. Mu plan to do then? Are you planning to default on the debt? Lin Fengxiao sneered. Mr. Lin can rest assured on this point. I, Mu Haichuan, would rather sell everything I own than owe anyone a single penny. I only ask that Mr. Lin give me another month. By then, I will repay every penny, with interest, without fail. Mu Haichuan said solemnly. But how could Lin Fengxiao possibly agree? Otherwise, he wouldn't have come personally today to demand payment. He already knew that Jiahua Industry couldn't repay the 500 million. No, to be precise, it should be 600 million yuan, plus 100 million yuan in interest. Then he immediately turned his gaze toward Mu Qingyan. To be honest, at first he had indeed wanted Mu Qingyan to become his wife, not because of her appearance or because of the Mu family, but because he admired her abilities. The Mu family has managed to survive this long without going bankrupt and even shows signs of improvement. All of this can be attributed to Mu Qingyan's efforts. But now, he just wants the Mu family to pay the price. Here's the deal, I want to ask Mr. Mu to repay the 500 million. Let us stick to our original agreement. The 20% shares of the company will be mine, how about that? Lin Fengxiao suddenly said. Upon hearing this, both Mu Haichuan and Mu Qingyan couldn't help but be startled. Why does Lin Fengxiao want those 20% shares? After all, the entire Jiahua Industry holds 100% of the shares, all of which are controlled by the Mu family. So even if Lin Fengxiao were to obtain those 20 shares, they would be completely useless. It would be just like the other members of the Mu family now under Mu Haichuan's absolute control. They could only receive dividends and had no say in any company matters. Wait, there's another possibility. If Lin Fengxiao obtains these 20 shares and combines them with the 35 shares held by the other members of the Mu family, their combined shareholding would reach 55%, leaving Mu Haichuan with only 45%. In that case, the entire Mu family would be under Lin Fengxiao's control. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyan immediately looked at the other Mu family relatives, only to see them all lowering their heads, dared not speak. Combining this with the strange feeling she had earlier, she finally realized that these relatives had already betrayed the Mu family. She then looked at her father and noticed that his expression remained calm. Clearly, he had already discovered this matter long ago. But what could he do about it? Given the Mu family's current situation, it was only natural for these people to betray the family. Otherwise, once the Mu family went bankrupt, the shares they held would be worthless. So it's better to sell them now while they're still worth something. Mr. Lin, we've known each other for so many years. My father once helped your Lin family. Can't you even give us a month's time? Mu Haichuan asked, seemingly making his final plea. Mr. Mu, your Mu family did indeed do us a favor back then. Otherwise, when you borrowed money from me, I wouldn't have agreed so readily. So I hope you can be just as generous now. As he spoke, a lawyer by Lin Fengxiao's side handed a document to Mu Haichuan. It was a share transfer agreement. Additionally, I might as well inform Mr. Mu that I now hold 35% of the shares in Jiahua Industry. Combined with your 20%, that makes 55%. However, Mr. Mu can rest assured that Jiahua Industry will be fully merged into Xinqing Real Estate. The factories of Jiahua Industry will be developed into villas, and Jiahua Industry will undoubtedly thrive even more. The remaining 45% of shares in your possession will also appreciate significantly. Lin Fengxiao said again. However, while that may be the case, once Jiahua Industry is truly merged into Xinqing Real Estate, he will have plenty of ways to render the remaining 45% shares held by Mu Haichuan worthless. And doing so would definitely not be a loss for him, as the land alone for the factories owned by Jiahua Industrial is worth at least several $billion. This is the only thing of value that Jiahua Industrial has left. Chapter 76, Shen Xiao vs. Yifan. So you're saying I have no choice but to sign this? Mu Haichuan asked. Either pay back the money or sign the agreement. Otherwise, once today is over, I'll take the agreement to Faiyuan, and those 20% shares will still be mine. At this point, Lin Fengxiao naturally wasn't afraid to confront Mu Haichuan. Just then, the conference room door was pushed open again, and a young, handsome man walked in. What if I say this character doesn't need to be signed? After saying this, the handsome guy turned to Mu Qingyan. Qingyan, it's been a long time. Hello, Chen Xiao. Mu Qingyan greeted him with a very calm tone. This Chen Xiao was the matchmaker her father had introduced to her last time. However, at first, Mu Qingyan didn't know that she had been called home by her father for a blind date. And after that day, she had immediately told this Chen Xiao that she already had a boyfriend. This was also why she had asked Yifan to pretend to be her boyfriend. But upon seeing this Chen Xiao, Lin Fengxiao's expression immediately changed. Chen Xiao, how did you end up here? Chen Xiao, whose real name is Chen Hao, is known as the first playboy of Magic City. Compared to this Chen Xiao, Lin Hao's so-called second-generation rich kids weren't even worth mentioning. But even a playboy isn't someone Lin Fengxiao can afford to offend. Because Chen Hao comes from the Chen family, the first family of Magic City, and the Chen family almost controls the entire financial system of Magic City. So if Chen Hao were to speak a single word, no bank in the entire Magic City would dare to grant a loan to Xinqing Real Estate. A real estate company without bank loans would inevitably face ruin. It wouldn't take long before they'd be completely bankrupt. Since you know me, I don't need you to sign this document. Do you have any objections? Chen Hao stared at Lin Fengxiao and asked. No, of course not. Lin Fengxiao forced himself to suppress his anger. After all, he was the CEO of a company worth 50 billion, when had he ever been insulted like this by a junior? But he dared not offend Chen Hao. That's great. Chen Hao nodded in satisfaction. However, this put Lin Fengxiao in a difficult position. Since Mu Haichuan refused to sign and there was no money to repay the debt, could he just write off the 500 million yuan? Although he was the CEO of Xinqing Real Estate, the company wasn't his alone. A sudden deficit of 500 million yuan was something he couldn't afford to take on. Chen Xiao, you can refuse to sign the document, but what about my 500 million yuan? Didn't I just say that in a month, every penny, including interest, will be returned to you? Chen Hao waved his hand impatiently. After all, whether they could repay it in a month was none of his concern. Anyway, with a month's time, using his connections, he was certain he could secure Mu Qingyan. By then, with the Mu family under his protection, Lin Fengxiao wouldn't dare to do anything. In fact, with Lin Fengxiao as a threat, it would be even easier for him to act. However, Lin Fengxiao wasn't a pushover. He knew full well that Chen Hao was just stringing him along. But for now, there was nothing else he could do but wait another month. But just as he was about to leave, another handsome guy walked in through the door. And as soon as this handsome guy appeared, he gave everyone a big smile. Hey, there are quite a few people here. I wonder if I can join the fun. Yifan looked at everyone present and said with a smile. Indeed, the handsome guy who had just appeared was none other than Yifan. Not only that, but there was also a stunningly beautiful woman by his side. Upon seeing Yifan appear, Mu Haichuan was speechless, Mu Qingyan was speechless, and Lin Fengxiao was speechless. Even Chen Xiao was speechless. Because Yifan was simply too handsome. He was more handsome than any celebrity he had ever seen. So much so that even Chen Xiao, who had always been confident in his own appearance, couldn't help but feel a strong sense of jealousy toward Yi Fan. "Who are you?" Chen Xiao couldn't help but ask. At the same time, he was the only one here who didn't recognize Yi Fan. Lin Fengxiao, though he had never met Yi Fan either, knew a bit about him due to his son Lin Hao's affairs. However, he couldn't afford to offend Zhang Bin, let alone Yi Fan, but that didn't mean he was afraid of Yi Fan. After all, he was the CEO of a company worth 50 billion, and Yi Fan wouldn't find it easy to deal with him. Unlike Chen Hao, dealing with him might only require a simple nod. That's the difference between officials and commoners. "Who am I?" Yi Fan turned to look at this Chen Xiao, then after a long moment, his expression suddenly turned cold. "You don't have the qualifications to ask me that." Indeed, even the entire Chen family doesn't faze Yi Fan, let alone a mere Chen Hao. Saying that, Yi Fan no longer paid any attention to Chen Hao but instead glanced at the stunningly beautiful woman beside him. The beautiful woman immediately understood and walked over to Lin Fengxiao with a stack of thick documents. "Mr. Lin, I am Mr. Ye's personal lawyer. These are the acquisition documents for Xinqing Real Estate. As of now, Mr. Yi already owns 51% of Xinqing Real Estate, so from this moment onward, all matters concerning Xinqing Real Estate will be decided by Mr. Yi." Upon hearing the beautiful woman's words, everyone was once again speechless. No, it wasn't just stunned, they were completely dumbfounded. What? Yi Fan acquired 51% of Xinqing Real Estate? Xinqing Real Estate is a publicly listed company with a market value exceeding 50 billion yuan. Yi Fan just said he acquired it and did it? Does that mean Xinqing Real Estate now belongs to Yi Fan? The relatives of the Mu family immediately started discussing it again. In just a few minutes, it felt more thrilling than riding a roller coaster for them. At first, they sold their shares to Lin Fengxiao, thinking that once he took over Jiawa Industry, they could make a fortune too. But then Mu Haichuan somehow brought in people from the Chun family to sabotage the deal. As a result, their dreams of getting rich were shattered. They might even face retaliation. According to their agreement with Lin Fengxiao, they were only supposed to pay for their shares after he had secured the 20% stake. So if Lin Fengxiao couldn't secure those 20 shares, their shares would be unsellable, and Mu Haichuan would definitely not let them off the hook. You see, although they couldn't interfere in the company's affairs before, each of them held a position within the company and received a decent monthly salary. But after today, they'll not only lose their dividends, but their regular salaries might also be cut off. Fortunately, Chen Xiao said he would repay the money in a month. So if Jiawa Industry still cannot come up with 500 million yuan in a month, today's situation may happen again. Their shares can still be sold. But now, another person named Yi Fan has emerged, claiming to have acquired Xinqing Real Estate. Acquiring a listed company with a market value exceeding 5 billion yuan, is that really that easy? If they had known this earlier, they would never have dared to treat Yi Fan that way yesterday. But now it's too late to regret it. At the same time, they also know that given Yi Fan's relationship with Mu Qingyan, if he truly acquires Xinqing Real Estate, he will definitely not consider annexing the Mu family. The shares they hold are now completely unsellable. Chapter 77, 100 billion just for show? That's impossible. It took half an hour for Lin Fengxiao to finish reading all the documents. But even with the facts staring him in the face, he still couldn't believe it was true. His Xinqing Real Estate had been acquired by someone else? By the very people who had injured his son? As the chairman of Xinqing Real Estate, he hadn't noticed a thing beforehand. No, that wasn't entirely true. Over the past month, the stock price of Xinqing Real Estate had risen by a full 30%. The market value had jumped from 40 billion to 50 billion. Now it turns out someone was maliciously acquiring the company's shares, which is why the stock price skyrocketed. However, Yi Fan only had someone acquire 21% of Xinqing Real Estate's shares on the stock market, while the remaining 30% were purchased from other shareholders of Xinqing Real Estate. In other words, he used the same method as Lin Fengxiao did when he took over the Mu family. And it was even easier. Because Lin Fengxiao only held 25% of Xinqing Real Estate's shares, unlike Mu Haichuan, who owned 65% of Jiawa Industry. Therefore, if Mu Haichuan did not use his shares as collateral to borrow money from Lin Fengxiao, then even if Lin Fengxiao had all the money in the world, as long as Mu Haichuan refused, he could never take over the Mu family. It turned out that as early as the first time he met Mu Qingyan, Yi Fan had instructed Zhang Bin to investigate her background. Surprisingly, they discovered that Lin Fengxiao was secretly acquiring shares from Mu Jia's relatives. Therefore, Yi Fan instructed Zhang Bin to use the same method to acquire shares in Xinqing Real Estate. The purpose was for this very day to humiliate Lin Fengxiao in front of Mu Qingyan when he attempted to take over the Mu family. Yes, everything Yi Fan had done was to show off in front of Mu Qingyan. Even if it meant spending over 100 billion, he was willing to do it. But was it worth it? Of course it was worth it. Don't you see that everyone is speechless now? Especially Mu Qingyan, her mind is probably filled with question marks. But spending over 100 billion, Yi Fan definitely didn't lose out. In fact, you could even say he made a fortune. Because no one knows better than him how high domestic property prices will rise in the future. especially in Magic City. Even though property prices in Shanghai are already extremely high, they're still far from reaching their peak. Originally, Yifan had planned that even after acquiring Xinqing real estate, he would still hand over management to Lin Fengxiao. After all, Lin Fengxiao is still quite capable. The takeover of the Mu family was merely a routine business move. But now, due to his son's connection, this chairman position is definitely out of his reach. Alright, there's nothing for you here. Go back and pack your things. Wait for someone to come and hand over the responsibilities to you. Additionally, the 25% shares you hold, if you're willing, you can sell them to me as well. I'll pay you the original price. The original price was based on a market value of 400 billion, but after deducting the 300 billion owed to the bank, the actual value of Xinqing properties is less than 100 billion. So 25 shares would be around 2 billion. That's why Yifan was able to acquire 51% of Xinqing real estate, which is now worth over 50 billion, for just over 10 billion. Of course, Zhang Bin, the underground kingpin of Shanghai, also played a significant role in this. Otherwise, the shareholders of Xinqing real estate might not have willingly sold their shares. However, even 2 billion is a huge sum for the average person. Unfortunately, without his precious son Lin Hao, this 2 billion could potentially grow into 20 billion or even more in the future. After all, as long as they obey, Yifan wouldn't mind letting others share in the spoils. Oomph. Lin Fengxiao snorted coldly. He understood Yifan's meaning, but how could he possibly sell his shares for just 2 billion? He turned to leave, but the next moment, he noticed that none of the people who had come with him were willing to leave with him. Of course not. The entire Xinqing real estate was about to change hands, and the new owner was right in front of them, holding a 51% majority stake. They were all employees of Xinqing real estate, not Lin Fengxiao's employees. How could they choose? So Lin Fengxiao snorted coldly once more and left alone. After all, with such a major upheaval, he had many urgent matters to attend to. If he delayed, it might be too late. However, Yifan was well aware of this, but he didn't care. In the face of absolute power, any schemes or tricks are futile. Yifan then turned his gaze toward the Mu family relatives. Are you still willing to sell your shares? Yifan asked. Sell them, of course. Mu Qingyan's uncle, Mu Jianchuan, was the first to speak. No wonder he's in such a hurry. After all, Lin Fengxiao initially contacted him, and he was the one who helped Lin Fengxiao contact the rest of the Mu family. So if these shares can't be sold, he'll be the first to suffer. Moreover, he holds the largest share, a full 15%. If they can be sold, it would be enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. 175 million, all of it. Yifan suddenly blurted out a figure. What? That wasn't the agreement. Mu Jianchuan was taken aback for a moment, then his expression changed drastically. It turned out that Jiahua Industries' current market value was 6 billion, but it owed over 4 billion to external creditors. Therefore, Lin Fengxiao had acquired their shares at the actual value of 1 billion. Therefore, the total value of the 35% shares was 3.5 billion. But now Yifan wants to acquire all the shares for 175 million, which is equivalent to half the original price. This alone would result in a loss of 75 million for Lin Fengxiao alone. Others, though not as much as him, would also suffer significant losses. Yet, seeing Yifan's expression at this moment, not a single person dared to refuse. Even though they know full well that Yifan is seeking revenge for yesterday's events. However, this isn't because Yifan is forcing them to sell. It's simply that the shares of Jiahua Industry are no longer worth much. In fact, aside from Lin Fengxiao and Yifan, no one else would even consider buying them. Otherwise, they would have sold long ago rather than risk becoming worthless later. Not to mention that if they didn't sell now, they would face Mu Haichuan's revenge. So even if they have to cut the price in half, they have no choice but to sell to Yifan. This way, each of them can at least get a few million, and those like Mu Jianchuan can get 75 million, which is more than enough to live comfortably for the rest of their lives, without worrying about Mu Haichuan's revenge. Why not? Soon, Yifan's beautiful private lawyers signed a share transfer agreement with each of them, and thus, 35% of Jiahua Industries' shares now belong to Yifan. But that wasn't enough. So Yifan walked up to Mu Haichuan and picked up the equity transfer agreement left behind by Lin Fengxiao. Chapter 78, Is it all about chasing girls? Fan go. Watching Yifan's actions, Mu Qingyan was still a bit dazed, but she was very clear about what Yifan intended to do. He actually intended to follow in Lin Fengxiao's footsteps and take over the Mu family. Yifan glanced at Mu Qingyan but didn't explain, continuing to flip through the share transfer agreement in his hand. This agreement stipulated that Mu Haichuan would transfer 20% of the shares to Xinqing Real Estate, not to Lin Fengxiao personally. Yifan placed the agreement back in front of Mu Haichuan. The meaning was clear: sign or pay back the money. Mr. Yi, this. Mu Haichuan looked troubled. He was well aware that this was Yifan's revenge for his actions yesterday. As Mu Qingyan's boyfriend, Yifan had come to her family's house for the first time, only to be treated like he was on trial, and later left there alone without even being offered lunch. Who wouldn't be upset in that situation? But even if he understood, what could he do? Yi Fan had managed to acquire 51% of Xinqing real estate. Regardless of his methods, the funds he had mobilized were at least over 100 billion. Meanwhile, the Mu family's assets now amount to only a few billion, nowhere near Yi Fan's resources. However, he wasn't completely without resources. Seeing that Yi Fan remained unmoved, he had no choice but to seek help from Chen Xiao once again. This Mr. Yi is quite something. I never expected Mr. Yi to be so young and accomplished, quietly acquiring a listed company like Xinqing Real Estate. But does Mr. Yi truly understand the actual situation of Xinqing Real Estate? Chen Xiao suppressed the anger he felt from being ignored by Yi Fan earlier. After all, in front of Mu Qingyan, one must maintain proper decorum. But he noticed that ever since Yi Fan appeared, Mu Qingyan's gaze had never left this young man. Therefore, he had already guessed Yi Fan's identity. He was the boyfriend Mu Qingyan had mentioned. At first, he thought Mu Qingyan was just stringing him along, deliberately mentioning she had a boyfriend. After all, he had only heard that Lin Hao was pursuing Mu Qingyan, but had never heard of any other men in her life. Daring to compete with this young master for a woman? You must be out of your mind. What good is money? Crushing you would be as easy as crushing an ant for me. And this Mu Qingyan, I had thought she could be my mistress, but now it seems she's nothing more than a plaything. Thinking this, Chen Xiao couldn't help but look at Yi Fan with jealousy in his eyes. After all, Mu Qingyan was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered in his life, and if it weren't for her ordinary family background, he would have even considered marrying her. But now she's been taken by Yi Fan. How could he possibly tolerate that? Chen Xiao, right? I know you're from the Chun family, but this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? Or are you planning to help the Mu family pay back the debt? Yi Fan looked at Chen Xiao with disdain once again. The actual situation of Xinqing Real Estate? It's just that they owe the bank over 30 billion yuan. What's the big deal? You. Chen Xiao was taken aback. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to speak to him in such a tone, even though he knew he was from the Chun family. However, although he was a playboy, he wasn't a pushover. He knew that Yi Fan must have something to back him up. So deep down, he was already starting to back down. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he planned to go back and find out more about Yi Fan before dealing with him. After all, Yi Fan had just acquired Xinqing Real Estate, so he wasn't worried about him running away. As for helping the Mu family repay the debt, don't even mention whether he can come up with the 500 million. Even if he could, he wouldn't want to. These spoiled brats are experts at getting something for nothing, and they only take and never give. Making them shell out money is like asking them to give up their lives. Besides, the current Mu Qingyan isn't worth it. So the next moment, he stared at Yi Fan for a long time, then said good 3 times in a row, and turned around and left immediately. Seeing this, Mu Haichuan hesitated for a moment before finally signing his name on the equity transfer agreement. After all, even Chen Xiao had left. What capital did he have left to challenge Yi Fan? Besides, debt repayment is a matter of principle. He had nothing more to say. As a result, 55% of the shares in Jiahua Industry fell into Yi Fan's hands, and from now on, the entire Mu family would have to kowtow to Yi Fan. No, it was Mu Haichuan and Mu Qingyan, the father and daughter, who would have to kowtow to Yi Fan. As for the rest of the Mu family, they were no longer affiliated with Jiahua Industry. After everything was settled, Yi Fan was ready to leave. However, this left Mu Haichuan and Mu Qingyan speechless once again. Mr. Yi, may I ask what your plans are next? Mu Haichuan spoke up. The situation was beyond his control. He couldn't afford to worry about his daughter's relationship with Yi Fan anymore. He even hoped his daughter could be with Yi Fan, as that might help preserve the Mu family's fortune. After all, although he still held 45% of the shares in Jiahua Industry, Yi Fan, who held the majority controlling stake, could easily eliminate him. To put it simply, if they continue to withhold dividends as before, or merge profitable businesses into other companies while retaining unprofitable ones, then his 45% stake would effectively be worth nothing. For example, when SoftBank invested in Alibaba and became the largest shareholder, Ma Yun immediately established ZFB and transferred Alibaba's core businesses, leaving SoftBank with an empty shell. Even a powerhouse like SoftBank ultimately had no choice but to accept its fate. To the point where Mu Haichuan now feels an urge to sell all his remaining 45% stake to Yi Fan. However, he also knows that Yi Fan would never want them. What he didn't know was that Yi Fan didn't want to buy his remaining 45% shares because they weren't worthless, they were simply unnecessary. After all, Mu Haichuan's shares would eventually belong to Mu Qingyan, so as long as he secured Mu Qingyan, he would effectively control these shares. Not to mention that he had originally acquired these shares for Mu Qingyan's sake. Arrangements? What arrangements? Everything will remain the same as before, but let Qingyan take over as chairman. Yi Fan suddenly winked at Mu Qingyan and said with a light smile. At that moment, everyone was completely speechless. What? Mu Qingyan is chairman? What's the difference from before? Or is it that this guy did all of this just to pick up girls? But the cost is way too high. Chapter 79, Money doesn't matter, whether it's a lot or a little. Yi Fan left Jiahua Industry, still accompanied by the beautiful private lawyer Zhou Lin. As for the people brought by Lin Fengxiao, Yi Fan had already told them to get lost. Mr. Lin, there are some things I'm not sure if I should say. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Lamborghini Venom, Zhou Lin hesitated for a while before speaking. If you don't know whether you should say it, then don't say it. Yi Fan said indifferently. It must be said that Zhang Bin had arranged a very attractive private lawyer for him. Even if she couldn't compare to Mu Qingyan, her looks were at least a 90 out of 100. However, this beauty was too serious, and she clearly felt some aversion toward Yi Fan's playboy-like demeanor. So Yi Fan had no intention of provoking her. But as your private lawyer and an employee of Longting Property Management, I believe that any suggestions beneficial to the company should be brought forward, regardless of whether you like them or not. Zhou Lin said again. After all, she was not only Yi Fan's private lawyer but also the head of the legal department at Longting Property Management. Moreover, like Yi Fan, she was an orphan. Without the support of Longting Property Management, she might have dropped out of high school long ago. Therefore, Longting Property Management was like a second home to her. The funds for Yi Fan's acquisition of Xinqing Real Estate and Jiehua Industry all came from Longting Property Management. As the head of the legal department, Zhou Lin was fully involved in the process. As a result, she naturally disapproves of some of Yi Fan's actions. Alright, then tell me about it. Yi Fan didn't mind, he just treated it as a casual chat with a beautiful woman. First, I think Mr. Ye's acquisition of Xinqing Real Estate is fine. In the future, property prices in Magic City will only continue to rise, so even if this deal doesn't make a profit, it won't result in a loss. However, acquiring Jiehua Industry afterward was unwise. Jiehua Industry is currently in a dire situation, with no competitive advantages in its core businesses. It is destined to be phased out, and even bankruptcy is a possibility. Otherwise, its shares wouldn't have been so difficult to sell. Finally, I think the worst thing you did was offend Chen Hao. He's from the Chun family, and with their influence in Shanghai, they could not only cut off Xinqing Real Estate's future loans but also demand early repayment of the money owed to them. This would be extremely detrimental to Xinqing Real Estate's future development. Zhou Lin spoke in one breath, without pausing once, clearly having kept these words bottled up inside her for a long time. However, there was one thing she didn't say: was it worth it for a woman? Even if she's as beautiful as she is? A man should prioritize his career. But even though she didn't say it, Yi Fan could hear the unspoken words. However, Yi Fan didn't bother to explain. Because they were on different levels, their perspectives were naturally different. For example, Mu Jia's Jiehua Industry was worthless in her eyes. Not only was it deeply in debt, but it could even go bankrupt at any moment. But things were different for Yi Fan. Jiehua Industrial was in the textile business, and coincidentally, Yi Fan owned several luxury brands such as Chanel, Burberry, LV, and Versace. These brands only produce their high-end products overseas, while the majority of their mid to low-end products are manufactured by domestic companies. By simply redirecting a portion of these orders to Jiehua Industrial, the company could be revived overnight. Of course, if it weren't for Mu Qingyan, he wouldn't have done this. But he is absolutely sure he won lose out by doing this. After sending Zhou Lin back to Longting Property, Yi Fan left. Jiangli was still waiting for him to have lunch together. Although Jiangli was only his mistress, it must be said that she was a very competent mistress. At least in one particular aspect, she was exceptionally competent. To the point where Yi Fan almost felt like he couldn't bear to leave these past few days. What he didn't notice was that as he left, Zhou Lin, standing by the roadside, immediately wore a look of resentment on her face. Although Mu Qingyan is indeed very beautiful, she's not bad either, right? Why doesn't this guy show any interest in her at all? At that moment, Zhou Lin had already learned from Zhang Bin that the person who had been secretly supporting her all along was none other than Yi Fan. Moreover, all the poor students sponsored by Longting Property over the years had been done so on Yi Fan's orders. What she didn't know was that even Yi Fan himself was unaware of having issued such an order. However, the companies under his control, especially the domestic ones, invest a significant amount of money in charity every year. True charity. Anyway, for him, whether there was a lot of money or a little, it no longer mattered. So why not use it for something meaningful? Half a month later, Jiehua Industry gradually got back on track, and Longting Property even provided Jiehua Industry with a low-interest loan of 5 billion yuan to repay all its debts and expand production. Perhaps Longting Property was not the most valuable company in Yi Fan's portfolio, and its importance was even less significant. But Longting Property had one advantage: it had plenty of cash. You see, all of Longting Property's assets are debt-free. Moreover, all rents are collected in advance, with some paid for half a year or even a year in advance, and there are no outstanding payments whatsoever. Therefore, even if a company is of the same trillion-dollar caliber, it pales in comparison to Longting Property. After all, which company today isn't drowning in debt? Even Wang Lin of Yida, who claims to be China's richest man, still owes Lin Fan several hundred billion. However, Yi Fan isn't in a hurry to make him pay back. He plans to wait until he's sanctioned by the authorities and forced to sell his overseas assets, then snap them up at a bargain price and squeeze every last penny out of him. After all, when Yi Fan was spending money to promote Su Shishir on Douyu, that Wang Prince was the first to mock him. Although that Wang Prince was also doing it for his own live streaming platform, offending Yi Fan comes at a price. Yi Fan has never considered himself a magnanimous person. However, while Jiahua industry was thriving, Xinqing real estate was struggling. It was being hounded by over a dozen banks demanding repayment, and its stock price had plummeted. Even Lin Fengxiao was so scared that he came knocking on the door to sell his shares, otherwise they'd probably be worthless in a matter of days. But all of this was all part of Yi Fan's plan. Chapter 80, Capturing Mu Qingyan. Early morning, at the penthouse of Tangchenipin, Yi Fan looked at Mu Qingyan, who was still sound asleep in his arms, and couldn't help but smile softly. It had been exactly 1 month since the acquisition of Xinqing real estate and Jiahua industry. He had finally found an opportunity to completely take her down. At the same time, after being defeated, Mu Qingyan's attributes appeared in the system. Name, Mu Qingyan. Age, 23. Appearance, 96. Charm, 95. Strength, 65. Physical condition, 70. Agility, 65. Intelligence, 88. Affinity, 95. Skills, management skills level 6. It must be said that Mu Qingyan is truly beautiful. With a 96 in looks, she is even 1 point higher than Da Tiantian after she had her looks boosted by 3 points. Yi Fan estimates that there is probably no one in the entire entertainment industry with a higher beauty score than Mu Qingyan. If she were to become a celebrity, even if she couldn't do anything else, she would definitely become famous just based on her looks alone. However, she wouldn't go into the entertainment industry anyway. Her charm is 95, and last night, Yi Fan experienced it firsthand. But due to certain reasons, he can't go into details, you'll just have to experience it yourselves. In any case, it was even more exhilarating than the feeling he had with Dami last time. Then there's intelligence at 88, that's absolutely genius level intelligence. If she could reach 90, she would be a demonic existence. However, Yi Fan thought about it and decided not to help her improve. After all, a woman who is too smart isn't good. Her affection level is a whopping 95, the highest after Big Sweetie. Finally, she had a management skill level of 6, but that was something Yi Fan had helped her improve. But even before that, her management skills had already reached level 5. Yi Fan didn't wake her up but instead took out his phone to browse the news. If we're talking about the hottest topics in the country over the past month, then aside from Nezha, the Demon Boy breaking the 5 billion yuan box office mark and becoming the highest grossing film in China, it would have to be Xinqing Real Estate becoming the first listed company in China to voluntarily delist itself. Yes, Xinqing Real Estate has delisted, and it did so in the most direct and brutal manner possible: bankruptcy and delisting. In other words, Xinqing Real Estate no longer exists, and the shareholders who purchased its stocks have lost everything. However, Yi Fan feels no sympathy for them, as this was all part of his plan. It turns out that after news of banks coming to collect debt spread, Xinqing Real Estate stock price plummeted repeatedly, dropping from over 50 billion yuan to less than 10 billion yuan in less than a month. It was even warned that if Xinqing Real Estate failed to take remedial measures, it could face the risk of delisting. However, by this point, most ordinary shareholders had already fled. But some funds not only stayed put but also bought up all the shares held by the ordinary shareholders. Then Chen Xiao finally made an appearance. He demanded 30% of Xinqing Real Estate's shares, threatening that the company would face delisting otherwise. At that moment, Yi Fan immediately realized that the funds that had purchased Xinqing Real Estate stocks were all arranged by this Chen Xiao. Previously, Xinqing Real Estate had a total of 45 shares in the stock market, with 21 acquired by Yi Fan, leaving 24 remaining. Now, all 24 shares were in the hands of these funds. If Chen Xiao could obtain an additional 30 shares, the total would reach 54 shares. This would completely place Xinqing Real Estate under Chen Xiao's control. However, having discovered this, Yi Fan naturally wouldn't let him succeed. Not only that, but he has chosen the most direct method: bankruptcy and delisting. As a result, the shares of Xinqing Real Estate acquired by those funds would become worthless. Moreover, before that, Yi Fan had already sold the 21 shares he had acquired back to the funds, recouping nearly 2 billion yuan. Although this money is nothing to him, why not take it for free? Especially when it was given by an enemy. In other words, to gain control of Xinqing properties from Yi Fan, Chen Xiao mobilized nearly 4 billion yuan, only to have 2 billion yuan go to Yi Fan and another 2 billion yuan completely wasted. Although this money might not have come directly from Chen Xiao himself, it must have been a significant blow to him nonetheless. However, although Xinqing Properties has gone bankrupt, the 30 billion yuan owed to the bank still needs to be repaid. Fortunately, Yi Fan isn't at a loss either. After repaying the 30 billion, the assets that originally belonged to Xinqing Properties were absorbed by Longting Property Management, which can be sold off in the future for at least several hundred billion. Smack! Chen Xiao smashed a teacup on the ground, and a young celebrity nearby trembled in fear. This young actress was someone he had recently hooked up with. Though she couldn't compare to Mu Qingyan, she still had some looks. Of course, he had spent a lot of money on her. Even though he was the young master of the Chen family, dating a celebrity still cost money. After all, the Chen family has no influence in the entertainment industry. However, in his original plan, as long as he could secure Xinqing real estate, the small amount of money was nothing. But he never expected that Jifan would be so ruthless, willing to let Xinqing real estate go bankrupt rather than give up his shares. As a result, not only did he fail to secure Xinqing real estate, but he also lost 4 billion yuan for nothing. Although the money wasn't his, those people weren't easy to deal with. Forget it, never mind. They wouldn't dare do anything to me anyway. Blame it all on that Yifan. With that thought, Chen Xiao decided to go out and clear his head, and might as well bring this little celebrity along. After all, the money was already spent, he might as well make the most of it. That night, he boarded a flight to Macau with the young actress. After all, Macau City has always been known as a paradise for men, and his biggest hobby was gambling. However, what he didn't expect was that just as he boarded the plane, Yifan also received the news. Although Yifan had indeed made a lot of money this time, it didn't mean the matter was settled. Yifan has never been a forgiving person. Chapter 81, Guan Tongtong vs. Li Xian. Magic City Airport. Guan Tongtong walked into the departure hall with her head held high and her chest puffed out, followed by 3 assistants. Everyone she passed on the way glanced at her, and many even pulled out their phones to take photos of her. She relished this feeling, the feeling of being a celebrity. Since Yifan lifted the ban on her last time, her popularity had completely recovered. She had even landed 2 decent endorsement deals. However, Lu Han was in a much worse situation. He hadn't appeared on any shows for a long time, and his popularity had plummeted. Now, he can probably only rely on that show, Magic City Fortress, to make a comeback. Right. But none of this concerns her. Although Lu Han was once her lapdog, have you ever seen a goddess truly care about her lapdog's feelings? The only pity is that she's still just a second-tier star. If she could one day become a first-tier, or even a top-tier star, then the people in front of her would definitely go even more crazy. Guan Tongtong couldn't help but think this way. However, to become a first-tier star, let alone a super first-tier star, one needs someone to promote them. Otherwise, with her acting and singing skills, she probably wouldn't have a chance in her lifetime. She was very clear about her own capabilities. But with her family's resources, getting her to second-tier stardom was already the limit. Is that him? Suddenly, Guan Tongtong spotted a familiar figure sitting in a seat next to the departure lounge. Although he was wearing a pair of oversized sunglasses, she recognized him immediately. It could only be Yifan. Tian Tian was the one he made famous. Mimi recently landed 2 international luxury brand endorsements, it must be connected to him. So if she could get her hands on this guy, no resources would be a problem. Seeing Yifan again, Guan Tongtong was beyond excited. Though she had been so proactive last time, Yifan hadn't batted an eyelid. But it doesn't matter. There's no such thing as a man who doesn't stray. Besides, she's not exactly ugly. Her figure is even better than Su Shishir's by a mile. She just couldn't believe Yifan really had no feelings for her at all. The only problem was that she didn't have Yifan's contact information, so even if she wanted to hook up with him, she had no way to do it. But now she'd actually run into him at the airport, such a great opportunity, she wasn't going to let it slip away. She glanced around. Since it was the VIP lounge, there weren't many people around. She then had her assistant wait at a distance, carefully checked her appearance once more, and finally walked toward Yifan. Mr. Yi, you're here too? What a coincidence. Guan Tongtong approached Yifan and gave him what she thought was her best smile. After all, she had once been blacklisted by Yifan and knew how formidable he was, so she was both afraid and nervous at that moment. But for her future, she was willing to take the risk. That is quite a coincidence. Yifan couldn't help but smile slightly as Guan Tongtong walked toward him. However, when he said coincidence, he wasn't referring to a chance encounter. He had just been thinking about who to bring along with him to Macau. Although Macau is known as a paradise for men, he wasn't interested in women. However, he couldn't take Mu Qingyan with him, and Zhang Li's looks and demeanor were still lacking. To his surprise, Guan Tongtong came knocking on his door. Just then, he heard that Chen Xiao was also accompanied by a young actress. I wonder which one is more beautiful than Guan Tongtong. Mr. Yi, where are you heading? Seeing that Yifan seemed in a good mood and even smiled at her, Guan Tongtong's courage immediately grew. We're planning to go to Macau for a few days. Yifan said casually. Macau? Guan Tongtong's eyes lit up. She knew full well that Macau was a paradise for men where they either gambled or sought pleasure. But that didn't matter as long as Yifan was going to have fun. And it seemed like he was going alone. So, Mr. Yi, are you going alone? Guan Tongtong asked nervously. What, do you want to go too? Yifan raised an eyebrow and asked in return. Yes. Guan Tongtong nodded immediately. But Yifan didn't agree. Instead, he looked at the 3 assistants behind her. I'll go tell them right now. As she spoke, Guan Tongtong rushed over and told the 3 assistants to return to Beijing first, then called her agent and said she was with Mr. Yi. Upon hearing this, the agent was stunned. Guan Tongtong had actually encountered that mysterious Yi Zong. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it, it would be like hitting their heads against a wall. He immediately instructed Guan Tongtong to accompany Mr. Yi properly, and as for any events or shows, they should all be cancelled. After all, as long as she could latch onto this Mr. Yi, she could appear on any program she wanted in the future. After all, this Mr. Yi is someone even big shots like Dama, Xiaoma, and Wang Lin have to give face to. After dismissing the 3 assistants, Guan Tongtong returned to Yi Fan's side and began arranging for flights to Macau. "No need, come with me." Saying this, Yi Fan stood up and walked toward the boarding gate. Guan Tongtong was taken aback but quickly followed suit. Just as the 2 of them stepped out of the boarding gate, they saw a massive airplane parked outside. And on either side of the boarding ramp stood 2 flight attendants. "Good afternoon, Mr. Yi. I am Li Xin, the flight attendant on your private jet. It's a pleasure to serve you." As Yi Fan approached, one of the flight attendants immediately greeted him. At the same time, Li Xin's heart was also racing with excitement. You see, since she had become the flight attendant for this private jet, this was the first time she had ever seen the actual owner of the plane. Li Xin? Yi Fan took a closer look at this stunning beauty and noticed she bore a striking resemblance to a certain celebrity from his previous life. However, he never expected that in this world, she hadn't entered the entertainment industry but had instead become the flight attendant on his private jet. If only he had known, he wouldn't have brought Guan Tongtong along. He then turned his attention to another flight attendant, who was equally beautiful, with a face that easily scored an 80 out of 100, but she still paled in comparison to Li Xin. She wasn't someone Yi Fan had seen before in his previous life either. Indeed, men are never satisfied. Yi Fan shook his head with a self-deprecating smile, but he was already content to have met Li Xin. After all, Li Xin could easily be counted among the few female celebrities he had loved the most in his previous life. But seeing his expression, Guan Tongtong felt an intense sense of crisis welling up inside her. After all, she was a celebrity, yet this random flight attendant was more beautiful than her. What face did she have left? Moreover, this flight attendant was the chief stewardess on Yi Fan's private jet. If Yi Fan ever took a flight, wouldn't she have to accompany him every time? Plus, in the private environment of a plane, anything could happen, and it would be perfectly normal. On the other hand, she didn't find it strange that Yi Fan owned a private jet. A billionaire who can donate 10 billion yuan at a whim owning a private jet is perfectly normal, isn't it? Chapter 82, The Grieving Guan Tongtong. Private jets aren't that rare. Back in the day, Uncle Ben Shan bought one for just 10 billion. But when Guan Tongtong boarded the plane, she was immediately dazzled by everything before her eyes. What did she see? Everything was golden and dazzling. "Mr. Yi, is this plane made of gold?" Guan Tongtong asked, completely baffled. "Miss Guan, every single decoration inside this plane is made of 24-karat pure gold," Li Xin explained with a smile. Guan Tongtong was immediately speechless. 24-karat pure gold? This is an airplane. And it's a large airplane. How much the hell does that cost? Even if she were a celebrity for her entire life, she wouldn't earn that much money. No, even if she were a celebrity for her entire life, she probably couldn't afford even a regular private jet. She then followed Yi Fan as he toured the plane. After all, it was Yi Fan's first time boarding his own private jet. Of course, a private jet is different from a regular plane. There are no seats inside, it's more like a small villa. Then Guan Tongtong saw that the living room was golden, the bedroom was golden, and even the dining room and gym were golden. Even the toilet in the bathroom and the bathtub in the bathroom were golden. This is way too extravagant. Unbelievably extravagant. Guan Tongtong was completely speechless, experiencing Yi Fan's extravagance for the first time. Compared to this private jet made entirely of gold, the 10 billion she donated last time was nothing. But it also made her even more determined to cling to Yi Fan's big 2A. This is what a real big shot looks like. Even a single hair on his leg is thicker than the average tycoon's entire body. Yi Fan, however, looked at the golden splendor before him and couldn't help but roll his eyes. After all, this plane was a reward for signing a 100-day contract, which was on the same level as Penguin Elise shares. So even if it didn't reach the $100 billion level, it should at least be worth over 100 billion, right? And this is it? Even if it were made of pure gold, so what? He wasn't short on money. But upon further inquiry through the system, he realized that this plane wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. The plane looked extravagant, and it indeed was. But its true value doesn't lie in the gold decorations, but in the aircraft's performance itself. To put it simply, while it may be a passenger plane, in terms of performance, it can easily be used as a fighter jet. It's just a fighter jet disguised as a passenger plane. According to the system's description, it is actually a 6th-generation fighter jet, but the system has been modified to resemble a passenger aircraft. Thinking about this, Yi Fan suddenly felt an urge to test the true performance of this aircraft. After all, the best aircraft in the world today are only 5th generation. But after thinking it over, he ultimately decided against it. Who knows what kind of commotion it might cause? Immediately afterward, Yi Fan sat down on the sofa in the living room and picked up a tablet to go online. Of course, there would be no signal on a regular airplane, but Yi Fan's plane was different. Meanwhile, Li Xin was also left in the living room by Yi Fan. Although Yifan's private jet was quite large, there weren't many crew members on board. Besides 4 flight attendants, there was a pilot and 3 chefs. After all, it was a system-produced aircraft, so there would be no malfunctions, and no additional support was needed. Yifan had already met the 4 flight attendants and 3 chefs earlier. They were all beauties, but they couldn't compare to Li Xin. The pilot, however, had yet to make an appearance. However, Yifan knew that the pilot was actually a member of a mysterious organization under his command and was not supposed to appear in front of others under normal circumstances. As for the flight attendants and chefs, they were all people who had been sponsored by Yifan's company in the past. While their loyalty couldn't be guaranteed, at least they wouldn't go around spreading rumors. While browsing the internet, Yifan casually chatted with Li Xin, leaving Guan Tongtong to fend for herself. Guan Tongtong was clearly upset, and her gaze toward Li Xin was anything but friendly. After all, if Li Xin weren't there, it would just be her and Yifan alone, and with the flight lasting nearly 3 hours, that would give her plenty of time to do something. Fortunately, at that moment, Yifan suddenly stood up and walked toward the restroom. Guan Tongtong's eyes lit up immediately, and she shot a smug glance at Li Xin before following closely behind without any attempt to hide her intentions. Li Xin, of course, knew exactly what she was up to, but her expression remained unchanged. But she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If Guan Tongtong weren't here. Half an hour later, Yifan emerged from the restroom looking relaxed. However, he hadn't eaten Guan Tongtong. Half an hour was far from enough for him. He had merely taken someone else's first time at another location. 3 hours later, the plane landed at Macau International Airport, and Yifan got off the plane with Guan Tongtong. At least he had just taken someone's first time, so Yifan couldn't just abandon her right away. However, how far things would develop from there would depend on her behavior. Meanwhile, Guan Tongtong's expression was also very resentful, clearly blaming Yifan for not completely devouring her. But Yifan pretended not to notice. Yifan then took Guan Tongtong around AUS City for a stroll. There wasn't much to see. It was a tiny place, not nearly as interesting as some small counties in the mainland. The two then headed straight to the largest casino in Macau City, the Venetian. This wasn't just a casino, it was a large hotel, shopping mall, and entertainment complex, looking extremely luxurious. Of course, it still couldn't compare to Yifan's private jet. Immediately after that, Yifan exchanged 10 million chips, and at the same time, he gave Guan Tongtong a task. That was to accompany him in losing money. And every day thereafter, they had to lose 10 million before they could stop. Chapter 83, let's try something more exciting. At dawn, in the luxurious suite on the top floor of the Venetian Hotel, Guan Tongtong, who had just woken up, felt a sudden dryness in her mouth and a wave of weakness in her hands. There was nothing she could do. She had been too exhausted last night. But even in this state, Yifan still refused to take her. It had been 3 days since they arrived at the Venetian, and during that time, Guan Tongtong had performed exceptionally well, helping Yifan lose 3 million. Of course, she had also performed well in certain other areas. Though she was initially awkward, she quickly mastered the tricks of the trade. It wasn't until noon that Yifan and Guan Tongtong reappeared in a VIP room at the casino, immediately drawing the attention of the other gamblers around them. After all, 10 million wasn't a small sum, let alone losing 10 million every day. Not to mention that Yifan was accompanied by Guan Tongtong, who, after all, was a celebrity with a decent level of fame. This guy is really rich. He lost 3 million in 3 days and didn't even bat an eyelid. Money really does make life easier. You can date celebrities if you want. Damn it, being rich is one thing, but being this good looking too? How is anyone supposed to live? A group of gamblers whispered among themselves, but Yifan heard them and didn't care. Guan Tongtong was the same. In fact, she hoped others would see her with Yifan. Unfortunately, photography was prohibited in the casino. Otherwise, someone could have taken a photo of her with Yifan and exposed it, which would have been even better. Based on her understanding of Yifan, he would definitely not abandon her. Of course, that's assuming someone else took the photo. If she dared to pull any tricks herself, Yifan would never let her off the hook. Shortly after, Yifan exchanged another 10 million chips, but just then, a young man walked over, accompanied by a minor celebrity. It was Chen Xiao. Who would have thought that Mr. Yi also had this hobby? Chen Xiao saw Yifan and immediately wore an expression of regret at not having met him sooner, as if he had truly encountered a kindred spirit. But at the same time, he couldn't help but feel jealous of Yifan once again. After all, who could blame him? Yifan was simply too handsome. Didn't you notice the little celebrity by his side? Ever since she saw Yifan, her eyes haven't left him for a moment. And then there's Guan Tongtong by Yifan's side. Though the little celebrity by his side wasn't any less attractive than Guan Tongtong, her fame was nowhere near as great. Everyone was here to date celebrities, so of course, the one dating the more famous celebrity was the one with more face. Whether someone is attractive or not is secondary. Just killing time with a few casual games. Yifan said casually. However, for him, 3 million was just a small sum to play around with. At the same time, he knew that this Chen Xiao not only enjoyed gambling himself but also frequently brought friends along to gamble, taking a cut from their winnings. Essentially, he was in cahoots with the casino to fleece people. So when Chen Xiao came looking for him, Yi Fan wasn't the least bit surprised. So, does Mr. Yi have any interest in trying a different game? Chen Xiao said again. The usual games at the casino are baccarat, blackjack, and dice gambling. There's also poker and Texas Hold'em. However, Texas Hold'em and Omaha require a full table to play. Unlike baccarat and blackjack, where you can just find a table and sit down to play anytime. But clearly, baccarat and blackjack are nowhere near as exciting as poker or Texas Hold'em. Want to try something different? Yi Fan pretended not to understand Chen Xiao's meaning. How about poker or Texas Hold'em? I'll find some people. Chen Xiao explained. And to reassure Yi Fan that he wasn't cheating, he added, Mr. Yi, please rest assured. We'll play here, and we can ask the casino staff to supervise. That's a good idea. We haven't had enough excitement these past few days. But if you find someone, that's fine, but I have one condition. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said. The gamblers around them fell silent. Losing 3 million in 3 days isn't exciting enough? What would be exciting then? What condition? Chen Xiao asked immediately. It's not anything too difficult. It's just that, given my status, I'm not interested in gambling with just anyone. So if you want to sit at the table, you'll need at least 100 million as your initial stake. Yi Fan's meaning was clear, if you want to gamble with him, first put up 100 million as your stake. Otherwise, you don't even have the qualifications to sit at the gambling table. Hearing this, the other gamblers around them fell silent once again. 100 million yuan as the initial stake just to sit at the table? That means the final loss could be several hundred million. However, compared to that, 300 million was indeed not exciting enough. Chen Xiao was also taken aback. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to make such a demand. But he had always intended to fleece Yi Fan for a large sum, so the bigger the bet, the better. Alright, no problem. Chen Xiao agreed immediately. But at that moment, another young man walked over. Chen Xiao, doing this might not be entirely proper, you know? The young man looked young but had an intimidating presence, causing the young celebrity beside Chen Xiao to shrink back in fear. However, Guan Tongtong didn't seem to care at all, as she had already met this person before. He was none other than Dao Zai, the manager of this VIP lounge. The Venetian casino belonged to the Yi family of AO City, but some of the VIP lounges were rented out to outsiders, such as this Dao Zi, who was the manager of one of those lounges. Earlier, Yi Fan had been playing in this VIP lounge, and the 3 million he lost were lost to the owner of this VIP lounge, not the Yi family. Therefore, Dao Zi naturally wouldn't let anyone else poach Yi Fan, such a big customer, right in front of him. What do you think, brother Dao? Chen Xiao clearly recognized Dao Zi and knew he wasn't someone to mess with. Moreover, what he was doing was indeed somewhat against the rules. Since you want to play, I won't stop you, but I have 2 conditions. First, you must play in my hall, and the winner will give me a 5% cut. Second, seeing how exciting you're playing, I'm getting a bit itchy to play too. Dao Zi said. Chen Xiao immediately understood. It turned out this Dao Zi also wanted to make a profit off Yi Fan. Chapter 84, A single hand of cards wins $1 billion. Yi Fan followed Dao Zi into the innermost small room of the VIP lounge. Soon after, Chen Xiao arrived with 2 middle-aged men who looked like nouveau riche, accompanied by a staggering 300 million chips. It was clear they had prepared in advance. Moreover, in such high-stakes games, the casino would dispatch expert gamblers to oversee the proceedings on site to prevent cheating or fraud that could tarnish the casino's reputation. Not only that, but high-definition cameras were installed in every corner of this small room. So cheating was simply impossible. Soon, the game began. There were 5 people at the gambling table: Yi Fan, Chen Xiao, Dao Zi, and the 2 middle-aged men. In another room, there were 4 more people: Guan Tongtong by Yi Fan's side, the young celebrity by Chen Xiao's side, the legendary beautiful dealer, and the gambling expert overseeing the game. The beautiful female dealer and the gambling expert were both casino employees, meaning they were part of the Yi family. Therefore, they would never favor either side. Otherwise, for such a small amount of money, they would ruin the Yi family's reputation, and the annual losses would not be just a few hundred million, but billions, or even tens of billions. The river gambling king would never let them off the hook either. The game began as agreed, with everyone playing poker, starting with a minimum bet of 100,000 and no upper limit. On the gambling table, 5 people had piles of chips in front of them, with the smallest being 100,000 and the largest 10 million. Immediately after, each of the 5 players placed a 100,000 chip in the center of the table, and the beautiful dealer began dealing the cards. In the first round, Yi Fan was lucky. He got an ace as his face-up card, and it was the highest card on the table. Without even looking at his other card, he immediately threw a 10 million chip onto the table. 10 million! Yi Fan said casually. Mr. Yi is truly generous. My fortune doesn't even compare to his. The speaker was Dao Zi, sitting to Yi Fan's left, who immediately chose to fold. Then it was the turn of one of the middle-aged men, who thought for a moment and also chose to fold. Even though his face-up card was AK and his whole card was AQ. But the base bet was only 100,000, and to gamble for that 100,000, he'd have to risk 10 million. It just wasn't worth it. Unless he had a pair of kings, that might be worth it. Next, it was Qin Xiao and another middle-aged man's turn, and they both chose to fold. Thus, the first hand was won by Yifan, though he only won the base bet of 400,000. The beautiful dealer then discarded the used cards, shuffled a new deck, and began dealing. Instantly, the two middle-aged men and Daozi all turned their attention to the cards in the dealer's hands. However, the female dealeress shuffling technique was clearly highly skilled, and they couldn't discern anything, so they quickly gave up. In the second hand, Yifan's face-up card was a 10, but there were two face-up cards outside the table that were higher than his. When it was his turn, he didn't even look at his whole cards and immediately chose to fold. Then, in the third hand, Yifan folded again. In the fourth round, Yifan folded again. In the fifth hand, Yifan folded again. It wasn't until the sixth hand that Yifan once again received the highest face-up card in the game, though it was only a J. Nevertheless, he immediately bet 10 million chips without hesitation. And he didn't even look at his whole cards. At this point, everyone finally understood Yifan's strategy. As long as the first face-up card is the highest, regardless of the whole cards, he would immediately bet 10 million. This way, if no one followed, he would win 400,000. If someone called, he still had the highest face-up card, and as long as he could form a pair later, his chances of winning were still high. But if the first card wasn't the highest, he'd just fold, losing only the 100,000 base bet. However, while this strategy seems quite sound, it becomes problematic if someone starts with a pair. After all, in poker, you're using a standard 52-card deck, and forming a pair with just one card is no easy feat. For example, in this hand, after Daozi folded, the middle-aged man sitting next to him thought for a moment and decided to call 10 million. And his face-up card is a 10, so it's safe to assume his whole cards are also 10s, meaning he started with a pair of 10s. Then the player to his left, Qin Xiao, and another middle-aged player also chose to fold. Though they didn't say it outright, the three of them were clearly in cahoots. But so what? They were planning to fleece Yifan like a pig, and Yifan was no different in his intentions. So don't even mention that the three of them are in cahoots. Even if three more showed up, Yifan wouldn't bat an eyelid. As long as they can come up with 100 million in principal, that's all that matters. Unfortunately, Yifan knows these people don't have that much money. Otherwise, he'd really consider raising the principal even higher. The dealer continued dealing cards. Yifan's second face-up card was a 9, while the middle-aged man's was an 8. At the same time, Yifan finally picked up his own whole card for the first time. His technique was also quite amateurish, so if anyone was standing next to him, they could have seen his whole card as well. Fortunately, Guan Tongtong beside him was very considerate and didn't peek. After all, in such a large-scale gambling session, she feared that if she knew the cards, others might discern something from her expression. However, the gambling expert at the casino immediately spotted Yifan's whole card. But he naturally said nothing, not even flinching. 2 million. After seeing the cards, Yifan smiled lightly and threw another 20 million chips onto the table. I'll call. The middle-aged man didn't hesitate for a moment and chose to call. You see, Yifan's face-up cards were a J and a 9, while his face-up cards were a 10 and an 8, but his hidden card was a 10. This meant Yifan could only win with a pair of JS. But could Yifan's whole card be a J? Anyway, he doesn't believe it. The dealer then dealt the fourth card. Yifan got a 7, and the middle-aged man got a 6. But this time, Yifan pushed all his chips forward. All in. Yifan said casually, as if the chips in front of him weren't worth $1 billion, but just $100. Call. The middle-aged man's lips twitched, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to call. Because he absolutely did not believe that Yifan's bottom card was really a J. Besides, even if it was a J, he still had one card left to draw. If he could form a pair, he could still win. The dealer then began to deal the fifth and final card. Yifan's card was a 5, and the middle-aged man's was a 4. Thus, Yifan's visible cards were 5, 7, 9, and J, while the middle-aged man's visible cards were 4, 6, 8, and 10. Neither side could form a straight or a pair. However, the middle-aged man's hidden card is a 10, meaning he actually has a pair of 10s. In other words, Yifan's only way to beat him is with his hidden card, the J. I have a pair of 10s, so unless your hidden card is a J, you can't beat me. Since everyone has already gone all in, the middle-aged man sees no need to hide anything and reveals his whole card. However, although he appeared calm, the trembling fingers as he revealed his cards betrayed how tense he truly was. After all, there were a full 200 million chips on the table. If he won, he could win 100 million. Winning 100 million in a single hand would be the most glorious achievement of his life at the gambling table. So besides being nervous, he was mostly excited. With his years of experience in the casino, he knew that his chances of winning this hand were at least 90%. But the next moment, as Yifan gently flipped over his bottom card, he froze in place. There, in Yifan's hand, was indeed a J. Which meant that Yifan had won the hand. The person who won $1 billion with a single hand was now Yifan. However, losing $1 billion in a single hand was equally impressive. After all, not everyone can afford to lose that much money. Chapter 85, Qin Xiao, blinded by loss. No, it's impossible. The The middle-aged man stared at the J in Yifan's hand, completely unable to believe it. Clearly, Yifan hadn't looked at his whole cards at the start, meaning the probability of his whole card being a J was less than 1 in 10. But it just so happened that Yifan's card was a J. It's just luck, Yifan said with a smile. And the others actually believed him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain. In fact, ever since Yifan lost 10 million on his first day, Chen Xiao and the two middle-aged men had taken notice. After observing Yifan for 2 more days and confirming that he was indeed a complete novice with no gambling skills, they decided to act. Moreover, gambling skills require constant practice. Setting aside Yifan's age, the fact that he could come up with over 10 billion to acquire a listed company and another 30 billion to repay the bank is already remarkable. Does such a tycoon really need to practice gambling skills? It's like that so-called river gambling king. He may claim to be a gambling king, but he doesn't actually know how to gamble, right? He doesn't need to. However, regardless of the outcome, Yifan won this hand, which means the middle-aged man has lost all his principal. Yay! Wan Tongtong, standing nearby, immediately cheered and rushed over, grabbing all the chips on the table and hugging them tightly to her chest. That's a whopping 200 million in chips. Though they weren't hers, she was still extremely excited. Would the gentleman like to add more chips? The beautiful dealer glanced at the middle-aged man and asked impassively. She recognized the middle-aged man, as he was the top gambler in another VIP room at the casino, known for pulling off such ruthless moves. But as long as there's no cheating or fraud, the casino won't interfere. After all, you win some, you lose some. Once you sit at the gambling table, you have to accept the consequences. Little did they know that after 1,000 days of slaughtering pigs, today the pig had turned the tables and slaughtered them. And he was slaughtered mercilessly. However, she didn't suspect anything, because she was the one who dealt the cards, and she hadn't tampered with them in any way. So Yifan getting that J was indeed his luck. Even the gambling expert at the casino agreed. I need to make a call. The middle-aged man hurried out immediately, because the money wasn't his. But instead of making the call, he took the elevator to the hotel on the upper floor of the casino and knocked on the door of a hotel room. Soon the door opened, revealing a menacing face. It was the notorious gangster from Hong Kong City. Is the gambling session over? The gangster boss looked at his subordinate and immediately felt bad. Indeed, this middle-aged man, along with another middle-aged man, were both gambling experts under the Hong Kong City boss, usually stationed in the VIP room owned by the boss to maintain order. However, they rarely showed their faces. They only emerged when important clients arrived, such as the mainland tycoons brought by Qin Xiao. Then they would work together to set up the mainland tycoons. And to this day, they had never failed once. Chango, I've lost all my chips. The middle-aged man said honestly, then recounted the details of the hand to Xiong Laoda. So you're saying that kid was just lucky? Xiong Laoda frowned and asked. Yes, I can confirm that. The middle-aged man assured him. Besides, he just lost 1 billion. If he hadn't said that, how could Xiong Laoda possibly continue to provide him with capital to recover his losses? Alright, go back to the hall and get another 100 million in chips. Sure enough, the boss hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to give him another chance. After all, he lost 100 million. How could he not care about that money? Not to mention, with Yifan's fortune, even if he just takes a small portion, it wouldn't be a problem to get a few 100 million, let alone a few billion. It would also be a chance to settle the score from last time. After all, the box office failure of The Legend of the Wind God had cost him over 200 million, and his status in the mainland entertainment industry had plummeted. He had already pinned all of that on Yifan. After all, Neja, the Demon Boy's Descent not only chose to release on the same day as The Legend of the Wind God, but also had the same theme. If Yifan wasn't doing it on purpose, he wouldn't believe it either. Soon after, the middle-aged man returned to the gambling table with another 100 million in chips. But just as he had been gone for a moment, another person at the gambling table had lost all their money, none other than Qin Xiao. Moreover, the money Qin Xiao lost was all his own, and it was almost equivalent to his entire fortune. Though he had partnered with Xiong Laoda over the past 2 years and fleeced many mainland tycoons, he was still a playboy with extravagant expenses. Accumulating 100 million was already quite impressive. In other words, he had no more capital to try to recover his losses. But he couldn't just admit defeat either. Because according to his agreement with Xiong Laoda would return all the money he lost to him, and the two middle-aged men would give him 30% of what they won. But the prerequisite is that those two middle-aged men must win the money. But now one has lost everything, and the other has lost nearly half. This agreement naturally no longer holds. But no money isn't a problem, he can borrow it. Brother Dao, could you please lend me 100 million chips? At that moment, Qin Xiao felt as though his face was on fire, and the pain was even worse than when he had just lost that hand of cards. Especially the slightly disdainful glances from the young celebrity beside him made him feel utterly humiliated. How could someone like Qin Xiao, who had never been so humiliated in all his years, end up like this? But at that moment, with his eyes bloodshot from losing, he didn't care about such things anymore. No problem, but you know the rules, right? Diao Zi didn't refuse either. After all, those who run casinos have always been in the business of lending money at high interest rates. That's what they call high-interest loans. I understand. Chen Xiao nodded. So Daozi called in a henchman and had Chen Xiao write out an IOU. The amount on the IOU was 130 million. Then Daozi directly took 100 million from his own chips and gave it to Chen Xiao. It turned out that the 100 million Chen Xiao had lost earlier was exactly what he had lost to Daozi. However, although the IOU stated 130 million, it didn't mean Chen Xiao had to repay the full amount. If he paid back the money immediately after the gambling session ended, he would only need to repay 100 million plus a little interest. Typically, it's 2%, which is 2 million in interest. But if he can't pay after the game ends, he must pay 110 million within 1 month, 120 million within 2 months, and 130 million within 3 months. If it exceeds 3 months, Daozi will send people to collect the debt. Moreover, gambling debts in Macau are legally protected, so defaulting is not an option. Chapter 86, Sexy Dealer Online. The gambling session ended in less than 2 hours. Or more accurately, just over an hour. 2 gambling experts under the 2 big shots lost 200 million each, totaling 500 million. However, Chen Xiao fared even worse. Besides losing 1 billion at the start, he also owed Daozai a full 5 billion. Of course, the IOU stated 650 million. Shall we continue, gentlemen? Yifan asked with a smile on his face. Having won a full 600 million, his mood was currently quite excellent. However, when he asked that question, no one responded. The 2 gambling experts exchanged glances, seeing a deep sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. They wanted to continue, but they had no money. Moreover, they had lost 500 million. Given Xiong Laoda's temper, would he let them off the hook? As for Chen Xiao, there was no need to mention him. He didn't even know how he was going to repay the 500 million he owed. But he wasn't afraid. He didn't believe this guy would dare to go to the Chun family to demand the money. At worst, the news would spread, and he'd lose a bit of face. But at this point, who cares about face? Seeing they didn't respond, Yifan couldn't help but smile lightly before standing up. Since that is the case, let us call it a day. Could this beautiful lady please help me exchange my chips? As he spoke, Yifan flicked his finger and a chip worth 1 million flew out, landing precisely in the cleavage of the beautiful female dealer. The sexy dealer dealing cards online is truly living up to her reputation. Thank you, Mr. Yi. However, since your chip amount is quite large, it may take a few more days to process. The beautiful dealer ignored the chip in front of her and smiled as she spoke. At the same time, she didn't feel angry because of Yifan's teasing. However, the moment Yifan flicked out the chips, both she and the gambling expert at the casino nearby couldn't help but be dazzled. Because Yifan's move had proven that he truly possessed gambling skills, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so precise. The 2 gambling experts under the 2 big shots also immediately revealed a bitter expression once again. They never expected they had truly underestimated him this time. Then Yifan took a 10 million chip from the pile and handed it to Guan Tongtong beside him. This caused Guan Tongtong to immediately kiss him passionately on the cheek, and any lingering resentment from earlier, when Yifan had teased the dealer, vanished completely. However, this scene looked completely different to the young celebrity standing beside Chen Xiao. Her gaze toward Guan Tongtong was once again filled with envy. Unfortunately, she knew Yifan wasn't interested in her. Otherwise, she would have dumped Chen Xiao long ago and gone after Yifan. After the gambling session ended, Yifan took Guan Tongtong shopping again. Typically, the entrance to a casino is surrounded by restaurants or snack shops, allowing gamblers to eat before entering the casino. The exits, on the other hand, were lined with luxury goods stores and jewelry shops. Especially at a top-tier casino like the Venetian in Macau, virtually every global luxury brand can be found here. As for the nearly 700 million in chips, Yifan wasn't too worried. He trusted the River family's reputation. They wouldn't refuse to pay. They wouldn't dare not pay. Meanwhile, the River Gambling King also quickly learned of the situation. Within 3 days, have the Xiang family transfer the money over. After hearing his subordinate's report, the River Gambling King issued his orders and hung up the phone. It turned out that the 600 million chips Yifan had won were borrowed from the casino by the Xiang family, with only 100 million coming from Chen Xiao. Since the Xiang family owned a VIP room at the casino, they had to pay 50 million yuan in rent annually, so the casino had granted them a credit limit of 500 million yuan. However, credit is credit and losses must be paid. The casino wouldn't cover the debt for the Xiang family. Soon after, the casino staff relayed the River Gambling King's orders to the Xiong family's leader. Slap! Xiong Laoda, who had just put down his phone, crushed the teacup in his hand into pieces, and blood immediately flowed down his fingers. But the pain in his heart was far worse than the physical pain. This was a whopping $500 million. How could he not be heartbroken? The problem was, he simply couldn't come up with that kind of money. Boss, what if we... A subordinate beside him suddenly reached out and made a slicing motion across his own throat. Xiong Laoda's heart stirred. He hadn't ruled out that option either. But he shook his head immediately. After all, times had changed, and this wasn't Hong Kong City. On the river gambling king's turf, he dared not act recklessly. Though he didn't consider himself a small fry, he was still no match for someone like the river gambling king, a true big shot. Moreover, Yifan's identity wasn't simple either. However, he couldn't really do anything to Yifan, but scaring him a bit was acceptable. You handle this, but don't hurt anyone. Xiong Lao thought it over and ultimately decided to take the risk. Although he knew the consequences could be severe, there was no other option. If he couldn't come up with the money, the consequences would be even worse. Because the money he owes isn't to Yifan, it's to the river gambling king. For the sake of the casino's reputation, the river gambling king would never let him off the hook. So compared to the river gambling king, Yifan was obviously the easier target. Chapter 87, The Boss Who Runs to His Death. That night, Yifan finally completely took advantage of Guan Tongtong. After all, he was very satisfied with Guan Tongtong's performance over the past few days. And after securing the first kill, Guan Tongtong's attributes also appeared in the system. Name, Guan Tongtong. Age, 20. Appearance, 85. Charm, 88. Strength, 60. Physical condition, 70. Agility, 70. Intelligence, 65. Affinity, 95. Skills, singing skill level 2, performance skill level 2. Appearance, 85, which isn't particularly high, at least among all the women in Yifan's life, though she is slightly more attractive than Jiangli, his mistress. However, she makes up for it with her youth and the added appeal of her celebrity status, which still piques Yifan's interest. Additionally, it must be said that Guan Tongtong's figure is truly impressive, with a tall and slender build. If only she had a bit more allure, her charm would rival that of Demimi. Even so, her charm has reached 88 points, even higher than Su Shishir's back then. Of course, this is also thanks to Yifan's diligent guidance over the past few days. You see, over the past 2 days, Yifan has taught her quite a few new things. Unfortunately, she was missing a Cheongsam. And her intelligence is 65. Well, maybe this little girl's IQ is still normal, but her EQ definitely isn't high. However, her 95% goodwill rating caught Yifan off guard. It seems this little girl is determined to cling to his leg. But Yifan doesn't mind. After all, his leg is thick enough to handle as many people as he wants. Finally, acting and singing skills seem to be on the same level as the sweetheart. Yifan didn't bother to improve Guan Tongtong's attributes after all, they were already sufficient for her. The next day, after resting all day in the hotel room, Guan Tongtong suddenly suggested wanting to see the night view of Macau. Yifan had no objections, so he took her out to stroll through the streets of Macau City. However, there wasn't much to see in Macau City, and there were even few people on the streets. But Guan Tongtong was very happy, looking just like a young girl deeply in love. Hey, you! Stop! Suddenly, 2 burly men blocked Yifan's path. 3 more men followed closely behind. One of them pressed a metal object against Yifan's waist. It was a gun. Kid, if you know what's good for you, keep your mouth shut and come with us. The burly man continued to say. Meanwhile, witnessing the scene before her, Guan Tongtong was completely petrified with fear. Especially when she saw the gun behind Yifan, she trembled in fear. But for Yifan's safety, she dared not make a sound. Were you sent here by Xiong Lao? Yifan was also taken aback. However, he had already noticed these men long ago, he just hadn't expected that Xiong Lao would actually dare to target him. Don't worry about that. Just rest assured, as long as you obey our orders, we won't harm you. The burly man spoke again, and then a black van drove up from the distance. The 3 men in the back prepared to force Yifan and Guan Tongtong into the vehicle. But at that moment, Yifan suddenly moved. In an instant, everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and before they could react, they had already lost consciousness completely. Not even a scream had time to escape their lips. Including the driver of the van. What happened to him? What happened to them? Looking at the group of burly men lying on the ground, Guan Tongtong was still a bit confused about the situation. How could these people, who were so menacing just a moment ago, be lying on the ground now? Nothing, they're just asleep. Yifan said with a casual smile, as if these people had really fallen asleep suddenly. However, that was indeed the case. The only problem was that once they tried to wake up, it might be a bit difficult. But Yifan did not kill them after all, he did not want to see blood. He certainly wouldn't dirty his hands over this bunch of people. He merely severed the connection between their brains and their bodies. In other words, from now on, they could think, but aside from their body's instinctive reactions, they couldn't move a single muscle. In other words, they were now living dead. Of course, if no one took care of them, they would eventually starve to death. But that's not something Yifan needs to worry about. If anyone should be worried, it's the boss. If he even has the luxury of worrying anymore. Originally, I didn't plan to deal with you this time, but you insisted on rushing to your death. Well, I guess I'll have to oblige you then. Yifan sneered coldly in his heart. This time, he came to AUS City with the intention of targeting Chen Xiao. After all, the Chen family has significant influence domestically, and Yifan didn't want to antagonize the state. Therefore, to deal with Chen Xiao, he naturally needed a legitimate pretext. Although he could have quietly eliminated Chen Xiao, he wouldn't do that. Because the one who truly offended him wasn't just Chen Xiao, but the Chen family behind him. Without the Chen family, a mere Chen Xiao wouldn't possess such immense power. As for the Xiang family, to be honest, they hadn't really offended Yi Fan. Last time when Xiang Tai confronted Yi Fan on Vlog, Yi Fan had already given them a lesson. For that, he even spent half a day creating that film, Neja, the Demon Boy's Descent. But who can blame them for being in Chen Xiao's camp? Plus, Yi Fan doesn't like them either, so he decided to take care of them as well. But if the Xiang family is willing to pay up this time, he won't hold a grudge against them. But he never expected that the leader of the Xiang family would dare to send his men to deal with him, and even dare to point a gun at him. That's asking for trouble. Oh, let us hurry back then. Guan Tongtong also came to her senses at that moment, but she didn't believe these people would just fall asleep for no reason. But she didn't ask any further questions. All she wanted now was to get back to the hotel as soon as possible. If she could leave AUS City directly, that would be even better. But Yi Fan, of course, wouldn't leave. After all, since Xiang Lauda had dared to do this, if he didn't retaliate in some way, it wouldn't make much sense, would it? Plus, he hadn't even gotten the money he won yesterday yet. And don't forget, this is Macau City. So none of that matters. The real issue is that he was pointed at with a gun on the streets of Macau City all because he won money at the casino. So shouldn't the River Gambling King also make a move? Or is he not planning to continue as the Gambling King anymore? Chapter 88, The River Gambling King's Most Beloved Youngest Daughter. 2 days later, 6 men in critical condition were found by the roadside, instantly becoming the most sensational news in all of Macau City. After all, the security in AUS City has always been quite good. And to make matters worse, 3 of them were carrying guns. However, Yi Fan didn't care. The area around the incident yesterday had no surveillance cameras, clearly a carefully chosen location by those men. Besides, even if they were discovered, he wasn't afraid. Anyone daring to kidnap him deserved to be beaten to death. But surprisingly, the matter was quickly swept under the rug. Then, around noon, Yi Fan received an invitation from the River Gambling King. We're really going to meet the River Gambling King. Guan Tongtong was completely shocked. After all, he is the River Gambling King on the same level as Hong Kong's Li Ka-shing. Compared to these true big shots, Xiong Lao Dian isn't even worthy of being called a younger brother at best, he's a grandson. At this point, Guan Tongtong already knew that the people from yesterday were sent by Xiong Lao, but Xiong Lao was also quite cautious. After discovering that his men had lost contact, he immediately returned to Hong Kong City. He's just the River Gambling King. Going to meet him is giving him face. Yi Fan rolled his eyes. If it weren't for yesterday's incident, the River Gambling King would have to give him an explanation, and he wouldn't even bother to meet an old man like him. But Guan Tongtong clearly didn't believe him, because in her mind, the River Gambling King was already considered the absolute top-tier boss. Those who are even bigger than the River Gambling King are probably only the true elders. But Yi Fan didn't bother explaining to her. Besides, this wasn't a world she was qualified to be a part of. Shortly after, Yi Fan and Guan Tongtong were taken to the Yi family's villa, but Yi Fan waited in the living room for quite some time without seeing the River Gambling King emerge. Are they planning to leave me here to wait? Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, the River Gambling King was treating him like one of those second-generation brats. If that is the case, then he'd just wait. After all, he'd settled a score with him later. But just then, a beautiful young woman suddenly appeared in the living room. Handsome guy, I heard you won 500 million from the boss 2 days ago? The young beauty appeared and immediately looked at Yi Fan with curiosity. Yeah, but I still haven't gotten the money yet. Yi Fan's eyes lit up and he spread his hands helplessly, saying one thing after another. The young girl in front of him was about 18 or 19 years old, looking even more vibrant than Guan Tongtong. Her appearance was also extremely beautiful, at least a 90 out of 100. Moreover, her figure was no less impressive than Guan Tongtong's, with even longer, slimmer legs and a more curvaceous figure. Well, in this aspect, the two of them are probably not that different. In short, compared to this young woman, Guan Tongtong was clearly lagging behind in every aspect. So much so that when the young woman appeared, especially when she noticed that Yi Fan seemed quite interested in her, Guan Tongtong couldn't help but feel a strong sense of crisis rising within her again. Her gaze toward the young woman was filled with caution. However, this time she misunderstood Yi Fan. Yi Fan was indeed interested in the young girl in front of him, but it wasn't just because she was beautiful. It was because of her identity. At this moment, the young girl could appear here so freely, as if this place were her own home. Her identity was already obvious. She was none other than He Lin Lin, the youngest and most beloved daughter of the River Gambling King. It was even said that the River Gambling King loved this youngest daughter more than all his other children. So if one could manage to win her over, the River Gambling King's expression would surely be quite entertaining. Rest assured, since you won the money at our River family's casino, you won't be shortchanged. He Lin Lin furrowed her brows, clearly sensing Yi Fan's dissatisfaction with the He family. But at the same time, she couldn't help but admit that the man in front of her was truly handsome. Even more handsome than any celebrity she had ever seen. Then she glanced at Guan Tongtong beside Yi Fan and immediately wore a smug expression. What's so great about celebrities? They're no match for her. At the same time, Guan Tongtong immediately understood her thoughts. After all, when it came to comparing oneself to others, women were always extremely sensitive. So she couldn't help but glare angrily at He Lin again. That's good. Yi Fan casually nodded, then leaned back on the sofa and reached out to pull Guan Tongtong into his arms. What does Miss He want with me? Yi Fan asked again. He is really a spoiled brat. Seeing Yi Fan like this, He Lin immediately felt a surge of displeasure in her heart. After all, this was the He family's residence. In the past, anyone who came to visit the Yi family was always cautious and nervous. Yet here was Yi Fan, not even a hint of tension, openly embracing his own woman. This was clearly a sign that he didn't even bother to acknowledge the Yi family. As a result, the slightest hint of goodwill she had felt toward Yi Fan vanished almost entirely. But she couldn't help but admit that this man was truly handsome. I wonder how he grew up like that. I heard from Zhou Shixiang yesterday that your gambling skills are impressive, so I want to challenge you to a game. As the youngest daughter of the River Gambling King, He Lin has always been deeply fascinated by gambling techniques, even going so far as to apprentice under a highly skilled gambling master. As for the Zhou senior brother she mentioned, he was the gambling expert who supervised the gambling session 2 days ago. Since Miss He has spoken, I dare not refuse. However, since you know so much about my situation, you should also be aware of my rules. Therefore, if the stakes are too low, I have no interest. Yi Fan didn't refuse either, and besides, he had no reason to refuse, did he? After all, he possesses a 10th level gambling skill. He doesn't believe there's anyone in this world who could outdo him in gambling. Even the legendary gambling god wouldn't be an exception. So what kind of bet would interest you, handsome? But let's make one thing clear, I don't have $1 billion. He Lin said with a playful smile, even giving Yi Fan a flirtatious glance. That expression would probably make any normal man lose his composure. But Yi Fan was just an ordinary man. So he just smiled. Talking about money in front of such a beautiful woman like Miss He is so vulgar. How about this instead? If you win, I'll spend the night with you. If I win, you spend the night with me. What do you think, Miss He? At the same time, as Yi Fan spoke, he immediately sensed that in a room on the second floor of the villa, the breathing of 2 old men grew several times over. Clearly, they were furious. Chapter 89, Yi Fan's Gambling Skills. He Lin was furious. She never expected Yi Fan to be so bold as to dare to flirt with her, the most beloved daughter of the River Gambling King, right in the River family's territory. Especially while holding another woman in his arms. At the same time, the 2 old men in the second floor room of the villa also looked extremely displeased. One of them was so enraged he almost couldn't resist going out to teach Yi Fan a lesson. But he was stopped by the other old man. What? Miss He feels the bet isn't satisfactory? No problem, you can change the bet. Yi Fan said with a smile. He had only intended to tease He Lin and hadn't expected her to actually agree to such a bet. Unless she's a complete fool for men. Since you're so interested in me, if I lose, how about spending the night with you? But if I win, the 500 million you owe the boss will all be mine. He Lin thought for a moment and said seriously. It turned out that yesterday she had learned from her father that although the boss had lost 500 million, he couldn't possibly come up with that much money. So, to preserve the Yi family's reputation, the Yi family would have to cover the money first. So she came up with this plan to avoid the family's losses. Of course, the most important thing was that she didn't think she would lose. But she didn't consider that, given River Gambling King's status, even if Xiang Lauder really couldn't come up with 500 million, would he dare to default on the debt? If he dared to default, the price he'd ultimately pay wouldn't just be 500 million. As for her belief that she won't lose, well, that's just her own opinion. Alright, I'll take the bet. I wonder how River Miss plans to gamble. A beautiful woman offering herself up, and one he is interested in. Yi Fan had no reason to refuse. Then let us gamble by drawing cards. 1 deck of cards, whoever draws the higher card wins. He Lin spoke, not waiting for Yi Fan to refuse, and already took out a brand new deck of playing cards, then began shuffling them skillfully. And while shuffling, she discreetly slipped an ace of spades into her sleeve. However, she initially thought Yi Fan would be watching her closely, but he didn't even glance at the shuffling. Instead, he turned his head and started flirting with Guan Tongtong as if no one else was around. What a shameless scoundrel. Just wait and see how you'll lose. He Lin couldn't help but snort in displeasure, unsure whether it was because of Yi Fan's disregard or the smug look Guan Tongtong had given her. She then placed the shuffled cards on the table and gently swept them into a neat row with her hand. Since I shuffled the cards, you go first. To show fairness, He Lin let Yi Fan draw first. However, Yi Fan didn't draw himself. Instead, he asked Guan Tongtong to draw one for him. Me? Guan Tongtong was taken aback. After all, this was a high-stakes game with a bet of 5 billion. Right, but if you lose, you'll have to sell yourself to me. Yi Fan threatened. It must be said that Guan Tongtong had been behaving quite well these past few days, even the most obedient among all his women. Then I won't draw, anyway I've already sold myself to you. Guan Tongtong immediately flattered him. But she was being completely sincere. After witnessing Yifan's true extravagance, even if he were to kick her out now, she wouldn't leave. Besides, Yifan is so handsome. She has always been into handsome guys, otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen for that Lun Yangyang in her previous life. After all, Lun Yangyang was 7 years older than her. And when they were together, Lun Yangyang's popularity had already started to decline. Even after Lun Yangyang's Magic City Fortress, she completely fell out of the ranks of top-tier celebrities, yet there were still no signs of them breaking up. Of course, they'll eventually break up, it's just a matter of time. Go ahead and bet on it, you 1T lose. Yifan said with a smile. Oh. Guan Tongtong replied. But to be honest, she didn't know if she wanted Yifan to win or not. After all, losing would mean losing 500 million. But if he won, wouldn't that mean she'd have another competitor? In fact, Guan Tongtong seriously suspected that this Missy from the Yi family had set her sights on her man, which was why she had proposed such a bet. Nevertheless, she obediently drew a card from the deck. It's my turn. Saying that, He Linlin reached out and quickly drew a card as well, then carefully picked it up and glanced at it. Immediately, she revealed an expression of surprise. Yay, the Ace of Spades. I won. He Linlin slammed the Ace of Spades on the table and shouted excitedly. You didn't cheat, did you? Yifan asked, looking dumbfounded. How could I? I'm He Linlin, would I do that? You're just not admitting you lost, are you? He Linlin denied it without batting an eyelid. As long as she wasn't caught red-handed, she would never admit it. Even when she was drawing cards earlier, she was just going through the motions, she didn't actually draw any cards. So even if Yifan counted the remaining cards in the pile now, it wouldn't matter. I was just asking. Why are you so nervous? Besides, who told you that drawing the Ace of Spades means you win? Yifan suddenly let out a faint smile. The Ace of Spades is the highest card. If you draw the Ace of Spades, you obviously win. He Linlin looked completely unconcerned. Indeed, in this card drawing game where the highest card wins, the Ace of Spades is the highest card, and whoever draws it wins immediately. But the next moment, when Yifan asked Guan Tongtong to show her cards, He Linlin was instantly speechless. The Ace of Spades was indeed the highest card, but that didn't mean there wasn't a higher card than the Ace of Spades. For example, the two jokers. At that moment, Guan Tongtong was holding the big king in her hand. Impossible. I clearly showed both of my kings earlier. He Linlin exclaimed in surprise. Because except for playing landlord, two kings are rarely used, so she instinctively took the two kings out of the deck and left them in the card box. She then picked up the box that had held the cards and saw that there were no big or small kings inside. She then flipped through the remaining cards in the deck and found that the small king was indeed among them. In other words, earlier, Yifan must have used some method and without her noticing at all to mix the two aces into the deck. No, it must have been the small ace that was mixed in, while the big ace had always been in his hand. Then he not only swapped the card in Guan Tongtong's hand with the king, but also put the card Guan Tongtong had drawn back into the deck. Thinking of this, He Linlin was completely baffled. Because this way, Yifan needs to first steal the cards, then place them, then swap them, and finally place them again. The entire process is extremely complicated. And all of this is happening right under her nose, and in such a short amount of time. Yet she didn't notice a thing. Even if she knew now, she couldn't possibly imagine how Yifan managed to do it. In other words, Yifan's gambling skills have reached a level that she can't even begin to imagine. Chapter 90, The River Gambling King and the High Gambling God. Do you see it clearly now? In the second floor room of the villa, one old man asked another old man. But the other old man didn't say a word, he just shook his head slowly. Although he had only seen the surveillance footage, with his keen eyesight, he couldn't discern how Yifan had cheated. This clearly demonstrated how masterful Yifan's gambling skills were. His gambling skills are no less than mine, the old man said solemnly. The old man who had initially asked the question was immediately stunned, as this was the first time in all his years that he had heard such words from this old partner. After all, this old partner's status was no ordinary one. In fact, even his own rise to become the gambling king was at least half due to this old partner. Indeed, he was the river gambling king of Macau. As for the old partner by his side, while his name might be unknown to many, his nickname was legendary, a name that everyone knew. For he was none other than the legendary gambling god, the master of gambling techniques. Since that's the case, let's go meet this guy, the river gambling king said. After all, if they don't go out soon, his most beloved young daughter might be kidnapped by someone. Meanwhile, in the living room on the first floor, Yifan was smiling lightly as he looked at He Linlin. Does Miss He have any further questions? Yifan asked with a smile. I accept the consequences of my bet, I have no further questions. He Linlin said with a frown, but then suddenly broke into a smile. However, even though I said I'd spend the night with you, I never specified the time. Clearly, she was planning to back out. Though Yi Fan was a skilled gambler and incredibly handsome, he was the ideal boyfriend in He Lin's eyes. So even if something were to happen between them, she wouldn't be too bothered. But she was only 18 years old and had never had a boyfriend before. There are some things she just can't bring herself to say out loud. And to make matters worse, Guan Tongtong was right there with Yi Fan. However, just as she thought Yi Fan might get angry, he didn't seem to care at all. That is fine. As long as Miss He remembers she owes me a night. Yi Fan said with a smile. He didn't care at all after all, River Linlin was just a minor character, it would be too easy to handle her. If all else fails, he still has that love at first sight cheat code, right? Though he usually didn't want to use that skill, she had already said she'd accept the consequences, so don't blame Yi Fan for cheating. However, this matter isn't urgent for now. After all, the River Gambling King hasn't shown up yet. But it should be coming soon. Sure enough, the next moment, two old men emerged from upstairs, surrounded by a crowd. One of them was none other than the River Gambling King. After all, information about the River Gambling King could be found online, and Yi Fan had seen his photo before. As for the other old man, Yi Fan didn't recognize him. But if he wasn't mistaken, this old man who seemed to hold the same status as the River Gambling King was none other than the legendary gambling god Gao Jin. Or more accurately, the real-life inspiration for the gambling god Gao Jin in the movie. Mr. Yi. The River Gambling King and the gambling god sat down at the main seats in the hall, looking at Yi Fan. The River Gambling King spoke first. Upon seeing the River Gambling King arrive, Yi Fan remained seated the entire time. Even Guan Tongtong, who was in his arms and wanted to stand up to greet him, was stopped by him. River Gambling King. Yi Fan met the River Gambling King's gaze and continued to smile lightly. However, this scene looked rather bold to others. However, it must be said that the River Gambling King's men were of very high caliber, so none of them dared to step forward and provoke Yi Fan. Indeed, it had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. The River Gambling King suddenly smiled. However, whether this was a compliment or had other implications, that remained unclear. The 700 million for Mr. Yi has already been transferred to his account. The River Gambling King continued. After all, he had called Yi Fan here today for a specific reason, not to chat idly, so he naturally didn't want to waste any more words. In fact, if it weren't for orders from above to test Yi Fan, he probably wouldn't have bothered to handle such a minor matter personally. But hearing him say that, Yi Fan remained completely unfazed, not even bothering to acknowledge it. Of course not. Those 700 million yuan were originally Yi Fan's. Yi Fan won the money at the Yi family's casino, and now the Yi family is returning the money he won. Isn't that only fair? As for what the Xiang family did this time, I will make sure the Xiang family gives Mr. Yi a proper explanation. The River Gambling King continued. The Xiang family dared to lay a finger on Yi Fan in Macau. Without giving an explanation for this, it's simply one do. But this time, Yi Fan shook his head. No need. Ha? The River Gambling King immediately furrowed his brows, puzzled by Yi Fan's meaning. What do you mean, no need? Does he not intend to pursue this matter further, or does he believe it doesn't require others' intervention and he can handle it himself? The River Gambling King believed that, based on Yi Fan's previous behavior, the latter possibility was definitely more likely. But the Xiang family, though not particularly powerful, had been operating in Hong Kong City for decades and was deeply entrenched. Even if he, the River Gambling King, wanted to take on the Xiang family in Hong Kong City, it wouldn't be that easy. So he doesn't know where Yi Fan got such confidence. As for the massive power behind Yi Fan, he had heard rumors about it. However, over the years, he had been fully focused on developing Macau City and hadn't paid much attention to matters outside his sphere of influence. Naturally, he has no idea how powerful that force truly is. After finishing his statement, although Yi Fan's reaction was somewhat different from what he had imagined, it was still time to see him off. However, Yi Fan seemed to have no intention of leaving. What else might Mr. Yi have in mind? The River Gambling King asked again. It's not anything too important. It's just that last night I was pointed at with a gun on the streets of Macau City, and since Macau City is River Gambling King's territory, shouldn't River Gambling King also give me an explanation? Yi Fan said with a light smile. However, as soon as he said this, everyone's expressions changed instantly. Even River Gambling King and the High Gambling God were no exception. Ask the River Gambling King to give him an explanation? This is Macau City. To demand an explanation from the River Gambling King on Australian soil, it could be said that Yi Fan was the first person in history to do such a thing. The first to court death. Chapter 91, Giving Away 20 billion for free. How dare you? A middle-aged man behind the High Gambling God shouted loudly, none other than the gambling expert from the casino 2 days ago. He was the same Zhou Shixiang that He Linlin had mentioned earlier. He was also the disciple of the High Gambling God. He Linlin was the High Gambling God's last disciple. But Yi Fan didn't even glance at him. Just some random person, Yi Fan couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to him. Then, what does Mr. Yi want me to tell you? The River Gambling King spoke calmly. But those who knew him well, like the high gambling god, knew that at this moment, the river gambling king was truly furious. I did indeed want the river gambling king to give me an explanation, but upon seeing this Mr. Gao, I suddenly changed my mind. Yi Fan suddenly smiled. Indeed, he had come today intending to demand an explanation from River Gambling King, but upon seeing High Gambling God, he changed his mind. After all, this High Gambling God was his idol from his previous life. Now that he had met him, wouldn't it be a pity not to exchange a few moves? Oh? Does Mr. Yi want to gamble with me? The Gambling God smiled as well, not at all surprised that Yi Fan recognized him. And to be honest, he had a very good impression of Yi Fan. However, this was only natural. He was known as the gambling god whether he wanted to or not, the word gambling was already firmly tied to him. He naturally has a duty to pass on the way of gambling. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken on so many disciples. As for whether gambling itself is good or bad, that's not something he needs to concern himself with. Does that mean that without him, the gambling god, the world wouldn't gamble at all? So when he sees someone like Yi Fan, a young gambling prodigy whose skills might even match his own, it's like seeing his own successor. Of course he'd feel a bit of admiration. Moreover, Yi Fan won the money from the boss, not his own money, so he certainly wouldn't go out of his way to make things difficult for Yi Fan over such a trivial matter. If Mr. Gao is willing, that would be the best outcome. Yi Fan admitted. What is the bet? Mr. Gao, the gambling master, continued to ask. Even if it's just a bet, or even just a friendly challenge, there must be a stake. That's the rule. And given their status, the stakes would certainly be high. Let's bet on the casino where I'm staying right now. I've been around Macau for the past 2 days, and this casino is the best one I've found. Yi Fan said directly. The meaning was clear. He had set his sights on the Venetian casino. As soon as he said that, everyone present was stunned once again. The Venetian casino? Everyone knew it was the largest casino in Macau City. Not to mention the prime location it occupies, but just the construction of the casino alone cost no less than 200 billion. Moreover, this casino is one of the most iconic symbols of the He family. If it falls into someone else's hands, what face will the He family have left? You little brat, you actually have your sights set on the He family's casino? What do you plan to bet against me? This time, before anyone else could speak, the River Gambling King burst into laughter. But everyone could tell that this time, the River Gambling King was truly furious. So much so that not only were the River Gambling King's men all worked up, but even River Lin's gaze toward Yi Fan was filled with hostility. Even Guan Tongtong, who was in Yi Fan's arms, began to tremble slightly. If it weren't for Yi Fan holding her, she probably wouldn't dare to sit there anymore. But at the same time, they also wanted to see what kind of bet Yi Fan was prepared to make against the River Gambling King. However, moments later, they saw Yi Fan give a faint smile. How about the bet I just won from Missy? Bet? What kind of bet? The River Gambling King's men were all completely baffled. After all, they didn't know about the previous incident between Yi Fan and He Linin. But River Gambling King and High Gambling God knew exactly what was going on. Yi Fan was planning to use the night River Lin owed him as the bet, gambling against them for a casino worth at least 200 billion. In other words, Yi Fan was essentially trying to get something for nothing. Because this bet was already his to win. Moreover, when Yi Lin tried to renege on the deal earlier, he didn't say a word. Even if River Lin didn't renege, she'd only have to spend one night with him at most. A single night is worth over 200 billion? You actually think that's... Cough, after all, one is He Lin's father, and the other is her master. There are some things they simply can't say outright. But the meaning is clear. What they don't know is that initially, Yi Fan had planned to forcefully take that Venetian casino. He was threatened at gunpoint on He Gambling King's territory. He Gambling King compensating him with a casino worth 200 billion isn't too much to ask, is it? However, after meeting the High Gambling God, he changed his mind at the last minute and switched from demanding it to a gamble. So, strictly speaking, River Gambling King should actually be thanking him. However, this made He Lin's gaze toward Yi Fan grow even more furious. However, the River Gambling King is the River Gambling King. Upon hearing Yi Fan's bet, he paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. The bet is fine, but how about we change the terms? The River Gambling King said with a smile, and all his previous anger had completely vanished. This left everyone present completely baffled, unsure of what was going on. What method? Yi Fan was also taken aback. The stakes remain the same. If Mr. Yi wins, you may take the Venetian casino as your prize. However, if Gao Shang loses, the casino will still belong to Mr. Yi, but in exchange, Mr. Yi must marry my daughter, Lin, and bring her home. The River Gambling King said this very seriously. This left everyone even more baffled. At the same time, everyone looked at Yi Fan with envy. After all, according to the River Gambling King's terms, no matter the outcome, Yi Fan would gain a luxury casino worth over 200 billion. What's the difference between that and giving it away for free? Even if he lost, he could become the River Gambling King's son-in-law and marry the River Gambling King's most beloved youngest daughter. If it were them, they would definitely lose on purpose. However, even if they wanted to win, they couldn't. But that's for them. For Yifan, it's a different story. This old man is trying to recruit me. After all, with an IQ of 200, Yifan instantly understood the River Gambling King's intentions. He also understood why he was doing this. Because the Yi family truly needs a gambling master like him to hold the fort. Especially now that the River Gambling King and the High Gambling God are both getting old. Otherwise, once they pass away, it will be the day the Yi family collapses completely. Chapter 92, A Draw Means I Lose. The High Gambling God immediately understood the River Gambling King's meaning. Because he was equally well aware of everything the Yi family was currently facing. Macau, which has become the world's second largest gambling city and Asia's largest gambling city, owes its success not only to its vast mainland market but also to another crucial factor. That was because of him, the High Gambling God. Back when Macau first ventured into the gambling industry, there were no shortage of skilled gamblers looking to challenge the local scene. Especially those from the world's first gambling city, Las Vegas. Although the casinos could ban them from entering, there would inevitably be some who slipped through the cracks, and if this continued, it would only bring disgrace to the city. Moreover, some masters would openly challenge them, and they simply couldn't refuse. After all, one is bound by the ways of the world. However, in the end, most of these gambling experts were defeated by his disciples. A few of the more formidable ones, such as some gambling kings, were personally dealt with by him. So, even if they were unwilling, Las Vegas had no choice but to acknowledge the existence of Macau and hand over at least several $1 billion in profits every year. What? You think that's too exaggerated? You should know that back then, the small countries in Southeast Asia formed a casino alliance, which almost encompassed all the large casinos in those countries. And to get him, the gambling god, to take charge, they offered him 30% of all casino profits. This incident was even turned into a movie by that fat guy from Hong Kong City. But in the end, he refused and chose to stay in a US city. However, the River Gambling King didn't shortchange him either. Now, he also holds a 30% stake in all of the River family's casinos. In other words, if he and the River Gambling King were to leave one day, there would be someone knocking on the door the next day to challenge them. These people might be gambling experts from Las Vegas, but more likely, they'd be from neighboring countries. At that point, if there is no skilled gambler to hold the fort, once they lose, Macau's status as the world's second largest gambling city will inevitably be lost. Therefore, when the River Gambling King learned that Yifan's gambling skills might rival those of the High Gambling God, recruiting Yifan became inevitable. Not to mention that Yifan is still so young. If Yifan can indeed be recruited by the Yi family, or even become the Yi Gambling King's son-in-law, then even if he were to leave one day, the Yi family would still stand firm. It wouldn't be impossible for it to thrive for another few decades. Because by then, no matter who the government sends to take over Macau, they will absolutely need Yifan's assistance. At the same time, Yifan would become the next gambling god. He Linlin stared at her father in disbelief. Although the River Gambling King was old enough to be her grandfather, she was indeed his biological daughter. So she couldn't understand how her father could, in the blink of an eye, sell her off like that. Is this really the same father who had always doted on her? However, River Gambling King holds absolute authority within the River family, and no one dares to defy his orders. Besides, Yifan was so handsome, so skilled at gambling, and so good at making girls happy. Having such a husband seems like a good deal. As for him having other women, the River Gambling King himself had several concubines, so River Linin, who had grown up in such an environment, wasn't particularly bothered by such things. Thinking this way, Linlin's impression of Yifan immediately did a 180-degree turnaround. Or to be more accurate, she never truly disliked Yifan in the first place, it was just a bit of a tantrum. Since River Gambling King was being so polite, she might as well comply. Someone was offering him money for free, so Yifan naturally wouldn't refuse. But to try to recruit him? That was out of the question. The Yi family didn't have the qualifications for that yet. Even if the River Gambling King were to give him the entire River family, it wouldn't matter. Therefore, he must win this gamble. Since Gao the Gambling God is the senior, let him go first. Yifan continued, implying that Gao the Gambling God should decide how to gamble. Then I won't hesitate. Let's gamble with dice. Now that he understood the River Gambling King's intentions, the High Gambling God also knew that this gamble must be won. Not to mention that he also holds a 30% stake in the River family's casino. The Gao family and the River family are inseparable, their fortunes rise and fall together. Whether the River Gambling King can successfully recruit Yifan is equally crucial for the Gao family. Immediately, Zhou Shixiang, the senior disciple of He Linin, brought over a dice cup and some dice. 9 dice. We'll guess the numbers. I'll shake first, you guess, then you shake, and I guess. Whoever guesses the number closest to the actual roll wins. If it's a tie, we'll switch to a different betting method. The High Gambling God said again. The idea was that he would shake the dice first, Yifan would guess the numbers, then Yifan would shake the dice, and he would guess. Whoever guesses the number more accurately wins. But if it's a tie, they'll switch to another method and keep gambling. In any case, there must be a clear winner. But after hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head. If it's a tie, I'll consider myself the loser, Yi Fan said casually. Instantly, everyone present grew furious once more. Even the high gambling god was no exception this time, unable to help but furrow his brows. Because those exact words were what he had once said to the Cherry Blossom Country's gambling king. And this plot had also appeared in the movie God of Gamblers. Almost everyone present had seen the movie God of Gamblers, so they naturally recognized the reference. In the movie, the gambling god said that because he didn't think much of the Japanese gambling king at all. In other words, Yi Fan also didn't think much of the high-stakes gambler at that moment. However, the gambling god is the gambling god. In an instant, his expression returned to calm. In fact, when he said that to the Japanese gambling king back then, it was purely to disrupt the other person's mindset. After all, at that time, his gambling skills were far from perfected. So in his mind, Yi Fan must have said the same thing for the same purpose. Thus, he naturally wouldn't let Yi Fan succeed. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Yi Fan had said it simply because he liked the phrase. A draw counts as my loss. How damn cool and stylish is that? In his previous life, when Yi Fan read this part, he was utterly stunned. As for disrupting the high gambler's mindset, he never even considered it, let alone do such a thing. Because there was simply no need for it. Chapter 93, The High Gambling God is Stunned. The gambling session began quickly. The high gambling god held a dice cup in his hand, staring intently at the 9 dice on the table before him, his expression solemn. The next moment, he flicked his hand, and the 9 dice vanished from the table. Then came the sound of dice being shaken vigorously. However, upon hearing this sound, both He Lin and her senior brother Joe furrowed their brows. They were all masters of gambling techniques and naturally highly skilled in the art of listening to dice. Yet now, they couldn't discern a single sound from their master's dice cup. That's right, each time the 9 dice collided with the dice cup, it was only a corner, not a face, so the numbers couldn't be discerned. Zhou Shixiang immediately understood, and his admiration for his master's gambling skills grew even more. However, this method had one drawback: the moment the dice cup hit the table, the dice would inevitably touch the surface. At that point, some skilled gamblers could still discern the numbers. But the next moment, with a loud crash, a high-stakes gambler's dice cup slammed onto the table, yet no sound of the dice hitting the table could be heard. In other words, at the exact moment the dice cup landed, all 9 dice simultaneously touched the table, with perfect timing. That's why the sound of the dice cup hitting the table drowned out the sound of the dice. Truly the gambling god, this move, Milky Way descending from the heavens, is indeed masterful. Yi Fan couldn't help but praise. Even if I were to try, I'd probably only be able to do this much. In other words, the gambling skills of this mastered gambler before him were actually no less than his own. But he achieved this through cheating with a system, while the other relied solely on his natural talent and relentless practice. Therefore, even Yi Fan couldn't help but admire him. The title of gambling god truly lives up to its name. Nevertheless, even so, Yi Fan could still discern the number of dots in the dice cup 9. That is, 9 ones. But in reality, it wasn't 9 points. Because earlier, when he was shaking the dice, the 9 dice had already been shattered inside by the high gambling god. And they were completely shattered. Only 6 sides remained intact. So when he reveals the dice cup later, he just needs to apply a little force, and all 6 sides of each die will fall off, revealing 1 2 3 4 5 6, which adds up to 21. 9 dice total 189 points. However, if Yi Fan guesses 189 points, as long as he is careful not to shatter the dice when lifting the dice cup, the result will still be 9 points. In other words, no matter how Yi Fan guesses, the final error will be as much as 180 points. So when Yi Fan shakes the dice later, even if he guesses any number, as long as the error doesn't exceed 180 points, he's guaranteed to win. Who would have thought that an ordinary gambling expert could achieve such a feat? Even a typical martial artist at the Huatang realm might not be able to do it. Yi Fan couldn't help but praise him again in his heart. Although the high gambling god is a gambling god, gambling is ultimately just a minor art. It doesn't even qualify as a middle path, let alone a great path. Therefore, in the eyes of some people, he is still just an ordinary gambling expert. What is the middle way, and what is the great way? For example, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as poetry, prose, and songwriting, these belong to the middle way. For example, the way of governing a country, the way of military strategy, and the way of educating the world, these belong to the great way. In short, the middle path is for self-cultivation and self-improvement, while the great path is for the benefit of all living beings. Whether it's just bragging or not, that's basically what it means. However, there is one path that is quite unique. It focuses solely on self-improvement yet stands among the great paths. This is the way of martial arts. There's nothing you can do about it. After all, might makes right. When martial arts are cultivated to their peak, a single practitioner can stand against an entire nation. Whether it's the great way, the middle way, or the lesser way, a single punch can knock them all down. Do you dare to face that? The martial arts are further divided into 6 levels: Ming Jin External Force, and Jin Internal Force, Hua Jin Transformation Force, Dan Jin Elixir Force, Gang Jin Gale Force, and the ultimate level, Jin Shin Bu Hua Invincible before the gods. Like the high gambling god, who can shatter the dice from the inside while leaving the outside completely intact. That's a technique only achievable at the transformation of Qi realm. However, the high gambling god himself has only reached the peak of the Ming Jin realm, and due to his advanced age and severe depletion of vital energy, he can now only maintain the strength of the middle stage of the Ming Jin realm. Yet he can still perform techniques of the Hua Jin realm. Perhaps this is what they call different paths leading to the same destination. It is said that in ancient times, scholars who abandoned their pens to take up arms could become martial arts masters in a short time, likely for the same reason. Unfortunately, even a true Hua Jin practitioner would be no match for Yi Fan, let alone Gao Duxing, who is merely a pseudo Hua Jin practitioner. According to the system's classification, a 10th level martial arts skill is equivalent to the invincible before the gods realm. Add to that Yi Fan's current physical attributes, and even if Wang Wudi were to be reborn, he wouldn't stand a chance against him. However, martial arts in this world have long since declined, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they've been lost. Then Yi Fan flicked his finger lightly and spoke, 189 points. Upon hearing this number, everyone present was once again left speechless. There were 9 dice in total. Even if all of them rolled a 6, that would only add up to 54 points. How could there be 189 points? The subordinates of the River Gambling King couldn't help but whisper among themselves, looking at Yi Fan with the same adoring gaze as if he were a cute little kid. This included He Lin Lin and her senior brother Zhou as well. But then they remembered that even if Yi Fan lost, he wouldn't suffer any losses, he'd actually come out ahead. After all, He Lin Lin wasn't just the River Gambling King's most beloved daughter, she was also a super hot beauty. Who wouldn't want to marry her? As a result, they all agreed that Yi Fan was definitely doing this on purpose. Especially He Lin Lin, who couldn't help but blush shyly. After all, she had just turned 18 this year. She had never even considered getting married so young. However, if they were to get engaged first, it wouldn't be impossible. But none of them noticed that Cao Gudian's expression had changed slightly. Because since Yi Fan had guessed 189 points, it meant that Yi Fan had already discovered his intentions. But he didn't care, because shattering all 9 dice wasn't that easy, it required special techniques. So he was confident that Yi Fan wouldn't have thought of that the dice, though shattered by him, hadn't actually broken apart. But the next moment, when he confidently lifted the dice cup, he was immediately stunned. Not only was he stunned, but everyone present was left speechless. Inside the dice cup, the original 9 dice had completely vanished, replaced by a pile of white powder and 54 neatly arranged dice fragments. Each fragment bore a single number, 9 ones, 9 twos, 9 threes, 9 fours, 9 fives, and 9 sixes. When added together, they totaled exactly 189 points. Chapter 94, Special Function. How is that possible? The high gambling god was utterly shocked. You must know that these dice don't break easily, they require his special technique. Moreover, this technique is no longer just gambling skill, it incorporates some martial arts techniques he had learned in the past. Of course, his martial arts techniques are nothing more than the tip of the iceberg. However, as the saying goes, one technique mastered, all techniques mastered. By perfecting his gambling skills, he has also benefited his martial arts training. In fact, if he weren't so old, he might even achieve something in martial arts provided he could obtain authentic martial arts. Thinking of this, the high gambling god suddenly felt a stir in his heart. Clearly, these dice could only have been shattered by Yi Fan, which left only one possibility. Yi Fan had likely also cultivated martial arts. In an instant, his gaze toward Yi Fan completely changed. After all, compared to martial arts, the status of gambling was far inferior. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were worlds apart. Even if he were the gambling god, it would be the same. And let alone the fact that Yi Fan is likely a martial arts master himself. At least the 5th brother who had taught him martial arts back then couldn't have done something like this, shaking the dice in the dice cup from such a distance and shattering them silently. Even if the dice had already been shattered from the inside. Mr. Yi, you have some skills. Now it's your turn. After all, he's the gambling god. The high gambling god quickly regained his composure and handed the dice cup to Yi Fan. But at that moment, he felt extremely uneasy inside. It wasn't because he had lost. At his age, he had long since let go of personal fame and fortune. Moreover, he had never placed much value on fame and fortune to begin with. It was just that even if he could guess Yi Fan's dice roll correctly, he would at most end up in a tie with Yi Fan. Even if Yi Fan declared the tie in his favor, it would still be a loss for him. Because there can only be one gambling god, and only one. He can't beat everyone, so he doesn't deserve to be called the gambling god. Therefore, the most prudent course of action at this moment was to concede defeat immediately. Otherwise, it would definitely be a laughingstock if word got out. However, this is a matter of life and death for the He family and their Gao family. He dares not act on impulse. Even if his entire reputation were to be ruined, he would have to grit his teeth and continue gambling with Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled lightly, took the dice cup from the high gambling god, and casually placed 9 dice into it. Then he gently tapped the dice cup on the table. Please. Yi Fan signaled to the high gambler to make his guess. But the others were left speechless. Doesn't he even shake it? If it weren't for knowing that Yi Fan was a master gambler, they would have thought he was joking. Only the high gambling god's expression suddenly turned serious. Because when the dice cup landed just now, he clearly didn't hear any sound of the dice hitting the table. Without any sound, the art of listening to dice was useless, leaving him no way to guess. As Five Brothers said, true martial arts masters not only have precise control over themselves but also over their surroundings. Clearly, this Yi Fan was using martial arts techniques to control the dice. Pure gambling techniques could never achieve such a feat, the dice falling without a single sound. Even if the sound was extremely faint, it would still exist. Because it's a natural phenomenon, no one can change it. However, martial arts techniques can block the air to prevent sound from spreading. Of course, the high gambling god doesn't know this. But as long as he knows he can't do it, that's enough. So Yi Fan must have used other methods. But not hearing the dice doesn't mean he can't guess the numbers inside the dice cup. The next moment, he suddenly closed his eyes, relaxed his entire body, as if he were carefully sensing something. Seeing this, Yi Fan immediately smiled. If he hadn't been certain before that the high gambler's gambling skills weren't truly his equal, then at this moment, he could be certain that the high gambler's gambling skills had definitely reached the same level as his own 10th rank. Why? Because there is a huge difference between level 9 and level 10 skills. Let me put it this way, a level 9 gambling skill is still just a technique. But once you reach level 10, it becomes a way. Gambling skills are merely a lowly pastime, not even worthy of being called a side path or a minor art. But gambling as a way of life, even if it's just a minor path, has finally entered the realm of the way. And once you've entered the way, some changes occur. For example, when Yi Fan won 600 million from Chun Xiao and Xiang Lao, was that really just luck? Of course not. He cheated. He didn't use any tricks, he simply swapped the cards in his hand, just like in the movies where they shuffle or swap cards. You can think of it as a special ability, so even the most advanced technological devices can't detect it. Moreover, since card swapping requires mental energy, and Yi Fan's mental energy is so powerful it's almost inhuman, swapping cards is as easy for him as eating or drinking. In other words, the high gambling god is currently utilizing this psychic ability. Although he cannot hear the sound of the dice or possess any form of X-ray vision, he simply knows the numbers inside the dice cup. This is a form of mental, profound and inexplicable. However, his mental energy naturally cannot compare to Yi Fan's, so the casting time is longer and the energy consumption is extremely high. After about 10 seconds, the gambling god opened his eyes once more. 9 points. At this moment, the high gambler's mental state was noticeably worse than before, but he finally managed to see the numbers inside the dice cup exactly the same as before, 9 ones. And Yi Fan hadn't shaken the dice, so it was naturally impossible for him to shatter them. But the next moment, as Yi Fan gently lifted the dice cup, he was once again stunned. The dice inside the dice cup were indeed all showing 1, but there were only 8 of them, not 9. The remaining 1 had completely turned into a pile of powder. There wasn't a single 1-point die left. Thus, the total number of points Yi Fan had rolled was 8. The high gambling god had naturally guessed wrong as well. Chapter 95, The River Gambling King is Afraid. I lost. The high gambling god sighed bitterly. At that moment, he had no idea that Yi Fan's martial arts cultivation was far beyond his imagination, capable of shattering a perfectly intact die through the dice cup. And he did it the moment the dice cup was lifted, which is why he was able to deceive his special abilities. I concede. Yi Fan said with a smile, then turned to the River Gambling King. Mr. Yi truly has remarkable skills. From now on, the Venetian casino belongs to Mr. Yi. You may send someone to take over at any time. The River Gambling King sighed inwardly, feeling deeply regretful. But it wasn't because he had lost. A casino is just a casino, he could afford to lose that much money. What he regretted was not being able to recruit Yi Fan. At the same time, everyone else present was completely stunned. The high gambling god had lost? After all, he's the gambling god. Maybe the gambling god in the movies was already pretty impressive, but they knew that the real-life gambling god was even more formidable. Especially He Lin Lin, who was completely baffled. How could the old master lose like that? How is that possible? The key is that Yi Fan won, which means he doesn't even want to marry her. Although she didn't really fall for Yi Fan, she just dared not disobey the orders of the River Gambling King. But Yi Fan's attitude still hurt her deeply. Look at Guan Tong Tong by Yi Fan's side. How could she, the daughter of the River family, be outmatched by a mere celebrity? Not to mention that she considers herself much more beautiful than Guan Tong Tong. No need. Just hand the casino over to Daozi. Yi Fan casually waved his hand. But upon hearing his words, the River Gambling King and the High Gambling God both froze in shock. Their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes fixed on Yi Fan with sheer terror, as if they had seen a ghost. Zhou Shixian was no exception, as he had also heard about Daozi's background from his own master. Daozi was the former manager of the casino's VIP lounge. But a mere VIP hall manager couldn't possibly make the River Gambling King and the High Gambling God so afraid. But the terrifying force behind Daozi was a different matter entirely. The Tang clan. A force that has only risen to prominence in the past decade or so, yet it is hailed as the most powerful overseas Chinese organization. No one knows how powerful this force truly is, nor how many people it commands. But everyone who knows of this force holds it in the utmost fear. Even the leaders of major world powers. Even the United States has no way to deal with this power. Before the return of Macau in 1999, the river gambling king was also considered an overseas figure, having cultivated relationships with many prominent overseas Chinese. For example, the Hongmen, once the largest overseas Chinese organization, had many of its elders who were on very good terms with the river gambling king. Therefore, through the Hongmen, the river gambling king had some understanding of the Tangmen. In short, the Tang clan is not someone the river gambling king can afford to provoke. Even if a country were to protect him, the Tang clan could kill him with ease. And it would never arouse any suspicion. I never expected Mr. Yi to be one of them. The river gambling king smiled bitterly. He had only known that Yi Fan had significant influence within the country, but he never imagined that Yi Fan was actually part of the Tang clan. Otherwise, he would never have considered recruiting Yi Fan. Let alone the fact that Yi Fan clearly wasn't just some ordinary henchman, he might even be an important figure within the Tang clan, possibly connected to the legendary, enigmatic leader of the Tang clan. If that's the case, even if you gave him 100 dares, he wouldn't dare to recruit Yi Fan. Unless he was ready to die. Yi Fan smiled and said nothing. But in truth, he was also quite surprised. He never expected that the power behind him was so formidable that even a big shot like the river gambling king would fear him so much. However, considering the kind of things that faction usually does, it wasn't surprising that the river gambling king reacted that way. What? You ask what that faction has been up to? Well, it's nothing much, just trafficking oil and weapons, helping people fight wars or stage rebellions, and occasionally taking on some assassination jobs. They make a few $100 billion a year, but during good times, their income can break the $1 trillion mark. But it's all hard-earned money. Compared to the financial companies under his command, it's still nowhere near as much. Yi Fan brought Guan Tongtong, who was completely bewildered, back to the casino. Everything was the same as before. The only difference was that the entire casino now belonged to Yi Fan. The handover of the casino went smoothly. The staff remained the same, but the manager was now Dao Zi. Dao Zi naturally recognized Yi Fan. Everything he had done before was just part of the act to Yi Fan. However, he didn't know Yi Fan's true identity, only that Yi Fan was a high-ranking member of the Tang clan. And a very high-ranking one at that. Shortly after, Yi Fan stayed in Macau for 3 more days before preparing to leave. But this wasn't because he had any interest in Macau or the casino. A casino worth over 20 billion, even if it could bring him tens of billions in profits each year, what difference would that make? To him, it was just a drop in the bucket. However, on the very night he left the He family, He Linning actually came looking for him. At that moment, he was just getting into the groove, but Guan Tongtong was struggling to keep up, so he naturally let He Linning cash in on that bet. Speaking of which, this was his first time trying it with 3 people, and it was indeed much more interesting than just 2. It seems like he should encourage it more in the future. Meanwhile, after taking He Lin's first blood, her attributes naturally appeared in the system. Name, He Lin. Age, 18. Appearance, 90. Charm, 86. Strength, 75. Physical condition, 75. Agility, 80. Intelligence, 80. Affinity, 70. Skill, gambling skill level 6. Alright, He Lin was sent here by the river gambling king. She wasn't exactly eager to come herself. In her opinion, even if Yi Fan really wanted to pursue her, he would have to make the first move. Why would she just hand herself over like that? So it's no surprise that his popularity isn't very high. That's why Yi Fan is so handsome, otherwise, he probably wouldn't even have a 70. However, this can't be blamed on the river gambling king. After all, Yi Fan was being held at gunpoint on his territory, and it was all because of winning money, so he had to give an explanation. Although he had already lost a casino to Yi Fan, that was a loss, not a proper resolution. Moreover, spending the night with Yi Fan was originally a bet that He Lin lost to Yi Fan. As for why he is so eager to curry favor with Yi Fan, it's obviously because he is scared. It turned out that less than an hour after Yi Fan left the He family, the river gambling king received news from Hongcheng. Xiong Laode had died, in his own home, from a sudden heart attack. But Xiong Laode had never had a heart condition before. Chapter 96, the authorities finally showed up. On the private jet, Yi Fan leaned back against a sofa made of some unknown material, crossed his legs, held Guan Tongtong in his left arm, and embraced Li Xian with his right arm, looking thoroughly content. This is the life. Although in his previous life he could be considered a semi-successful person, having experienced many beautiful women, it still paled in comparison to his current situation. Unfortunately, the flight was less than 3 hours long, and after indulging in Guan Tongtong and He Lin over the past few days, he wasn't in a hurry to claim Li Xian. But it didn't matter. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Soon, the plane landed at Beijing Capital International Airport. Under the envious glances of the other 3 flight attendants, Yi Fan held Li Xian tightly for over a minute before finally letting her go. Unfortunately, their envy was useless after all, none of them were as beautiful as Li Xin. After that, Yifan and Guan Tongtong got off the plane together. Fortunately, they were using a special VIP, so they didn't have to worry about being seen or having paparazzi take photos. Otherwise, who knows what kind of news it would have caused. But just as Yifan reached the exit of he was suddenly blocked by a group of people. "Mr. Yi, we have some matters we'd like to discuss with you. We hope you'll cooperate." The leader showed his credentials, which belonged to a special department, the so-called relevant authorities. Upon seeing this, Guan Tongtong was so frightened that she trembled uncontrollably. She was even more afraid than when she had seen the river gambling king before. But that was understandable, after all, this was the state. Even if Yifan is as powerful as he is, could he possibly be more powerful than the state? But after spending a few days with him, she had already been completely won over by Yifan inside and out. She didn't even mind that Yifan had other women. She dared not even think about it. So even when faced with these stern-faced officials from the relevant authorities, she still didn't let go of Yifan's arm. "No problem, but let her go back first." Seeing that these people were at least polite, Yifan didn't refuse to go with them. Besides, he already knew the authorities would come looking for him. "Of course," the leader repeated. After all, they had already investigated Guan Tongtong and knew she was just an ordinary celebrity Yifan was dating. They knew nothing else about him. But even so, he still felt a bit annoyed. Because Yifan had told Guan Tongtong to go back using a commanding tone, not a request. After all, they were supposedly from the relevant authorities. Normally, when people saw them, no matter how high-ranking the official or how wealthy the tycoon, everyone would be cautious and polite. Some even fainted out of fear. How could it be like Yifan, who not only looked completely calm but also seemed to completely disregard them? However, the leader had specifically instructed them upon arrival to maintain a good attitude and not give Yifan any reason to be dissatisfied. So even if he was annoyed, he had to keep it to himself. Shortly after, Yifan comforted Guan Tongtong for a moment before sending her home. After all, Guan Tongtong's previous performance had left him very satisfied. If Guan Tongtong had really wanted to distance herself from him earlier, then their relationship would have ended there. About an hour later, Yifan followed the staff members to their headquarters. Along the way, the staff members were also very polite. Soon, Yifan met a leader who seemed to hold a fairly high position. "Hello, Mr. Yi. My name is Wang. You may call me Director Wang or Old Wang. We apologize for inviting you here today. Please don't take it personally." Mr. Wang sat down across from Yifan with a smile on his face. However, to be honest, although this was the first time he had truly met Yifan, he had already reviewed the information about Yifan countless times. A young man who was ordinary in every way before the age of 20 had, overnight, become connected to a superpower. Even his appearance had undergone a drastic transformation, as if he were a completely different person. This left them utterly baffled. But after that, all Yifan did was chase girls. He didn't care about anything else. Plus, Yifan was an orphan. This led them to quickly conclude that Yifan must be the descendant of some powerful figure within that organization. And that's precisely why they never approached Yifan, choosing instead to continue observing him from the shadows. In their minds, even if they did make contact, Yifan would certainly know little about that faction and might even risk arousing their hostility. But everything changed after Yifan made a trip to Macau. First, he defeated Chen's spoiled son and the boss of the Xiong gang, winning a staggering $11 billion. The fact that Daozi was from the Tang clan was no secret, so they naturally knew that Daozi and Yifan were allies. Then, in an extremely short time or even an instant, they personally eliminated the 6 henchmen of the boss. This was the conclusion they reached after conducting a thorough on-site investigation. The other henchmen of the boss were not killed outright, but they were left in a permanent vegetative state, effectively the same as being dead. In fact, if it weren't for their desire to figure out what Yifan had done to those men, given the crimes they had committed in the past, they wouldn't have bothered to intervene. Finally, he even won a casino worth over 200 billion from the River Gambling King, and the key was that he won using gambling skills against the High Gambling God. All of this is sufficient proof that Yifan is not just a spoiled rich kid, and may not even be the descendant of some powerful figure. Rather, his status within the Tang clan is already quite high. As for the fact that the Xiong Lauda was killed in his own home, that wasn't a big deal. Whether Yifan is a playboy or not, as long as he is part of the Tang clan, the Xiong Lauda dared to lay a finger on him that as suicide. However, Hong Kong is still part of the nation's territory. The fact that the boss was killed without a trace means the Tang clan must give the nation an explanation. At the very least, such incidents must never happen again, otherwise, countless people across the country would be unable to sleep or eat in peace. This is also the most important reason they came to find Yifan today. Of course, clarifying Yifan's true identity is also crucial. Director Wang, just ask whatever you need to know. As long as I know the answer, I'll do my best to provide it. Yifan said with a casual smile. He had already made up his mind cooperating with the state was a win-win situation. After all, no matter how strong an individual's abilities may be, they are ultimately limited. Moreover, he was, after all, a genuine citizen of Z country, even as a time traveler. Therefore, if he had the ability, contributing to the nation was only his duty. Besides, he just wanted to live a happy life, he didn't want to rule the world. However, there are some things he can say, and there are certainly things he won't say. For example, the fact that he is a time traveler and the existence of the system. Upon hearing this, Director Wang was not entirely satisfied, but he also knew that Yifan's attitude was already quite commendable. Then he immediately asked, "May I ask, Mr. Yi, have you ever met the master of the Tang clan, Yi Qingge?" Chapter 97, Collaborating with the Nation. Yi Qingge, the leader of the Tang clan, emerged out of nowhere 10 years ago and founded the Tang clan. However, aside from the true core of the Tang clan, almost no one had ever seen Yi Qingge in person, and even fewer knew her name. Therefore, Director Wang's first question to Yifan was whether he had met Yi Qingge, which was essentially a test. If Yifan had indeed met Yi Qingge, or even just knew his name, it would be safe to assume that Yifan held a very high position within the Tang clan. At the same time, Director Wang was closely observing Yifan's expression. Sure enough, the next moment, Yifan's expression froze. I didn't expect you to know about Qingge. Yifan was slightly taken aback. After all, over the years, the M country had lost at least 100 of its top-tier agents in their investigations into the Tang clan, yet they still didn't even know Yi Qingge's name. After all, even within the Tang clan, only the true core disciples had ever seen Yi Qingge. These individuals are utterly loyal to the Tang clan and are highly unlikely to betray them. However, considering that Yi Qingge had personally visited the Hongmen once, it was no surprise that the government had received word of it. But upon hearing him say this, it was now Wang Zhuchu who was left speechless. Qingge? Yifan actually dared to address the leader of the Tang clan by his first name. After all, in their previous understanding, Yifan was likely a disciple of the Tang clan's leader. Because it was said that the true core of the Tang clan were all disciples personally trained by Yi Qingge. And Yi Qingge was most skilled in martial arts. And martial arts, when cultivated to a certain level, possess the ability to transform one's very being. This also explains why Yifan suddenly seems like a completely different person. There is even a possibility that Yifan is actually Yi Qingge's younger brother. Otherwise, how come all the other disciples are risking their lives abroad for the Tang clan, while Yifan can live comfortably in the country? Not to mention that Yifan has nearly 100 billion yuan in his bank account, and all of the Tang clan's resources in the country are at his disposal. But now it seems that things are not as they appear. Then what is the relationship between Mr. Yi and the Yi clan leader? Wang Zhuchu asked again. And at this point, he was completely baffled. Because they knew Yifan's age, he was just 20 years old. That means when Yi Qingge founded the Tang clan, Yifan was only 10 years old. But at that time, Yi Qingge was already at least in her early 20s. Therefore, Yifan could only be Yi Qingge's junior, and it was naturally impossible for him to address Yi Qingge as Qingge. But then, Director Wang thought of another possibility. Could it be that this Yifan is actually Yi Qingge's kept man? Then he looked at Yifan's extremely handsome face and thought that maybe there was a possibility. However, this time Yifan didn't respond. Because he didn't know how to respond either. Should he just tell him that Yi Qingge was actually his personal butler? Yi Qingge established the Tang clan merely to better manage his assets. After all, his assets were simply too vast, and without a more forceful organization, it was inevitable that someone would try to take advantage of the situation. Indeed, Yi Qingsong was the butler Yifan had obtained from the System S rewards. And she was the reward for the first 1,000-day contract. In other words, Yi Qingge had already appeared when Yifan was only 3 years old. However, when she first appeared, Yi Qingge was still very weak. It wasn't until later, when she received more attribute points and skill points from the system rewards, that she gradually grew stronger. Because all her attributes and skills are identical to those of her master, Yifan, and she can even allocate points on her own. Then, 12 years ago, Yifan had accumulated significant assets, so to protect them, she established the Tang clan. The core disciples of the Tang clan were all geniuses selected from orphans around the world and personally trained by her. For example, the young man with the knife earlier, though not a core disciple of the Tang clan, was still a registered disciple of Yi Qingge, specializing in gambling skills. I cannot answer that question. Yifan shook his head. It's okay. Director Wang couldn't help but feel disappointed, but since Yifan didn't say anything, there was nothing he could do. However, he wasn't entirely without gains. At least he could confirm that Yifan's status within the Tang clan was indeed quite high. It might even be very high. Then, does the Tang clan even want to cooperate with the state? Director Wang continued to ask. This was the most important task of his mission. After all, regardless of how one looks at it, the majority of people within the Tang clan are Chinese, and they have never harmed the nation's interests over the years, which naturally provides a foundation for cooperation. Not to mention the oil and mineral resources that the Tang clan holds, which are all critically needed by the state. That's no problem at all. This time, Yifan agreed quite readily, but since it was a collaboration, both parties should naturally be on equal footing. However, the terms of the cooperation will be decided by us. Yifan said. What kind of terms? And can Mr. Yi make the final decision on this matter? Wang, the director, asked. Rest assured, Mr. Wang. I can make decisions on minor matters. As for the cooperation method, whatever you need, Tangmen can provide, but there are two conditions. First, it must be an equal exchange. Second, Tangmen will not be responsible for transportation. In other words, if the government wants those minerals and oil, Tangmen can sell them to the government. After all, the government isn't short on funds. But how to bring them back to the country is something the government will have to figure out on its own. That's only fair. If even the government can't handle it, then Tangmen certainly can't. The true strength of the Tang clan lies in Yi Qingda herself. Anyone who offends the Tang clan can be made to disappear without a trace by Yi Qingda. Just as Yi Fan truly relies on is not how much money he has, nor the amount of black technology he possesses. It's his own strength. Otherwise, even if he had all the money in the world, it would just be a number. Even the most advanced technology is useless if he can't develop it himself. For example, if he could develop an 8th-generation fighter jet right now, it would be more than enough to unify the entire Earth. But is that possible? At least, given the current level of Earth's technology, it's absolutely impossible. However, Director Wang had no objections to this. After all, the nation's strength isn't something to be underestimated. So Yi Fan immediately gave Director Wang the contact information for the Tang clan, or more accurately, Yi Qingda's contact information, and was then escorted out of the headquarters of the relevant department with great respect. After all, Yi Fan didn't want to be bothered by these people from the relevant departments every day, so he decided to hand it over to Yi Qingda to handle directly. However, before leaving, Yi Fan handed Wang Zhuren a USB drive. It wasn't anything particularly important, just the manufacturing technology for a 6th-generation fighter jet. With the country's current capabilities, it should be possible to develop it within 3 to 5 years at the fastest. Chapter 98, Daily Life. After leaving the relevant authorities, Yi Fan arrived at the luxurious mansion in Century Huafu, the same place he had rented to Su Shishir. After 3 months of intensive training, Su Shishir had finally emerged from seclusion. However, when Yi Fan arrived at Century Huafu, he discovered that Su Shishir wasn't alone. Zhaoya will be my assistant from now on, Su Shishir said, already unable to contain her excitement as she threw herself into Yi Fan's arms and actively offered her warmth. 3 whole months without seeing Yi Fan had been an agonizing ordeal for her. At this moment, she was completely unable to live without Yi Fan. Alright. After finally calming Su Shishir's enthusiasm, Yi Fan estimated that if this continued, he would have to start a live stream. He then turned his gaze toward Zhaoya. From now on, please take care of Shishir for me. Zhaoya was Su Shishir's classmate and roommate, and they were very close. During Su Shishir's live streams, Zhaoya had helped her a lot. However, although Zhaoya was also a beauty with at least an 80 out of 100 in terms of looks, she still fell short compared to Su Shishir. Additionally, she had no connections, so she was well aware that breaking into the entertainment industry with her circumstances would be extremely difficult. And even if she did manage to break through one day, the price she would have to pay would be enormous. So after much consideration, she decided it would be better to simply become Su Shishir's assistant. After all, Su Shishir is currently being promoted by Yi Fan, and becoming a big star is almost a certainty. After all, even De Tiancher was made famous by Yi Fan. Making Su Shishir famous would be a piece of cake. Once Su Shishir gives her a little help, wouldn't that be better than trying to make it on her own in the entertainment industry? More importantly, being Su Shishir's assistant would allow her to interact with Yi Fan regularly. Forget about his wealth and power. Just looking at Yi Fan's good looks, she'd be willing to throw herself at him. As for whether this would be unfair to her good friend, she doesn't really care. Because she knows Yi Fan isn't just with Su Shishir, and Su Shishir even told her that herself. This has led her to a bold speculation. Shishir is my best friend, and now she's my boss, so it should be her taking care of me in the future. Zhaoya spoke, glancing secretly at Yi Fan. She then noticed Yi Fan staring back at her, causing her face to flush red instantly. I'm not the boss, he's the boss. So as his maid, shouldn't you show some gratitude? Su Shishir teased immediately. But Zhaoya wasn't one to back down. I'm not going to show any gratitude. If anyone should, it's you. I'm just the maid, I'm not here to be the third wheel. Saying this, Zhaoya walked straight toward the front door. Su Shishir tried to stop her, but Yi Fan didn't give her a chance. To be honest, after 3 months apart, Yi Fan had missed her a little. After all, Su Shishir was the first woman he had met in this world, and the memories of the previous Yi Fan had some influence on him. So naturally, what followed was. Over the next few days, Yi Fan spent most of his time with Su Shishir, occasionally making time to meet with Guan Tongtong and Dami. However, since they were all celebrities, it wasn't convenient for them to meet in crowded places, so they had to choose Yi Fan's villa as the location. Su Shishir knew this, but she didn't say anything, clearly having already accepted it. To reward her, Yi Fan quietly upgraded her singing skills to level 6. This was already equivalent to the top-tier singing skills of professional singers, and any further improvement would place her at the level of a singing legend. At the same time, Yi Fan had already planned her future to become a singer. To help her become an overnight sensation, Yifan not only had her participate in Mango TV's singer program but also personally wrote several songs for her. Of course, these songs were all from Earth, and the lyrics and music were not credited to Yifan. After leaving Beijing, Yifan arrived in Shanghai. This flight only took 2 hours, so he didn't need Li Xian, but he still took advantage of the situation. Li Xian, like Guan Tongtong before her, had her first time with him. This time, however, it happened in the bedroom, not the bathroom. After spending the night with Mu Qingyan, Yifan drove to Zhang Li's workplace. It seems that having too many women isn't always a good thing. Luckily, he wasn't an ordinary person. His physical condition was dozens of times stronger than that of an average person. Otherwise, he might have had a hard time handling it all. Today was Zhang Li's last day at work. Yifan had arranged a position for her at Longting Property Management, where she wouldn't have to do anything and her salary wouldn't be any lower than her previous job. So she naturally quit without hesitation. However, upon learning she was leaving, her colleagues insisted on throwing her a farewell banquet. But that's understandable. After all, once Zhang Li leaves, the resources she had access to will all be theirs, so they're naturally thrilled. The farewell dinner was also meant to make Zhang Li feel too embarrassed to come back in the future. After all, Zhang Li had been earning at least 2,000 or 3,000 in commissions each month, and sometimes over 5,000. In their minds, where could Zhang Li find a better job? If she doesn't do well elsewhere, she'll definitely come back. Of course, there's also a part of it because of Zhang Li's looks. They're hoping to make one last push before she leaves. Maybe they'll succeed. Zhang Li, get in my car, I just bought it. At the company entrance, a young man in his early 20s pointed to a newly purchased Porsche Macan and said to Zhang Li. Although the Porsche Macan is the entry-level model of the Porsche Cayenne, commonly known as the Mini Cayenne, it's still a Porsche with a starting price of over 500,000 yuan. Upon seeing the car, the other colleagues immediately began to discuss it. It's Zhang Hao. Who would have thought this guy was a rich kid? I heard he's supposedly related to some vice president at the headquarters. Looks like it's true. No way, does that mean we're out of the running now? Zhang Li is at least an 80 out of 100 in terms of looks, so there are quite a few male colleagues in the company who have their eyes on her. But upon seeing Zhang Hao's Porsche Macan, they all backed off immediately. And to make matters worse, Zhang Hao is likely related to the vice president of the headquarters. If we offend him, we might be fired in no time. Take Yifan, for example. He suddenly resigned from the company out of the blue, and now it's clear that it was probably because of Zhang Hao. Because before he quit, Yifan had offended Zhang Hao, and the two of them almost came to blows on the spot. Chapter 99, The Best Boyfriend in the World. No need, Zhang Hao. My boyfriend will come to pick me up later. Zhang Li shook her head and refused. To be honest, Zhang Hao isn't bad looking, he's a rich second-generation heir, and he's even a local from Shanghai. These conditions were already quite good. Unfortunately, Zhang Li had higher standards and didn't even glance at someone like him. She prefers someone who is capable on their own. Of course, if he were as wealthy as Yifan, driving an 80 million yuan supercar instead of a 500,000 to 600,000 yuan Porsche Macan, that would be a different story. Or if he were as handsome as Yifan, that would work too. In short, Zhang Hao isn't rich enough. And he's nowhere near handsome enough. What? You have a boyfriend? Zhang Hao was immediately startled. How could Zhang Li have a boyfriend? How could he not know? You see, he had been haggling with his family for half a year just to get that Porsche Macan, and they finally agreed. All for the sake of winning Zhang Li over. Actually, he wasn't really that into Zhang Li. It was just that she kept rejecting him, which really annoyed him. From childhood on, he had always relied on his good looks and his family's wealth to charm women, and he had never failed. So he has never had to endure this kind of humiliation before. But it also made him want Zhang Li even more. That's why they say what you can't have is always the best. Meanwhile, a few female colleagues standing nearby were also looking on in astonishment. But more than anything, they were thrilled. Because Zhang Li has a boyfriend, doesn't that mean they have a chance? Although Zhang Li didn't fancy Zhang Hao, that didn't mean they didn't either. Lily, when did you get a boyfriend? Why didn't you tell us? A female colleague who was close to Zhang Li asked. It's just been about a month. Zhang Li said with a smile. Actually, it's not that she didn't want to say it, she was just too embarrassed to say it. After all, she was just a mistress being kept by Yifan. Plus, she was afraid that telling anyone would make Yifan unhappy. But since Yifan had come to pick her up today and was even attending the farewell dinner her colleagues had organized for her, she no longer had any reservations. Oh, well, you should have told us then. I thought you were my good friend. The female colleague realized suddenly, thinking that Zhang Li must have just confirmed her relationship with her boyfriend and hadn't had time to tell everyone yet. But at that moment, another female colleague spoke up. Zhang Li, isn't it because your boyfriend isn't that great, so you're too embarrassed to introduce him to everyone? This female colleague was named Xiaoyan. She wasn't particularly attractive, maybe a 75 out of 100, but she was very good at dressing up, and after getting dressed up, she looked like an 80. Before Zhang Li joined the company, she was considered the most beautiful woman in the company. However, ever since Jiang Li arrived, she had been overshadowed, and even Zhang Hao, whom she had been pursuing for years, had started to pursue Jiang Li. So their relationship has always been strained, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them arch-enemies. Today, if it weren't for Zhang Hao, she would never have attended Jiang Li's farewell dinner. But hearing her say that, Jiang Li didn't seem the least bit upset. Sorry, Xiaoyan, you're probably going to be disappointed. The boyfriend Jiang Li, choose is, of course, the best in the world. Jiang Li said proudly. If it were anyone else, she might not have said that, but Xiaoyan had always targeted her, both openly and secretly, and often spoke ill of her behind her back. So before leaving the company, she didn't mind showing off a bit in front of her. Besides, what she said was the truth. Even without mentioning Yi Fan's other qualities, his appearance alone was unmatched by any other man she had ever seen. Even the celebrities on TV couldn't hold a candle to Yi Fan's good looks. However, despite that, Xiaoyan definitely didn't believe her. The best in the world? Jiang Li, aren't you afraid of talking big and getting yourself into trouble? There are so many men in the world, what gives you the nerve to say your boyfriend is the best? In my opinion, if your boyfriend's conditions are half as good as Zhang Hao's, that's already pretty decent. Xiaoyan mocked, while not forgetting to flatter Zhang Hao. She had always had a crush on Zhang Hao, and now that he had just bought a Porsche worth over 500,000 yuan, there was no need to say more. Zhang Hao, standing nearby, immediately wore a smug expression. Clearly, he didn't believe Jiang Li could find a boyfriend better than him. However, this wasn't because he was overly confident in himself. In his mind, if Jiang Li's boyfriend was really that great, she would have been bragging about it everywhere by now. After all, aren't women all about showing off? Soon, all the other colleagues also found out about Jiang Li having a boyfriend, and they were all very curious about what kind of man could make Jiang Li praise him so highly. After all, in their eyes, Jiang Li was already a goddess-level super beauty. However, Jiang Li didn't say anything. Speaking of which, didn't Jiang Li mention that her boyfriend would come to pick her up? Then we'll just see what kind of car her boyfriend drives. A colleague said, and the others immediately nodded in agreement. Although, compared to the housing prices in Shanghai, the price of a car isn't that expensive. But if you own a good car, especially a luxury one, it definitely reflects a man's status. That's why celebrities are so fond of luxury cars. We haven't seen them driving a Cherry QQ, have we? So if Jiang Li's boyfriend's car isn't as good as Zhang Hao's Porsche, then his conditions must also be inferior to Zhang Hao's. Just then, a female colleague suddenly screamed in surprise. Wow, look at that car. It's so cool. The logo looks like a Lamborghini. That's a Lamborghini Venom. Lamborghini Veneno? I heard that a Lamborghini Veneno worth 80 million yuan appeared in Shanghai recently. Could this be the same one? It must be the one. Only 9 of these cars were ever made globally, and only one has ever been spotted in our country, so it must be the same one that appeared before. What? This car is worth 80 million? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. A sports car worth 80 million yuan was far beyond their imagination. After all, many of them were still struggling to afford the down payment for a house costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. So the fact that Zhang Hao could afford a car worth over 500,000 yuan made them so envious. Hey, look, that car seems to be heading this way. Suddenly, another person spoke up. Then they saw Jiang Li, not far away, waving at the car. And sure enough, the car actually stopped right next to Jiang Li. So that means that car must be Jiang Li's boyfriend's, right? At this thought, all of Jiang Li's colleagues were immediately speechless, including Zhang Hao and Xiaoyan as well. After all, Zhang Hao's Porsche Macan couldn't even compare to the Lamborghini Venom in terms of class. In fact, the entire car might not even be worth as much as one of their wheels. How the hell is he supposed to compete with that? Chapter 100, Self-Punishment with 3 Cups. In the private room, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Earlier, they had chosen a very upscale restaurant near the company to send off Jiang Li. The money was all out of their own pockets. Because the client information Jiang Li left behind was enough to increase their monthly salaries by at least 1,000 or 2. Some could even increase it by 4 or 5,000. That's why they were afraid Jiang Li might come back and demand the client information back. But after treating her to this meal, even if Jiang Li were to ask for them back in the future, they could refuse her outright. But now, they finally know that Jiang Li wasn't just switching jobs, she found a super rich boyfriend. Who in their right mind would come back to sell houses now? What do you think Jiang Li's boyfriend does? No need to guess, he's definitely a rich second-generation heir. Or maybe he started his own business. Self-made? That must be internet finance. It's just lending money at high interest rates. Everyone was talking about it, but everyone was envious of Jiang Li and her boyfriend. Even if they're lending money at high interest rates, so what? In this day and age, as long as you can make money, that's your skill. However, no one suspected that Jiang Li was someone's mistress or a third wheel. Although Yi Fan hadn't shown up yet, those driving sports cars are usually young people, at least not very old. So even if Jiang Li is really someone's mistress, she might still have a chance to become his legitimate partner in the future. In any case, this is an era where people mock the poor but not the promiscuous. At that moment, Zhangli and Yifan walked in, having been delayed by Yifan parking the car. Upon entering, Yifan also took off his sunglasses. The next moment, the private room was filled with gasps. How handsome! This is ridiculous. How are we supposed to live like this? Exactly, he's rich and so handsome, he's not leaving anyone a chance to live. No wonder Jiang Li said her boyfriend is the best in the world. Everyone once again exchanged envious glances, and Zhang Hao and Xiao Yan were no exception. At that moment, Zhang Hao felt like a clown. No wonder Jiang Li didn't think much of him before. After all, as long as a woman isn't blind, putting him and Jiang Li's boyfriend side by side, everyone knows who to choose. Xiao Yan was the same. How could she have mocked Jiang Li earlier, saying that her boyfriend's conditions were only half as good as Zhang Hao's? But her boyfriend wasn't just better than Zhang Hao, he was 100 times better. And despite Zhang Hao's conditions, she dared to pursue him. But when it came to Yifan, she didn't even dare to have the slightest thought. Because she knows Yifan would never even glance at her. By the way, Lily, you haven't introduced your boyfriend yet. The female colleague who had been on good terms with Zhang Li asked again, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yifan. Clearly, she was also very interested in Yifan. However, like Xiao Yan, she didn't think Yifan would ever notice her. In fact, she even felt that her own best friend, Zhang Li, wasn't quite good enough for Yifan. Hello everyone, my name is Yifan, and I'm Jiang Li's boyfriend. Before Jiang Li could introduce him, Yifan spoke up himself. Everyone was stunned once again. Yifan? What a coincidence. We used to have a colleague named Yifan too. However, while that colleague shares the same name as Mr. Yi, he pales in comparison to Mr. Yi in every way. Clearly, no one would associate the Yifan standing before them with that ordinary, run-of-the-mill Yifan. Lily had mentioned this to me earlier as well. What a coincidence. Yifan wouldn't dare claim to be that Yifan either. It's not that he's afraid they'll discover his identity, it's just unnecessary. Otherwise, he'd have to waste his breath explaining. These people aren't worthy of it. Mr. Yi, I'll drink to you. The female colleague said again. Although she knew Yifan wouldn't be interested in her, being able to drink with such a handsome guy was something she could brag about for years to come. Yifan didn't refuse either. He raised his own glass and clinked it with hers. He recognized this female colleague. Her name was Li Qian. Not only was she on good terms with Zhang Li, but she also had a close relationship with the previous Yifan. Unfortunately, she wasn't particularly attractive, barely scoring a 70 out of 100, so she naturally didn't catch Yifan's interest. Soon, several more female colleagues toasted Yifan, and he accepted all of them, including Xiao Yan. Although Xiao Yan didn't have a good relationship with Zhang Li, her relationship with the previous Yifan was still decent. Or to be more precise, the previous Yifan had good relationships with all his colleagues. Except for Zhang Hao. After the female colleagues finished toasting, the male colleagues began toasting as well. After all, Yifan had stolen their goddess, so they naturally wanted to show their support. Moreover, Yifan clearly wasn't an ordinary person. If they could cultivate a good relationship with him, and he were to give them a little help in the future, wouldn't they be set for life? Though they knew deep down that such a possibility was slim. But what if it did? Before long, everyone except Zhang Hao had toasting Yifan with a glass of wine. Seeing this, Zhang Hao, who had originally planned not to toast, also raised his glass. And he even poured himself a full glass of white wine. Though the cup wasn't large, it held at least 2 ounces. Clearly, he intended to get Yifan drunk. Zhang Hao, what do you mean? You want to drink until you drop, right? I'll join you. Zhang Li naturally understood Zhang Hao's meaning and immediately said, drinking is a man's business. Women should stay out of it. What do you think, Yi brother? Zhang Hao didn't even glance at Zhang Li, just glaring defiantly at Yifan. However, Yifan shook his head lightly. I agree with that statement, but you got one thing wrong. What did I get wrong? Zhang Hao couldn't help but ask. I agree that men should drink, but women shouldn't interfere, because when men drink, they usually have their reasons. Hearing Yifan say this, the other male colleagues present couldn't help but nod in agreement. Even some of the female colleagues felt the same way. If they had a choice, who among them would want to drink themselves into a stupor every day? But the next moment, Yifan suddenly sneered disdainfully. But you're wrong. You're not my brother, and you don't have the right to be my brother. But since you're so sincere in offering me a drink, you can punish yourself with 3 cups. I won't hold the previous matters against you. Chapter 101, The Greatest Use of a Sports Car. What Yifan was referring to, of course, was the previous incident between Yifan and Zhang Hao. It wasn't a big deal, just a minor disagreement, so Yifan let him punish himself with 3 cups, and that was that. But others wouldn't see it that way. They assumed it was because Zhang Hao had been pursuing Zhang Li, which had upset Yifan, her boyfriend. Make me punish myself with 3 cups? Zhang Hao was taken aback, then burst into laughter. This was definitely the funniest joke he'd heard all year. It's just pursuing Zhang Li, what's the big deal? He's pursuing her openly and hasn't used any underhanded tactics. What can Yifan do to him? This is a society governed by the rule of law, isn't it? So even if Yifan is rich and powerful, he wasn't afraid. Saying this, he sat down and ignored Yifan completely. After all, he wasn't afraid of Yifan, but if he provoked Yifan, he'd definitely be even more scared. Yifan didn't bother either. After all, it was just a minor disagreement, and the Yifan from back then hadn't come out on the losing end either. He couldn't possibly risk harming Zhang Hao over such a trivial matter, despite having the full ability to do so. Besides, he had already won over Jiangli, which was also a way of venting his frustration for the previous Yifan. If that wasn't enough, he'd continue tonight. After eating for nearly an hour, the meal finally came to an end. Originally, everyone had planned to go singing, but considering Yifan, no one mentioned it anymore. After all, given Yifan's status, just having him join them for a meal was already a huge honor. Have you been drinking? Can you drive? In the car, Jiangli asked. Unfortunately, although she had already enrolled in driving school, her work was too busy, and she hadn't had time to practice driving. Otherwise, she could have driven for Yifan. Don't worry, it's fine, Yifan said casually. With his current physical condition, alcohol had no effect on him at all. Even if he wanted to get drunk, it would be difficult. Jiangli saw this and didn't say anything else. However, as soon as Yifan started the car, he saw a vehicle pass by in front of him. It was Zhang Hao's Porsche Macan. Not only that, but as it passed by Yifan's car, Zhang Hao deliberately honked the horn loudly in a provocative manner. Interesting. Looking at Zhang Hao in the driver's seat and Xiao Yan in the passenger seat, Yifan smiled lightly. If he remembered correctly, Zhang Hao had also drunk quite a bit earlier. However, this guy had a decent tolerance for alcohol, so it didn't seem to affect him much. No wonder he dared to get him drunk earlier. Thinking this, Yifan immediately followed them discreetly. Zhang Hao, why don't you find a designated driver, or we can go to a hotel instead? In Zhang Hao's car, Xiao Yan said with a worried expression. Trying to hook up with Yifan is impossible. He doesn't even give her a second glance, let alone ask for her contact information. Fortunately, Jiangli had Yifan, so Zhang Hao naturally gave up. She subtly hinted at it, and smoothly got into Zhang Hao's car. Everyone was an adult, and what would happen next was understood without needing to be said, so she didn't have to worry about what she said. No big deal, this much alcohol is nothing. Zhang Hao shrugged indifferently. A little alcohol was nothing to him. Back in the day, he used to frequent nightclubs and drink way more than this, yet he still managed to charm those girls into submission. But just then, he suddenly heard a loud roar. Then he saw a silver-black sports car zoom past him in an instant. It's you again. Zhang Hao's expression immediately changed. No need to say, this car was none other than Yifan's Lamborghini Venom. And it's important to note that, according to Zhang Hao's original plan, he was supposed to be driving his newly purchased Porsche to take Jiangli home. Of course, if he could take Jiangli directly in the car, that would be even better. In other words, he had originally planned to have a car chase with Jiangli. After all, a brand new car deserves a proper celebration, doesn't it? Unfortunately, Jiangli has been taken by Yifan, so he can only shift his target to Xiaoyan. However, the car-based plan hasn't been cancelled. That's why he didn't call for a designated driver earlier. But how could Xiaoyan compare to Jiangli? More importantly, he had heard that Jiangli had never had a boyfriend before. Which means Jiangli is very likely still a virgin. Just thinking about it made his heart ache again. Because whether Jiangli was a virgin before or not, she definitely isn't anymore. Damn you, Yifan. I'll curse your entire family. Zhang Hao cursed fiercely in his heart. He then slammed his foot on the gas pedal. Although the Porsche Macan's performance couldn't possibly match that of the Lamborghini Venom, this was the bustling streets of Shanghai, not a professional racetrack. With his familiarity with Magic City and the numerous vehicles on the road, he might just be able to go head-to-head with an 80 million yuan Lamborghini Venom. If he won, he wouldn't just vent his anger, he'd have something to brag about for years to come. What's so special about an 80 million yuan sports car? It'll still be his. Soon, as the Porsche Macan picked up speed, the distance between him and Yifan grew shorter. But the next moment, just as he was about to catch up to Yifan, he suddenly felt the entire car shake violently, followed by a momentary daze, and then he lost consciousness. Even Yifan, who saw the scene through the rearview mirror, couldn't help but freeze in shock. After all, he had only intended to provoke the young man, hoping to get him to race against him, attract the attention of the police, and have him arrested for drunk driving, resulting in the revocation of his license. But before the police even arrived, he had already crashed into the guardrail. Now he is not only facing drunk driving charges, but also causing a chain reaction collision involving at least a dozen vehicles. This isn't something that can be resolved with just a license revocation. Additionally, the damages caused by drunk driving aren't covered by insurance. Fortunately, the other cars weren't going very fast, so aside from him being seriously injured, there were no other casualties. Even so, the compensation he'll have to pay won't be a small amount. I wonder if the few demolition compensation houses his family has will be enough. If Yifan remembers correctly, Zhang Hao's family isn't particularly wealthy, they just got lucky and received several houses in the demolition compensation. But that's not something Yifan needs to worry about. Who told him to act so cocky and drink and then go out driving? What? You're asking how Yifan knows? Their essay saying, great minds think alike, you know? Although Zhang Hao isn't exactly a hero, this time he did think the same as Yi Fan. Besides, what is the point of a sports car if you can't use it to show off? So, right after that, we saw Yi Fan drive the car out to the suburbs. Chapter 102, Collecting Debts from the Chen Family. It wasn't until the following evening that Yi Fan finally felt refreshed and left Zhang Li's apartment. His next task was to attend to an important matter. This was also the real reason he had rushed back to Shanghai from Beijing. Earlier, Chen Xiao had borrowed 500 million from Daozi, which meant he owed Yi Fan 500 million. Of course, the promissory note stated 65 billion. However, after returning to Magic City, Chen Xiao seemed to have vanished completely, with his phone turned off. So today, Yi Fan had decided to personally go to collect the debt. Yi Fan has always considered himself a generous person. He is not stingy with his own women, and he is even generous with his own subordinates. For example, Zheng Bin of Longting Property now controls assets worth nearly 200 billion. Although all these assets belong to Yi Fan, with such a massive fortune at his disposal, Zheng Bin can make money with ease. His personal net worth is now at least over 10 billion. Additionally, he holds a 1% stake in Longting Property Management. It's important to note that this 1% share can be passed down indefinitely. As long as Longting Property Management doesn't collapse, or more accurately, as long as Yi Fan doesn't die, Zhang Bin's descendants will at least be able to live comfortably as wealthy aristocrats. This is practically on par with the hereditary nobility of ancient times. As for Yi Fan's lifespan, even now, he can live for at least several hundred years, let alone in the future. However, Yi Fan is definitely not a magnanimous person. If anyone offends him, especially those who deliberately target him, he will not spare a single one. Take Chen Xiao, for example. Back then, he had all the banks in Magic City come knocking on Yi Fan's door to collect debts. Although he ended up losing more than he gained, Yi Fan has remembered this grudge. So today, he's going to collect the debt from Chen Xiao. Shortly after, Yi Fan arrived at the Chen family's residence. The Chen family is renowned as the first family of Magic City and is even referred to as the Emperor of Shanghai. But today, he is here as a creditor to collect what is owed. Debt must be repaid, it's only fair. Whether you're the first family or not, it doesn't matter. Nevertheless, the Chen family's status was no ordinary matter. To say nothing of the rest, there were already numerous security guards at the entrance. Fortunately, this didn't faze Yi Fan, who entered the Chen family's gates as if no one was there. Coincidentally, today was also the 70th birthday of the Chen family patriarch, so many people from the Chen family had gathered there. Among them, of course, was the young Master Chen. At 8 o'clock in the evening, at the Chen family villa. In the grand hall, the Chen family patriarch sat in the main seat, watching the Chen family members paying their respects to him. This time, the Chen family did not hold a grand celebration for the old patriarch's birthday. Most of the attendees were from the Chen family itself. Even so, there were still dozens of people, filling the hall to capacity. To be honest, the Chen family, known as the first family of Magic City, held an unparalleled status and brought immense honor to the clan. Yet, as the guest of honor, the old patriarch of the Chen family wore little smile on his face. He was well aware that although the Chen family appeared powerful on the surface, it was actually facing numerous crises, and many people above had already begun to harbor grievances against the Chen family. This was only natural. The Chen family's rise to power had inevitably alienated many. Not to mention that the Chen family now controls nearly the entire economy of the Magic City. Such a lucrative asset would be coveted by anyone. Fortunately, at his age, living another 10 or 20 years should not be a problem. As long as he is still alive, the Chen family will not fall. Thinking of this, the old patriarch of the Chen family finally felt a little better. Politics is often about who can survive the longest. This has been true throughout history. Grandfather, this is the calligraphy I specially commissioned from Master Gongqi for you. May you enjoy the blessings of the East Sea and the longevity of the southern mountains, and may your health always be robust. At this moment, it was finally the turn of the third generation of the Chen family to wish old Master Chen a long life. Chen Hao, also known as Chen Xiao, followed his several cousins and spoke up. The Chen family certainly had more than one young master, but the most prominent among them was undoubtedly Chen Hao. After all, the legendary first playboy of the Magic City wasn't a title he earned by accident. However, Chen Hao's life hasn't been easy lately. First, he lost a staggering 2 billion yuan in the stock market. Although the money wasn't his, many of those funds were from the Chen family's private coffers, so now many members of the Chen family were highly dissatisfied with him. Fortunately, his father holds a high position within the Chen family, so these people dare only speak ill of him behind his back. Then he lost another 600 million in Macau, not only blowing all his savings from the past few years but also racking up a 500 million debt to the casino. As a result, once the news spread, he immediately became the laughingstock of the entire second-generation elite circle in Magic City, and was even locked up by his father. If it weren't for his grandfather's birthday today, he'd still be locked up in that small room. And all of this was because of Yi Fan. Plus, there was the previous incident where Yi Fan had taken the money meant for Mu Qingyan, so by now, he hated Yi Fan to the core. But at the same time, he was terrified of him. Because on the very next day after he returned to the city, news broke of the sudden death of the big boss. If there's one thing that's been the hottest topic in the entertainment industry lately, it's undoubtedly the death of Xiong Laoda. After all, no matter how you look at it, Xiong Laoda was once the biggest boss in Hong Kong's entertainment industry. However, while the outside world only knew that Xiong Laoda had died of a sudden heart attack, Chen Hao was well aware that this incident was undoubtedly connected to Yi Fan. Otherwise, do you think he would have stayed home locked in a small room? He's clearly afraid he'll end up the same way as Xiong Laoda. Though he doesn't believe Yi Fan has the guts to do it. But what if Yi Fan really dares? That's right. Chen Laoyi looked at the calligraphy in Chen Hao's hands and seemed very pleased. However, this was certainly not because of the calligraphy. Although Master Gongqi's work was rare, it was not difficult for someone of Chen Laoyi's status to obtain it. There were already several pieces by Master Gongqi in his study. His joy stemmed from his grandson's recent behavior, which had been exemplary. At least he hadn't been causing trouble everywhere like before. After all, Chen Hao could be considered one of his favorite grandsons. But just as he was enjoying his moment of joy, he suddenly heard a voice from outside the hall. Chen Xiao is indeed a filial son. This piece of calligraphy by Master Gongqi must be worth at least 1 million. Since that's the case, why doesn't Chen Xiao settle the accounts on my side? It would be a shame to spoil the old man's mood. Chapter 103, The Chen Family's Reaction. Who's speaking there? Get out here. Upon hearing that voice, everyone in the Chen family was startled. This is the Chen family estate, and it's the 70th birthday of old Master Chen. How dare someone come here to cause trouble? They're utterly audacious. Then they saw a strikingly handsome young man walk in. Who are you? Chen Hao's father asked with a displeased expression. After all, the other party had come looking for his son, so he naturally had to step forward. At the same time, he knew why they were there. After all, the fact that his son had lost 500 million in AUS City wasn't a secret. In fact, it could be said that everyone in the Chen family, except for the old patriarch, knew about it. However, he didn't recognize Yi Fan and assumed he was sent by the casino to collect a debt. But to come all the way to the Chen family to collect a debt that takes some nerve. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that Chen Xiao owes me 650 million yuan. How are we going to settle this debt? Yi Fan spoke without emotion, completely unfazed by the threatening glances from the Chen family members around him. At the same time, although they had already heard the news, hearing it come directly from Yi Fan still left everyone in the Chen family speechless with shock. After all, this was 650 million yuan, and it had been lost at the casino. This disaster was no small matter, even for the Chen family. However, despite this, most of the Chen family members had already begun to secretly smile to themselves. After all, it was Chen Hao, the eldest son of the Chen family, who had caused this trouble. The ones who would suffer the consequences were him and his father. What did it have to do with anyone else? They couldn't possibly let this matter drag down everyone else, or even the entire Chen family. When Chen Hao and his father face misfortune, others can naturally gain more resources from the Chen family. That's why they didn't tell old Master Chen about it earlier. They were just afraid he'd get so angry it would harm his health. But even so, they were still furious at Yi Fan's behavior, which showed he didn't even bother to acknowledge the Chen family. So you're here to collect a debt? Old Master Chen suddenly spoke up. He didn't doubt whether Yi Fan was telling the truth, because he knew that if it were a lie, Yi Fan would never dare to come to the Chen family so brazenly to demand money. Moreover, the expressions of the other members of the Chen family and his beloved grandson Chen Hao spoke volumes. Grandfather, they deliberately set me up, and the money I owe is to the casino, not to Yi Fan. Chen Hao shouted immediately, unaware that Daozi was actually Yi Fan's man, and even less aware that the entire Venetian casino now belonged to Yi Fan. However, upon hearing this, Yi Fan didn't bother to explain anything. After all, it was actually this Chen Xiao who had initially wanted to set him up, only to end up being outwitted himself. But even if he said that, what good would it do? In any case, the Chen family would never listen to his explanation. Of course, he didn't plan to explain either. He had come today to demand the money. No one in this world can owe him money and not pay it back. No one. Old Master Chen furrowed his brows, not just because Yi Fan had come to demand money, but because he was more concerned about whether there were any other schemes behind this. Otherwise, how dare such a young man come to the Chen family to demand money? After all, he didn't believe that a small casino in AUS City would dare to offend the Chen family. As for whether Chen Hao owed the casino money or this young man in front of him, it didn't matter. Of course, he definitely wouldn't give the money, and he couldn't give it. Though 65 billion yuan wasn't much for the Chen family. Even if it were 65 billion, the Chen family could still come up with it. But that money is tainted. If the Chen family were to actually pay 65 billion yuan to settle Chen Hao's debt, there would be an investigation into the Chen family the very next day. Even if someone else were to pay it off for them, it would be considered bribery. However, there is a solution. Debt must be repaid, but if you have no money to repay, there is nothing you can do. For example, Wang Gongzi from Yida owes over 4 billion, and when others sued him, the court only imposed a consumption restriction, no jail time. So even if Chen Hao refuses to repay the debt, others can't do a thing to him. But in that case, Chen Hao would be doomed, forced to live the rest of his life as an ordinary person, and the entire Chen family would lose face. But this is already the best solution. Mr. Yi, you keep saying that my son Chen Hao owes you 650 million yuan. That's no small sum. Do you have any evidence? At this point, Chen Hao's father stepped forward again. There's no way around it. His son caused this trouble. If it's not handled properly, he doesn't know if others will be implicated, but he will definitely be affected. Here's the IOU. It has his signature and fingerprint. Yi Fan produced 5 promissory notes, each for 130 million. However, these promissory notes alone are insufficient. Additional evidence is required. However, Yi Fan didn't have those pieces of evidence on him. It's just about demanding money. Why make it so complicated? If the Chen family is willing to pay, they will. If not, there are plenty of other ways to get it. In fact, he would rather the Chen family didn't pay. After all, he had gone to such great lengths, and it wasn't just for a few billion. Can I take a look at these IOUs? Chen Hao's father asked again. Take them. Yi Fan didn't bother and casually handed over the IOUs. Then Chen Hao's father took the IOUs and looked at them, his face immediately lighting up with joy. Because these IOUs were all originals, not copies. Aren't you afraid I'll destroy these IOUs? Chen Hao's father couldn't help but ask curiously. After all, if he did, the casino wouldn't be able to demand money from Chen Hao anymore. Go ahead. Since I dared to give you the IOUs, I naturally have the confidence to back it up. Yi Fan smiled lightly, looking down on him. But just then, Chen Hao's father suddenly turned cold. Security, arrest this intruder who dared to enter the Chen household. As he spoke, he quickly tore the IOU into pieces. Chapter 104, Who have we offended? Chen Laoyi watched everything unfold without intervening. Daring to come to the Chen family to demand money, especially for a gambling debt, tearing up the IOU is no big deal. This is the best solution. If they weren't satisfied, they could always come back and confront the Chen family. But without the IOU, the Chen family wouldn't have to hold back anymore. Meanwhile, the Chen family's security guards had arrived, a total of 8 of them. All of them were armed with guns. When they saw Yi Fan, their expressions immediately changed drastically. Because they had no idea how Yi Fan had gotten in. If this were to be investigated, they would definitely be in big trouble. The next moment, they were ready to apprehend Yi Fan. But just then, Yi Fan suddenly lifted his foot, and the 8 of them were sent flying through the air. And they were all sent flying almost simultaneously. Fortunately, Yi Fan showed mercy and only used less than 10% of his strength. Even so, all 8 guards fainted instantly. Everyone present was completely stunned. What? Superman? Or martial arts? Who on earth is this guy? At that moment, the Chen family finally realized that the young man before them was not just a debt collector from a casino. After all, these 8 Chen family bodyguards, though not legendary elite soldiers, were all top-notch special forces operatives. Yet they were all taken down in an instant by this young man. What's more, they had no idea how he had done it. As members of the Chen family, they were well aware that there were extraordinary individuals in the world, including martial arts masters. But they had never imagined that martial arts could be so powerful. Not even old Master Chen was an exception. As for Chen Hao, there was no need to mention him. At that moment, his gaze toward Yi Fan was filled with sheer terror. If before he had only suspected that the death of Xian Lao was connected to Yi Fan. But at this very moment, he was completely certain that the death of the old boss was definitely the work of Yi Fan. It was even possible that Yi Fan had done it himself. However, he was wrong to blame Yi Fan. While it was indeed Yi Fan who ordered Xian Lao's death, a mere Xian Lao wasn't worth Yi Fan's personal intervention. Chen Hao's father also felt a bit regretful, but the IOU had already been torn up. Was he supposed to write another one? Besides, what good is a martial arts expert? Can he really be more powerful than planes and cannons? But despite that, Yi Fan's performance just now was still quite astonishing. Do you know what you're doing? Chen Hao's father said nervously. I know exactly what I'm doing. Yi Fan smiled lightly once more and turned to look at Chen Laoyi. In an instant, even Chen Laoyi, who had experienced countless storms in his life, couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. He knew that based on Yi Fan's earlier display of ability, if he really wanted to harm him, he would be powerless to resist. There was no one here to protect him. Fortunately, Yi Fan had no intention of attacking him. But do you know what you just did? I hope you don't regret it. Yi Fan continued, and before anyone could react, they saw a flash before their eyes, and Yi Fan had already vanished, as if he had never been there at all. Everyone was once again stunned. What had the Chen family gotten themselves into this time? Meanwhile, news of Yi Fan's arrival at the Chen family was swiftly relayed to the elders by the relevant authorities. The next morning, the Chen family finally discovered Yi Fan's true identity. A billionaire tycoon. The suspected true mastermind behind Longting property. He has undisclosed connections with Little Ma from Penguin, Big Ma from Ali, and Wang Lin from Yida. No wonder they're the first family of Magic City. They managed to uncover so much information in just one night. But as he looked at the information about Yifan in his hands, old Master Chen couldn't help but feel that this wasn't the whole story. Especially when he had someone contact Ma, Xiaoma, and Wang Lin, they all seemed very cautious about Yifan's identity and refused to reveal any further details. This only made him even more concerned. At the same time, he also learned why Yifan was targeting the Chen family. It turned out that his beloved grandson had first instructed those banks to go after Xinqing Real Estate to collect debts, which had offended Yifan. But now Xinqing Real Estate had already gone bankrupt, and all the money owed to the banks had been repaid. Even if he wanted to reconcile with Yifan, it was impossible. Nevertheless, he was only slightly concerned, for as long as he was alive, he was certain no one would dare touch the Chen family. Just then, the Chen family's butler rushed over in a hurry. "Master, it's bad news. There's a large amount of information online that's unfavorable to young Master Hao." In the past, they would never dare to report such a minor matter to the old master. First, they feared the old master would get angry and harm his health. Second, they feared that reporting such matters would offend someone. But after what happened yesterday with Yifan, Mr. Chen has issued an order. Any matters related to the Chen family must be reported to him immediately, especially anything concerning his beloved grandson. "Didn't you notify them to delete it?" Mr. Chen asked immediately. Although he doesn't go online often, he's not an old-fashioned person and is still aware of some things happening online. He then opened his computer and sure enough, there were numerous news articles about his grandson on various websites, all about insider trading. For example, Chen Hao had leaked some insider information about the financial sector to certain funds, and then colluded with those funds to defraud investors. What's more, these news reports weren't baseless rumors, they were backed by concrete evidence. Seeing this, Mr. Chen immediately realized the severity of the situation. After all, how did Chen Hao obtain these insider tips? Of course, it must have come from the Chen family. And there are at least tens of millions, possibly even hundreds of millions, of stock investors nationwide. If this were to spark public outrage, the Chen family would be torn apart by these shareholders. We've notified them, but those websites claim the news wasn't posted by them, and they can't even delete it. The butler said, sweating profusely. It turned out that as soon as he saw the news, he had someone contact those websites to have the news removed, but the response was the same everywhere, it couldn't be deleted. That's why he rushed over to report this to old Master Chen. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chen's heart sank immediately. Because the inability to delete such content is simply impossible, the only possibility is that someone is preventing it from being deleted. And this person's influence was above even the Chen family. Chapter 105, Elders Meeting. In a meeting room, several elders were gathered for a meeting. And today, there was only one item on the agenda. Or more accurately, one person. A young man named Yifan. However, they only regarded Yifan as the representative of the Tang clan within the country, never imagining that the Tang clan itself actually belonged to Yifan. Including Yi Qingge, whom they believed to be the one in control of the Tang clan, was actually just one of Yifan's servants. This Yifan looks completely different from before. It is said that he changed his appearance in a very short time, and the records state it was due to martial arts training. But can martial arts really have such a drastic effect? The seventh elder spoke first. Clearly, he was doubting that the current Yifan and the previous Yifan were the same person. If that's the case, then Yifan's background and motives need to be re-examined. Although the previous Yifan was just an ordinary person, he was still a citizen of Z country. If the current Yifan is not the same person as the previous one, then it means that the previous Yifan has likely been killed. The murder of a Z country national without cause is a matter that must be investigated. And someone who would harm a Z country national for no reason must also be watched closely. The seventh elder is correct, this is indeed no small matter, so we have already gathered some additional evidence. This time, it was the second elder who spoke, then gave a nod to the secretary beside him. Seventh elder, and all the elders, this is some evidence collected by the relevant authorities. Please take a look. The secretary spoke, picked up the remote control, and a video clip immediately appeared on the projector beside him. It was the footage of Yifan infiltrating the Chen family last night. Next came the footage of Yifan leaving the Chen family. Upon seeing these two scenes, all 7 elders present were utterly shocked. Is this kid even human? Is this footage unedited? With a single leap, he scaled several meters high walls, and with a single step, he covered tens of meters, even dozens of meters. What kind of martial arts could achieve such an effect? The elders discussed among themselves, but if martial arts could truly achieve such results, then altering one's appearance would be no surprise. Elders, the 2 scenes above are guaranteed to have not been edited in any way. Additionally, we have conducted an NDA comparison between the current Yifan and the previous Yifan, confirming they are the same person. The projection screen changed again, displaying a DNA identification certificate. The previous Yifan had frequently participated in blood donation. During his last visit to the headquarters of the relevant department, before leaving, Director Wang specifically asked him to leave 3 strands of hair, which Yifan did not refuse. This is why the DNA test was conducted. The secretary explained again. However, what he didn't mention was that only one strand of hair was used for the DNA analysis, while the remaining 2 strands have been sent to the most advanced biological laboratory in the country for further research. Meanwhile, the elders no longer doubted Yi Fan's identity. And they couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Such an abnormally powerful non-human being was certainly better off being a citizen of Z country than a foreigner. Moreover, it seemed that they were not enemies at this point. Alright, since Yi Fan's identity is confirmed, let's discuss the matter involving the Chen family. The second elder spoke again. At the same time, the other elders immediately realized that the main event of the day had arrived. What do you think this kid is targeting the Chen family for this time? The third elder asked. It's definitely not just because of Chen Hao. The fourth elder stated firmly. Nonsense. If it were just to deal with Chen Hao, with Yi Fan's abilities, would he need to go to such lengths? Don't forget that the same person who offended Yi Fan, the boss of the Xiong gang, was taken out without a word. However, they won't hold this against Yi Fan either. First, there's no evidence, and second, it was Xiong Lauda who brought it upon himself. He hired people to kidnap Yi Fan first and even pulled a gun. Lastly, and most importantly, Xiong Lauda himself has a shady past, but for certain reasons, they can't just go after him directly. So Yi Fan eliminating Xiong Lao this time can be seen as helping them resolve a minor issue. In my opinion, this kid's true target wasn't Chen Hao or the Chen family. The fifth elder also spoke up. When it was the sixth elder's turn to speak, he couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment in his heart. A bunch of old foxes, they all know the answer deep down, yet they refuse to speak it. After all, anyone who has reached their position is no ordinary person. As for Yi Fan's little schemes, who among them couldn't see through them? However, the sixth elder also knew that the other elders had no ill intent, they simply preferred not to speak too plainly out of habit. I think this kid is trying to show off in front of us. The sixth elder thought it over and decided to speak plainly. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the other elders all nodded in agreement. This kid has given us quite a few favors before, but he's afraid we'll take advantage of him, so he's using this opportunity to flex his muscles. It's a warning, I suppose. The second elder said with a wry smile. Earlier, when those online news reports first appeared, he had also ordered them to be deleted. After all, regardless of whether the news was true or not, it wouldn't reflect well on us. But afterward, the Chen family would definitely demand an explanation from him. What he didn't expect was that the answer he received was the same as the Chen family's: it couldn't be deleted. But unlike the Chen family, the old patriarch of the Chen family assumed someone higher up was helping Yi Fan. As an elder, he wouldn't think that way. After all, in the entire Z country, was there anyone of higher status than these elders? Therefore, there was only one possibility: those news articles truly couldn't be deleted. And this matter could only have been done by Yi Fan. However, surprisingly, the second elder seemed to be in a very good mood at that moment and showed no signs of being annoyed by Yi Fan's actions. Upon seeing him in this state, the other elders immediately perked up. So that thing the kid left behind earlier is actually useful? One of the elders couldn't help but blurt out. As for what thing, it was obviously that USB drive. It was the 6th generation fighter jet manufacturing technology. Compared to this, the Chen family is nothing. Chapter 106, Calming Yi Fan, the Chen family's downfall. In just one day, no, not even a full day, Chen Xiao had become an overnight sensation. He was even more famous than the hottest celebrity. Online forums were flooded with discussions about Chen Xiao, the scale of which even surpassed the buzz surrounding Zhou Mao's release from prison. There was nothing anyone could do about it. After all, as soon as people opened their phones or computers, they would immediately see news about Chen Xiao. Not to mention that Z country's stock investors were already losing money, with pent-up frustration with no outlet. Then, once Chen Xiao's background was exposed, the Chen family was immediately dragged into the scandal. This Chen Xiao is really something, he has so much insider information. Nonsense, Chen Xiao from Magic City, is he really all that? Turns out he's from the Chen family of Magic City. What's so special about the Chen family? Princes who break the law are no different from commoners. With this news breaking out, I think the Chen family is in big trouble. Doomed 1. Doomed 2. Doomed 10,086. Netizens aren't pushovers. This news involving the Chen family, especially such severe negative news, and yet the website hasn't deleted the post by now. What this means is crystal clear. It's clear that someone higher up wants to take down the Chen family. Unfortunately, what they don't know is that it's not that the website doesn't want to delete the posts, it simply can't. The account that posted the news, I have no idea how it happened, has higher permissions than even the highest level administrators in the backend. So unless they shut down the website or the account deletes the posts themselves, these news articles will remain online indefinitely. Fortunately, after learning about this situation, those in authority did not continue to pressure them to delete the posts. Otherwise, they would probably have had to shut down the website altogether. Meanwhile, a consensus was quickly reached regarding the handling of the Chen family's case. Severe punishment will be imposed, with no leniency. In other words, the Chen family is truly finished this time. Moreover, the Chen family has always had a shady background. If it weren't for old Master Chen, the authorities would have already taken action against them long ago. But this time, the Chen family has crossed paths with Yifan, and even the old patriarch can't do anything about it. Because collaborating with Yifan brings tangible benefits to the nation. First, the oil and minerals from abroad are crucial for the nation's needs. Second, the Tang clan holds significant shares in several major foreign companies, which can provide access to the latest foreign technologies and intelligence. This cutting-edge technology and intelligence will undoubtedly save the country a great deal of time and effort. Lastly, and most importantly, there's the 6th-generation fighter jet manufacturing technology left behind by Yifan. It has now been confirmed that this technology is genuine and absolutely feasible. When our country manufactures these fighter jets, they could even surpass those of the United States. Of course, this will take time as little as 3 to 5 years, or as long as over a decade. However, even so, the nation's military capabilities will still see rapid improvement during the research and development process. It is precisely for this reason that everyone has unanimously decided to thoroughly investigate the Chen family. Meanwhile, the Chen family has finally realized the severity of the situation and immediately began searching the world for Yifan's contact information. However, neither Zhang Bin nor Mu Qingyan paid any attention to them. In desperation, they even sent people to a US city to find Daozi, claiming they wanted to repay the debt. However, Daozi replied that while repaying the debt was acceptable, they must first present the original IOU. And it must be the original IOU. Poor Chen family, they had no idea that not only did you need a promissory note to demand money from someone, but you also needed one to repay it. But the IOU had already been torn up and completely burned to ashes. Where were they supposed to find it now? It wasn't until then that they remembered that Yifan had once said to them, "Don't regret it." Unfortunately, it was already too late for them to regret it now. The next day, Chen Xiao voluntarily turned himself in, intending to take full responsibility alone. But the authorities acted faster. Before he could even reach the location, he had already been detained by the relevant authorities. Within 3 days, every member of the Chen family, numbering dozens of people, was arrested. Even the elderly Mr. Chen was hospitalized due to a cerebral hemorrhage. There was no choice. News about Chen Hao had been circulating online for days. If they didn't act quickly, they wouldn't even need the higher-ups to reprimand them, the netizens would tear them apart. Fortunately, there was plenty of evidence in those news reports, which saved them a lot of trouble. Chapter 107, The Four Little Kings Luo Xiang. Xiao AI, take down those news articles. Yifan hung up the phone and said casually. That was Mr. Wang, the director, informing him that the investigation into the Chen family had been completed, and that Mr. Chen, the elderly patriarch, was currently in the hospital in a coma. Therefore, there was no need to keep those news articles online. As the elders had speculated, this move against the Chen family was indeed meant as a show of force. After all, he is now in a cooperative relationship with the state, so he also needs to demonstrate his strength. This way, both sides can maintain an equal standing. Now that the Chen family has come to us on their own, such a good target should be fully utilized. Otherwise, wouldn't that be wasting their good intentions? Alright, master. Still without any emotion in his voice, it seems that Xiao AI still has a long way to go before he can evolve into true intelligence. Almost instantly, all online information about Chen Xiao and the Chen family vanished, and all websites immediately returned to normal. After all, with technology 20 years ahead of Earth, the entire internet was as familiar to Xiao AI as her own backyard. Closing the computer, Yifan stored it back into the system space. This system space was also a reward from the 1,000-day contract, and it could even store living beings. In other words, it could house people. As for its size, it's not very large yet, roughly the size of a building, but as Yifan's attributes continue to improve, the size of the space will keep expanding. Yifan arrived at the suburban villa, retrieved the Koenigsegg 11, and drove straight to his private jet. This left the other passengers preparing to board the plane speechless. Wow, you can drive a car and take a plane? That's a private jet, you know. Driving a sports car and taking a private jet, that's really impressive. I wonder whose second-generation heir that is. Too bad no one took a photo. A group of people shook their heads regretfully. If they had taken a photo and posted it online, it would have definitely attracted a lot of attention. The private jet took off shortly after and landed in C City, H Province, where the Mango TV station is located, 1.5 hours later. Today, Su Shishir is here recording the Singer program. Half an hour later, Yifan arrived at the entrance of Mango TV in his car. Sure, let's go grab something to eat later. I've already made plans with a few friends, and I can introduce you to them. As Su Shishir stepped out of the Mango TV building, she was immediately approached by a male celebrity. This male celebrity was also a singer participating in The Singer, named Luo Xiang, a star from Wancheng who had once been extremely popular and was also very handsome. However, that was several years ago. While Luo Xiang isn't exactly past his prime, he's definitely not as popular as he once was. His appearance hadn't changed much, but he had 2 deep dark circles under his eyes that even makeup couldn't hide, clearly not just from staying up late. Additionally, Luo Xiang's reputation in the industry isn't great, and he had been pestering her during the show's recording. So Su Shishir already knew exactly what kind of person he was. He has clearly been chasing women so much that his body has become weak. Excuse me, Mr. Luo, my boyfriend will be here to pick me up shortly. And please don't call me Shirshir, we're not that close. Su Shirshir said expressionlessly. Even before this, she wouldn't have looked at Luo Xiang, let alone now. So Miss Su Shir already has a boyfriend, huh? Luo Xiang said, but his expression showed no concern at all. So what if you have a boyfriend? As long as you swing the shovel well, there's no wall you can't tear down. When it comes to poaching someone else's boyfriend, he's the expert. Besides, he already knew that Su Shirshir had a wealthy backer supporting her. Otherwise, as an unknown newcomer, what qualifications would she have to appear on the stage of The Singer? Even if the show's influence has waned, it's still not something just anyone can get on. Moreover, Su Shirshir was originally a live streamer who was suddenly given over 200 million yuan by a wealthy individual, after which she vanished from the public eye. This information is easily accessible online. So it's no surprise that she made it onto Singer. It's definitely connected to that wealthy individual. However, in Luo Xiang's impression, wealthy individuals are mostly middle-aged men with potbellies. Even if there are a few who look decent, they definitely can't compare to him. So he was confident that with his own qualifications, winning over Su Shirshir would be no problem at all. Not to mention that he has some connections in the entertainment industry. Even if Su Shirshir wants to make it in the entertainment industry, she wouldn't actively throw herself at him, but she definitely wouldn't reject him either. Of course, if it were an ordinary beauty who knew there was a sugar daddy behind her, he wouldn't dare to mess with her. But who could resist Su Shirshir? She is just too beautiful, and she is a newcomer, he couldn't help himself. Why don't we add each other on WeChat first? As he spoke, Luo Xiang took out his phone, but it wasn't the one he usually used. It was a phone specifically for picking up girls. Clearly, he thought Su Shirshir was afraid her sugar daddy would see, which is why she refused him. That way, once they added WeChat, he could contact her when her sugar daddy wasn't around. But what he didn't expect was that before Su Shirshir could say anything, her assistant stepped forward first. There's no need to add WeChat. And Mr. Luo, I'm warning you, don't dare to harass our Miss Su again. Otherwise, the consequences won't be something you can handle. Su Shirshir's assistant glared at Luo Xiang and warned him sternly. She was an employee of Tianfan Entertainment and had previously been one of Dai Tian's assistants. So even if it were Luo Xiang, who had once been one of the 4 little kings, or even if the 4 great kings were here now, as long as anyone dared to harass Su Shirshir, she wouldn't show any mercy. But he didn't believe her. A mere assistant dares to threaten him? Does she really think he doesn't care about his reputation? Besides, he was from Wancheng. Even if something happened, no one could touch him. She really thinks she's Big Sweetie. If she's the one backing Big Sweetie, I wouldn't dare mess with her, but ordinary rich guys? Besides having a few bucks, I don't even bother with them. Thinking this, Luo Xiang actually became curious about the boyfriend Su Shirshir had mentioned. He wanted to see just what kind of rich guy could make a mere assistant speak so boldly. Then, he saw a sleek, all-black sports car slowly pull up in front of him. Chapter 108, King's 5-man team. Upon seeing the Koenigsegg 1-1 approaching, Su Shirshir's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran over. At the same time, Luo Xiang couldn't care less about the beautiful woman. He was completely captivated by the car in front of him. As a celebrity, there were only 2 things he loved more than anything else: beautiful women and sports cars. His love for sports cars even surpassed his love for beautiful women. Especially limited edition sports cars. After all, beautiful women are easy to come by, especially in the entertainment industry, where they are countless. But limited edition sports cars are different. Especially this one in front of him, the Koenigsegg 1:1, which is said to be the fastest car in the world and only 6 were ever made. Yes, as a sports car enthusiast, Luo Xiang naturally recognizes this car. And he recognized it at a glance. Unfortunately, even setting aside its rarity, the staggering price tag of 100 million renminbi is far beyond his means. Meanwhile, Yi Fan naturally noticed Luo Xiang. However, he didn't intend to acknowledge him at first. Just a has-been celebrity, relying on his past fame to act crazy and make a living. Moreover, his appearance clearly showed that he had indulged in excessive indulgences, draining all his vitality. So don't be fooled by his current appearance. In a few years, he'll age terribly. However, none of this had anything to do with Yi Fan. But unfortunately, this guy dared to harass Su Shirshir, and that was something Yi Fan couldn't tolerate. Were you harassing my girlfriend just now? Yi Fan got out of the car, gently embraced Su Shirshir as she ran over, then turned to look at Luo Xiang. To be honest, among all the women Yi Fan has now, Su Shirshir might not be the prettiest, but she is definitely the one he loves the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let her enter the entertainment industry for her dreams. He wouldn't have written songs for her personally either. Even though those songs were all plagiarized. But not just anyone is worth him going to such lengths. Bro, your car is pretty nice. Luo Xiang clearly hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. Or perhaps, in his eyes, a woman is just a woman. Even if he harassed her, or even did something worse, as long as it was consensual, it wasn't a big deal. But the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then found himself flying through the air. Ah! A chorus of screams erupted around him. Although it was already past 9 o'clock at night, the lights in front of the Mango TV building were still on. So they clearly saw that a man had kicked Luo Xiang flying through the air. And almost all of them were staff members of the Singer program, so when they saw Su Shishir standing beside the man, they knew exactly what had happened. After all, they had all witnessed Luo Xiang harassing Su Shishir earlier. This time, Luo Xiang had really messed up. Just a guy from Wanzhou City, and he doesn't know how to behave in the mainland. Does he think he's still back home? It's said that Su Shishir was able to join the Singer this time because the station director personally intervened. It's not just the station director who intervened. Do you know which company Su Shishir is signed to? Tianfan Entertainment. What? Tianfan Entertainment? Isn't that the company behind Big Sweetie? No doubt about it. And Tianfan Entertainment only has 2 artists under its roster, Big Sweetie and Su Shishir. Tianfan Entertainment has some serious connections in the entertainment industry. They practically run the show. This is bad news for Luo Xiang. Who cares if he's in trouble? Are you interested in him because he's handsome? What ideas? That guy looks like he's been around too many women. I'm not interested. I'm just worried about our show. Luo Xiang struggled to get up from the ground. After all, Yifan had only kicked him to teach him a lesson, so he hadn't used much force. Meanwhile, his makeup artist and assistant rushed over. But the next moment, when they heard the surrounding whispers, they all froze in shock. Tianfan Entertainment? Dai Tian's company? Could the man standing before them really be the wealthy backer behind Big Sweetie? Recalling that Big Sweetie had once attended the Bazaar charity gala with a mysterious handsome man, who even made big shots like Dama Xiaoma and Wang Lin give him face, the two of them were so scared they trembled. Because they were well aware that with the power of the big shot backing Tiantian, a single word from him could ruin their chances of making money in mainland China forever. There are even rumors circulating that the sudden death of the big boss was because he had once offended that mysterious man. Then they took a closer look at the man beside Su Shishir. It was none other than a young, handsome guy. Thinking about the possible consequences, Luo Xiang immediately wanted to go over and apologize. At that very moment, he didn't even have the thought to explain himself. Because he was well aware that in the presence of such a powerful figure, explanations were utterly useless. But Yifan didn't give him the chance, driving off with Su Shishir. Then Su Shishir's assistant followed suit and left as well. However, this didn't mean the matter was settled. Clearly, Luo Xiang was well aware of this, which is why he watched the departing Koenigsegg 1-1 with a look of utter despair on his face. But he never expected that things would unfold faster and worse than he had anticipated. The next morning, a bombshell news story shocked everyone. Luo Xiang's girlfriend had exposed him on Vblog, revealing that he had cheated on her multiple times and even posted a lot of evidence. The online community immediately went wild. Who would have thought that Luo Xiang was such a man? His kidneys must be out of whack that empty-hearted playboy truly lives up to his reputation. Those dark circles under your eyes are almost as famous as a national treasure. And someone actually told me it was from staying up late. It's definitely from staying up late, but why exactly they stay up late, I have no idea. Time isn't about how much you have, but how you use it. Time assassin Luo Xiang. How could I lie to you? Lying is for pigs. Luo Xiang teaches you how to manage your time and become a love expert. Some people may seem like actors on the surface, but deep down, they're athletes. Team sports, 5-man team. Daytime extreme challenges, nighttime pushing the limits. Girls, remember to protect yourselves. Boys, remember to protect your phones. Chapter 109, The Illegitimate Child. 2 days later, early in the morning, Yifan and Su Shishir finally left the hotel. Additionally, the assistant from yesterday had already been dismissed by Su Shishir. Now Su Shishir had 2 assistants, one was Zhaoya and the other was the former assistant of Da Tiantian. However, since it was the National Day holiday, Zhaoya had family matters to attend to, so Su Shishir gave her the day off. It's all your fault. We were supposed to have lunch together and then visit the teacher in the afternoon, but now it's already this late. Su Shishir rubbed her still slightly sore legs and complained. It turned out that Yifan had come to pick her up mainly because their high school homeroom teacher had fallen ill, so they decided to visit the teacher together. Coincidentally, Yifan and Su Shishir are both from H province, and their hometowns aren't far from C city. Pfft, that was your plan. What does it have to do with me? Yifan rolled his eyes and said disdainfully. It turned out that the news about the teacher's illness had been shared by their high school class monitor in the class WeChat group. However, that WeChat group was a small one, with fewer than 20 members, all of whom were classmates who had been admitted to top-tier universities. Yifan hadn't even attended a regular university, so he naturally had no qualifications to join that group. But Yifan didn't care anyway. I can tell you're just jealous. Su Shishir retorted without holding back. After spending more time with Yifan, she no longer felt as reserved as she did at first. But this was precisely what Yifan loved most about her, because only with Su Shishir could he find the true feeling of being in love. In contrast, Da Tiantian was too obedient, and Mu Qingyan was too career-driven. As for the other girls like Demimi, Guan Tongtong, He Linlin, and Jiangli, their status in Yifan's heart naturally couldn't compare to Su Shishir's. By the way, should we tell them your identity later? Su Shishir asked again. Because she remembered that Yifan's relationship with his classmates in high school didn't seem very good. No need. Yifan shook his head without hesitation. Although he was now powerful, he truly had no intention of showing off in front of those classmates. Because it wasn't necessary, and they didn't deserve it. Although Yifan never considered himself a humble person, even if he were to show off, he would do so only in front of the right people. Acting cool in front of a beggar and acting cool in front of a big shot like Dama Xiaoma were completely different things. Don't worry, old Wang will be fine. Glancing at Su Shishir's worried expression, Yifan comforted her. Old Wang was their high school homeroom teacher, a man with a stern exterior but a kind heart, who treated every student with great kindness. Especially the previous Yifan, who was an orphan. Although his tuition and fees were fully waived and he received a monthly subsidy of 200 yuan, that amount was barely enough to cover his basic needs. So old Wang often used the excuse of tutoring Yifan to not only refuse payment but also invite him to eat at his own home. Oh. Su Shishir replied. Although she didn't know why Yifan was so certain, since he had said it, it must be true. She had no doubt about Yifan's abilities. Just like that Luo Xiang yesterday. Zhou Ming was urging everyone to donate money. How much should I give? Should I donate on your behalf too? Su Shishir asked again. Zhou Ming was their former class monitor, and it was he who organized this visit to old Wang. At the same time, she also knew that old Wang had always been very kind to Yifan. In fact, back then, the classmates even suspected that Yifan was actually Lao Wang's illegitimate son. Just donate on your own, there's no need to include me. But don't give too much, a few thousand yuan should be enough. Yifan said casually. Even if he wanted to donate money, he would give it directly to old Wang, there's no way he'd go through someone else. Let alone through Zhou Ming, that guy. Setting aside his character, if Yifan remembered correctly, this guy had always had feelings for Su Shishir. And under the pretext of visiting old Wang together, this guy hasn't stopped chatting with Su Shishir. Even last night at around 11 p.m., he sent Su Shishir a WeChat message. But at that time, Su Shishir was busy with Yifan, so she naturally didn't respond. As for telling Su Shishir not to donate too much, that was obviously to keep her low-key, so she wouldn't be envied by her classmates or have them gossiping behind her back. He himself doesn't care, but he doesn't want his woman to be wronged. Besides, those are his classmates. Even if their relationship isn't good, he can't just punish someone else because of a few idle remarks. And there was something he didn't mention, old Wang might not even accept their donations. Because the newly arrived Yifan had already transferred 100 million yuan to old Wang's account as soon as he arrived. Plus, old Wang's condition wasn't too serious, he just needed to rest and recover for a while. That's why he had said earlier that old Wang was fine. Chapter 110, The Old, Ugly Man Yifan. Where is Su Shishir? At the hospital entrance, a group of students waited anxiously. They were all Su Shishir's high school classmates, numbering nearly 20 people. In other words, in that small group, aside from Su Shishir, almost everyone had arrived. This also shows that old Wang really treats them well. Of course, they were mostly there for Su Shishir. After all, seeing a former classmate become a celebrity is still quite novel. Plus, Su Shishir herself is a real beauty. Now that she's a celebrity, she naturally acts more aloof. A girl with an average appearance said enviously. Back then, Su Shishir was already the prettiest girl in their class, and many female classmates were jealous of her. Now that she's become a celebrity, it goes without saying. Zhang Lin, we're all classmates. How can you speak so harshly about Shishir? She must have had a valid reason for being late. As the class monitor, Zhou Ming immediately stood up to defend Su Shishir. He had liked Su Shishir since freshman year, but back then he was too shy to confess his feelings. However, things were different now. He had worked hard during university and had already secured a great job before graduation, with an annual salary exceeding 100,000 yuan. And this is just the salary during his internship period. He believes that with his abilities, it won't take long for his salary to at least double or even triple. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that after chatting with Su Shishir over the past few days, he had discovered that she seemed to have a very good impression of him. Plus, he thinks he is very handsome and definitely worthy of Su Shishir. Unfortunately, what he doesn't know is that Su Shishir is only being polite to him because of the incident with old Wang, and since she became a celebrity, she's afraid her former classmates will say she's putting on airs. Hey, Su Shishir, Zhou Ming, you don't really know how Su Shishir became a celebrity, do you? Seeing Zhou Ming defend Su Shishir, Zhang Lin immediately felt upset. Zhou Ming likes Su Shishir, but she has always liked Zhou Ming, and even confessed her feelings to him multiple times before, only to be rejected every time. And that's precisely why she resents Su Shishir even more. At the same time, hearing her say that, the other students all showed a hint of unease on their faces, including Zhou Ming. Some female students even burst into laughter. Clearly, they all understood Zhang Lin's meaning. But this was understandable. After all, the incident where Yifan had tipped Su Shishir had been quite sensational, so how could they not know about it? Then, just a few months later, Su Shishir entered the entertainment industry and debuted directly on the show Singer. So it's obvious that there must be a wealthy patron backing Su Shishir. But why would the backers support her? It's because they set their sights on her body. Shishir isn't that kind of person. Maybe she made it onto the Singer show through her own talent. Zhou Ming forcefully defended her. But even he didn't believe his own words. However, he had his own thoughts. In his view, the wealthy patron behind Su Shishir was only after her body, not true love. In fact, that sugar daddy is probably an old, ugly man. So they probably split up in a few years. And by then, after a few years as a celebrity, Su Shishir will undoubtedly be quite wealthy. After all, being a celebrity is extremely lucrative. Then, if he could win Su Shishir over, wouldn't he be able to have both her and her fortune? As for the fact that Su Shishir would have been with an old man for years by then, so what? How many people's wives were their husband's first wives? If he can't accept it, he can always scam the money and then dump Su Shishir. Don't underestimate him for refusing to accept Zhang Lin. It's because he is afraid she'll tarnish his image in Su Shishir's eyes. But over the years at school, he hasn't exactly been short on girlfriends. But when it comes to Zhang Lin, who is so into him, he wouldn't let her go easily. Although Zhang Lin isn't as beautiful as Su Shishir, she can still be considered a beauty with some effort. Not to mention that Zhang Lin's family background is also quite impressive. Unfortunately, they're just from a small town, and Zhang Lin also has an older brother. So even if Zhang Lin's family is wealthy, he wouldn't stand a chance of inheriting anything. However, if he ever changes his mind or ends up doing poorly in life, being with Zhang Lin would be an excellent option. In other words, he actually sees Zhang Lin as a backup option. And the pitiful last one at that. Make it onto the Singer with real talent? Zhou Ming, do you even believe that yourself? And if I remember correctly, Su Shishir went to the Beijing Film Academy's performance department, so even if she's a good actress, when did the performance department start teaching singing? I've also watched Su Shishir's live streams. That sugar daddy is called Yi Fifan, right? That name alone doesn't sound like someone decent. He might even be an old, ugly man. Zhang Lin sneered. And the other students clearly didn't believe it either. They didn't think Su Shishir made it onto Singer based on her actual talent. Because many of them had also watched Su Shishir's live streams, they were well aware of her singing abilities. It's not that bad, but it's definitely not good enough to make it onto Singer. She doesn't even compare to an average professional singer. But they wouldn't dare say it outright like Zhang Lin did. Damn, look at that sports car, it's so damn cool. Suddenly, a classmate spotted a sports car slowly pulling out to the side of the road and let out a startled scream. Isn't that the sports car Su Shishir drove in the video? I think it's called a Koenigsegg, and it's supposedly worth 100 million. Another classmate chimed in. It's the Koenigsegg 11, supposedly the most expensive sports car in the world, and it's indeed worth 100 million RMB. A classmate confirmed, and all the other students were immediately stunned. After all, seeing it in a video and seeing it in real life are two completely different experiences. Then, they saw someone get out of the sports car. It couldn't be anyone else but Su Shishir. Wow, it's really Su Shishir. No wonder she's a big star, she's got such presence. Su Shishir got out of the passenger seat, so that means someone else was with her. Could it be? Although this classmate didn't say it outright, everyone knew exactly what she meant. Clearly, she was referring to the person accompanying Su Shishir, her sugar daddy. Everyone's curiosity was immediately piqued, eager to see what this sugar daddy looked like. But one thing was certain, this sugar daddy couldn't possibly be the old, ugly man Zhang Lin had mentioned. Because an old man would never drive such a sports car, wouldn't he be afraid of his blood vessels bursting suddenly on the road? But even if it wasn't an old man, it could still be a middle-aged guy. But the next moment, they saw a young man with a perfect physique get out of the sports car's driver's seat. And although he was wearing sunglasses, it was still clear that he was an absolute heartthrob. Chapter 111, The Tragedy of Zhou Ming. Wow, he is so handsome. He looks about our age. Shishir really hit the jackpot. Not only is he rich, but he's also so handsome. Even if he were a sugar daddy, I'd be willing to be his kept woman. Don't even think about it. A guy that good looking wouldn't even notice you, let alone someone as rich as him. Sigh, I was just daydreaming. Can't I even daydream? When everyone saw Yifan and Su Shishir walking hand in hand, all the students were speechless. This isn't some old, ugly man, he's clearly a top-notch diamond bachelor. Long time no see, everyone. This is my boyfriend, Yifan. Su Shishir introduced him to everyone with a happy expression. She knew exactly what the other students were thinking. Including the news that she was going to participate in The Singer, which was leaked by Mango TV, and many classmates at Jingyi University had been gossiping about her behind her back. And the netizens online? They were even worse. But so what? Yifan was her boyfriend. Even if Yifan has other women, he's still her boyfriend. Moreover, she is well aware that those who gossip about her behind her back are mostly just envious of her. At the same time, Yifan nodded at them but didn't say a word, looking very aloof. However, upon hearing his name, everyone couldn't help but pause. Because there was another classmate named Yifan before, but this Yifan was clearly not the same person as the one in front of them. Sure, your boyfriend is so handsome. Upon seeing Su Shishir, Xiao Qian, who had been her high school classmate and best friend, immediately rushed over and gave her a tight hug. At the same time, she didn't forget to compliment Yifan. Of course. My taste has always been impeccable. Su Shishir said with a smug expression. But I remember there was also a male classmate named Yifan in our class back then. Xiao Qian said again, but this time in a softer voice, as if afraid Yifan would hear. Su Shishir understood her meaning, as the Yifan from back then had always had a crush on her. So Xiao Qian was worried that Yifan would be upset if he found out. But Su Shishir wasn't worried at all, because the Yifan from back then and the Yifan now were the same person. I remember too, but he was just a fool. How could he compare to my boyfriend? Su Shishir said triumphantly once more, but she was secretly smiling to herself. You made me late, you didn't want to reveal your identity. I told you were a fool. If you're so brave, come and get me. At the same time, her words completely dispelled any doubts others might have had. Unfortunately, to her disappointment, Yifan didn't care at all. After all, she was talking about the previous Yifan, not him. Besides, Yifan also thought she was right. As for making Su Shishir late, that was obviously his doing. Back in high school, these classmates looked down on that Yifan. Now, although he wouldn't bother with such a trivial matter, making them wait a little longer didn't seem too much to ask, did it? So you're Su Shishir's boyfriend? But today we're here to visit our former homeroom teacher, so you're an outsider joining us that might not be appropriate, right? At that moment, Zhou Ming stepped forward, looking awkward, and said. After all, he had just acted so familiar with Su Shishir, even calling her Shishir so affectionately. But now she is here with her boyfriend. At the same time, seeing Yifan, who was more handsome, wealthier, and not much older than him, Zhou Ming felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy. However, the most awkward person at that moment was undoubtedly Zhang Lin. But compared to this embarrassment, she was even happier. Since Su Shishir has a boyfriend, doesn't that mean Zhou Ming no longer has any reason to reject her? Zhou Ming, right? Don't worry, I'm just here with my girlfriend this time, but I hope you won't bother her anymore, especially don't send her messages after 11 p.m. Yifan said coolly, but the next moment, he felt his arm being twisted painfully. But it's no big deal. With his physical condition, this is just a minor inconvenience. But this kind of behavior absolutely cannot be encouraged, so he decided to go home tonight and continue with the family discipline. Oomph. Su Shishir glared at him angrily. By saying that, Yifan was basically telling everyone that the two of them were still together last night at 11 p.m. Though in this day and age, it's perfectly normal for couples to sleep together. But saying it out loud like that still made her blush uncontrollably. This guy was definitely getting back at him for calling him a stupid kid earlier. Having spent so much time with Yifan, Su Shishir knew his personality while he definitely never let a grudge go unavenged. But she didn't care at all. Instead, she felt incredibly secure. Because she knows very well that if anyone messes with her, Yifan will do the same for her. Like that Luo Xian yesterday. Speaking of which, why are we talking about him again? Well, never mind. Zhou Ming's lips twitched violently. At that moment, he wished there was a hole in the ground he could crawl into. It was simply too embarrassing. The looks from his classmates were filled with disbelief. He had foolishly thought that Su Shishir had a good impression of him, but it turned out she was just using him as a joke. What he didn't know was that in Su Shishir's heart, she didn't even have the slightest interest in teasing him. To ease the awkwardness, Zhou Ming then called everyone over to go visit the teacher together. But just then, Xiao Qian suddenly spoke up. Zhou Ming, didn't you earlier call on everyone to donate money for old Wang? I've prepared 2,000 yuan, this is my money, take it. Saying this, she took out 2,000 yuan from her handbag and handed it to Zhou Ming. Though she acted very naturally, Yifan could tell she was definitely doing it on purpose. Interesting. It seems like Zhou Ming must have offended Xiao Qian before. Yifan understood everything. Xiao Qian's intentions weren't hard to guess. Even if his intelligence was only 200 now, and even if he had the same IQ as before he time traveled, it wouldn't be difficult to figure it out with a little analysis. Clearly, Zhou Ming had originally planned to lead the donation effort and contribute a significant amount, using it to impress Su Shishir and win her favor. But now that he saw Yifan, he knew that no amount of donation would matter, so he immediately stopped mentioning it, wanting to save that money. Unfortunately, his plan was seen through by Xiao Qian, and then tragedy struck. Chapter 112, his name is also Yifan. Zhou Ming, this is mine too, 2,000 yuan. After all, I can't compare to you, I could still earn money while in school. Another classmate said awkwardly. Since it's a donation, everyone must have discussed privately how much to give. For example, Zhou Ming had already mentioned in the group chat that he planned to donate 20,000, and all of that money was earned by him during his university years. But the other students weren't as wealthy as him, so they could only donate a little less. Everyone then took out their money and handed it to Zhou Ming, with some giving 1,000 or 2, and the most giving no more than 5,000. Su Shishir was no exception, donating 5,000 yuan. Altogether, it amounted to around $3,000 or $4,000. Then everyone turned their attention back to Zhou Ming. To be honest, although we often talked behind old Wang's back at the time, we were all deeply grateful to him. Otherwise, when he fell ill, none of us would have come back to visit him. So I decided to give all the money I had earned during my university years $2,000 to him. Zhou Ming said this, but his heart was breaking. Originally, he had planned to donate 20,000 yuan to prove his capabilities to Su Shishir. He had gone all out for it. After all, those 2,000 yuan were almost all his savings. But now that he already said it, backing out now would be like slapping himself in the face. The class monitor was so generous. I wish I were as capable as the class monitor. Exactly, unlike some people who are already so wealthy yet only donate such a small amount. Clearly, he was talking about Su Shishir. However, Su Shishir merely furrowed her brows and said nothing. But deep down, she knew that if she donated little, people would talk. If she donated a lot, people would still talk. Sure enough, Yi Fan was completely right. Alright, everyone, stop standing here. Let's hurry inside to see old Wang. Once again, Zhou Ming stepped forward. There was nothing he could do. Even though Su Shishir had a boyfriend, he hadn't given up hope. So in his eyes, by helping Su Shishir out like this, she must surely be grateful to him. You go in first, I'll wait for you outside. Yi Fan said to Su Shishir. Alright, then wait here for me. I'll be out soon. Su Shishir nodded, finally understanding why Yi Fan didn't want to reveal his identity. Earlier, when she donated some money, several classmates had looked down on her. If they found out that the poor kid they once looked down on had not only become handsome but also so wealthy, wouldn't they all turn into jealous people? Soon, a group of classmates entered the hospital and quickly found the ward where their former homeroom teacher, old Wang, was staying. At the same time, Mr. Wang's wife, their former homeroom teacher's wife, was also in the room taking care of him. Why did you come? Didn't you even bother to give us a heads up? Are you trying to catch us off guard? Seeing the students he had once taught standing before him, even after so many years, old Wang recognized everyone immediately. Mr. Wang, we heard you were sick, so we all decided to come visit you. One student said with a playful smile. Back then, they dared not call him Mr. Wang directly, but now things were different. And looking at Mr. Wang's condition, he clearly seemed to be recovering well. What is there to see? I'm not seriously ill. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. And while I appreciate your kindness, please take everything back. Haven't you noticed my place is already overflowing? Old Wang suddenly frowned and pointed to the side. There, next to his sickbed, were piles of gifts stacked almost as high as a small mountain. Clearly, these were all gifts from the other students who came to visit him. How can that be? You can accept others' gifts, but why can't we? Aren't you being biased? And old Wang, I feel like you're showing off. Another student said, placing their gift next to the small mountain. The other students followed suit. Never mind, it's just the children's heartfelt gesture. Seeing this, Mrs. Wang couldn't help but step in too. Old Wang could only sigh and shake his head helplessly. However, he knew that no matter what he said, the students wouldn't take their gifts back. Teacher, before coming to see you today, we organized a donation drive and collected a total of $55,000. We hope you will accept it. At that moment, Zhou Ming suddenly spoke up and took out a paper bag filled with a thick stack of money. At the same time, seeing this scene, the other patients and their relatives in the same ward were all stunned. After all, it had already surprised them that students visited old Wang every day. Now, there were actually students who had donated over 55,000 yuan for him. For ordinary people, 55,000 yuan is definitely no small sum. This old Wang really is a great teacher. It was clear that these students had come to visit him with genuine concern. He is still the same honest and responsible person he used to be. Some young teachers nowadays just know how to shirk responsibility and pass everything off to the parents. If I could do it well, then what would you teachers be here for? The other patients in the ward were chatting animatedly, but when Zhou Ming handed over the money, his wife immediately pushed it back. No, we can't accept these gifts, we already feel guilty enough. But we absolutely cannot take this money. The teacher's wife spoke firmly and refused to take the money. For a moment, Zhou Ming didn't know what to do. However, deep down, he was thinking that if old Wang hadn't mentioned the money, that would have been even better. But of course, he couldn't say that out loud. Mrs. Zhou, please accept it. If the teacher gets discharged from the hospital, we'll come over to your place for a meal, and you must treat us well then. It was Su Shishir who spoke this time, and as she spoke, she directly took the money from Zhou Ming's hand and stuffed it into her teacher's wife's hand. You little brat. The teacher's wife immediately glared at Su Shishir, but of course she didn't really blame her. Among all the students, aside from Zhou Ming, the class monitor, she was most familiar with Su Shishir. So she could only look at her husband and ask him to make the decision. And to be honest, their family really needed this money right now. At the same time, she couldn't help but add, speaking of freeloading, I also thought of Yi Fan, that child. He's also in your class, isn't he? I wonder how he's doing now. As she spoke, she shook her head regretfully. You see, back then, Yifan wasn't the top student, but he could still get into a second-tier university. Unfortunately, he ultimately chose not to continue his education and instead went to work. Even if old Wang had been willing to sponsor his university education, it wouldn't have made a difference. But clearly, aside from Su Shishir, no one here knew about Yifan's situation. After all, Yifan hadn't even gone to university and was an orphan. Let alone the fact that their relationship with Yifan wasn't great to begin with. Even if they were on good terms, no one would care about him. However, at that moment, a classmate who had once had a decent relationship with Yifan suddenly spoke up. We don't know Yifan's situation. We haven't been in touch for a long time. But coincidentally, Su Shishir has a boyfriend named Yifan. Chapter 113, Identity Revealed. Yifan? Lao Wang's heart suddenly stirred, as if he had realized something. Really? That's quite a coincidence. His wife couldn't help but stare in surprise. Actually, back then, old Wang often brought Yifan home for meals, and she had always been strongly opposed to it. After all, their family wasn't well off, and they had their own children to raise. Not to mention that later on, old Wang even had to help Yifan pay for college. To the point where she even started to wonder if Yifan wasn't actually her husband's illegitimate child from outside the marriage. But with old Wang suddenly falling ill this time, she suddenly realized that money is something you can't take with you when you die. Only emotions and family truly matter. She also felt deeply guilty toward Yifan from back then. Because once, she and old Wang had an argument about Yifan, and Yifan happened to overhear it. So she always felt that Yifan didn't choose to go to college because of her. Right, isn't that just a coincidence? But Shishir's boyfriend also happens to be named Yifan, but he's rich, good-looking, and drives a supercar worth tens of millions. He's clearly a second-generation rich kid. A female classmate said, but then realized something and immediately apologized to Su Shishir. I'm sorry, Shishir, I didn't mean it that way. It's okay. Su Shishir smiled, though she was a bit upset inside. After all, Yifan was so young and already so wealthy, it was understandable that people would misunderstand him. A supercar worth tens of millions? The teacher's wife was also taken aback, but she had vaguely heard about it before. The man in front of her was her husband's former student, and now he seemed to have become a celebrity. However, when she had asked her husband about it earlier, he had seemed reluctant to mention it and even a bit unhappy. But now she finally understood why her husband didn't want to talk about it. It seemed that Su Shishir's boyfriend had played a significant role in her becoming a celebrity. But since he's a second-generation rich kid, then Su Shishir's boyfriend must not be the same Yifan who used to come over to their house for free meals. Shishir, did your boyfriend come today? Surprisingly, old Wang, who was lying in the hospital bed, suddenly spoke up. His wife immediately looked at him with a strange expression. Yes, teacher, Shishir's boyfriend is waiting for her outside right now. A female classmate immediately replied. Then when you go out later, have him come to my room. After all, you're still students. I won't say anything about the male students, but female students should be more cautious when it comes to boyfriends. Old Wang said again, but his gaze remained fixed on Su Shishir. The meaning was clear. He was determined to keep a close eye on his students. As a result, the other students, especially the girls, couldn't help but feel relieved. After all, there were more than just Su Shishir who had boyfriends here. It was just that their boyfriends hadn't come along this time. Old Wang, you're really something. It's none of your business if Shishir wants to find a boyfriend. The teacher's wife immediately objected. And in her mind, once Su Shishir's boyfriend arrived, old Wang would certainly not give him a friendly look. But Su Shishir was different. At that moment, she had already vaguely guessed that old Wang must have already found out about Yifan's identity. Oh, I see, teacher. Su Shishir pretended to look troubled as she agreed, and shortly after, the students stayed in the ward for a while before leaving. After all, with so many people here, it wasn't convenient. Then, when Su Shishir saw Yifan, she immediately told him about old Wang wanting to see him. Yifan didn't refuse and followed Su Shishir back to the ward. Although he didn't want to reveal his identity, it was just to avoid trouble. There was nothing to hide, and even if he was exposed, it wouldn't matter. However, most of the students didn't think much of it, but a few seemed to suddenly realize something and wore a look of confusion. In the ward, the teacher's wife, who was taking care of her husband, saw Yifan and Su Shishir appear together and couldn't help but be dazzled. What a perfect couple. At first, she had thought the same as her husband, assuming that Su Shishir had found herself a wealthy playboy boyfriend, so she couldn't help but feel a bit unhappy. But upon seeing Yifan, she realized he wasn't some spoiled rich kid at all. He was a handsome, upright, and sunny young man. At most, his family was simply wealthier. But it wasn't because she was materialistic or because Yifan was handsome. Good looks are one thing, but a person's demeanor is equally important. At least, Yifan's demeanor gave her the impression that he wasn't the kind of person who was cunning or deceitful. Moreover, Yifan wasn't very old, making him perfectly suited for Su Shishir. What she fears most is that Su Shishir's boyfriend is much older than her, or worse, a middle-aged man. If that happened, she'd probably scold her in front of Su Shishir. However, to her surprise, when Su Shishir's boyfriend entered the ward, he immediately smiled and greeted them. "Hello, teacher." "Hello, Mrs. Teacher. I was planning to visit you later, but I didn't expect you to recognize me." "Oomph, you little brat, where have you been all these years? Not even a single word. Do you even care about your teacher anymore?" Old Wang's face immediately darkened as he scolded him. Clearly, he had deduced Yi Fan's identity through his name and the 1 billion yuan sports car. After all, Yi Fan had transferred a full 100 million yuan to him earlier. However, his wife, who was standing beside him, was immediately stunned, but quickly regained her composure. "Are you Xiao Fan? Is it really you? How did you end up like this? Did you get plastic surgery?" "I found a master to learn some martial arts, and after mastering it, I ended up looking like this." Yi Fan repeated the excuse he had used earlier with Su Shishir. Of course, Su Shishir didn't believe him at first. However, as Yi Fan taught her martial arts and secretly upgraded her martial arts skills, she felt the changes in her body and immediately believed him. "As long as you're okay, that's all that matters." Old Wang looked at Yi Fan and muttered under his breath. To be honest, although Yi Fan wasn't his biological son, in his heart, he was no different from his own son. So much so that when he received the 100 million from Yi Fan last time, he was so scared he nearly died, thinking Yi Fan had done something illegal. Plus, after that, he kept calling Yi Fan but couldn't get through, which only solidified his belief. That's precisely why he never touched that 100 million yuan, not even mentioning it to anyone. Not even his own wife. But the actual situation was that Yi Fan had transferred the money to him and sent a message, but then changed his number, which is why the misunderstanding occurred. Meanwhile, seeing his state, Yi Fan immediately understood what he was worried about and retrieved a document from the system space. This document was given to him by Director Wang when he left the relevant department. Though it wasn't particularly useful, anyone who saw it would dare not harm Yi Fan. Of course, Director Wang had given it to him because he was afraid that some reckless individuals might provoke Yi Fan, only to be dealt with by him. Now that he had this document, it would dispel old Wang's suspicions. Chapter 114. If Su Shishir hadn't used her connections, I, Zhang Lin, would have killed myself. Sure enough, upon seeing the ID document Yi Fan handed over, old Wang's doubts vanished instantly. After all, the large red seal on it was definitely genuine. He then asked Yi Fan about his situation over the past few years, and Yi Fan replied that he had started several companies, made some money, and that all of it was legally permitted by the state. It wasn't until then that the teacher's wife realized that Yi Fan had actually transferred 100 million yuan into her husband's bank account. So frightened that she was speechless, the slightest trace of resentment she had harbored toward Yi Fan vanished completely. After all, the other students had all brought gifts. Although she claimed she didn't want to accept them, at least they represented the thoughtfulness of the givers. But Yi Fan had come empty-handed. Moreover, her husband had always treated Yi Fan much better than the other students. "How could you keep such a big thing from me all this time?" After finally calming down, the teacher's wife immediately turned to old Wang with a furious expression. "Shoo, there are too many people here. Let us discuss this at home." Although they had pulled the curtains aside while talking earlier, Yi Fan and Su Shishir were simply too eye-catching. Needless to say, within just a few moments, several young nurses had already come over under the pretext of checking on old Wang's condition, but in reality, they were there to ask Yi Fan for his WeChat. "Oomph." The teacher's wife snorted coldly, but she knew this wasn't the time to say such things. She then took out the donations from her classmates earlier. "Xiao Fan, what should we do with this money?" Actually, they really needed this money, which is why she accepted it. As for old Wang, he definitely didn't want to take it, but because of Yi Fan's matter, he was distracted and forgot about it. "This money is the classmates' goodwill. Mrs. Teacher, just accept it. If necessary, I'll treat them to a meal tonight." Yi Fan said casually, then looked at old Wang. "And the money from before, Mr. Teacher, please don't refuse it. To be honest, 100 million might be a lot for an ordinary person, but to me, it's not even a drop in the bucket." Without further ado, Yi Fan took out his phone and opened the bank app. When old Wang saw the balance of over 900 billion on the screen, he fell silent. Yi Fan then personally wrote out a prescription for old Wang. With his current level 10 traditional Chinese medicine skills and level 10 martial arts skills, it was effortless for him to assess old Wang's physical condition. In fact, he could confidently say that there was absolutely no doctor in the world today who could match his medical skills. Whether it was traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine. Even some illnesses that both traditional Chinese and Western doctors couldn't cure, he could cure as well. After all, combining martial arts skills with traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine is not as simple as 1, 2, 3. However, although old Wang's illness isn't too severe this time, it's the result of long-term exhaustion, making a complete cure somewhat challenging. But this is no problem for Yi Fan. With just a few doses of medicine and a few acupuncture sessions performed by him personally, old Wang will be completely cured. Meanwhile, while Yi Fan was chatting with old Wang in the ward and casually fending off some nurses who had come over to flirt with the handsome guy, the students outside were also discussing them. "What's so great about hooking up with a rich second-generation heir? Seeing everyone discussing Su Shishir and her boyfriend Yifan, Zhang Lin couldn't help but snort coldly. From the start, Zhou Ming had defended Su Shishir, which had already annoyed her. Later, when she found out Su Shishir had a boyfriend, Zhou Ming still helped her out, which made her even more annoyed. Then, when Su Shishir and her boyfriend went in to see old Wang, Zhou Ming insisted on waiting for them to come out before leaving together. How could she possibly hold back anymore? Zhang Lin, what do you mean? What did Shishir do to you? You liking Zhou Ming is your business, what does it have to do with Shishir? As Su Shishir's best friend, Xiao Qian wouldn't let her slander Su Shishir like that, so she immediately retorted. Moreover, everyone knows that Zhang Lin likes Zhou Ming. Xiao Qian, then what does it have to do with you if I talk about Su Shishir? Zhang Lin, who had been called out on her feelings, immediately flew into a rage, but she wasn't someone to be messed with either. Yes, I like Zhou Ming, but isn't it also true that Su Shishir is dating a rich second-generation heir? Otherwise, tell me how a small-time streamer like her managed to get on The Singer. Zhang Lin continued. Although Shishir was a streamer before, she's also a student at the Beijing Film Academy's performance department. She's definitely going to enter the entertainment industry and appear on The Singer. What's so special about that? Xiao Qian said it as if it were obvious. So what if she is from the Beijing Film Academy? They admit so many students every year, but how many of them actually become stars? And she made it onto a show like Singer right after debuting? If she didn't pull strings, I'd rather kill myself. Zhang Lin sneered coldly. Although the influence of Singer has dwindled significantly nowadays, don't forget that they're all from H province. People in H province almost always choose to watch Hunan TV when they turn on the TV. So the show Singer still holds significant influence in H province. However, saying that was a bit too harsh on Su Shishir. After all, the Beijing Film Academy's acting department receives nearly 10,000 applications every year and only admits 30 students, which shows how fierce the competition is. But among those 30, only a few will ever become stars. At the same time, after hearing her say that, Xiao Qian didn't know how to respond. Because she also doesn't believe that Su Shishir made it onto The Singer solely through her own abilities. This includes her other classmates as well. They just didn't dare to say it outright. Quick, everyone check the group chat. Su Shishir said she is treating everyone to dinner tonight and it's at the Tianjin Grand Hotel. The Tianjin Grand Hotel? That's a 5-star hotel, the prices are sky high. Who cares how expensive it is? Su Shishir is a celebrity now. Besides, you don't really think she's paying for the meal, do you? Who cares who pays? As long as there's food, that's all that matters. Exactly. We waited here for her, and she was late this afternoon, making us wait for so long. We have to make her pay for it. A group of students quickly pulled out their phones and started chatting in the group chat. But at that moment, Zhang Lin burst into laughter again. If I remember correctly, the first episode of The Singer is airing tonight. Whether she made it onto the show through her own talent or by pulling strings, we'll find out soon enough. Although Su Shishir just recorded the second episode of The Singer on Mango TV yesterday, the first episode was already recorded and will air tonight. Chapter 115, The Angry Su Shishir. At the Tianjin Grand Hotel, in the private room, everyone except Zhou Ming and Zhang Lin seemed excited. After all, the Tianjin Grand Hotel is a 5-star hotel, not only the most luxurious hotel in their small town, but also highly renowned throughout the entire H province. Although everyone was a bit curious why such a luxurious 5-star hotel was built in their small town. But there's no denying that in their area, if someone can host a banquet at the Tianjin Grand Hotel, it's definitely a very prestigious thing. However, they were all students from top-tier universities who had spent over 3 years in big cities, so they had seen their fair share of the world, and their excitement quickly subsided. Soon, everyone started talking about gossip again. And when it comes to the hottest gossip online right now, it's definitely about Luo Xiang's group activity. Have you seen the news? According to staff from Mango TV, the incident involving Luo Xiang was because he offended another young female singer during the recording of Singer. And last night, Luo Xiang was even beaten up and hospitalized. Young female singer? It seems like the only one who fits that description in The Singer is Su Shishir. So it's being said that Luo Xiang offended Su Shishir during the show, and then she was beaten up by her boyfriend, Yifan, and hospitalized. Then today's news broke. That's impossible. Even if Luo Xiang was really beaten up by Yifan and hospitalized, it wouldn't have been exposed so quickly. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Anyway, no matter what, Luo Xiang did it himself, so he has to take responsibility for the consequences. Exactly. Anyway, I'll never watch any of Luo Xiang's shows again. I guess you won't be able to watch his shows either. That's the entertainment industry for you. I just don't understand why so many people are willing to risk everything to get into it. The last line was said by Zhang Lin, clearly referring to Su Shishir again. But this time, the other students didn't agree with her. At least the majority didn't agree. The entertainment industry is chaotic and dirty, everyone knows that. But if you were in their shoes and had the chance to enter the entertainment industry, would you go for it? Don't even mention the entertainment industry in any circle. As long as fame and fortune are involved, it's absolutely impossible to stay pure and clean. And once you become a celebrity, fame and fortune are all yours. Meanwhile, as the gossip spread, Yifan and Su Shishir finally made an appearance. Earlier, Su Shishir had accompanied Yifan on a tour and even returned to the orphanage where he had lived as a child. However, the orphanage had since disappeared, replaced by a large orphanage education academy. Not only had its area expanded by dozens of times, but its facilities were also extremely well equipped, even rivaling some high-end private schools in major cities. As a result, many parents now want to send their children to this academy. Needless to say, Su Shishir knew this must have something to do with Yifan. Shishir, hurry up. The show is about to start. Shishir, I just saw you on TV. Shishir, I heard that Luo Xiang was exposed because he offended you. Is that true? Upon seeing Su Shishir appear, several female classmates immediately shouted loudly, and the male students were also very excited. After all, having a celebrity among their classmates was something they could brag about in the future. But the next moment, everyone's attention was completely drawn to Yifan. Wow, he's so handsome. This is way too damn handsome. This guy isn't just rich, he's also so handsome it's not fair. I can now confirm that Shishir isn't just hanging around a rich second-generation guy, she's clearly after his body. Exactly, a man this handsome, even if he's broke, I'd be willing to pay him to be with him. When they first met, Yifan was always wearing sunglasses, so they only thought he was handsome. But when Yifan took off his sunglasses, they realized that a man could be this handsome. To the point where all the students were completely speechless. Including Zhou Ming and Zhang Lin. Especially Zhang Lin, who, upon comparing Zhou Ming and Yifan, suddenly felt like she had been a complete fool for liking Zhou Ming for so long. This wasn't worth it at all. Because there were so many better men in this world. Like the very man standing before her, Yifan. But precisely because of that, she felt even more jealous of Su Shishir. Why does everything good in this world have to be taken by you alone? Shishir, what place did you get tonight? And what happened with that Luo Xiang? As Yifan and Su Shishir sat down, a female classmate immediately asked. The rankings can't be revealed yet, you'll see for yourselves later. However, I received notice from the production team that all footage involving Luo Xiang has been completely removed. Su Shishir said with a smile. Actually, the production team originally wanted all the singers to re-record some footage, but due to time constraints, they had to abandon the idea. Upon hearing this, many students agreed with the production team's decision. Those celebrities with a tarnished reputation should be completely blacklisted. As for Su Shishir's refusal to reveal the rankings in advance, they simply assumed she wasn't ranked very high and was too embarrassed to say so. So they didn't ask any further questions. At least she treated us to dinner, right? Besides, her boyfriend looked like someone you wouldn't want to mess with, so it's better not to cause trouble. But while they didn't want trouble, that didn't mean everyone was afraid of Yifan. Come on, what is so secretive? It's just that she sang poorly and ranked low, right? Zhang Lin said without any hesitation. So Yifan immediately furrowed his brows. At the same time, Su Shishir couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Not to mention that earlier, Xiao Chen had told her everything Zhang Lin had said about her. But she was afraid Yifan would be upset, so she didn't tell him. Then, the next moment, Su Shishir spoke up. Zhang Lin, since you say my ranking isn't high, why don't we make a bet? Chapter 116, a song called Little Luck and Su Shishir became an overnight sensation. A bet? What kind of bet? Zhang Lin asked. Let us bet on whether I can make it into the top 3 this time. If I make it into the top 3, I win. If I don't make it into the top 3, you win. The loser has to apologize to the winner in front of everyone. Su Shishir replied. But Zhang Lin suddenly burst into laughter. You dare say that? That means your ranking this term is definitely going to be in the top 3. But so what? You could use connections to get on the singer, and then use connections again to get into the top 3. It's not impossible. Zhang Lin said with a mocking expression. Alright, since you put it that way, let's not talk about rankings. Let's have the students here judge us later. If they think I earned this ranking through my own abilities, then I win. If they think I got here through connections, then I lose. No one is allowed to favor anyone, what do you think? Su Shishir said again, clearly really angry this time. Alright, it's settled then. No one is allowed to favor anyone. Otherwise, it's disrespecting me, Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin immediately agreed. The other students had originally wanted to try to persuade them, but since Zhang Lin had spoken so decisively, they could only give up. Besides, even if we lose, it's just a public apology. It's no big deal. Alright, we promise not to favor anyone. The students immediately assured her, just as the dishes from Tianjin Grand Hotel were being served. Upon seeing this, the students couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Wow, is that king crab? And there are 2 of them? This is abalone, or even premium dried abalone. This big one must cost at least a few thousand. And this lobster is huge. This is. And this one. Wow, look at this bottle of red wine, it's an 82 Lafite. All the students were speechless. Based on the prices of these dishes, each table must cost at least $10,000. Not to mention the 1982 Lafite, which is said to cost $7,000 or $8,000 per bottle. There were 2 tables, 2 bottles per table, totaling nearly $300,000. Is this what the wealthy live like? It's truly extravagant. The students were all speechless, some even hesitating to pick up their chopsticks. It wasn't until Su Shishir gave the signal that they finally started eating. Seeing this scene, Yifan smiled lightly but said nothing. He had always kept a certain distance from these classmates. This meal was merely to repay an old favor for old Wang. In fact, not only these classmates, but even as he enjoyed life to the fullest, Yifan had always kept a certain distance from the vast majority of ordinary people in the world. Perhaps he wasn't a god yet, but he had long since ceased to be an ordinary person. At least his lifespan was something ordinary people could never hope to achieve. Of course, as long as he is willing, the women whose attributes appear in the system can also possess the same long, even endless, lifespan as him. However, the prerequisite is that they must have given themselves to him first and that he must like them. So far, only 3 people meet these conditions: Su Shishir, Mu Qingyan, and Da Tiantian. As for the others, Danini, Guan Tongtong, Yi Linlin, and Jiangli, it all depends on their future performance. At this moment, it was finally Su Shishir's turn to appear on the show, and she was also the last singer to perform tonight. All the students turned their attention to the huge TV screen in the VIP box. Then, in an instant, everyone was stunned once again. How beautiful! So stylish! Is this what a celebrity looks like? The difference between reality and TV is so huge. Hey, Shishir is also very beautiful in real life, okay? It has to be said that Su Shishir is indeed very beautiful in real life. Her original beauty score was 88, but Yifan helped her improve by 2 points, bringing her up to 90. However, her charm was originally only 80, not even as good as Guan Tongtong. But after Yifan's constant development and 3 months of intensive training, her charm has also reached 90. She looks absolutely stunning compared to before. Plus, the makeup in the show is stage makeup, combined with the lighting effects and a custom-designed Versace haute couture gown made specifically for her. As a result, the Su Shishir on TV is even more stunning than the real Su Shishir. And the Su Shishir who previously had a beauty score of 88 and charm of 80 could already outshine Guan Tongtong, becoming the campus beauty of the Beijing Film Academy. So the Su Shishir on TV now is even more stunning. Calling her a goddess descended from heaven would be no exaggeration. Soon, Su Shishir's singing began to fill the air. I hear raindrops falling on the green grass. I hear the distant school bell ringing. But I didn't hear your voice. Please, call out my name. Yes, Su Shishir sang this song, Little Luck, in this episode, a song that suits her perfectly. And now her singing skills have reached level 6, thanks to Yifan's help and her own hard work. A level 6 singing skill is already equivalent to the top level among professional singers, and the next step up is the level of a singing legend. Therefore, even compared to the original singer of this song from Yifan's previous life, Su Shishir's level is undoubtedly superior. The song continued, but all the students were completely captivated by Su Shishir on the TV screen. Even the delicious food on the table in front of them was temporarily forgotten. The only one whose gaze was fixed on Yifan was Su Shishir. At that moment, Yifan was also staring at Su Shishir on the TV with a look of complete absorption. Though his gaze was clear, the admiration and a hint of affection in his eyes were undeniable. Upon noticing this, Su Shishir immediately felt her heart race with joy. She didn't care what others thought of her, all she cared about now was how Yifan saw her. Even her desire to become a star was merely to make herself more significant in Yifan's heart. Clearly, her choice was not wrong. Then, as soon as Su Shishir finished singing, her score was revealed. First place in the entire competition. And she was way ahead of the second place singer, who was a singer of the same caliber as a singing king. It's worth noting that the previous singer-level singer was widely recognized as the strongest vocalist of this competition. As for Su Shishir, everyone had written her off as a one-hit wonder, just there to make a quick appearance. But the first episode delivered such a surprise, and no one had any doubts about the results. Even the negative impact caused by Luo Xiang earlier was completely erased. In short, after singing Little Luck, Su Shishir, making her debut as a singer, has already become an overnight sensation. Online buzz about her is absolutely exploding. Chapter 117, Zhang Lin's Heartbreak. Alright, I'll come clean, I won first place this episode. Anyone who thinks my performance didn't deserve this ranking can speak up. Su Shishir said triumphantly, clearly confident in her performance. Meanwhile, the other students present agreed, as Su Shishir's performance in this episode was truly outstanding. On the other hand, the performances of Su Shishir's competitors were somewhat disappointing. Therefore, Su Shishir's first place was well deserved. But everyone looked at each other, none daring to speak first. After all, supporting Su Shishir meant risking offending Zhang Lin. Shishir, is this song new? I haven't heard it before. Xiao Qian suddenly asked from the side. Yes, it's a new song. It's the first time it's been performed on the show. Su Shishir said with a happy expression, glancing secretly at Yifan, as the song was actually written by him. However, Yifan hadn't credited himself. It wasn't that he wasn't thick-skinned, he simply didn't care about the fame. Really? But even though the song is good, I think Shirshir is the most talented. She sings much better than other singers. What do you think? Xiao Qian said again. Others are afraid of offending Zhang Lin, but she isn't. Not to mention she almost got into an argument with Zhang Lin before. So, with her leading the way, the others quickly followed suit and began to support Su Shirshir. I also think Shirshir sings the best. Shirshir deserves first place purely on her own merit. Su Shirshir truly deserves the title. With that, the previous bet naturally went in Su Shirshir's favor. Zhang Lin, you should admit defeat and apologize. The one speaking is still Xiao Qian, that's why they say you shouldn't easily offend women. But Zhang Lin, of course, wouldn't apologize. She's never been so wronged in her entire life. I bet you've all been bought off by her with a single meal. As she spoke, Zhang Lin suddenly stood up and walked straight out. But after she said that, the expressions of the other students immediately changed. Zhang Lin was clearly mocking them for being too poor to have ever tasted such good food. Although that was indeed the case. This Zhang Lin is really too much. It's just an apology. We're all classmates, what's the big deal? Exactly, she acts like she's some kind of princess, expecting everyone to pamper her. There's nothing we can do, she's just rich. At this point, everyone stopped talking. Although they didn't know exactly what Zhang Lin's family did for a living, they were sure they were wealthy. So there was no need to offend Zhang Lin. But now that Zhang Lin has left, it's better. At least she won't disturb them from enjoying their feast. Only Zhou Ming hesitated whether to chase after her. After all, Zhang Lin was still one of the backups. Besides, trying to pursue Su Shirshir now was clearly out of the question. But looking at the feast before him, he simply couldn't bring himself to leave. After all, who knows when he'll get another chance to eat like this? Besides, he believed that with Zhang Lin's feelings for him, it wouldn't be too difficult to win her back. Zhang Lin stepped out of the private room, growing angrier by the second, but she had no idea what to do. Just then, she noticed a burly man walking toward her. Behind him were several hotel staff members. Brother! Zhang Lin called out immediately. Lingling, what are you doing here? The burly man, who was Zhang Lin's older brother Zhang Chang, asked in surprise. He knew that his sister had come home specifically to meet up with a group of classmates to visit their teacher and wouldn't be coming home for dinner, as she was staying with her classmates. But why had they ended up at the Tianjin Grand Hotel for their class reunion? After all, the prices here weren't something ordinary students could afford. We were eating here with a few classmates earlier. Zhang Lin pointed to the private room behind her and explained. I never would have guessed that among your classmates, there are such hidden talents. Zheng Cheng immediately laughed. It turned out he was the sales manager of this Tianjin Grand Hotel. He had heard that someone had booked 2 tables for the most luxurious banquet, spending nearly $1 million, so he had come over to toast and make some connections. Upon seeing that the private room where the 2 most luxurious banquets had been booked was none other than the one where his sister's classmates were having their meal, he was taken aback. That guy isn't my classmate, he's just the boyfriend of one of my classmates. Zhang Lin naturally understood her brother's meaning and immediately said with a look of grievance. What's wrong? Is someone bullying you? Is it that Zhou Ming guy? Seeing Zhang Lin like this, Zhang Cheng immediately furrowed his brows. From childhood to adulthood, he had always cherished this younger sister the most. Anyone who dared to bully her would never be spared. And he was also aware of Zhang Lin's feelings for her high school classmate Zhou Ming. But that brat actually didn't even like his sister. So deep down, he had already decided to teach Zhou Ming a lesson. It's not Zhou Ming. Although I'm indeed disappointed in him this time, he doesn't have the guts to bully me. Zhang Lin shook her head. Who is it? Zhang Cheng's expression grew even more grim. His sister saying that only confirmed that someone was indeed bullying her. It's my classmate's boyfriend, big brother. This time, you must help your little sister get revenge. As she spoke, Zhang Lin wrapped her arms around Zhang Cheng's arm and pouted playfully. Although it was Su Shirshir who had bet with her earlier, in her mind, without Yifan backing Su Shirshir up, how dare Su Shirshir challenge her? So naturally, she also held Yifan responsible for this. Zheng Cheng hesitated for a moment. After all, someone who could spend nearly $1 million on a meal wasn't someone to mess with. Moreover, they were driving a supercar. The supercar is parked right outside the hotel, and he saw it just now when he passed by. Although he doesn't know much about sports cars, he knows that one must be extremely expensive. But seeing his younger sister looking so pitiful, he ultimately decided to help her get even. What's the point of being rich? Bullying his sister comes at a price. Besides, even though he was just a sales manager at the Tianjin Grand Hotel, the hotel was part of the Tianjin Group. With a billion-dollar company like Tianjin Group backing him, he had nothing to fear. Chapter 118, Get Out. In the private room, everyone was enjoying their meal while discussing the previous program. If before, people had called Su Shirshir a celebrity, it was mostly in jest. After all, there's a huge difference between celebrities and celebrities. A third-rate celebrity is still a celebrity, but can they be compared to a top-tier celebrity? But now, everyone's attitude had completely changed. Because everyone knew that Su Shirshir was definitely going to become famous. However, most people are just envious, with no ill will. Not to mention that Su Shirshir was so gracious, treating everyone to such a luxurious feast. But Zhou Ming is different. Watching Yifan and Su Shirshir constantly exchanging glances over there, he feels as though he's eaten something disgusting. Even the lobster in his hand no longer tasted good. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open, and everyone saw Zhang Lin, who had just left, come back. What was strange was that she was followed by a man and 2 waiters. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Zhang Chang. Thank you for your support of our hotel today." As he spoke, the man took a glass of wine from the waiter, gestured, and drank it in one gulp. However, Yifan merely glanced at him and showed no intention of raising his glass. "Is there anything else? Let's discuss it together," Yifan said indifferently. At that moment, anyone could tell that this Zhang Chang had a close relationship with Zhang Lin and was clearly someone she had brought along for support. "Since Mr. Yi has spoken so plainly, I won't hold back." Sure enough, Zhang Chang smiled slightly and continued, "Let me introduce myself again. I am Zhang Chang. Besides being the manager of this Tianjin Grand Hotel, I am also Zhang Lin's older brother. So, regarding the matter where Mr. Yi bullied my sister earlier, shouldn't you also give me an explanation?" At the same time, upon hearing his words, the students present were immediately stunned. What? Zhang Lin's older brother is the manager of the Tianjin Grand Hotel? As everyone knows, the Tianjin Grand Hotel isn't just a 5-star hotel, it's also part of the Tianjin Group. So don't underestimate this Zhang Chang just because he's a manager. Even a regular bureau chief would have to treat him with respect. And in their small town, a bureau chief is already considered a very prominent figure. But that's not the key point. The key is that Zhang Lin's brother isn't very old, he's only around 23 or 24. What does that mean? It means that Zhang Lin's family background is definitely no ordinary one. Before, they only knew that Zhang Lin's family was wealthy, but they never realized that her family wasn't just wealthy, it seems they also have significant influence. Especially Zhou Ming, if he had known that Zhang Lin's family was connected to the Tianjin Group, he wouldn't have kept stringing her along as a backup option. He didn't think much of Zhang Lin, mainly because he saw her family as just a small-town wealthy family who couldn't offer much for his future. But if he could use her family to get into Tianjin Group, that would be a whole different story. But it doesn't matter. It's not too late to know now. At the same time, he also wanted to see how Yifan would handle Zhang Lin's older brother. Don't underestimate Zhang Chang just because he's a manager at the Tianjin Grand Hotel. If handled poorly, he could end up offending the entire Tianjin Group. And the Tianjin Group's background is extremely deep-rooted, a fact known to everyone. And it's not just him, almost all the other students are thinking the same way. However, they were mostly worried about Yifan. But the next moment, Yifan suddenly furrowed his brows. "Get out!" Yifan's voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough to reach every ear in the room, causing everyone to think they had heard incorrectly. "Get out? Tell a manager from Tianjin Group to get out? On Tianjin Group's premises? This Yifan sure has some nerve." Oomph. Zhang Chang was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Mr. Yi, if my younger sister offended you in any way earlier, I apologize on her behalf. But when you told me to get out, you must have forgotten that this is the Tianjin Grand Hotel, which belongs to the Tianjin Group. It's not your home, Mr. Yi. Don't let Zhang Chang's muscular build fool you, it's just from regular exercise. He's not stupid at all, on the contrary, he's very clever. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the manager of the Tianjin Grand Hotel at such a young age. Of course, his family background plays a role, but his own abilities are also commendable. He is well aware that Yifan dares to act so arrogantly on Tianjin Group's territory because he must have some backing. Not to mention the aura Yifan displayed earlier, that is something only those who've been in high positions for a long time can possess. Though he couldn't fathom how such an aura could manifest in such a young man, it didn't stop him from growing wary. Therefore, he immediately took the initiative to apologize on behalf of his sister, effectively distancing himself from the matter, and then brought up the Tianjin Group. This way, if anything else happens in the future, it will be Yifan provoking the entire Tianjin Group. He didn't believe that no matter how powerful Yifan was, he could possibly be more powerful than the entire Tianjin Group. Yifan, of course, understood his meaning and immediately furrowed his brows again. "Are you using Tianjin Group to intimidate me?" Yifan asked in a low voice. "It's you, Mr. Yi, who looks down on our Tianjin Group first." Zhang Cheng continued to shift the focus of the conversation. But this time, it was Yifan who laughed. "You're right. I really don't think much of a mere Tianjin Group." As he spoke, Yifan suddenly pulled out his phone and made a call. Almost instantly, the phone connected. "Master, what are your orders?" A cold, emotionless voice came through the phone, sounding very similar to the voice of Xiao AI in Yifan's computer, devoid of any emotion. However, it sounded much more pleasant than Xiao AI's voice. "Xinga, have the head of Tianjin Group call me," Yifan ordered. "That's correct. Tianjin Group is also one of his assets, and that manager is just an agent, just like Zhang Bin." However, Yi-fan had never met this proxy before. There's no need to meet him. He's just the head of a trillion-dollar group, managing hotels and some chain assets. Besides making money, he has no other use. But his phone call alone was enough to scare everyone else senseless. What's going on? The head of Tianjin Group called him? What's his background? And from the way he spoke, it seemed like the head of Tianjin Group wasn't even worth mentioning in his eyes. Alright, master. Chinga, also known as Yi Chinga, the head of the Tang clan and the manager of all Yi-fan's assets, responded immediately. Yi-fan hung up the phone immediately. Less than a minute later, his phone rang again, this time from an unknown number. No need to say, it was naturally the head of Tianjin Group calling. Chapter 119, Get out of here. Didn't you hear me? Yi-fan pressed the answer button, didn't bother with small talk, and directly explained the situation before hanging up. He had no intention of blaming the responsible person. Generally speaking, he didn't want to get involved in any company's affairs. Such minor matters were naturally handled by Yi Chinga. However, the Tianjin Group executive was terrified, as the previous call had actually come from headquarters. And it was the sect master himself who called. You must know that within the Tang clan, he was merely an outer circle member and didn't even have the privilege to meet the clan leader. At the same time, as Yi-fan made the call, everyone else in the private room was completely speechless. This is way too impressive. Could it really be the CEO of Tianjin Group calling? However, most people still found it hard to believe. After all, he's the CEO of a trillion-dollar corporation. Only Su Shishir didn't doubt it at all, because after Yi-fan had scolded Luo Xiang yesterday, he had also made a similar call. And the next day, Luo Xiang's scandal was exposed. But soon, the door to the private room was pushed open again, and a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s rushed in hurriedly. Dad! Dad! Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Zhang Chang and Zhang Lin were immediately startled. At the same time, a sense of foreboding arose in their hearts. Because their father was none other than the general manager of the Tianjin Grand Hotel. Zhang Jin glared angrily at his son and daughter. He had just received a call from the group's CEO, which had nearly scared him to death. But at that moment, he had no time to scold his children. He had to apologize immediately and make sure Mr. Yi was satisfied. Otherwise, his position as general manager would be over. May I ask who is Mr. Yi? Zhang Jin bowed his head, his face filled with humility, as he asked. In fact, he had noticed Yi-fan the moment he entered the room. After all, Yi-fan's demeanor was simply too unique. And the woman beside him, Su Shishir, was equally striking. But he still had to ask, just in case he made a mistake. And his attitude had to be sincere. After all, this Mr. Yi was someone even their group's CEO feared. But whether he was sincere or not was his own business. Yi-fan might not buy it. Get out! Those three casual words once again left everyone speechless. Mr. Yi, I am Zhang Jin, the general manager of this Tianjin Grand Hotel. I have come here specifically to apologize to you. Zhang Jin spoke again with a humble expression, even going so far as to grovel. But so what? Didn't you hear me tell you to get out? Yi-fan said again, and this time he was clearly getting angry. Actually, when Zhang Lin targeted Su Shishir earlier, Yi-fan had already been feeling annoyed. But since they were former classmates, and Su Shishir had initiated the bet, he hadn't said much. But Zhang Lin lost and didn't even apologize, and then brought out the older ones. Does she really think he is easy to bully? But Zhang Jin couldn't just leave like that. After all, he had begged desperately earlier just to get a chance to explain things to Yi-fan. Otherwise, the group as CEO almost fired him on the spot. After all, he had worked hard for over a decade to climb to his current position. If he were fired, he'd have no choice but to return home and become a wealthy but powerless local tycoon. More importantly, he was truly terrified. Given the power Yi-fan had demonstrated earlier, if he held a grudge over this matter, Zhang Jin wouldn't even be able to become a wealthy peasant. However, Yi-fan wasn't in the mood to waste any more words on him. Seeing his hesitant expression, he stood up and walked toward the exit. Anyway, he had already treated him to dinner, and the favor he owed old Wan was settled. Staying here any longer was pointless. Su Shishir naturally followed suit. Seeing this, Zhang Jin instinctively tried to stop him, but Yi-fan glared at him, and he immediately dared not say a word. After all, Yi-fan's aura wasn't something just anyone could withstand. Zhang Jin immediately realized that this time, it was really over. Just then, Zhang Lin suddenly shouted from the side, Yi-fan. And in the next moment, everyone saw Zhang Lin collapse with a thud, kneeling directly on the ground. Yi-fan, it was my fault earlier. I apologize to you. And sure, I shouldn't have targeted you like that. Please don't blame my father, okay? Zhang Lin cried out. The series of sudden events had already terrified her into a state of shock. At first, she had only wanted her older brother to help her vent her anger, but she never expected things to turn out this way. As the one responsible for all this, she could only think of this method to beg Yi-fan. At the same time, she was already regretting it deeply. If she had known this would happen, she should have just apologized earlier. Ling-dling! Seeing his younger sister kneeling down, Zhang Cheng immediately rushed over to help her up. But Zhang Lin refused to budge. With no other option, Zhang Cheng had to forcefully pick her up. However, this left the surrounding students speechless once again, but they also couldn't help but feel that Yi Fan had gone too far. Even Su Shishir almost couldn't help but plead for Zhang Lin. After all, no matter how you looked at it, they had been classmates before, and Zhang Lin hadn't really done anything too extreme. She had just been verbally targeting her. However, she ultimately held back. Because she knew Yi Fan must have his own reasons. She didn't want to affect Yi Fan because of herself. Yi Fan gave Su Shishir a satisfied look. This was exactly the kind of behavior he expected from the woman he loved. As for Zhang Lin, if she chose to kneel, that was her own decision. It wasn't something he had forced her to do. However, he also knew what Zhang Jin was truly worried about, but he hadn't planned to do anything to him anyway. He wasn't the type to hold a grudge. If he had a grudge, he'd settle it right then and there. Zhang Jin, right? Go resign as general manager yourself, and this matter will be settled. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Zhang Jin said with a bitter expression. But if he loses the general manager's position, that's that. At least Yi Fan won't hold a grudge against him anymore, so he can still live comfortably as a wealthy local. Over the years, he had made a decent fortune thanks to his position as general manager. Though his net worth wasn't enormous, it still amounted to several million. Plus, the connections he'd built over the years were enough for him to start some small businesses. But to live as lavishly as before, that's unlikely. Chapter 120, Fame Brings Trouble. Yi Fan drove the car and dropped Su Shishir off at her home. Since they had returned to their hometown, Su Shishir naturally wanted to stay at home. But at that moment, Su Shishir suddenly shouted angrily from the passenger seat that Zhou Ming is really a piece of trash. What's wrong? Yi Fan was curious. Shanshan said in the group chat that the 2,000 yuan Zhou Ming had was not his own money. He had swindled it from his girlfriend. Su Shishir explained angrily. It turned out that Zhou Ming had been seeing a girl before, though they weren't officially in a relationship, just mutual admirers. The girl heard that Zhou Ming had returned home to raise medical expenses for his former homeroom teacher, so she took out all the money she had saved during her university years, 2,000 yuan, and gave it to him. Coincidentally, this girl was Xiao Qian's distant cousin. Upon learning that her boyfriend and her cousin were from the same hometown, she asked her cousin if she knew Zhou Ming. It turned out that the 20,000 yuan Zhou Ming had given was actually money he had voluntarily donated, and he had even lied to his classmates, claiming it was money he had earned himself. But if that were the case, it would have been understandable, and Xiao Qian would have just thought Zhou Ming was trying to save face. But then, in the afternoon, Yi Fan mentioned that Zhou Ming had harassed Su Shishir in the middle of the night. At this point, Xiao Qian couldn't help but realize that Zhou Ming had donated the 20,000 yuan solely to impress Su Shishir. However, even though she knew Zhou Ming's intentions, she didn't call him out on it right away. Instead, she waited until he had donated the 20,000 yuan before speaking up. Clearly, she would definitely have her cousin ask Zhou Ming to return the money afterward. Who would have thought that Xiao Qian was so cunning? Yi Fan smiled and praised her. Girls being cunning isn't a problem, as long as they're not manipulative. It's the naive girls who are truly troublesome. Because you never know when they'll do something stupid. What, you have feelings for her? I remember back in school, you two seemed pretty close. Su Shishir immediately shot him a disapproving glance. Yi Fan was speechless. After all, he couldn't very well say that he had been getting close to Xiao Qian back then just to get to Su Shishir. Besides, that was something the previous Yi Fan had done. What did it have to do with him? However, Su Shishir didn't press the matter further, or more accurately, she was confident in herself. Besides, Yi Fan wasn't just with her anyway. One more wouldn't make a difference. Little Su Su is impressive. Who would have thought that little Su Su, even after quitting her streaming career, managed to break into the entertainment industry? So this Su Shishir used to be a streamer. What's wrong with being a streamer? Do you look down on streamers? Not every streamer is Xiao Tmo. To be fair, Xiao Timoti's singing skills are actually pretty good among streamers, but compared to Xiao Susu, she is way behind. Xiao Susu was a legitimate student of the Beijing Film Academy's performance department. How could Xiao Tmo compare? Speaking of which, didn't Xiao Susu suddenly stop streaming because of that nightclub? Exactly, everyone knows little Susu was being kept by that nightclub. Last time, Xiao Susu was driving a Koenigsegg 11, which must be from the nightclub. And this time, Xiao Susu made it onto the singer. Maybe the nightclub helped her out. Su Shishir is famous now, completely famous. As soon as the show ended, there were countless comments about her online. By the next day, Su Shishir's name had even made it into the top 10 trending topics on Weibo. The song Little Luck also appeared on Tencent Music's new song chart. It must be said that Su Shishir's performance on the show was simply flawless, with most comments being positive. Some even predicted that she could become the next rising star of the Chinese music scene. Of course, her background as a student from the Beijing Film Academy's acting department also gave her a significant advantage. Otherwise, if it were another influencer, netizens wouldn't have accepted her so easily. But as the saying goes, fame brings controversy. With Su Shirshi's sudden rise to fame, her past as a streamer and her relationship with Yifan have also been dug up by netizens. Fanga, my parents want to meet you. Early in the morning, Yifan received a message from Su Shirshir. Clearly, Su Shirshir's parents had also been influenced by the online comments. No problem, I'll be there right away. Yifan replied immediately. It's just meeting the parents, not getting married right away. What's the big deal? Besides, he didn't believe that with his qualifications, Su Shirshir's parents could find anything wrong with him. Yifan then began to wash and tidy himself up. In truth, he had long since attained the state of purity, meaning his entire body was free from even the slightest trace of dirt or dust. But taking a shower was just like sleeping, it was a true luxury. What? You don't like bathing? You also like staying up late? Then you must be a single person for sure. Yifan then began selecting gifts. Last time he went to Mu Qingyan's house, Yifan gave her a painting worth 40 million yuan titled Autumn Mountain, and that was when he was pretending to be her boyfriend. Now that he was visiting Su Shirshir's parents as her official boyfriend, the gift naturally couldn't be any less impressive than last time. Earlier, he had heard Su Shirshir mention that her father loved calligraphy, and coincidentally, there was a suitable piece in the system space. Next was Su Shirshir's mother, a classical music teacher who specialized in the guzheng and guqin. So Yifan decided to give her a guqin. As soon as Yifan opened the door, he saw a chubby man standing outside. Mr. Yi, you're awake. The man saw Yifan and immediately spoke with a respectful expression. He was the deputy general manager of the Tianjin Grand Hotel, where Yifan had stayed the previous day. After all, this was Yifan's own property, and it was the most luxurious hotel in the area. Where else would he stay? Yifan nodded. Now that general manager Zhang Jin had resigned, this fat man was temporarily taking over the position of general manager. At the same time, he understood the fat man's intentions. He was simply trying to secure a permanent position. However, Yifan couldn't be bothered to get involved in such matters. Go pack these 2 items for me, then prepare some tea leaves. I need to give them as gifts. Yifan instructed. The cigarettes and alcohol he brought to Mu Qingyan's house last time were bought randomly on the way, as he already knew that Mu Qingyan's family wouldn't welcome him. But this time, he couldn't be so casual. Chapter 121, The 9 Heavens Ringing Zither. Yifan arrived at Su Shirshir's house. As soon as he entered the door, Su Shirshir's parents immediately lit up. This guy was simply too handsome. He had such good manners. He's the bane of all women. No wonder he's got their daughter so smitten. However, what pleased them most wasn't Yifan's appearance, but his age. Being around the same age means they're in a proper relationship. If there's a 5 or 6 year age gap, it's not a big deal, but if it's 10 or 20 years, that's not looking for a boyfriend, it's looking for a father. They would never allow that. Although they had already heard from their daughter that her boyfriend was actually her high school classmate. But without seeing it with their own eyes, they still felt uneasy. Of course, having money is also very important. At the very least, thanks to their daughter, their family's current circumstances are far better than before. It's Xiao Fan, isn't it? Come in and sit down. Mrs. Su clearly approved of Yifan and greeted him warmly. The young man is quite good. Su's father couldn't help but nod in agreement, though he felt a pang of sadness after raising his daughter for so many years. She had ended up with another family's good-for-nothing son. But the concerns that had weighed on his heart for so long were finally put to rest. Uncle, auntie, hello. Yifan greeted them humbly and placed the gifts he was holding on the table. Just coming is enough, why bring gifts? Su's mother immediately said. And she wasn't being polite at all, because her daughter had already received so much from Yifan before. Not to mention that Yifan was now her daughter's boss. They weren't naive, they knew their daughter's future was bright. In the past, they didn't allow their daughter to enter the entertainment industry because they feared it was too corrupt and she would be taken advantage of. But now that her boyfriend had come to their door, her daughter had undoubtedly already been taken advantage of, so even if they worried anymore, it wouldn't matter. These are just small things, there is no need for you to be so polite, auntie. Yifan said with a smile. Let me see what these are. But suddenly, Su Shirshir snatched the gifts away. You're such a child. How could you do that? Su's mother scolded her immediately. But Su Shirshir didn't seem to care at all. However, seeing this, Su's mother actually felt relieved. Because from this scene, it was clear that her daughter and Yifan were getting along very casually, which was the normal relationship between a couple. Not like the kind of relationship rumored online. What's this? Su Shirshir first took out the tea leaves from the gifts. Earlier, she had told Yifan that her father loved tea, so it made sense for him to send tea. However, although all the tea was top quality, she knew these things meant nothing to Yifan. She then pulled out another large, heavy, and exquisitely crafted gift box and asked. Of course, she wasn't concerned about the gifts themselves, she wanted her parents to place greater importance on Yifan. Because she was well aware that anything Yifan would bring out as a gift was definitely no ordinary present. Just open it and see for yourself. Yifan teased her. So Su Shirshir really opened it. And there she saw ancient zither, entirely purple-red in color. And it was clearly quite old. This was the Nine Heavens ring zither. Sue's mother was startled, then immediately exclaimed in astonishment. As a classical music teacher, she was well versed in the famous ancient instruments of Z country. Among them, the Nine Heavens ringing belt zither was one of her favorite instruments. In fact, she had once gone all the way to the Forbidden City Museum just to see the Nine Heavens ringing bell zither in person. The Nine Heavens ringing bell zither is one of the 10 famous zither of ancient Z country. It was crafted by Lei Wei, the first master of the Lei family of zither makers from Sichuan province during the Kaiyuan period of the Tang dynasty. It was used at the coronation ceremony of the third son of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang and is renowned as a treasure of the Tang dynasty and a divine artifact. Currently, only 4 Nine Heavens ringing bell zither exist in the world, housed in the Forbidden City Museum, the Z Country History Museum, the El Province Museum, and in the collection of a private collector. The estimated value of the Nine Heavens ringing bell zither is at least 400 million renminbi. It is truly a national treasure. However, the Nine Heavens ring zither in Yifan's possession is not one of the 4, yet its condition is superior to all 4. Moreover, while national treasures cannot be taken out of the country, private transactions are permitted, so using it as a gift is also acceptable. Could this be true? Sumu examined the Nine Heavens ring zither for a long time, growing increasingly uneasy. At first, she thought it was just a replica, but when she found an authentication certificate in the gift box, she realized it was an authentic piece passed down from the Tang dynasty. This is an ancient zither worth over 400 million renminbi. This left Su's mother completely speechless. It was given by Fan Gu, so of course it's real. Su Shishir immediately said with a smug expression. Although she had just looked it up online and was also shocked by the price of the zither. However, having been with Yifan for so long, she had already experienced enough shocks and had grown accustomed to it. No, this gift is too valuable, we can't accept it. Su's mother looked at the exquisitely crafted ancient zither with reluctance, but eventually shook her head. Auntie, I'm not trying to be presumptuous, but this zither may be precious to you, but to me it's not only useless, it also takes up space. Why not give it to someone who truly appreciates it? Yifan said. He knew that being overly polite wouldn't work. Instead, by acting indifferent, he might convince Su's mother to accept it. Sure enough, after hearing his words, Mrs. Su hesitated for a moment before finally accepting the Nine Heavens ring zither. However, she certainly didn't think Yifan truly didn't care about the qin after all, it was worth 400 million yuan. But keeping it here wasn't a big deal. If Yifan ever wanted it back in the future, she could just give it back to him. If all else failed, it could even be used as her daughter's dowry. However, such a precious instrument must be kept safe and its existence must not be revealed. Otherwise, it might attract the attention of thieves. So she quickly packed the violin and put it away in the room. But this left Su's father feeling a bit uneasy. After raising his daughter all these years, he should have a share in her, but why is the treatment so different? Although the few jars of tea brought by Yifan were also quite good, they couldn't compare to the Nine Heavens ring zither. He wasn't jealous, he was just feeling a bit unfair. Just then, Su Shishir opened another gift box. And there, Su's father's eyes lit up once more. Chapter 122, Live Stream Again. What beautiful calligraphy! As he watched the scroll unfold in his daughter's hands, Su's father's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This was Emperor Song Huizong's 1,000-character classic written in the slim gold style. Could it be genuine? At that moment, Su's mother also came out of the room and, upon seeing the calligraphy before her, exclaimed in awe. Emperor Song Huizong, the 8th emperor of the Song dynasty, lacked the ability to govern the country, but his self-created Shoujin-style calligraphy was truly unparalleled. If this copy of Emperor Huizong's 1,000-character classic is an authentic piece, its value would be at least 100 million yuan. Though it doesn't compare to the previous Nine Heavens ringing and plucking the zither, it's an invaluable treasure for calligraphy enthusiasts. Of course it's an authentic piece. Su Shishir said again. But in truth, Su's father had already seen the authentication certificate inside the gift box. Although he hadn't seen the contents, the appearance was identical to the authentication certificate for the Nine Heavens ring zither from before. Therefore, this slender gold-style 1,000-character classic is almost certainly an authentic piece by Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty. This is too valuable. Su's father immediately said. It's just a little trinket, uncle likes it, that's all. Yifan said casually. So Su's father didn't insist and accepted the generous gift. After all, the genuine copy of Emperor Huizong of Song's 1,000-character classic was simply too tempting for him. At the same time, he thought he could just accept it for now and return it to Yifan after admiring it for a while. However, being able to casually give away 2 gifts that could be considered national treasures also forced Su Shishir's parents to re-evaluate Yifan. What kind of family was this? Even the richest man in the country couldn't match that. Fortunately, they knew Yifan was an orphan, otherwise, they might have started to doubt whether their daughter was worthy of him. For the rest of the afternoon, Yifan stayed at Su Shishir's house, chatting with Su's parents. It was only then that Su Shishir's parents realized that Yifan was highly skilled in both calligraphy and classical musical instruments. They were so impressed that they almost forgot Yifan was their daughter's boyfriend, treating him like a close friend. Xiao Fan sure can be a bit temperamental sometimes. Please be more understanding. Mrs. Su said earnestly. Brother, if this girl doesn't listen to you in the future, just tell your older brother and I'll help you discipline her. Mr. Su even went so far as to call Yi Fan his brother. This made Su Shishir jealous beyond words. Dad, Mom, it seems like I'm the only daughter here. Su Shishir protested. But deep down, she was more thrilled to have such a powerful boyfriend. After dinner, Su Shishir finally had time to take Yi Fan to her room. I regret it. I shouldn't have brought you home. Now my parents are all on your side. Su Shishir pouted, looking displeased. Don't worry, little girl, you still have me. Uncle will protect you from now on. Yi Fan replied seriously. Get lost. Su Shishir shot him a disdainful glance, but the next moment, her face suddenly turned red. Because her parents had just mentioned that they were going to let Yi Fan stay over tonight. And coincidentally, there were only 2 rooms in their house, one for her parents and one for her. Which meant, by the way, you haven't been live streaming for a while, have you? Yi Fan glanced at the computer in Su Shishir's room and suddenly asked. Yeah, I haven't streamed since I said I was quitting last time. What's up? Su Shishir couldn't help but feel curious. Why don't we make an exception and stream tonight? It's still early anyway. Yi Fan gave her a mischievous smile. You're just up to no good. Su Shishir pouted playfully, but deep down, she was actually quite eager herself. Even if it's at her own home. After all, they hadn't seen each other for quite some time. Besides, her parents had already approved of Yi Fan, and it was they who had suggested that Yi Fan stay the night. She then turned on her computer and began setting up the equipment. She had streamed live from home before, so all the equipment was already set up. But after she finished setting everything up, she realized that Yi Fan hadn't tea left. What, are you planning to stream with me? Su Shishir joked. Back when they were in Beijing, Su Shishir would always avoid streaming when Yi Fan was around. Su Shishir knew that, under normal circumstances, Yi Fan didn't like to be the center of attention. But this time, Yi Fan actually nodded in agreement. This left Su Shishir momentarily speechless, followed by an immediate gasp. Really? No wonder she was so excited. Because she was well aware that Yi Fan was doing all of this solely for her. Including coming to her house today as her boyfriend, it was all to dispel her parents' suspicions. And now, Yi Fan was willing to accompany her live streaming to clarify the rumors circulating online to all the netizens. They are in a legitimate romantic relationship, not some so-called affair. So from this, it's clear that Yi Fan truly cares about her. At 8:30 p.m., Xiao Timu's livestream. Since Su Shishir became famous after appearing on Singer yesterday, there have been noticeably more people stirring up trouble in her live stream today. After all, Su Shishir had announced her departure from the live streaming industry after competing against her. And she has always been the most eager among all streamers to enter the entertainment industry. Yet despite trying countless times, every attempt ended in failure. She even attracted a large group of haters. Xiao Timu, now that little Su Su is famous, do you have any thoughts? Xiao Timu, isn't it rumored online that you were going to appear on The Singer? How did Xiao Su Su beat you to it? Little Su Su is a legitimate student of the Beijing Film Academy's performance department, and she's even classmates with Guan Tongtong. That's something no ordinary online streamer can compare to. Exactly. When I watched The Singer, little Su Su walked out on stage with more presence than a celebrity. She didn't even look like a streamer. Indeed, little Timotei is far behind in that regard. Plus, Xiao Su Su's singing skills are amazing. I've been on repeat with her version of Little Luck all day. No wonder they say she's a professional. Xiao Timu was watching all these comments and was so annoyed he could die. When asked what she thought. Of course she's jealous. But little Su Su has a nightclub backing her, while all her wealthy fans combined couldn't match a single nightclub. However, not all the comments were praising Su Shishir. After all, this was her live stream, and there were still many netizens defending her. Of course, many of them were her moderators or paid commenters. What's so great about Xiao Su Su? It's all because someone is backing her. Exactly, poor little Temo has to rely on himself. Everyone knows that little Su Su is where she is today because of the nightclub. Just then, a comment suddenly appeared in the live stream. Guys, big news. Shocking news. Xiao Su Su has started streaming again. Everyone, hurry up and watch. Chapter 123, so you're all this curious about me? Xiao Su Su is streaming? No way. She is a celebrity now, why would she still stream? This is called eating your words, you know? Back then, you all said she was cheating during the PK, but now she's proven herself with her skills, so of course she's coming back to show off. Pfft, I never said she cheated. It was you guys who said it. I've always been a loyal supporter of Yi's own. Exactly, nightclub owner is a super rich tycoon who can afford a Koenigsegg one, how could she possibly cheat? Cut it out, you bandwagon jumpers. Speaking of which, is Xiao Su really being sponsored by the nightclub? Who knows? But they definitely have something going on. The nightclub spent so much money on Xiao Su Su. If they're not in it together, that'd be a miracle. What kind of person is the nightclub owner? He can't be some old man in his 70s or 80s, can he? I don't know, but he's definitely rich. The news that Xiao Susu would resume live streaming after nearly half a year spread like wildfire across Douyu. Countless netizens rushed to her livestream as soon as they heard the news. The news even caught the attention of Douyu's official team, who gave her a site-wide recommendation. After all, Xiao Susu's current status is no longer what it used to be. She's now a true celebrity in the entertainment industry, completely different from those ordinary influencers. You've seen top brands hire celebrities as brand ambassadors, but when have you ever seen a top brand hire an influencer as a brand ambassador? No matter how popular the influencer is. That's the difference. Wow, it's really Xiao Susu. Xiao Susu, I love you. Xiao Susu, I want to hear Little Luck. So Xiao Susu's real name is Su Shishir. Xiao Susu seems even more beautiful than before. Within just 10 minutes of going live, Su Shishir's livestream had already surpassed 5 million viewers, and the number was still rising rapidly. At the same time, the chat messages and various gifts completely covered the entire livestream. Hello everyone, I'm Su Shishir. It's great to see you all again. Here's Little Luck for you all. Su Shishir smiled and then found Little Luck on Tencent Music, starting to sing it. Currently, Little Luck has topped the new song chart on Tencent Music and is also #1 on the trending chart, making it a huge hit. I hear raindrops falling on the green grass. I hear the school bell ringing in the distance. But I don't hear your voice. Seriously, call out my name. Su Shishir sang casually, but with her current vocal skills, even a few casual lines sounded amazing. So, as her voice filled the air, the livestream's chat exploded once more. That is so beautiful. Professional level singing. This is definitely professional level talent. This is what a true star is all about. She blew everyone away with her voice. Compared to Little Susu, what the other streamers sing is just nonsense. Now I finally understand the real difference between streamers and celebrities. No wonder so many streamers want to become celebrities but none of them succeed. Xiao Timo exits the livestream. Xiao Data exits the livestream. Xiao Tuanchuan exits the livestream. I don't know if other streamers left the livestream, but Xiao Timo had already left when Su Shishir was halfway through her performance. Xiao Susu returned to the stream, and of course she came to support her, which also makes her seem generous. She even sent a rocket earlier. But deep down, she's still a bit resentful because she's watched Xiao Susu's livestreams before, and her singing skills are way worse than hers, right? So in her opinion, Xiao Susu was just lucky to have found a nightclub owner who can promote her. Then she was lucky enough to come across the song Little Luck, which allowed her to rise to fame on Singer. She even strongly suspected that the show's production team must have edited Xiao Susu's vocals during the broadcast. Otherwise, with Xiao Susu's singing skills, she wouldn't have become famous overnight, she wouldn't have even ruined the song. But after listening to Xiao Susu sing half of Little Luck, she immediately realized she was wrong. And she was wrong in a big way. How the hell did her singing skills improve so much in such a short time? This is the level of a professional singer, most of them probably can't even match her. So when he heard halfway through, Xiao Tim quickly left Xiao Susu's livestream. Otherwise, if he kept listening, by the time the song ended, her fans would probably have all left. At the same time, there were many other streamers who shared the same thoughts. However, there are even more streamers who have been captivated by Xiao Susu's singing. And they openly watch Xiao Susu's livestream in their own channels. Anyway, they're not music streamers, so even if Xiao Susu sings perfectly, it won't affect them. As a result, the popularity of Xiao Susu's livestream skyrocketed again. By the time the song ended, her view count had already surpassed 10 million. Gifts were flying in non-stop. Among them were planes, rockets, and even super rockets. Thank you all for the gifts. I truly appreciate it. After finishing the song, Su Shishir glanced at the chat and said calmly. In the past, seeing so many gifts, she would have thanked each one individually. Especially those wealthy individuals who sent rockets and super popular gifts. At least you should read out the names of the wealthy donors, right? Otherwise, not only would the wealthy viewers who sent gifts be upset, but the audience in the livestream would also start stirring up trouble, saying she looked down on the wealthy. But now, that wasn't necessary. Because her status has completely changed. So even if she doesn't mention these wealthy individuals' names, no one will say anything. In fact, the more she does this, the more enthusiastically the wealthy individuals will tip her. This is like the difference between ancient courtesans and prostitutes, they both sell themselves, but the difference is huge. Of course, she is definitely not selling herself. Even if she were, she'd only sell herself to Yifan. She has already been completely bought by Yifan. But at that moment, a group of troublemakers suddenly appeared in the comments section. But that's normal. After all, whether intentional or not, any popular streamer will have people stirring the pot in their livestream. Xiao Susu, I heard you're being kept by Yizong. Is that true? Xiao Susu, what exactly is nightclub boss's background? How did he get so rich? Xiao Susu, did you get on the Singer because of nightclub boss? Xiao Susu, you and the nightclub boss. Xiao Susu, nightclub boss. If there's one thing that could be considered a flaw in Su Shirshi's current reputation, it's probably her past involvement with the wealthy nightclub owner Yi Fifan. So if anyone wants to target her, they certainly won't overlook this. However, just when everyone thought Xiao Susu would get angry at these troublemakers, she suddenly smiled. Since everyone is so concerned about nightclub boss, why don't I call him out and let you ask him yourselves? As she spoke, the next moment, everyone saw an incredibly handsome face suddenly appear on the livestream. So you're all this curious about me? Yifan said with a light smile, and the livestream's chat exploded in an instant. Chapter 124, I really don't care about money. So handsome. Is that Yi Zong? No way, nightclub is so young? The guy who said the nightclub owner is an old man in his 70s or 80s, come out here. I'll beat you to a pulp. Nightclub owner, look here, look here. Do you need a girlfriend? Or maybe a mistress or two? I don't mind. You might not mind, but the nightclub owner does. He's not only handsome but also so wealthy, why would he need more women? The comments were flooding the screen. Everyone, regardless of gender, was stunned by Yifan's extraordinary good looks. Especially some female netizens and female streamers, who were all completely driven mad. Thanks to Xiao Dai for sending 10 super hot messages. Thanks to Xiao Feifei for the 20 super hot comments. Thank you, Xiao Finfin, for the 50 super hot comments. Thank you, Xiao Duanchuan, for sending 99 super hot comments. Su Shirsher quickly read out the gifts in the live stream. She could skip reading her own gifts, but these gifts were clearly all meant for Yifan. And the majority of those sending gifts were female streamers who were just there to entertain. And they were all top-tier female streamers. For example, Xiao Duanchuan, who recently made her live streaming debut, now has a growing fan base that is starting to rival Xiao Timo's, and she has been hailed as the new queen of trolling. However, Su Shirsher didn't feel the slightest bit jealous. Instead, she was quite proud. 66666, Yi Zong is amazing. This is the first time I've seen a streamer give such a popular gift to a wealthy viewer, and they're all female streamers. Nightclub, why don't you just become a streamer yourself? You'd definitely become famous. Damn it, this is truly a world where looks matter. Having money is one thing, but being this good looking too? It's just not fair. Shocking. Female streamers collectively sponsoring a handsome guy, is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Looking at all these gifts, Yifan couldn't help but smile wryly. Being good looking can sometimes be a real headache. Ladies, please stop sending gifts. I really don't need the money. Yifan said with a smile. But when he smiled, even more gifts came pouring in. At the same time, some viewers finally noticed something was off. I feel like this room belongs to Xiao Susu. I feel familiar too. Damn it, isn't this Xiao Susu's own home? It really is Xiao Susu's house. Last summer vacation, Xiao Susu was streaming live from this room, and her mom even brought her some fruit back then. Does that mean Yi Zong has already met Xiao Susu's parents? And moved into Xiao Susu's house? Has he already gotten married? In my opinion, they probably even have a child already. It has to be said that netizens have quite an active imagination, but Yifan certainly won't let them set the tone. Alright, everyone, stop guessing. Sure and I are currently just a regular couple. Also, please stop sending gifts. No matter how many you send, they mean nothing to me. I don't care about money. Finally, I'll sing a song as a thank you for everyone's kindness. Yifan said casually. His main purpose tonight was to clarify some rumors about Su Shirsher, and now that his goal had been achieved, there was no need to continue the live stream. He then picked up the microphone on the table, randomly selected a song from Penguin Music, and began to sing. It was an ordinary song by an unknown singer, but with Yifan's level 10 singing skill, it sounded absolutely amazing. 66666, Nightclub is amazing. His vocal skills are simply unmatched. Song King, no, Song God Night Master's performance of this song is definitely worthy of divine status. Now I know why Xiao Susu's singing skills have improved so quickly. It's all thanks to Nightclub. Sigh, he's rich, good looking, and now he can sing this well too. To be honest, I used to feel sorry for Xiao Susu, but now I realize she's the one who's really hit the jackpot. If I had a boyfriend like that, I'd be smiling in my sleep every night. Forget about it, you don't even have a boyfriend. Meanwhile, the gifts in the livestream are also more abundant than before. Especially the female streamers, they're spending gifts like they're going out of style. Even more so than the wealthy fans who've given them gifts before. Among them, the craziest one, Xiao Tuanshuan, kept sending 999 super popular gifts until she finally stopped. That's a whopping 2 million RMB. But Yifan didn't even glance at them. After finishing the song, he simply closed the live stream. As the live stream went dark, all the viewers watching the stream seemed to hear the sound of countless hearts breaking. The next day, Su Shirsher was back in the spotlight. But even more famous was her boyfriend, Yifei Fanyizong. A super rich playboy who combines beauty and talent. A guy who sings better than the singing god himself. A domineering CEO who drives countless female streamers crazy and breaks their hearts. Especially his line, "I don't care about money at all," which was dubbed the 5th most pretentious quote after "I don't know if I'm good looking, I'm not interested in money," and a small goal from an ordinary family. Unfortunately, the creators of the top 4 pretentious quotes were unaware of this fact, otherwise, they would have been absolutely terrified. After all, they're just lowly employees under Yifan. It's one thing to act cool in everyday life, but to be compared to your own boss? That's asking for trouble. Especially Wang Lin, who has a small goal and still owes Yifan hundreds of billions that he can't pay back. Additionally, according to incomplete statistics, the total value of gifts sent by all the wealthy viewers in Su Shishir's live stream last night was at least 10 million. Among them, Douyu's newly crowned top streamer, Xiao Tuanxuan, spent 2 million yuan alone. Of course, this was all for Su Shishir's boyfriend. Upon seeing this news, Su Shishir immediately flew into a rage and posted a counterattack on her V-blog. No matter how many gifts I received last night, I will donate them all and make up the 20 million yuan. You said she received over 10 million in gifts last night, so she'll just donate 20 million directly. She doesn't care how many girlfriends Yifan has, but if you want to steal her boyfriend, you better have the guts to do it. Chapter 125, The Rich Girl Who Loves to Cause Trouble. Su Shishir's stubborn and impulsive behavior naturally comes at a price. So early in the morning, she was given a good scolding by Yifan. At 11 a.m., the two got up. As soon as they stepped out of the room, Yifan and Su Shishir were met with the unusual gazes of Su's father and mother. Su Shishir felt extremely embarrassed and could only pull Su's mother along, using the excuse of preparing lunch to hide in the kitchen. As for Su's father, looking at Yifan, who was full of energy, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Youth is truly wonderful, one can be so reckless. It must be said that after this meeting, Su's parents had completely accepted Yifan as their future son-in-law, otherwise, they wouldn't have gone out of their way to let him stay overnight. Their actions were nothing more than an attempt to hasten the union between their daughter and Yifan. After lunch, Yifan stayed at the Su household, while Su Shishir went out with her mother to buy groceries. Beep. Beep. Just then, Yifan's phone rang. He pulled it out and saw that it was a WeChat message from Mu Qingyan's cousin, Zhou Xianxian. It was a photo. Of course, it wasn't an ordinary photo. It was a revealing photo. Below it was a line of text, "Brother-in-law, this is the new outfit I just bought. Do you think it looks good?" Yifan was speechless. Though Zhou Xianxian was pretty and had a great figure, she couldn't compare to Mu Qingyan in the slightest. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhou Xianxian wasn't his type. He didn't have much fondness for this spoiled, capricious, and trouble-making rich girl. If it weren't for Mu Qingyan, he would have deleted her WeChat long ago. However, although Yifan wasn't interested in Zhou Xianxian, his sharp eyes noticed that in the background of this revealing photo, behind Zhou Xianxian, there was a young woman in her prime who was organizing books. It was clear that the photo was taken in Zhou Xianxian's university dormitory, so it was possible that her roommate had been accidentally captured in the background. If it were an ordinary girl, she wouldn't have caught Yifan's attention. But this girl was simply too pure and innocent, with a high enough level of beauty around an 85 on a scale of 100 that even though she couldn't compare to beauties like Mu Qingyan or Su Shishir, she easily outshone Zhou Xianxian. Especially her inner purity, not just her appearance, adds a lot to her beauty. That's why Yifan took a second look at her. But that was all. After that, Yifan turned off his phone. What was he looking at? Coincidentally, at that moment, Su Shishir, who had just finished shopping, appeared behind Yifan. Nothing, just a WeChat message from a friend. After all, following a certain incident, he had long since come to understand a truth. Girls need to protect themselves, and boys need to protect their phones even more. Oh. Su Shishir heard this and merely responded with a single word. In truth, with an IQ over 80, she had already vaguely guessed that it was probably another lonely beauty sending a WeChat message to Yifan, but she made no comment on it. A man like Yifan, who was almost perfect, would never have only one woman by his side, no matter how much he loved her. She had known this all along and had decided to be with him, so she had already prepared herself mentally for everything. Of course, that was just talk. She would still feel a little jealous, like she did this morning. After all, she was a woman. The matter was put to rest. After that, Yifan stayed at Su Shishir's house for another day. The next day, Yifan used his private jet to send Su Shishir to City C in Province H to participate in the filming of the third episode of The Singer. He, however, boarded another private jet and returned to Magic City. Why another private jet? Because Yifan had left one for Su Shishir, so she could return home or come to Magic City to find him after the show. What? You're saying Yifan only has one private jet? Where did the other one come from? Does that even need an explanation? Money talks. Yifan only realized upon arriving at the airport that he apparently holds shares in several major domestic airlines, so arranging a few private jets was as easy as making a phone call. In any case, the life of the wealthy is so simple and unassuming. By the time he returned to his residence in Shanghai, it was already past 8 in the evening. Upon arriving home, the first thing Yifan did was go next door to find Mu Qingyan. However, he was met with a closed door. He knocked for a while, but no one answered. Yifan was now at the pure realm level. He knew there was someone inside the house, meaning Mu Qingyan was home. It was only 8 p.m. She couldn't possibly be asleep already. Which meant that for some reason, Mu Qingyan didn't want to come out to see him. There was nothing he could do, so Yifan returned to his residence and decided to deal with Mu Qingyan's matter tomorrow. The next morning, as soon as Mu Qingyan stepped out, Yifan happened to be leaving as well. You call that a coincidence? Whether it's a coincidence or not, Mu Qingyan knows that Yifan did it on purpose. Qingyan, good morning. Are you heading to the office? Yifan asked with concern. Chapter 126, Lu Tianxian and Lu Yifei send a message. To everyone's surprise, Mu Qingyan didn't even glance at Yifan. She turned around and got into her own elevator, about to close the door. Wait a moment, my elevator is broken, I don't know. Yifan immediately used the same excuse Mu Qingyan had used when they first met, when she had used it to get to know him. But before he could finish, Mu Qingyan coldly replied, Sorry, my elevator can only accommodate one person. Please call the property management, Mr. Yi. After saying that, Mu Qingyan pressed the elevator's close button. Yifan was instantly embarrassed. It had only been a few days since they last saw each other, yet Mu Qingyan was already so cold toward him. Yifan didn't need to think twice to know that something must have gone wrong. Fortunately, just as the elevator doors were closing, Mu Qingyan finally gave Yifan an answer. Is Su Shishir really that beautiful? She must be so lucky to have met you. Oomph. Mu Qingyan coldly dismissed him with a single sentence before stepping into the elevator and descending. Yifan heard this and suddenly understood. So someone was jealous after all. No wonder. Seeing the man she loved openly admit on livestream that he was another woman's man, how could she not be jealous? Especially someone like Mu Qingyan, a career-driven woman, would be even more sensitive to such things. She also knew that a man as perfect as Yifan must have many women around him. As long as he didn't say anything, she could pretend not to know. But the problem was that Yifan had openly admitted on livestream that he was Su Shishir's man. No wonder she was so angry. It seems this matter needs to be thoroughly explained to her. Yifan muttered to himself. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to chase after her like a desperate suitor. After all, from the last words Mu Qingyan said before leaving, it was clear she was just jealous. She still deeply loved him and didn't want to leave him. Otherwise, why would she have voluntarily told him the reason for her anger? That said, it made sense. A man as perfect as Yifan was one in a million. Where else could she find someone like him? Unless Yifan had truly broken her heart, there was no way she would leave him. Yifan knew that now was the time to give Mu Qingyan some space to cool off. He could explain everything to her later. Of course, completely ignoring girls isn't an option either. So, after Mu Qingyan left, Yifan immediately pulled out his phone and sent Mu Qingyan 2 WeChat messages. Perhaps I am Su Shishir's little lucky charm. But you, Mu Qingyan, are definitely my little lucky charm. When it comes to the art of flirting, Yifan is truly skilled. Mu Qingyan, who was still angry, trembled slightly the moment she received the 2 messages, and a tear nearly spilled from her eyes. Her feelings at that moment were incredibly complex: jealousy, anger, disappointment, and gratitude, but in the end, they all melted into a faint smile. Natural charm. Absolutely stunning. Mu Qingyan might still be a little angry, but she knew that following Yifan was the best decision she had ever made in her life. Yifan would have many women, but she would always be the one who was irreplaceable in his heart. Since there was no rush to end things with Mu Qingyan, Yifan didn't have anything important to do for now. He might as well go back home and play some games. Speaking of which, using a laptop that is 20 years ahead of modern technology to play games is truly a case of overkill. It was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. This even made Xiao AI, the little loli, start complaining. Master, if you're using this to play games, you're really wasting its potential. Saying that, Xiao AI even switched the game off on her own. Xiao AI, stop fooling around, it's the elimination round. Yifan said this, but in his heart, he was thrilled. Xiao AI is becoming more and more understanding of human affairs. Who knows? Maybe she'll evolve into artificial intelligence sooner than expected. After saying that, Yifan manually switched back to the Game King's Alliance. Xiao AI was also very considerate and stopped interfering with Yifan's gaming. Back in the game, Yifan noticed that his teammates had already started interacting with each other. What the heck? How could I, a low-level player, end up facing opponents who are even in the training squad? What? It's true, the entire opposing team is made up of academy team members. This is bad, let's just surrender. What else can I do? Look at our AD, he's just sitting there, not moving for ages. I thought losing 3 games in a row was bad enough, but this guy is even worse. He got matched against a youth team in the Masters promotion match. Exactly, it's the promotion match. How can the AD not freeze up? There's nothing we can do. You can't expect to face a 5-man team in solo queue. Let's just quit. The teammates started yelling about surrendering as soon as the game began. But after 10 minutes. Damn it! The AD is so good. AD 666. AD is a god. Hold on to the big leg. I was wrong. I thought AD had encountered a youth team and was feeling down, but it turns out the youth team was the one who got crushed by the AD master. That's amazing. AD, can you carry me in the next game? 12 minutes later, Yifan led his teammates to overrun the enemy's high ground, ending this utterly boring carry game. The game was so boring that Yifan didn't feel like continuing. He closed the game and put his laptop back in its designated spot. Just as Yifan was wondering what to do to pass the time, the notification sound from his WeChat suddenly rang. Could it be that Qingyan's anger had subsided? Yifan's first thought was Mu Qingyan, but upon picking up his phone, he was somewhat disappointed. The message wasn't from Mu Qingyan, but from Lui Fei, whom he had met at the bazaar charity gala Lu Tianxian. Yifan never expected that this ethereal beauty, who seemed untouched by the mundane world, would actually send him a WeChat message. Although Lui Fei wasn't Yifan's type, out of curiosity, he still opened the WeChat message. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Lui Fei, the woman you met briefly at the bazaar charity gala last time." The message was accompanied by an adorable puppy emoji. "So cute. What's up?" Yifan replied directly. However, he knew very well that Lui Fei had suddenly sent him a message, so there must be something she wanted. Therefore, he didn't bother beating around the bush. Chapter 127, Lui Fei comes knocking. Another moment of hesitation. After a long while, Yifan finally received another WeChat message from Lui Fei. "Mr. Yi is a man of few words, so I won't beat around the bush either. It's like this, is Mr. Yi available? Would you like to meet up?" "What? Is Lu Tianxian trying to ask me out on a date?" Yifan replied. "Mr. Yi." This time, Lui Fei only sent 3 words plus an exclamation mark. It was clear that her cold personality didn't appreciate others making such ambiguous jokes. There's no way around it. Being in the entertainment industry, a swamp of mud, it's not easy to stay clean and pure. "No plans? Alright, goodbye." Lui Fei probably thought that by being firm, Yifan wouldn't dare to offend her, but she was wrong. Yifan was even more unyielding than she was. Wait a moment. Alright, let's meet up. But before we make plans, there is something I need to tell you. Never mind, can we meet up and talk about it? Sure. If we're meeting, how can we meet without seeing each other? Next, Lui Fei must have made up her mind, as she quickly sent Yifan the location of a hotel. A few minutes later, Yifan's figure appeared at one of the most luxurious hotels in the city, the Peace Hotel. Since its opening in 1929, the Peace Hotel has been a legendary landmark in Shanghai, witnessing the rise and fall of the city's bustling foreign concessions. Meeting at such a place was the only way to showcase the grandeur of a big star. Soon, Yifan and Lui Fei met inside the Peace Hotel. "Mr. Yi, this way." Lui Fei stood up from her seat and greeted Yifan. For some reason, her expression seemed tense, or perhaps uneasy. Yifan, being the observant man he was, immediately noticed this. He then took a closer look and discovered something quite interesting. That was, at the adjacent table where Lui Fei was seated, there sat a stylishly dressed middle-aged woman. The woman wore sunglasses, keeping herself well protected. But Yifan recognized her at a glance. She was none other than Lui Fei's mother and manager, Ms. Lu. No wonder Lui Fei felt a bit uncomfortable. In fact, Yifan had already guessed that this dinner gathering was likely arranged by Lui Fei's mother. Back then, Yifan had been puzzled by why someone as cold and aloof as Lui Fei would have approached him voluntarily. It seems there was a reason after all. However, since the mother and daughter were sitting at separate tables, there must be a reason for that. Therefore, Yifan was wise enough not to expose them for now. "Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry for inviting you out so suddenly." "Ha ha." Lui Fei glanced sideways at Ms. Lu and forced a smile before speaking to Yifan. "Miss Lui Fei, let me put it this way, I'm in a hurry. Just get to the point. I have important matters to attend to afterward." Yifan sat down and spoke bluntly. "Very busy? Bull, he's clearly just bored out of his mind." "All right." Lui Fei sighed helplessly and said, "Actually, I asked you out to meet you because there's something I need your help with." Before she could finish, Lui Fei paused. It was clear that, as someone of her stature, it was difficult for her to ask for help. However, after glancing at Ms. Lu beside her and seeing her firm expression, Lui Fei had no choice but to continue. "It's like this, Mr. Yi. Don't think that just because I'm a glamorous celebrity on the surface." Lui Fei quickly explained the entire situation in detail. It turns out that, for certain reasons, Lui Fei appears to be very popular, but in reality, she doesn't have many resources. She hasn't been in any street-style fashion shoots or film or television works for a long time. Even advertisements and endorsements are few and far between. She is now a star with a glamorous facade but is actually on the decline. Since she last saw Yifan at the bazaar charity gala, she has been keeping an eye on him. Seeing how he had helped Tianshi and Su Shishir rise to fame, especially Su Shishir, who almost appeared on The Singer and became an overnight sensation. So, she decided to ask Yifan for help, hoping he could secure some resources for her, such as advertising endorsements or similar opportunities. As long as it could make her famous again. Yifan listened carefully to Lui Fei's words but didn't say a thing. This made Lui Fei a bit anxious. She never expected that, as a big star, she would have to lower herself to ask Yifan for help, yet he seemed completely unmoved. This made her feel a bit annoyed by Yifan's arrogance. In her desperation, Louis Fei turned to the woman at the neighboring table, seemingly confirming something with her mother. Louis Fei still clung to a sliver of hope that her mother would shake her head, even just once. However, Ms. Lu disappointed her. She nodded firmly, her face expressionless. In an instant, Louis Fei's mood plummeted to the depths of despair. Finally, she could only speak to Yi Fan in a bitter tone. Mr. Yi, if you can help me get the resources to make me famous again, I, Louis Fei, am willing to do anything for you. Even if. Is that so? Yi Fan replied coldly. In truth, he had deliberately refrained from making a hasty decision earlier, wanting to see what this Ms. Lu was really up to. Now, he finally understood. You heard correctly, Mr. Yi. The room is already booked. Louis Fei said, taking out a room keycard from her high-end handbag. However, for some reason, as she looked at Yi Fan, her trembling eyes seemed to hold a hint of hope. What was she hoping for? If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Louis Fei might not be Mr. Yi Fan's type. Her cold personality was one thing, but she was also a mama's girl, and her nationality was also a point of contention. But that didn't mean she wasn't beautiful. On the contrary, she was truly as beautiful as a fairy. Such a stunningly beautiful woman offering herself willingly, how could Yi Fan possibly refuse? If he refuses, does he even count as a man? Oh. Upon hearing this, Louis Fei felt completely despairing. Yes, even her own mother had disappointed her. Why should she place any hope in a stranger she'd only met twice? Louis Fei stumbled to her feet and, under her mother's watchful gaze, led Yi Fan to the room they had already booked in advance. What exactly happened inside the room remains unknown. But everyone knows it couldn't be because it was daytime and the light was too bright, so they had to close the door to see the glow in the dark hands. A few hours later, Yi Fan took Louis Fei's virginity. Similarly, Louis Fei's personal information also appeared in his mind. Chapter 128. Name your price. How much will it take for you to leave? Name, Louis Fei. Age, 23. Appearance, 93. Charm, 89. Strength, 50. Physical condition, 60. Agility, 70. Intelligence, 80. Affinity, 69. Skills, performance skill level 3, singing skill level 2. Well, even if Louis Fei isn't Yi Fan's type, he has to admit that she truly lives up to her reputation as Lu Tianxian. In terms of appearance, she can easily outshine many women in the entertainment industry. Even compared to Mu Qingyan, the most beautiful woman Yi Fan had ever seen, she was only 2 points behind. However, what Yi Fan didn't expect was that Louis Fei's strength and physical constitution were far inferior to other women, making her as fragile as a reed. No wonder she always appears on screen as if she doesn't touch earthly things, evoking pity in those who see her. That said, it was precisely because she still retained some of her former ethereal aura, and because Yi Fan knew from their previous encounter that she was the real deal, that he didn't mind taking her in. If it weren't for Louis Fei's weak constitution, Yi Fan would have even considered playing around for a few more hours, making the person next door wait patiently for half a day or even a whole day. It's south enough to drive her mad. As for her likability? It's only 69, 1 point lower than He Lin, who was reluctant to be with him at first. Of course, these weren't things Yi Fan would bother with. After getting dressed, Yi Fan left Louis Fei with a pouting expression, walked out the door, and headed straight for the neighboring room, knocking on the door. Ms. Lu, have you finished eavesdropping? Come out. Yi Fan said bluntly. As soon as Yi Fan finished speaking, both Louis Fei, who had been tormented for several hours, and Ms. Lu, who had been hiding in the next room eavesdropping on her daughter and Yi Fan, were both stunned. Especially Ms. Lu, the mastermind behind it all, was utterly shocked. If she had known that Yi Fan had already recognized her, she wouldn't have endured the agony of waiting in the adjacent room for hours. Why didn't she just come clean the moment they met? With no other choice, Ms. Lu could only steel herself and step out. But she had thick skin enough to not feel guilty after being exposed. Instead, she laid all her cards on the table. Mr. Yi, you did this to my daughter Fei Fei. You must take responsibility for her, right? However, she was smart enough not to threaten Yi Fan by exposing the matter to the media. Otherwise, Yi Fan would probably just turn and walk away. He definitely had the means to do so after sleeping with Louis Fei. He could just walk away without taking any responsibility, and the media wouldn't dare report on it either. Yi Fan didn't leave, but that doesn't mean he has any feelings for Ms. Lu. On the contrary, he despises such people who would resort to any means to make their daughter famous again, even if it means destroying Louis Fei's carefully cultivated image as a pure and innocent fairy. Even if she is Louis Fei's biological mother. I will take responsibility for her, and there is no need for Ms. Lu to remind me. Yi Fan didn't give Ms. Lu a single friendly glance. However, after finishing his words, he pulled out his phone and directly called Chen Jia from Tianfan Entertainment. After hanging up, Ms. Lu, as Louis Fei's agent, received 2 calls in quick succession. Both were from 2 internationally renowned luxury brands, inviting Louis Fei to serve as their brand ambassador. This left both Ms. Lu and Louis Fei completely speechless. They knew how much influence Yi Fan had in the entertainment industry, but they never imagined he had such immense power. It had only been a few minutes, not even 2 minutes, and he had already secured 2 brand ambassador roles for Louis Vuitton, and they were for internationally renowned luxury brands. This was simply unbelievable. After hanging up the phone, Ms. Lu, still in shock, couldn't help but glance at her daughter with a smug expression. It was as if she were saying, Fei, see? Listening to mom was the right choice, wasn't it? I told you so. Asking Yifan for help was definitely the right move. If this had been the end of the story, it would have been over. However, Yifan's next words completely shattered the smug expression on Ms. Lu's face. Ms. Lu, name your price. How much will it take for you to leave? Yifan spoke bluntly without any hesitation. Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Ms. Lu's smug expression vanished instantly, replaced by anger. Was he treating her daughter like a commodity? Louis Fei, upon hearing this, was also angry, but it was because Yifan had spoken to her mother in such a manner. What do you mean? Do I need to spell it out for you? You went so far as to instigate your daughter to throw herself at me. What do you want? Just a few endorsements? I doubt it. Yifan said coldly. Then he added, the paparazzi you arranged downstairs, tell them to disperse immediately, or else. How did you know? Ms. Lu was greatly surprised, as these journalists and paparazzi had only been called after Yifan and Louis Fei had entered the room. But now, it doesn't seem like the time to be surprised. Having been exposed, she finally feels guilty but still defends herself by saying, I did this for Fei's sake, for her future. No matter how you try to justify yourself, if you want Tianfan Entertainment to sign your daughter, fine, but on one condition, you have to leave. Otherwise, both of you mother and daughter will have to leave. I'm Fei's agent. Tianfan Entertainment will reassign her a new agent. Seeing that Yifan wouldn't budge, Ms. Lu had no choice but to grit her teeth and finally offer 100 million yuan, promising to transfer Louis Fei's agency rights to Tianfan Entertainment. Upon hearing Ms. Lu's offer of 100 million, Louis Fei was completely speechless. She never imagined that her beloved mother would sell her for such a sum. Yifan seemed to have anticipated this all along. Without saying a word, he had Ms. Lu provide her bank account number and then transferred 100 million yuan. After the money was transferred, Yifan couldn't help but say to her, Ms. Lu, what you did was right. Don't you think about it? After being Louis Fei's agent for so many years, have you ever helped her? After leaving those words, Yifan grabbed Louis Fei's hand as if she were his personal possession and walked away without looking back. Ms. Lu could only look at Louis Fei with regret. Unfortunately, her daughter had completely given up on her and probably wouldn't even think about seeing her again. After after having Tianfan Entertainment sign Louis Fei, Yifan naturally couldn't just abandon her. He instructed Chen Jie to arrange some activities for Louis Fei, such as appearing on a variety show. As for whether she could regain her former popularity, that would depend on her own performance. The news that Tianfan Entertainment had signed Lu Tianxian Louis Fei quickly spread, even topping the vlog hot search rankings. Chapter 129, Zhou Xianxian's Late Night Call. The outside world speculated that Tianfan Entertainment had signed another female star in such a short time, and this time it was the already famous first-tier actress Louis Fei. Did this mean that Tianfan Entertainment was expanding its operations? Although it was already large enough. After arranging for Louis Fei to meet Chen Jie, Yifan arranged a villa in the suburbs for her. After handling Louis Fei's affairs, Yifan returned to his residence at Tangcheniping. Looking at the time, it was already 11 p.m. Yifan guessed that Mu Qingyan, who had a very regular lifestyle, was probably already asleep, so he didn't disturb her. Just as he was about to freshen up and go to bed, his phone rang. Who could be calling so late? Yifan was curious. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Mu Qingyan's cousin, Zhou Xianxian, calling. To be honest, Yifan found Mu Qingyan's cousin a bit of a headache. Originally, when he first visited the Mu family, he had quite liked this lively young girl. But she was just too mischievous. Every few days, she would send him some revealing photos or prank images, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Considering she was Mu Qingyan's cousin and had called so late, there must be something important, so Yifan answered the call. Uncle, help me. I'm being harassed by a group of spoiled brats. Uncle, please come save me. Hearing Zhou Xianxian's panicked voice, Yifan's heart skipped a beat. Harassed by spoiled brats? If it had been any other girl calling, Yifan might have believed her. But Zhou Xianxian? Based on his understanding of her, even if some spoiled rich kids were teasing her, the ones who'd end up in trouble would be those spoiled rich kids. Oh, really? Yifan replied indifferently. Yes, brother-in-law, please come quickly to save me. I'm at Pudong Lingang, at the intersection of Lianggang Avenue. Brother-in-law, hurry over and save me. If you're late, I'll never forgive you. Wah! Perhaps hearing that Yifan wasn't the least bit worried on the other end of the phone, Zhou Xianxian even started crying hysterically. However, this only confirmed what Yifan had been thinking. Pudong Lingang, at the intersection of Lianggang Avenue, a place usually quiet with few cars and people, but with an 8-lane road, it was a favorite spot for young thrill seekers in Shanghai who loved to race. A young woman like Zhou Xianxian going to such a remote place in the middle of the night, there must be something fishy going on. However, considering that Zhou Xianxian was his younger sister's daughter, Yifan decided to go check it out. After making his decision, Yifan finally replied, "Alright, I'll head over immediately. Wait for me." Yifan even emphasized the word right away, but whether he would actually go immediately was highly doubtful. "Alright, hurry up and come. Oh, and one more thing, don't tell my cousin about this. I know you two have been living together already. He. Bye." Then, for some reason, Zhou Xianxian hung up the phone in a hurry. After hanging up, Yifan shook his head helplessly. What else could it be? He must have slipped up. He went downstairs, got into a 30 million yuan Ferrari LaFerrari, and drove straight to the location Zhou Xianxian had mentioned. He didn't choose the Koenigsegg 11 or the Lamborghini Venom because he wanted to keep a low profile. Although Zhou Xianxian had mentioned on the phone that she was being harassed, Yifan wasn't stupid. From their conversation, he knew it was just an excuse she had made up to get him to show up. The real situation was probably that she had arranged a group of wealthy playboys to race on 2 Harbors Avenue. After losing and refusing to accept defeat, she thought of her brother-in-law, who owned a sleek and stylish Lamborghini Veneno. To show off and save face, she called Yifan. After figuring all this out, Yifan didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he simply drove his rarely used Ferrari LaFerrari to the scene. Half an hour later, amid the roar of engines, Yifan arrived on 2 Ports Avenue in his Ferrari LaFerrari. 2 Port Avenue, a certain section. A group of young-looking rich kids, no older than 18, had parked their sports cars by the roadside and were chatting arrogantly. "Hey, Zhou Xianxian, is your brother-in-law really coming? We've been waiting for half an hour, and he still hasn't shown up." A young man who looked somewhat handsome but had an earring spoke to Zhou Xianxian. However, his eyes were fixed on the girl Zhou Xianxian was holding. "I said he'll come, so he will," Zhou Xianxian said arrogantly. "I'm not so sure," another rich kid said. "Exactly. Maybe your brother-in-law heard we were going to race and is too scared to show up." Another rich kid, holding a scantily clad leather-clad woman by the hand, spoke up. Their outfits were all non-mainstream. Of course, Zhou Xianxian and the girl she was holding hands with were the exceptions. "Who said that? My brother-in-law will definitely come," Zhou Xianxian immediately retorted, even a bit angry. How dare anyone question her most admired brother-in-law? Of course she was angry. "Xianxian, maybe we should go back?" The girl behind Zhou Xianxian seemed very scared, speaking while hiding behind Zhou Xianxian. "Don't be afraid, Song Jia. With me here, Li Xiang wouldn't dare to do anything to you." Zhou Xianxian patted Song Jia on the arm and said to her. "Take a closer look. This girl named Song Jia is actually the innocent-looking girl who appeared in the background of the revealing photo of Yifan that Zhou Xianxian posted last time. It must be said that she was even more beautiful in person than in the photos, which was no wonder why that rich second-generation guy named Li Xiang had designs on her. Speaking of which, these non-mainstream rich second-generation kids are probably all playboys, with almost every one of them holding a girl by the arm. Only Li Xiang, Zhou Xianxian, and Song Jia are still single. No wonder Li Xiang is so eager to get his hands on Song Jia. After all, everyone else has a hot girl on their arm, and he doesn't. That's just too embarrassing. Zhou Xianxian, what kind of sports car did your brother-in-law drive? A Lamborghini Poison? You're not just bragging, are you? The leather-clad hot girl Zhou Kor couldn't help but speak up again. Speaking of which, the rich second-generation guy she has been hooking up with is named Chende. He originally had his sights set on Zhou Xianxian, but she completely ignored him. With no other options, he ended up hooking up with Zhou Kor. So, how could Zhou Kor not harbor some hostility toward Zhou Xianxian? Brag? Who do you think I am? Do I need to brag to you? Zhou Xianxian said disdainfully. Chapter 130, is this a Lamborghini Poison? Oh my, our Miss Zhou is so formidable? Speaking of which, your Zhou family only relies on the glory of your cousin Mu's family. I heard that the Mu family has recently been brought down, and their former glory is long gone. What do you have left to be so arrogant about? Chen Dis snorted coldly. Because he couldn't get Zhou Xianxian, he now despises her. Shut your mouth, Chen De. Zhou Xianxian snapped angrily. Chen De might be talking nonsense, but what about you, Zhou Xianxian? It's already this late, and where is the handsome, wealthy, Lamborghini driving brother-in-law you keep talking about? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Zhou Kor and Chen De are in cahoots, deliberately trying to provoke Zhou Xianxian. Zhou Xianxian is just a spoiled rich girl who has never had to deal with this kind of thing before. She was so angry she was about to explode. However, no matter how angry she was, there was nothing she could do after all. Yifan hadn't shown up yet. Fortunately, her close friend Song Jia noticed that Zhou Xianxian was about to explode with anger and rushed over to comfort her. Otherwise, Zhou Xianxian might have lost her temper completely. This is infuriating. That good-for-nothing brother-in-law promised he'd come over, yet he hasn't shown up yet? Zhou Xianxian was seething with anger inside, almost to the point of tears. However, what she didn't know was that Yifan had actually arrived long ago and had spotted their group chatting by the roadside from a distance. But he didn't rush to show himself. After all, it was Zhou Xianxian who had tricked him into coming here. Let her suffer a little, what's the big deal? After parking his car in the middle of the road and listening to them talk up to this point, Yifan finally started the engine again and drove over. Sure enough, Zhou Xianxian was just bragging. She didn't have any handsome, wealthy brother-in-law who drove a Lamborghini Venom. Ha, what a joke. Zhou Ko was still mocking Zhou Xianxian. Xianxian, as an old classmate, I know you value your reputation, but lying is wrong. Exactly, Zhou Xianxian. Other rich second-generation kids chimed in as well. Enough already. Zhou Xianxian was about to cry from anger. Just then, the roar of an engine suddenly echoed through the air. Everyone quickly turned around and saw a sports car approaching from the distance on the road. Although it was still quite far away and hard to make out clearly, those who knew cars could tell at a glance that these two sports cars were undoubtedly luxurious and expensive. At least, they were far better than the sports cars they were driving, which were only worth a couple of million, with the most expensive being a Ferrari worth 5 million. Who could it be? Could it be? Seeing this scene, the rich second-generation kids who had been mocking Zhou Xianxian earlier all had the same thought flash through their minds. Zhou Xianxian, however, spoke with pride. I told you so. I knew my brother-in-law would come back. Now it was the rich kid's turn to look uncomfortable. Soon, the sports car sped up and stopped right in front of them. Zhou Xianxian was right, her brother-in-law had indeed arrived. However, the super luxurious Ferrari LaFerrari worth 30 million yuan that was parked in front of them, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Finally, Zhou Kor, who had been at odds with Zhou Xianxian, spoke up first. Zhou Xianxian, do you think we don't recognize sports cars? That's a Lamborghini Aventador? The price difference between a Ferrari LaFerrari and a Lamborghini Veneno isn't just a little bit, you know. Chen Di chimed in. How would I know? Zhou Xianxian said, her confidence immediately waning. She was about to be driven crazy by her brother-in-law. Not only was he late, but he didn't even bring his Lamborghini Veneno, he showed up in some old clunker instead. A Ferrari LaFerrari worth 30 million is a junker? If Yifan found out what she was thinking, he'd probably laugh himself silly. At that moment, Yifan opened the car door and stepped out. How handsome! Zhou Kor was the first to exclaim. Wow, is there really such a handsome man in this world? He's way too handsome. Zhou Xianxian, is he really your brother-in-law, not an international superstar? The rich second-generation kids who had been mocking Zhou Xianxian earlier were all amazed when Yifan appeared, especially the girls, who couldn't help but stare at him with adoring eyes. Zhou Xianxian heard this and felt proud. Although Yifan was just her brother-in-law, she felt as though someone was praising her boyfriend, and she couldn't help but feel proud. Her tail was practically wagging in the air. That's right, he's my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, why did you come so late? And, brother-in-law, why didn't you bring your Lamborghini Venom? If it weren't for all the classmates and friends around, Zhou Xianxian would have been so excited that she probably wouldn't have cared about her image and would have thrown herself into Yifan's arms. You said you were being harassed by a pervert? I rushed over as soon as I got the call, so I didn't have time to change cars. Plus, looking at you, you don't exactly look like you were harassed by a pervert, do you? Yifan was certain that Zhou Xianxian hadn't been harassed at most, she'd been upset by someone. He spoke up. Who said I wasn't harassed? The one who harassed me was him, Li Xiang. Zhou Xianxian pointed at Li Xiang sitting in the Ferrari and argued. Me? This time, it was Li Xiang's turn to be dumbfounded. Miss Zhou, please snap out of it. Would I, Li Xiang, harass a spoiled little miss like you? Li Xiang pointed at his own nose. Harassing my good friend Song Jia is harassing me. Zhou Xianxian argued stubbornly. Yifan, upon hearing this, finally understood what was going on. He was right. Li Xiang had a point. A spoiled and mischievous rich girl like Zhou Xianxian wouldn't dare to harass her. The one being harassed wasn't Zhou Xianxian, it was her best friend and roommate, Song Jia. Li Xiang was also Zhou Xianxian's classmate. He wanted to pursue Song Jia, but she refused. He then harassed her relentlessly, and Zhou Xianxian, finding it intolerable, stepped in to defend Song Jia. Thus, the farce began. As for Song Jia, even though Yifan had only seen her once in the photo, such a pure-hearted girl would not be easily forgotten. However, Yifan also noticed that Song Jia seemed very introverted and spoke very little. Among the group of young people, everyone was chatting and laughing, but she remained silent throughout. But it was more likely that she was scared. And the one who scared her? It could only be Li Xiang, the person Zhou Xianxian had mentioned. Li Xiang probably couldn't handle her with kindness, so he wanted to use force on Song Jia. Therefore, in a panic, Zhou Xianxian had called Yifan for help. In that case, Zhou Xianxian saying that a pervert was harassing them wasn't exactly a lie. At most, this pervert is someone she knows. Chapter 131, Li Xiang's Proposal. Thinking of this, Yifan naturally had no good feelings toward this group of rich second-generation kids. Get out of here. Don't let me see you again. Out of consideration for Li Xiang and the others being Zhou Xianxian's classmates, Yifan didn't bother to argue with them further. Get lost? Are you talking to us? Hearing this, Li Xiang and the other rich kids were so angry they couldn't help but laugh. Bro, do you know who we are? How dare you talk to us like that? Who are you? A bunch of losers driving $1 million junk car? Yi Fan sneered. You. The rich second-generation kids were once again enraged. But Yi Fan was right. He was driving a Ferrari LaFerrari worth 30 million, while their cars, which cost just over $1 million, were nothing but junk compared to his. The rich kids were all furious. However, what angered them the most was that even though they felt the other party was extremely arrogant, they couldn't refute it. That was the most infuriating part. So what if you drive a 30 million yuan luxury sports car? Chen Dis snorted coldly. He was extremely displeased with Yi Fan, as he had clearly seen the adoring look in Zhou Xianxian's eyes as she gazed at Yi Fan. Is that the kind of look a girl should give her brother-in-law? Exactly, it's just a 30 million yuan sports car. Who can't afford that nowadays? The issue is, if you're driving such a nice car, are you willing to race against our old clunkers? If you win, you can take Zhou Xianxian and Song Jie with you, but if you lose, they both have to stay. Li Xiang was still somewhat sensible since he had resorted to goading tactics. I don't think he dares. Exactly, I heard that guys who look like pretty boys usually don't have the guts. A group of rich second-generation kids joined in the commotion. Originally, Yi Fan had thought to let it go, but these rich kids were so inconsiderate. It seemed that without a harsh lesson, they wouldn't learn to behave themselves. A match is fine, but what kind of bet is this? Yi Fan snorted coldly. Then how do you want to bet? Li Xiang stared at the Ferrari LaFerrari behind Yi Fan, saying that the Ferrari LaFerrari wasn't that impressive, but deep down, he was probably drooling over it. The other rich kids were no different. They were all car enthusiasts. Facing a Ferrari LaFerrari, the ultimate supercar, how could they not be tempted? All right. Yi Fan saw right through their thoughts. If I lose this race to any one of you, my sports car is yours. But if I beat all of you, simple, you can all smash your junk cars yourselves. The rich kids had brought 7 sports cars in total, with the most expensive one being a Ferrari worth 5 million, and the total value didn't exceed 10 million. This bet, no matter how you look at it, was a sure win for them. Moreover, he was alone, facing all of them. You're talking big. You're challenging us with 7 sports cars? Don't you think you're being too arrogant? Li Xiang snorted coldly. What's the matter? You dare not compete with me? Let's race then. Who's afraid of who? However, there are 8 sports cars here, 16 people in total, with an equal number of men and women. We can't just leave the women out in the middle of nowhere, can we? I suggest pairing up, so each person must race with someone else. Li Xiang suggested. Of course, his real motive wasn't out of concern for the girl's safety. It was simply to create an opportunity for himself and Song Jie. His cronies had each brought a girl, so they were already paired up. The remaining 2 men were him and Yi Fan, and the 2 women were Zhou Xianxian and Song Jie. He was shrewd and had already noticed that Zhou Xianxian was deeply infatuated with Yi Fan. Naturally, Zhou Xianxian would insist on riding in Yi Fan's car. Therefore, the remaining Song Jie would naturally have to ride with him. This plan was absolutely perfect. As Li Xiang's close friends, Chen De and the others knew exactly what Li Xiang was up to. Chen De even deliberately bumped into Li Xiang. They secretly praised Li Xiang for his clever plan. Alright, no problem. Li Xiang's little schemes were almost immediately seen through by Yi Fan, but he didn't expose them. Instead, he immediately accepted his proposal. Alright, ladies, choose your favorite vehicles and get in. Li Xiang clapped his hands and said. Everything went smoothly up to this point, but the next second, Li Xiang and the few rich second-generation kids were completely speechless. Because it was completely different from what they had anticipated, all the girls, including Zhou Kur, who was flirting with Chinda, all headed toward Yi Fan's car. Chinda and the others felt like their heads were turning green with envy, nearly spitting blood from anger. Is this what women are like? Seeing a handsome guy in a sports car, they just ran off with him. Handsome guy, can you take me with you? Zhou Kur even spoke up first and gave Yi Fan a flirtatious glance. Zhou Kur, you have no shame. He's my brother-in-law. Zhou Xianxian said disdainfully, making a disgusting face. He's your brother-in-law, that's why you didn't get a chance to do anything with him in the car. Instead of wasting such a great opportunity, why not let the rest of us have it? What do you think, girls? Zhou Kur retorted. Yeah. The other girls chimed in agreement. Yi Fan didn't think much of it. After all, he knew his good looks were undeniable, and any girl who saw him would be deeply captivated. But what he found interesting was that Zhou Kur and the other girls were one thing. After all, they were clearly flighty, but Zhou Xianxian's best friend Song Jie, though she didn't say anything, had silently nodded in agreement. That was intriguing. Fortunately, Zhou Xianxian was too busy arguing with Zhou Kir to notice Song Jie behind her, otherwise, she might have been driven to tears by this fake sisterly bond. There was nothing to be done. Since the rule was that each person had to bring a girl, and all the girls had gone over to Yi Fan's side, it was naturally up to Yi Fan to choose one. Brother-in-law, take me. Relying on her close relationship with Yi Fan, Zhou Xianxian pushed everyone aside and directly got into Yi Fan's sports car. But what she didn't know was that Yi Fan had already accepted Li Xiang's suggestion and had someone in mind. Of course, that person wasn't Zhou Xianxian, it was Song Jia. Cut it out. You're the one with no shame. Zhou Kor and the other girls snorted in disdain. Brother-in-law, don't mind them, get in the car. Zhou Xianxian watched Zhou Kor get humiliated and felt even more triumphant. Xianxian, your brother-in-law also wants to take you, but think about it, if I take you, then who will take your good friend Song Jia? Yi Fan spoke up. This. Zhou Xianxian heard this and also fell into deep thought. Chapter 132, let you run 5 minutes first. That's right, if Yi Fan takes her, who will take Song Jia? Shenda and the others were each assigned to a specific task, so in the end, the only one left to take Song Jia was Li Xiang. Li Xiang had ulterior motives towards Song Jia, and she wasn't unaware of that. In that case, wouldn't she be pushing her best friend Song Jia into a pit of fire? Most importantly, it was she who encouraged Song Jia to come out and play. Otherwise, Song Jia would be in the library reading books, being her good girl and model student, with no trouble at all. Brother-in-law, are you saying you want to take Song Jia? But she also wants to ride in your car. Zhou Xianxian immediately became unhappy, even feeling a bit jealous of her own best friend. What? Did you call me over in the middle of the night just to ask me to help your best friend out of trouble? Yi Fan retorted. That's true, but. There's no but. If you don't want to harm your best friend and let her ride with Li Xiang and get bullied by him, then you should let her ride in my car. Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders, indicating he couldn't help it, but to prevent Song Jia from being bullied by Li Xiang, he had no choice but to let her ride with him. As for Zhou Xianxian riding with Li Xiang and whether he de-bully her, Yi Fan wasn't the least bit worried. Zhou Xianxian was able to protect Song Jia's safety alone in the face of Li Xiang and his group, which proved she wasn't someone to be bullied. If Li Xiang tried to bully her, he'd probably end up getting his comeuppance. Moreover, Yi Fan could tell that Li Xiang was attracted to Song Jia, a gentle and innocent girl, and had no interest in Zhou Xianxian, who was spoiled and headstrong. But Zhou Xianxian thought Yi Fan made a lot of sense, but she still felt something was off. Do you want Li Xiang to get his way? Yi Fan played his final trump card. Alright then. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhou Xianxian immediately gave in. Of course she couldn't let Li Xiang get away with it. In the end, thinking of her best friend's safety, Zhou Xianxian gritted her teeth and got out of the Ferrari. Then, she didn't give Zhou Kor and the others a chance, directly pulling Song Jia, who had been standing at the back, into Yi Fan's sports car. After that, she deliberately waved her little fists at Yi Fan in a defiant manner and said, Brother-in-law, I'm entrusting my best friend to you. You mustn't let anyone bully her. Of course, you can't bully her either. Otherwise, I'll definitely tell my cousin. Don't worry. Yi Fan agreed with his mouth, but when he got into the car, he couldn't help but glance at the innocent and charming Song Jia. Li Xiang, who had been exposed, saw Song Jia get into Yi Fan's sports car and was so angry he clenched his teeth. But the suggestion had come from him, and now it was too late to back out. The other girls, seeing this, knew that after Zhou Xianxian had meddled, they had no chance left. So they didn't linger and returned to their respective wealthy second-generation companions. Once Zhou Xianxian got into Li Xiang's sports car, the two of whom couldn't stand each other, the race officially began. 8 sports cars, 8 lanes perfect. No referee needed. I'll honk 3 times, and we'll all start together. After everyone was ready, Li Xiang gave the order. No problem. Yi Fan nodded, and the other wealthy second-generation individuals standing alongside Li Xiang naturally had no objections. Then, after Li Xiang honked 3 times, the roar of the engines filled the air, and the 8 sports cars shot off almost simultaneously. After all, they were all car enthusiasts, they all had the skills. Therefore, the cars started almost simultaneously, with no noticeable difference in timing. However, hey, Zhou Xianxian, what are you doing? Why are you hitting the brakes and turning the steering wheel? Zhou Xianxian, don't be so shameless. Even if you're causing trouble, your brother-in-law might win, but I definitely can't beat Chinda and the others. I wasn't causing trouble. You already stepped on the gas when you honked the 3rd time. You're cheating. Auntie, I'm sorry. Let go of the steering wheel, or we'll hit the power pole. Oomph. The race had just begun, and already there was intense arguing coming from Li Xiang's car. Of course, it ended with Li Xiang's terrified apology. After that, the race continued as usual. Since it wasn't an official racing competition, the rules were simple. Whoever completed a lap around the 2-lane highway first would be declared the winner. To win the race, to win the Ferrari, LaFerrari worth 40 million Shendi and the other rich second-generation kids were giving it their all. Apart from Li Xiang, who was slightly behind due to Zhou Xianxian's interference, everyone else sped off immediately. Surprisingly, Yi Fan was the one who fell behind. Ha, what's a 40 million yuan Ferrari LaFerrari? It's just a piece of junk that I've left far behind. While a car's performance is important in a race, what's even more crucial is skill. Dage is right. That pretty boy probably doesn't think having a luxury sports car makes him better than us. No way. You should know that we've raced on this track at least 300 times, if not 500. We've never seen him before. He probably doesn't even race. Exactly. A complete novice wants to beat us? He's dreaming. The rich kids, seeing that they had all left Yifan far behind, couldn't help but feel smug. Feeling superior, they couldn't help but mock Yifan. Similarly, Li Xiang and Chen De, who were far behind, were naturally a group of like-minded individuals. As soon as he fell behind, he immediately accelerated, quickly catching up to Yifan and leaving him behind. After that, he started mocking him. "What's wrong, Zhou Xianxian's brother-in-law? Your Ferrari isn't worth 40 million? How can it not even keep up with my old beat-up sports car? Isn't that embarrassing? Shut up, Li Xiang. You're cheating. You're the one who's embarrassing yourself." Zhou Xianxian, sitting beside Li Xiang, immediately spoke up for her most admired brother-in-law. I saw your cars were so old, so I let you go first for 5 minutes. Then I caught up and beat all of you. Is that embarrassing?" Yifan sneered. "Let us go first for 5 minutes. You're just bragging." Li Xiang heard this and burst into laughter. "Running around Shuanggang Avenue for a lap, how many minutes is that? 7.5 minutes if you hurry, 8 minutes if you take your time. And he actually wanted them to run for 5 minutes first? That's not bragging, what else could it be? If they ran for 5 minutes, they'd almost be at the finish line. Why would I brag? The beautiful Miss Song Jie here can vouch for me." Yifan said this and even let go of the accelerator, letting the car roll forward on its own. Chapter 133, Song Jie's Dilemma. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" Zhou Xianxian saw this and immediately grew anxious. Li Xiang also looked at Yifan in surprise, but quickly snapped back to reality and continued his sarcastic remarks. "Need I say more? Your brother-in-law thinks he can't beat all of us, so he's given up. Give us 5 minutes? Ha, I can run the entire course in 7.5 minutes. Do you really think your brother-in-law can catch up to us in 2.5 minutes? Yifan didn't take Li Xiang's sarcasm to heart. He noticed that Song Jie beside him was as timid as a startled bird, not uttering a single word to him the entire time. To make the entire race more interesting, Yifan suddenly proposed. "Here's the deal, Li Xiang. Let's have a bet between the two of us. I'll give you 5 minutes. If I win, no. If I beat all of you, you'll transfer your 5% stake in the Li group to me. And if I lose, you can make any demand, and I'll agree to it. How about it? Are you up for the bet?" As soon as Yifan spoke, not only was Li Xiang startled, but even the two girls, Zhou Xianxian and Song Jie, were also taken aback. "Agree to any condition? That's way too arrogant. Do you know who I am?" Li Xiang was even more surprised that Yifan knew his identity as the eldest son of the Li group. He also knew that he held 5% of the shares in the Li group. This was a gift his father had given him on his 18th birthday. Could it be that Zhou Xianxian told him? But that's impossible. Zhou Xianxian only knows his identity, she doesn't know he holds shares in the Li group. That's none of your concern. I'm just asking if you dare to bet. Yifan didn't even bother to respond to Li Xiang further. Seeing Yifan's arrogant attitude, Li Xiang couldn't stand it. Moreover, looking at Song Jie, who had been sitting beside Yifan and whom he had coveted for a long time, he came up with a bold idea. "Let's bet then. Who's afraid of who? If you win, the 5% stake in the Li group in my hands is yours. But if you lose, I want Song Jie to be my girlfriend." As he spoke, Li Xiang added, "What do you say? You can't refuse, can you?" His smug expression seemed to say, "Don't forget, you said you'd agree to any conditions I set." "Li Xiang, you're an idiot." As soon as Li Xiang spoke, he was immediately met with Zhou Xianxian's contempt. Everyone could tell that Yifan meant he would agree to any conditions within his capabilities. Song Jie was a woman, and not even Yifan's woman. How could he possibly agree to such a ridiculous condition? Even Song Jie, who had been sitting stiffly in her seat like a startled bird, not saying a word or moving, was so frightened that her whole body trembled. Then, she turned to Yifan with a pleading look. That pitiful, helpless gaze clearly pleaded with Yifan not to use such an absurd matter as a bet. No problem. However, Yifan didn't even hesitate before agreeing immediately. Brother-in-law. This left both Zhou Xianxian and Song Jie staring at Yifan in astonishment. They simply couldn't understand why Yifan would agree to such a ridiculous thing. "This is what you said. If you lose, you can't let Song Jie become my girlfriend." "Ha, then you'll be in for it." Li Xiang spat out a threat, then stomped on the gas pedal and roared off. He left Yifan and his slowly moving Ferrari far behind. Yes, no matter what, he had to win this race and humiliate Yifan. Of course, the most important thing was to win Song Jie and that expensive Ferrari. As for whether winning the race in such a manner was dishonorable, he didn't care at all. He gave them 5 minutes, it wasn't their idea, he suggested it himself. "Li Xiang, don't push it too far." "Where did I go too far? It was your brother-in-law who said it himself, he'd agree to any conditions. Besides, this is an official race. You should not to cause trouble anymore. Otherwise, even if I lose, your brother-in-law won honorably. Do you think I'm you? As long as you don't cheat, I won't cause trouble." Oomph. Li Xiang's Ferrari was simply better than Chen De's, so even though he was delayed by about half a minute at the start, he quickly caught up with Chen De and the others. Shendi and the other rich second-generation kids, in order to win the race or rather, to win the Ferrari LaFerrari that had caught their eye, were willing to disregard their brotherly bonds and charge forward with all their might. In contrast, Yifan was still leisurely driving his Ferrari LaFerrari at the back, seemingly completely unconcerned about the race. At that moment, the most anxious person was undoubtedly Song Jia. After all, if Yifan lost the race, Song Jia would have to become Li Xiang's girlfriend. But she was far too shy, sitting there like a frightened little bird, not uttering a single word from start to finish. Seeing this, Yifan couldn't help but feel tempted to tease her. Song Jia, right? Hi, I'm Yifan. Yifan extended his hand toward Song Jia and said, Hello, Mr. Yi. Song Jia finally spoke, but she dared not shake hands with Yifan. This made Yifan a bit displeased. Of course, it was just an act. What's the matter, Miss Song? Riding in my car seems to be making you unhappy. Upon hearing this, Song Jia was as startled as a bird caught in a trap, shaking her head vigorously like a metronome. Her long ponytail swayed back and forth, making her look incredibly adorable. No, I'm very happy. But you're Xianxian's brother-in-law, right? Song Jia's face grew increasingly red as she spoke. She felt her mind was a complete mess, unsure of what she was saying. She had only asked if he was unhappy about riding in his car, but how had she ended up mentioning that he was Xianxian's brother-in-law? Seeing Song Jia's expression, Yifan couldn't help but smile slightly. With his looks, how many young girls with budding feelings could resist him? Moreover, he had deliberately sent Zhou Xianxian away and driven Song Jia himself. Wasn't the purpose to create an opportunity to be alone with her? So, it's because I'm Xianxian's brother-in-law that you don't like me, right? Yifan teased again. I don't dislike you. No, I mean, I don't hate you. Song Jia didn't realize that she had unknowingly been led into a trap by Yifan. Since you like me, why don't you just be my girlfriend? Yifan blurted out. What? Chapter 134, Life and Death in the Blink of an Eye. What? Song Jia was completely dumbfounded. No. Mr. Yi, could you please focus on the race? If this continues, we'll lose. After a long while, Song Jia finally snapped back to reality. She had been teased by Yifan. Whether it was because she was Zhou Xianxian's best friend or because Yifan already had Zhou Xianxian's cousin, she couldn't possibly become Yifan's girlfriend. Therefore, she firmly refused. Sure enough, she was an inexperienced college student. Upon hearing this, Yifan became even more interested in Song Jia. Despite her timidity and fragility, she had her own principles when it came to certain matters. In today's society, such girls were few and far between. If you don't want to be my girlfriend, then I'll just intentionally lose this match. I don't care anyway. Yifan shrugged and said. Mr. Yi, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Song Jia felt like she had just escaped one danger only to fall into another. What kind of person? Someone who takes advantage of others. No matter how you feel, if you don't agree to be my girlfriend, I'll intentionally lose the match. I'm sure Li Xiang would be over the moon. Yifan continued. Song Jia turned pale upon hearing this. She never imagined that Yifan, who was so well dressed and handsome, could have such a rough and unscrupulous side. But if he really did lose the match on purpose, wouldn't she be even worse off, forced to become Li Xiang's girlfriend? Rather than become the girlfriend of Li Xiang, that good-for-nothing playboy, she'd rather be Yifan's girlfriend. But if she became Yifan's girlfriend, how would she explain this to her best friend Zhou Xianxian? For a moment, Song Jia was deeply troubled. Sha Jia, have you made up your mind? Will you be my girlfriend or Li Xiang's girlfriend? Yifan didn't give Song Jia any time to breathe, continuing to press her. He could see right through Song Jia's thoughts. In truth, she was willing, but because he was Zhou Xianxian's brother-in-law, she felt too embarrassed to say it. Therefore, he had to push her a bit. Otherwise, given her shy personality, the two of them would never end up together naturally. That was also why Yifan had been teasing Song Jia so frequently in the car. To win Song Jia over, he had to take the initiative. Sure enough, after Yifan kept pressing her, Song Jia finally wavered. Why do you insist on making me your girlfriend? Do you like me? If I don't like you, why would I make you my girlfriend? There are plenty of women throwing themselves at me, like that Zhou Kur. Have I even looked at her once? Upon hearing this, Song Jia couldn't help but feel a little pleased. Indeed, Yifan wasn't lying. Earlier, Zhou Kur had actively thrown herself at him, but he had rejected her decisively. Could it be that he really likes me? Thinking about it, Song Jia, who had been annoyed by Yifan's unreasonable demand, felt a bit of joy in her heart. After all, if she were not Zhou Xianxian's best friend, Yifan asking her to be his girlfriend would be something she would agree to without hesitation. Alright, I can agree to be your girlfriend, but you must win this match. I don't want to be harassed by Li Xiang anymore. For some reason, Song Jia, who was usually shy and never dared to speak her mind, blurted out her true feelings to Yifan. That's more like it. Hearing Song Jia agree to be his girlfriend, Yifan smiled and said to her, a pure and adorable girl like you should speak up more often. Ha! At first, Song Jia thought Yifan was referring to her agreeing to be his girlfriend, but when she heard the second half of his words, she froze. It seemed that the handsome man sitting beside her, who was so perfect in every way, hadn't been teasing her all along. He had been guiding her step by step to overcome her inner self-doubt. It wasn't until then that Song Jie began to understand Yi Fan's good intentions. Yes, now that she thought about it, the words she had spoken in the car over the past few minutes were more than she had spoken in an entire week. Of course, this could be seen as Song Jie's one-sided interpretation. After all, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Yi Fan did indeed intend to make her talk more, but the main reason was for Song Jie's sake. That's all there was to it. Or maybe, Yi Fan suddenly had a bold idea. However, in the end, Yi Fan abandoned the idea. Just then, the 5 minutes were up, and now Yi Fan needed to get ready. Xiao Jie, sit tight, we're about to accelerate. Before accelerating, Yi Fan reminded Song Jie. Then, he stepped on the gas pedal. With the ear-splitting roar of the engine, the Ferrari shot out like a bullet. Ah! Song Jie jumped in surprise. Just as Yi Fan was worried she couldn't handle such a high-speed chicken run, Song Jie suddenly shouted again. This is so thrilling. No need to look, she must be experiencing the thrill of high-speed racing for the first time, the kind of thrill that turns a good girl into a wild one. Right? Seeing that Song Jie was just excited, Yi Fan had nothing to worry about and stepped on the gas pedal to the floor. Just go all out. Speed at 70 miles per hour. Feeling free and unfettered. Hope the destination is the Aegean Sea. Running full speed ahead, dreams lie beyond. Running with the wind, freedom is the direction. Chasing the power of thunder and lightning. The faint echoes that stir the soul ring out at just the right moment. In short, everything can only be described with one word. Fierce. Li Xiang, are you serious? He really said he'd give us 5 minutes before chasing us again? Of course, you can ask Zhou Xianxian beside me if you don't believe me. Give us 5 minutes? Does he think he's the god of racing or something? 5 minutes? We're almost at the finish line. Zhou Xianxian, your brother-in-law must be a real cutie. The performance of the rich kids' cars, except for Li Xiang's, is more or less the same. However, their driving skills vary, so their current distances have already started to widen. But they always loved playing with cars, so their vehicles are naturally equipped with walkie-talkies for easy communication. Chapter 135, what the heck is this? At that moment, they were using the walkie-talkies to communicate with each other, teasing Yi Fan, who was still nowhere to be seen. Li Xiang, you're truly our strategist. He lost, so you made Song Jie your girlfriend. That's a bet only you could come up with. Chen De, who was still in the lead, flattered him. That's a must. Li Xiang, currently in second place, said triumphantly. He completely ignored Zhou Xianxian, who was frowning beside him. Every word of their conversation was heard clearly by Zhou Xianxian. Daring to slander her most admired brother-in-law like that, she wanted to tear them all to pieces. However, Li Go, the 5% stake you hold in Li Group isn't something to joke about. It's worth at least 50 million, and if a rich second-generation heir trailed off. Bull. With our racing speed, even if he gives us 5 minutes, could he beat us? So, this race, we're definitely going to win. And you guys, you'd better step up your game, especially Chinda, who is currently in the lead. Otherwise, the fancy cars and beautiful women will all be mine. Li Xiang laughed heartily. No way. The Ferrari is mine. Chen De retorted. You little punk, you dare to disagree? Just wait and see, I'll catch up with you in no time. Saying this, Li Xiang, relying on his car's superior performance, accelerated again and gradually caught up with the Mercedes-Benz where Chinda and Zhou Kor were. Wow, Li Xiang, your new Ferrari is pretty powerful, but can your driving skills match mine? Li Xiang sneered at the sight. How would we know without comparing? Let's race then. Listening to their conversation, it seemed as though one of them was definitely the first place and the other the second place. Well, after all, the third place is way behind them. As for Yi Fan? The rich second-generation kid trailing behind them hadn't even caught a glimpse of the Ferrari. No matter how skilled Yi Fan was, there was no way he could catch up to them in less than 2 minutes. However, just as the two of them were thinking that Yi Fan's Ferrari was already theirs for the taking, suddenly, a scream came from the last-place rich kid. What the hell is that? A rocket-powered motorcycle? The girl sitting next to him also screamed in terror. What's going on? Doggy, what's happening? When the rich kid with the nickname Dog called out like that, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath and grow tense. Could he really be catching up? How could that be? Absolutely not. Li Xiang and Chen De both refused to believe it. It's not a rocket, it's a supercar. He's catching up. After a moment, Guzi finally responded again. As for who he was referring to, everyone knew exactly who he meant. What? Doggy, are you saying he's catching up to you? I told you so. My brother-in-law is invincible. Racing against him? You guys must not have died before. He's not trying to catch up with me, he's already way ahead of me. The dog replied. What? Li Xiang couldn't believe it. Of course he didn't want to believe it. Yi Fan had given them a 5-minute head start. 5 minutes. In a race, if you let someone get 5 minutes ahead of you, do you think you can just catch up whenever you want? But Yifan actually did it. Damn it, Chinda, no matter what, we can't let him win. Even if you give him first place, we can't let him win. Li Xiang said angrily. Got it. If you want to win the race, you'll have to get past Chinda first. Chinda sneered. It was clear that among this group of rich kids, Chinda was probably the best driver, otherwise, he wouldn't have been leading all this time. However, before Chinda could finish bragging, another rich kid's scream echoed through the air. What the hell is that? Did his sports car have nitrous oxide for acceleration? Li Good, Chen Gu, I've been overtaken. His speed is way too fast. The second to last rich kid screamed wildly. This made Li Xiang and Chen Da's expressions even more grim. Chen Da could accept losing the race at worst, he'd miss out on a Ferrari and have to scrap his $1 million Mercedes. But Li Xiang was in a different situation. You see, if he lost the race, he wouldn't just lose a 5 million yuan Ferrari, but also a 5% stake in the Li Group in Songjia. Damn it, I won't lose. Li Xiang thought to himself, pressing the accelerator pedal with all his might. However, even so, bad news kept coming. Li Xiang has already overtaken me. Wow, that's way too exaggerated. Does he not slow down at all when taking corners? At that speed, doesn't he fear for his life? The two rich kids in third and fourth place almost shouted at the same time. Damn it, you two got overtaken too? Chinda, upon hearing this, couldn't help but curse under his breath. Yeah, Chinda, now we can only rely on you in your dreams. His speed is way too crazy. 300, no, 400. What? 400? Are you kidding me? Chinda couldn't help but speak up. Chenggu, I'm not joking. His speed is at least 400 kilometers h. I can prove it too. Chenda and Li Xiang heard this and their faces turned pale. What does 400 kilometers per hour even mean? The top speed of an F1 race car is only 350 kilometers per hour. He's going faster than the top speed of an F1 race car? How is that possible? Is he trying to become a god? However, what they didn't know was that Yifan was a level 10 driver. He was a driving legend. No wonder he suggested letting them go first for 5 minutes. If he didn't let them go first, he wouldn't even bother racing against these amateurs. After all, the difference in skill is obvious. Even if Yifan weren't driving a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, he could still beat them even if he were driving a Wuling Hongguang. However, Li Xiang and these other rich second-generation kids had no idea about any of this. They simply refused to believe it. But even if they refused to believe it, it doesn't matter, the facts speak for themselves. Chendi and Li Xiang also know that those two rich kids are just like them, having been into cars for years. They probably won't get too many things wrong. Speaking of which, just thinking about the Ferrari LaFerrari chasing them at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour made Chinda and Li Xiang feel uneasy. He is so far behind us. Even if he is faster, how can he catch up and win first place in the race? Li Xiang, of course, wasn't willing to give up so easily. Chapter 136, unless he is a racing god. Exactly. Besides, even Wang Ba, who's currently in third place, hasn't caught up yet. It'll take him a while to catch up with us. Plus, we're just one more turn away from the finish line. Chen De agreed. Exactly. Li Xiang found Chen De's words very reasonable. However, before they could finish speaking, they heard Wang Ba's voice coming through the walkie-talkie. Li Xiang, Chen De, he's already passed me. I was too shocked just now and forgot to turn on the walkie-talkie to tell you. What? Li Xiang and Chen De exclaimed in shock. Put. After holding it in for so long, Zhou Xianxian finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. You little punks, you want to race my brother-in-law? You guys are too green. Pfft, you're not much older than us. Zhou Kor, sitting next to Chen De, retorted angrily, but her confidence was clearly lacking. She thought to herself, if Zhou Xianxian hadn't caused trouble, she would have had a chance to ride in that handsome guy's cool sports car. She was even more annoyed with Zhou Xianxian. Li Xiang, your car's performance is good. Don't slow down on the last turn, keep going full speed. The finish line is right ahead, you might still win. Worried that Yifan might actually win the race, Chen De couldn't help but offer some advice to Li Xiang. Alright, Chen De. Li Xiang ignored Zhou Xianxian, who was laughing hysterically beside him, nodded, and said. Indeed, the finish line was right ahead. If he gave it his all, he might just be able to take first place. At that moment, Chen De and Li Xiang were one car in front of the other, separated by no more than 100 meters. Their two cars were less than 500 meters from the finish line, with only the final turn remaining. In other words, the race had entered its most intense phase, yet Yifan and his Ferrari LaFerrari were still nowhere in sight. This meant they still had a good chance of winning the race, as long as nothing unexpected happened. Please, no accidents. Li Xiang prayed, but he didn't want any accidents to happen, and yet, an accident did occur. Boom! A deafening roar of engines echoed from behind. Li Xiang glanced at the rearview mirror and was instantly stunned. Yifan, who had been nowhere to be seen, was now speeding toward him in a Ferrari LaFerrari at an incredible speed. Judging by the fierce momentum, it wouldn't take a second for him to overtake Li Xiang. Damn it, I won't let you win. Li Xiang was furious. To win the race, no, to win Song Jie he was determined to do whatever it took. As he entered the curve, not only did he ignore Chen Da's advice and fail to slow down, but he also slammed the gas pedal, accelerating even more. 275280300. As he watched the speedometer, the needle slowly crept toward 320, and Li Xiang's heart began to race. He was nervous. After all, they were speeding at around 280 kilometers per hour, and when taking corners, their speed was even lower. But now, to win the race, he had actually accelerated to 320 km/h while taking the curve. Wow, Li Xiang, what are you doing? Chen De, who was still in the lead, saw Li Xiang enter the curve and even accelerate and was startled. But he knew that Ji Fan was already catching up from behind and was closing in quickly. This was probably the only way to win the race. He could only hope that Li Xiang's driving skills had improved and that no accidents would occur. If that's the case, he'll definitely have a chance to win the race. However, what you don't hope for is exactly what happens. Squeak! With a piercing screech of tires grinding against the asphalt, Li Xiang's car lost control. The tires even skidded along the ground, producing plumes of black smoke. Li Xiang struggled desperately to grip the steering wheel and regain control of the car, but he couldn't do it. Ah! As the car veered off the road and headed toward the roadside guardrail, Zhou Xianxian, sitting inside, couldn't help but scream in terror. She was usually mischievous and bold, but she was still a girl. Facing death, how could she not be afraid? Just as the car was about to crash, a blue car suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Boom! The blue sports car collided forcefully with the rear of the out-of-control Ferrari, somehow managing to push it back onto the original lane. Squeal! Immediately afterward, there was a sudden emergency brake, and finally, the car came to a stop, avoiding the fate of being destroyed and everyone inside killed. You idiot, if you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag my Xianxian into this. The blue car was, of course, the Ferrari LaFerrari driven by Yifan. With him there, he would never let Zhou Xianxian get into an accident, not even a scratch. Ah! Li Xiang, still shaken from the ordeal, watched helplessly as the Ferrari LaFerrari sped past him, with Yifan shouting insults at him from inside the car. But now, having just narrowly escaped death, he dared not utter a word in response. Sister's husband. Upon learning she had been saved and hearing Yifan's address, did Yifan consider her family? Zhou Xianxian was so moved she nearly shed tears. Wait! Zhou Xianxian snapped back to reality. Where had her brother-in-law's hand been just now? The Ferrari was speeding too fast, so Zhou Xianxian didn't see clearly, but she did notice that Yifan was holding the steering wheel with one hand, which meant the other hand. Thinking of this, Zhou Xianxian felt a surge of jealousy. Damn it, it seems I'll have to rely on my driving skills to win this race. Chen De was startled when Li Xiang's Ferrari suddenly lost control, but seeing that he was unharmed, he finally relaxed. Seeing Yifan closing in relentlessly, he realized that the only one who could now challenge Yifan was himself. For a moment, he felt a surge of confidence, as if a great responsibility was about to be bestowed upon him. He felt that he could even call himself the savior of this group of rich second-generation kids. However, just as Chen De was thinking this, whoosh! He saw a blue flash suddenly appear on his right side. Not even a second had passed, maybe half a second at most, and Yifan, driving his Ferrari LaFerrari, had already caught up to him. How was that possible? Chen De was stunned. He instinctively glanced at the speedometer on the car. 310 km/h. A distance of 100 meters, covered in half a second? How fast was he going? It must be over 400? 500? Thinking about this, Li Xiang was completely terrified. Taking a corner at 500 km/h. Is that even possible for a human? Even professional drivers couldn't do that, right? Unless you're a driving god. Chapter 137, Zhou Kor loses her temper, everyone is shocked. Chen De was completely terrified. The speed difference was 200 km/h, and he barely slowed down while taking the corner. How skilled is that driver? What's there to compare? It's like comparing apples to oranges. Zhou Kor, standing nearby, saw Yifan's figure appear just a few seconds ago, and he had already overtaken the first place Chen De, leaving her stunned. However, she wasn't interested in street racing, so she didn't care much about it. On the contrary, there was something else that caught her attention. Zhou Kor clearly saw that Yifan's hand had just rested on Song Jie's body. This sent Zhou Kor into a fit of jealousy. Chen De, what's going on? Are you giving up already? Step on the gas. The rest is up to me. Zhou Kor lost her temper. What? Chen De was stunned. Zhou Kor had a perfect, fiery figure, but her personality was just as fiery and hot-tempered. But for some reason, he still followed the hot girl's instructions and floored the gas pedal. As for Zhou Kor, she took the steering wheel. Up ahead. Yifan looked at the finish line just ahead, enjoying the admiring glances from Song Jie beside him. At that moment, he felt that this race was simply too boring to win. However, the next second, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Chen De, who had already given up after being overtaken by him, suddenly accelerated in his Mercedes and charged toward them. And unlike Li Xiang's car, the Mercedes showed no signs of losing control. What was going on? Yi Fan found it hard to believe. Although they had only exchanged a few blows, he was still certain that Chen Da's driving skills weren't that impressive. After glancing at the rearview mirror, he saw that the person currently in control of the steering wheel was Zhou Core, and only then did Yi Fan finally understand. So they had switched drivers. Interesting. Yi Fan said, then stepped on the gas again. Boom! The Ferrari transformed into a blue sprite, speeding past the finish line faster than a cannonball. Squeak! After crossing the finish line, Yi Fan heard the sound of emergency brakes from behind. Just 0.5 seconds later, Chen Da's Mercedes also crossed the finish line and came to a stop. Clang! Zhou Core slammed the steering wheel. She knew Chen Da was useless and should have let her drive. Meanwhile, Chen Da was completely frozen with fear. For a moment, he couldn't believe this was the Zhou Core he knew. His classmate? The race ended. The winner, of course, was Yi Fan, who crossed the finish line first. And that was even after Yi Fan had given them a 5-minute head start. Once the other rich kids slowly drove their cars over, Yi Fan finally drove his car over. After the car came to a stop, Yi Fan noticed a pair of clear eyes intently staring at him and Song Jia. Those eyes, of course, belonged to Zhou Xianxian. Zhou Xianxian checked several times to confirm that Yi Fan's hand wasn't on her best friend's waist and couldn't help but pout her lips. Maybe the car was going too fast and I must have seen it wrong? Zhou Xianxian pouted her lips, trying to comfort herself. The jealousy in her heart also subsided considerably. Yi Fan ignored Zhou Xianxian, she was just being dramatic as usual. His gaze fell on Li Xiang and Chen Da, the wealthy second-generation youths, and he spoke in an extremely arrogant tone. What do you say? You lost. According to our agreement, you must smash all your dilapidated cars in front of me. As for you. Yi Fan's gaze fell on Li Xiang. Mr. Li, the eldest son of the Li family, please fulfill your promise promptly. After Yi Fan finished speaking, Li Xiang and the other rich second-generation youths fell silent. What's the matter? You agreed to the bet, so you're not going to back out now, are you? Hurry up and smash your junk cars. Zhou Xianxian egged them on. She was just there to watch the spectacle and didn't care about the consequences. The rich second-generation youths exchanged glances, but eventually, Li Xiang spoke up. What about keeping your word? Someone said they'd give us 5 minutes, but they didn't keep their promise. Li Xiang snorted coldly. Exactly. If you had given us 5 minutes, there's no way we could have caught up with you. Running around Shuanggang Avenue takes only 7.5 minutes. If you gave us 5 minutes, you couldn't catch up with us. That can only mean one thing, you didn't give us enough time. Exactly. Plus, no one was timing you. You were behind us, so you could catch up whenever you wanted. If you had really given us 5 minutes, you wouldn't have been able to win first place. A group of rich kids, furious and full of themselves, said angrily. In reality, they didn't care whether Yi Fan had given them enough time or not. They were just using this as an excuse to invalidate the race results. Nonsense, who said no one was timing? Song Jia was timing her from the car. Zhou Xianxian immediately came to Yi Fan's defense. Oh, really? Then why don't you let Song Jia say it herself? Did she really start chasing us after 5 minutes? If Song Jia says it, we'll believe her. Zhou Core snorted coldly. Based on her understanding of Song Jia, she was a timid and introverted girl who barely spoke a word all day. Now, asking her to step forward and defend Yi Fan? That's impossible. She believed that even if Yi Fan had waited the full 5 minutes, Song Jia, with her timid personality, wouldn't dare to step forward and testify. That's why she said those provocative words. Other wealthy second-generation individuals who knew Song Jia, as well as the girls present, all shared this opinion. If Song Jia weren't so timid, she wouldn't have been bullied by Li Xiang and wouldn't need her good friend Zhou Xianxian to speak up for her. You. Zhou Xianxian, upon hearing this, was once again furious. As Song Jia's best friend, how could she not know how shy this girl was in front of others? Now she was being asked to stand up and testify for a stranger. Wasn't that just making things difficult for her? However, this time, Zhou Xianxian was wrong. I can testify that he waited for 5 full minutes before starting to chase you. Song Jia actually stepped forward, even standing in front of Yi Fan to speak on his behalf. What? Everyone was stunned. Is this really the same timid Song Jia they knew, who used to tremble even when speaking? In just 10 minutes, she seemed like a completely different person. She actually had the courage to stand up and testify for someone else. Xiao Jia, are you okay? The most shocked of all was Zhou Xianxian. Chapter 138, Li Xiang and the others are trying to back out. Xianxian, I'm fine. Song Jia shook her head and said shyly. This left everyone even more puzzled. They simply couldn't understand how such a shy girl, who was even more timid than a bird, could undergo such a drastic change. Of course, they couldn't possibly understand that it was all thanks to Yi Fan, who had given Song Jia a heartfelt talk in the car, helping her overcome her inner self-doubt. Though she was still timid, at least she no longer hesitated to muster the courage to stand up and testify for someone else. Moreover, the person she was testifying for was Yi Fan. How about it? Are you convinced now? Yi Fan said coldly. Song Jia has already stood up to testify for him. See what else they have to say. Since you gave us 5 minutes, we'll naturally accept the consequences of our bet. Li Xiang said stubbornly. However, smashing the car here and then having to call a tow truck to take it away in the middle of the night is too much trouble. I suggest we drive it to the nearby auto repair shop and smash it there. Is that okay? Li Xiang glared at Yi Fan, clenching his teeth. Whatever. Yi Fan didn't object to this. As long as they accept the consequences of their actions, smash their cars, and never bother Zhou Xianxian and Song Jia again, then hand over the shares of the Li Group, it's their business where they choose to smash their cars in the future. Alright. Everyone, get in the car. Li Xiang said, waving his hand to signal everyone to get in. What about you? Aren't you getting in? Li Xiang said impatiently to Zhou Xianxian, who had been sitting in his sports car. Damn it! Who wants to get in your car? I'm getting in my brother-in-law's car. Zhou Xianxian said disdainfully, then turned and ran toward Yi Fan and Song Jia without looking back. She then jumped into the car without hesitation, squeezing in next to her wife to share a seat. What could Yi Fan say? Fortunately, Song Jia and Zhou Xianxian seemed to have a genuinely good relationship. Seeing that Song Jia didn't mind sharing a seat with Zhou Xianxian, Yi Fan didn't bother to intervene. After all, the interior of the Ferrari was quite spacious, and the two girls were petite, so squeezing together wasn't uncomfortable. Li Xiang and Chen Did drove ahead in the lead. The others followed closely behind. Yi Fan drove the Ferrari, bringing up the rear. Li Gu, Chen Gu, are you really going to wreck your own cars? A wealthy young heir, heartbroken over his newly purchased sports car, was the first to speak up over the intercom. It doesn't matter if we wreck the cars. I've been wanting to replace mine anyway. But Li Gu, your 5% stake in the Li Group is worth tens of millions. Are you really willing to give it up? Right, Li Xiang, is that okay? Li Gu, Chen Gu, do we really have to accept the consequences of our bet? Other wealthy second-generation individuals chimed in agreement. You lose, you pay? Oof, you're so naive. Use your brains. Why would I suggest going to the repair shop to smash cars instead of smashing them right here? Li Xiang sneered and said. Are you saying that the car repair shop Li Gu is taking us to is? That's right. Li Xiang didn't let the person finish speaking. Wow. Li Gu is so cool. Brother Li is truly our strategist. Li Xiang, you're the man. Li Gu, that pretty boy won't have seen that coming, you really played him. The rich second-generation kids, upon hearing this, started flattering him. Once we get to the repair shop, we'll make him pay for all the trouble he caused during the race. Zhou Xianxian's brother-in-law, huh? Just wait and see. Yi Fan, who was following behind at a leisurely pace, naturally couldn't hear the rich kids' conversation. 5 minutes later. 7 sports cars appeared simultaneously at a large car repair shop. Li Xiang and the others saw that Yi Fan hadn't caught up yet, so they gave Chen De a nod. Chen De nodded and said to Zhou Kur beside him, Kur, go get Wang Go out. Tell him we're being caused trouble. Chewing gum and looking unconcerned, Zhou Kur nodded and left. The others remained where they were, waiting for Yi Fan's arrival. Soon, Yi Fan's Ferrari came into view. After getting out of the car, Yi Fan coldly addressed the wealthy second-generation youths leaning against the sports car. What are you still standing there for? Start smashing your own cars. Li Xiang heard this and couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, we've suddenly changed our minds. We don't want to smash our own sports cars. Li Xiang snorted coldly. You're just trying to back out. Yi Fan sneered. So what if we are? The rich kids grabbed tools from the repair shop, wrenches, pliers, and such, and glared coldly at Yi Fan. It seemed they were planning to take action against Yi Fan. Li Xiang, don't be so shameless. Zhou Xianxian, seeing this, was furious. Brother Fan, be careful. Song Jia also whispered her concern for Yi Fan. Ha! Zhou Xianxian heard this and looked utterly astonished. You're already calling him Fan Go? Are you still the Song Jia I know? How far have the two of you gone? For a moment, Zhou Xianxian's anger was replaced by jealousy. Seeing Song Jia so concerned about Yi Fan and calling him Fan Go so affectionately, Li Xiang grew furious. Attack! Li Xiang couldn't believe it. With so many of them, and that Wang Go protecting him, how could Yi Fan, alone, possibly stand a chance against them? However, the next second, he realized he was wrong, dead wrong. Bang! A loud crash echoed as a wealthy young man wielding a wrench charged toward Yi Fan, only to be kicked flying by Yi Fan with a single blow. He was really kicked flying. He flew through the air, tracing a perfect arc, before crashing heavily into a pile of abandoned cars. After landing, his body curled into a ball, rolling on the ground in agony, his screams echoing through the air. The expression of agony on his face was enough to make anyone go numb. The other rich kids were all stunned. Holy crap! This guy is so tough? On the other hand, Zhou Xianxian's jealousy vanished instantly, and she transformed into a cheerleader, cheering wildly. Ha, I told you all my brother-in-law is amazing. You didn't believe me, now you're in trouble. Zhou Xianxian was beaming with pride. Now, do you have anything else to say? Yi Fan said coldly. He walked toward the rich second-generation kids step by step, intending to give these rich kids a lesson they'd never forget. However, the rich kids were all bullies who picked on the weak. Seeing how formidable Yi Fan was, they dared not lay a finger on him. But even so, the rich second-generation kids didn't plan to run away. That would be too embarrassing, and besides, they believed that Joker would soon bring that Wangu over. Chapter 139, You have no right to speak to me. Call your boss out. You say you gave us 5 minutes, so you gave us 5 minutes? Song Jia is on your side, how do we know she didn't frame you? Li Xiang found an excuse and said. That's right, so the outcome of this race is invalid. Exactly. Song Jia is on your side. Who would believe her? The other rich kids chimed in. In reality, they all knew deep down that a good girl like Song Jia would never lie. But they had made up their minds to cheat, so they could come up with any excuse. Is that what you have to say? No matter how they tried to wriggle out of it, Yi Fan had no intention of letting them off so easily. Just as Yi Fan was about to take action against these rich kids, a clear voice suddenly rang out. If it's Song Jia speaking, I believe her. Immediately afterward, a young woman dressed in revealing attire and with a striking figure appeared before everyone. However, before her, a large crowd had already begun to emerge one after another. They stopped a few meters away from Yi Fan. Li Xiao, I heard you guys were getting bullied? A burly man dressed like a mechanic, with a broad back and thick arms, held a huge wrench in one hand and used it to slap his other rough, empty hand while grinning. From his rough hands alone, it was clear he wasn't someone to mess with. He must have been in a lot of fights and wielded weapons frequently, which is why his palms were so rough. Of course, that's how others saw him. In Yi Fan's eyes, this guy was just a lowly thug. And he was indeed just a lowly henchman, at most the leader of this group of mechanics. The leader of this group, however, appeared alongside Joker, making a slow entrance. The big shot sure knows how to make an entrance. That's right, Tiger Brother, it's this guy. He cheated in the race to beat us, and now he wants us to smash our cars. Li Xiang pointed at Yi Fan and spoke up. Upon seeing Tiger Brother, the second-generation rich kids regained their confidence. They thought, no matter how powerful Yi Fan was, he was still just one person. Could he really handle all the people Tiger Brother had brought with him? Tiger Brother, give him a good beating. The rewards won't be yours alone. Li Xiang flaunted his wealth and arrogance as the son of the Li family. The other rich second-generation youths also began shouting, offering to spend millions to buy Yi Fan's hand or leg. Stop! Tiger Brother stopped the chaotic scene and addressed Li Xiang. Are you serious, Mr. Li? You're all being bullied by one person? If I had known it was just one person, I wouldn't have brought so many brothers with weapons. As soon as Hu Ge spoke, Li Xiang and the others felt incredibly embarrassed. After all, 7 or 8 young men had been bullied by a single person. It would be utterly humiliating to admit it. But what could they do? Tiger Brother, you know we just mess around with cars, we don't fight. Li Xiang tried to defend himself. Tiger Brother thought about it and realized that even a group of rich second-generation bullies who only picked on the weak would be nothing against a real tough guy. Without another word, Tiger Brother ignored Li Xiang and his group, turning instead to stand in front of Yi Fan and said, Kid, you're the one who bullied Li Xiao and his crew? Well, you're in for it today. Yi Fan knew that Tiger Brother was just a lowly henchman and didn't even bother to acknowledge him. You have no right to speak to me. Call your boss out here. Tiger Brother heard this and burst into laughter. I don't have the right to speak to you? What about the 100 or so brothers behind me? Do they have the right to speak to you? He wasn't bragging. The brothers he brought with him numbered at least 70 or 80, if not 100. He couldn't believe it. With so many people present, this guy dared to act so brazenly. Little did he know, upon hearing this, Yi Fan remained utterly disdainful, as if the 70 or 80 men were no more than 70 or 80 ants in his eyes. Call your boss out here. Yi Fan repeated the same words. At the back, Wang Gu, who hadn't shown his face all along, heard this and, true to his reputation as the boss, didn't get angry but instead smiled. Does this guy not even know whose territory this is? But he had no intention of showing himself. He stayed behind, enjoying the company of the hot girls. Wasn't that enough for him? Fighting is for the underlings. He planned to wait until his men had thoroughly taught that loudmouth a lesson before making his appearance, so that the guy would finally know what despair felt like. In this regard, Tiger Brother clearly couldn't compare to Wang Gu. He was instantly enraged by Yi Fan's arrogant attitude. Idiot! If you want to see our boss, fine, but let me break both your legs first. Saying this, Tiger Brother swung his wrench with all his might, striking Yi Fan's legs with a thunderous blow. It must be said that this Tiger Brother was a ruthless man, showing no mercy in his attack. If that wrench had hit an ordinary person's legs, they would either be crippled or left with a lifelong disability. Brother-in-law Fan Good, be careful! The 2 girls behind Yi Fan screamed in alarm. However, their worries were unfounded. The next second, Tiger Brother was kicked flying just like the previous rich kid by Yi Fan. Hu Ge, with his broad shoulders and muscular build, was no match for the skinny rich kid from before. Li Xiang and the others, staring at the massive tiger brother, were also kicked flying by Yi Fan, leaving them speechless with fear. What the hell is this? Is he even human? This must be a superhero. Damn it, how dare you lay a hand on Tiger Brother? The group that had come with Tiger Brother saw this and immediately flew into a rage. Without a word, they grabbed their weapons and charged toward Yi Fan. However, this time, Yi Fan remained completely unfazed. He showed no intention of fighting back. What's going on? The rich kids were completely baffled. Could he have been scared senseless? It's possible. What possibly? It's definitely that. No matter how skilled you are in a one-on-one fight, facing so many people at once, you'd be scared silly too. The rich second-generation kids naturally assumed. Fan Gu. Song Jiexin, with her innocent and straightforward nature, believed what Li Xiang and the others said, and couldn't help but worry for Yi Fan. On the other hand, the cunning Zhou Xianxian didn't think so. Instead, a sinister smile appeared on her face. Ha, this is going to be interesting. Xiao Jia, come here. Don't worry, my brother-in-law will be fine. Saying this, Zhou Xianxian pulled Song Jia aside to avoid getting caught up in the brawl. Bang! Just as the dozens of people from the repair shop charged toward Yi Fan, the kicked-flying tiger brother finally fell to the ground. Moreover, the landing spot was quite convenient, landing right next to Wang Gu. Chapter 140, everyone kneel down and call him Grandpa. Wang Gu, who was about to do something to Zhou Kur, was startled by the falling tiger brother at his feet. However, he was indeed their leader. Seeing tiger brother lying at his feet, barely clinging to life, he furrowed his brows. You bastard, are you daring to challenge me, Wang Xiong? Alright, I'll see just what you are. How dare you come to my territory and cause trouble? Wang Xiong finally took an interest in bullying Li Xiang's men. He immediately stood up from his wheelchair and shouted, "Stop!" As soon as Wang Xiong spoke, the dozens of men who had been about to attack Yi Fan hesitated, though puzzled. They dared not disobey their leader's orders and stopped immediately. Immediately afterward, Wang Xiong, supported by Zhou Kur and leaning on his cane, limped slowly forward from the rear. Along the way, his subordinates instinctively made way for him. It must be said that his status as the boss was truly formidable. In the eyes of Li Xiang and the other rich second-generation youths, they couldn't help but envy him. They couldn't help but marvel, is this what a boss is like? He's got some serious clout. Indeed, he had a lot of presence, and everyone present, including Yi Fan, had to admit it. However, despite his imposing presence, when Wang Xiong stepped forward and finally saw who had been causing trouble in his territory, he was instantly stunned. You? Wang Xiong stared at Yi Fan in horror, his face filled with fear. What boss's presence? He had long since thrown it to the winds. This sudden turn of events left everyone present, whether it was Li Xiang and his men or Wang Xiong's henchmen, completely dumbfounded. Only Zhou Xianxian, who had already guessed the outcome, still wore a smug smile on her face. Is this really the boss they knew? Where had his aura of authority and status gone? How could he be so intimidated by the person in front of him that he was trembling all over without even putting up a fight? What on earth was going on? They naturally had no idea what was going on. It turned out that this Wang Xiong was the same bear brother who had been called by Lin Hao to help teach Yi Fan a lesson at the bar that day. They weren't at the bar that day, so they naturally had no idea what happened. It can only be said that everyone present that day, except for Wang Xiong, is now lying in hospital beds. Only Wang Xiong, who had learned some basic martial arts moves in his youth, had a stronger physique than Lin Hao and the others. That's why he was able to recover so quickly. He can barely walk with a cane. However, upon seeing Yi Fan, the crutch in his hand had already fallen to the ground in fear. Wang Xiong. Yi Fan, upon seeing Wang Xiong, couldn't help but laugh. He never expected that the powerful backer behind Li Xiang and the others was this worthless trash. Wang Gu, what's wrong with you? Wang Gu, if you can teach this guy a lesson, I'll give you 50 million. Li Xiang couldn't believe that the boss of the underworld in Magic City would be afraid of a good-looking but weak-looking guy. However, Li Xiang didn't know that compared to Zhang Bin, the emperor of the underworld in Magic City, he was nothing. Moreover, Zhang Bin was merely a lowly subordinate of Yi Fan. Thud. Wang Xiong, who only wanted to survive, didn't even bother to acknowledge Li Xiang. Since his cane had already fallen, he took the opportunity to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Mr. Yi, no, Mr. Yi, I, Wang Xiong, have made a mistake. You are a magnanimous man, please spare my life. So you're saying that you'll just let your men off the hook for attacking me? Yi Fan said coldly. In his eyes, this Wang Xiong was asking for death. No, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't know it was you, Yi, who had come in person. If I had known it was you, even if you gave me 100 lives, I wouldn't dare let my men lay a finger on you. Wang Xiong even used a respectful title. He had risen to the position of boss, which meant he wasn't stupid. If Zhang Bin found out about this, he'd be torn to pieces, skinned alive, and thrown into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. This left Li Xiang and the others completely speechless. They couldn't figure out for the life of them what kind of background Zhou Xinxian's brother-in-law had. He actually made Wang Xiong so afraid and respectful of him that he even knelt down and called him grandfather. Indeed, Yi Yi does sound like grandfather in Chinese. Oh? Yi Fan remained non-committal, merely saying indifferently, then let me ask you this. Yi Yi, what do you say? Wang Xiong hurriedly said. At this moment, he no longer had the domineering aura of a gangster boss, he was nothing more than a terrified, clownish figure. Don't you recognize Zhou Xianxian from the Zhou family? I know her. Wang Xiong answered honestly. In front of Yi Fan, he dared not lie. He knew Li Xiang and the others, so naturally he also knew Zhou Xianxian, who hung out with him. Then you don't know Zhou Xianxian's cousin? I know her. Mu Qingyan, the object of Lin Hao's affection, Wang Xiong knew even better. Oh. If that is the case, then you don't know who Zhou Xianxian's brother-in-law is? That is strange. Yi Fan's tone grew icy by the end. Isn't Yi Fan's meaning clear? He's looking at someone who knows Zhou Xianxian and her cousin. If that's the case, how could he not know who Zhou Xianxian's brother-in-law is? Wang Xiong is lying. No, that's not it. When she came to find me, she didn't mention that you were Zhou Xianxian's brother-in-law. Wang Xiong was clever and immediately caught on, hurriedly explaining. You didn't ask either. Zhou Core, who was beside Wang Xiong, quickly distanced herself from the matter. So, Mr. Yi, this is all a misunderstanding. Wang Xiong was already terrified. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and kneel before Yi Yi to apologize. Wang Xiong shouted at the group of henchmen who had just tried to attack Yi Fan, almost losing his mind. The henchmen looked at each other, finding the situation hard to believe, but they dared not disobey their boss's orders. The next moment. Thud. Thud. 70 or 80 people knelt down before Yi Fan. Some even shouted. Grandfather, we were wrong. Grandfather, we were wrong. This scene was both grand and utterly ridiculous. Li Xiang and the other rich second-generation kids were completely speechless. What happened tonight completely shattered their worldview. Put. The timid Song Jia hasn't even processed what's going on yet. On the other hand, Zhou Xianxian finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter. Chapter 141, I'll wait for you to graduate. Brother-in-law, who are you? You're so powerful that Wang Xiong and his henchmen are all kneeling on the ground calling you grandpa. Zhou Xianxian said while patting Yi Fan's arm. She was laughing so hard her tears were about to fall. This kind of grandson, I don't want. Yi Fan said coldly. Even if Wang Xiong and his men had knelt down and admitted their mistakes, Yi Fan had no intention of letting them off the hook. Each of you cut off one finger as a lesson. Yi Fan's words were shocking. Ouch. Li Xiang and the others sucked in a cold breath. They never expected Yi Fan to be so ruthless, ordering 60 or 70 men to each cut off a finger. Yi Yi. Wang Xiong was also startled. He knew this wasn't just a fracture, it was a real broken finger. What? Yi Fan coldly glared at Wang Xiong. Yes. Yes. Seeing Yi Fan's icy, ruthless expression, Wang Xiong knew that if he didn't sever a finger today, his fate would be even worse. Without hesitation, he snatched a knife from one of his henchmen, clenched his teeth, and with a fierce resolve, hacked off the little finger of his other hand. Stop. Yi Fan called him to a halt, but it wasn't out of sudden mercy. Who told you to cut it now? Wait until we've left before you do it. Yi Fan said coldly. It turned out he was thinking of Zhou Xianxian and Song Jia by his side, not wanting them to see such a bloody scene and be scared. As for you guys, get moving right now and smash your broken car. Yi Fan turned to Li Xiang and the others and said. Li Xiang and the others were completely terrified, and with Wang Xiong glaring at them menacingly, they dared not resist. They went to their respective cars and began smashing their sports cars with the tools in their hands, blow after blow. Yi Fan, of course, had no interest in watching this. He turned to the two girls, Zhou Xianxian and Song Jia, and said, let's go. Of course, before leaving, Yi Fan also said to Li Xiang, the things you owe me, please return them as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll end up like Wang Xiong. After that, Yi Fan finally drove off in his Ferrari LaFerrari, carrying the two girls, and drove away. Shortly after Yi Fan left, the car repair shop was filled with piercing screams. Among them were the screams of Li Xiang and the other rich second-generation youths who had been scared. What had happened in the car repair shop was obvious without needing to think about it. Yi Fan, who was in the car, heard everything clearly. Moreover, he knew that Wang Xiong had cut off their fingers so urgently without waiting any longer. It was likely to ensure that he heard everything. They had all done as they were told, so he wouldn't come looking for trouble again. The two girls, however, didn't hear the piercing screams. However, everything that happened tonight was more than enough to shock them. Especially Zhou Xianxian, whose bright eyes now gazed at Yi Fan with admiration. Brother-in-law, I've decided. From now on, I'll never chase after celebrities again. Uncle Yi, from now on, you're the only person I'll ever admire. Zhou Xianxian said cheerfully. Indeed, what about Wu Yanzu or Pan Yuyan? No matter how handsome they are, how can they compare to her brother-in-law, who is not only handsome but also so domineering? If Xiao Jia had said that, my brother-in-law might have believed her. As for you. Yi Fan shrugged and said deliberately. Oomph. Hearing Yifan call Song Jia Xiao Jia, Zhou Xianxian's jealousy flared up again. Xiao Jia is my wife. Don't even think about stealing her from me. Zhou Xianxian shielded Song Jia behind her. Xianxian. Song Jia blushed bright red. Knowing that Zhou Xianxian couldn't speak kindly, Yifan paid no attention to it. A few minutes later. Brother-in-law, something's wrong. Why are you taking this route? It's much closer to the school. You should have taken Xiao Jia back to school first and then brought me home. Zhou Xianxian noticed something was off and spoke up. Zhou Xianxian and Song Jia were roommates and naturally lived on campus. However, since Zhou's family didn't want her to live near the university she attended, she could only stay on campus 3 days a week at most. Tonight, Zhou Xianxian naturally chose to go home as well. Therefore, Yifan decided to drop off Zhou Xianxian, the mischievous girl, first to avoid her interrupting his plans with Song Jia. It's so late, taking the back roads isn't safe. The main road is safer. Yifan had already guessed that Zhou Xianxian would ask that, so he answered matter-of-factly. Oh. Zhou Xianxian didn't suspect a thing. However, she didn't notice that Song Jia, who was sitting next to her, blushed upon hearing this, her heart racing wildly. Zhou Xianxian didn't know that Song Jia had already agreed to be Yifan's girlfriend, so she couldn't possibly guess Yifan's intentions. But Song Jia was a clever and perceptive girl. How could she not guess what Yifan was planning? I guess he plans to take Zhou Xianxian home first, then take her to a hotel and take her virginity. Just thinking about it made Song Jia feel a bit nervous and uneasy. After all, from childhood to adulthood, she had rarely had any intimate contact with girls. Zhou Xianxian, her best friend, was the exception. The idea of suddenly being with Yifan, this handsome guy, still made her a bit afraid. However, after everything that had happened tonight, she had already fallen completely for Yifan. Soon, Yifan dropped Zhou Xianxian off at the Zhou family home. Then, he drove Song Jia toward the direction of the Magic City University where she attended. However, as Song Jia had anticipated, Yifan didn't take her back to school. Instead, he checked into a luxurious hotel nearby and booked a room. Upon arriving at the hotel room, Song Jia was extremely nervous. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to leap out of her chest. Will I regret this? Song Jia suddenly thought of this question. She was a year younger than Zhou Xianxian and was only 17 years old. At 17, she was no longer a girl. Would she regret this decision in the future? Song Jia felt a bit lost. No, I won't regret it. Because it's him. Song Jia shook her head, thinking to herself. Go take a shower. Yifan said to Song Jia. He could tell how nervous Song Jia was. Moreover, through Zhou Xianxian's loose lips, he didn't even need to ask to know that Song Jia was only 17 years old. Song Jia's face turned bright red, but she still obeyed and did as she was told. 20 minutes later. Yifan emerged from the room. Of course, it wasn't because he was in a hurry, it was because he hadn't done anything. Inside the room, Song Jia stared in disbelief at Yifan, who had patted her on the head and left with a promise, feeling deeply moved. I'll wait for you to graduate. This was Yifan's promise to her. Chapter 142, Handsome Guy, Can You Give Me a Ride? It wasn't until this moment that Song Jia realized how different this man was from all the others. It was like night and day. I'll wait for you. Song Jia thought to herself. Yifan naturally wanted to take Song Jia's virginity, but he wasn't in a hurry. Moreover, there was something even more important he needed to do. In the car, Yifan pulled out his phone and called Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin, look up someone for me. His name is. After hanging up, Yifan hung up the phone. If it were anyone else, they might think that everything that happened tonight was normal, just some rich playboy harassing a girl, and Yifan stepping in to teach them a lesson. The spoiled rich kid tried to get away with it, so he called in some gangsters for help. Then the gangster boss was soundly beaten by Yifan. That's all there was to it. But who was Yifan? An IQ of 200? Are you kidding me? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's the smartest person in the world right now. So, even if there's just the slightest clue, he can sense something's off. Yes, what happened tonight was abnormal from the very beginning. First, why did Zhou Xianxian call him? Even if she and Song Jia were really being bullied by Li Xiang and his gang, she could have asked someone from the Zhou family to help her escape. The Zhou family may not be as powerful as the Mu family, but they are still quite influential in the surrounding area. Even the Li family wouldn't dare to offend the Zhou family. Moreover, when Yifan arrived at the scene, he noticed that Zhou Xianxian didn't look like she had been bullied. Second, after Wang Xiong was summoned by Zhang Bin, the emperor of the underground world in Shanghai, and soundly beaten by Yifan last time, he wouldn't dare provoke him again, and just seeing him would be enough to make him take a detour. Yet Wang Xiong, for some reason, still provoked him. It was as if someone was trying to sow discord between him and Wang Xiong. According to Wang Xiong himself, he didn't know beforehand that he was dealing with Yifan, which led to the misunderstanding. But Wang Xiong had risen to the position of a crime lord. Was he really that naive? As the saying goes, you learn from your mistakes. Even if Wang Xiong were that foolish, before agreeing to help Li Xiang and his group of rich second-generation kids teach someone a lesson, he should at least have clarified the other party's identity. But he didn't do that. That's quite strange. Of course, it's not that surprising. It's obvious because someone deliberately withheld the most important piece of information from Wang Xiong. That's why Wang Xiong didn't know that the person he was supposed to deal with was actually Yifan. If he had heard even a hint of information about Yifan, such as the fact that the person he was supposed to deal with was Zhou Xiansan's brother-in-law, he probably wouldn't have dared to bring his men over. Yet he still brought his men and ordered his subordinate, Tiger Brother, to attack Yifan without distinguishing between friend and foe. Thus, the disaster was unleashed, and the price paid was the severing of a finger. Everything seems normal on the surface, but it's far from it. Is someone targeting me? Interesting. Yifan, however, found it amusing. As for who that person was, Yifan had already guessed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called Zhang Bin to help investigate this person. As for who that person is, well, it's the only person who had direct contact with Wang Xiong. She is. Handsome guy, mind giving me a ride? Zhou Kuo's figure appeared in front of the Ferrari LaFerrari, looking at Yifan with a seductive smile. Beep. 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 At the same time, Yifan's phone suddenly rang. It was Zhang Bin calling. Yifan glanced at Zhou Kuo but ignored her, answering the call directly. Mr. Yi, I've looked into the person you asked me to investigate. There is no female student named Zhou Kuo at Magic City University, but there is a female student named Zhou Kurson in the first class of the law department. Here's her photo. Immediately afterward, Yifan's phone received a photo of an extremely plain-looking girl with almost no distinctive features. And this girl clearly had no connection whatsoever to the stunningly attractive Zhou Kuo standing before him. The first class of the law department was exactly where Zhou Xiansan and Song Jia were enrolled. I understand now. You did a great job, Zhang Bin. Yifan said, then hung up the phone. What's the matter? I asked you twice, and you still won't give me a ride up one floor? Yifan. Zhou Kuo said to Yifan with a resentful tone. Not bad, you're quite the enigma. Yifan had already guessed that Zhou Kuo was the one causing trouble, so he wasn't surprised. However, he didn't expect her to dare to show up and confront him directly. Even if I hide it well, you still figured me out, Yizong. Zhou Kuo said, opening the car door and getting in without any hesitation. Can you fit one more? Take me to Magic City University. Zhou Kuo said. Are you still going to the university? I doubt you can stay there anymore. Yifan said. It doesn't matter. Zhou Kuo shrugged her shoulders, looking unconcerned. But she suddenly spoke up. Yifan, I won't beat around the bush anymore. I know you're from the Tang clan. Oh, so that's it. The target you've been after all along wasn't me, but the Tang clan. Yifan finally understood Zhou Kuo was actually targeting the entire Tang clan. The Tang clan is so powerful it won't be easy to deal with them. That's why I came to you. Zhou Kuo didn't deny it. However, after saying that, she added. But don't misunderstand me. I've always admired Yi Qingge, the leader of the Tang clan, since I was a child. You know, sometimes, the more you admire someone, the more you want to defeat them. So what? Yifan continued watching Zhou Kuo perform. He had already guessed that Zhou Kuo probably only knew about his connection to the Tang clan, but she didn't know that he was actually the man behind the scenes of the Tang clan. She probably just thinks, like someone from a certain department, that Yifan is a member of the Tang clan and holds a very high position. So, would you kindly help me contact your sect leader, Yi Qingge, and tell her that the person who aims to surpass her has arrived? Zhou Kuo said this, her eyes even betraying a hint of admiration and longing. It was clear that she truly wanted to surpass Yi Qingge. But Yifan was right in his assumption Zhou Kuo had mistaken him for Yi Qingge's subordinate. If Yifan told her that Yi Qingge was merely his butler and that he had more than one butler, who knows if this arrogant Zhou Kuo would be scared speechless. However, Yifan was just feeling bored, and suddenly Zhou Kuo appeared, providing the perfect opportunity to have some fun with her. Therefore, he naturally didn't reveal his relationship with Yi Qingge. This is something even I can't handle. Yifan said this deliberately. Chapter 143, Zhou Kuo, the clown girl? Don't worry, you don't need to handle it, because you've already done it. We've arrived at Magic City University. Let me get off the car. Zhou Kuo said, flashing Yifan a big, seductive smile. Yifan didn't stop her. After parking, he let her get out and leave. Interesting. Yifan watched Zhou Kuo's figure disappear into the night almost instantly, a faint smile appearing on his face. Someone had already come looking for the Tang clan. Yifan wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Perhaps it was time for Yi Qingge to make an appearance. But there was no need to rush. Yifan decided to play around with this Zhou Kuo first. After that, Yifan picked up his phone and called Zhang Bin. Of course, Yifan knew exactly what Zhou Kuo meant by her cryptic words at the end. She was indeed very clever. By the fact that Yifan called Zhang Bin, she had already guessed that Zhang Bin, the emperor of the underground world in Magic City, was Yi Qingge's direct subordinate. Therefore, she was now going to find Zhang Bin. She intended to use Zhang Bin to uncover Yi Qingge. She probably thought that by leaving such a cryptic message, Yifan would need half a day to figure it out, but she had no idea that Yifan had an IQ of 200 and had already figured out the meaning of her words in an instant. Of course, Yifan didn't tell Zhang Bin to deal with Zhou Ke. He merely reminded Zhang Bin to be cautious. Especially, be careful of women. Because women are very good at deceiving people. On the way back, Yifan couldn't help but think about Zhou Ke again. This Zhou Ke was truly a mysterious figure. Regardless of whether Zhou Ke is her real name, one thing is certain: she impersonated Zhou Xianxian's classmate Zhou Kerson to infiltrate Magic City University. She likely did this to facilitate her investigation into the forces within Magic City connected to the Tang clan and Yi Qingge. Of course, the most direct reason was to get closer to Zhou Xianxian, who was connected to Yifan. It is now October, and the new semester at Magic City University has just begun. It is not unusual for freshmen not to recognize Zhou Ke. However, Yifan doesn't believe that the admissions office staff, the professors, mentors, and class advisors of the first-year law class would be unaware that Zhou Ke is an imposter. The reason Zhou Ke hasn't been exposed is that someone must be helping her cover it up. This means Zhou Ke isn't alone, there's probably an organization backing her. Moreover, by choosing the name Zhou Ke for herself, Yifan easily associated it with the English word joker. A joker. Thinking about it this way, Zhou Ke, dressed in short leather pants and a short leather jacket, does indeed have a certain resemblance to a female clown. A person from Z country wouldn't choose an English-sounding name for themselves. Therefore, this Zhou Ke is very likely someone who infiltrated Z country from abroad. The organization behind her is a foreign organization. This organization, daring to confront the Tang clan, must have considerable power. Of course, Yifan doesn't want to think too much about Zhou Ke. This kind of game is more interesting when you uncover the secrets slowly. Isn't that right? 2 minutes later, Yifan returned to his residence at Tangchenipin. After all the commotion, the sky had grown slightly cooler. Upon returning to the mansion, Yifan immediately sensed something was off. The mansion was almost identical to how he had left it, nothing was missing, and nothing had been moved. But even the slightest change in the slightest detail would not escape Yifan's notice. Yifan noticed that the door to his first floor room, which had been slightly ajar, was now tightly closed. Could it be that Zhou Ke had come here before me? If that were the case, then he had truly underestimated Zhou Ke. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Because the only person who could so easily enter his luxurious mansion in Tangchenipin was one person. That person was Mu Qingyan, who had the key. Upon opening the door, it was exactly as Yifan had anticipated. Mu Qingyan was lying on the bed. Her lazy, beautiful sleeping posture was truly breathtaking. Had her anger subsided? It seemed likely. Oomph. Yifan smiled slightly, walked over to Mu Qingyan, and gently kissed her cheek. However, this woke Mu Qingyan up. Why did you wait so long to come back? Mu Qingyan was a bit angry, but mostly felt wronged. What? You're not angry with me anymore? Yifan dodged the question, not answering Mu Qingyan's query, but instead countered with his own. Otherwise, how should he answer? In the middle of the night, he went to meet her cousin. Was he off to rescue the damsel in distress? Who said I'm not angry? It's just that. The rest of the words Mu Qingyan didn't say aloud. But Yifan understood. She had realized that she couldn't live without him anymore. Of course, after all, Mu Qingyan's feelings for him were at 95%, so she could have left him if she wanted to. Yifan knew that this was not the time to say much. Instead, he should try to create some romance. So Yifan gently embraced Mu Qingyan in his arms. It wasn't until 10 o'clock that Mu Qingyan got up and went to her company. Before leaving, Yifan assured her that he would give her a surprise and told her to look forward to it at the office. Mu Qingyan, of course, didn't suspect a thing. After Mu Qingyan left, Yifan turned on the 98-inch wall-mounted TV in the living room. Su Shishir's performance on The Singer Season 3 had already been recorded, which meant that last night's episode of The Singer Season 2 had already aired. Regarding Su Shishir's performance on the second episode of The Singer, Yifan naturally wouldn't miss it. As the champion of the first episode, according to the competition rules, she could choose which order to perform in. Originally, the last performance was the most advantageous, as people tend to remember the last song more vividly. However, Su Shishir ultimately chose to give the senior singer some face and performed fourth, taking a middle position. By doing so, Su Shishir undoubtedly won the favor of the other singers, who praised her highly during backstage interviews. This undoubtedly earned her a lot of audience favor. Yifan didn't skip ahead but watched the performances of the previous singers. After watching the live performances of the first three singers, Yifan knew that this episode would likely see Su Shishir take first place again. When it was Su Shishir's turn to take the stage, the 500 audience members below were all excited. This also showed that even in the first episode, Su Shishir had already gained a large following and fan base. Soon, Su Shishir began her performance. The song she sang was still a brand new track that no one had ever heard before, titled Lillian. Chapter 144, Lillian Creates a Miracle. As everyone knows, the variety show singer has a rule. In the first episode, you can sing any song you want, but starting from the second episode, you can only cover other people's songs. Of course, you can make adaptations to the cover songs. However, Su Shirshir sang a completely new song that no one had ever heard before. Wasn't that against the rules? Of course not. Yifan had already anticipated this, so he created a new folk singer persona named Song Hwanye and released numerous new songs on online platforms. It's worth noting that in this world, there is no such person as a folk singer named Song Hwanye. Therefore, the folk songs he created naturally do not exist in this world. With Xiao AI's help, Yifan easily created all his songs. In other words, in this world, the stage named Song Hwanye, folk singer, actually refers to Yifan. However, the fact that there is no such person as Song Hwanye in this world is also a good thing. At least, Song Hwanye won't be involved in that incident drug use and won't break the hearts of his fans. Because Yifan had already released these songs online under the name Song Hwanye, Su Shirshir's cover version of the songs does not count as plagiarism. She noticed that the lonely person was about to leave. So she prayed at dusk. Until nightfall, she turned her head and heard the sorrowful sobs. As soon as the intro began, everyone in the audience, including the singers and hosts, was completely stunned. This is simply too beautiful. Especially the lyrics, so beautiful and filled with a subtle sadness, perfectly matched by the melancholic melody, instantly capturing the hearts of everyone present. Not only those present at the venue, but even Yifan, who was listening on TV, couldn't help but be captivated by the beautiful melody. Although the sound system in the living room was worth several million, it was truly top-notch. But it still made Yifan think that he must go to the singer's live performance someday to hear Su Shirshir sing. That would undoubtedly be absolutely breathtaking, sending chills down one's spine. Soon, the main verse of the song came to an end, giving way to the chorus, which can be understood as the high sea part. Far away from here lies a beach. A lonely person was out at sea, holding up the sails of his boat. If you see him returning to the shore, please tell her your name. My name is Lillian. The entire crowd erupted in excitement. People's heads spun, and goosebumps broke out all over their bodies. Meanwhile, the camera on TV focused on the faces of the audience. As the camera swept across the crowd, at least half of the audience was crying. They were truly crying. Because the most vulnerable part of their hearts had been touched. Like Yifan, the vast majority of the audience were also watching the singer on TV. When they saw that most of the live audience was crying, they were also deeply shocked. Could listening to a song really make someone cry so much? Is this real? This phenomenon also sparked a huge online response. Listening to songs until you cry. How much did Mango TV pay to hire these actors and audience members? I thought the same thing when I saw that scene last night. However, to be honest, Su Goddess's song is truly beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Those audience members who didn't cry, you don't need to come to the live show next time. Director, the actors who didn't cry are so unprofessional. Who hired them? Although it's just online banter, Su Shirshir did create a new controversial topic with her song Lillian. That is, are the live audience members on Mango TV's singer show all hired actors? In response, Hong Tao, the head of Mango TV's singer program, expressed his utter helplessness. The production team genuinely did not hire actors. Of course, such a controversial topic will bring traffic to the show, so Hong Tao wouldn't be so foolish as to have the PR team clarify the matter. Indeed, this controversial topic has undoubtedly brought immense traffic and attention to the singer variety show. Hong Tao is even more relieved inside, glad he didn't refuse that person's request and used his influence to get Su Shirshir, such a newcomer, into singer. Otherwise, aside from offending that person, the most important thing is that without the massive traffic and attention Su Shirshir brought to the singer, the show wouldn't be this popular. It has dominated the top spot on all variety show charts during its time slot. Even the ratings have surpassed those of Mango TV's long-running variety shows, Happy Camp and Day Day Up. It created a variety show miracle. Yifan was deeply satisfied with Su Shirshir's nearly flawless performance. She truly lives up to his expectations and has not disappointed him. Su Shirshir's massive success has also prompted numerous celebrities in the entertainment industry to scramble to sign with Tianfan Entertainment. Especially after hearing that Tianfan Entertainment had recently signed 2 more artists, a large number of second and third tier, and even some first tier celebrities rushed to call Chen Jie, the head of Tianfan Entertainment. This left Chen Jie feeling overwhelmed, but fortunately, Yifan offered him some advice. His advice was simple: ignore the calls from those second and third tier celebrities who aren't making much of a splash and just reject them outright. This approach has made things much easier for Chen Jie. Of course, Yifan also reminded him to pay special attention to any calls from artists who are virtually unknown but have an excellent reputation in the entertainment industry. In the afternoon, Yifan had made arrangements he would personally go to the airport to greet Su Shirshir. Although Yifan had arranged a private jet for Su Shirshir, even the rooftop of the Tangshan building doesn't allow private jets to land. Private jets could only land at the Magic City Airport. Therefore, Yifan naturally had to go to pick up Su Shirshir himself. After picking up Su Shirshir, the two got into the Koenigsegg 11 sports car. An hour later, the sports car finally started and left the airport. After that, Yifan drove Su Shishir to Tianfan Entertainment instead of directly returning to the villa where she was staying. Coincidentally, Da Tiantian was also at Tianfan Entertainment. However, they didn't see Lui Fei anywhere apparently, she had gone to film a variety show. Seeing Yifan hugging Su Shishir's waist as they entered the Tianfan Entertainment building, Da Tiantian felt a bit displeased. She had been keeping tabs on Yifan's news lately. She knew he had even appeared on a live stream to clear up rumors for Su Shishir. Chapter 145, It's only 50 million. Da Tiantian cares so much about Yifan. So, even though her feelings for Yifan were extremely high, nearly reaching the maximum value, she still felt jealous. However, she doesn't act out like Mu Qingyan when she's jealous. At most, she'll give Su Shishir, the younger apprentice sister, a cold glance. This is also one of the things Yifan admires about Big Sweetie. As for Su Shishir, she doesn't care about the Tianshir's icy glances, instead, she feels a bit proud. After all, so far, the only woman Yifan has publicly acknowledged is her. This was her capital for pride in front of Yifan's other women. Next, Su Shishir was naturally taken by Qin Jie to an office upstairs under the pretext of helping her select songs for the 4th episode of the singer competition. Leaving Yifan and Da Tiantian behind, Yifan and Dai Tian spent some intimate time together. 2 hours later, Dai Tian had to leave early because she had to film her collaboration with Wu Shaojing for Wolf Warrior 2, so she bid farewell to Yifan and departed the company. Yifan checked the time. 2 hours had already passed and Su Shishir still hadn't chosen a song. Clearly, something must have gone wrong. Just as Yifan was about to go upstairs to see what was going on, his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Zhou Xianxian calling again. However, this time, Zhou Xianxian wasn't calling to cause trouble, she actually had something important to discuss with him. It turned out that Li Xiang was urgently trying to transfer the 5% shares of Li's group that he held to Yifan according to the agreement, but he didn't know Yifan's contact information, so he had no choice but to contact Zhou Xianxian, who attended the same school as Yifan. The reason Li Xiang was being so obedient and willing to hand over the shares was... The reason, of course, was the bloody scene from last night, where Wang Xiong and over 70 others severed their fingers, which had completely terrified him. He knew that if he wanted to survive, it was best not to provoke Yifan. That's why he rushed to find Zhou Xianxian the next day. After hearing Zhou Xianxian's words, Yifan gave her a trading account number and instructed her to have Li Xiang transfer the shares he held into that account. After confirming that Li Xiang had transferred the shares, Yifan finally called his personal female lawyer, Zhou Lin. He asked her to handle some matters on his behalf. Jiahua Industry. Mu Qingyan's team was engaged in intense negotiations with representatives from the Li Group. With Yifan's assistance, Jiahua Industry was naturally expanding its operations. To expand, it was necessary to acquire other companies. This is one of the indispensable paths for a company to grow and strengthen itself. The Li Group also shares the same vision. Therefore, both parties have sat down at the negotiation table. This scene was strikingly similar to the one that had unfolded earlier at Jiahua Industrial. However, this time is different from the last. Jiahua Industry is clearly in a stronger position this time around. Even so, securing Li Group is no easy task. Especially since Li Changfeng, the head of the Li Group, has repeatedly insisted that his group must hold a larger stake in the merger. They will only agree to join Jiahua Industrial if their demands are met, otherwise, they have better partners. This situation has left Mu Qingyan, the career-driven woman, in a difficult position. Granting the Li Group more controlling shares would mean that Jiahua Industrial would no longer be swallowing up the Li Group but instead partnering with it. However, if they refuse, the Li Group does indeed have better options. For example, partnering with a wealthy foreign company. Just as Mu Qingyan was caught between a rock and a hard place, someone appeared. None other than Yifan's personal secretary, Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin had come with a legally binding document, and this document clearly stated that the 5% stake in the Li Group held by Li Xiang had already been transferred to Jiahua Industrial. Originally, Jiahua Industry already held a 47% stake in the Li Group, but even so, the decision-making power remained with Li Changfeng. However, with this official approval, coupled with the 5% shares of Li's Group transferred by Li Xiang, Jiahua Industry now holds 52% of Li's Group. Now, Li Group is under the control of Jiahua Industry. The situation has completely reversed. Now, it's Mu Qingyan's turn to take control. Either Li Group merges into Jiahua Industrial or get out. Li Changfeng reviewed the legal documents brought by Zhou Lin over and over again, and in the end, he was nearly driven to the brink of madness. But now, the Li Group is under the control of Jiahua Industrial. He doesn't want to sign, but he has to sign. The Li Group, which had significant influence in the Pudong area of Shanghai, had become a subsidiary of Jiahua Industry. As for who Li Changfeng is and his relationship with Li Xiang, he was, of course, Li Xiang's father. Li Xiang never imagined that by simply transferring his 5% stake in the Li Group, he would cause such a disaster, nearly driving his father to his grave. Mu Qingyan watched as Li Changfeng, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, was now forced to sign the contract obediently. A faint smile appeared on her stunning face. Is this the gift Yifan said he would give her? Though it wasn't particularly valuable, it was only worth 5 million. But the value of a gift doesn't lie in its weight. What matters most is whether it has a significant purpose and whether it comes at the right time. After all, giving someone coal in the snow is a million times better than adding flowers to a brocade. Yifan's timely gift had just helped her secure the Li group. It's no exaggeration to call it a lifesaver. As a result, Mu Qingyan's last bit of anger toward Yifan completely vanished, and her goodwill toward him even increased, now reaching 96. After hanging up the call with Zhou Xianxian, Yifan saw that Su Shishir still hadn't come down. With no other option, he had to go upstairs to find her himself. Selecting songs for the singer competition didn't take much time. Usually, it could be decided in 1 or 2 hours. However, for some reason, Su Shishir couldn't decide on the song she wanted to sing on the singer today. This forced Yifan to intervene. Upon arriving upstairs, Yifan learned that Su Shishir had gotten into a minor dispute with Chen Jia. As the head of Tianfan Entertainment, Chen Jia naturally wanted Su Shishir to win the competition with the top score. This would bring her massive popularity and make her truly, completely break out. However, Su Shishir didn't see it that way. Chapter 146, Zhang Bin's Utter Despair. Su Shishir felt that she had already won first place in the singer competition for 3 consecutive episodes, including the unbroadcast 3rd episode. If she were to win first place again in the 4th episode, it would be too attention-grabbing. It would give the audience the impression that she was actually a plant arranged by the show's production team. She had won first place consecutively not because of her own abilities, but because the production team had intentionally arranged it. Therefore, Su Shishir decided not to use the song chosen by the company for her this time. She would select a song herself, adapt it, and create it on her own. As for the final ranking, she would leave it up to fate. After hearing Su Shishir's words, Yifan immediately understood what she was thinking. Actually, the word fate she used could be replaced with a more appropriate term, talent. Yes, Su Shishir has her own stubbornness. She wants to prove to the audience through her actions that she can achieve a good ranking not because of the program producers or the company. It was something she had earned through her own hard work and talent. Chen Jia, of course, wouldn't agree to Su Shishir's seemingly impulsive decision. What if, in the 4th episode of The Singer, she ended up in last place? That would ruin her future overnight. It would also bring significant negative repercussions to Tianfan Entertainment. But Su Shishir was determined to go through with it. There was nothing he could do, so Chen Jia had to turn to Yifan for help. Yifan understood Su Shishir's stubbornness and knew she was a girl who refused to give up. She wanted to prove herself through her own abilities, so how could he refuse? It's okay, Chen Jia. Let Su Shishir make her own decision for the 4th episode of The Singer. The big boss has spoken. What else could Chen Jia say? He could only nod in agreement. Upon hearing this, Su Shishir was overjoyed and gave Yifan a passionate kiss on the cheek. How lucky she was to have met a man who understood her heart so well. He was her little lucky charm. The matter regarding Su Shishir was settled. Before leaving Tianfan Entertainment, Chen Jia told Yifan some news. Basically, he had turned down all the calls from celebrities and artists who had called recently, but there was one person he hadn't turned down. That person was Dami. However, it wasn't because Damimi no longer wanted to start her own company or planned to sign with Tianfan Entertainment. She had recommended someone else instead. The person Damimi recommended was someone Yifan knew and had met before. It was the newcomer Riba, who had been signed by her studio. Damimi believed that a talented newcomer like Riba was being wasted in her studio. She believed that if Riba could sign with Yifan's Tianfan Entertainment, she would definitely develop better. Who knows, maybe she wouldn't have to wait 3 years, or even just a few months, to become an overnight sensation. Yifan did not refuse Damimi's request. Firstly, after all, they had that kind of relationship. Secondly, Riba was indeed a very promising newcomer. Moreover, Yifan has recently prepared a new script for Damimi, an absolutely amazing script titled 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms, with the lead role set to be played by Damimi. As for the female lead, it's naturally going to be played by Riba. Yifan is well aware that through this show, Riba will definitely become an overnight sensation. Therefore, signing Riba not only grants Damimi a huge favor but also brings Tianfan Entertainment a highly promising new talent. What's there not to love? When leaving Tianfan Entertainment, Yifan only took Su Shishir with him. On the way back, Yifan parked his car at the entrance of a large supermarket. He told Su Shishir to stay in the car while he went inside to buy some daily necessities. Upon entering the supermarket, Yifan was recognized by someone. Hey, isn't that the guy from the nightclub? Really? It's Yizong, the guy behind Su Shishir. He's so handsome. He's even more handsome than he looks on live streams. Oh, I'm so smitten. Yifan never expected that even with such a big pair of sunglasses, he was still recognized in the supermarket. Is this what they mean by people fear fame, pigs fear fat? But, nightclub, could you ask Su Goddess for an autograph for me? I'm her die-hard fan. Yifan ignored them, finished selling his items, and left the supermarket. Although what happened in the supermarket was just a trivial matter. But it still made Yi-fan realize that he was probably already famous now. At least, he was famous in the live streaming circle. Now, in the live streaming community, who didn't he know about this mysterious, young, and handsome nightclub owner who had once spent a fortune for Sue Goddess? He spent 200 million. Now, this story has become a legendary tale in the live streaming community. Over the next few days, Yi-fan stayed by Su Shirshir's side, though he didn't forget to take some time to visit Mu Qingyan as well. These two girls, along with Da Tian, are the most important women in his life, so he doesn't mind spending extra time with them. Beep. 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 Yi-fan's phone suddenly rang. This time, the call wasn't from Zhou Xianxian or any of Yi-fan's other women, it was Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin rarely initiated calls to Yi-fan, and this time, he had called proactively, which must mean something important had happened. Before even answering the call, Yi-fan had already guessed that this must be related to Zhou Kuer, that mysterious girl. Sure enough. Mr. Yi, you previously warned me to be cautious of a woman. I believe that both I and Longting property have already drawn her attention. Zhang Bin spoke with confidence at first. But from the tone of Zhang Bin's voice this time, Yi-fan could tell that he was even a bit helpless. Zhang Bin, the emperor of the underworld in Magic City, was actually helpless because of a woman. It must be a very troublesome woman. Oh? Yi-fan remained non-committal, simply urging Zhang Bin to continue. Mr. Yi, can I step in? She's already provoked me. Zhang Bin suddenly said. At this point, Yi-fan finally understood. It wasn't that Zhang Bin was truly helpless against Zhou Kuer, but rather, Yi-fan had specifically mentioned it last time, leading Zhang Bin to mistakenly believe that Zhou Kuer and Yi-fan had a close relationship. Therefore, he dared not act rashly against Zhou Kuer and had been constantly yielding to her, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. Otherwise, with his strength and abilities, if he really wanted to take her down, it would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Who would have thought that the emperor of the underground world of Magic City could be so helpless at times? Alright, if she really goes too far, you can take her down, but remember, under no circumstances should you hurt her. Yi-fan instructed Zhang Bin. Chapter 147, Yi-fan, too perfect. Yi-fan still had a bit of interest in Zhou Kuer. Got it, Mr. Yi. Zhang Bin hung up the phone after hearing that. However, before hanging up, Yi-fan heard him sigh deeply. It seemed that he was truly at a loss because of Zhou Kuer. This made Yi-fan even more curious. A young girl could actually make Zhang Bin feel helpless and even headache-inducing. It seemed she truly had something special about her. Of course, Yi-fan was merely curious about her and hadn't truly developed feelings for her. After all, Zhou Kuer still didn't know that he was actually Yi Qingge's master. She probably thought he was just one of Yi Qingge's disciples. Zhou Kuer regarded Yi Qingge as someone she wanted to surpass, which meant she was far inferior to Yi Qingge. Since she was so far behind Yi Qingge, Yi-fan naturally didn't think much of her. Let Zhang Bin capture her and bring her before him, that would be acceptable. Then she'll see who the real mastermind behind it all is. Mr. Yi. Reba called Yi-fan sweetly. A few days later, Damini finally personally brought Reba to Tianfan Entertainment and had her sign a contract with the company. Moreover, she specifically instructed Reba to follow Yi-fan's arrangements in everything, and whatever Yi-fan told her to do, she must obey. Damini was essentially Reba's mentor and the one who discovered her talent, so she naturally followed her every word. Although she was in a new environment and felt quite uncomfortable and a bit nervous. Reba, welcome to Tianfan Entertainment. Yi-fan nodded at Reba and replied briefly. Yi-fan didn't want Damini to have made the trip for nothing, so he didn't beat around the bush. He directly instructed Chen Jie to hand over the script he had written and give it to Damini. 3 lives, 3 worlds, 10 miles of peach blossoms? Upon seeing the title of the script, Damini was immediately captivated. The title was so beautiful, the plot must be equally enchanting. However, when Dami saw the name of the script, she was even more startled. Yi Ge, did you write this script? Dami was stunned. She had already heard that Yi-fan was a man of many talents. He could write songs, compose music, and sing like a god. Even the blockbuster animated film Naja, The Demon Boy's Descent, was his own creation. But she never imagined that Yi-fan could also write a script. Oh my god, this man is simply too perfect. Dami's admiration for Yi-fan grew even stronger. She felt that entrusting the extremely promising newcomer, Reba, to Yi-fan was absolutely the right decision. Yi-fan didn't deny it. Such a thick script, you must have spent ages writing it, Yi Gu. Not long. I don't believe you. It really wasn't that long, but there's one thing that took a really long time. Yi Gu, Reba is here. Dami and Yi-fan were interacting closely. Damini gave a playful pout at the end. Ha! The naive Reba naturally looked innocent and adorable. She couldn't yet appreciate the depth and breadth of Chinese culture. Speaking of which, Yi-fan didn't say anything out of line. He wrote the script for 3 lives, 3 worlds, 10 miles of peach blossoms in just 2 hours. After all, he had Xiao AI, a laptop computer that was 20 years ahead of current technology, to assist him. Unlike other online novelists, Yi-fan doesn't have to type out the script one word at a time on the keyboard. He just puts on his headphones, and as soon as a thought crosses his mind, his brainwaves would automatically convert into text. Moreover, Xiao AI would even automatically help him replace certain words with the most appropriate and elegant ones. Therefore, the screenplay for 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms, created by Yifan, is even more elegant in language and vocabulary than the original work. Indeed. After roughly finishing the script, Dami was completely blown away. This script is just too well written. If this script were adapted into a TV series, it would definitely be a huge hit. If it doesn't become a hit, she'll quit the entertainment industry. Seeing that Dami had finished reading the script, Yifan finally gestured to Chen Jia beside him. Chen Jia understood and immediately asked, Ms. Yang, what do you think of this script? You see, Tianfan Entertainment wants to use this script to produce a TV series. As for the female lead, of course, it would be you, Ms. Yang. This script is truly outstanding. Dami didn't hesitate to praise it. After all, the script was truly well written. And for an actor, how important a good script is, goes without saying. Are you serious about wanting me to play the female lead in this show? Dami still couldn't believe it. Such a great script shouldn't be given to Daitian, right? Yes. Chen Jia noticed Damini's confusion and explained, our Daitiancher is currently collaborating with Wu Shaojing on the film Wolf Warrior 2 and is unavailable. Therefore, the female lead for this play is why Yi Zong wanted to have Ms. Yang take on the role. Chen Jia spoke with professionalism, handing the floor back to Yifan without overstepping his bounds. What's wrong? Big Honey doesn't tea like the script? Yifan noticed that Damini seemed hesitant and asked. No, I love this script. It's just that I was thinking. Have Reba play the second female lead, Fengjiu, right? Yifan continued, picking up on Damini's thoughts. Yi Ge, you really know what I'm thinking. Damini didn't care that Reba was there. She gave Yifan a seductive glance. He truly understands me, Yifan. Let's settle it this way. The lead female role of Bai Qian will be played by you, and the second female lead role of Fengjiu will be played by Reba. The male lead? That's still undecided. Yifan wasn't one to beat around the bush. He made the decision immediately. Yi Ge, you'll play the male lead. Dami showed a look of longing. Let's just skip that. Yifan already knew the pain of fame. He didn't want to become famous again for something trivial. That would be a shame. Dami felt a bit disappointed. Yeah, she really hoped Yifan would become the male lead. After all, who wouldn't want such a handsome guy as the main male lead? After that, Dami and Chen Jia both tactfully found excuses to leave one after the other, leaving Yifan and the newcomer Reba alone together. This sudden turn of events caught Reba off guard, even though she had prepared herself beforehand. Her heart was racing with nervousness. Chapter 148, A Collapse of Operations. Seeing how nervous Reba was, Yifan remained very gentlemanly. After chatting with her about some trivial matters, he prepared to leave. However, as Yifan was about to leave, Reba suddenly embraced him. Yi Zong, I'm willing. Reba said nervously and shyly. Her entire face turned bright red. But she kept in mind what Dami had told her. She would obey Yifan's every word. Don't call me Yi Zong anymore, call me Fan Gu. Yifan said to Reba. Since Reba was willing, Yifan naturally wouldn't refuse. Name, D. Reba. Age, 18. Appearance, 90. Charm, 83. Strength, 75. Physical condition, 77. Agility, 80. Intelligence, 78. Affinity, 89. Skills, performance skill level 2, singing skill level 2, variety skill level 4. After securing the first kill on Reba, Reba's data appeared in Yifan's mind. It must be said that she is indeed a promising newcomer with impressive stats across the board. Even in the two areas that are almost every female celebrity's weak points, strength and stamina, she scored 75 and 77, respectively. As for acting and singing skills, they're just average. After all, she's just starting out, so it's normal to need time to polish her skills. However, Yifan noticed a standout feature in Reba's profile. Her variety show skills were rated as high as level 4. This means she has a natural talent for variety shows. Calling her a variety show genius wouldn't be an overstatement. Yifan thought about it and realized that the original Heba on Earth truly rose to fame after participating in Running Man and The Challenge. In this world, there are no equivalent variety shows like Running Man or The Challenge. In other words, after giving it some thought, Yifan decided to slightly adjust Reba's data. He increased her strength, stamina, and intelligence, all three stats, to 80 points each. As a result, all of Hotba's base stats now reached 80 or above. As for the other stats, they were already high enough, so Yifan didn't touch them. Additionally, he hoped that as a newcomer, Reba would undergo more hardships, enabling her to grow quickly. In the suburbs of Magic City, inside an abandoned factory, a group of men dressed in suits and sunglasses, clearly members of the underworld, were frantically searching for something. The leader of the group was none other than Zhang Bin, the so-called emperor of the underworld of Magic City. Indeed, this entire factory complex was owned by Longting Property Management. However, today, someone has come to cause trouble. Catch her. Zhang Bin said coldly, his face filled with anger. There weren't many people who could make him this angry, and Zhou Kor was one of them. Yes, the one causing trouble in the factory owned by Longting Property Management was none other than Zhou Kor. Yes. However, before the men in suits could finish speaking, boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending the dozen or so men in suits at the front flying through the air, their fate uncertain. Even if they survived, they would be severely injured. Is that all? Zhang Bin, you claim to be an outer disciple of the Tang clan, yet your men are this weak? It seems the Tang clan isn't all that after all. Amidst the smoke and debris from the explosion, Zhou Kor's mocking voice echoed. Once the smoke cleared, people finally saw a girl, no more than 17 or 18 years old, dressed in revealing clothing, crouching on a high concrete wall that had been blown apart, blowing bubbles with her mouth while gazing at Zhang Bin and the others with a playful expression. She clearly didn't think much of any of them. Charge! Among the men in suits, the leader didn't even need Zhang Bin's orders. At his command, all the men in suits charged toward Zhou Kor at lightning speed. This scene could not be described more aptly than starving tigers pouncing on a lamb. The men in suits were the hungry tigers, and Zhou Kor, alone, was the helpless lamb. However, when the men in suits lunged toward Zhou Kor, the situation took a complete 180-degree turn. Slap! Zhou Kor kicked a man in a suit in the face, shattering his sunglasses and leaving a deep shoe print on his face. She then used the momentum to leap into the factory. The remaining men in suits were all taken down as well. Though she didn't seem very strong, her movements were extremely agile, and she was armed with a stun gun, which never missed its mark. Several men were struck by the stun gun, their bodies charred and smoking, collapsing to the ground with a loud thud. The remaining dozen or so men in suits did not retreat but continued to pursue Zhou Kor relentlessly. Zhou Kor seemed to know that she couldn't win in a direct confrontation against these burly men, so she lured them into the dimly lit factory. Clang! The sound of metal colliding. Ah! Immediately followed by the agonized screams of the men in suits. Zhang Bin, accompanied by two men in suits, walked into the factory with a stern expression. They saw several men in suits being struck unconscious by steel pipes that had come crashing down at an angle. The factory was filled with a layer of gray dust, severely limiting visibility. Among the dust, the remaining men in suits were covered in some kind of paint, their bodies splattered with red and green. They couldn't see anything and could only wildly swing their batons, striking the air. It was clear that Zhou Kor was extremely skilled at utilizing the items around her. The factory contained steel, paint, and even cement powder. Zhang Bin's expression grew increasingly grim, but he was no ordinary man even in such a situation, he remained composed. Clang! The sound of something falling. Over here! A man in a suit shouted in panic. Immediately, a group of men in suits rushed forward. Of course, they only lunged into thin air. No, it wasn't a mist grab, they had landed on a lit firework. The next second. Boom! A loud explosion echoed through the air. Several men in suits reacted swiftly, immediately stepping back, but were still blown back, covered in blood. However, these men in suits were no pushovers. Despite their injuries, they grit their teeth and endured the pain without uttering a single scream. However, snap! 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 After a few more sounds, the men in suits trembled all over and collapsed, knocked unconscious by the electric shotguns. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Zhang Bin finally lost his temper and let out a curse. His martial arts cultivation was no trivial matter. He had reached the peak of the Dan Jin realm, 2 realms above the High Gambling King. Martial artists at the Dan Jin realm rarely lose their temper, but he had been completely enraged by Zhou Kor. It was clear that Zhou Kor was indeed a formidable opponent. Chapter 149, Yifan, what do you mean? Get out of my way. Zhang Bin took 3 steps in 2, charging forward, then delivered a powerful punch at a wall inside the factory. Zhou Kor liked to use the tactic of feinting one direction while attacking another, but that didn't matter. When she had used the electric shotgun to knock out several men in suits earlier, Zhang Bin had already used his ability to locate sounds to determine her exact position. At that moment, she was hiding behind the wall, ambushing the men in suits. Boom! A deafening thud echoed through the air as the entire wall was shattered by Zhang Bin's single punch. That's way too intense. Even Zhang Bin's own men, the suit-clad men, were completely terrified when they saw Zhang Bin shatter a wall with a single punch. Moreover, those with keen ears could hear a woman's delicate scream amidst the sound of the wall collapsing. Oomph! Zhou Kor was injured by Zhang Bin's hit the mountain to kill the ox technique. Zhang Bin truly lives up to his reputation as a master at the peak of the Dan Jin realm. He showed his superiority the moment he moved. Damn it, I underestimated him. This time, I'll let you off. But next time, it won't be so easy. Zhou Kor thought to herself, clenched her teeth, pulled out the steel bar that had pierced her shoulder, and stepped into the shadows of the factory. Clang! When the man in the suit rushed to the wall, he only saw the blood-stained steel bar lying on the ground. As for Zhou Kor, not even a trace of her remained. Yifan received a call from Zhang Bin. Upon learning that Zhou Kor had been injured by Zhang Bin's punch but that Zhang Bin and his men had failed to capture her, allowing her to escape, Yifan did not blame Zhang Bin. Because he already knew that Zhou Kor was no ordinary girl. Jokor was backed by a massive organization, and this organization's strength was not much different from Yiching's Tangmen. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to provoke Tangmen. Of course, Yifan had no intention of getting involved with Jokir. After all, she couldn't even defeat Zhang Bin, so she wasn't worthy of his attention. Moreover, he didn't have the time to deal with her now. After spending the evening with Mu Qingyan, he had to accompany Su Shishir in the morning and give her some guidance on her singing. At noon, he went to Tianfan Entertainment to visit the company's newly signed rookie, Riba. In the afternoon, Jiangli and He Linlin called. Women are like that. But fortunately, they all know how to take care of people, and with Yifan's constitution, running back and forth is no big deal. However, it's worth mentioning that He Linlin's call wasn't about that she had something important to discuss. It turned out that after Yifan won the Venetian casino, River Gambling King had tried his best to keep the news under wraps, but word still spread like wildfire. As a result, the reputation of River Gambling King and High Gambling King in Macau City was severely tarnished. The casino alliance formed by Southeast Asian countries that had previously dared not challenge the River Gambling King and the High Gambling King due to their reputation now seized the opportunity to declare war on the River Gambling King on all casinos in Macau City. They aimed to use this opportunity to establish their reputation, and thereby ascend to become the second largest gambling city in the world, just below Las Vegas, the world's largest gambling city. Yes, the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance aims to use this opportunity to squeeze out Macau City and become the top gambling city in Southeast Asia. Their approach, to put it mildly, is somewhat opportunistic and overly aggressive, but it is not entirely unreasonable. If you don't strike when the iron is hot, are you going to wait until they're at their strongest to cause trouble? Therefore, Yifan had already anticipated that after taking over the Venetian, the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance would inevitably come looking for trouble. And whether you believe it or not, that information was actually leaked by Yifan himself. His purpose was clear: rather than wait for the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance to discover the truth through various means and then send people to cause trouble, it was better to lure their top gambling experts directly to the Venetian. Then eliminate them to avoid future troubles. This time, Yifan once again boarded his private jet in Harbin and headed to Macau. Along the way, he couldn't resist spending some intimate time with Li Xin. Upon arriving in Macau City, He Linlin had already arrived in a luxury car and was waiting for him at the airport. After picking up Yifan, He Linlin drove him straight to the He family estate. Along the way, the two did not interact much. Even though River Gambling King had long since intended to marry his beloved youngest daughter to Yifan, River Linlin was well aware of her father's intentions. However, her feelings toward Yifan were not particularly warm, so it was only natural that she did not engage in any intimate interactions with him. Upon arriving at the He family residence, only River Gambling King greeted him. High Gambling King was absent. According to River Gambling King, High Gambling King had retired after losing to Yifan last time and had found a secluded place to live in seclusion. It made sense. If Gao Duong were still in charge in Macau, the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance wouldn't dare to declare war on all the casinos in Macau so hastily. After exchanging pleasantries with River Gambling King, Yifan spoke bluntly. He didn't hide anything and directly told the River Gambling King that he was the one who leaked the information. What? So you were the one who leaked the information? Sure enough, upon learning that Yifan had leaked the information, He Linlin was unable to accept it. Yifan, what do you mean? What's in it for you? I think you're just trying to slander my father. Before she could finish her sentence, the furious He Linlin was interrupted by the River Gambling King. Shut up. You don't understand. This is where Mr. Ye's true brilliance lies. He Gambling King scolded. Experience truly comes with age. River Gambling King had actually guessed that Yifan had a purpose behind his actions. He Linlin felt wronged. From childhood to adulthood, her father, who had always treated her like the apple of his eye, had never scolded her so harshly before. But she wisely kept her mouth shut. After that, Yifan asked about the current situation in the casino city of AUS City. He didn't know until he asked, but upon hearing the news, he realized that the situation seemed rather urgent. All the casinos in Macau, except for the Venetian, had all gone bankrupt. The Southeast Asian Casino Alliance was now in high spirits, while the casinos in Macau were in low spirits. The Venetian casino was spared because its new owner, Yifan, was absent, so they had left it as the last target to challenge. Otherwise, given their arrogant nature, they would have definitely targeted the most famous casino, the Venetian, first. That's the situation. Now that you've taken over the Venetian, you'll have to handle this yourself. The He family won't help you. He Linlin snorted coldly. In front of her father, she deliberately chose to argue with Yifan. Chapter 150, He Linlin's goodwill skyrockets. He Gambling King was a seasoned veteran. How could he not understand that some young girls say one thing but mean the opposite? In other words, she's just being stubborn. Mr. Yi, don't take it to heart. My daughter has been spoiled by me. If there's anything our He family can do to help, just let us know. He Gambling King chuckled, diffusing the awkwardness, and said, Alright, if there's anything the He family can assist with, I'll let you know. Since the river gambling king had shown him such courtesy, Yifan naturally wouldn't put him in a difficult position. Because the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance wouldn't challenge the Venetian until tomorrow. Therefore, for dinner, Yifan accepted River Gambling King's enthusiastic invitation and stayed at the River family residence. That night, he naturally stayed at the River family's residence. That night, Linin knocked on Yifan's door again. There was no doubt she didn't want to come, but the River Gambling King had insisted she do so. I won't just give in to you like this. Unless you beat me first. Lin remained as arrogant as ever. Of course, when it came to gambling skills, she wasn't very skilled. So she was quickly defeated. Now, even if she wanted to resist, she had no choice but to submit to Yifan. The next day, Yifan discovered that Lin's feelings for him had skyrocketed. It went straight from 70 to 85. This shouldn't make sense. Lin wasn't a stranger to Yifan, they'd been together before. Why hadn't her feelings for him skyrocketed before, but they did this time? This was actually quite easy to understand. Because this time, there were no other women around Yifan, so Lin didn't feel jealous. After spending the night together, her feelings naturally grew stronger. Miss, the master sent me to wake you up. Also, remember to wake up the young master as well. Outside the door, a servant from the Yi family had already come to wake them up. Hearing the giggles from the female servant outside, Lin's pretty face turned bright red. Who said he's your son-in-law? Don't call him that. Lin was still so arrogant. However, she was inwardly panicking. It's over. Now the entire He family knows that I've had a relationship with this guy. The He family's aunts and cousins will probably gossip about this again. Just thinking about it made Lin feel troubled. A large family with so many relatives can also be a source of frustration, can't it? What's wrong? You look like you're about to cry. Yifan noticed her expression and couldn't resist teasing her. Nothing's wrong. Although Lin's tone remained as arrogant as ever, she couldn't help but link her arm through Yifan's as they stepped outside. The gambling king, who had been waiting downstairs, saw this and was very satisfied. His precious little daughter had not disappointed him. As long as she could get close to Yifan, this influential figure, even if she couldn't become the main wife, being a concubine would be enough to ensure that the Yi family would remain standing tall in Macau City even after he passed away. If it weren't for the agreed-upon time with the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, he wouldn't have bothered to send a servant to disturb the two of them. After that, it was time for breakfast. The Yi family was indeed a wealthy household. The cost of a single breakfast was enough to feed an ordinary family for several months. After breakfast, it was time to get down to business. Accompanied by River Gambling King, River Linin, and several others, Yifan arrived at the Venetian casino. Chen Daozi had been waiting respectfully at the casino entrance for some time. However, his expression was as grim as if he had eaten something disgusting. What's wrong, Chen Daozi? Zhou Chuanfu, who was following closely behind Yifan, spoke up. Zhou Chuanfu was River Linlin's senior brother and the favored disciple of the High Gambling King. When Yifan wasn't around, this guy was responsible for helping Chen Daozi manage the Venetian casino. Nothing's wrong. Chen Daozi said through gritted teeth. They're just people sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, they're just being too arrogant. What? They dare to act so brazenly at the Venetian? Zhou Chuanfu heard this and immediately got angry. This. Chen Daozi hesitated, but everyone present knew exactly what he was thinking. That is, Yifan and his group didn't show up at the agreed time, so it's no wonder the other side wanted to embarrass Chen Daozi. However, Yifan had deliberately arrived late. Otherwise, he could have skipped breakfast. He wanted to make the gambling experts sent urgently by the Southeast Asian Casino suffer a bit. Let them know that daring to challenge the Macau casino was a mistake from the very beginning. As for using such methods to disrupt their mental state, that was secondary, because with Yifan's gambling skills, there was no need to disrupt their mindset before the game even began. He simply wants to provoke them. Enough with the nonsense, let's go inside. Yifan interrupted Zhou Chuanfu and Chen Daozi's conversation and said to Chen Daozi, Mr. Yi, please follow me. Chen Daozi hurriedly led the way. Once inside the casino, it was already packed with people. People had heard that a historic battle involving the honor of Macau City was about to take place at the Venetian casino, so everyone had arrived early to witness the event. Therefore, whether they were from other casinos defeated by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance or tourists visiting Macau, everyone had gathered at the Venetian casino. The crowd was enormous. Amidst the densely packed crowd, there was one area that had been forcibly cleared by several bodyguards, creating an open space. In that open space stood a dozen or so people, the gambling experts sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. Among them were people from island nations, Koreans, Indians, and even blonde-haired, blue-eyed Europeans. Though they come from different regions, countries, with different skin colors, languages, and even ethnicities. However, they all shared one thing in common: they all wore arrogant expressions on their faces. They didn't even bother to acknowledge the other gambling experts from the nearby casinos. That was only natural, as these gambling experts had already been defeated by them earlier. Why would they bother to acknowledge them? When they saw the Venetian casino manager Chindaozi, accompanied by the river gambling king and his daughter, along with a young man, entering the casino. Among them, an elderly man with gray hair, who seemed to be the leader, couldn't help but speak up. "River gambling king, you sure know how to make an entrance. You made us wait for half an hour. Is this how guests are treated in Macau? It's truly disappointing." The old man, known as Eight Master in the underworld, was a Chinese Malaysian who could speak Chinese, which was not unusual. "What's the matter? Are the gambling experts of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance so impatient that they can't even wait half an hour?" The river gambling king spoke up. Chapter 151, You Dare Hit Me? The stunned crowd was left speechless. As soon as the river gambling king spoke, he clashed head-on with this eighth master, neither giving an inch. It's easy to imagine that in the past, the two must have had many grudges and entanglements. The two old foxes were secretly competing, which was indeed thrilling, but Ji-fan wasn't interested at all. Some in the opposing group were also completely disinterested. While the river gambling king and the eighth master were exchanging polite banter, one of them, an Asian man whose age seemed to be around the same as Ji-fan and He Lin, walked toward them. Of course, his target was clear. He wasn't there for anyone else, but for He Lin. "Miss He Lin, since our last encounter, I have been unable to stop thinking about you. I have been eagerly awaiting the day when we can face off again." The Asian man spoke in broken Chinese. His hair was jet black and shiny, and it was unclear how much hair oil he had applied. The scent of his cologne was also quite overpowering. Ji-fan glanced down and noticed the nationality emblem pinned to the Asian man's chest. It was clear he was from the island nation. "No, Mr. Jingxia, I have no interest in fighting you." It was clear that He Lin didn't want to say another word to him. From her tone, it was clear that she had no fondness for this man who was trying to flatter and please her, and in fact, she despised him. Miss He Lin, Mr. Inoue still wanted to continue pestering her. "Get lost." Ji-fan stepped forward, standing between him and River Lin, and ordered him in a cold tone. If Ji-fan remembered correctly, Japanese surnames are usually based on where the child was born. For example, Matsue, Yamamoto, Tanaka. Inagawa. I didn't expect it. His parents must be quite the characters. True to the fine traditions of the island nation. Behind him, He Lin held Ji-fan's hands tightly, her body trembling slightly. It was clear that she was moved by Ji-fan's gesture. The feeling of being protected by someone else, how happy. "Who are you?" Jingxia was slightly annoyed. But upon seeing He Lin holding Ji-fan's hands, he immediately understood. "I see. You're the one who defeated the high gambler and took over the Venetian casino, right?" Now it seems that most of the rumors circulating outside are unfounded. "You didn't win the Venetian by defeating the high gambler at all." Jingxia sneered. In truth, he had no idea what was really going on. However, seeing how handsome Ji-fan was, he had almost captured the attention of every woman in the room, especially He Lin, whose gaze had been fixed on him from the moment they arrived. It was clear to everyone that He Lin had already fallen for Ji-fan. So, to target Ji-fan, he had just made up nonsense on the spot. He wasn't afraid that making up stories would bring revenge upon him. After all, he had come as a representative of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. He didn't believe Ji-fan would dare to lay a finger on him. What? Could there be something more to this? I knew it. The high gambling king couldn't possibly lose to an unknown young man. Now it seems there really is something going on. I wonder what the hidden circumstances, or could it be a bombshell news story? Those around him began to whisper among themselves. Among the crowd were also many media journalists. Of course, they were all invited by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance to document this historic showdown. They believed that without the high gambling king, their victory in the Macau City Gambling City Showdown was assured, so the more international journalists they had, the better. Mr. Jingxia, it's best not to say too much without evidence, otherwise. Ji-fan snorted coldly. What then? Do you dare to hit me? This kid is getting way too arrogant. Let's be honest, you're just a pretty face who's climbed into Miss He Lin's good graces. That's why the high-stakes gambler handed over the Venetian casino so easily. Seeing that everyone was curious about his words, and with the crowd's protection, he grew even more brazen. Not only did he speak nonsense, but he also deliberately raised his voice. However, he hadn't finished speaking. Bang! A heavy thud echoed through the room. No one saw Ji-fan make any movement, yet the man in the well flew into the air like a landing with a thud on a gambling table, shattering it into two pieces. Thanks to the table providing some cushioning, the man didn't lose consciousness immediately and was even able to speak. I'm the representative of the island nation. How dare you lay a finger on me? However, before he could finish his sentence, his head lolled to the side, and he completely lost consciousness. It seemed he was either dead or severely injured. But everyone could hear that what he had tried to say was that Ji-fan dared to lay a hand on him, an international friend, and no matter who he was, he wouldn't get away with it today. Everyone present was completely stunned by Ji-fan's sudden move. Even the high gambling king and the eight master, who had been at odds with each other since they met, stopped their conversation for a moment. Everyone was staring at Ji-fan. It seemed as though they were hoping he would provide an explanation for what had just happened. After all, Jing Xiao was representing the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance to compete with you. The competition hadn't even started yet, and you've already beaten him to a pulp. If you don't give the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance an explanation, where will their face be in the future? However, Yifan didn't even bother to acknowledge them. It seemed he didn't even consider the fact that he had injured the gambling expert sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. What's the matter? You beat someone up and don't even bother to explain? Asan shouted in English. Exactly, is this how the Macau casino treats its challengers? Because you're afraid you can't beat us in gambling, so you resort to violence to deal with us challengers. What a great idea. If you don't give us an explanation, don't blame us for reporting you to the International Gambling Association. Other gambling experts from the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance also began speaking in English. Yifan understands the languages of all countries in the world. This is a reward from the system after 100 days. Therefore, understanding their English was no big deal. Moreover, compared to their broken English, Yifan's English was truly fluent. I've already beaten you. Do you want to compete? If you do, let us start now. If not, please leave immediately and go back where you came from. Yifan spoke arrogantly. That's what you call arrogant. Compared to Yifan's arrogance, what happened earlier was just a minor skirmish. Whoa! Everyone in the casino sucked in a cold breath. Even the other gambling experts present were stunned by Yifan's arrogance. Chapter 152, Yifan must pay the price? They never expected that this young man, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, would be so arrogant. Of course, this only served to enrage the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance even more. What did he say? Damn it, this kind of competition isn't worth participating in. This is too much. Z country is just too arrogant. Even the gambling experts from the neighboring small country of the Philippines were jumping up and down in anger. He probably feels that Z country is being too arrogant because of the incident where the Philippines was severely reprimanded by Z country over a certain maritime issue. However, no matter how much they protest, it won't make a difference. Shut up and stop making a scene. This competition will continue. Mr. Yifan, we hope you won't let us down. The 8th Master suddenly spoke up. Now that the 8th Master has spoken, the other members of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance dare not utter a single word. But while they didn't say anything, they were incredibly curious. How could their 8th Master not even demand an explanation from the other party and just give in like that? This didn't align with the strong 8th Master they knew. There must be a reason for this. After the incident, the 8th Master glared angrily at the River Gambling King. The River Gambling King saw that the 8th Master was glaring at him, clearly demanding an explanation for the matter. He didn't rush, but instead whispered something in the 8th Master's ear. Instantly, the 8th Master's expression changed drastically. It turned out he had the Tang clan backing him up. No wonder. No wonder. After learning of Yifan's close ties with the Tang clan, the 8th Master could only swallow his anger for now, even though the people he had brought with him had been knocked unconscious by Yifan. After all, even though he had the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance as his backing, the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance was nothing compared to the Tang clan. Moreover, in this underground setting, the 8th Master was well aware of his own limitations. His gambling skills were the worst among them all, but he had managed to secure a spot in this team through connections within the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. Now that he was injured and couldn't participate, so be it. After all, he was just there to make up the numbers. One less wouldn't matter. What matters most is winning the final match. The largest and most prestigious casino in Macau is the Venetian Casino. If we don't win at the Venetian, no one will acknowledge that the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance is the second largest gambling city in the world. That's why the 8th Master had to compromise. Moreover, this matter isn't over yet. 8th Master has already secretly instructed the gambling experts he brought along that this time, there's no need to hold back, win as ruthlessly as possible. He wants Yifan to pay for his recklessness. Anyone who dares to injure the people he brought with him has never walked away unscathed. Across the sea from a US city, but not far away, lies Port City. Not long ago, a grand funeral had just concluded. What was once a bustling funeral site was now deserted, with only 3 lonely mother and child remaining. Yes, that's right. This grand funeral was none other than the funeral of Xiong Lauda. Poor Xiong Lauda, a prominent figure in Port City, died in such a mysterious and untimely manner. There's nothing to be done. Who told him to offend the wrong people? Mom, everyone has left. Let's go too. Xiang's was said to Xiang Tai. Right, Mom. You go ahead. Let me stay with your father for a while longer. Xiang Tai shook his head and let his 2 sons leave first. Xiang Zuo and Xiang Yu had no choice but to leave dejectedly. Just as they had left, a slender figure emerged from the dim corner of the funeral hall, but her face was obscured. Xiang Tai, are you just going to let this matter involving Xiang Lauda go like this? The figure suddenly spoke. The voice was clear and crisp. Who are you? Xiang Tai was startled by the sudden appearance of the person. You don't need to know who I am, but I can tell you one thing, the person who killed your husband is currently at the Venetian casino in Macau. The man spoke again. So what? Xiang Tai spoke just as forcefully, but his voice betrayed a hint of sadness. After what had happened, she already knew that the person who had killed her husband was backed by the government. The fact that they hadn't come after the Xiang family for revenge was already a mercy. You must not know that he is currently facing off against a gambling expert sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. Xiang Tai, this is your only chance to avenge your husband. Don't blame me for not warning you. The man spoke and turned to leave. Wait. Xiang Tai suddenly called out to the man. You mean, take this opportunity to kill him and frame the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance? Then, even if the government investigates, they'll only trace it back to the people sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance? No, simpler and more brutal, use someone else's knife to kill him. Xiang Tai, lend me a few men, and I'll take care of Yifan for you. Of course, the few people from the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance as well. After saying that, the person silently added another thought to themselves. There's no choice. After all, this is her mission this time. Xiang Tai was stunned by what he heard. She stared at the person in front of her in disbelief. Her rational mind told her that what this person was saying might not be trustworthy. But deep down, she had always wanted to avenge Xiong Lauda. Others only knew of the power of the Xiong family's leader, easily overlooking the woman behind him. Xiang Tai was no ordinary woman. It could be said that without Xiang Tai's secret assistance, Xiong Lauda would never have achieved such great success. Whether it was rising from a small-time thug to becoming the boss, or successfully cleaning up his act, Xiang Tai played an indispensable role. Alright, I'll lend you a few men. Xiang Tai snapped her fingers and made her decision. She would never let the person who killed her husband live so freely and happily. She would make Yifan pay the price. Venetian Casino. The century-defining battle between the gambling cities, a clash that would determine the honor of the gambling cities, had finally begun. Mr. Yifan, speak your terms. Do you want a best-of-5 or a best-of-3 match? The 8th master spoke first. Whether it's 5 out of 3 or 3 out of 5, the 8th master doesn't care. Among the 10 gambling experts he brought with him are all masters of various gambling techniques. Therefore, no matter how many rounds or what the game is, he is confident that they will not lose. The people in the casino and the journalists were also very curious about this question, all looking at Yifan with curiosity. Yifan didn't respond to the old master's words. He simply sat at the gambling table, flirting with the beautiful He Linlin while shaking his head indifferently. Such an arrogant attitude immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. Chapter 153, If one loses, I lose. 8th Master was a renowned figure in the Southeast Asian gambling circles, his reputation rivaling that of the High Gambling King. Yifan's attitude toward him was understandable, and it was no wonder they were displeased. However, before they could vent their anger, they were stopped by the 8th Master's cold gaze. Are you challenging me to a single game to decide the outcome? 8th Master was taken aback. What kind of person would dare to decide the fate of the entire Macau gambling city with a single game? Yifan shook his head. It wasn't that. 8th Master couldn't help but sigh in relief. He had known it all along. Yifan was just a young man in his early 20s. He couldn't possibly have that kind of ambition. However, before he could fully relax, Yifan suddenly spoke up. What he said next shocked everyone present. There are 11 of you in total. I will challenge you to 11 rounds. Yifan said. 11 games, 6 wins? 8th Master was taken aback. No. I will bet 1 game against each of you 11, and if I lose to any one of you, I will concede the entire bet. Yifan remained silent until now, but when he spoke, he stunned everyone. What? Yifan's words indeed shocked everyone in the casino, including the River Gambling King and River Linlin. He Linlin, holding Yifan's hand, froze instantly. Don't do this. You're risking the reputation of the entire city of Macau. He Linlin whispered softly. Yifan might not care about Macau City, but she had grown up there. Macau City was her roots, and its honor was the honor of the He family. Trust me. Yifan said confidently, taking the opportunity to give He Linlin a quick squeeze on her waist. Since Yifan had spoken so decisively, He Linlin could only trust him. Besides, He Linlin knew that Yifan was indeed the real deal. He dared to make this decision, which proves that he is confident he can defeat all the gambling experts sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, including that 8th Master. However, not everyone shares River Linlin's perspective. Inside the Venetian casino, there were many people from other casinos in Macau. They had recently suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the gambling experts brought by the 8th Master, and even the 8th Master himself hadn't even shown his true abilities yet. They knew how formidable the gambling experts 8th Master had brought were. So, when they heard Yifan make such a bold claim, almost everyone had the same thought in their minds. It's over. The century-old reputation of Macau City is about to be ruined. This is madness. It's over. It's over. What's going on with the River Gambling King? How could he entrust the honor of the gambling city to such a reckless young man? Could it be that what was said underground was true, that Yifan had used his good looks to ingratiate himself with the River Gambling King's beloved daughter and taken over the Venetian? Of course, in front of the River Gambling King, they dared not utter such thoughts aloud. However, among those who didn't think highly of Yifan, there were a few who knew the River Gambling King and the High Gambling King. They knew the River Gambling King's character. He wasn't the type to act recklessly. If he had entrusted the Venetian to this young man, it meant that this young man wasn't ordinary. Now, hearing him start with such a show of force, even the 8th master was intimidated. How could these people not recognize the situation? Good. Young and talented, one should be bold in youth. Mr. Yifan, you must restore our city's reputation. That's right, Mr. Yifan, the century-old reputation of Macau City rests on your shoulders. Mr. Yifan. Those who spoke were the elders of the casino, true masters of gambling. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. It's true. Now, all the other casinos in AUS City have been defeated by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. Now, they can only pin their hopes on this young man before them. 8 Master was also stunned by Yifan's words. On the other hand, the 10 men he had brought with him burst into cold laughter upon hearing this, believing Yifan to be ignorant and courting humiliation. Any one of them could defeat him. 1 man against 11 of us? If you lose one, you lose. Are you sure? 8 Master asked. But deep down, he actually hoped Yifan would agree. The boast was Yifan's own doing. If they won, they wouldn't lose face. If anyone is to blame, it's his own arrogance. Stop wasting time, let's start the match. All 11 of you, including you, I will defeat every single one of you. Yifan's tone remained as arrogant and boastful as ever. Even the usually composed old Master 8 was provoked into anger by him. Alright, let us begin. As for the competition events, 8 Master wanted to ask which side would choose the event first. After all, every gambling expert has their own specialties. According to international convention, to ensure fairness, both parties decide the competition events in turn. However, since the common format is either best of 3 or best of 5, the one who proposes the event first naturally has the advantage. 8 Master had originally thought that since Yifan dared to challenge everyone present, he might as well let him go first. This way, they could also showcase the generosity of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance to the outside world. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yifan. You're the guests here. You decide all the competition events. Yifan was being arrogant all the way, giving the 8th Master no chance to breathe. This left everyone in the casino utterly shocked. They believed that Yifan was either a deeply skilled gambler or simply a pure-hearted youngster. 8 Master was so angry he couldn't help but laugh. You little brat, you're really arrogant, but when you lose, I'll see how you cry. The 8 Master thought to himself, and instead of arguing, he simply signaled to a Filipino gambling expert standing beside him. The Filipino gambling expert understood and stepped forward immediately. I want to challenge you to a game of poker, high or low. The Filipino gambling expert, due to the territorial dispute between the Philippines and Z country, regarded Yifan as an enemy and decided to go all out from the start. However, it wasn't about comparing the size of a single card, but about comparing an entire deck of cards. The crowd was initially confused. It wasn't until the beautiful female dealer explained it that they all suddenly understood. It turned out that a deck of cards had the 2 jokers removed, leaving 52 cards. The 2 players took turns drawing cards until all the cards were gone, then added up the values of the cards they had drawn. The one with the higher total won. Alright, let's begin. Yifan didn't care how the other person planned to play, he was certain he would win. Next, the 2 beautiful female dealers took the stage. Chapter 154, the entire venue erupted in cheers. The 2 female dealers, one from the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance and the other from the Venetian Casino. Each side sent out a beautiful female dealer, naturally to ensure fairness. It must be said that Chen Daozi had put in some effort. The beautiful female dealer sent by the Venetian Casino was the same one who had hosted Yifan last time. Next, the beautiful female dealer from Yifan's side inspected the cards and shuffled them, then handed them to the beautiful female dealer from the 8 Master's side, who shuffled them again. Everything seemed ordinary. However, when Yifan saw the female dealer from Baya's side shuffle and cut the cards, a faint smile appeared on his face. This smile flashed by in an instant, and no one noticed. It turned out that this guy was the real expert. Not only could she hear the cards, but her techniques for shuffling and cutting the cards were also top-notch. After she finished shuffling the deck, the originally scrambled order was somehow arranged according to a specific pattern. As for the gambling experts from the Philippines, they could just go through the motions, following the patterns they knew, and this match was a sure win for him. No wonder the other casinos in Macau were all soundly defeated. Many of them probably fell victim to this beautiful female dealer. The beautiful dealer on Yifan's side couldn't even compare to her. But even though Yifan had already figured it out, he didn't reveal it. Pointing it out wouldn't help. Gambling skills, at their core, are all about deception. When it comes to gambling skills, it's all about who has the more sophisticated tricks up their sleeve. Since she hasn't cheated with the props, it doesn't count as a foul. Moreover, Yifan planned to use this beautiful female dealer to his advantage. Soon, the beautiful dealer finished shuffling the cards and laid them out on the table. Go ahead. Yifan didn't even bother to acknowledge the Filipino gambling expert, arrogantly uttered a single sentence, and continued to flirt with He Lin Lin. The Filipino gambling expert was once again enraged by Yifan. Ignoring me? Fine, I wasn't planning to be so ruthless with you, but now I've changed my mind. I'll draw all the big cards and leave you with 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. You'll lose the first round outright, and then I'll see how you cry. The Filipino gambling expert thought to himself, reaching out and directly drawing the card he had marked as the king of clubs. It was Yifan's turn. Yifan didn't even glance at it. While flirting with He Lin Lin, he casually grabbed a card. What is he doing? This is too childish. Is he mocking the entire casino? It's over. The century-old reputation of AUS City is ruined. Those who had doubted Yifan couldn't help but speak up. However, the river gambling king merely gave them a meaningful glance, leaving them to draw their own conclusions. Oof, he's really an idiot. The Filipino gambling expert sneered and continued to draw what he believed to be the strongest card. Soon, all the cards were drawn. Now it was time to verify the results. We won. The other 9 people brought by the 8th master all thought the same thing. They knew the sorting pattern, so they could naturally see that their companions had taken all the high cards. As for that Filipino gambling expert, he might have wanted to follow in Yifan's footsteps and show off his skills. He didn't even wait for the result, stood up, and said arrogantly, "The game is over. I won." Macau, prepare to step down and make way for the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, the world's second largest gambling hub. These words caused a stir throughout the venue. Those who had never believed in Yifan, seeing the Filipino gambling expert's confident demeanor, also thought that Yifan must have lost. Instantly, their expressions turned grim. Some even glared at Yifan angrily, believing that if Macau were no longer the second largest gambling city in the world, it would be Yifan's fault. Yet they never considered that if they hadn't lost the match, they wouldn't have had to pin their last hopes on Yifan. Is that so? Yifan chuckled. At a time like this, you can still laugh? The gambling experts brought by the 8th master believed that once the results were out, Yifan would definitely cry. "Miss He Lin Lin, could you please help me open the cards?" Yifan ignored those guys and asked He Lin Lin, who was beside him, to open the cards for him. The next second, when River Lin Lin flipped over the card Yifan had drawn, the entire crowd erupted in a unified scream. At that moment, they didn't know what else to say besides. All they could see was Yifan's cards, 4 kings, 4 queens, and 4 jacks, all high-value cards, and the sequence was perfectly ordered, not a single card out of place. All the high cards were on Yifan's side. What? This is impossible. The Filipino gambling experts were utterly stunned. How is this possible? These cards should clearly be on his side. How did they end up on the opponent's side? This can't be. The Filipino gambling expert hurriedly opened the cards in front of him. The next second, his face turned deathly pale. The cards with the lowest values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 were all on his side. No need to add up the numbers, little cutie. It was obvious at a glance that Yifan had the higher total. He had won. What's going on? At that moment, the gambling experts brought by the 8th master were all dumbfounded. Everything was completely different from what they had imagined. 8th master couldn't help but glance at the beautiful female dealer, the true gambling expert. However, the beautiful dealer merely shook her head slightly, indicating she couldn't do anything either. This time, they had truly encountered a master. As for how Yifan had done it. At first, the 8th master thought that Yifan had swapped the cards he drew with the Filipino gambling expert at the last moment. If that were the case, it would have been acceptable. At most, it would just be a matter of quick hands. But soon, the 8th master realized that wasn't the case. Because Yifan's card sequence was perfectly organized, even arranged in the order of spades, hearts, clubs, and diamonds. The Filipino expert wouldn't be so nitpicky as to arrange the cards so neatly. There was only one possible explanation. That is, Yifan had already reversed the order of all the cards the moment the beautiful Filipino dealer finished shuffling and placing them on the table. Then, he could follow the patterns of how Filipino gambling experts draw cards and reverse the order, ensuring that all the high-value cards ended up on his side. In plain view of everyone, he managed to reverse the entire deck of 52 cards. His speed was beyond fast. At that moment, the 8th master finally realized that they had truly encountered a master among masters. He was a true master of gambling. No, he was a gambling god. Chapter 155, Luck is also a form of gambling skill. The gambling god. The only person in the world who could make the 8th master admit he was the gambling god was Yifan. He finally understood why the high gambling king had retired after just one match with Yifan. He felt that the gambling experts he had brought, including himself and that mysterious female dealer, weren't a match for Yifan at all. No. As long as we win one game, just one, we win. We still have 10 people left. We can't possibly lose every single game, can we? Thinking back to Yifan's bold claim that if he lost a single game, he would be the loser, the 8th master felt there might still be a chance. Though he knew the chances were slim, for the honor of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue the challenge against Yifan. Those who had previously underestimated Yifan now felt ashamed beyond words. It seemed they had underestimated him. This young man before them was actually a hidden master. As for those few who had glared angrily at Yifan, they were quickly taken away by Qindaozi and his men to another location. After a thorough beating, they were thrown out of the casino. Such people have no place in the casino to watch the upcoming matches. The next 3 matches were in roulette, Texas Hold'em, and blackjack. Without a doubt, all 3 matches were won by Yifan in an extremely spectacular manner. Even the gambling experts sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, who pulled out every trick in the book, shuffling cards, switching cards, and even using qigong to control the movement of marbles, couldn't stop him. Even their beautiful female dealers secretly assisted them. However, they were all defeated by Yifan. Defeating 4 gambling experts in a row and winning 4 games instantly sent the entire casino into a frenzy. That's incredible. His name is Yifan, right? The new gambling king. What gambling king? He's a gambling god. The honor of Macau City rests on Yi the gambling god to defend it. Rest assured, Yi the gambling god will definitely make those from the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance run for their lives. For a moment, everyone was filled with confidence in Yifan. Everyone present, especially the women, gazed at Yifan with admiring eyes, wishing they could take River Lin's place and sit beside him. The gambling experts from other casinos in Macau were deeply moved at that moment. They had always thought themselves skilled gamblers, but now, compared to Yifan, they were nothing at all. Mr. Yifan, truly a hero in his youth. Impressive. Impressive. Losing 4 consecutive games yet still maintaining his composure, it was clear that his gambling skills were far from ordinary. However, after paying him compliments, he immediately glanced at another beautiful woman from Vietnam standing beside him. She had fair skin, a curvy figure, and was absolutely stunning. The Vietnamese beauty nodded, stepped forward, and gave Yifan a faint smile, saying, "I want to challenge you to a game of old-school poker." It seems that the 8th master is indeed a clever man. He knows that ordinary gambling methods cannot defeat Yifan, so he immediately changed tactics and opted for a more unconventional approach, hoping to win the competition through a slot machine game. Slot machines and pull-tab machines are common in every casino. The Venetian casino was no exception. However, the moment the beautiful woman from Yuan country spoke, it immediately sparked a heated debate among the crowd. What? Slot machines? What kind of nonsense is that? Can slot machines even be compared to gambling skills? Dice, poker, roulette, there are so many other things to compare, why choose slot machines? Exactly, isn't that purely a matter of luck? For a moment, people began to discuss it heatedly. People felt that slot machines, which are purely based on luck, couldn't possibly be considered a competition of gambling skills. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman from country N remained unfazed. Isn't luck also a form of gambling skill? As soon as Yifan spoke, everyone present fell silent. Across from him, the beautiful woman from Yuan country glared angrily at Yifan, as if to say, "You bastard. How dare you steal the words I was about to say." He Linlin, standing beside Yifan, saw this and glared at the beautiful woman from Yuan country as well. This girl sure has a lot of jealousy. Since Yifan himself, who was competing against the Yuan country, didn't object to this betting method, the others naturally had nothing to say. The second match began. According to the rules, each person could try 10 times, and on the 11th try, they would place their bets. A single coin is worth 10 points, and you can bet all 10 on one outcome or split them among multiple outcomes. Finally, the winner is determined based on the total points earned. If neither player wins, it's a draw, and they play again. As before, Yifan let his opponent go first. The beautiful woman from country and clearly had a deep understanding of slot machines. In fact, she herself is a PhD in probability theory. After 10 trials, she had already used her expertise in probability theory to determine the higher probability of which symbols would appear in the next round. They were the apple with 5x payout, the orange with 10x payout, and the watermelon with 30x payout. To play it safe, she should spread her bets evenly across these 3 options. But the beauty from country and didn't do that. She bet all 10 points on the 30x watermelon. She believed that to outwit a gambling master like Yifan, only an extremely high stake could guarantee victory. Although this approach carries a high risk. But she believed in her luck. After all, her luck had always been decent, otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to challenge Yifan to a slot machine showdown. All in on watermelon? That's way too bold. The actions of the beauty from country and naturally sparked discussions among the crowd, who deemed her too reckless. However, when the results came out, everyone fell silent. She actually won. 10 points turned into 300 points in an instant. Yifan's only chance to beat the Vietnamese beauty was to draw the 777 jackpot with a 120x multiplier. Otherwise, even if he drew another big watermelon, he would at most tie with the Vietnamese beauty. This sent the casino into a frenzy. How is that possible? 8 Master, seeing this, was very satisfied and cast an admiring glance at the beauty from country N. It's your turn. The beauty from country YN was extremely proud and arrogantly said to Yifan. Everyone had expected Yifan's face to turn red with embarrassment, but to their surprise, that wasn't the case. Yifan even spoke up immediately. No need for a trial run, I'll place my bet directly. Saying this, Yifan placed all his remaining 10 points on the 777 jackpot. What? Not even trying it out was already outrageous, and he went ahead and bet all 10 points on the jackpot. Everyone knows how low the odds are for the slot machine to hit a 120x jackpot. Isn't this basically admitting defeat? Chapter 156, can it be smaller than 0? However, after the previous few games, no one doubts Yifan now. On the contrary, because Yifan bet all 10 points on the 777 jackpot, the entire casino erupted once again. This is unbelievable. Mr. Yifan is simply too cool. He is so bold. Some wealthy women were so captivated by Yifan that they were even getting excited. After that, Yifan pressed the start button. The red dot began to spin, and everyone held their breath. Beep, beep, beep. When the red dot finally came to a stop, the entire casino erupted once more. Whoosh! I won! The 777 jackpot really came out. It really hit. That's amazing. That's so cool. People were stunned. At that moment, they no longer cared how unnatural it was for the slot machine to award such a jackpot under such circumstances. They only knew that with Yifan, the gambling god, around, nothing was impossible. As for the beauty from country N, the probability theory PhD, she was also astonished by the 1,200-point score. 1,200 points versus 300 points. She lost completely. You won, Mr. Yifan. The beauty from country N said bitterly, then stepped back. Yifan didn't say a word, but he silently muttered to himself, thanks, Xiao AI. Yes, the 777 jackpot was won because Xiao AI's laptop, which is 20 years ahead of current technology, was secretly tampering with the system, allowing the 777 jackpot to be won. Of course, Yifan wasn't afraid of the truth coming out. After all, with current scientific and technological capabilities, no amount of investigation could prove that Yifan had cheated. Technology that is 20 years ahead of current technology is no joke. Even the beauty from country N lost, clearly dealing a heavy blow to the 8th master. He simply had no idea how to defeat Yifan. But for the honor of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue. In the subsequent matches, Yifan continued to win every game. On Ba Ye's side, desperate to win, he resorted to every trick in the book. For example, there was a cheating Indian guy who challenged Yifan to a bean guessing game. The game involved grabbing a handful of beans, shaking them in a dice cup, and guessing how many beans were inside. This method of guessing does exist, but it is typically used to guess the number of dice in the cup. Beans are so much smaller than dice, the difficulty is definitely 100 times harder. There was also a Chinese American who wanted to challenge Yifan to the classic Three Immortals Return to the Cave game. But no matter what they compete in, no matter how bizarre the method, it's all useless. Yifan easily won all the matches. Finally, the 10 casino experts sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance all fell defeated, leaving only the pale-faced 8th master standing. Oomph, 8th master, now you're the only one left. The River Gambling King, seeing 8th master's embarrassment, felt much better. However, 8th master was still a formidable figure even in this situation. He showed no sign of fear. In fact, he didn't try to outdo Yifan with any tricks, he faced him head-on. It was clear that, as a gambling king, he still had his pride. What the 8th master was competing in was the same as what the former high gambling king had competed in with Yifan dice. However, it wasn't about rolling a higher number but a lower one. And there's only one dice. With just one die, the smallest possible number is obviously 1. That's what the audience thinks. The smallest number is 0. This is the thinking of gambling experts like He Lin Lin and He Duan, who are deeply versed in gambling techniques. Because true gambling masters have the ability to use Qigong to completely shatter the dice inside the dice cup while shaking it. No points at all. In that case, wouldn't it be 0 points? If the high gambling king can do it, the 8th master can obviously do it too. As always, the other side made the first move. When the old man shook the dice and flipped open the dice cup, the entire crowd was stunned. Inside the dice cup, there were no dice, only a pile of powder. This is 0 points. Whether anyone present acknowledged it or not, it was 0. 0 means nothing, so it must be the smallest possible outcome. Could Yifan possibly roll a negative number? Negative numbers exist, but negative dice rolls don't. This round can only end in a draw. The question is, how do you count a draw? People were curious. A draw counts as my loss. Yifan repeated those words again. He Lin Lin, who was leaning against his chest, trembled at the sound of his voice. In an instant, a mix of emotions touching, shocking, and admiring surged through her. She stared at Yifan in disbelief. Is this really her man, Yifan? Only someone like him was worthy of being her man. A draw counts as your loss? However, this only made the others present even more baffled. Even the 8 master rolled a 0, and you're no better than him, you just shook the dice into powder. Everyone rolled a 0, it's a tie. But a tie counts as your loss. This only made people even more curious. What number does Yifan need to roll to beat the 8th master? With bated breath and eyes fixed on Yifan shaking the dice cup, he then placed the cup on the table. However, just as everyone held their breath, Yifan seemed distracted. He even glanced toward the entrance of the casino. Isn't that Zhou Core? Yifan spotted Zhou Kier's figure, who had actually appeared inside the casino and was quickly heading toward him. Isn't Zhou Core supposed to be seriously injured by Zhangbin? How could she be here? For a moment, Yifan was also curious. Don't let him shake anymore. If you keep shaking, you'll lose, old 8. Zhou Core spoke, her movements agile as she weaved through the dense crowd of onlookers coming to stand before Yifan. Then, she grabbed his wrist and twisted it downward. Crack! The dice cup hit the table. The match was decided. Who are you? Here to cause trouble? Lin, seeing this, couldn't help but shout angrily. She noticed that Zhou Core was even more stunning than her and clearly knew Yifan, so her tone turned unpleasant. Zhou Core. Yifan didn't expect Zhou Core to be here to cause trouble. Go ahead, Yifan. Zhou Core said, lifting the dice cup. As the dice cup was uncovered, everyone was stunned. There was nothing inside the dice cup. There were no dice, not even the powder from shattered dice. Where did the dice go? Just as everyone was puzzled, countless white particles began to fall from the sky. It turned out that Yifan had not only shattered the dice but also used an imperceptibly skilled technique to scatter the powder out of the dice cup. In this match, the dice cup of the 8th master contained only powder, which meant 0 points. Meanwhile, Yifan's dice cup was completely empty, not even a speck of powder remained. Who won and who lost? Everyone already knew the answer. I lost. 8th master conceded defeat. Chapter 157, Zhou Core suddenly appears. 8th master has conceded defeat. Regardless of what everyone thinks, since the 8th master has admitted defeat, the winner is undoubtedly Yifan. As a member of the Tang clan, your victory is not honorable. However, even though the 8th master has conceded defeat, Zhou Core does not agree. She threw the dice cup in her hand directly at Yifan. Then, she grabbed the tray holding 500 million in chips from the gambling table, tapped her toes on the ground, and leaped backward. This match was not just about the honor of the 2 major gambling cities, there was also 500 million in gambling chips at stake. Everyone present never imagined that this sudden intruder, a young woman, was a thief whose goal was the 500 million in gambling money. Even Chen Daozi and Zhou Chuanfu, 2 martial arts experts of no small caliber, were momentarily caught off guard. However, who was Yifan? Try to escape. Yifan struck out with a palm toward Zhou Core. Zhou Core hurriedly blocked the attack, but she was no match for Yifan and was sent flying through the air like a kite with its string cut. However, in mid-air, she performed a somersault and landed steadily on the railing of the 2nd floor of the casino. The plate and chips in her hands didn't drop a single one. What was that? Is this Z country martial arts? That's too strong. Everyone was utterly astonished. Especially the foreign journalists invited by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, who were all speechless with astonishment. The river gambling king wasn't lying, he really is a member of the Tang clan. On the other hand, the 8th master felt a bit relieved, thank goodness he lost. Ha, Yifan, I'll take this little gift of 500 million. Zhou Core was extremely pleased. Do you think you can take it? Yifan clapped his hands, and several burly men suddenly appeared on the 2nd floor. They were all disciples of Zhou Chuanfu, so their fighting skills weren't too shabby. Soon, the burly men forced Zhou Core down from the 2nd floor. Then, before Zhou Core could even touch the ground, under the shocked gazes of everyone present, Yifan rushed to her side at an incredible speed. He slapped her shoulder with one hand and simultaneously snatched the silver plate from her grasp. Puff! Zhou Core spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that Yifan's single palm strike had caused internal injuries. No, it's impossible. How could you be so powerful? Zhou Core was speechless with shock. You're just a disciple of the Tang clan. Why are you so strong? I'm the one who aims to surpass Yi Qingge. I can't possibly be your opponent. Zhou Core refused to admit it, even if it meant dying. Yifan was stronger than her. Stop joking around, Zhou Core. You can't even beat me, let alone surpass Yi Qingge. I'll bet you can't even leave the casino today. Yifan said indifferently. The more calm Yifan's tone became, the angrier Zhou Core grew. He clearly doesn't think much of her at all. Clearly, it was she who hadn't taken Yifan seriously before, but now the roles had reversed and it was hard for anyone to accept it. Is that so? Then try to stop me. Zhou Core gritted her teeth. As she spoke, she took a step back and retreated. In the process, to vent her anger, she kicked a wealthy woman who was blocking her path, sending her tumbling to the ground. Her movements were so agile. She moved through the crowd with the ease and grace of a fish swimming through water. Protect Mr. Yi. Catch the female thief. The casino security guards rushed out, but they couldn't stop Zhou Core. They were toyed with by Zhou Core, left disoriented and confused. By the time they came to their senses, Joe Kor had already reached the entrance, about to escape safely. However, the next moment, Joe Kier was shocked to discover that Yi Fan had somehow appeared behind her, blocking her path. Joe Kier was stunned once again. Her greatest pride was her agility, otherwise, she wouldn't have managed to escape with only minor injuries from Zhang Bin last time. But she never imagined that while she was fast, Yi Fan was faster. How could this be? Am I really no match for a disciple of the Tang clan? Joe Kor, who had vowed to surpass Yi Qingge, was completely dumbfounded. Could it be that the gap between her and Yi Qingge is truly that vast? However, just as everyone thought the female thief had been stopped by Yi Fan and was probably too shocked to cry, little did they know, the next second, Joe Kor suddenly broke into a wide smile. Haha, Yi Fan, you fell for it. She was genuinely laughing, and she was genuinely happy. Her mood swings were indeed reminiscent of Harley Quinn's style. Seeing this, Yi Fan silently muttered to himself. However, what Yi Fan said next once again froze Joe Kor's smile. Your target is the 8 masters, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have deliberately led me away from them. Yi Fan suddenly spoke up. Joe Kor was displeased. She never expected that Yi Fan had figured it out from the start. Her target wasn't him, but the 8th master. Indeed, the 8th master was Joe Kor's true target for this mission. As for Yi Fan, he was at most an additional target. But she never imagined that even though she had deliberately pretended to be targeting Yi Fan, he had seen through her in an instant. This guy, is his brain a computer? His thinking is so clear and so fast. At the same time, 6 experts appeared beside Bai Yi and his men, ready to attack them. These 6 experts were familiar to Yi Fan. They had appeared at the casino almost at the same time as Joe Kor. Since you've figured out my true target, don't interfere. At most, I won't kill you. Joe Kor said. That's out of the question. In my casino, I won't allow anyone to die. Yi Fan didn't even hesitate before refusing outright. The 6 experts had already attacked the 8 elder and his men, and it was clear that their lives were in grave danger. However, just then, Chen Daozi and Zhou Chuanfu suddenly appeared alongside Bai Yi, engaging the 6 experts in combat. Since Yi Fan had already guessed Joe Kor's true objective, how could he not have prepared countermeasures? Therefore, before going after Joe Kor, he had already arranged for Chen Daozi and Zhou Chuanfu to protect Bai Yi and the others' safety. Joe Kor didn't expect Yi Fan to have a backup plan and was furious. Why are you helping them? They were clearly here to deal with you. As I said before, in my casino, I won't allow anyone to die. That's not necessarily the case. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Joe Kor's face broke into a cold smile. While Z country has strict gun control, that doesn't mean she can't get her hands on a gun. Moreover, the organization behind her is powerful. Obtaining guns, bombs, and other military supplies is no problem at all. Ah, she has a gun. She fired the gun, killing someone. The crowd panicked. Yi Fan! He Linlin screamed even louder. Chapter 158, I only caught the bullet. The gunfire caused chaos among the casino crowd. Many people assumed that Yi Fan had been shot dead by Joe Kor. After all, at such close range, even if you're as skilled as he is, you couldn't dodge that, right? However, that's it? Yi Fan's voice suddenly rang out. At such a close range, Joe Kor suddenly fired, yet he was unharmed? Everyone was stunned. Especially Joe Kor. How did you dodge the bullet? Joe Kor stared at Yi Fan in disbelief. I didn't dodge it, I just caught it. Yi Fan said, extending his right hand. What was between his index and middle fingers wasn't a bullet, what was it? How is that possible? Someone actually caught a bullet with their bare hands, and at such close range? Joe Kor was utterly shocked. But the next moment, she suddenly felt a jolt in her head, everything went black, and she fainted. Take her down. After knocking Joe Kor unconscious with a single blow, Yi Fan said coldly. Then, several casino security guards who had rushed over carried away the unconscious Joe Kor. As for the 6 people Joe Kor had brought with her, they were indeed skilled fighters. If it weren't for Yi Fan having secretly arranged Chen Daozi and Zhou Chuanfu to protect the 8 masters, they would have been overpowered by those 6 experts long ago. But even experts can't withstand overwhelming numbers. Moreover, Chen Daozi and Zhou Chuanfu were also skilled fighters. Soon, the 6 were subdued by Chen Daozi and Zhou Chuanfu, without even needing Yi Fan to intervene. The whole ordeal came to an end like that. City. In a dimly lit basement. Speak up. Who sent you here? Chen Daozi harshly interrogated the 6 bound experts. This was the task Yi Fan had given him, to interrogate these 6 experts and uncover the forces behind them. Yi Fan was a man who never forgave a grudge. These 6 experts dared to commit a crime in his casino. Yi Fan was determined to uncover the forces behind them. Go ask the King of Hell. The leader of the 6 experts suddenly blurted out this nonsensical statement. What did that mean? The few henchmen following Chen Daozi couldn't figure it out either. However, Chen Daozi was no stranger to brutal interrogations. As soon as he heard it, he knew something was wrong. No good. They're trying to kill themselves. Chen Daozi shouted loudly, about to order his men to stop the 6 experts from killing themselves, but it was already too late. The leader gave Chen Daozi a smug smile, then a trickle of black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His head lolled to the side, and he was dead. The other 5 were in the same condition. They had actually poisoned themselves, and the poison was hidden in their mouths. It was clear that the 6 of them had made it their mission to either succeed or die trying. Venetian Casino. Inside the surveillance room, Yi Fan hung up the phone and turned around. Mr. Yi, what should we do with this female thief? Zhou Chuanfu spoke up and asked. Yi Fan, this time I was careless. I admit my mistake. Zhou Kor had already regained her senses and, upon hearing Zhou Chuanfu speak, blurted out those words. What should we do? Yi Fan mused. He looked at Zhou Kor's fiery figure and smiled with ill intent. Zhou Chuanfu and the bodyguards by his side immediately understood Yi Fan's intentions. What do you want to do? You dare. Zhou Chuanfu and the others all understood Yi Fan's intentions, and Zhou Kor certainly wasn't oblivious either. Yi Fan must be trying to make a move on her. Seeing the stubborn expression on Zhou Kor's face, Yi Fan was even more certain of his earlier thoughts. Zhou Kor is definitely a. Her previous behavior was all an act. After all, her identity at Magic City University was fake, and she was with Chenda likely just to get closer to Zhou Xianxian. Then, she used Zhou Xianxian to get closer to him. Why shouldn't I dare? Zhou Chuanfu, take her to the hotel first and book a room. Wait, I'll make her know what a real man is. Yi Fan spoke, waving his hand, and ordered Zhou Chuanfu to take Zhou Kor away. He, however, went to handle another matter first. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I was careless. I didn't expect they had poison in their mouths. Chen Daozi explained. His voice betrayed a hint of panic. It seemed he was afraid Yi Fan would be angry. It's fine. If they're dead, they're dead. However, their identities and the mastermind behind this, no matter what methods you use, you must find out. Yi Fan said coldly. Yes. Chen Daozi dared not say another word. At the entrance of the Venetian Casino, Zhou Chuanfu had his 2 female disciples help Zhou Kor into the car, then ordered them to step back. He drove alone, taking Zhou Kor to the most luxurious hotel in the area. Halfway there, Zhou Kor, who had been bound hand and foot, suddenly reached out and tapped Zhou Chuanfu on the shoulder. At first, Zhou Chuanfu didn't think much of it. But suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Zhou Kir's hands were tied behind her back. How could she have used them to tap his shoulder? Zhou Chuanfu quickly turned around and saw that Zhou Kir had already used her hands to untie the ropes binding her feet. How did you do that? Zhou Chuanfu was utterly astonished and slammed on the brakes. Squeak! The tires skidded on the road, leaving a black trail. They nearly collided with a large truck ahead. Zhou Chuanfu had barely regained his composure and hadn't even had time to celebrate his narrow escape when suddenly, a fist struck him hard in the face. Zhou Chuanfu felt a flash of darkness before losing consciousness. However, before losing consciousness, he caught a glimpse of Zhou Kor's smiling face. Did your boss make a mistake? That's because he underestimated me. Zhou Kor said this, not caring whether Zhou Chuanfu had heard her last words. Then, she darted forward like an eel, opened the car door. Then, she kicked Zhou Chuanfu out with a single kick. She then drove off, whistling cheerfully. Zhou Kir was in such a good mood because she had figured out one thing: although Yi Fan was terrifyingly powerful, this incident showed that he wasn't invincible after all. The only question was, who was stronger between him and Yi Qingda? Mr. Yi, aren't you just letting the tiger back into the mountain? Chen Daozi couldn't help but speak up. You don't understand. Mr. Yi isn't letting the tiger return to the mountain, he's letting the fish escape to catch a bigger one. However, that female thief really was ruthless. Zhou Chuanfu said while rubbing the black eye in his waist. That punch and kick would have been unbearable even for a martial artist. Chapter 159, Who as the screenwriter? Bring him out. What, letting the tiger return to the mountain? What, letting the big fish escape? Chen Daozi, Zhou Shixiang, what are you talking about? He Linlin, sitting beside Yi Fan, looked completely confused. If you don't know, don't ask. Yi Fan said this. Oomph. He Linlin let out an annoyed snort. But she was still pretty obedient, snuggling into Yi Fan's arms. He Linlin didn't know the task Yi Fan had assigned to Chen Daozi and Zhou Chuanfu, so naturally she had no idea what their conversation meant. In fact, they were discussing the matter of Zhou Kor's escape. Yes, that's right. The reason Zhou Kor was able to escape so easily was because Yi Fan had intentionally let her go. Zhou Chuanfu was right, Yi Fan was playing the long game. From the moment he received Chen Daozi's call and learned that the 6 experts had committed suicide by poisoning themselves, Yi Fan knew that the organization behind Zhou Kor was indeed powerful. Zhou Kor had suffered a major loss at Yi Fan's hands, and Yi Fan didn't believe that if she managed to escape by sheer luck, she wouldn't seek help from the organization behind her. Yi Fan planned to use Zhou Kor as a lead to uncover the mysterious organization behind her and bring them all to justice. That's why Yi Fan deliberately let Zhou Kor escape. Poor Zhou Kor, she must have thought she had succeeded. After resolving the matters in Macau, Yi Fan stayed there for 2 more days. Every day, he would engage in unspeakable activities with Yi Lin Lin or stroll through the streets and casinos, basking in the admiration of the crowds, thoroughly enjoying himself. Look, that's the man who saved the honor of Macau, the world's second largest gambling city. He is the savior of Macau City. His gambling skills surpass those of the high gambling god and rival the gambling god himself. He is the idol of all casino workers. The people of Macau praised Yi Fan in such terms. On the third day, Yi Fan finally boarded his private jet and returned to Magic City. The reason for his urgent return was, of course, because he had important matters to attend to. Earlier, the script for 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms, which he had shown to Demimi, had been arranged by Chen Jia with great urgency. The funding was in place, the actors were ready, and filming could begin. With the filming of 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms underway, Yi Fan planned to pay a visit to the set. The main purpose of this visit was to see Demimi and Reba. Dressed in ancient attire, Demimi and Reba were not just beautiful, they were stunningly beautiful, like fairies. Yi Fan had been eager to see them in person at the filming location. If he could do something with Demimi and Reba in their period costumes, that would be quite enjoyable. Yi Fan arrived at the film set, which was personally arranged by Chen Jia. As a result, few people knew of his arrival upon arrival. Seeing the massive scale of the production crew, directors, makeup artists, lighting technicians, and more all top-tier professionals in the country, Yi Fan was very satisfied. After that, Yi Fan followed Chen Jia to the filming location. Surprisingly, despite the filming scheduled to begin at 9 a.m., it was already 11 a.m., and filming had not yet started. What's going on? Chen Jia was about to pull over a crew member in charge to inquire about the situation. However, he was stopped by Yi Fan. As soon as Yi Fan arrived at the filming location, he already knew why the TV show hadn't started filming yet. Several crew members were gathered around a man who was still quite handsome, trying their best to persuade him. On such a hot day, the crew members were all sweating profusely, but he was lying on a beach chair with a sunshade over his head. Beside him, an assistant was holding a small electric fan to blow air on him. The man's attitude was extremely arrogant. He completely ignored the crew members' earnest pleas and arrogantly said, "I don't care. If the script isn't revised according to my demands, I want to start filming. Mr. Zhao Ting, please consider our staff. When you first received the script, you didn't mention any issues. Now that filming is about to begin, you're suddenly demanding changes. Isn't this making things difficult for everyone?" By the end, the female crew member lowered her voice, clearly afraid of offending Zhao Ting. After all, Zhao Ting is a big star in Wansheng. How could a mere staff member like her dare to offend him? "What did you say? I'm making things difficult for someone?" Zhao Ting heard this and became extremely angry. "You're the one making things difficult. Look at the time, because of you, hundreds of crew members have wasted 2 hours waiting for you." Dressed in ancient attire, the elegant and graceful Dami expressed her dissatisfaction. It must be said that Damimi's makeup as by Qian was truly breathtaking. Dressed in a white ancient-style gown, she was simple yet elegant, exuding an air of nobility, as if she were a fairy, truly breathtaking. "I'm not trying to make things difficult for you, Dami. I'm just thinking about the show. You've read the script, there's no romantic relationship between the male and female leads at all, not even a single intimate moment. I'm just asking, would anyone watch such a TV show?" Zhao Ting defended himself. If someone didn't understand the situation, they might even find his explanation reasonable. But to those who know the truth, it's clear that Zhao Ting is just making excuses. What is this about thinking about the TV series? In plain terms, he just wants to use the excuse of filming the TV series to get close to the female lead and have some intimate contact with her. Or even exploit her. No wonder Zhao Ting was so insistent on revising the script. After all, the female lead in her period costume was simply too beautiful, no man present could resist being captivated by her. However, the other men present all knew their place and realized that the female lead would never notice them. Only Zhao Ting, relying on his status as a big star and the fact that he was the male lead hired at great expense by the production team, was acting like a diva. Either revise the script to add scenes of him and the leading lady having intimate contact, or he won't film. He was willing to drag things out with the production team, seeing who could outlast whom. After all, with hundreds of people on set, even if filming didn't start, the daily expenses alone would amount to millions of dollars. He didn't believe the production team could afford to drag this out with him. Zhao Ting. The director who originally recommended Zhao Ting for the lead role was also getting impatient and wanted to say a few words to persuade him. "Director, don't say a word. Don't you see what this script is? Screenwriter, staff, bring the screenwriter out here. The culprit is the screenwriter who wrote this script. I don't think he has any idea what the audience wants to see. What kind of nonsense is this? Chapter 160, I'm the screenwriter." Zhao Ting even shifted all the blame onto the screenwriter who wrote this script. That is, onto Yi Fan. It's not entirely his fault, because aside from the script copy that Demimi obtained, which had Yi Fan's name on it, all the other actors received copies of the script without Yi Fan's name. In other words, only Chen Jia, Demimi, Reba, and a few others knew that the script for this show was written by Yi Fan. Not even the crew members, let alone the director, knew who wrote it. The crew members were at a loss upon hearing this. Because they didn't know who the screenwriter was either. Who were they supposed to ask? However, just as the female crew member was at a loss, Yifan's voice suddenly rang out. What? I heard that Zhao Daxing, the big star, is looking for the screenwriter. As soon as he finished speaking, Yifan walked over to Zhao Ting with Chen Jie. As soon as Yifan appeared, he immediately drew the attention of many people. Oh my god, is he the boss? The mastermind behind Tianfan Entertainment and the sole investor of this show. He's so handsome. I thought people were just flattering him by calling him the handsomest man in the world, but it turns out he really is handsome. Rich and handsome, where can you find a boss like that? Oh my gosh, I think I'm falling for him. Everyone on set was buzzing with excitement. Especially the female actors and female crew members, who couldn't take their eyes off Yifan. Yifan was already used to this kind of attention and didn't feel the least bit uncomfortable. In fact, he even enjoyed it. Mr. Yi. Mr. Chen. The crew members, at Chen Jie's signal, politely stepped aside. Zhao Ting, who was still acting like a diva, saw that the person arriving was Chen Jie from Tianfan Entertainment, with Yifan following behind him. As a big star, he had naturally attended the Bazaar Charity Gala that day. Therefore, he not only recognized Yifan but also knew that he was the real big boss behind Tianfan Entertainment, a truly influential figure. At that moment, Zhao Ting dared not act like a diva anymore and quickly got up from the beach chair. Mr. Yi, you're here too. It's like this, Mr. Yi. The script does indeed have issues, and I requested revisions for the sake of the show's ratings. Even if Yifan was there, Zhao Ting wasn't afraid. He even explained the reason for requesting the script revision, saying it was for the sake of the show's ratings. He thought that Yifan couldn't possibly blame him for this. At most he might think he was acting like a diva, but how many big stars don't act like divas? If you don't act like a diva, the media won't have anything to sensationalize. Without the media hyping you up, you'll fade into obscurity even faster. So, you want to call the screenwriter? Yifan wasn't interested in Zhao Ting's explanation and coldly replied. Yeah, I think the screenwriter who wrote this script has serious issues. Zhao Ting spoke politely in front of Yifan. But what he didn't know was that at that very moment, he was talking to the screenwriter himself. I am the screenwriter. Yifan said coldly. Instantly, Zhao Ting felt as though he had fallen into a bottomless abyss, completely speechless. Not only Zhao Ting, but everyone present including the crew members, the director, and actors of all ranks were utterly shocked upon hearing this. Earlier, they had been discussing the script for 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms, praising the screenwriter's exceptional literary skills. They never imagined that the one who wrote the script was actually Yifan. They all knew, to some extent, about Yifan's background. He was handsome, wealthy, and reportedly had government backing. But they had never imagined that Yifan could be so talented, and that such an excellent script could come from him. Unlike the others, Zhao Ting, who had been acting like a big shot just moments ago, was now completely flustered. Mr. Yi, I didn't know the script was written by you. Actually, the script is very good and perfect, but we'd like to make some changes to boost the ratings even more. Of course, not changing it is also acceptable. Zhao Ting's voice was trembling, and there was no trace of the arrogance he had displayed earlier. How could he not be afraid? Back then, at the Bazaar Charity Gala, Xiang Laoda offended Yifan, and before long, Xiang Laoda met a violent end. He certainly didn't want to end up like Xiang Laoda. Besides, Xiang Laoda was over 70. He lived long enough. But he was still young. However, Yifan didn't even bother to listen to his explanation. If you think my script is no good, then there is no point in continuing our collaboration. Chen Jie, terminate Zhao Ting's contract and find a new male lead. Yifan gave the order, and Chen Jie immediately pulled out his phone and called the lawyer in charge of the show, instructing him to terminate the contract with Zhao Ting. Everyone present was stunned by his words. They never expected Yifan to act so decisively. Zhao Ting is a big star. How many production teams would pay a fortune to hire him, and now you're just terminating the contract? Nonsense. A mere actor is nothing compared to Mr. Yi. He deserved it. He acted like a diva and made all of us suffer by making us stand under the blazing sun for 2 hours. If he dislikes the script written by Yizong himself, isn't that like looking for trouble in a sewer? What about thinking about the TV ratings? It's just because you're drooling over the beauty of the big honeypot. A toad trying to eat a swan. That's so satisfying. A mere Bay City celebrity dares to come to the mainland and act like a big shot. He deserves it. Best case scenario, the mainland should completely ban him. From the whispers of the people at the scene, it was clear that Zhao Ting's diva behavior had left everyone deeply dissatisfied. Upon hearing Yifan's words and the whispers around him, Zhao Ting's face turned pale with fear. Thud. He disregarded his status as a big-name celebrity and knelt down before Yifan. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted like a diva. I was foolish. Mr. Yi, please, give me another chance. Zhao Ting actually knelt before Yifan, begging for mercy. His actions completely shattered everyone's perceptions. Is this what people from Wancheng are like? Where is the pride of being descendants of the Yellow Emperor? No wonder netizens often joke about Wancheng with the phrase, "Get lost." Yi Fan didn't even bother to acknowledge him. Chen Jia, who knew better, quickly had several security guards drag Zhao Ting out and expel him from the filming location. Chapter 161, A New Male Lead? It wasn't until he was thrown out of the production crew that Zhao Ting finally snapped out of his panic. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't even bother to acknowledge him, Zhao Ting knew that his nickname was probably safe. Of course, someone like Yi Fan, a big shot, wouldn't bother with a mere nobody like him. Of course, staying in mainland China wasn't safe, so Zhao Ting hurriedly instructed his assistant, who had been kicked out alongside him, to book a midday flight and slink back to Wancheng. His life was at stake. After the farce ended, it was already noon. Moreover, with the male lead gone, the TV series couldn't be filmed. So Yi Fan instructed Chen Jie to have everyone go eat lunch first, and resume filming after welcoming the new male lead. At noon, under Chen Jie's arrangements, all the female actors in the crew who were somewhat attractive stayed behind to dine with Yi Fan. Among these actresses, there were some who were quite attractive. For example, Wang Mengmeng, who played Su Jin, and Zhu Dan, who played Shen Nu. However, with the two stunning beauties, Demimi and Riba, present, the other actresses couldn't help but feel overshadowed. They were more like supporting actors, there to highlight the two main stars, Demimi and Riba. After lunch, Yi Fan dismissed the other actresses, leaving only Demimi and Riba behind. Now that the male lead Zhao Ting has been replaced, do you have any suggestions for the new male lead? Yi Fan asked. Zhao Ting deserves it. Riba, sitting to Yi Fan's right, spoke up first. I actually have someone in mind. Dami, sitting to Yi Fan's left, thought for a moment and said, "Oh, tell us about it." Yi Fan gestured for Demimi to continue. I think Hu Gu is a good choice. I've worked with him on a few shows before, and he's not the type to act like a diva. Demimi was halfway through her sentence when she was interrupted by Riba. Hu Gu. I think he's good too. He's a nice person, and most importantly, he's a decent guy. Unlike someone who goes to great lengths just to get a steamy scene with Miss Me. Ha ha. In the end, Riba stuck out her pink little tongue, looking very cute. Dami glared at Riba in displeasure, and the latter wisely didn't continue. Hu Gu, he's good. Let's decide to cast him as the male lead. Hu Gu was one of the few male celebrities Yi Fan liked in his previous life. He not only had great acting skills but also a good personality and even better character. So, when Yi Fan heard that Big Honey recommended him, he immediately made up his mind. Hu Gu as the male lead. That's great. But I heard he's a super popular star with a packed schedule. Will he have time to film this show? Reba interjected eagerly. Dami looked at Reba in surprise. This girl is being too lively today. She said everything I was thinking. Indeed, she had thought it through before suggesting Hu Gu for the lead role. It wasn't because she was worried Yi Fan would get jealous after all. Hu Gu wasn't that kind of person. She was just concerned about whether Hu Gu would have time to take on this project. Someone as popular as him probably doesn't have the time, does he? Yi Fan understood Demimi's concerns and smiled at her, saying, "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Then, Yi Fan dialed Chen Jie's number. A few minutes later, Chen Jie called back and said that Hu Gu had agreed to take the lead role in the drama. When Yi Fan told this to Demimi and Reba, the two looked at him in disbelief, especially Demimi. She had only mentioned Hu Gu offhandedly, never expecting that Yi Fan would actually secure him for the lead role in the show. Of course, Yi Fan didn't tell them that Hu Gu had cancelled numerous jobs and schedules to secure the role. But Hu Gu was a smart man. He knew that even if he had to turn down so many jobs and schedules, it was worth it. After all, the person who gave him this role was Yi Fan. Hu Gu wasn't just smart, he was also good at handling people. After agreeing to the role, he immediately caught a flight that afternoon and rushed over without delay. As a result, despite the last-minute change of male lead, 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms managed to start filming on the scheduled date. Hu Gu took on the heavy responsibility, reviewing the script while filming. However, being a seasoned actor, he demonstrated exceptional acting skills and a remarkable ability to memorize lines. Despite the rushed schedule, he delivered an outstanding performance. This only made Yi Fan more certain that choosing Hu Gu as the male lead for the show was an absolutely correct decision. Since filming had just begun, Reba's role was minimal at first, with only one scene. On the other hand, Demimi and Hu Gu had quite a bit of screen time. Fan Gu, are you thirsty? Want some water? Fan Gu, are you hot? Let me fan you. Since there wasn't much to do anyway, Reba decided to stick by Yi Fan's side and shower him with attention. She didn't mind at all, sharing a water bottle with Yi Fan and not caring about the stares from those around them. Of course, everyone on set knew Yi Fan's background, so they all chose to look the other way. On the other hand, Dami, after finishing a scene and taking a break, saw Reba being so attentive to Yi Fan, and a pang of jealousy arose in her heart. She was puzzled. After all, she had introduced Reba to Yi Fan herself. Why would she feel jealous seeing them so close? But there was nothing she could do about it. After all, she was a woman. Fan Gu, Mi Jia, and Hu Ji's acting is truly amazing. When will I ever be able to act like them? Feng Jiu tilted her head and said. That expression was so adorable, so cute. Looking at Reba, dressed in ancient red attire with a delicate and beautiful flower pattern printed on her forehead, Yifan finally couldn't resist. He stood up, took Reba's small hand, and walked toward a nearby actor's changing room. The changing room was, of course, empty. After Yifan and Reba entered, the door was locked from the inside. What happened next, no one knew. Of course, someone must have known, but no one dared to think in that direction. Dami finally finished filming the last scene. Now, only the other actors' scenes remained. It was time to go home, and Dami was in a great mood. She immediately set out to find Yifan. However, when she looked toward where Yifan had been, she discovered that he was already gone, and Reba, who had been sticking close to him, was also nowhere to be seen. Chapter 162, A Surprise from Damini. Where is ye go? Damini hurriedly asked her assistant, a plump, fair-skinned woman. He went over there with Reba. As the plump assistant said this, 2 blushes involuntarily appeared on her fair cheeks. Damini looked in the direction the plump assistant was pointing and immediately understood why the assistant had blushed for no apparent reason. Dami's mood instantly soured. I'm working so hard on the set, and the 2 of you are just kissing each other. I could have let that slide, but now you're actually. Just thinking about it made Dami feel so wronged. She even regretted handing Hotba over to Yifan in the first place. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Fortunately, Damini's scenes were finished, and it was time to change locations. Everyone else went to the next location, and soon, the set was left with only Dami and her plump assistant. Damini told the assistant to go home first. As for herself, she naturally had to stay behind to wait for Yifan. Damini had assumed that Yifan and Reba would come out soon. But who knew that this wait would last a full hour? Dami thought about it and realized that, given Yifan's capabilities, an hour was actually quite short. But she felt wronged. After all, she was now Yifan's woman, and a big star at that. Yet she had to stay here and wait for Yifan to spend an hour with another woman. And this woman was none other than Reba, whom she had brought into the industry herself. However, Damini overlooked one thing: she had voluntarily chosen to stay and wait. So when Yifan and Reba emerged from the changing room, Damini, who was seething with jealousy, blurted out, "What were you 2 doing in the changing room?" "Ah, miss me." Haiba, caught red-handed, was startled. On the other hand, Yifan didn't seem to care at all and casually answered Damini's question, "What else could we be doing in the changing room?" Reba's makeup was a bit smudged, so I was helping her touch it up. Damini glanced at Reba, who was panicking, her clothes disheveled, and the delicate flower on her forehead had wilted. It was clear that Yifan cared deeply for Reba. That makeup touch-up was done perfectly. Dami said with a sour tone. "What's the matter? Are you jealous?" Yifan said, pulling the still panicked Hiba's small hand, ignoring Damimi, and left directly. As for him, he didn't care for women who were so jealous. His woman could be jealous, but throwing tantrums was out of the question. Seeing Yifan turn away coldly, Dami finally realized she had made a mistake. "No, I have to do something about this." Damimi was well aware that Reba was younger than her, just as beautiful, and only lacked her acting skills. If she didn't take action soon, Yifan would eventually drift further away from her. "Hey, is this Jia from the costume department?" "Yes, it's Dami. Here's the thing, I need to borrow a few of the costumes from the production team. The ones you showed me this morning, the ones that are so ethereal and beautiful." "Oh, yes, I just want to try them on to see if they fit. Also, please tell the makeup artist who is doing my makeup to come find me after the crew finishes filming." After giving all the instructions, Damini finally hung up the phone. It turned out she had already known that Yifan seemed to be quite interested in ancient-style beauties, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to resist dragging Reba directly into the changing room. So, she planned to give Yifan a big surprise tonight. It must be said that Dami really gave Yifan a huge surprise. He was so captivated that he couldn't tear himself away. The only thing Yifan regretted was that he shouldn't have let Reba leave first. If there had been 2 ancient costumed beauties, his happiness would have definitely doubled. Given Damimi's excellent performance that day, Yifan was very satisfied with her and didn't intentionally ignore her. The next day, Dami and Reba were naturally back to being as close as ever. All of this was thanks to Yifan's thoughtful efforts. The following days passed without incident. Yifan spent his time moving between the women, taming each of them into obedient companions. Of course, Yifan spent the most time with Mu Qingyan, Su Shishir, and Daitian, the 3 women. A few days later, Yifan personally boarded a private jet to bring Su Shishir back to Shanghai from H Province's CS City. Upon returning to Tianfan Entertainment, Chen Jie and Su Shishir's agent, Zhao Ye, were already at the company. How did the competition go? As soon as they saw Su Shishir, they immediately asked about the results of the 4th episode of The Singer. It was no wonder they were so concerned. After all, in the 4th episode of The Singer, Su Shishir had not chosen the song selected by the company for her, but had instead picked one herself, rearranged it, and performed it. This was a major test of Su Shishir's vocal skills and songwriting abilities. Both Chen Jie and Zhao Ye are deeply concerned about the outcome of this singer competition. If she ended up at the bottom, it wouldn't be too bad, it would just mean she chose the wrong song. But if she came in last place, it would likely have a significant impact on her future singing career. Interestingly, Yifan, who personally brought Su Shishir back, hasn't mentioned the matter at all. He has complete confidence in Su Shishir. After all, Su Shishir is the woman he has nurtured. After undergoing rigorous training, her singing skills have reached level 6, the professional level among professional singers. Therefore, even if she chose the wrong song or performed poorly on stage, her ranking wouldn't be too bad. Moreover, Yifan knew that the song she had chosen was actually very good and perfectly suited for the competition. The song Su Shishir had chosen was a Cantonese song by Byang titled I Like You. This song could be considered Yifan's favorite song without exaggeration. No, to be precise, Yifan loves all of Byang's songs. Not so good, Su Shishir said to Xiaoya with a pout. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya immediately felt sorry for her and comforted Su Shishir. Shishir, it's okay. As long as you're not last, even if you're second to last, with your talent, you'll definitely perform better in the next competition. Put. Su Shishir couldn't help but laugh. What's second from the bottom? It's second from the top. But not winning first place is indeed a bit of a shame, Su Shishir said triumphantly. What? Shishir, how could you say that? I'm your agent, and you're lying to me. Ha! The two girls started playfully wrestling. Chapter 163, Naza's Secret. Chen Jie, who was standing nearby, was startled by Su Shishir's joke, but upon learning that she had achieved such a good result, he also sighed in relief. Our Su goddess is so amazing. Of course. Our Shishir has real talent. Exactly. Just wait and see, no one will dare call our Shishir a pretty face anymore. The few junior assistants in the company, upon hearing this, also couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It's clear that Su Shishir has earned the recognition of everyone in the company through her own efforts and abilities. After that, Su Shishir and Xiaoya, the two best friends, went upstairs to catch up. Watching Su Shishir and Xiaoya playfully banter their way upstairs, Yifan finally spoke to Chen Jie. What's wrong, Chen Jie? Just say what you need to say. In fact, Yifan had already noticed that Chen Jie seemed to have something to say to him, but he couldn't bring himself to speak in front of Su Shishir. Mr. Yi, you're really sharp. You could tell he had something to say. Chen Jie took the opportunity to flatter Yifan, but seeing that Yifan didn't seem to appreciate the flattery, he quickly blurted out what he wanted to say. Cough, cough. It's like this, Mr. Yi. Naza came looking for you. She seems to have an urgent matter. I've arranged for her to wait for you in the conference room, Chen Jie said. No wonder Chen Jie didn't mention this in front of Su Shishir. He knew that Su Shishir held a special place in Yifan's heart, unlike Demi Mi and Lu Yifei. If Su Shishir found out that a beautiful celebrity was waiting for Yifan, who knows what she might do? If the two women started competing for his attention, wouldn't that put Yifan in a difficult position? Yifan nodded approvingly at Chen Jie, acknowledging that he had handled the matter correctly. After that, Yifan went to the conference room to meet Naza. In the meeting room, Naza seemed a bit downcast, with her head bowed, lost in thought. However, upon seeing Yifan arrive, a smile immediately appeared on her face. It was a genuine smile, as if all her worries had vanished into thin air the moment she saw Yifan. Naza didn't understand why Yifan had this ability, why seeing him could make her forget all her troubles. Could it be because he was handsome? Naza and Yifan had only met once at the Bazaar Charity Gala and had not seen each other since. However, Yifan often video chatted with Naza on WeChat. In his impression, Naza was a lively, intelligent beauty who was skilled in dance. During their video chats, she would also freely showcase her graceful dance moves. But this time, she seemed to have matured a lot, and perhaps because she had something on her mind, she looked much more melancholy. This made Yifan realize that Naja must have encountered something truly distressing this time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rushed all the way to Tianfan Entertainment to find him in such a hurry. Mr. Yi. Naza stood up excitedly, almost throwing herself into Yifan's arms, but fortunately, she managed to maintain her composure as a celebrity. This was one of the reasons Yifan had taken a liking to Naza. If it were any other woman, she would have already thrown herself at him by now. What's going on, Naja? Why did you rush all the way to Tianfan Entertainment to find me without even giving me a heads up on WeChat? Is it something important? Yifan asked. He didn't forget to add, from now on, don't call me Yizong. Call me Fan Go. Upon being asked by Yifan, Naza, who had been reminded of her troublesome matters, immediately lost her smile. However, she still said in a pouty voice, who said I didn't contact you on WeChat beforehand? I just didn't receive your response. That's why I came straight here to find you. Yifan pulled out his phone and saw that several hours earlier, Naza had sent him several messages on WeChat. However, at the time, he was on a private jet heading to pick up Su Shishir. After picking up Su Shishir, he was busy with important matters on the private jet and didn't have time to check his phone. Only beggars would keep their phones glued to their hands all day long. It seems you really had an urgent matter. Yifan knew that Naza was a very sensible girl. If it were just an ordinary matter, she could handle it on her own and wouldn't bother him. Yifan, it's like this, Naza said politely. Then she finally shared her troubles. It turned out that Naza had indeed encountered something very distressing recently. A famous celebrity named Zhang Han had seen Naza's beauty on set and had fallen for her. He then began pursuing her relentlessly. However, Naza already had Yifan in her heart, so she didn't even hesitate and firmly rejected him. Moreover, Naza knew that Zhang Han was currently in a relationship with another female celebrity. This made it even more impossible for her to accept Zhang Han's advances. But who would have thought that Zhang Han didn't give up? He kept harassing Naza time and time again. Naja told her agent about this. Upon hearing this, her agent initially suggested that Naza give Zhang Han a chance. Firstly, Zhang Han is a big-name celebrity, and they couldn't afford to offend him. Second, Zhang Han had been in the industry for years and had access to many resources that could benefit Naza. Third, having a bit of a scandal with Zhang Han could help the newly debuted Naja gain popularity faster. However, no matter how much the agent pleaded, Naza firmly refused. Seeing Naza's firm stance, the agent had no choice but to suggest that she reach out to Yifan, the CEO of Tianfan Entertainment, whom she knew was in frequent contact with Naza. That's why Naza personally went to Tianfan Entertainment to meet Yifan. After listening to Naza's account, Yifan remained silent at first. It turned out that the fish pond owner had caused trouble for his precious Naza. On Earth, Zhang Han, the fish pond owner, was still a decent person. He had peacefully broken up with his girlfriend Xiao Zhang before announcing his relationship with Naza. However, this incident still caused a great deal of harm to Naza. Xiao Zhang's fans took advantage of the situation to attack Naza, claiming that her existence was the reason Xiao Zhang and Zhang Han broke up. They even slandered her as a homewrecker. Yifan Lun-Ti let the same tragedy happen to Naza again. Zhang Han, who dared to compete with Yifan for a woman, must not have learned his lesson. Besides, the Zhang Han from Earth was still decent, but this Zhang Han from this world was a different story. Chapter 164, he is the legendary man. Therefore, Yifan doesn't mind letting Zhang Han disappear from this world. Of course, disappear here doesn't just mean being blacklisted, it means truly vanishing. Brother Fan, if this is causing you trouble, then forget it. I'll handle it myself. Naja saw that Yifan hadn't finished speaking, so she spoke up. Don't worry, leave this to me. Yifan said, then pulled Naza into his arms. Naja blushed shyly but didn't refuse. Her intentions were already quite clear. Of course, Yifan didn't rush to do anything with Naja. After all, Su Shishir was still upstairs and could come down at any moment. Yifan simply told Naza to go back first. The next day, he would take her with him to find Zhang Han and resolve the matter face to face. After receiving Yifan's response, Naja sighed in relief. In fact, she even initiated a kiss on Yifan's face before blushing and getting up to leave. However, coincidentally, when Yifan was sending Naja away from Tianfan Entertainment, Su Shishir and Jaya happened to come down from the second floor and witness the scene. Su Shishir saw that Yifan was always surrounded by beautiful women, and her lips puckered in a pout, feeling deeply wronged. But while she was jealous, she wouldn't let it affect her relationship with Yifan. That was the mature side of Su Shishir. After sending off Naza, Yifan treated everyone to a meal, taking Su Shishir and Jaya to the most luxurious 5-star hotel in the area for a lavish dinner. During the meal, Jaya couldn't resist teasing, following the right boss is so great. Every day, you get to eat all the best cuts of meat and the finest delicacies. Eat, Jaya, keep eating like that, and you'll really turn into a fat agent. Su Shishir couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up to Jaya. Anyway, I'm not a female celebrity. Why should I care about my figure? You, Su Gexing, can only look but not eat. Are you jealous of me? Ha, look at this shark's fin. It's so long and wide. Jaya said, deliberately lifting a bowl of shark's fin soup and flaunting it in front of Su Shishir. This made Su Shishir so angry she could bite her teeth off. She was actually a foodie too, you know. With all these delicacies, she wanted to eat them too. Unfortunately, as a celebrity, she had to maintain her figure and couldn't just eat whatever she wanted. There's nothing she can do about it. It's her choice. If you've made a choice, you have to pay the price. Later, Yifan drove personally, first dropping Jaya off at home, then taking Su Shishir to the villa in the suburbs. That night, Yifan naturally stayed overnight at Su Shishir's place. The two of them spent the entire night together, exploring new positions. It wasn't until dawn that they finally fell asleep. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Yifan, who had only slept for 3 or 4 hours, woke up. Despite the short sleep, his physique remained energetic. In fact, he could go days without sleep, but he was accustomed to getting some rest each day. Looking at Su Shishir sleeping soundly beside him, Yifan secretly kissed her lips without waking her. Then, he washed up, changed into formal attire, and left the villa. The reason he got up so early was naturally because he had promised Naza yesterday that he would go see her this morning. Yifan was not one to break his word. When he went to meet Naza, Yifan didn't show off too much. He merely drove his Koenigsegg 1-1. Soon, he arrived at the upscale residential complex where Naza lived. The upscale residential complex where Naza lived could be called a celebrity neighborhood, home to many famous stars. Since the residents were either wealthy individuals or celebrities, the neighborhood was filled with luxury vehicles. But no matter how luxurious the cars were, could they possibly be more luxurious than Yifan's Koenigsegg 11? When Yifan drove his Koenigsegg 11 into the community, the security guards didn't even dare to stop him, they simply let the car pass through. Even after entering the community, the car attracted a lot of attention along the way. What kind of sports car is that? So cool and stylish. Is it a celebrity's car? It must be. That's the perk of living in a celebrity neighborhood, you can run into any big-name celebrity right in the community. Wait, that's the Koenigsegg 11, a supercar worth $100 million. What, worth $100 million? Can ordinary celebrities afford such an expensive sports car? It's possible. I heard that Lu Han earned over $100 million just for one movie. Lu Han? That guy, isn't he already washed up? He's not done yet. I heard his new movie, Magic City Fortress, is about to be released. That's true. Apparently, Magic City Fortress has a budget of 3.6 billion yuan. It must be amazing. Maybe it'll pioneer the future of Z-country sci-fi films. Really? I'm not really looking forward to movies that use popular celebrities as leads. Soon, the Koenigsegg 11 stopped in front of the building where Naza lived. When the door opened and Yifan stepped out, everyone, whether ordinary residents or second or third-rate celebrities living there, couldn't help but gasp in awe upon seeing Yifan wearing sunglasses. Wow, he's so handsome. Who is he? Some big celebrity? I don't recognize him. Anyway, he's not among the celebrities I know. Whether he's a celebrity or not, he's way too handsome. When did our entertainment industry get such a handsome celebrity? How come I didn't know about him? Wait a minute. I remember now. Isn't that the guy who appeared at the Bazaar Charity Gala? The CEO of Tianfan Entertainment, the man behind the legendary Big Sweetie? It's him. The guy who made Dima, Xiaoma, and Wang Lin all fawn over him. What? He is the boyfriend of my idol, Yizong. Finally got to see the real person. I have to take a photo and post it on my social media to show off. This is strange. Why is he in our neighborhood? I thought Big Sweetie doesn't live here. He must be here to meet some big celebrity. I wonder which one it is that managed to catch the legendary nightclub's attention. I guess this big star must be worth just as much as Big Sweetie, otherwise nightclub wouldn't bother coming to find her personally. The crowd was buzzing with speculation. Especially among the crowd, there were quite a few second and third tier celebrities who were now convinced that the celebrity Yifan was looking for must be a big star. Even if she can't match Big Sweetie in terms of net worth, at least her fame is not far behind. To satisfy their curiosity, some people even followed Yifan into the building. Of course, they didn't dare to enter the elevator with Yifan, but they did see which floor he pressed. 12th floor. Chapter 165, Yifan takes action. What kind of big celebrity lives on the 12th floor of this building? People were all curious. Soon, a resident of the building stepped forward. I live on the 13th floor. If I remember correctly, the residents on the 12th floor are Naza and a real estate tycoon. Naza? Isn't she that newcomer who just debuted recently? I've seen her in some TV dramas, she's a decent actress. Cough cough, of course, the most important thing is that she's very beautiful. Could it be that Mr. Yi is here to find her? Naza is at most a third-tier celebrity in the industry. How could Ji Zong be looking for her? So, he must be here to see that real estate tycoon, right? It's possible. Apparently, Mr. Ye's investment projects include real estate. People were speculating wildly. But everyone thought that the person Yifan was looking for would be a third-tier star who had just debuted, Naza. However, just then, the elevator doors opened. Stepping out of the elevator was none other than the real estate tycoon everyone was talking about, along with his rebellious high school-aged daughter. Surprisingly, the rebellious daughter of the real estate tycoon had completely changed her usual demeanor. Not only was she no longer rebellious, but she was acting like a well-behaved girl, and her eyes were sparkling with excitement. Daddy, it's Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. I never thought I'd get to see my idol in real life. Who would have thought that Mr. Yi knows our neighbor, Naza's sister, and came all the way here to meet her? The real estate tycoon's daughter was over the moon with excitement. No wonder she is around the same age as Zhou Xianxian, the perfect age for girls to be obsessed with celebrities. Otherwise, her dad wouldn't have gone out of his way to move the family to this celebrity-filled neighborhood. However, her only idol now is Yifan, the man who has the three wealthy tycoons Dima, Xiaoma, and Wang Lin all fawning over him. No wonder she was so excited after meeting Yifan once, even changing her rebellious ways. What? However, her words left the crowd gathered at the elevator door, who had yet to disperse, speechless. It turned out they were all wrong. The legendary Yizong had actually come to find Naza. Naza and I are both third-tier celebrities, and I'm confident I'm no less attractive than her. This is an opportunity. One should use this chance to get to know this Yizong. Several second and third-tier actresses present had already made up their minds to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to befriend Yifan. However, they waited downstairs for half a day. When Yifan arrived at Naza's residence, he found that although her place wasn't as large or luxurious as his several villas, the interior decoration was uniquely stylish. The walls inside were covered in green vines. These were not plastic vines but real ones. Additionally, the living room and several bedrooms were filled with bookshelves overflowing with books of all kinds. There were books from ancient times to the present, from China to the West. Many of the books were even original editions. In other words, many of the foreign books were in their original languages. The reason the bookshelves are so full is so that one can reach out and pick up a book to read at any time. It's clear that Naza is a girl who is not content with the status quo and is striving to improve herself through learning. Moreover, the interior decoration also reflects her intellectual and refined side. Fan Gu, you really came. Yifan's arrival surprised Naza greatly. This clearly shows that she holds a certain status in Yifan's heart. Knowing this, Naza couldn't help but feel deeply comforted. She knew that Yifan had many women around him, such as Su Shishir and Dai Tian, and she had always thought that she was insignificant in his heart. However, it was clear now that this was not the case. No wonder she felt a bit moved when Yifan actually came to find her. Fan Good, Zheng Han is from Tianyu Entertainment. Will this matter be too much trouble for you? Even if Yifan agreed to step in and help her deal with Zheng Han, Naza still felt a little worried. It wasn't surprising that Naza was worried. After all, Tianyu Entertainment was one of the three major entertainment companies in the entertainment industry, holding a very high status in the industry. As a signed artist under Tianyu Entertainment, the company places great importance on Zheng Han. This is also why Naza's agent dares not offend Zheng Han. Naja was worried that Yifan might offend Tianyu Entertainment by trying to resolve the issue with Zheng Han on her behalf. Naja, of course, knows that Yifan is no ordinary person, and Tianyu Entertainment might not take him seriously. But if he has to offend Tianyu Entertainment because of her, she would feel guilty. Darling Naza, are you worried about me? Seeing Naza's serious expression, Yifan couldn't resist teasing her. Of course I'm worried. I'm discussing serious matters with you. Naza bit her lower lip and pouted. But deep down, she was secretly delighted that Yifan had called her Darling Naza. Don't worry. I came over this morning just to tell you that Zheng Han's matter seems to have been resolved without me needing to intervene personally. Upon hearing this, Naza froze in place. What? What do you mean? Naza asked blankly. Seeing Naza's dazed and adorable expression, Yifan didn't tease her further. Instead, he took out his phone and showed her the most sensational news of the morning. The top star under Tianyu Entertainment, Zheng Han, cheated on his girlfriend with 4 women, indulged in excessive debauchery, and died suddenly. Upon seeing the shocking news, Naja was completely stunned. Naza was speechless, staring at Yifan in disbelief. She wasn't stupid. She vaguely sensed that this incident was somehow connected to Yifan. Otherwise, why would Zheng Han have been fine before she approached him, only to die suddenly after she did? Though it was true that Zheng Han was quite the playboy, with rumors circulating that he frequently visited certain establishments and even paid extra for services. Regarding this, Yifan neither denied nor confirmed it. Instead, he shrugged at Naza and said, "See? I wasn't lying. Zheng Han won't bother you anymore. Even if I wanted to help you, you wouldn't need my help now." That's right. Naza was very understanding and didn't ask any further questions about whether this had anything to do with Yifan. She simply looked at Yifan gratefully and expressed her thanks. Chapter 166, River Linlin's Call. Dear Naza, look, I've been so worried about you. I came all the way here early in the morning just for you. Now that everything's settled, even if I didn't do anything, I at least put in the effort. Don't you think you should compensate me a little? Yifan teased Naza again. He had come this time with the intention of winning Naza over. Then let me treat you to breakfast I made as compensation. Naza replied playfully. Seeing that Naja didn't refuse outright, Yifan knew exactly what she meant. She was willing, but didn't want to rush things. She didn't want Yifan to think she was a shy girl. Knowing Naza's feelings, Yifan wasn't in a hurry. After all, she was his, and she would be his eventually. After that, Yifan enjoyed a delicious breakfast with Naza by his side. It must be said that Naza's cooking skills were quite impressive. Even though it was just a simple fried egg, it was flavorful and visually appealing. During the meal, the two even fed each other. Such sweetness. If any of Yifan's other women saw this, they'd definitely be jealous. Beep. 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 A call came in on Yifan's phone. Yifan, who was cuddling Naza on the sofa and watching a soap opera, took out his phone and saw that it was Linlin from AUS City calling. Yifan knew that Linlin wouldn't call him unless it was important. This made Yifan even more curious. Why was Linlin calling? What's going on? It's been less than a week. Could someone else be challenging the casino in AUS City again? Yifan had guessed correctly. It turned out that the ones coming to challenge the Macau casino were actually sent by the world's largest gambling city, Las Vegas. Yifan wasn't sure exactly what was going on. But according to Linlin, the gist of the matter was that the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Yifan last week, losing all face and refusing to accept the outcome. The other members of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, however, were more restrained. After all, they had heard the words of the Eighth Master and knew that Yifan not only possessed unparalleled gambling skills but was also a member of the Tang clan. They dared not provoke him. However, the uncle of the islander who was severely injured by Yifan before the competition even began one of the leaders of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance wasn't about to let it go so easily. Fortunately, he was acquainted with several big shots from the Las Vegas Casino City. So, to avenge his nephew, he personally traveled to Las Vegas to meet with those bigwigs and personally persuaded them to send someone to challenge Macau. As for his reason, it was naturally because there had been rumors recently that Macau had surpassed Las Vegas to become the world's largest casino. The bigwigs in Las Vegas heard this and couldn't just let it go. Moreover, the man from the island nation wasn't making things up. Since last week, when Yifan won all 11 battles and soundly defeated the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, Macau City's reputation had skyrocketed. What's more, during their declaration of war against Macau, the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance made a major blunder by inviting numerous international media outlets. After the incident was exposed by international media and repeatedly publicized, it further boosted Macau City's reputation, and there was a growing momentum suggesting it might surpass Las Vegas as the world's largest gambling city. As a result, the casinos in Las Vegas were in a precarious position, with their business suffering and customer traffic dropping by at least 15% compared to usual. A 15% drop in customer traffic is no small matter. It's not just a few million or even tens of millions, but hundreds of millions. What do business people, especially those in capitalist countries, value most? It's profit, it's money. Several major figures have suffered significant losses due to this matter. After being persuaded by the islanders, they quickly agreed. They decided to take action against Macau, but not by sending people there. Instead, they would invite Macau's gambling experts to come to them. Yes, those few bigwigs decided to collaborate and host a gambling tournament in Las Vegas, announcing it to the world and inviting representatives from the Australian gambling city to participate. If Macau City refuses, it would be an admission of defeat, acknowledging that Macau City is far inferior to Las Vegas. Of course, if Macau sent representatives to compete, Las Vegas would dispatch their most skilled gamblers to face them. This move serves two purposes. First, it will curb the recent arrogance of Macau, and second, it will bring a huge influx of visitors to Las Vegas. Knowing that Las Vegas is hosting the Gambling God tournament, as gamblers, who would go to Macau? Everyone will rush to Las Vegas. Second, if Las Vegas defeats Macau and wins the title of Gambling God, no one will dare to deny that Las Vegas is the world's largest gambling city. As for what happens if they lose? Don't be ridiculous. The bigwigs have unanimously decided they can't lose. Las Vegas may not have much else, but it has plenty of gambling kings. Macau, though it claims to be the second largest gambling city in the world, what can it compare to them? The only thing they can boast about is their high gambling king. Oh, and of course, there's the recently buzzed about he gambling god. However, the big shots think it's just exaggerated rumors. In reality, there's no way someone could have such divine gambling skills. Upon learning that He Lin intended to invite him to represent Macau City at a gambling tournament in Las Vegas, Yifan naturally had no interest. So he didn't even think twice and firmly refused. Come on, he's not even from Macau. Can't you Macau people defend your own honor? Last time, Yifan personally stepped forward to challenge the people sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance because those people had declared war on his casino, the Venetian. The Venetian casino is now his, after all. No matter what, he has to uphold the reputation of the Venetian, right? But what does the reputation of Macau have to do with him? He Lin heard this and nearly choked with anger. But she couldn't say anything. Yifan was right. He wasn't from AUS City, so why should he keep helping to uphold its honor? Can't you AUS City people uphold your own honor? He Lin was furious and hung up the phone. She then turned to her father, the gambling king, and said angrily, "See? I told you he wouldn't agree to go to Macau City to participate in some gambling king competition. His arrogant personality, I know it best." He gambling king sighed, but since Yifan didn't want to participate, he couldn't force him. "There's nothing we can do. Tell your senior brother Joe and the other casino representatives to get ready. We're heading to Las Vegas right now," he said to He Lin. Well, there's no other choice." He Lin accepted the order and went to notify the others. Chapter 167, Head to Las Vegas. On this side, after Yifan hung up the phone, he didn't immediately put it away. Instead, he used his phone to look up the schedule for the Las Vegas Gambling God Tournament. The event was surprisingly soon, with the opening ceremony scheduled for tonight. Although Yifan had no intention of participating, he hadn't said he wouldn't go to watch in person. Anyway, he had nothing better to do these days, so why not take Naja to Las Vegas to watch the Gambling God Tournament? However, if he did that, his plan to win Naza over tonight would likely have to be postponed. Of course, Yifan knew how Naza felt about him, so he won tea in a hurry. "What's the matter?" Seeing Yifan hang up the phone, Naja, who was leaning against his chest, couldn't help but ask. "Nothing, just that there's a Gambling God tournament in Las Vegas tonight, and someone called asking if I wanted to go watch." By the way, Naza, how about it? Would you like to accompany me to Las Vegas to watch the gambling god tournament? Yifan asked casually. Sure. Naza had originally planned to say she had to work tomorrow, but after thinking about it, she decided that work wasn't important. Spending time with Yifan was the most important thing. So, Naza called her agent. Her agent, upon hearing this, naturally agreed. Not only did she tell Naza not to worry about tomorrow's schedule and work arrangements, she would handle everything, but she also repeatedly reminded Naza to make sure to handle her relationship with Yifan properly. Because as long as she gains Yifan's favor, then she, Naza, would have a very high chance of becoming the next big sweetheart and Su goddess. Naja had always liked Yifan, so she naturally took her agent's words to heart. After that, Yifan drove the Koenigsegg 11, taking Naza to the airport. Upon arriving at the airport, Naza saw Yifan drive straight through the special back entrance and into the airport. Still confused about what was happening, she blurted out, we haven't bought plane tickets yet. Yifan turned to look at Naza, who was looking dumbfounded, and couldn't help but laugh. Why buy plane tickets? We're taking a private jet. Saying this, Yifan drove the Koenigsegg 11 directly onto the private jet, leaving Naza speechless with astonishment. On the other side of the airport, passengers checking in couldn't help but let out a series of gasps. Is this what the world of the wealthy is like? Driving a sports car straight onto a private jet. That's way too cool. Naza sat in the sports car for a long time before finally snapping back to reality. However, as she gazed at the interior of the private jet, which was entirely made of gold, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yifan in secret. What is this? Gold everywhere? This is way too tacky. Have some taste, will you? Everyone knows you're a wealthy tycoon, richer than the world's richest man. Naja thought Yifan hadn't noticed, but how could Yifan miss her little eye-rolling gesture? What could Yifan possibly say in response? He could say that the interior of this plane wasn't actually designed the way it was. But since this private jet was a gift from someone the system, he couldn't do anything about it. Even if he explained it that way, Naza probably wouldn't believe him. What's the matter? Questioning my taste? After the engine shut off, Yifan spoke to Naza, who was still looking around curiously like a child. I didn't did I? Well, maybe a little. Your taste, hee. Naza didn't flatter him intentionally, which pleased Yifan. Moreover, he had to admit that Naza, with her radiant smile, was truly beautiful. Soon, Li Xian arrived with a few other flight attendants, opening the car doors for Yifan and Naja. Watching Naza step out of the car, she was so stunningly beautiful that Li Xian didn't think much of it. After all, she was already used to Yifan bringing all sorts of beautiful women onto his private jet. Previously, it was Guan Tongtong, then Su Shishir, and now it's Naza. However, Naja never expected that there would be such a beautiful flight attendant named Li Xian on the private jet. This left her feeling a little disappointed. Of course, she wasn't like Guan Tongtong, the thoughtless girl, and didn't intentionally cause trouble for Li Xian. Li Xian was also very considerate. After finishing her duties, she quietly left without intentionally staying behind to interrupt Yifan and Naja's private conversation. Flying directly from Shanghai to M country typically takes 13 hours. As an actress who frequently flies for various events, Naza was well aware of this. However, what surprised her was that this time, the flight from Shanghai to Las Vegas in M country took less than 6 hours. The time had been cut by more than half. This left Naza, who knew nothing about military matters, feeling quite astonished. It seems that this luxurious private jet isn't just expensive to build, its performance far surpasses that of commercial aircraft. Of course, Yifan wouldn't tell Naza that this private jet was actually a 6th-generation fighter jet disguised as a private jet. Due to the time difference, when Yifan and Naza arrived in M, it was only midday. This meant they had several hours to spare before the Gambling God tournament was set to begin at 7 p.m. sharp, giving them plenty of time to do whatever they pleased. When Yifan brought Naza to his luxurious mansion in Las Vegas, the gambling capital of the world, Naza was once again stunned. Brother Fan, is this villa yours? Naza looked around, and the villa was more than 3 times the size of her apartment, with 3 floors above and below, leaving her speechless. No! Yifan interjected. After Naza showed an expression of disbelief, Yifan continued, not just this villa, all the villas in this entire villa complex are mine. Naza was completely convinced. No wonder Jack Ma, Pony Ma, and Wang Lin from Yida are all fawning over Yifan. Could it be that his assets are more than all 3 of them combined? Naza had a terrifying thought. M country. Las Vegas, at a certain airport. Phew, we made it just in time. Thank goodness we arrived on time, otherwise, those guys in Las Vegas would have made a big deal out of this. He Linlin stepped off the plane and sighed in relief, saying, He Duan, and Zhou Chuanfu, along with several other contestants, had boarded the plane earlier than Yifan and Naza, but they didn't arrive in Las Vegas until late evening. Even so, having 2 hours to rest and eat was more than enough for them. There was nothing they could do about it after all, they weren't traveling on a 6th-generation fighter jet. Chapter 168, The Gambling God Tournament begins. Welcome to Las Vegas. At 7 o'clock in the evening, in the largest casino in Las Vegas, the Gambling God Tournament officially began. Gambling masters from around the world gathered together. To win the title of gambling god, casinos from all over the world have sent their best gamblers, with some sending as many as 10 or more, and others as few as 7 or 8. However, what's surprising is that the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, which claims to be the third largest casino in the world, has only sent 2 people. Even the legendary 8 Master, a renowned figure in the gambling world, didn't show up. But it makes sense. 8 Master and his team of gambling experts were defeated in Macau by an unknown young gambler. They probably felt humiliated and feared being grilled by international journalists, so they decided not to show up. The 2 representatives sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance this time were Mr. Inaka from the island nation, who was knocked unconscious by Yifan with a single kick before he even had a chance to showcase his gambling skills, and the other was the mysterious beauty dealer. However, this time, she did not appear as a dealer but as a gambling expert. After the incident, Yifan conducted an investigation into this beautiful dealer. Her name is Wu Miaochan, a Chinese Malaysian and the favorite disciple of the 8th Master. It can be said that her gambling skills, aside from being inferior to the 8th Master, surpassed everyone else. However, to ensure a higher chance of victory in the challenge against the Macau casino, the 8th Master had her impersonate a dealer and secretly cheat. This plan was highly effective under her covert manipulation. The team led by the 8th Master nearly defeated all other casinos. Unfortunately, they eventually encountered Yifan. There was nothing she could do. Under Yifan's 10th level gambling skills, even if she used every trick in her arsenal, she was no match for him. After the opening ceremony ended, the competition did not start immediately but instead had an hour of preparation time. It seems that the casinos in Las Vegas are taking this gambling god tournament very seriously. They've even sent their top gamblers to compete. What's the big deal about valuing this gambling god tournament? They're clearly using this as a way to tell the world that Las Vegas is the world's #1 gambling city. Las Vegas is willing to go all out for the honor of being the world's largest gambling city and to suppress our city. That's right. Look, isn't that Anthony, the legendary gambler's son, Anthony 2? That's definitely him. I never thought they'd even bring Anthony 2 here. Representatives from all the casinos in Macau are buzzing with discussion. What's so special about the son of the gambling god, Anthony 2? In front of our boss Yi, he's bound to suffer a crushing defeat. Chen Daozi, standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up. Indeed, if Yi the gambling god were here, forget about Anthony 2. Even if the gambling god Anthony were still alive, he wouldn't stand a chance against Yi the gambling god. Everyone nodded in agreement with Chen Daozi. Unfortunately, he has no interest in participating in the gambling god tournament. He Linlin rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath. She was still a bit upset thinking about it. She had been so polite, inviting that guy to join the gambling god tournament, yet he had rejected her without a second thought, not even bothering to give a reason. How infuriating. The other side even sent Anthony 2, the son of the gambling god, to compete. On our side, since Yi the gambling god isn't here, we're probably out of the running for the championship. That's right. I wonder what the media will do after we lose to Las Vegas this time. I bet they really bash our city, right? That's for sure. Have you ever seen the media from M country? They never fail to smear our Z country. It's a shame Yi the gambling god isn't here. Otherwise, we could show those M country media what a real gambling god looks like. And let that Las Vegas gambling city that looks down on us see how powerful our Australian city really is. Yeah, what a pity. People sighed in disappointment. It's a shame their Yi gambling god didn't come to compete. Otherwise, he would have surely beaten that so-called gambling king and gambling god's son Anthony to a pulp. However, just as everyone was lamenting, someone was shouting in a casino in Las Vegas. You bastard, it's you. You bastard, you must have enjoyed kicking me back then. Now that I've found you here, you're in for it. I'll make you pay tenfold for the humiliation you inflicted on me that day. Everyone looked over and recognized the man shouting. It was Mr. Inoue from the island nation. However, this time, Inoue was shouting in Japanese, so they couldn't understand what he was yelling about. What is this idiot causing a scene for? He Lin, upon seeing that it was him, couldn't help but roll her eyes in disgust. This idiot is just as annoying no matter where he is. Just as everyone was wondering who had angered this Inoue so much, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. It seems someone just doesn't learn from their mistakes. Did they forget the lesson from that day? Yifan's voice rang out coldly. By his side, another beautiful woman was holding his arm. It was Naza. Others might not understand Japanese, but Yifan, who was fluent in all the official languages of the world, certainly wouldn't miss a thing. This ability was a reward from the system during a 100-day sign-up event. This reward was, of course, far inferior to other 100-day sign rewards, such as the 6th-generation fighter jet Zhongli. But it was one of the more practical rewards. Now Yifan could travel the world without needing a translator by his side. I just don't learn from my mistakes. What, do you think you can teach me a lesson like last time in AUS City? You should know that this isn't AUS City anymore. This is Las Vegas. Jingxia looked at Yifan and spoke to him in an extremely arrogant tone. Wu Miaochan behind him tried to him not to cause trouble in Las Vegas, but he completely ignored her. He basically believed it. Yifan dared to cause trouble in Las Vegas, M country. Even if he dared, he wasn't afraid. Because this time, he had brought bodyguards with him. Although the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance had only sent him and Wu Miaochan to participate in the Gambling King tournament, that didn't mean he couldn't bring his own bodyguards. Behind him, at that moment, stood 2 rows of bodyguards, 6 in each row, totaling 12. The reason he brought so many bodyguards is naturally because he learned his lesson from the last incident. He believed that if Yifan dared to attack him without warning like last time, his bodyguards would definitely take him down first. Idiot. However, Yifan merely coldly uttered 2 words. Then, he kicked out with 1 foot. Chapter 169, He leans jealousy spills over. Smack. A dull thud. No one saw how Yifan had acted. They only saw that the well below flew high into the air like a kite with its string cut, then crashed heavily onto a gambling table. This scene seemed eerily familiar. Was history repeating itself? Of course, unlike last time, this time, after shattering the gambling table, he spat out a mouthful of blood, didn't he utter a single word, and fainted completely. A loud cry erupted. The entire crowd was stunned. Many people didn't even understand what had just happened. But they knew that this young man, who was accompanied by a beautiful woman, was definitely not someone to be messed with. Of course not. A guy who could kick someone flying with just 1 casual kick. Do you think he is someone you can mess with? The most crucial part was that, among all the people present, no one could figure out how he had executed that kick. The contestants from a US city were even more shocked by the scene. Especially He Lin, who had originally thought Yifan wouldn't come back, only to find him here. And as soon as he showed up, he caused such a commotion. This was truly unprecedented. It wasn't until Jing Xia completely lost consciousness that the bodyguards he brought with him finally reacted. Wait. 12 bodyguards were about to act and attack Yifan, but they were stopped by Wu Miaochan. Looking at the completely unconscious Jing Xia, Wu Miaochan was speechless. Was this guy really that forgetful, or just plain stupid? Originally, the Alliance had sent him here to give him an opportunity to showcase his gambling skills. For this, his uncle had even bribed the casino management to arrange a few small casinos for him, with opponents who weren't very skilled. The goal was to establish his reputation in the gambling world, so that one day he could succeed him and take over the management of the Southeast Asian casinos. But he went and ruined everything before the Gambling God tournament even began. Mr. Yifan, what are you doing? Wu Miaochan looked at Yifan, not knowing what to say. She wanted him to explain himself, but it seemed like Jing Xia had started it first. But if she didn't do anything, she and Jing Xia would be in trouble together. Now that Jing Xia had been knocked unconscious, she was the only remaining participant from the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. Moreover, if she just ignored it and went back, she wouldn't be able to explain herself to Jing Xia's uncle. Just as Wu Miaochan was at a loss, Yifan spoke up. Miss Wu Miaochan, right? Working with such an idiot must be quite a hassle for you. Yifan said. You know my name? Wu Miaochan was quite surprised. Yifan didn't answer her question but said, Miss Wu Miaochan, you're a rare talent in gambling. My Venetian needs someone like you. If you're willing, I can arrange for you to work at my Venetian. As for the salary, don't worry, it'll definitely be higher than what the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance offered you. Yifan said with great flair. Let's discuss this after the Gambling God tournament concludes. Receiving Yifan's invitation out of the blue, Wu Miaochan was overjoyed. After all, following the events that had unfolded in Macau, she had long been impressed by Yifan's exceptional gambling skills. Of course, the most crucial factor was that he was so handsome. If she could work under him, it would be 100 times better than working under those mean old guys. However, considering that she was representing the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance at the Gambling King tournament, Wu Miaochan did not immediately give Yifan an answer. Besides, this matter did indeed require careful consideration. Alright, I'll wait for your response. Yifan gave Wu Miaochan a smile. Naza, standing nearby, couldn't help but pout her lips. Yifan. After a long while, He Lin was the first to speak up. The gambling god actually showed up. The others, upon realizing what was happening, were also deeply curious about why Yifan had appeared in a casino in Las Vegas. He said he wouldn't participate in the Gambling God tournament, so why is he here? However, they were even more curious about the stunningly beautiful woman by Yifan's side. Hey, who's that beautiful woman by Yi Duxing's side? She's so stunning. She looks like a celebrity. Wait, I remember now, she's a newcomer who just debuted recently. I think her name is Naza. Yi the gambling god is really quite the ladies' man. He's never without beautiful women by his side. Apparently, the first time he appeared in the gambling city, the beautiful woman by his side was also a celebrity named Guan Tongtong. These words, heard by He Lin, instantly filled her with jealousy. If it were just that, it wouldn't be so bad. However, just then, some inconsiderate person suddenly asked. Miss He Lin, didn't you say he wasn't coming to the Gambling God tournament? What's going on here? How should I know? He Lin said angrily. Everyone realized they had said the wrong thing and quickly shut up, no longer daring to speak. Looking at He Lin again, she was glaring angrily at Naza, who was standing beside Yifan, her eyes filled with hostility. It seemed like the jealousy had completely boiled over. He Gambling King, seeing this, could only pat his daughter on the shoulder, signaling her to calm down. Of course, he couldn't very well scold Yifan either, after all, he himself had several concubines. However, River Gambling King's consolation had no effect. He Lin suddenly stood up and stormed toward Yifan. Mr. Yifan, I never expected to run into you at a casino in Las Vegas. What a coincidence. He Lin glared at Naza, who was holding Yifan's arm, as she spoke. Of course, she emphasized the word coincidence to express her displeasure at Yifan for saying he wouldn't participate in the Gambling God tournament yet bringing another beauty here. Miss He Lin. Wu Maochan greeted He Lin, but the jealous He Lin didn't even acknowledge her. I only said I wouldn't participate in the Gambling God tournament, not that I wouldn't come back to watch the competition. What's your problem? Yifan naturally knew that He Lin was speaking with hidden meaning. How dare I be upset with Mr. Yifan? He Lin said coldly. However, her eyes remained filled with hostility as she stared at Naza. Fangu, who is she? Naza asked. Of course, she's doing it on purpose. Chapter 170, Can being handsome let you do whatever you want? Upon seeing He Lin's hostile gaze toward her, Naza had already guessed that she was likely one of Yifan's women, otherwise, why would she harbor such intense hostility toward her? Therefore, to assert her claim, Naza had deliberately asked the question. This immediately infuriated He Lin. Who am I? I'm obviously Yifan's woman. As for you, who are you? Why are you calling my man so affectionately? I know what you are, you're the other woman. He Lin spoke, even deliberately linking her arm through Yifan's other arm, glaring angrily at Naja. This caused an immediate uproar throughout the venue. Whether it was Naza or He Lin, both were stunning beauties. Even in the eyes of Westerners, the two of them were rare Eastern beauties. Calling them the center of attention was no exaggeration. But now, two stunningly beautiful women were actually fighting over a man. How could this not stir up the crowd? The men in the crowd all looked at Yifan with jealous eyes. As for the women, looking at Yifan, this incredibly handsome guy, they couldn't help but gaze at him with adoring expressions. This guy is way too handsome. Who would have thought that Eastern men could be so handsome? Am I the other woman? Aren't you? You're the mistress. 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 Two girls were still fighting over him. Enough, He Lin. Two stunningly beautiful women fighting over a man, the envy of many men. But He Lin keeps calling her the other woman, and Yifan doesn't like it. So Yifan scolded He Lin harshly in front of everyone. Finally, he added one more thing. You know, I don't like women who make a scene for no reason. Me. He Lin felt wronged, but she dared not make a scene anymore. She simply held Yifan's hand obediently and stood by his side. Is that acceptable? Everyone was stunned. Isn't she the daughter of the River Gambling King? Not only is she the daughter of the River Gambling King, but she is also his most beloved youngest daughter, Miss He Lin. Goodness, the daughter of the River Gambling King is actually being so submissive to a man, and even dares not argue back after being scolded. What's more, as the man she's with, he's holding hands with another beauty, and Miss He Lin is jealous. Is that just being unreasonable? It seems like River Gambling King hasn't said anything about this either. Who is this guy? Not only did he dare to hit someone in a casino in Las Vegas, but he also made Miss He Lin submit so completely, not daring to argue back even after being scolded. People were all amazed. After all, if it were them, being favored by the Gambling King's daughter would make them beg at her feet. How could they dare to scold him? But this man, right here, dares to scold the Gambling King's daughter in broad daylight. Does being handsome really give you the right to do whatever you want? This commotion only made the people in the casino even more curious about Yifan's identity. Could he be the man who single-handedly defeated the gambling experts of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, including the 8 Masters, and captivated Miss He Lin at first sight? Is he the legendary gambling god Yifan who's been making headlines lately? Media reports say he has a face even more handsome than a young Leonardo DiCaprio, and I thought the media was exaggerating, but it turns out it's true. No, he's even more handsome than a young Leonardo DiCaprio. Oh my god, if only I could catch his eye, that would be amazing. People started buzzing about it. It's clear that the media reports have some exaggerated elements. But there's nothing we can do about it, that's just how the media works. Naza, let's go. Yifan broke free from He Lin's arms, took Naza by the hand, and prepared to leave. It was also a small punishment for He Lin. However, before Yifan and Naza could take a few steps, they were stopped by someone. What? You think you can just leave after hurting someone? Do you really think this place is like your Z country's AUS city? Just then, a middle-aged man, accompanied by casino security guards, rushed over. Besides the casino security guards, there were several other men in suits around him, clearly people of influence. The middle-aged man and the men in suits were all Asian. Yes, they were from the island nation. And that middle-aged man was Mr. Inoue, one of the leaders of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. Mr. Ryuzawa. Why is Mr. Raiwakawa here? Could the idiot who was just kicked flying have something to do with him? Of course he is. Didn't you see they're both from the island nation? Wow. If that's the case, this handsome guy is in big trouble today. Offending Mr. Ryukawa never ends well. From the people's conversations, it was clear that Mr. Ryukawa was no ordinary figure, even in the gambling city of Las Vegas. Many people recognized him. Upon arriving in front of Yifan, Mr. Ryukawa ordered the 2 security guards to take Jing Xia down for treatment. The other security guards lined up behind him, ready to apprehend Yifan. Yifan sneered at this. Don't be fooled by their Western features and imposing builds, these bodyguards are no match for him. He didn't even bother to lift a finger. Just as Yifan was about to make a call to resolve the situation, the River Gambling King emerged with the other contestants from Macau. What's the matter, Mr. Lu Chuan? You brought so many people here, are you planning to bully the outnumbered? The River Gambling King glared at Mr. Lu Chuan and coldly said. Clearly, there was some unresolved tension between the two of them. So it's River Gambling King. Upon seeing the River Gambling King emerge with his men, Mr. Lu Chuan clenched his teeth and spoke to the River Gambling King with gritted teeth. However, upon seeing the large number of participants from AUS City, all glaring angrily at him, Mr. Lu Chuan dared not act rashly for the time being. The two sides stood there, locked in a standoff. Just then, the few men in suits behind Mr. Lu finally stepped forward. As he had heard, the people from Z country overseas were highly united, and today he had finally witnessed it firsthand. River Gambling King, we are the ambassadors from the consulate of the island nation in M country. I understand your desire to protect this young man. However, he struck first. This matter must be resolved, and he must take responsibility for his actions. River Gambling King, you'd better not get involved in this matter. Otherwise, it could lead to a dispute between the island nation and Z country, which would be troublesome. So those well-dressed men were from the island nation's consulate. Chapter 171, the situation escalates further. They came in aggressively, even escalating a minor issue to a national level. The River Gambling King is indeed a big shot in AUS City, but when it comes to national issues, he can't make a personal statement either. After all, if things are handled poorly and lead to a diplomatic row between the two countries, he'd be finished as the River Gambling King. As everyone watched Mr. Lu Chuan and those island nation officials get the upper hand while the River Gambling King was humiliated, the others at the casino were preparing to mock Yifan and his group. Just then, someone else stepped forward. What? Could it be that this island nation ambassador thinks that our Z Congress is afraid of provoking a dispute with your island nation? The speaker was a man in a suit wearing glasses, also of Asian descent. However, from his accent, it was clear he was a Z country national. The man, accompanied by 2 others dressed in suits, approached Yifan and respectfully said, Mr. Yi, my name is Huang Kai. I am the ambassador of the Z country consulate in M country. You need not worry about this matter, I will handle it. This ambassador named Huang Kai had clearly received information from his country, knowing how important Yifan was to Z country, so he treated Yifan with great respect. Yifan nodded. This was why, despite having the ability to act independently, he chose to collaborate with the state. With the country as his backing, many troublesome matters would be handled by others on his behalf, eliminating the need for him to get involved personally. It turns out to be Mr. Huang Kai, the ambassador of the Z country consulate. The ambassador from the island nation never expected that Z country also had an ambassador present, and that he would step forward to speak on Yifan's behalf. However, even so, the island nation's ambassador had no intention of letting the matter drop. Instead, he spoke to Huang Kai in a sarcastic tone. Mr. Huang Kai, it seems you truly aren't afraid of causing a diplomatic dispute between the two countries. But even setting that aside, he injured our island nation's citizens. Your country must provide an explanation for this. He started it, he deserves it. Huang Kai replied coldly. The ambassador of the island nation had thought he could use this incident to make a big deal out of it. Little did he know that Ambassador Huang Kai of Z country would take such a firm stance. The people in the casino, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Everyone had seen it, it was Jing Xia who started the trouble first. This fact could be attested to by everyone present. Upon seeing this, the ambassador of the island nation was completely flustered, but he still reluctantly said, Indeed, Mr. Jingxia started the trouble, but hitting someone is still wrong, isn't it? According to your logic, ambassador of the island nation, as long as your country doesn't initiate hostilities, you can launch an invasion, but other countries aren't allowed to defend themselves, is that right? Huang Kai spoke directly to the point. He directly brought up the dark history of the island nation during World War II. Instantly, many people from countries that had been invaded by the island nation turned pale. They glared angrily at the island nation's ambassador and his entourage. You said that? I never said that. The island nation's ambassador was so flustered by Huang Kai's words that he could barely speak. Ambassador, don't talk to these barbaric people like that. Mr. Lu Chuan couldn't help but speak up. He then gave a few instructions to a security guard beside him, who nodded and left. A few minutes later, the security guard brought over a heavy-set man from M country. Moreover, many people present recognized this M country man. He was a high-ranking official from Las Vegas City. No way! After the island nation's ambassador and the Z country ambassador had already intervened, now an M country official was stepping in too? Seeing the situation escalate further, the crowd grew even more excited. The M country official's intervention was naturally on behalf of Mr. Ryu and his side. Because the island nation is a traitor to M country, and M country's political stance has always been anti-Z country, so, in the name of political correctness, this M country official naturally had to step forward to protect Mr. Ryu and the island nation's ambassador. As for the Z country ambassador, I don't care who is right or wrong in this matter, but whoever strikes first is in the wrong. This gentleman struck Mr. Inoue, that is a fact, so he must provide an explanation to Mr. Ryu. Mr. Z country ambassador, you wouldn't dare risk offending our M country over this, would you? The M country official spoke arrogantly, completely disregarding Huang. No, he doesn't respect any Z country people. You want an explanation, do you? Fine. Yifan looked at the ugly face of the M country official and coldly said a sentence, then pulled out his phone and made a call. After hanging up, Yifan coldly stared at the M country official. What? Just a phone call? How will you resolve this matter? You haven't given me an explanation yet. The M country official, unaware of the impending disaster, continued to confront Yifan aggressively. Yifan didn't bother to respond, instead flirting with Naza. Enraged, the M country official, had it not been for the presence of the Z country ambassador, would have wanted to take matters into his own hands and teach Yifan a lesson. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man from M country, accompanied by several similarly dressed men, arrived at the casino. Upon seeing the middle-aged man from country M, the official's expressions changed immediately. Mr. Sure, how did you come here? The M country official hurried forward to flatter him. However, the middle-aged man from M country didn't even glance at him. Instead, he walked straight up to Yifan and, with an attitude even more respectful than Huang Kai had shown toward Yifan earlier, said to him with great reverence. Mr. Yifan, I never expected you to personally grace Las Vegas with your presence. We failed to greet you properly, please forgive us. This wasn't just respect or politeness, it was outright groveling. For a moment, everyone present was completely stunned. This middle-aged man from M country was the mayor of Las Vegas City. Was it really necessary for him to be so respectful toward a young man? Who is this young man, exactly? Naza, He Linlin, He Duan, Chen Daozi, and others also looked at Yifan in astonishment. They knew that Yifan held significant influence domestically, but they never imagined he would wield such power abroad. Even the mayor of Las Vegas City was treating him with such respect. No, he was practically groveling. Even Huang Kai was staring at Yifan in astonishment. He finally understood why the country placed such importance on this young man. His identity was truly shrouded in mystery. In contrast, the M country official who had spoken up for Mr. Lu Chuan and the ambassador of the island nation now had a face as ugly as if he had eaten something disgusting. He had always believed that political correctness was never wrong, especially when it came to matters involving Z country. But he never imagined that their mayor would be so respectful toward a young man from Z country. Chapter 172, The Gambling God Tournament begins. Zhou Chuanfu suffers a humiliating defeat. Mr. Mayor, please let me explain. An M country official attempted to explain, but the mayor didn't even bother to acknowledge him. He coldly ordered the two bodyguards beside him, drag this guy away and find out which department he belongs to. From now on, he doesn't need to work in any department. In just a few words, a high-ranking official was dismissed. Isn't this a bit too hasty? But regardless, the people in the casino had come to understand one thing: the handsome young man before them was indeed someone of great importance. At the very least, even the mayor of Las Vegas had to treat him with the utmost respect. Mr. Ryukawa, the Japanese ambassador, what about this matter? Since it started because of you, aren't you going to apologize to Mr. Yifan? After that, the mayor finally turned around and addressed Mr. Ryu and the Japanese ambassador. Instantly, Mr. Ryu and the ambassador of the island nation turned pale. Originally, they had intended for Yifan to apologize to them, but now it had come to this: they were the ones being asked to apologize to Yifan. Is there any justice in this world? However, since the mayor had spoken so plainly, if they didn't show some sense, they might not be welcome in Las Vegas City anymore. Yes, it was our mistake. Mr. Yifan, we apologize to you. The ambassador of the island nation hurriedly spoke up. In truth, as the ambassador of the island nation's consulate in M country, he had no reason to kowtow to a city mayor. But there was nothing he could do. After all, some people from certain countries were used to being traitors. Even if it's just a mayor in M country, they dare not offend him. Not only dare they not offend him, but he even dragged Mr. Ryu to apologize to Yifan. Seeing several island nation ambassadors, along with the reluctant Mr. Ryu, all bowing at a 90-degree angle and apologizing to Yifan, the crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. The island nation ambassadors and Mr. Ryuzawa were instantly flushed with embarrassment. After apologizing, they had no face left to stay at the casino and fled in disgrace. Later, since the mayor had arrived, the host of the Gambling God tournament hurriedly invited the mayor to the stage to deliver a speech. The mayor went up, said a few casual words, and then left. However, before leaving, he bowed respectfully to Yifan and said that if he ever encountered any trouble, he should definitely come find him. He would help resolve it. Yifan didn't take it too seriously. Seeing how Yifan treated the mayor of Las Vegas City, the crowd was once again impressed. It seemed that this young man truly had some serious connections. 8 p.m. The Gambling God tournament began on schedule. At first, it was matches between smaller countries and smaller casinos. These matches were unremarkable, and Yifan wasn't even interested in watching. So, he simply took Naza with him and started wandering around the casino, even teaching her how to gamble. Although it was during the Gambling God tournament, the casino was still open as usual. Moreover, since most people had gone to watch the Gambling God tournament, the venues were not crowded. This made it even more comfortable for Yifan to gamble with his girlfriend. Linlin, sitting in the contestant seats, saw Naza having so much fun with Yifan and felt nothing but envy and jealousy. Unfortunately, she was there as a contestant and couldn't leave freely. Otherwise, she would rather have gone to accompany Yifan than sit in the spectator seats watching this boring and tedious competition. Indeed, the first half of the competition was quite boring. Because the true gambling masters hadn't made their appearance yet. It wasn't until late at night, around 10 o'clock, that the gambling masters began to appear one after another. The Gambling God tournament finally began to get exciting. However, even then, Yifan didn't go to watch the competition. Instead, he continued to take Naza around to explore. It wasn't until 11 p.m. when the match between the gambling master from Macau and the gambling king of Las Vegas began, that Yifan finally appeared in the audience with Naza. It might have been a deliberate arrangement by Las Vegas, as the first match for the participants from Macau was against one of Las Vegas' gambling kings. To kick off the event with a bang, the River Gambling King directly dispatched Zhou Chuanfu. Zhou Chuanfu, the last disciple of the High Gambling King and the senior brother of He Linlin. When it comes to gambling skills, he is naturally highly skilled. People say he will be the next gambling king to succeed the High Gambling King. However, even though Zhou Chuanfu was sent out in the first match, it couldn't change their fate. The player sent by Las Vegas was a true gambling king, and the gap between Zhou Chuanfu and him was quite evident. He didn't last long before he was defeated. Yifan watched Zhou Chuanfu lose to the Las Vegas gambling king at the dice table and couldn't help but shake his head. It seems that without the High Gambling King, Macau really isn't up to par. Of course, even so, Yifan had no intention of intervening. After all, he had no interest in participating in such a gambling god competition. After Zhou Chuanfu was defeated, those who had been hoping for Macau's city's downfall began to mock him relentlessly. Is this the gambling master of the world's second largest gambling city, a US city? Their gambling skills are just too poor. They don't even come close to the gambling king. No wonder they've been the eternal runner-up for 1,000 years. Zhou Chuanfu, who had been defeated, heard the taunts and his face turned a shade of red. However, he didn't bother to respond. After all, that's how gambling works. Only the winners have the right to speak, the losers have none. Tonight's Gambling God tournament came to an end with the first match in Macau City ending in defeat. The Gambling God tournament would continue for 3 more days. Until the very end, when a gambling god is crowned. Macau City's loss in the first match does not mean they have lost the entire competition. However, for the other participants from AUS City, Zhou Chuanfu's defeat at the hands of one of Las Vegas' many gambling kings means they have no chance of winning the championship. After all, among them, aside from Yi Linlin, whose skills might match Zhou Chuanfu's, the other contestants sent by the casinos simply cannot compare to Zhou Chuanfu in terms of gambling skills. Even Chen Daozi's gambling skills were far inferior to Zhou Chuanfu's. Among them, Zhou Chuanfu, who was the best gambler, lost in the first match, which must have been a huge blow to the others. Now, the only hope they have left may be Yifan. However, they also know that since Yifan has said he won't participate in the Gambling God tournament, he definitely won't. Chapter 173, Winning Naza. That means they truly have no chance of winning the championship. They might even have to hand over the runner-up position. At the thought of this, the contestants from AUS City all looked grim. Especially when they heard the mocking remarks from those around them, their fighting spirit was completely shattered. Yi Linlin, seeing this, was also furious that they were so lacking in spirit they weren't even as determined as she was, a girl. As she watched Yifan leave with Naza, Yi Linlin couldn't help but chase after them. What? You have nothing to say about this? Yi Linlin spoke up. What can I say? Losing is losing. Yifan shrugged and said. Indeed, Zhou Shixian lost because he wasn't as skilled. But didn't you hear how the others mocked us? They were mocking AUS City, but doesn't AUS City represent Z country? As a citizen of Z country, you hear your country being mocked and you just stand there without a care? Yi Linlin spoke in one breath, saying a lot of things. Yifan looked at Yi Linlin. He wasn't truly swayed by her words, but he hadn't expected this girl to care so much about the outcome of the match. Or rather, she cared so much about the honor of AUS City. To put it more broadly, it's the honor of the nation. Do you really want to win that badly? Yi Fan asked. If you can win, who would want to lose? He Lin did not deny this. Alright, I can help you win the championship of this match, but I have one condition. Yi Fan suddenly spoke up. What condition? Upon hearing there was a chance to win the championship, He Lin's eyes lit up. Let's discuss that tomorrow. After saying that, Yi Fan left with Naza. Upon returning to the villa, Yi Fan and Naza found themselves alone in the room, and naturally, something indecent was bound to happen. That night, Yi Fan took Naza's first blood. Similarly, Naza's data also appeared in the system. Name, Naza. Age, 19. Appearance, 92. Charm, 88. Strength, 65. Physical condition, 65. Agility, 75. Intelligence, 83. Affinity, 92. Skills, performance skill level 3, singing skill level 2, variety skill level 2. After reviewing Naza's stats, Yi Fan couldn't help but compare her to another newly debuted rookie, Reba. In terms of appearance, the two are evenly matched, both scoring 90. However, in terms of physical strength and stamina, Reba clearly has the upper hand, as she's no stranger to showcasing her incredible strength on variety shows. But in terms of charm and intelligence, Naja outshines Reba. This is likely why Yi Fan has a stronger preference for Naza. After all, a person's looks and charm determine others' first impressions of them. As for favorability, it might be because Yi Fan helped Naza resolve a troublesome matter, so her favorability toward him has reached an impressive 92 points. Finally, what surprised Yi Fan the most was that Naza's performance skill level was actually 3rd grade. The same level as Dindini. Who would have thought she's such a talented actress? It makes sense many beautiful actresses often have their acting skills overlooked because of their looks. As for variety show skills, Reba is level 4, while she is only level 2. It's clear she's not very suited for variety shows. Thinking about it, Yi Fan hasn't modified Naza's data yet. After all, her data in all aspects isn't too bad. The next morning, Yi Fan and Naja arrived at the casino where the Gambling God tournament was being held. River Gambling King immediately brought River Lin and several other people from Macau to find Yi Fan. It was likely that after River Lin returned last night, she told River Gambling King what Yi Fan had said to her. Yi Fan had deliberately not given He Lin an answer last night, intending for River Gambling King to come find him personally today. Mr. Yi Fan, I hear you have a way to help us win the Gambling God Tournament Championship? River Gambling King asked politely. Upon hearing this, the others leaned in to listen. They were curious to know what method Yi Fan could possibly use to help them win the Gambling God Tournament Championship. Could it be that Zhou Chuanfu lost his first match to the Las Vegas Gambling King and couldn't stand it, so he's decided to step in personally? Yi Fan seemed to be able to read everyone's thoughts and spoke up. I naturally won't be participating in the Gambling God Tournament, but I have a way to make Lin the champion. Make me the champion? He Lin was a bit overwhelmed by the honor. Make my daughter the champion? He Lin's father, the Gambling King, was curious to know how Yi Fan planned to do it. Could it be that he was using his vast network of connections to get the Gambling Kings of Las Vegas, along with the son of the Gambling God, Anthony too, to intentionally let her win? Exactly. Yi Fan nodded at River Gambling King and continued, however, I need you to agree to one condition. Go ahead, what condition? As long as I have the authority to decide, I can agree to anything. The River Gambling King had already learned from Yi Lin that Yi Fan had agreed to help, but on certain conditions. Therefore, when Yi Fan presented his conditions, he was not surprised. Rest assured, I won't deliberately make things difficult for you, River Gambling King. This condition is something you have the authority to decide. My condition is that River Lin becomes the heiress of the River family. As soon as Yi Fan spoke, River Gambling King didn't seem surprised. Instead, Chen Daozi, Zhou Chuanfu, and the others behind him were all taken aback. Everyone knew that when Yi Fan mentioned heir, he wasn't referring to the heir who would inherit the family fortune after the River Gambling King's death, but rather the heir who would take control of the River family. In other words, Yi Fan was demanding that the River Gambling King agree to let River Lin become the head of the River family after his death. It was well known that the River Gambling King had numerous concubines and children. Above He Lin were several older brothers and sisters. By tradition, the position of family leader should never have fallen to her. It is clear that Yi Fan intends to support He Lin to become the heir of the He family, thereby strengthening his power and influence in Macau. Seeing that River Gambling King was hesitating, Yi Fan continued, let me put it this way, once River Lin wins this competition, she will be the rightful gambling goddess. Since she is the gambling goddess, she naturally has the qualifications to become the heir of the He family. What do you think, River Gambling King? You're right. Alright, I agree. As long as you can help Lin become the gambling god, I'll let her become the heir of the He family. After much consideration, River Gambling King finally agreed to Yi Fan's terms. Chapter 174, One-on-One Tutoring. Firstly, he had always doted on his youngest daughter, He Lin. She was different from her brothers and sisters. She truly cared about the Yi family and the entire city of Ao. Second, this condition was proposed by Yi Fan. Agreeing to it meant that the Yi family could now align themselves with Yi Fan, which would bring immense benefits to the Yi family. Moreover, if Yi Linlin became a true gambling master, she would indeed be qualified to become the heir of the Yi family. Yi Gambling King, you made the right choice. Yi Fan was very satisfied with this. I wonder what methods Mr. Yi Fan will use to help Linlin win the Gambling God Championship. Yi Gambling King voiced everyone's thoughts. It's simple. Over the next 2 days, I will personally tutor Linlin to improve her gambling skills so she can defeat the Gambling King of Las Vegas and the son of the Gambling God, Anthony too. Yi Fan's words were shocking. As soon as he spoke, the River Gambling King and the others looked at him in disbelief. Mr. Yi Fan, this might not work. My daughter's gambling skills are no match for those of the Gambling Kings and the son of the Gambling God. Even if you personally coach her, there's only so much you can improve in 2 days. The River Gambling King believed this plan wouldn't work. Don't worry about that. All you need to do is make sure you don't lose too badly in the upcoming matches. Once I finished coaching Linlin and improved her gambling skills, you can sit back and watch the show. Watch Linlin defeat the Las Vegas Gambling King and the son of the Gambling God, Anthony too, and win the Gambling God's crown. Yi Fan said confidently. Seeing Yi Fan so confident, both the River Gambling King and the others present chose to believe him. After all, in their eyes, Yi Fan was the all-powerful Gambling King. Perhaps he truly had a way to improve Yi Linlin's gambling skills in no time. Even if such a method didn't exist, as long as Yi Fan, the gambling god, taught Yi Linlin a few tricks, defeating the Gambling King of the Las Vegas casino would be no problem. The only real challenge, perhaps, was the son of the Gambling God, Anthony too. As for Anthony too's gambling skills, the Las Vegas casino has kept them tightly under wraps. To this day, they've never sent him out to compete in a match. The only thing everyone knows is that he has never lost a gambling match. Since we're going to improve my gambling skills through tutoring, we can't waste any time. Start tutoring me now. Yi Linlin said impatiently. Clearly, she thought Yi Fan would need to tutor her for some time to improve her gambling skills. What she didn't know was that Yi Fan could simply think about it and instantly raise her gambling skills from level 6 to level 10. He was doing this to avoid making it seem too unbelievable, so he deliberately said he needed to tutor Yi Linlin. Alright. Seeing Yi Linlin's eager expression, and noticing how she had dressed up so beautifully for the Gambling God tournament, an elegant black dress that highlighted her sensuality and allure. So Yi Fan didn't refuse. He instructed Najah to stay at the casino to watch the competition, while he took Yi Linlin to his private villa in Las Vegas for one-on-one tutoring. Najah watched as Yi Fan held River Linlin's hand and left, feeling a bit wronged inside. She wasn't stupid. Although Yi Fan had taken Yi Linlin away to teach her gambling skills, everyone could guess that something was bound to happen during the tutoring session. He, the Gambling King, had originally planned to have Yi Linlin participate in today's match. After all, last night's first match had been a humiliating loss, and he needed to salvage some face today. However, now that Yi Linlin had been taken away by Yi Fan for personal tutoring, he had no choice but to send someone else to replace her and face off against a gambling expert from Italy. In a luxurious private villa. Upon learning that the villa belonged to Yi Fan, River Linlin showed no interest. Upon arriving at the villa, she immediately addressed Yi Fan. Time is tight. Let's start the coaching session now. Before we start tutoring, shouldn't we do something first? Yi Fan said, wrapping his arms around Yi Linlin and teasing her. You hate it? Yi Linlin had originally intended to act resolute, focusing on the task at hand, but why was he suddenly pulling this stunt? However, when Yi Fan gently blew a breath into her ear, she immediately softened. 2 hours later, Yi Fan finally began to teach Yi Linlin some gambling techniques. Though it was just for show, to minimize Yi Linlin's suspicions, Yi Fan still taught her some genuine gambling techniques. These yet incredibly useful gambling techniques left Yi Linlin feeling utterly amazed. She finally understood why Yi Fan had been able to defeat her master. Because Yi Fan's gambling skills were simply too profound and mysterious. Of course, while guiding Yi Linlin, Yi Fan didn't forget to use skill points to enhance her gambling skills. Otherwise, even if Yi Linlin were a natural genius at gambling, it would be utterly impossible for her to defeat the Gambling King and the son of the Gambling God, Anthony too, after just a day or two of tutoring. Yi Fan's skill points, after upgrading his own skills last time, originally had 9,000 points remaining. However, he later helped a few of his women upgrade their skill levels, so he now has 8,980 skill points. Skill upgrades consume 1 skill point per level for levels 9 and below. This means that to upgrade Yi Linlin's gambling skill from level 6 to the maximum level 10, it would only cost him 503 skill points. For Yi Fan, who still has 8,980 skill points, 503 skill points are a drop in the bucket, no big deal. Moreover, all his basic skills are already at the maximum level of 10, so keeping the skill points unused is a waste. It would be better to use them to enhance his own women's skill levels. However, Yi Fan doesn't plan to directly upgrade Yi Linlin's gambling skill to the maximum level 10 in one go. He'll start by upgrading it to level 9 first. Chapter 175, Enhancing Yi Linlin's Gambling Skills. Even at level 9, her gambling skills would already be quite formidable. At the very least, the high gambling god, her master, wouldn't be able to beat her anymore. Of course, Yi Fan's approach was cautious. He didn't immediately boost River Linlin's gambling skill to level 9 in one go. Instead, he would raise her level by 1 each time he taught her a more advanced gambling technique. This gradual approach ensures that Yi Linlin won't be too surprised by how quickly her gambling skills have improved. Indeed. Under Yi Fan's meticulous guidance, Yi Linlin felt as though she had been enlightened. She even felt that all the gambling techniques she had learned in the casino were useless. These gambling techniques pale in comparison to what Yi Fan has taught her. For example, in poker, the classic shuffling and listening techniques. Others would listen to the different sounds made by the cards while shuffling, then guess what card was being dealt and whether it was the one they wanted. This technique sounds incredible, but it's actually quite simple. It just requires some basic knowledge of the cards. Of course, this isn't about using cheating cards. Instead, you fold each card at a specific spot to create a unique mark. Since the folding positions are different, the frequencies of the sounds produced are also different. With practice, you can discern the values of all marked cards by listening to the sounds. Combined with special shuffling techniques, you can even arrange the cards in order. Wu Miaochan achieved this at the Venetian casino. However, Yi Fan's card listening technique is even more advanced. He doesn't even need to mark the cards. In other words, even if the dealer who cuts and shuffles the cards hasn't made any special marks on the playing cards, he can still tell what the value of the card is by listening. This isn't just card playing skill anymore, it's straight up magic. In short, as the tutoring progressed, Yi Linlin grew increasingly impressed by Yi Fan. A man who was so handsome and so skilled at gambling, where on earth could she find another one like him? There's absolutely no way she could find another one like him. Yi Linlin even had a strange thought: meeting Yi Fan and becoming his woman was truly the greatest fortune of her life. The tutoring session, though time-consuming, went surprisingly smoothly. Of course, halfway through the tutoring, an unexpected incident occurred. That was because Naza suddenly returned early. It turned out that without Yi Fan by her side, Naza felt that even though the Gambling God tournament was getting more and more exciting, it was still a bit boring, so she decided to leave early and return to the villa. The villa was equipped with facial recognition technology, and Naza's face had been recorded in the system the previous night. Therefore, when she returned, she didn't need to bother Yi Fan to open the door. When Naza returned to the villa, she saw that Yi Fan was indeed seriously tutoring Yi Linlin, and Yi Linlin was also fully focused on listening to Yi Fan's tutoring. This finally improved Naza's mood. Under Yi Fan's guidance, Yi Linlin's gambling skills improved rapidly, and her mood was naturally excellent. When she saw Naza return, she didn't get angry at her for being alone with Yi Fan in the room, and even developed a bit of goodwill toward Naza. At least, she felt that Naza was much better than Guan Tongtong, whom Yi Fan had brought along the first time, who, in her eyes, had a princess complex. Moreover, after Yi Fan's one-on-one tutoring, Yi Linlin's feelings for Yi Fan skyrocketed once again, reaching 93 points. Therefore, upon seeing Naza again, she not only didn't harbor any hostility toward her but actively stood up, walked toward Naza, and apologized to her for the first time in her life. Yesterday at the casino, I said something about you being the boss, but it was my fault. I apologize to you. Although Yi Linlin is still quite proud and some sentimental words are hard for her to say. However, Naja knew that this apology was different from yesterday's. This time, it was sincere, so she accepted it. Two women who were filled with hostility the moment they met yesterday had reconciled so quickly today. This was something Yi Fan never could have imagined. However, creating a harmonious harem is precisely what Yi Fan has been striving for. Seeing Yi Linlin and Naja getting along so well, Yi Fan was deeply relieved. At noon, Yi Fan took the two beauties to the most luxurious hotel in Las Vegas for lunch. A single lunch there would be enough to feed an average family for half a year. Of course, money was just a string of numbers to Yi Fan. He didn't care at all. As long as the two beauties enjoyed the meal, it was worth it. During lunch, Naja and Yi Linlin had already become close friends. Of course, whether it was genuine friendship or just a superficial connection remained to be seen. After lunch, the three returned to the villa. Yi Fan continued to tutor Yi Linlin in gambling, while Naza felt a bit tired and went to take a nap. Actually, earlier that morning, Yi Fan had already used skill points to upgrade Yi Linlin's gambling skills to level 9. But he couldn't resist her and Yi Linlin's insatiable thirst for knowledge, so in the afternoon, he continued to teach Yi Linlin some more advanced gambling techniques. As a result, Yi Linlin is now a gambling master with level 9 gambling skills. Even a gambling king wouldn't stand a chance against her. However, there is still a significant gap between level 9 and level 10 in gambling skills. After all, to upgrade gambling skills from level 9 to 10, 500 skill points are required. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Naza woke up. Yi Fan finally arrived at the casino where the Gambling God tournament was being held, accompanied by the two beauties. Upon arriving at the casino, Yi Linlin immediately spotted Yi Gambling King in his group. She hurriedly brought Yi Fan and Naza over. However, anyone could tell that the expressions on the faces of Yi Gambling King and his group were not good. It was clear that they had suffered another setback at today's Gambling God tournament. Even humiliation. Daddy, what's wrong? You're looking so gloomy. He Linlin pouted at the River Gambling King. Among all his daughters, only River Linlin still dared to act spoiled toward him. No wonder the River Gambling King cherishes this youngest daughter the most. It's nothing. Gu Wang didn't want to say much about what had happened today. With no other option, He Linlin turned her gaze toward her senior disciple, Zhou Chuanfu. Zhou Chuanfu hesitated for a moment before speaking the truth. It turned out that they had lost all the matches today. And they lost terribly. What's more, the strangest part was that, aside from the Italian gambling king who was originally supposed to be River Linlin's opponent and was relatively weak, the other opponents the gambling experts from AUS City had faced were all absurdly strong. Chapter 176, The Shady Dealings of the Gambling God Tournament. If it were merely a matter of their opponents being too strong, they could only blame themselves for being weak. However, the oddity lay in the fact that the gambling experts from AUS City were facing opponents who were almost all at the level of gambling kings, either the gambling kings from M countries Las Vegas, or those from other countries, or even gambling kings from casino alliances. It's clear there's something fishy going on. It must be the organizers of the Gambling God Tournament who deliberately arranged this to target the gambling experts from AUS City. Otherwise, why haven't gamblers from other cities faced opponents who are all gambling kings in consecutive matches? Yet in AUS City, the opponents in 5 consecutive matches were all gambling kings. And they claim there's no foul play involved? Who would believe that? At least, the River Gambling King and his crew don't believe it. Moreover, the gambling experts in AUS City are of mixed ability. Apart from Chen Daozi and Zhou Chuanfu, who are decent gamblers, the rest aren't very skilled. How could they possibly be a match for a gambling master of the Gambling King's caliber? The most critical point is that the Gambling King tournament uses a one-on-one elimination system, meaning that once you lose your eligibility to continue in the competition. Zhou Chuanfu lost his first match to the Gambling King from M country, and in the subsequent matches, he didn't even get a chance to play. As a result, after several consecutive matches, the team from Macau ended up suffering a complete defeat. As a result, the audience couldn't help but comment on the situation. They said that the gambling experts from AUS City weren't all that skilled after all. After so many matches, they hadn't won a single one, yet they dared to call themselves world champions. In short, they said whatever was most derogatory. Especially the M country media present. The M country media, after all, always loved to bash Z country. They took advantage of the situation to report wildly, relentlessly belittling and undermining Australian City's international standing. One media outlet even went so far as to interview the River Gambling King in front of everyone, stating that Australian City didn't deserve the title of the world's second largest casino and should step aside for other gambling cities. Facing the M country media's nonsense, could the gambling experts in Macau just sit there and take it? In fact, this led to some conflicts with the media journalists. As a result, these US media outlets ramped up their coverage, labeling the people of Z country as uncivilized. This enraged the River Gambling King and his group so much that they nearly walked out in protest. If the competition had been fair, the River Gambling King and his group wouldn't have been so angry. The problem was that the competition was rigged. The organizers, namely Las Vegas, were deliberately targeting Australian City. And the media reporters were reporting all sorts of nonsense. How could that not make people angry? He Linlin and Naza, the two girls, were also furious after hearing Zhou Chuanfu's account. These American media outlets are truly heartless. On the other hand, Yifan, after hearing Zhou Chuanfu's words, not only didn't get angry, but instead laughed coldly. Rest assured, once Linlin takes action, these American media reporters and all those with ulterior motives targeting Macau will shut up. Linlin will show them what a true gambling god really is. Yifan said confidently. After all, he knew that with River Linlin's current gambling skills, defeating the so-called gambling king would be no problem at all. The only potential trouble might come from the son of the gambling god, Anthony too. That's right, leave the upcoming matches to me. I'll win every single one and ultimately claim the title of gambling god. After a day of coaching from Yifan, He Linlin's gambling skills had improved significantly, and she was now brimming with confidence. Really? Then I'll have Linlin compete tonight. The River Gambling King hurriedly said. Yifan had never seen River Gambling King so flustered before. It seemed he had truly been provoked by those unscrupulous media outlets from M country. Don't rush. I plan to have He Linlin make her debut on the final day. After all, the heavyweights always make their grand entrance last. By the last day, those who remain will likely be either lucky individuals or gambling masters of the king's caliber. Defeating all the gambling kings in one go would truly demonstrate that Linlin's gambling skills far surpass theirs. Yifan said this. But what about tonight's and tomorrow's matches? How will we handle them? And what about the questions from those M country media outlets? The desperate river gambler couldn't help but speak up. Let Chen Daozi take the lead for tonight's and tomorrow's matches. Yifan said. Now, Chen Daozi can be considered the last remaining major player in AUS City. As for the media's questions, just smile and tell them to wait and see the show that's coming up. Yifan added another sentence. Alright, there's nothing else we can do. He Duong nodded and said. There's no other way. Now, he can only pin his last hopes on his youngest daughter, He Lin. He hoped that Yi Fan wasn't just bluffing and that he truly had a way to make He Lin the champion. But could a mere day or two of coaching really be enough to allow He Lin to defeat so many gambling kings and the son of the gambling god, Anthony too, and win the championship? It's probably unlikely. Not only did the River Gambling King have such concerns, but others did as well. In any case, just leave the matter of winning the championship to me. Alright, stop looking so gloomy. There's no more competition for us now, right? Let's go out for a big meal. I'm treating. Seeing everyone looking worried, He Lin couldn't help but speak up to boost morale. After all, she didn't have to pay for the feast. She knew that Yi Fan, the big spendthrift, wouldn't mind treating everyone to a meal. Yi Fan felt He Lin nudge him with her arm and naturally understood her meaning. He shrugged indifferently. Anyway, he had more money than he knew what to do with. With all the money he made around the world, his daily income was enough to feed them for a lifetime, let alone just one meal. Las Vegas, by the sea. MGM Grand Hotel. Yi Fan indeed showed his generosity, treating everyone to dinner at the MGM Grand Hotel, the most renowned hotel in Las Vegas. Moreover, he booked the most expensive ocean view rooms. This way, everyone could enjoy the sea breeze while dining on a feast and admire the beautiful sunset by the beach. Of course, this meal didn't come cheap. At least, it wasn't something an ordinary wealthy family could afford. Yi Gambling God, I'll toast you first. Thank you for treating us to this feast. Yi Zong, I, Shendaozi, also raise my glass to you. Yi Gambling God, I've never had a meal that costs over $1 million before. Thanks to you, I finally have the chance to enjoy such a luxurious feast. People began to toast Yi Fan one after another. Chapter 177, The Best is Yet to Come. This dinner left Shendaozi and the others thoroughly delighted. At least, all the hardships they had endured over the past 2 days were vented through eating and drinking. Yi Fan was also generous, letting them order whatever they wanted to eat or drink. As the drinking got underway, Shendaozi, Zhou Chuanfu, and the others began playing drinking games. The atmosphere grew even more lively. Yi Fan, of course, did not join in. After all, he was never the type to be overly familiar with strangers. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, River Gambling King, who was a bit tipsy, had someone send him back to the hotel to rest. As for the two beautiful women who had been accompanying Yi Fan all along, Naza and He Lin, they went off together to walk on the beach. Yi Fan was bored out of his mind when his phone suddenly rang. The call was from Chen Jia, the head of Tianfan Entertainment. Yi Fan had already informed Chen Jia about the trip to Las Vegas with Naza to watch the Gambling God tournament. Therefore, if it were a minor matter, Chen Jia would have handled it himself and definitely wouldn't have called Yi Fan. The fact that he had called meant there must be something important he needed to discuss. What's going on, Chen Jia? What's the matter? Yi Fan answered the call. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to disturb you and Miss Naza's date, but there's something I think I should ask you about over the phone. On the other end of the line, Chen Jia's voice rang out. What's the matter? Go ahead. It's like this. After Chen Jia's explanation, Yi Fan understood why Chen Jia had called. It turned out that recently, a completely unknown actress had called Tianfan Entertainment, claiming she wanted the company to sign her. Normally, Chen Jia would have rejected such calls from second or third-rate celebrities without much consideration. But this time, Chen Jia kept an eye out. He recalled something Yi Fan had once told him: when it came to calls from second or third-rate celebrities, he could make the decision himself and reject them outright. However, for calls from completely unknown celebrities, he needed to pay extra attention. Upon realizing this, Chen Jia immediately had someone investigate the background of this unknown young star. He found that she had no fame, no connections, and was just a girl from the countryside. However, there were two things about her that deeply caught Chen Jia's attention. First, she had a good reputation in the entertainment industry. Second, she was extremely diligent. Even without fame, she worked diligently on her acting, taking steady steps to improve her skills. Unlike some celebrities who, without fame, would try to climb the ladder by hooking up with directors or other influential figures to gain fame and popularity. After much consideration, Chen Jia decided to call Yi Fan. Oh, what's her name? Tell me. After hearing this, Yi Fan immediately developed a bit of interest in this unknown actress. She mentioned her name was Zhao Xiaogu, right? Zhao Xiaogu? Upon hearing the name, Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Zhao Xiaogu could be considered one of his favorite female celebrities from his previous life. He was well versed in her rise to fame. Unlike other female celebrities who gained fame or even became superstars upon their debut, Zhao Xiaogu, who was not from a professional acting background, did not have a smooth career in the entertainment industry. At first, she only played minor roles, and after struggling at the bottom for many years, she finally got her chance to become famous. From a minor role to the lead in multiple hit shows, she became a top-tier actress, a ratings powerhouse, and the Golden Eagle goddess everyone talked about. Her success was not due to luck, but her talent and acting skills. Of course, her looks also play a part. Therefore, upon hearing that it was Zhao Xiaogu, Yifan didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately told Chen Jie. Sign her up. What? Chen Jie had assumed Yifan would give it some thought. After all, Tianfan Entertainment doesn't sign artists lightly. If they were to sign just any artist with a bit of fame, how would Tianfan Entertainment have only signed 4 artists after all these years? Moreover, 3 of them were signed recently. At the beginning, there was only one signed artist, and that was Da Tiantian. Mr. Yi, shouldn't you reconsider? Out of caution, Chen Jie asked again. There's no need to consider it. If it's Zhao Xiaogu, signing her is the right choice. That's a no-brainer. Zhao Xiaogu is like a hidden gem waiting to be discovered. Her future is limitless. Signing her before she becomes famous is a no-brainer. Otherwise, are we going to hand her over to another entertainment company? Yifan could even foresee that once Zhao Xiaogu became famous, especially after her 2-period dramas debuted, she would undoubtedly bring immense fame to Tianfan Entertainment. Oh. It wasn't until then that Chen Jie realized that Yifan actually knew Zhao Xiaogu. Wait a minute? Even though Zhao Xiaogu is in the entertainment industry, not many people know her. How did Ji Zong come to know her? This piqued Chen Jie's curiosity. He had gone through great lengths, asking several friends, before finally learning about Zhao Xiaogu's background from a friend who had worked with her on a film. But Yifan actually knew Zhao Xiaogu, no wonder Chen Jie was curious. Of course, Chen Jie didn't ask any further questions. He only knew that he just needed to follow Yi Zong's instructions and sign Zhao Xiaogu. That evening, Yifan didn't go to watch the competition. Instead, he took the 2 beauties, Naza and He Linlin, out for a stroll. Of course, He Duan and the others didn't know this. They assumed Yifan had taken He Linlin away to continue her tutoring. After all, for them, a day or 2 of tutoring wasn't enough. They wished the competition could be postponed so Yifan would have more time to tutor He Linlin. Of course, that's impossible. In the evening match, Chen Daozi gave it his all, but ultimately lost with a score of 2-3 to his opponent, a gambling tycoon from M country. In response, the media in M country, of course, mocked him relentlessly. The onlookers also began to laugh at the gambling king and his group. However, unlike the afternoon, when the gambling king and his entourage nearly came to blows with the media reporters. But in the evening, when the media reporters deliberately asked them again how they could have lost so badly, he and his group merely smiled faintly and replied in a mysterious tone, "Did we lose badly? No, the best is yet to come." Chapter 178, River Linlin makes her debut. Instantly, everyone present, including the M country media reporters, stared in astonishment at River Gambling King and his group. What did they mean by that? They were just trying to be mysterious. Could it be that they intentionally lost earlier, or did they have something up their sleeves? For a moment, people speculated in various ways. Of course, the most prevalent speculation was the last one. But how could that be possible? After all, the gambling god who defeated the 8 masters didn't participate in the gambling god tournament, did he? And among them, the strongest gamblers were Zhou Chuanfu, the disciple of the High Gambling King, and Chen Daozi from the Venice Casino. Now, both of them have been defeated by the Gambling King of Las Vegas. Everyone was baffled. Where did the River Gambling King and his group get the nerve to say such things? And this is exactly what Yifan wanted. The next day, Yifan kept He Linlin by his side, claiming it was for tutoring. In reality, he was simply driving a 4-seat convertible Rolls-Royce Wraith, taking He Linlin and Naza, 2 beautiful women, to tour all the scenic spots of Las Vegas. From the archways, Antelope Canyon, Horseshoe Bend, Lake Powell, to the south rim of the Grand Canyon, Yifan took the 2 beauties to explore every corner. With 2 beautiful women in the car, it naturally drew envious glances from passers-by. Even in Las Vegas, the city of gambling, there are no shortage of people driving luxury sports cars. However, how many of them can have 2 stunning beauties in the car at the same time? The 3 of them continued to explore until around 10 p.m. before returning to the villa. He Linlin didn't return to her hotel room either, she stayed at the villa instead. After all, there were plenty of rooms in the villa. Though, in the end, the 3 of them ended up sleeping in the same room. The next day. Today was the final day of the Gambling God Tournament. The gambling masters of the Gambling God Tournament would settle the score today, with the winner determined tonight, crowning a true gambling god. In AUS City, due to the deliberate arrangements by the event organizer, Weskier, all the opponents were top-tier gambling masters. As a result, after a series of losses, only He Linlin, who had yet to enter the competition, remained. In Las Vegas, however, since most of the gambling kings were invincible, the number of remaining participants was the highest. There were 5 gambling kings in total, plus 1 other participant who, like He Linlin, had never competed before, the son of the gambling god, Anthony II. Other smaller countries and smaller gambling cities had few people left, with only 1 or 2 remaining, similar to Macau. Of course, those who managed to stay were not only lucky but, more importantly, they had exceptional gambling skills. In other words, today, River Linlin's opponents, regardless of which country or gambling city they come from, are all gambling masters of the same caliber as the gambling kings. However, He Linlin is not the least bit concerned. She believes in her own gambling skills, though what she truly trusts is Yifan. Yifan had told her that the gambling techniques he had taught her that day were more than enough to defeat any gambling king on the scene, so she naturally had no doubts. After all, who is Yifan? He is the legendary gambling god who single-handedly defeated all the gambling masters of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. Perhaps it was the organizers' deliberate arrangement, but the first match of the Gambling God tournament began with He Linlin facing off against the Italian gambling king who had previously defeated Zhou Chuanfu. It was clear that the organizers of the Gambling God tournament, led by Wysek, intended to use this method to test the strength of the last remaining contestant from AUS City, He Linlin, the youngest daughter of the He Gambling King. He Linlin was clever, she saw through it immediately. Before taking the stage, she even asked Yifan if he should intentionally hold back some of his strength, to avoid having her strength exposed and then targeted by the opponent. In response, Yifan simply shook his head, indicating there was no need. In fact, he even urged He Linlin to go all out and defeat the Italian gambling king as thoroughly as possible. This way, she could finally prove herself and avenge Zhou Chuanfu. As for whether this would draw the attention of Weskier and his group, Yifan wasn't the least bit concerned. After all, he was well aware that with He Linlin's current gambling skills, facing off against that gambling king would be a walk in the park. Alright. He had no doubts about Yifan's words. So, once she entered the arena, she won 2 consecutive matches and sent the Italian gambling king packing. The Italian gambling king, upon seeing his opponent was a stunning beauty, even tried to flirt with He Linlin, saying that if she said something nice, he could let her lose gracefully. This way, he could salvage a bit of face after losing continuously in Macau. But after 2 matches, he was soundly defeated. When the referee announced his defeat, he couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at He Linlin, unable to comprehend how the once dominant Italian gambling king could lose to a young girl. The scene was in an uproar. It wasn't until the Italian gambling king's humiliating defeat that people suddenly remembered the words River Gambling King had spoken 2 days earlier. The best is yet to come. Could it be that He Linlin was their final ace up their sleeve? This was simply unbelievable, to place all their bets on a young girl who had barely made a name for herself in the gambling world. But whether they believed it or not, He Linlin had won, and she had completely outclassed the Italian gambling king. Next up was the gambling king of M country, facing off against the gambling king of a small gambling town. The outcome was predictable. The small casino's gambling king was defeated by the M country gambling king with a score of 21. Several more matches followed. All were highly entertaining, though only for others. For Yifan, who had mastered gambling skills at level 10, they were rather dull and uninteresting. It wasn't until the 5th match that Yifan finally perked up. The only participant from the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, there were actually 2, but one idiot, before the Gambling God tournament even began, had offended Yifan and ended up losing everything. The beautiful dealer Wu Miaochan used her exceptional card reading skills to defeat the gambling king of a small country. This battle also made her famous. As a result, Yifan began to take a greater interest in her. If he could recruit her and assign her to manage the Venetian casino in Macau, it would be an excellent idea. Soon, it was River Linlin's turn to compete. This time, Las Vegas sent their gambling king to face off against He Linlin. Coincidentally, this gambling king was none other than the one who had defeated Chen Daozi. Chapter 179, Casino Goddess, He Linlin. Since they were enemies, He Linlin showed no mercy and once again defeated the Las Vegas gambling king with a score of 20. The Las Vegas gambling king never expected to lose so badly, suffering 2 consecutive defeats. His face turned pale, and he was eventually escorted off the stage by staff members. That's impressive. Her name is He Linlin, right? The youngest daughter of the gambling king of Macau. I never expected her gambling skills to be so formidable. She's truly a casino goddess. I love her. Who would have thought that a young girl could possess such extraordinary gambling skills? In the gambling world, her future prospects are limitless. It seems that AUS City isn't just putting on a show, they really have something up their sleeves. No way, are they planning to let He Linlin win the championship and claim the title of gambling goddess? Now that I think about it, it's actually possible. People began to buzz with speculation. Meanwhile, the unscrupulous media outlets from M country that had previously viciously slandered and belittled AUS City now dared not utter a single word. They stared in disbelief at He Linlin, who had defeated the Las Vegas gambling king, seemingly unwilling to accept what had happened. Backstage at the casino. As the event organizers, Whisk and the others saw the scene, their faces turned extremely grim. Why had they gone to such great lengths, spending vast amounts of money and resources to host this gambling god tournament? Wasn't it to suppress the recent buzz surrounding Australian City? Wasn't it to defeat Australian City and prove to the world that Las Vegas is the world's #1 gambling city? As they watched, all the other participants from Macau had already been carried away, leaving only He Linlin behind. Last night, they had even held a small celebratory banquet for this. They felt that people like Chen Daozi and Zhou Chuanfu had all been defeated, and now there was only one remaining competitor from AUS City, a woman at that. What possible role could she play? She'll probably be carried off the stage as soon as she steps out, and won't even make it to the next round. But what they never expected was that she actually defeated the Italian gambling king and one of their own gambling kings from Las Vegas. This turned the tables on them, and the situation now looks bleak for them. Perhaps this He Lin might just use this momentum to make it into the finals. If she makes it to the finals, she'll either be the champion or the runner-up. Their original plan was to eliminate He Lin from the top 8, let alone the runner-up position not even making it to the top 8. That way, they could humiliate the Australian city thoroughly. However, man proposes, but God disposes. They never imagined that the youngest daughter of the gambling king, He Lin, who had little fame in the gambling world, would turn out to be a hidden gambling master. "Mr. Anthony, it seems we'll have to trouble you to step in after all," Wysek said, his mouth dry. "Of course. However, as we agreed earlier, if you just want me to make an appearance and intimidate the gambling kings of other cities, that's the price. But if you want me to actually intervene, that's the price," Anthony too said, extending one finger, then 5 fingers. It was clear that he wasn't referring to 10 million and 50 million, but 100 million and 500 million. In other words, if they just wanted Anthony too to make an appearance and intimidate the gambling kings from other countries and casinos, the fee was 100 million. But if they wanted him to actually get involved, the fee would be 500 million. $500 million, just thinking about it made Weskier and the others wince. But there was no choice. To ensure that Las Vegas could win this gambling god tournament and claim the title of gambling god, they had to pay the price. "Alright, 500 million it is," Wysek spoke up. "As long as we can win the gambling god tournament and retain the title of the world's top gambling city, the 500 million won't be a loss. On the contrary, it will only bring greater fame to Las Vegas." "Mr. Weskier is indeed a man of his word," Anthony too said, raising his red wine glass and clinking it against whisks. He seemed so relaxed and composed, as if he were certain of victory in this gambling god tournament. How boring. Apart from the match between the two beauties, He Lin and Wu Maochan, Yifan had little interest in the other competitions. The other matches, even the showdown between the two gambling kings, were as meaningless as children playing house in Yifan's eyes. Once they decided on a game, Yifan could already predict their tactics before the match even began. So, what was there to enjoy? Just as Yifan was considering whether to take Naza and leave the venue to return to the villa for something more interesting, the host of the Gambling God tournament took the stage, his expression filled with excitement. "Ladies and gentlemen, the next match will definitely get everyone excited. Yes, the next match will feature the son of the gambling god, Anthony too, who has never competed before, against the beautiful gambling queen of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, Miss Wu Maochan." The host's thrilling words immediately set the entire crowd ablaze. "What? Anthony too is finally going to make his move? Damn it, I traveled all the way to Las Vegas just to catch a glimpse of the gambling god's son, Anthony too, and now he's finally about to make his appearance. Me too. I thought the gambling kings of Las Vegas were so powerful that Anthony too wouldn't dare to show his true colors. Great. Anthony too is finally making his move. I wonder how skilled he is at gambling. Is he even half as good as his father, the gambling god Anthony? Don't worry, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I'm sure his gambling skills are at least on par with those of the gambling kings in Las Vegas. What are you talking about? Anthony too is the apple of his father's eye. Since he debuted, he's never lost a single game. Is he really that good? Of course it's true. It's as real as pearls. The entire crowd erupted into chaos. Yifan, who had originally planned to leave with Naza, suddenly changed his mind. Anthony too versus Wu Maochan? This should be an interesting match. For Yifan, the competition finally had some meaning, so he naturally had no intention of leaving. Soon, Wu Maochan and Anthony too took the stage one after another. Chapter 180, The Unexpected Anthony too. It wasn't until then that the crowd finally got a chance to see Anthony too's true appearance. He was tall and slender, with a carefree and unconventional expression, giving off an air of someone who wasn't easy to get along with. However, he was surprisingly polite and courteous toward Wu Maochan. He even let Wu Maochan choose the competition event first. Perhaps this was what the Western world referred to as gentlemanly conduct. Wu Maochan didn't hesitate and chose her specialty, poker. However, this time, the challenge was to pick out specific cards of a certain suit from 10 decks of playing cards, as designated by the host. The person who selected the correct cards wins. If both players have the same number of correct cards, it's a tie. For example, if the host selects the ace of spades, the person who picks out the most aces of spades from the 10 decks wins. If both players happen to select exactly 5 aces of spades, it's a tie. Let's play another round. This method sounds simple, but it's actually quite challenging. After all, 10 decks of cards are shuffled simultaneously. Even if you have exceptional card listening skills, it's not easy to identify a specific card in all 10 decks at the same time. Moreover, to increase the difficulty, the host will only announce the card they will draw after the dealer has finished shuffling the cards. This means they not only have to identify all the cards but also remember their positions within a specific deck. The difficulty level skyrockets. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is an impossible task, isn't it? But Wu Miaochan knew that, aside from increasing the difficulty, there was no other way for her to beat Anthony too. So, she decided to take the risk. After the rules were explained, the competition began quickly. First, 10 dealers shuffled 10 decks of cards simultaneously, while Wu Miaochan and Anthony too listened intently. Once the dealers had finished shuffling and laid the cards out on the table, the host finally announced the number he wanted them to draw. 6 of clubs. Miss Wu Miaochan, you go first. Everyone knew that there were 10 decks of cards, and the two players might not be able to remember the order of all the cards in the 10 decks. Therefore, in this game, the person who gets to choose first has a significant advantage. Because once you take the 6 of clubs from the deck you've chosen, your opponent might just happen to remember where the 6 of clubs is in that deck. By taking that 6 of spades first, your opponent is already one card behind, putting them at a disadvantage from the start. Mr. Anthony, you're truly a gentleman. Wu Miaochan praised him, but she knew the gap between herself and Anthony too, so she didn't hesitate and directly chose a card from the second deck she was most certain about. After receiving the card, she didn't flip it face down but turned it over immediately. The card was indeed the 6 of clubs. Wow! Everyone present gasped in astonishment. 10 decks of cards, and she could remember them all. Many gambling experts present, such as Zhou Chuanfu and Chen Daozi, admitted at that moment that in terms of listening to the cards, they were indeed no match for Wu Miaochan. Oomph. However, Anthony too merely sneered coldly. He remained utterly calm, drew a card from the first deck, and without flipping it face down, turned it over directly. It was still the 6 of clubs. Indeed, this was a showdown between masters. For a moment, everyone present held their breath, the atmosphere tense to the point of breaking. Next, it was Wu Miaochan's turn to draw a card, and she also drew a 6 of clubs. Back and forth, soon both had drawn 3 cards each, totaling 6 cards. And all 6 cards were 6 of clubs. Everyone was deeply impressed. These two were truly amazing. However, when it came time to draw the 4th card, Wu Miaochan hesitated for a moment. Finally, she drew a card from the 7th deck, flipped it over, and saw that it was yet another 6 of clubs. She let out a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Anthony too showed no hesitation, drawing a card from the 9th deck closest to him. It was also a 6 of clubs. With this, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th decks had all been drawn, leaving only the 4th and 10th decks untouched. Since both sides had revealed their cards, the last two 6 of clubs must be one each in the 4th and 10th decks. The situation suddenly reached its most tense moment. Shall we draw lots together? Wu Miaochan proposed a fair suggestion. After all, both sides had each drawn 4 6 of clubs, so the outcome was back to square one. No, Miss Wu Miaochan should go first. Anthony too maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and let Wu Miaochan go first. Oh? Wu Miaochan didn't want to lose, so she naturally didn't hesitate and directly selected a card she believed to be the 6 of clubs from the 4th deck. However, this time, she didn't flip it over immediately. Everyone was curious about the outcome. Would it be the 6 of clubs? As everyone was filled with curiosity, Yi Fan quietly nodded. After that, Wu Miaochan sighed in relief and suddenly spoke up. Mr. Anthony, it seems like this game is a draw. No, you lost. To everyone's surprise, Anthony too shook his head. Then, he also drew a card from the 4th deck and flipped it over immediately. It was the 6 of clubs. Whoa! The entire crowd erupted in chaos. Impossible. Wu Miaochan couldn't believe it and let out a cry of disbelief. Then, she flipped over the card in her hand. It was a 6 of spades. The audience in the stands let out a series of disappointed sighs. I lost? Impossible. I definitely drew the 6 of clubs. Wu Miaochan was utterly bewildered. She couldn't understand how she could have made such a mistake. Had she misheard the card when it was called? But the probability of making such a basic mistake should be extremely low. Wu Miaochan couldn't figure it out. Why had she lost? What's going on? She should have drawn the 6 of clubs. He Lin couldn't help but ask. Her gambling skills had reached level 9, so she could clearly see that Wu Miaochan had also drawn the 6 of clubs as her last card. But she couldn't figure out how the 6 of clubs had suddenly turned into the 6 of spades. It's simple, it was switched by Anthony. Yi Fan spoke up, answering He Lin's unspoken question. Can it really be changed? He Lin was utterly astonished. Is this gambling or magic? It seems that even 9th level gambling skills aren't enough for you. I underestimated this Anthony too. Yi Fan said indifferently. What should we do now? He Lin asked. Just chill out. Yi Fan replied. Chapter 181, 3 wins in a row, advancing to the top 8. Seeing He Lin roll her eyes at him, Yi Fan stopped teasing her and said to her, Don't worry. I promised I'd make you the champion of the Gambling God tournament, and I will make you the champion. Since level 9 gambling skills aren't enough, let's go for level 10 gambling skills. Moreover, Yi Fan had noticed that the gambling skill level of Anthony too, the son of the Gambling God, was between level 9 and level 10. Don't underestimate the small half-level difference. If He Lin had level 10 gambling skills, defeating Anthony too would be a piece of cake. Therefore, he wasn't the least bit concerned that there would be any unexpected twists in this gambling god tournament. On the other hand, He Linlin, He Duan, Zhou Chuanfu, and others, after witnessing Anthony Tu's gambling skills, couldn't help but feel a bit concerned. Since Anthony Tu's gambling skills were so exceptional, the outcome of Wu Miaochan's upcoming match against him was no longer in doubt. Soon, Wu Miaochan also lost to Anthony Tu in the dice rolling contest. Wu Miaochan was deeply dissatisfied with this outcome, but there was nothing she could do. When one is outmatched, there is little that can be done. After Wu Miaochan's showdown with Anthony Tu, the subsequent matches became rather boring. When He Linlin made her third appearance, which was the final appearance of the morning, and once again defeated a Las Vegas gambling king, Yifan took He Linlin and Naza and left. The river gamblers, unwilling to miss the exciting matches, naturally did not follow them. After He Linlin left, the audience at the venue continued to discuss her. Miss He Linlin is simply amazing. She defeated 3 gambling kings in a row. And she won the match with an absolute advantage of 20. She's amazing. She truly is the casino goddess in my heart. Gentlemen, draw your swords. River goddess is mine. Shut up, it's clearly mine. Are you idiots? Miss He Linlin is already taken. Your goddess has already run off with someone else. Yeah, that's so frustrating. Who is that guy? How did he manage to make the river goddess so infatuated with him? People were praising River Linlin. Of course, some praise her, while others criticize her. Pfft, a casino goddess? She's nowhere near as good as Anthony Tu, the son of the gambling god. Exactly, she's just an unknown nobody. How could she possibly be a match for our Anthony Tu? Those who disparage River Linlin are naturally the same people who previously slandered the river gambling king and others, those who slandered the people of Macau, and of course, the unscrupulous media from M country. As for Z country's reports, they wouldn't dare to report fairly. Of course, they'll smear her as much as they can. The best outcome would be for the whole world to hate Z country. That's why Weskier and his crew brought these media outlets here to smear a US city. Of course, these days, few people pay attention to what they say. They just dismiss it as nonsense. After all, people's eyes are sharp, they won't be fooled by them time and time again. However, among the crowd, there was one person who listened to these words and fell deep in thought. She was Wu Miaochan. Back in AUS City, she had faced off against He Linlin and knew that her gambling skills weren't as impressive as they seemed. So, what could have caused her gambling skills to improve so drastically overnight? Wu Miaochan fell into deep thought. Yifan, accompanied by 2 beautiful women, enjoyed himself for a while. By noon, they returned to the hotel and had lunch with He Gambling King and the others. During lunch, He Gambling King and the others couldn't help but ask Yifan a worried question: what should they do if He Linlin encountered Anthony Tu in the afternoon? That guy had only fought 1 match, but everyone could tell his gambling skills were truly formidable. In response, Yifan said nothing, only telling them to rest assured. The River Gambling King and his men naturally trusted Yifan's words. After all, the reason River Linlin's gambling skills had improved so much in just 2 days was all thanks to Yifan. Therefore, if Yifan said they would win the Gambling God tournament, they would definitely win. After lunch, taking advantage of the midday break, Yifan used the excuse of giving He Linlin special tutoring to call her to the tavern's room. In truth, the so-called tutoring was merely helping her secretly raise her gambling skill level to level 10. Of course, he had to go through the motions. To avoid River Gambling King and the others asking too many questions. In the afternoon matches, He Linlin took the stage 3 times, just like in the morning, winning all 3 matches. Each time, she won with a score of 20. People were once again stunned. No way, is that real? I thought that since today's afternoon matches were all against top 16 players, Miss He Linlin wouldn't be able to maintain her perfect record. At least she'd win by 21, or even 32 points. But she won so cleanly and decisively. She truly is the casino goddess, so impressive. Do you guys think River Linlin's gambling skills are even better than this morning? Yeah, I feel the same way. People were buzzing with excitement. This time, those who had previously criticized He Linlin dared not speak up. Making it to the top 8 is enough to prove her skills. Making it to the top 8 means she's truly deserving of the title of Gambling Queen. Those guys, even if they're as clueless as ever, wouldn't dare to slander a gambling king. With 3 consecutive victories, He Linlin advanced smoothly to the quarterfinals. However, contrary to the expectations of he and the others, in the afternoon matches, He Linlin did not face off against the son of the gambling god, Anthony Tu. It seemed that the organizers, including Wysek, had also realized that He Linlin's gambling skills were truly formidable. Therefore, they decided to save Anthony Tu, their ace in the hole, for the final round. If He Linlin were to make it to the final, they would then have Anthony Tu step in to defeat her. Soon, it was evening. The Gambling God tournament had finally reached its climax. From the top 8 to the top 4, and then the top 4 were divided into 2 groups to determine the final 2 contestants. Perhaps the competition was too thrilling, the audience felt that time was flying by. When He Linlin defeated the last gambling king from M country in the semifinals, the entire arena erupted once again. Up to this point, all 5 gambling kings of Las Vegas had been defeated by Miss He Lin Lin. No way. River Goddess is just too amazing. The casino goddess truly lives up to her name. What about those who previously claimed that Macau doesn't deserve the title of the world's second best gambling city and that its participants probably couldn't even make it into the top 8? Where are their voices now? Chapter 182, Final Showdown, He Lin Lin vs Anthony 2. A bunch of clowns jumping around at first. Unfortunately, Las Vegas has the real strength to make it to the finals. Exactly, they made it to the finals, which at least proves that Macau is truly the world's second largest gambling city. Here's a joke: if Anthony 2 loses to He Lin Lin, will Las Vegas give up its title as the world's first gambling city? Americans would never agree, but whether they do or not, if the title of gambling god falls into Macau's hands, everyone will know in their hearts which of the two is the true world's top gambling city. I was reminded of He Gambling King's previous rebuke of the country media: the best is yet to come. Exactly, the real show is yet to come. The whispers grew louder. Listening to the discussions around them, those who had previously slandered Macau City, along with the media journalists from country, could only swallow their resentment, no matter how unwilling they were. Now, they dare not speak up or slander Macau City anymore. After a brief 20-minute break, the final match of the Gambling God Tournament finally began. The final. Casino Goddess He Lin Lin versus the son of the Gambling God, Anthony 2. Just the title alone is enough to draw a crowd. So, that evening, the casino was nearly packed to capacity. There were at least 10,000 spectators, if not 7 or 8,000. After the first floor of the casino was packed, the second floor, and even the third and fourth floors, were also filled with spectators. Fortunately, as participants, the River Gambling King and his group had special privileges. They were seated in the front row of the audience section, so Yifan and Naza naturally joined them. Brother Fan, do you think Lin Lin can beat this son of the gambling god, Anthony 2? After He Lin Lin took the stage, Naza couldn't help but ask with concern. Don't worry, she can definitely win. Didn't you forget that I gave her special tutoring this afternoon? Yifan wrapped his arm around Naza's waist and said to her. Naja rolled her eyes at his words. She wouldn't believe that was proper gambling technique coaching. Right, it must have been some kind of unorthodox gambling tutorial. Yifan saw that even when she rolled her eyes, she looked beautiful, so he couldn't help but hug her even tighter. The River Gambling King and others sitting beside Yifan naturally pretended not to notice. However, after hearing Yifan's words, they felt reassured. Still, they were curious about how He Lin Lin would defeat Anthony 2. Miss He Lin Lin, please. Anthony 2 remained as calm as ever, just like in the previous 2 matches. He once again let his opponent choose how they would compete first. He Lin Lin didn't hesitate and said to Anthony 2, Mr. Anthony, I want to challenge you to the same card drawing game you played with Miss Wu Maochan earlier. However, we won't take turns. Once the host calls start, both of us will draw cards simultaneously. If you draw the correct card, you get 1 point. If you draw the wrong card, you lose 1 point. How about it? After finishing her statement, He Lin Lin couldn't help but add one more sentence. That's a great way to compete. It not only tests card drawing skills but also who has faster reflexes and greater precision. Anthony 2 nodded, still maintaining his calm and composed expression. Since Anthony 2 had no objections, let's begin. He Lin Lin didn't want to waste any more words with Anthony 2. Actually, Anthony 2 was quite handsome, not very old, probably in his early 40s, and a Western man. But compared to Yifan, he was still far inferior in appearance. Let us begin. Anthony 2 was quite straightforward. Next, just like before, 10 dealers shuffled the cards together and laid them out horizontally on the gambling table. Then, the host announces which card the person is supposed to draw. This time, it was the Queen of Spades. The Queen of Spades. After announcing the card to be drawn, the host didn't hesitate. 3, 2, 1, go. As the host gave the signal, He Lin Lin and Anthony 2 both reached out at the same time. Whoosh! People gasped in astonishment. Watching the speed of He Lin Lin and Anthony 2's hands, the crowd was utterly speechless. Is this the hand speed of a gambling god? That's way too fast. No wonder people say that to be a good gambler, you need lightning fast reflexes. Their hand speed was so fast that people couldn't even see it clearly anymore. He Lin Lin and Anthony 2's hand speed was almost identical. When He Lin Lin drew 5 cards, Anthony 2 also drew 5 cards. In theory, both sides should have stopped at this point. Unless you're certain that the card you want is in the deck, continuing to draw will only result in drawing the wrong card, and drawing the wrong card means losing points. So, Anthony 2 was smart and stopped immediately. At the scene, anyone with even a basic understanding of gambling would have thought that He Lin Lin would also stop. However, who would have guessed that He Lin Lin not only didn't stop, but continued drawing cards? She kept drawing until she had drawn 10 cards, then finally stopped. Anthony 2 watched this scene unfold, his brows furrowing involuntarily. What does she mean? Does she think she can't beat me, so she's giving up? Anthony 2 had already noticed that both of them were drawing the correct cards. That's why he didn't continue drawing. Anyway, continuing to draw would only result in drawing wrong cards and losing points. It was better to stop now. However, He Lin's actions were truly unexpected. Wait, what? Anthony too suddenly realized something, startled, and was about to come up with a countermeasure. But it was already too late. After drawing 10 cards, He Lin swept her hand across the table, flipping all 10 cards face up. Slap! 10 black queens landed on the table. Everyone in the room, except for Yifan, who had already guessed the outcome, was stunned. He Lin had actually drawn all 10 queens. That meant Anthony too hadn't drawn a single card correctly. This is simply unbelievable. It seems like you've lost, Mr. Anthony. He Lin smiled slightly and said. Damn it! Anthony finally realized that He Lin had used the same method he had used to defeat Wu Miaochan to defeat him. Moreover, at that time, he only swapped the last card with Wu Miaochan, but she, on the other hand, swapped all 5 cards in his hand. This. Host was completely stunned and took a long time to react. Mr. Anthony, Miss He Lin has already revealed her cards. Please reveal yours as well. Perhaps it's necessary to verify the cards. The host swallowed hard and muttered. Chapter 183, He Lin wins. Actually, whether the cards are revealed or not doesn't matter. After all 10 black queen cards are already in River Lin's hands. Could she possibly produce another 5 black queen cards out of thin air? Even if it were possible, from a scoring perspective, River Lin would still win. However, if that were the case, it would mean that someone on either side had cheated with the props. That's against the rules. No wonder the host felt it was necessary to verify the cards by revealing them. No need to verify, I've lost. Anthony too said, flipping open the 5 cards in front of him. Of course, none of them were the Queen of Spades. Miss He Lin, since you insist on this, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Anthony too felt that River Lin had taken all 5 cards he had drawn and replaced them all at once, completely humiliating him in front of everyone. As the saying goes, leave a little room for yourself so you can meet again in the future. Since River Lin showed no mercy, he naturally wouldn't either. Anthony too decided he was going to get serious. Whatever. Little did he know, upon hearing this, He Lin merely responded with 2 casual words. Very well. Anthony too gritted his teeth. No matter what, he had to win 2 consecutive matches, secure a 21-point lead, and claim the title of Gambling God. His father was a true gambling god, and he naturally had to win the title of Gambling God to live up to his father's legacy. Anthony's intentions were good, but reality was cruel. In the second match, Anthony too faced off against He Lin in his specialty, Texas Hold'em. But he never imagined he would lose and lose so badly. When he saw He Lin reveal her final card, the one he had already swapped into his hand, and use it to form a flush, Anthony too collapsed into his chair. He lost, and he lost completely. This was the enormous gap between 10th level gambling skills and 9th level gambling skills. Whoa! The entire audience erupted in chaos. They had assumed that even if He Lin could defeat Anthony too, it would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. For example, winning by a narrow margin of 32 points. Who could have imagined that even against Anthony too, He Lin, the newly crowned gambling goddess, would secure victory with a massive 20-point lead? Until the host announced the results. Countless people still couldn't believe it. After all, he was Anthony too, the son of the gambling god, who had never lost a single match since his debut. Yet now, he had lost. And it was a crushing defeat. Of course, the ones who refused to believe it the most were the organizers of the Gambling God tournament, including Whisk and his crew. At that moment, their faces were as pale as death. They probably wouldn't believe it even if you killed them. The Anthony too they had spent a fortune to hire had actually lost. In the days to come, every time they think about the Gambling God tournament, they'll probably have nightmares. The Gambling God tournament has come to an end. He Lin rose to fame in one battle, becoming the true gambling god. Miss He Lin is truly amazing. She actually defeated Anthony too. Chen Daozi still can't believe it. She's truly my junior sister. Zhou Chuanfu said smugly. Everyone was discussing He Lin, praising her gambling skills. Only River Gambling King stared in disbelief at Yifan, who had stood up and left silently. He Lin was his youngest daughter. How could the River Gambling King not know how skilled she was at gambling? He had assumed that Yifan's so-called tutoring was merely teaching He Lin some basic, easy-to-learn gambling tricks. He never imagined that Yifan had actually elevated He Lin's gambling skills to the level of a gambling god in just 2 days. And then, he easily defeated the son of the gambling god, Anthony too. The River Gambling King watched the departing figure, regarding him as a divine being. Of course, what the River Gambling King didn't know was that Yifan hadn't spent 2 days tutoring River Lin at all. At most, he had spent a second or two merely shifting his thoughts and had already elevated River Lin's gambling skill level to level 10. Wait a moment. Yifan, accompanied by Naza, was about to leave the casino but was stopped at the entrance. The one who called him was none other than the beautiful dealer Wu Miaochan. Mr. Yifan, I've thought about the matter you suggested earlier. I've made my decision. I'm willing to work under Mr. Yifan. Wu Miaochan said respectfully. Is that so? That's wonderful. From now on, the Venetian casino will be under the management of Miss Wu Miaochan. Mr. Yifan said. What? Mr. Yifan, you want me to manage the Venetian casino? Wu Miaochan was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. He had invited her to the Venetian casino to work, not to manage it. That's correct. I believe Miss Wu Miaochan has the ability to manage the Venetian casino well. Yifan spoke honestly. He had recruited Wu Miaochan not to work there as a beautiful dealer. He intended for her to be in charge of managing the Venetian casino, the head of the Venetian casino. Wu Miaochan was both flattered and surprised. She had been torn about whether leaving the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance was the right decision. Now, she was certain it was the right decision. In the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, she was at most a relatively powerful dealer. Forget about managing a casino, she wasn't even considered part of the casino's upper management. As for when she might one day take her master's, the 8th master's, position, that was still a distant dream. Now, however, things had changed. After switching jobs, she had been promoted from a lowly dealer to the manager of a casino. That's a significant leap forward. Wu Miaochan looked at Yifan with gratitude. In her eyes, Yifan was undoubtedly her benefactor. Of course, she believed she wouldn't let Yifan down. She was certain she'd be a true horse of 1,000 miles. After that, Yifan chatted with Wu Miaochan for a few more minutes. He instructed her that whenever she had time, any time was fine, she should call him once she arrived in Macau. At that time, he would naturally handle all the relevant matters for her. After that, Yifan finally bid farewell to Wu Miaochan with Naza and left the casino. That evening, Yifan took Naza with him and boarded a private jet, returning to Magic City. Originally, he had planned to bring He Linlin along as well. However, since He Linlin was now the new gambling god, she naturally had to stay behind to accept interviews from media outlets around the world. There was nothing he could do, so Yifan could only take Naza back to the country first. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities for them to meet in the future. Chapter 184, Do Popular Celebrities Have No Sense of Dignity? After returning to the country, Yifan and Naza parted ways. Naza still had to film and attend events, with a packed schedule, so she couldn't possibly stay by Yifan's side at all times. A few days later, Yifan paid a visit to Tianfan Entertainment. His purpose was, of course, to meet the newly signed Zhao Xiaogu. Unfortunately, since Yifan hadn't called Chen Jia in advance to coordinate, Zhao Xiaogu wasn't at the company. She had gone to film a movie instead. The two missed their first opportunity to meet. Chen Jia quickly asked if he should call Zhao Xiaogu to come back to the company. Of course, Yifan refused, citing that he didn't want to disturb her while she was filming. Despite this, Yifan specifically asked what kind of film Zhao Xiaogu was shooting. He found out that she was actually filming the new adaptation of Dream of the Red Chamber. Of course, she was only playing a minor role, apparently named Xing Xiuyan. Although it's just a minor role, it's still a character from Dream of the Red Chamber, one of the 4 great classical novels of China, so it carries significant weight. And this minor role was not something Zhao Xiaogu, who was still struggling at the bottom of the entertainment industry and unknown to the public, could have secured on her own. Instead, it was secured for her by Tianfan Entertainment. Chen Jia was quite level-headed in this regard. He didn't take the risk of casting an unknown actress as the lead role, but instead had her start with a minor role in Dream of the Red Chamber. Firstly, it would help cultivate her acting skills. Second, it would allow her to gain audience attention and increase her popularity through a widely watched TV series. Yifan still highly appreciated Chen Jia's approach. Even though he knew that Zhao Xiaogu was a true gem, capable of starring in films and TV series without any polishing. However, without him personally crafting a script for Zhao Xiaogu, it would be better for her to continue playing minor roles in good dramas rather than randomly taking on a mediocre production and playing the female lead. Yifan certainly didn't want to create another big sweetheart. Tianfan Entertainment already has one queen of bad movies, that's enough. Of course, Yifan wouldn't just let a talented actress go to waste. Once he has the time, he'll write Flower Thousand Bone and The Legend of Chu Qiao. Then, it will be Zhao Xiaogu's time to shine. Not being able to meet Zhao Xiaogu was indeed a bit disappointing, but Yifan still left the company. He had other matters to attend to, namely, going to Mango TV to pick up Su Shishir after she finished recording The Singer. Sitting on the private jet, Yifan suddenly remembered something. Has Shishir already recorded 9 episodes of The Singer? Time really flies. If it weren't for Li Xian, who was snuggled in his arms, reminding him, Yifan wouldn't have realized that Su Shishir had already been in the industry for over 2 months. Unlike The Singer show on Earth. In this world, the show only has 10 episodes, meaning the next episode will be the final episode of The Singer, the grand finale. The Singer finale will no longer be pre-recorded but will be broadcast live. This means that Su Shishir won't have to record any more episodes of The Singer in the future. All she had to do was participate in The Singer finale in 2 weeks. It's worth noting that Su Shishir has always performed exceptionally well on The Singer. She's either first or second place and has never even come in third. Out of 9 episodes, Su Shishir won first place 7 times and came in second only twice. Such an impressive record is something even some heavyweight singers such as Lin Jixuan, Han Lei, and Han Hong cannot match. This has also made Su Shishir's fame grow even more. She's even outshining those so-called traffic stars. These stars rely on their popularity to maintain their image, yet you, a singer with real talent, are outshining them. Don't these stars care about their reputation? In short, Su Shishir has now become an overnight sensation. Walking down the street without any disguise, 9 out of 10 passersby can recognize her. This has also led to Yifan having fewer and fewer opportunities to see Su Shishir lately. Firstly, she has been extremely busy lately, with non-stop film offers, advertisements, and international endorsements. Second, even when they do meet, they either go to the cinema to watch a movie privately or spend time together in a villa. As for going out together, that has become much rarer. This is one of the downsides of fame. Soon, Yifan arrived in CS City, H Province. Before he even arrived at the entrance of the Mango TV studio, people spotted the sleek and stylish Koenigsegg 11 speeding toward the building and immediately knew it was the mysterious Yizong, here to pick up Su Shishir. Wow, is Mr. Yi here to pick up Su Goddess again? Su Goddess is so lucky. That's right. During the 9 episodes of The Singer, Yizong came to pick up Su Shishir 9 times. That's just too romantic. Shishir is so lucky. If only I had a man as handsome as Yizong who could pick me up from work every day. Sigh, that's every woman's dream. Najia, what are you saying? Your husband may not be as handsome as Yizong, but he treats you well enough. Exactly. Najia, you can't let Jia go down. As soon as Yifan opened the car door, he heard a few girls whispering in the lobby of the Mango TV station. Yifan heard what they were talking about, but he didn't pay any attention. However, this time was a bit unusual. Su Shishir, who usually waited downstairs in the lobby at this time, hadn't shown up even after half an hour. Just as Yifan was about to call Su Shishir, one of the girls who had been whispering at the door earlier and then left reappeared. This girl was quite attractive, with a good figure, though her attire was a bit over the top. She approached Yifan with a big smile and said, "Hello, Mr. Yi, right? I'm Nana. The station management specifically asked me to inform you that due to the Singer program, we may need to delay Miss Su Shishir for another half hour. So, if you don't mind, Mr. Yi, you can go to the director's office to sit down and have a cup of tea. Oh, Miss Su Shishir is in the room next to the director's office having a meeting. All right. I'll go to the office and wait. It's better than waiting in the lobby." Yifan gladly accepted Nana's suggestion. After that, under Nana's guidance, Yifan entered the internal area of Mango TV. After Yifan and Nana got into the elevator, the doors were about to close. Just then, a well-dressed man wearing glasses suddenly ran over from a distance. "Wait, Nana, wait." Chapter 185, Wang Han and Mr. He personally host the welcome. Upon hearing this, Nana hurriedly pressed the elevator button. The bespectacled gentleman finally rushed over in a panic. "Oh, Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Wang Han." The well-dressed man in glasses was there for Yifan. As soon as he arrived, he smiled politely and greeted Yifan, extending his hand to shake Yifan's hand. "Brother Han, I know you. To be honest, I've been watching your shows since I was a kid." Yifan shook hands with Wang Han and joked. Of course, Yifan was telling the truth. Back on Earth, Wang Han had been a big fan of the show Every Day Upward, and he had watched it religiously. Compared to Happy Camp, which only invited celebrities or promoted movies and TV shows each episode, Yifan preferred the more knowledge-rich and meaningful Every Day Upward. Unfortunately, after a series of reforms, the once popular Daily Upward show has lost most of its original cast members. This can't help but feel disappointing. I can't accept that. Just call me Wang Han, Mr. Yi. Wang Han hurriedly replied politely to Yifan. "Alright, then I'll just call you Wang Han." Yifan knew Wang Han wasn't the type to put on airs, so he didn't bother with formalities. Wang Han was indeed an interesting person, highly educated, and well-mannered. Yifan enjoyed chatting with him in the elevator. Meanwhile, Wang Han, after their conversation, was even more impressed by Yifan. After all, Wang Han wasn't the type to brown-nose people, he was just following the station's leadership's instructions to personally host this important figure named Yizong. He had no choice but to comply. However, what Wang Han never expected was that this Mr. Yi was nothing like the other executives he had imagined difficult to deal with. On the contrary, he was very easy to get along with. Moreover, he spoke elegantly, was well-read, and could hold a conversation on almost any topic. Such a well-read and knowledgeable person made Wang Han eager to invite Yifan to appear on the next episode of Every Day Upward, and even consider doing a special episode dedicated to him. Of course, Wang Han knew that Yifan would never agree, so he wisely kept his thoughts to himself. Soon, Yifan arrived at the 13th floor executive office accompanied by Wang Han and Nana. As the door opened, both the people inside and Wang Han outside were startled. "Oh, old He, you're here too. Oh, old Wang, you're here too." The two almost spoke in unison. It turned out that the person in the office was Mr. He. When it came to the top dog at Lemon TV, the first names that came to mind were either Mr. He or Wang Han. There was no one else. And the Lemon Channel's leadership had actually sent these two to personally greet Yifan. It was clear that the Lemon Stage leadership dared not take Yifan lightly in the slightest. Old Wang, I was actually planning to be the first to greet Mr. Yi, but I never expected you, the old fox, to beat me to it. Running into him in the elevator, that was a brilliant move. How did I not think of that? Mr. He, who is a witty person, couldn't help but tease him. Old He, don't badmouth me in front of Mr. Yi. Oh, the tea is already brewed. Look, you're the one who knows how to get things done. Mr. Yi, please have some tea. Wang Han and Mr. He, two old friends, couldn't resist teasing each other upon meeting. Mr. Yi, please sit down, please sit down. Nana hurriedly said. Since she couldn't join the conversation between Wang Han and Mr. He, she could only greet Mr. Yi with a warm smile. Wang Han and Mr. He could be considered the idols of Yifan from his childhood in his previous life, so of course he wouldn't give them a bad look. On the contrary, both Wang Han and Mr. He were very witty individuals, and chatting with them was an absolute pleasure. Yifan, however, left an even deeper impression on the two of them. They never imagined that despite appearing to be in his early 20s, Yifan was highly educated, well-read, knowledgeable about both the heavens and the earth, and could even discuss the hosting industry with ease. Both of them felt that their conversation with Yifan was truly enlightening. In the end, if it weren't for Su Shishir having already finished her meeting, Wang Han and Mr. He would have insisted on keeping Yifan there for a late-night discussion. Mr. Yi, chatting with you was truly a pleasure. Yes, we look forward to the next opportunity to have another heart-to-heart talk with you. Wang Han and Mr. He said this one after the other as they saw Yifan off. Ha! Su Shishir, who was waiting outside the door, saw the scene and was very curious. Fange, have you known Wang Han and He Laoshi for a long time? Why does it feel like the three of you are old friends? Su Shishir found it hard to believe. Ha, what's that called? That's called high mountains and flowing water meeting a kindred spirit. Wang Han laughed heartily. Indeed, although this is my first time meeting Yizong, we feel like we've known each other for years. Mr. He also said. Of course, the two of them weren't just flattering each other. People like them wouldn't intentionally flatter others. What they said were all their heartfelt words. That's right. Yifan nodded in agreement. After that, Yifan and Su Shishir bid farewell to Wang Han and Mr. He and left the Lemon Stage hand in hand. What's going on? The meeting went on so late. Was it about the final episode of The Singer? After getting into the car, Yifan finally asked. Yeah, it's the Singer finale, and they need to invite guest singers. So the entire production team had a meeting. Actually, we could have left earlier, but because of my issue, everyone stayed behind for the meeting. Su Shishir answered honestly. Because of your issue? Yifan was curious. What issue could Su Shishir have? Could it be that, as rumored, the winner of The Singer is already predetermined, so the production team is trying to persuade Su Shishir to give the title to another guest singer? Of course, this was just Yifan's personal speculation. Yes, because of the issue with the guest singers. The production team stipulated that we must select guest singers who are famous and influential to perform with the main singers. This way, the final episode of The Singer can attract the most attention and boost ratings. Su Shishir's words refuted Yifan's speculation. That's true. From the way the Lemon TV executives sent Wang Han and He Laoshi to entertain Yifan, they're desperate to curry favor with him. How dare they suggest making Su Shishir give up the championship to another singer? Indeed. Yifan agreed with Su Shishir's words. If you don't invite famous or influential singers as guest performers, who will pay for the ratings? However. Chapter 186, Being a Guest Singer. Su Shishir dragged out the word, but before continuing, I don't want to invite famous singers to perform with me, and besides, I don't know many of them. So, I discussed it with the production team and asked if we could invite ordinary people to be guest singers. At first, the production team was reluctant, but fortunately, after a meeting, director Hong Tao finally agreed. Hearing this, Yifan finally understood. Su Shishir wasn't saying she didn't know any famous singers. After she became famous, naturally, many celebrities wanted to befriend her, including famous singers. The reason she didn't want to invite famous singers as her backup singers was because she wanted to invite him to be her backup singer. How could he not guess Su Shishir's little scheme? So, Shishir, who is the lucky ordinary person you want to invite as your backup singer? Yifan asked deliberately. Well, I want to tell you. Anyway, it's not you. Su Shishir said arrogantly. The more Yifan asked deliberately, the more Su Shishir refused to admit it was him, and even started joking around with Yifan. Oh, it's not me. Well, anyway, on the day of the Singer finale, I've already promised to accompany Tian Tian to the Cannes red carpet. Yifan said nonchalantly. Ha? This left Su Shishir completely speechless. And she clearly believed him. No, please don't. I was just joking earlier. The guest singer I wanted to invite was you. If you go to Cannes with Sweetie, what am I supposed to do? Su Shishir was about to burst into tears. Now she'd have to call the production team again and say she couldn't hire that ordinary person as the backup singer and needed to find a more popular singer instead. How could that be acceptable? This would make her seem like an unreliable person to the production team. Su Shishir felt more and more wronged. Put. Yifan finally couldn't hold back and appeared. Then, he tapped her on the head. That hurt. Su Shishir covered her head and glared angrily at Yifan. However, seeing Yifan's mischievous smile, she snapped back to reality. Great, Fan Gu, you actually tricked me. Su Shishir hit Yifan's chest with a small hammer. Who was the one who tricked whom? Yifan grabbed Su Shishir's wrist, pulled her into his arms, and whispered into her ear, Tell me, who are you going to invite as your duet partner? You. You're such a big bad guy, Yifan. Su Shishir pouted. So, are you willing? Su Shishir was still a bit worried. After all, she knew that Yifan didn't seem like the type to enjoy the spotlight. Otherwise, with his looks, he could easily star in a movie or appear on TV and become a sensation. Of course I'm willing. Why wouldn't I be? After all, it's an invitation from Miss Su Shishir, my goddess. Yifan teased. After hearing Yifan agree, Su Shishir finally relaxed. Leaning against Yifan's chest, Su Shishir's face was filled with happiness. Time flew by like a white horse passing through a gap. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the final episode of The Singer arrived. The Singer finale. The Singer finale consisted of 3 rounds. The first round features the singers performing with their backup singers. Yifan, as Su Shishir's backup singer, was naturally invited to the backstage of the studio. Since Su Shishir is the type of person who would rather wait for others than make them wait for her, she is almost always the first to arrive at the recording studio for every episode of The Singer. This time was no exception. The staff hadn't even arrived at the studio yet, but Su Shishir and Yifan were already there. This is also why Su Shishir is so beloved by all the staff and employees of Mango TV. However, arriving early does have its advantages. That is, before other singers and backup singers arrived, they could be the first to rehearse, and they could sing for as long as they wanted. So, on that day, a rehearsal room at Mango TV witnessed an incredible scene. Staff members from all departments of Mango TV, whether from the singer program team, the news department, or the logistics team, had gathered at the entrance of the rehearsal room. The entire hallway was packed with people. Finally, the higher-ups had no choice but to order the crowd to disperse. Even after the order was given, many staff members still refused to leave. Oh my gosh, is it Su Goddess and her backup singers performing? It's so beautiful. My scalp is tingling, and I've got goosebumps all over my body. Who is the male singer accompanying Papa Goddess? He sings so beautifully. Oh my gosh, the live performance is even better than Lin JJ singing from a CD. It's like a combination of Lin JJ and Wang Lihong. It's so beautiful. It wasn't until the two of them finished their song that the staff from Mango TV, who had been blocking the entrance to the audition room, finally snapped out of their shock and started buzzing with excitement. Wow, what's going on here? A female singer from Hong Kong, upon seeing this scene, was so startled that she opened her mouth wide in disbelief and asked the backup singer beside her. I have no idea either. The backup singer, a highly talented male singer, shook his head in confusion upon hearing this. Could there have been an accident in the audition room? Otherwise, why would so many people gather here? What? You mean someone was auditioning inside, so it attracted all these onlookers? The Hong Kong female singer, upon hearing this, was so shocked that her mouth stayed wide open for a moment, looking just like a goldfish. That's pretty cute. That's impossible. The male singer expressed his doubts. The last time something like this happened was when Anne Huang was practicing her dolphin voice in the karaoke room, but as far as I remember, Anne Huang didn't attract such a huge crowd back then. The female singer from Hongchang was utterly astonished. Due to the need for confidentiality regarding the guest singers, even if the Hong Kong female singer wanted to rush into the audition room to see who the two singers were, the crowd of staff members gathered by the audition had already made it impossible for her to enter. Just then, a host from the singer program approached and asked the Hong Kong female singer a question. Chi-Chi, who do you think is singing inside? Who else could it be? The Hong Kong City female singer, who was called Chi-Chi by the host, joked casually, of course it's my wife, the goddess Shishir. As for who the backup singer is, I have no idea. The fact that Su Shishir had invited an ordinary person to be her backup singer was known only to Hongtao and a few key staff members. No one else was aware of it. Chapter 187, Monster-Level Guest Singer. Right, who else could it be? The male singer also thought it must be Su Shishir. How about it, did we guess right? Chi-Chi asked. Well, I can't tell you that. The host teased. Oh, you can't tell us, yet you asked. The production team is like that, they not only tease the audience but also the guests. Chi-Chi complained. Of course, everyone could tell she was joking. Su Shishir and Yifan were the first to finish their auditions and were assigned to a waiting room. Here, they had to wait for the other singers and backup singers to finish their auditions. This wait would definitely take another 1 or 2 hours. The Mango TV executives, perhaps worried that Yifan would get bored waiting, actually sent Wang Han and He Laoshi over to entertain him. Oh my, Wang Han and He Laoshi, why are you two here? Yifan greeted them upon seeing them. Because we're the hosts of the singer finals. Wang Han replied. Oh, I see. Yifan finally realized that the hosts for this season of The Singer were actually Wang Han and He Laoshi, the two top hosts. It's clear how much the Mango TV executives value this season of The Singer. After that, the four of them started chatting. Wang Han and He Laoshi both expressed their admiration for Su Shishir, calling her a once-in-a-century female singer. Suddenly, Su Shishir was praised so much that she blushed. This moment was captured by the cameras and broadcast live. Viewers at home and those watching on the big screen were utterly captivated by Su Shishir's blushing expression. She's just too beautiful and captivating. She truly is the goddess in everyone's hearts. Of course, when the camera focused on Yifan, his face was blurred out. People began to wonder who this mysterious man was, and which famous male singer he could be, that he had been invited by their goddess Su Shishir to be her backup singer. However, from the way the mysterious man spoke with Wang Han and Mr. He, people got another impression: this mysterious man must be a highly educated individual. With Wang Han and He Laoshi hosting, time flew by quickly. Soon, all the backup singers had finished their auditions. Finally, it was time for the guests from each group to gather and meet. As the guests from each group entered the restroom where Yifan and Su Shishir were staying, everyone was surprised to see the backup singers brought by the others. Oh my, Mr. Lin, you're here too. Wow, Li Tianwang is here too. Wow, this is truly a battle of the singing kings. However, when everyone looked at the backup singers Su Shishir had brought, they all froze for a moment. After a long moment, everyone finally realized. Shishir, could this be Mr. Yi? Wow, Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Yi, hello. Hello everyone. Yifan was a bit surprised. All the singers and backup singers here were top-tier celebrities. Yet they all recognized him, or at least had heard of him. Have I really become so famous? Yifan was puzzled. Wah, sure, my wife, I'm jealous. You actually brought another man here. The Hong Kong female singer Chi pulled Su Shishir aside and said to her in Cantonese, sounding very upset. Relax, Chi, I won't forget you just because I have other men. Su Shishir rubbed Chi-Chi's mouth firmly, comforting her. It was clear that the two had become close friends through the show Singer, with a very strong bond. But speaking of which, Popo's wife, your husband is really handsome. Chi-Chi muttered under her breath. Of course he is. Su Shishir replied proudly. Their whispered conversation was, of course, only audible to the two of them. After that, Wang Han and Mr. He left the green room together, preparing to take the stage and host the Singer program. The Singer finale officially kicked off as the two of them took the stage. Alright, that's all for the commercials. The Singer finale has officially begun. Next, please welcome the first singer and their guest performer. After a brief opening statement and some advertising, Wang Han finally announced that the Singer finale had officially begun. Li Keqian and Lin Jixiang, along with Yi Qianwen, He Laoshi immediately shouted. Their chemistry was flawless, truly professional level hosting. What? Senior artists Lin and Yi Qianwen are both here as backup singers? Wow, this is incredible. This season of The Singer is way too high quality. They even invited such big names as guest singers. Mr. Lin, my favorite singer, there's no one else like him. The audience watching at home erupted into excitement upon hearing the names of the guest singers announced by He Teacher. Li Keqian is already a heavyweight singer, and he actually invited two legendary figures from Hong Kong's music scene. This is unbelievable. It seems like Mr. Li Keqian really isn't one to back down. He's already pulling out all the stops in the first round of the finals. Of course he has to. Su Shishir performed so well, he had to bring out the big guns. This season's Singer finale is definitely going to be amazing. It has to be. However, the audience watching at home soon realized that this was just the beginning. When the first group of singers and their backup singers finished their performance, and the second group of singers and their backup singers took the stage, the crowd erupted once again. No way. Li Tianwang and Triple X as a duo? I just thought Li Keqian's group would definitely get the highest score, but now it seems that might not be the case. Yeah. But then again, aren't all the four Heavenly King students of Mr. Lin? Well, they're students too, I guess. After all, he's a senior figure in the industry. The first two singers already brought in such heavyweight guest performers. I wonder who the third singer will invite. Yeah. But what I'm most curious about is which singer my goddess Shishir will invite as a backup singer. Curiosity level 1. Curiosity 10,086. The competition continues. As the backup singers take the stage one after another, both the TV audience and those watching the live broadcast on site are left speechless, even feeling a chill run down their spines. Because not only are the singers themselves of such high quality, but the guests they've invited are all monsters in their own right. Chapter 188, The Mysterious Mr. Yi, the Duet Guest. As one group after another of singers and guest performers took the stage, people couldn't help but get goosebumps. Especially the audience at the venue, who would erupt into a frenzy every time a guest singer performed a song or two. This season of Singer is simply too amazing. These guest singers are all monsters. I'm getting more and more curious which group will win the championship and receive the highest votes. I'm curious too. I've been fooled. This isn't a singer showdown, it's a battle for the title of King of Singers. Exactly. Even the Korean singing king was invited to be a guest vocalist. What else could it be but a battle for the title of singing king? I thought my goddess Soo Shirshir was a sure thing, but now I'm starting to lose confidence. Yeah, Soo Shirshir's solo performances are indeed impressive, but group singing is another story. It all depends on who she brings in as backup singers. Tianfan Entertainment is so wealthy, the backup singers they brought in must be big names in the music industry. It must be. As the first 6 singers and guests took the stage one after another, the crowd grew increasingly curious. The final singer, the one everyone was most eager to see, Soo Shirshir, who would she invite as her backup singer? After the 5th singer and the South Korean pop star he invited left the stage, Wang Han and Hee Laoshi returned to host the show. This time, they changed their usual hosting style. Instead of immediately revealing the guest's name and their impressive achievements, instead, they let the audience speculate about who Soo Shirshir would invite as her guest. The clue they provided was that this person is very familiar with Soo Shirshir, has been quietly supporting her all along, and isn't a true celebrity in the traditional sense, but does have a certain level of fame. Many people in the audience likely recognized him. After Wang Han and Mr. Yi finished speaking, both the audience at the venue, those watching on TV, and those streaming the live broadcast online were all left speechless. Not a true celebrity, but someone with a certain level of fame whom they recognize. Who could it be? A newly debuted singer? A street singer? Or perhaps a social media influencer from a platform like Douyin or a live streaming app, similar to Xiao Timu? Could it be someone from the national team? Suddenly, someone posted a comment. Instantly, it caused a stir. A flood of comments flew by. It's very possible. The national team isn't considered celebrities or entertainers, they're true singers, no, vocal artists. It could be. Could it be that Soo Shirshir invited my beloved Mr. Wu? Song teacher. Song teacher. Dai Yuchang teacher could also be invited. If Soo Goddess collaborates with the national team, the live performance will definitely be explosive. Hangul, teacher, stop talking, let's start already. I can't wait. People get excited just thinking about the possibility that the guest singer Soo Shirshir invited might be from the national team. Whether it's the coloratura soprano goddess Ms. Wu mentioned by netizens, the spicy Ms. Song, Ms. Dai, or even the unmentioned Ms. Lee Gai, or Ms. Gong who sang Anxiety, every one of them is a divine-level vocal artist. If Soo Shirshir could duet with any of them, it would surely be a breathtaking performance that would leave the entire audience in awe. However, many netizens still insist on inviting national team members as guest singers, which seems unlikely. I think it might be more likely to invite a popular online singer like Xiao Timu. That's right, that's possible. Apparently, before she debuted, Soo Shirshir was a popular online singer on Douyu for a while, so she might invite someone like Xiao Timu, whom she knows, to be a backup singer. No way. Xiao Timu doesn't hold a candle to the national team in terms of prestige. What's wrong with you? Do you look down on online celebrities? Some online celebrities are actually talented. Take Soo Shirshir, the goddess, as an example. If Soo Shirshir invites an online celebrity as a backup singer, I can guarantee she'll lose in the first round. You upstairs, can you even speak properly? Wow, they're arguing. Viewers watching the live broadcast of the singer online even got into a heated argument over who Soo Shirshir would invite as her backup singer. Although this isn't a good sign, it undoubtedly proves how much attention people are paying to Soo Shirshir. At least, it's more than all the other 6 singers combined. This phenomenon is simply astonishing. After all, Soo Shirshir is just a new singer who has been in the industry for only 2 months, while the other 6 singers are either established artists like the Hong Kong singer Chi Chi, or veterans like Lee Kachin, who has been in the industry for decades, has a massive fanbase, and has even influenced an entire generation. Yet, the combined attention they receive is still less than what Soo Shirshir receives alone. This is almost absurd. Of course, this is largely thanks to Tianfan Entertainment. Tianfan Entertainment acts as a powerful force behind Soo Shirshir, propelling her to the pinnacle of success. Finally, amid the anticipation of the crowd, fearing they would be booed by the audience if they continued, hosts Wang Han and Hee Laoshi announced that it was time for Soo Shirshir's group to take the stage. Please welcome Soo Shirshir and her mysterious guest singer, the mysterious Mr. Yi. As soon as Wang Han uttered those words, all the audience members were left speechless. Mysterious Mr. Yi? Which singer is his last name? Yi Yishi? Yi Ching? Yi Lianchen? Ha! You're going to make me laugh to death, Yi Lianchen. Actually, I looked it up online, and there really is a singer named Yi Lianchen. Haha, that's hilarious. From the netizens' discussions, it's clear that they still firmly believe that Soo Shirshir invited a singer. Until suddenly, someone snapped out of it and posted a comment. No way, Soo Shirshir invited Yi Zone. The person who posted that comment was a former administrator in Soo Shirshir's fan group. As soon as he heard that the guest singer invited by Soo Shirshir had the surname Yi, he immediately figured it out. Yi Zone? It's possible. Which one are you talking about? The mysterious man behind Soo Shirshir, Yi Zone? No way, Su Shishir actually invited her boyfriend to be the backup singer. During one of Su Shishir's live streams, her boyfriend made an appearance, and I saw him. He was absolutely stunning. Apparently, this Mr. Yi is quite the singer. Who knows? It's just rumors, and not many people have actually heard him sing. Chapter 189, A Voice That Touches the Soul. Exactly, no one has uploaded the video from that day online. It feels like that guy named Jizong is just trying to create buzz to boost his popularity so he can be worthy of our goddess Su Shishir. Does Jizong need publicity? Apparently, everyone was so engrossed in the singing that they forgot to record it. Yeah, this time, I'm definitely going to record it. No need to record it, it's the finale of The Singer, broadcast on Mango TV. Su Shishir and Yifan hadn't even taken the stage yet, but because of one sentence from Wang Han, it immediately sparked intense online discussions. Hong Tao, the head of the Singer program, has been closely monitoring the real-time ratings, and he's feeling pretty tense. Because the Singer has been running for so many seasons, it has faced a crisis. Viewers are starting to feel tired of an old show. People are always more drawn to new shows because they offer something fresh. Therefore, the station's leadership has issued an order. If the ratings for this season of The Singer remain poor, it will likely be removed from its weekend prime time slot. There's even a possibility that the show might be cancelled altogether in the future. No wonder director Hong Tao went all out this season, bringing in so many singers who are both talented and popular, and even the guest performers are all top-notch. He's going all in, making his last desperate attempt. To be honest, if it weren't for Su Shishir's sudden rise to fame, bringing a massive surge of popularity and buzz to the show, this season of The Singer should have been moved to a different time slot right after its premiere. The fact that Singer can still air on the weekend prime time slot is all thanks to Su Shishir. Of course, other singers have also contributed to some extent. But they simply can't compare to Su Shishir. Therefore, the ratings for the final episode of The Singer are particularly crucial for Hong Tao. Just as Hong Tao was feeling extremely nervous, suddenly, a staff member rushed into the Singer's backstage area, holding the latest ratings report in his hands. Director Hong Tao, great news. Tonight's ratings for The Singer have far exceeded other singing shows. No, they're way ahead of all variety shows airing at the same time. The staff member exclaimed excitedly. What? Hong Tao snatched the ratings report and looked at the highlighted red number. His body trembled. He knew his show was saved. Real-time ratings, 3,251. This isn't just high, it's breaking the domestic variety show ratings record. Don't be fooled by the 3,251 figure, it looks low. But consider this, in previous years, the highest ratings for variety shows were only around 15 or 16. After all, there are so many TV stations in the country, and so many variety shows. Achieving a 16 rating is already very high. And 3,251 is twice that. This is undoubtedly a ratings miracle. And this miracle was created by Su Shishir and Yifan working together. They had just taken the stage and hadn't even started singing yet. This left Hong Tao utterly impressed by Yifan, the mastermind behind Tianfan Entertainment, to the point of admiration. Fortunately, he didn't refuse Su Shishir's request to give her a backdoor pass, allowing her to participate in The Singer as a newcomer. Otherwise, regardless of whether he would have offended Tianfan Entertainment, he would probably be crying his eyes out right now. Hong Tao, the online discussions are also heating up. Now, almost all the search terms on Xiandu are dominated by discussions related to The Singer. Good news keeps coming one after another. Hong Tao was so surprised that he felt like he was in a daze. He couldn't figure out how Yifan's appearance could have caused such a huge stir for The Singer program. Is this the influence of Yizong, the man whom even the big shots like Dima, Xiaoma, and Wang Lin are all vying to flatter? On the surface, it's completely unnoticeable, but beneath the surface, the currents are turbulent. I'm truly impressed. Hong Tao and Yifan hadn't even met in person, but he already admired him deeply. While Hong Tao was still in shock, and netizens were still engaged in heated discussions, and women were still marveling at Yifan's otherworldly good looks, Yifan and Su Shishir walked hand in hand onto the stage and began their performance. Here's a CD from the past. Listen to our love from back then. Sometimes I suddenly forget, but I still love you. As soon as Yifan opened his mouth, the entire venue fell silent, and all the audience members were completely speechless. People forgot to cry, forgot to be excited, and even forgot to sway their heads in ecstasy. What is this? This is way too beautiful. This Yizong, are you sure he's not a singer? Even the king of singers couldn't sing as well as him, right? Even if you called him a singing god, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. The comments section was flooded with the word in a dense, overlapping layer, at least 3 or 4 layers thick. Even those who weren't there were stunned by the live stream. At this moment, what else could possibly express the shock they felt inside? Even those who previously thought that Yizong's singing was just hype were now speechless, unable to express their awe beyond the word. Of course, there were also a few other comments mixed in. Unfortunately, I'm not well educated, so I can only use to express everything. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the video, and then she knelt down too. Is this the heavenly sound that humans can produce? The moment he opened his mouth, it struck straight to the soul who could bear it. The voice of the soul, it's absolutely perfect. Other singers might shake my eardrums, but he shook my soul the moment he opened his mouth. Away is dead. The netizens' comments are not exaggerated in the slightest. Because Yifan's voice truly strikes the soul the moment he opens his mouth, it touches the most vulnerable parts of everyone's hearts. Listening to others sing is at most a pleasure, but listening to Yifan sing is simply ecstatic. Some people even had the thought that if they could hear this song all the way through, they would die happily. It would be worth it. Meanwhile, Su Shishir stood beside him, utterly stunned. Although the two had rehearsed together multiple times, every time she heard him sing, she couldn't help but be deeply moved. Su Shishir had finally realized that, whether it was at the class reunion or during that livestream, Yifan had never fully demonstrated his true singing ability. His true singing talent, the moment he opened his mouth, struck straight to the soul. Chapter 190, The Viewership Miracle. Even a singing king couldn't achieve this, and even a so-called singing god might not be able to do it either. This is why Su Shishir was so eager to recommend Yifan to director Hongtao as a guest vocalist. After Yifan finished singing, Su Shishir continued. She couldn't sing that song from Anyang anymore. He would blush and avoid her. Though I often forget, I still love you. The clear, melodious, and pleasant voice drifted out, making people feel a tingling sensation on their scalp and goosebumps all over their body. It's just too beautiful. Though not as soul-stirring as Yifan's voice, which hits you right in the heart the moment he opens his mouth, it's still incredibly beautiful. Moreover, the audience couldn't tell if it was because of their own perception, singing along with Yifan, or because Su Shishir had improved so much, but her voice sounded much better than ever before. It was already good enough before, but now, it's simply heavenly. The audience wasn't mistaken. Su Shishir's singing skills had indeed improved. Originally, her singing skill was only at level 6, but now it's already at level 8. Yifan was worried that if he showcased his 10th level singing skills, it would completely overshadow Su Shishir's brilliance, so he directly boosted her singing skill to 8th level. Anyway, with her efforts, reaching level 8 singing skill was only a matter of time. Of course, this would still require years of practice. However, Yifan only needed a single thought and 2 skill points to directly boost her singing skill to level 8. The reason he didn't boost it to level 9 or max level was to give her room to strive for improvement. After Su Shishir finished singing, it was time for the two of them to sing one line each. Su Shishir cast a loving glance at Yifan, then continued singing. Because love doesn't easily bring sadness. Yifan also gazed deeply at Su Shishir in return. So everything looked happy. Because love grows simply. Already ready to go crazy for you at any moment. Because of love, how could there be any bitterness? So we are still young. Because love is in a place. There are still people wandering there. 2 people, 1 sentence each, and finally, the chorus arrives. People come and go. When that chorus was sung simultaneously by Yifan and Su Shishir, the entire venue erupted. A sensation. Everyone was stunned. Other singers stood speechless. Host Wang Han and Mr. He, unable to steady themselves, dropped their microphones with a clatter to the ground. It was absolutely amazing. It's simply amazing. A perfect harmony, a perfect performance. A harmonious blend of heavenly voices and soulful melodies. Words of praise echoed in the minds of the audience. Netizens were so captivated that they even forgot to post comments. After Yifan and Su Shishir finished their performance, it was a long time before people could snap out of it. Everyone was completely immersed in their beautiful voices. They kept replaying their voices in their minds. This was undoubtedly the most beautiful singing they had ever heard in their lives. After a long time, comments finally appeared on the screen again. Because of love. Seeing Shishir, the goddess, gaze at Yizong with such love in her eyes, I believed in love again. Are they using their singing to declare their love to everyone? Shishir sang so beautifully, even better than the queen of pop. Sis is crying. When will my love come? Sis, I can do it. Get lost. Backstage at the singer. Hongtao and the staff were also completely speechless. After a long time, no one reacted. Even the staff member who had been running around printing ratings reports was now holding a new report and standing there dumbfounded. It wasn't until much later that the host took the stage to announce the end of the first round of the singer finals, stating that the results would be announced shortly based on the voting outcomes. At that moment, director Hongtao finally snapped out of his trance. Where are the ratings reports? After snapping out of it, his first concern was naturally the show's ratings. Oh, here it is. The staff member paused for a moment before reacting and hurriedly handed the new ratings report to Hongtao. Hongtao didn't even need to look, he knew the ratings for this episode with the singer wouldn't be bad. But he glanced at it anyway. What he saw nearly scared him out of his wits. A rating of 5,333. This was a ratings miracle. Even the ratings for soap operas or the finales of popular TV dramas were blown out of the water. A 5,333 rating. The female assistant beside him, upon seeing the ratings, couldn't even contain herself and blurted out a swear word. The other staff members, upon hearing the 5,333 figure, were all stunned. They're doing it again with the singer. The executives at Mango TV were also closely monitoring the ratings for the singer. When they heard that the show had reached a peak rating of 5,333, breaking all records, they were all stunned into silence. Such a great show, how could it be cancelled? How could it be moved from the primetime slot? Especially director Oh Yang. Now, if anyone mentions the show being cancelled, he'll be furious. The singer is the guarantee of Mango TV's ratings miracle. As for the two people who created the ratings miracle, Yifan and Su Shishir, director Oh Yang felt it was necessary to meet with them personally. After that, it was time for an hour of voting and tallying the results. In the green room, the 7 singers and their backup singers, perhaps driven by their competitive spirit, were no longer chatting freely. Everyone was pretty tense. The only one who remained relaxed and at ease was Yifan. Except for Su Shishir, the others couldn't help but admire Yifan's composure. But it made sense. He wasn't a singer, yet he performed better than anyone else. Plus, with such a prestigious background, why would he care about the outcome of a small singing competition? Soon, it was time to announce the results of the first round. Since Yifan was a guest singer, he naturally participated in this segment as well. Sitting behind Su Shishir, Yifan finally felt the anxious emotions of the singers and the audience. Even someone with his composure, being teased repeatedly by Hong Tao, couldn't help but want to snatch the phone from his hands and announce the results himself. However, this was also an interesting part of the singer's performance. People had a love-hate relationship with Hong Tao. What should have been announced in a minute was dragged out for 15 minutes by Hong Tao. Chapter 191, second round, still first. However, the results were eventually revealed. As Yifan had anticipated, Su Shishir's vote count temporarily led the other 6 singers. Su Shishir alone received 57% of the votes, even more than the combined total of the other 6 singers. Upon hearing the results, both the singers and the backup singers were stunned. However, they did not question the result in the slightest. It wasn't because Yifan's background had intimidated them. They were truly convinced. Because Yifan and Su Shishir's performance was simply perfect, and their collaboration was seamless. In a word, they were simply made for each other. Therefore, their first place win was well deserved. Getting a higher vote count is only natural. Moreover, who would have known that the singer finale consists of 3 rounds, and the final result is determined by the average of the scores from all 3 rounds? So, even though Su Shishir, with Yifan's help, achieved a vote share of 57% in the first round, it doesn't necessarily mean she's guaranteed to win. It all depends on her performance in the next 2 rounds. Just like Huang Guanzhong in the first season of The Singer, he had the highest vote share in the first round, and everyone thought he was a sure winner. But in the second round, his vote share was too low, resulting in him being the first singer eliminated. Moreover, in the next 2 rounds, there won't be anyone like Yifan to support Su Shishir. It all depends on her own performance. Shishir, congratulations. You're truly my wife. The singers and their backup singers all stood up to congratulate Su Shishir on her outstanding achievement. No, I'm just riding his coattails. The one who truly performed outstandingly is our Yizong. Su Shishir playfully glanced at Yifan and said. That's right. Everyone laughed. Mr. Yi, have you ever considered entering the music industry? You'd definitely be a hit. Look, there's even the veteran artist Lin here, he could introduce you. Hong Tao joked half-heartedly. What are you talking about? I'm just a few years older than Mr. Yi. How could I dare to be the teacher of someone with better singing skills than me? I dare not, I dare not. Lin Zixiang hurriedly waved his hands. Honey, he's just joking. Yi Qianwen hurriedly reminded him from the side. Oh. Lin Shixiang finally understood. The audience was deeply captivated by this charming old gentleman, Mr. Lin. Is this really a legendary figure in the singing world? I love it. Amidst the laughter, the results of the first round were announced, and the second round began. However, even though the second round had begun, many audience members were still in awe of the duet performed by Yifan and Su Shishir. People were still talking about Yifan and Su Shishir. Su Shishir and Yizong are a perfect match. They sang so beautifully. Their love is just too sweet. Yeah, apparently, some netizens had previously questioned whether Su Shishir was being supported by an old, ugly CEO. Upon hearing this, Yizong immediately stepped forward and cleared everything up for her during a livestream. I'm so jealous of their love. Yizong? This man who broke my heart, who stole my goddess Su Shishir. I hate him. What good does hating him do? Do you have his money? Do you have his good looks? Do you have his talent? Do you sing as well as he does? What? You have none of that? Then go find a corner and shut yourself away. Alright, I'll go find a corner to wallow in self-pity. 3 minutes find out everything about this Mr. Yi. I've always been curious about who this Mr. Yi really is. Yeah, even the big shots like Dima, Xiaoma, and Wang Lin are sucking up to him. What's his background? We're all curious about that. It said he has government backing. What? He must be the son of some old-timer. Nonsense, they say the elders all treat him with the utmost respect. It's better not to talk about this. Elders are powerful figures. If you spread rumors here, you'll get into trouble. Open the door, SF Express. SF Express warning. People became increasingly curious about the identity of Yifan, the man behind Su Shishir. Many netizens even began investigating Yifan's mysterious identity online. Of course, the information about Yifan's identity circulating online was mostly released by Yifan himself. Anything he didn't want to share simply couldn't be found online. Even in the modern age of highly developed internet technology, this remains true. Even if hackers were to attack Yifan's social media accounts like Weibo or WeChat, they wouldn't be able to obtain much information. There's nothing they can do about it. After all, he has Xiao AI, a technology that is 20 years ahead of modern science, at his disposal. With Xiao AI at his disposal, even the most elite cyber hackers are nothing but trash in his eyes. The second round of the competition ended quickly, with netizens discussing Yifan's mysterious identity while listening to the song. Su Shishir once again performed the song by the legendary singer Wang Feifei, Red Bean. What's worth mentioning is that after listening to Su Shishir's emotionally charged performance of Red Bean, the entire audience was in tears. Even the singer and host were moved to tears. Not only that, but viewers watching on TV or streaming online also cried. All because Su Shishir sang with such passion and emotion. She sang with her heart, and the audience was naturally deeply moved by her emotions. Additionally, the melody of Red Bean itself carries a hint of sadness. Listening to it alone in the quiet of the night is even more touching. Wow, is this what they mean by so beautiful it makes you cry? My goodness, this is the first time I've ever cried while listening to a song. Me too. Wait, this is actually the second time. The first was when Su Goddess sang Lillian. Even tough guys cry. Su Shishir, the goddess, is perfect. I love Su Shishir, the goddess. Are you the woman who created the hot topic on the Singer show where actors were hired to fake cry? I love you. I'm obsessed with my goddess Su. Amidst the buzz from netizens, the results of the second round of the competition were finally revealed. Su Shishir's vote share was 34%. It seems much lower than the 57% from the first round. However, Su Shishir still had the highest vote percentage in the second round. Su Shishir once again proved to all the audience and her fans with her own talent that she is not just a pretty face, she is a talented singer. After the first round of duets, Yifan could have left. But he chose to stay instead, sitting in the front row alongside the other guest singers who had stayed behind to listen to the performers sing. Upon learning that Su Shishir remained in first place in the second round, Yifan knew it was a sure thing. This year's Singer of the Year title belongs to no one else but Su Shishir. Chapter 192, the competition ends, and Su Shishir is crowned queen. The competition continued, finally reaching the final round. At this point, the live broadcast of the Singer had been airing for 4 hours, starting at 7 p.m. and continuing until 11 p.m. Although it was the weekend, it was already midnight at 11 p.m., and according to expectations, the viewership ratings should have started to drop. However, surprisingly, the viewership ratings not only did not drop but actually saw a slight increase. It was clear that the night owls were contributing significantly to the show's ratings. There were many night owls, and most of them were otaku. In the eyes of these stay-at-home guys, Su Shishir is undoubtedly their perfect goddess. In fact, she holds more weight than their anime goddesses, like Gun Girl and the like. No wonder the ratings for the Singer not only didn't drop but actually rose slightly. Upon hearing this news, the most excited person was Hong Tao, the program director of the Singer. He knew that his show had not only been revived tonight but would also be given more attention by the network in the future. After all, this was a show that had created a ratings miracle. As expected by Yifan. In the third round of the competition, Su Shishir once again performed legend and secured first place with an astonishing vote share of over 40%. There was no need for the staff to count the votes again. Everyone knew who the champion of this season of The Singer was. 3 rounds, all first place. If she is not the champion, then who is? In the past, determining the champion, second place, and third place among the top 3 would require further discussion, followed by statistical calculations to arrive at an accurate result. But this time, none of that was necessary. There was almost no suspense at all. Su Shishir won the title with her song Legend, defeating strong competitors like Li Kachin and Chi-Chi. Moreover, netizens praised her choice of the final song as absolutely perfect. Legend. That's right, in the hearts of the audience, she is the legend they've always admired. After the final episode of The Singer, Su Shishir became an overnight sensation. She's completely taken the internet by storm. Every household, every street and alley, almost everyone knows her. Now, when people talk about Su Shishir, they all say she is the queen of pop, Su Shishir. Even the legendary diva Wang Feifei, when she was crowned the queen, wasn't as popular as she is now. Of course, part of that was due to the fact that the internet wasn't as developed back then. After all, with the internet being so advanced now, information spreads much faster. After Su Shishir became a sensation, almost every topic of discussion online was related to her, further fueling her popularity. In fact, in terms of popularity and traffic, she has even surpassed those so-called traffic stars who rely on their popularity for their livelihood. A singer with real talent surpassing a traffic-driven celebrity in terms of popularity and traffic? In today's society where traffic reigns supreme, how unbelievable is that? But such things do happen. And it happened to a new singer who had only recently debuted. Overnight, many people began discussing the matter online, on forums, blogs, and social media platforms. Some extreme netizens even went as far as to declare online that those traffic-driven celebrities don't deserve to be called stars at all. Because they have nothing but traffic and popularity. Acting, they have a wooden expression. Singing, they can't carry a tune, and even when they appear on variety shows, they act like complete idiots. These extreme netizens have even posed a huge question to everyone. Why can such people become celebrities? Is it really just about having a good-looking face, a bit of fame, and then getting packaged to become a celebrity? The standards for celebrities in today's society are simply too low. Such extreme statements naturally sparked backlash from the die-hard fans of these traffic stars. So, the two groups started arguing online. The situation escalated further, eventually involving innocent bystanders. For example, a certain Zhou Tianwang. This led to the legendary showdown between Zhou's fans and the influencer's fans. Of course, the ultimate outcome was a decisive defeat for the influencer. However, even then, the die-hard fans of the refused to give up. They traced the root of the problem back to Su Shishir's rise to fame, which temporarily overshadowed their idol's popularity. Thus, the die-hard fans of the redirected their anger toward Su Shishir. Su Shishir, a new singer who had only been in the industry for 2 months, dared to call herself a diva? Wang Feifei, the real diva, had worked so hard for so long to earn that title. Do they have any shame? Exactly, what does she have? Does she have our Kunkan and Xiaozhan, who are handsome and talented? Koan, mom loves you. Xiaozhan, come into mom's arms. The two of you upstairs, stop interrupting. Apparently, she rose to fame through her connections with men. There's a ton of dirt on her online. Really? Of course it's true. Think about it, a fishy online streamer became a superstar in just half a year. Is that even possible? Exactly, the rumors about her being kept by a man aren't new either. What a joke. She's still pretending to be pure online, but she's already a commonplace trashy person. Exactly. The brainless fans of this traffic-driven celebrity are now taking to the internet to bash Su Shishir. If it were just a little bashing, that would be one thing. But these NC fans are getting more and more into it, and more extreme. Things that never happened are being made up, and things that are white are being called black. Even some celebrities, like Hong Kong singer Chi, who spoke up for Su Shishir, were dragged into the bashing by those fans. In any case, they are now targeting anyone they can find. As long as it's related to their idol, they don't care about right or wrong, they just bash away. However, just as they were busy bashing, my account has been banned. I've been banned too. I can't post anything. What the heck? I'll try registering a new account. If it gets banned, I'll buy one on Taobao and keep bashing. The group has been banned too. All the groups are banned. It's definitely not because of our harsh words. Someone must be pulling strings behind the scenes. Who else could it be? It's either Su Biao hiring a team or her boss Yizong pulling strings behind the scenes. Brothers and sisters, it's time to stand up and fight back. But our accounts are banned, and the group is banned too. What can we do? The brainless fans of the celebrity are deep in thought. However, they were right, this matter is indeed related to Yi Fan. Yi Fan rarely gets involved in online matters. Chapter 193, Be careful not to get caught. Yi Fan generally rarely gets involved in online matters. But when he saw some NC fans going too far in their attacks on Su Shishir, he issued an order to the AI assistant Xiao AI. Instantly, the NC fans' accounts and groups, which they had meticulously built up over the years, were all permanently banned. Unblocking? Impossible. Moreover, even if they register new accounts or buy them at high prices on Taobao, as soon as they post any information defaming Su Shishir, their accounts will be immediately banned. And it's an instant ban. Trying to get the official team to unban them is also impossible. The official response is simple: abnormal login IP address. Newly registered accounts or purchased accounts being banned due to abnormal login IP addresses or logging in from different locations are common occurrences. They can only suffer in silence. Who told them to use accounts that weren't newly registered or bought from Taobao? Without accounts or access to the QQ groups, the brainless fans of the popular celebrities can't stir up any trouble even if they want to. With the NC fans unable to stir things up, this online topic war ultimately ended with the victory of the netizens supporting Su Shishir. The matter should have been left to fade away. However, one party suffered significant losses in this incident. That party is none other than Tianyu Entertainment Company, known as the Traffic Star Factory. Don't let the similarity in names fool you. While Tianfan Entertainment signs only the most promising artists, Tianyu Entertainment has built its reputation by promoting and boosting the careers of these so-called traffic stars. Tianyu Entertainment packages and styles these traffic stars, creates buzz around them, and brings in massive traffic. As for whether these stars have any real talent, they couldn't care less. All they need is a good-looking face and a large fan base of mindless followers. However, this approach often results in the creation of short-lived celebrities. Once audiences realize they have no real talent, they quickly fade into obscurity. Take Lu Han and Cohen as examples. Once they were all the rage online, but now they vanished without a trace? Lu Han didn't even stick around until the release of his film Magic City Fortress. In this online war, many of the NC fans' accounts were banned, preventing them from causing a stir. Without the NC fans to stir things up, the stars under Chanyu Entertainment Company couldn't generate any buzz or topics. Without the traffic brought by NC fans, these celebrities, who lack genuine talent, are now completely ignored. They couldn't secure film roles, advertising deals, and even had their endorsement contracts terminated. Overnight, dozens of popular celebrities under Chanyu Entertainment have become a liability for the company. To make matters worse, recently, Zhang Han, a top star under Chanyu Entertainment, died suddenly due to excessive indulgence. In short, Chanyu Entertainment has been facing a string of misfortunes lately. Therefore, Chanyu Entertainment has decided to fight back. Their counterattack is different from the NC fans' chaotic antics. They have a public relations team and have made preparations. Of course, all of this is water under the bridge now. However, after Yifan made a public appearance on Mango TV, people started talking about him more and more. People are curious about who Yifan really is. Men are curious about why he can win the favor of their goddess, Su Shishir. Women, on the other hand, were curious about why a man could be so handsome, wealthy, and talented all at the same time. Calling him the most perfect man in the world wouldn't be an exaggeration. As a result, many netizens began digging into Yifan's background online. Yizong, whose real name is Yifan, once spent 200 million yuan on Su Shishir when she was still a streamer on the Douyu live streaming platform. At the Bazaar charity event, he appeared alongside Da Tiantian, reportedly in the role of the mastermind behind Tianfan Entertainment. The luxury car he drives is a 1 billion yuan worth luxury vehicle, the Xenico 11. When Su Shishir, the goddess, was recording the singer, he often drove this car to pick her up. That's nothing. It's said that his bank account holds an 11-digit deposit, meaning his savings are at least hundreds of billions. Goodness gracious, a net worth of over 100 billion? This guy is richer than the three big shots Ma, Xiao Ma, and Wang Lin combined? It's not about net worth, it's about savings. Wow, that's terrifying. Is this what a truly wealthy person looks like? However, aside from that, no other information about him can be found. Just the CEO of Tianfan Entertainment Company? That's impossible. He must have other identities. Right. It's said that he has government backing. Not only that, but I also heard that the big shot in Hongcheng offended this Yizong at the Bazaar charity gala, and not long after, he died of a heart attack. I wonder if there's any connection. Such baseless rumors should never be spread carelessly. Be careful not to get into trouble. That's right. However, the less information I can find about this Mr. Yi, the more curious I become about him. Me too. Yizong, the idol of all men. Discussions about Yifan online are everywhere. Yifan, however, pays no attention to it. However, one day, Yifan received a call from a government department. After answering the call, Yizong listened to the explanation and finally understood that the authorities had called because of the online investigations and discussions about his background. The authorities wanted to ask Yifan if he needed their assistance to block the information. After all, among the netizens, there were quite a few influential individuals. If they were allowed to continue their investigations, they might uncover some clues. If any clues were uncovered and exposed online, it would not benefit either party. In response, Yifan expressed indifference. He wasn't afraid of what the netizens could uncover. After all, Xiao AI was monitoring the entire internet in real time for him. Even if those netizens were top-notch hackers, they wouldn't stand a chance of uncovering his true background. Unless, of course, Yifan himself released the information. Upon hearing Yifan speak so decisively, the relevant authorities had nothing more to say. They naturally refrained from intervening in the matter. That day, Yifan was monitoring news about the Australian gambling city on his laptop. Since Linlin won the Gambling God Championship and became the true gambling god. Over the next period, Macau's fame even overshadowed that of the world's top gambling city, Las Vegas. Many people and media outlets even declared that Las Vegas glory days were over, and that Macau was now the true world's top gambling city. Chapter 194, Yifan, you can't do this? Of course, such claims were not recognized by international authorities. However, whether they recognize it or not, it doesn't matter. In people's hearts, Macau City's fame has indeed surpassed Las Vegas. After all, the new gambling god has emerged in Macau. And she's a beautiful one at that. This has made countless gamblers eager to catch a glimpse of the beautiful gambling goddess Linin, prompting them to travel thousands of miles to Macau City. With such a buzz, how could Macau's popularity not soar? Of course it can't help but be bustling. Just then, Yifan received a call from Chen Jie. It turned out that the film he had invested in, Wolf Warrior 2, had wrapped up production. After completing all the necessary promotional work, it would soon be released in cinemas nationwide. Wu Xiaojing was concerned about the cinema screening schedule, so he called Chen Jie. Upon hearing this, Yifan naturally told Chen Jie to reassure Wu Shaojing that there was no need to worry about theater screenings, he would handle it. After hanging up, Yifan called Wang Lin, the CEO of Yida. Then, the theater scheduling issue was resolved. Wah, you promised to spend time with me today, yet you're only focused on browsing the news and making calls. Guan Tongtong shook Yifan's arm and pouted. In fact, Guan Tongtong had been trying to contact Yifan for quite some time. Her purpose, of course, was to get closer to Yifan. After all, it had been over a month since their trip to Macau, and she hadn't seen Yifan since. That was only natural, given the number of women around Yifan. Even if she was Guan Tongtong, the little princess of the Beijing circle, she still had to wait in line to see Yifan. Today, Yifan had originally planned to accompany Mu Qingyan. However, Mu Qingyan had an international conference to attend and had to fly to Paris that day. That's why Yifan had some free time. There was nothing to be done about it. Jiaowat Industries had grown so large that there were always so many matters to attend to. Coincidentally, right after Yifan hung up with Mu Qingyan, he received a call from Guan Tongtong. He reluctantly agreed to let her accompany him today. After her trip to Australia, Guan Tongtong had transformed from a girl into a woman. Now, she was much more mature and composed. After feeling relaxed, Yifan was in a good mood and decided to take Guan Tongtong out for a walk. Guan Tongtong, upon hearing this, was naturally overjoyed. What she enjoyed most now was simply accompanying Yifan out. Because whenever she goes out, whether alone, with family, or with friends, a hat, sunglasses, and a high-collared coat are always essential. Otherwise, wherever she went, she'd be followed by a pack of paparazzi and chased by fans asking for autographs. It was truly unbearable. But going out with Yifan was different. She would have loved to have a whole paparazzi crew following her. After all, if the paparazzi were to capture her with Yifan, it wouldn't just boost her exposure, it would also let everyone in the industry know that she, Guan Tongtong, and this mysterious Mr. Yi have a close relationship. Of course, such scheming tactics aren't something Guan Tongtong, who was so innocent, would come up with on her own. It was her agent's idea. As for Yifan, he didn't mind at all. Anyway, as long as the paparazzi weren't deliberately sent by Guan Tongtong, he didn't bother to care. Moreover, Guan Tongtong's little schemes are doomed to fail. After going out with Yifan, Guan Tongtong realized that the paparazzi, who were usually everywhere, like a tail that couldn't be shaken off, were nowhere to be seen today. How could that be? Of course, Guan Tongtong quickly realized that this must have something to do with Yifan. Although it didn't increase her exposure or let everyone know about her relationship with Yifan, it left Guan Tongtong feeling a bit disappointed. However, through this incident, Guan Tongtong once again realized just how powerful Yifan truly was. Yes, even in Shanghai, where paparazzi are everywhere, as long as Yifan was around, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly or take photos. After all, taking photos or videos recklessly comes at a cost. At first, Guan Tongtong felt a bit down because there were no paparazzi, but her mood quickly improved. She couldn't remember when she last felt the joy of being an ordinary person. It must have been after she became famous at the age of 5 or 6. Becoming famous at such a young age might be something many people envy, but for Guan Tongtong, it was actually a tragic thing. At 5 or 6 years old, she lost her freedom. Whenever she went out, she was surrounded by paparazzi and fans, and she didn't even have the chance to properly look at the scenery on the streets. After living like that for over a decade, she finally felt the joy of walking freely on the streets and being an ordinary person again. Although many people still recognize her along the way, it's truly comfortable without a crowd of paparazzi following her. Fan Gu, take me to take some close-up photos. Sure, split the cost. Yifan, upon seeing Guan Tongtong, couldn't help but tease her, revealing a surprisingly innocent and pure side of himself. What are you talking about, Fan Gu? You're so stingy. Ordinary people are like that, aren't they? But I'm your woman. So what if I am? Fan Gu, let's go watch a movie? Let's go. The two of them went out that day and had a pretty good time. Finally, at Guan Tongtong's suggestion, the two decided to go to the largest cinema in the area, and also the largest in the city, to watch a movie. However, upon entering the cinema, they were startled by the bustling scene inside. Fan Gu, what's going on here? It's a holiday, right? How come there are so many people? Guan Tongtong was startled to see the cinema packed with people. To avoid being recognized, she quickly took out her sunglasses and put them on. Yifan had already been wearing his sunglasses. Indeed, it wasn't a holiday, nor was it the summer or spring festival season. It was just an ordinary day. A movie theater on a regular day is usually deserted, with only a few couples around, right? So what was causing this bustling scene now? Yifan was also curious at first about what was going on. However, after glancing around the cinema, he immediately figured it out. Tong, look over there. Yifan pointed to a billboard at the far end of the cinema lobby, near the ticket counter, and said. Following Yifan's direction, Guan Tongtong finally spotted the standing advertisement board amidst the densely packed crowd. Chapter 195, The Overcrowded Yida Cinema. The Magic City Fortress? Upon seeing the advertisement on the billboard, Guan Tongtong finally realized what was going on. It turned out that this Yida Cinema was holding a special screening of Magic City Fortress today. A special screening typically refers to a film that has already been completed but has not yet been officially released. For specific purposes, it is shown in one or two select theaters in a country, often in cities deemed significant by the director or investors. Clearly, the investors behind Magic City Fortress believe that, having invested so many billions, the film was sure to be a hit. Therefore, they specifically arranged a special screening for Magic City Fortress. Since it's a sneak preview, it naturally needs to be shown in the largest cinema, so Magic City Fortress in Magic City was naturally chosen to be shown at this Yida cinema. Of course, this isn't the reason for the cinema's popularity. Although people had already heard about the massive investment in Magic City Fortress and the impressive special effects, even with extensive promotion, it would be impossible for the largest cinema in the area to become so crowded. After all, just one auditorium can accommodate 40,000 to 50,000 people. And on site, there were at least 70,000 to 80,000 people. The reason for the crowd was Luhan, Luhan. Luhan baby, mom loves you. Luhan baby, come to mom's arms. Suddenly, the crowd surged, followed by the shrill screams of some overweight women. It turned out that the reason why Yida Cinema was so crowded was because Luhan was scheduled to meet his fans at the special screening of Magic City Fortress at Yida Cinema. No wonder the scene was so chaotic. Even though Luhan had been blacklisted by Yifan and was already a has-been celebrity, he was still a big name. Many of his fans, upon hearing that Magic City Fortress was screening and that Luhan would be there to meet them, rushed to support him. This incident clearly shows that those NC fans are truly brainless. Everyone, please don't push or rush. Line up and come one at a time. Anyone holding a ticket for Magic City Fortress can get my autograph with their ticket. Luhan forced a fake smile and greeted his fans in the most friendly tone he could muster. As soon as he spoke, the crowd erupted into screams, especially from the overweight women. Seeing this scene, Luhan's heart was once again filled with hope, and he even felt a bit smug. Who said he was past his prime? Look at all these fans he still has. However, his smugness didn't last long. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. Guan Tongtong. Luhan froze for a moment when he saw Guan Tongtong. He was about to greet her, but to his surprise, Guan Tongtong turned away the moment she saw him, pretending not to recognize him. What did Guan Tongtong mean by that? She was clearly telling Luhan not to bother her. Luhan felt humiliated. Fortunately, he hadn't had the chance to greet Guan Tongtong yet, otherwise, he would have been utterly embarrassed. Luhan was someone who could bend and stretch, so he swallowed his pride. What else could he do? He dared not offend the little princess of the Beijing elite circle. When he was at the height of his success, he dared not, and now that he's fallen on hard times, he dares even less. Just as Luhan was about to pretend not to see her and walk away, he suddenly spotted another person. He is here too? When Luhan saw Guan Tongtong with a man by her side and that man was someone he recognized, Yifan he nearly choked on his own anger. But that wasn't the most humiliating part. The most humiliating part was seeing Guan Tongtong actively wrap her arm around Yifan's arm and act all spoiled toward him. Luhan had always regarded Guan Tongtong as his woman. Although recently, due to various troubles piling up, he hadn't had time to pursue Guan Tongtong. But deep down, he still considered Guan Tongtong his woman. He believed that as long as he didn't give up, he would eventually win over this innocent girl, Guan Tongtong. Now, seeing his woman snuggling up to another man, and possibly no longer a girl at all. Thinking of this, Luhan couldn't bear it and glared fiercely at Yifan's back. However, when Yifan turned back, he immediately backed down, quickly pretending nothing had happened and turning his head elsewhere. Luhan felt deeply ashamed of his cowardice, but there was nothing he could do about it. But he knew that Yifan had the power to destroy him. It would be as easy as flipping a finger. Therefore, he dared not offend Yifan in public. Moreover, he was well aware that the fortress of the Demon City was his last chance to rise to fame. If he missed this opportunity, his career as a star would be over for good. So no matter what, he had to endure it. Damn it! Guan Tongtong, Yizong, you two just wait. When Magic City Fortress becomes a hit and its reputation explodes, and I rise to fame again. Then, Guan Tongtong, even if you want to reconcile with me, I won't agree so easily. Luhan still clung to this fantasy, believing he could use Magic City Fortress to become famous again. As long as he becomes popular again, he doesn't believe Yifan can blacklist him again. Even if he could, his countless fans wouldn't agree. It's no wonder Luhan was clinging to such fantasies. After all, with so many die-hard fans cheering him on at the scene, it was easy to develop an inflated sense of self-importance. As for Yifan, he naturally didn't bother with someone like Luhan. In fact, he had already learned from Chenda that Magic City Fortress would be having a sneak preview at the largest cinema in Magic City, Yida Cinema. He didn't bother to intervene. Because he already knew that despite the packed house and the hype, Magic City Fortress was doomed to fail. Since that was the case, why bother interfering? Everyone, please don't push. One at a time. Those who want an autograph, please line up. If you push each other, I won't sign for you. On one side, Luhan deliberately shouted loudly. He wasn't shouting so loudly because he genuinely wanted to maintain order and prevent the fans from pushing each other. Rather, he was intentionally saying it for Yi Fan and Guan Tongtong to hear. Lu Han was clearly showing off to them, proving that even if he was banned, he still had such a high level of popularity. Are you guys jealous? Guan Tongtong, upon hearing this, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Chapter 196, is this even a movie? However, Yi Fan completely ignored it and said to Guan Tongtong, let us go buy tickets. Although the venue was packed, most of the people had already bought their tickets and were waiting in line for Lu Han to sign autographs. There weren't many people actually buying tickets. So, Yi Fan and Guan Tongtong quickly made their way to the ticket counter. Brother Yi, what movie should we watch? It seems like all the 80 seat shows are booked for Magic City Fortress. Should we just watch that? Guan Tongtong wasn't as experienced as Yi Fan, so she naturally didn't know how terrible Magic City Fortress was. She was just going by her own experience, thinking that Magic City Fortress had already invested several hundred million yuan in production, so how bad could it be? It must be really good, right? The people around them, who were also in line to buy tickets, heard this and nodded in agreement. Yeah, the Fortress of the Magic City should be pretty good. We were planning to watch it too. Most of the people in line were just passers-by, not Lu Han's die-hard fans. Lu Han's die-hard fans knew today was the premiere and had already snagged tickets in advance. Yeah, Magic City Fortress should be good. After all, they invested so many billions. And from the trailer, the special effects are amazing. It'll definitely set a new standard for sci-fi movies in our country. Another person in line chimed in. Honey, so many people are watching Magic City Fortress. Let's go too. Plus, we might get Lu Han's autograph. A couple, with the woman speaking to the man. Almost everyone at the scene planned to watch Magic City Fortress. After all, it was an advanced screening. If it becomes a hit in the future, they'll have something to brag about to their friends. Even the ticket seller was too lazy to ask customers what movie they wanted to see today. After all, as long as they printed tickets for Magic City Fortress, that was all that mattered. However, upon hearing this, Yi Fan shook his head. No, let's watch Parasite instead. If you trust me, don't watch the Fortress of the Magic City. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Yi Fan said to Guan Tongtong, kindly reminding the people in line next to them as well. As soon as Yi Fan spoke, the fans of Lu Han who were queuing nearby to get his autograph immediately shot him hostile glances. Parasite? What kind of movie is that? A documentary about parasites? The female half of the couple asked. From her tone, it was clear she had no interest in Parasite at all. It's probably good, even though it's a Korean movie. Yi Fan replied casually. It's from Korea? Then forget it. Of course, we should support domestic films. Exactly. What about the Fortress of the Demon City? They invested so many billions and did a good job with the promotion. No matter what, it can't be worse than Parasite, which didn't even have any promotion. I've decided to watch Magic City Fortress anyway. Everyone else chimed in as well. Meanwhile, the NC fans of Lu Han, who had been giving Yi Fan hostile glances, were gloating and muttering under their breath, exactly, it's none of your business what movie someone wants to watch. Why are you telling them not to watch Magic City Fortress? Mind your own business. Do whatever you want. Yi Fan knew that what he said now was useless. So he simply bought 2 tickets for Parasite and left with Guan Tongtong. Since most of the audience had been drawn to the advanced screening of Magic City Fortress, there weren't many people watching Parasite. Only a handful of people were there. This was actually better, as Yi Fan and Guan Tongtong could choose any seats they wanted without having to follow the designated seats on their tickets. Yi Fan chose seats in the back row, and Guan Tongtong naturally knew what Yi Fan had in mind. After all, couples usually prefer to sit in the back rows where there's no one else, right? That way, they could do something when the movie got boring. Guan Tongtong thought that was exactly what Yi Fan was thinking, and she had already prepared herself mentally. Although the cinema is a public place and she is a public figure, she doesn't mind. Besides, having a scandal with Yi Fan was exactly what she wanted. Even if it's negative gossip. However, this time, Guan Tongtong was truly mistaken. Yi Fan had chosen the back row simply because he wanted to enjoy the movie better. No wonder it beat the Joker and won the Oscar. Parasite is indeed a quality film. Inside the cinema, there were only a few audience members left, and they were all stunned by the end. Is this what humanity is all about? Everyone was deep in thought. Even Guan Tongtong, the young actress who had been in the industry since childhood, remained silent after watching it. Fan Ge, you really know how to pick movies. This film is truly amazing and meaningful. After the movie ended, Guan Tongtong couldn't help but praise Yi Fan. Of course. This movie is at least 100 times better than the Fortress of the Demon City. Yi Fan said confidently. Really? Guan Tongtong was a bit skeptical. She thought Yi Fan might have seen Parasite beforehand and knew it was good. As for the Fortress of the Demon City, which had just had its limited screening today, could he really have foreseen its quality without even watching it? She didn't believe Yi Fan could predict the future. In response, Yi Fan naturally didn't say anything. I didn't expect this movie to be so good. Yeah, my friend bought movie tickets, but when he found out the Fortress of Magic City was screening today, he went to see that instead. The tickets were useless, so he gave them to me, and that's why I came. I didn't expect it to be this good. That's just like my experience. What a coincidence. But mine was given to me by my sister. There were only a few audience members left after watching Parasite, and they all praised it highly. Yifan didn't talk to them and left the theater with Guan Tongtong. Coincidentally, other theaters showing Magic City Fortress also had audiences coming out. And there were quite a few of them. Guan Tongtong couldn't help but ask curiously, that's strange. The Fortress of Magic City started an hour after Parasite, so why are people already leaving? Guan Tongtong's words were overheard by the person next to her, who couldn't help but say, don't mention it. Bad luck. If I had known, I should have listened to that cool guy in sunglasses when buying tickets and not watched the Fortress of Magic City. Yeah, what a joke. This is supposed to be a movie? Are they kidding? Chapter 197, the test screening reviews are terrible. With a budget of 3.6 billion, what did they come up with? I couldn't stand it either. I felt like I was going to throw up, so I left early. So one person's complaint sparked a wave of complaints from others. People are all ranting about how terrible Magic City Fortress is. It's the worst movie ever. They bought tickets and waited in the theater for an hour just to watch it. After watching for about half an hour, they couldn't bear to watch anymore. Listening to the complaints around her, Guan Tongtong couldn't help but glance at Yifan. He really did it. How did he know? Guan Tongtong was curious beyond belief. Yifan noticed Guan Tongtong staring at him with curiosity and simply shrugged his shoulders. What did he say again? If you watch the Fortress of the Magic City, you'll regret it. I didn't say that wrong, did I? When they returned to the cinema lobby, Lu Han was still there. However, he wasn't signing autographs anymore. He was explaining something. Mr. Lu Han, what kind of terrible movie did you make? Is this even watchable? Exactly, the Fortress of the Demon City. What a terrible movie. A movie like this cost 3.6 billion yuan to make? I bet you and Suchi took 3.5 billion in salaries and used the remaining 10 million to make it. Refund. Refund. The people leaving the theater were all shouting in protest. If there's anything about the movie that didn't meet your expectations, we sincerely apologize. We are truly sorry, but the movie has already started, and you've already watched it. We really can't refund your tickets. We're truly sorry. We're very sorry. Faced with the crowd's protests, Lu Han could only repeatedly apologize humbly to everyone. However, even at this moment, Lu Han's die-hard fans began to cause trouble for him. After all, dogs will always protect their masters. Upon seeing Lu Han being criticized, they immediately began to defend him. Refund the tickets? Refund your own tickets. That's right, it was you who wanted to buy tickets to watch Magic City Fortress in the first place. Our Lu Han was also forced by you. We feel so sorry for our little Lu Han. Don't cry, baby. Moms love you. Lu Han is so heartbroken. His fans are defending him, but even though this should be a joyful moment, he can't feel a single bit of happiness. Because the actions of these NC fans had undoubtedly completely enraged the audience on site. The calls for refunds grew even louder. In desperation, Lu Han could only escape the cinema in disarray under the protection of staff. Guan Tongtong saw Lu Han's disheveled and fleeing appearance and was even more disappointed in him. In such a situation, deserting the scene, does that even deserve the fans who bought tickets to support him? When a celebrity behaves like this, there's no one left to blame. It's no wonder Guan Tongtong was angry with Lu Han. After all, she had grown up relying on the fame of celebrities. She might not understand other principles, but she understood one thing: a celebrity must be worthy of their fans. Of course, die-hard fans and haters are exempt. Lu Han's decision to abandon his dissatisfied fans and flee clearly shows that he hasn't lived up to this principle. Though disappointed, Guan Tongtong secretly feels a bit relieved. Thankfully, she didn't end up with this guy. Otherwise, if she had stayed with him, she'd probably end up in the same situation as him today. Lu Han hurriedly left the scene under the protection of security personnel. He didn't care about anything else, but as he was leaving, he glanced back one last time and saw Guan Tongtong with Yifan. He saw the disappointment on her face, along with a hint of disdain. He suddenly realized. I knew it. Why was the buzz so explosive before the limited screening of Magic City Fortress? Why did so many critics emerge after it was released? Now it's clear it wasn't because of my lack of ability, but because someone was sabotaging things behind the scenes. Lu Han thought to himself. As for who he thought was the one meddling, there was no need to say it had to be Yifan, the person by Guan Tongtong's side. Moreover, Lu Han believed that the only person capable of mobilizing so many people to criticize him was Yifan. As for whether it was really because Magic City Fortress was so bad, he was certain it couldn't be. He had poured his heart into the production, and it was a big-budget film. How could it possibly be bad? So, it must be because Yifan is meddling. There's nothing else. Yizong, right? Fine. You've been opposing me at every turn, so don't blame me. Luhan knew he was being targeted by Yifan, and he wasn't stupid. Though he dared not openly oppose Yifan, he hadn't been idle during the past 2 months of silence. He had already conducted a thorough investigation into Yifan. Now, it's time for him to strike back. Luhan clenched his fists, his face growing increasingly distorted. However, the truth was that Yifan hadn't done a single thing this time. He didn't even bother to target Luhan, a mere upstart. The fortress of the Demon City is terrible, blame him? The test screenings of Magic City Fortress received extremely poor reviews. This is a point that everyone who watched the movie on site unanimously agreed on. Strangely enough, this news has never been reported at all. It's clearly been suppressed. The only information available online is from yesterday, stating that the preview screening of Magic City Fortress was packed to capacity. The Yida Cinema, which can only accommodate 4 or 5,000 people, was crammed with 7 or 8,000. Of course, this part is true. It's not fake news. As a result, those unaware of the truth have become even more curious. Is Magic City Fortress really that good? In just 1 week, Magic City Fortress will be released and they must go see it. Moreover, the film's production company, manhwaedit, has been very proactive in promoting Magic City Fortress. They even touted it as the pioneering work of Z-country science fiction, sparking immense anticipation among countless people and media outlets. As for the poor reviews from the test screenings of Magic City Fortress, Luhan has given an explanation to the two brothers of manhwaedit's King of Kings team. He explained that it wasn't because Magic City Fortress was bad, but because on the day of the test screening, Yifan, who had been targeting him, had sabotaged the event. Staff members also confirmed that Yifan and Guan Tongtong were indeed present at the cinema that day. Wang Zhong and Wang Jun naturally believed him, which is why they gave Luhan one last chance. The two brothers had invested hundreds of millions in this film, so they naturally hoped it would perform well on its opening day. Otherwise, wouldn't they be losing a fortune? Chapter 198, Yifan's Talent. The following days passed quietly. However, one day, a flood of negative comments about Su Shishir suddenly appeared online, claiming that she had only been with the mysterious Yizong because she was after his money. These topics quickly dominated the top trending charts and search rankings. A bunch of big V bloggers started reposting the topic. The topic of celebrities dating wealthy individuals, a tired and overused trope, unexpectedly dominated various popular charts overnight. Anyone with common sense could tell that something was amiss. Someone is targeting Su Shishir. When Jaya angrily told Su Shishir about this, Su Shishir immediately retaliated by posting a Weibo. The post was simple. Su Shishir stated that she admires Yifan's talent and listed several songs she sang on the singer that were written by Yifan. These included Little Luck, Lily, Miss Poem, and Zebra Zebra, among others. Netizens were shocked upon seeing Su Shishir's Weibo post. What? My favorite song, Little Luck, was actually written by Yizong? No way. So the folk singer who's been trending online recently, with the stage name Song Hwanye, is actually Yizong? No wonder I couldn't find anyone named Song Hwanye online, it's just a stage name. Not only is Yizong handsome, but he's also rich. Not only is he rich, but he can sing well. Not only can he sing well, but he can also compose and write lyrics. My goodness, how are the rest of us men supposed to live? Lillian, Miss Poetry, my favorite songs that made me cry the first time I heard them. Me too. I always thought I liked rock and heavy metal, but it turns out my true love is folk music. So, Miss Poetry was written by Yizong specifically for Su Shishir, right? The love between Yizong and Su Shishir is so romantic. When will I ever have such a romantic love? The lady upstairs, I can do it. Get lost. First, you need to have Yizong's good looks. The V-blog post Su Shishir shared not only effectively countered the negative comments about her but also left netizens in awe of Yifan's talent. Rich, good-looking, can sing, and even compose and write lyrics. Such a perfect man is simply unmatched. Of course, not all netizens agree. Originally, the die-hard fans of a once popular but now banned celebrity were struggling to stay relevant. After seeing all the negative comments about Su Shishir, they became active again. They even started spreading rumors online, claiming that Su Shishir had a lot of scandals before she became famous. She was allegedly kept by a wealthy businessman, acted like a diva in luxury brand stores, and even got into a fight with a female celebrity, among other things. These so-called scandals are clearly rumors, and even if they weren't rumors, they were exaggerated. Moreover, this time, it seems they have received covert support from certain individuals. Someone provided them with a large number of internal accounts and even funds. Even if these accounts are banned, as long as the funds are in place, they can be unblocked immediately. As a result, they have been freely attacking Su Shishir online, even dragging Yifan into the mix. They claim that Yifan, leveraging his power and influence, with billions of dollars in deposits, bribed the leaders of Mango TV to give Su Shishir preferential treatment. They even claimed that the final winner of The Singer was bought with money for Su Shishir. These claims naturally sparked strong backlash from Su Shishir's fans and even casual online users. After all, Su Shishir's performance in the final episode of The Singer was something everyone had witnessed. Whether it was her vocal skills, stage presence, or song selection, she outperformed all other singers. Moreover, she had Yi Fan, the true singing legend, as her duet partner. His soul-stirring vocals left all viewers of the final episode of The Singer captivated to this day. Netizens believe that Su Shishir's victory was earned through her talent, though her choice of backup singers certainly played a role. Saying her championship was bought with money? Nonsense. However, NC fans are called NC fans because they're brainless. They wouldn't believe the evidence and facts right in front of them. They'd rather cling to their own beliefs and attack anyone who threatens their idol. They'd even go as far as to harm their own allies. Thus, online, following the Zhou Wang incident, another intense online battle erupted between fans of a popular star and the NC fans of a traffic star. However, no matter how netizens present facts and reason, those NC fans simply ignore them. They keep harping on the fact that Su Shishir, a rookie singer who just debuted, managed to defeat 6 established singers with solid credentials and win the championship of the singer show. They claimed that without underhanded dealings, how could a rookie singer like Su Shishir possibly win the championship? The controversy escalated to the point where even the other 6 singers who participated in Singer and the guest performers could no longer tolerate it. The first to publicly support Su Shishir on Weibo was Hong Kong singer Chi. After she spoke out, Li Keqian, Lin Jixiang and his wife, and Li Tianwang also came forward, stating that Su Shishir's victory in the Singer was indeed due to her own talent, and they would vouch for her with their own reputations. They had not gone easy on her in the slightest. They all came forward to prove Su Shishir's innocence. Shouldn't those NC fans finally give up now? If you think that, you're seriously underestimating how brainwashed they are. The NC fans don't believe a word of it, claiming that they only spoke up for Su Shishir because they were paid by that Mr. Yi. These brainwashed fans are so angry that they even went to the Weibo accounts of the singers who spoke up for Su Shishir to attack them, not even sparing the newly opened Weibo account of the Lin Jixiang couple. This enraged the elderly Mr. Lin, who had his Weibo account shut down. In the end, even Hong Tao, the show's director, couldn't stand it anymore and came out to speak up for Yi Fan and Su Shishir. Even Mango TV issued an official statement on their website, stating that the champion of the Singer is chosen by audience votes, with no backroom deals or money involved in the selection process. They reserve the right to pursue legal action against those who spread malicious rumors. Chapter 199, Wu Xiaojing gets into trouble. In addition to director Hong Tao speaking up for Yi Fan, Wu Xiaojing, director of The Wandering Earthquake Fan, Daitian, Dami, and others also came forward to support Yi Fan and Su Shishir. After these individuals expressed their support for Yi Fan and Su Shishir, their social media accounts were naturally flooded with visits and attacks from NC fans. Others might have let it slide, but Wu Xiaojing is straightforward and speaks his mind. He directly criticized the NC fans, saying that they had been kneeling at the feet of theirs for too long, and their bones had gone soft. Not acknowledging the talent of some established stars is one thing, but they can't even bear to see them succeed. The reason why Z country TV dramas are filled with talentless young stars as leads is all because of these NC fans. In other words, the reason why there are more and more bad TV dramas in Country Z is because of those talentless young actors and their brainless fans who praise them. Wu Xiaojing's blunt remarks directly angered the brainless fans. Well, they attacked Su Shishir, but so many celebrities, directors, and netizens came to her defense. Now they should turn their attacks on others, right? As a result, Wu Xiaojing became the target of the fanatics' attacks. However, the NC fans soon realized that Wu Xiaojing doesn't seem to have any scandals to dig up. No mistresses, no rumors, no domestic violence. He's been in the industry for so many years and has none of that. The NC fans then seized on Wu Xiaojing's statement that kneeling for too long makes your bones soft to attack him, claiming he was implying that all Chinese people are like that. Some NC fans even attacked Wu Xiaojing for being a has-been celebrity who had long since lost his fame. Some even organized themselves, vowing to boycott Wu Xiaojing's works. Coincidentally, Wu Xiaojing's Wolf Warrior 2 was in its promotional phase, and they vowed to make the film's box office a disaster, leaving him to lose everything. They absolutely refused to go to the cinema to watch Wolf Warrior 2. As for why they're so bold, it's simple, there are a lot of them. This incident caused quite a stir online. Yi Fan seemed unconcerned, but in reality, he had already instructed Chen Jie to investigate the mastermind behind the incident, none other than Tianhua Entertainment, known as the Traffic Star Factory. Mr. Yi, should we retaliate against Tianhua Entertainment? Chen Jie asked cautiously. If Tianhua Entertainment no longer wants to stay in the entertainment industry, I will naturally take action to eliminate it, but not yet. Yi Fan, who was strategizing, paused for a moment before continuing, this matter can wait. On the other hand, how is the newcomer Zhao Xiaogu doing? Is she adjusting well to the company? She's doing exceptionally well. Director Li from Dream of the Red Chamber called and praised her acting skills highly. Mr. Yi, you really have an eye for talent. Chen Jie took the opportunity to flatter Yi Fan. She's getting used to the company. She's already built up a certain reputation and is starting to gain some fame. For the next project, she'd be perfect for the lead role. Mr. Yi, aren't you going to come by the company to visit her? Chen Jie continued. No, I'm too busy lately. After saying that, Yi Fan hung up the phone. Actually, Yi Fan also wanted to visit Zhao Xiaogu. After all, she was one of his favorite female celebrities from his previous life. However, he was genuinely busy lately. Just now, Mu Qingyan's cousin, Zhou Xianxian, had called looking for her again. Therefore, the plan to meet Zhao Shigu had to be postponed for now. Yifan decided to wait until he finished writing the script for Flower Thousand Bone before taking it to meet Zhao Xiaogu. Today, Mu Qingyan was accompanying Yifan. Zhou Xianxian had somehow found out that Yifan was at her cousin's house, so she called to find her. This time when Yifan arrived at the Mu household, the Mu family members dared not treat him with the same arrogance as before. They looked at Yifan with a mix of fear and eagerness to curry favor with him, even Mu Haichuan was no exception. Of course, Yifan paid no attention to them. Among all the Mu family members, aside from Mu Qingyan, only Mu Qingyan's mother treated Yifan with courtesy. After all, the only person who hadn't looked down on him during his last visit to the Mu family was Mu Qingyan's mother. This time, when he came to the Mu family, Yifan even brought a valuable gift for Mu's mother. Yuan Qinghua, the Zhaoyi chasing Han Xian under the moon Meiping vase. Over the 5,000 years of Z country, among all ceramics, the most representative are porcelain, and the most precious, of course, are Yuan blue and white porcelain. Each piece of Yuan Qinghua can fetch astronomical prices at auctions, and there are now fewer than 100 such pieces in the world. The Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain vase depicting Geguzi descending the mountain was auctioned off for 2.3 billion yuan in 2005, setting the highest auction record for Chinese artworks at the time. Upon hearing Yifan's introduction that this piece of porcelain was actually Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain, everyone from the Mu family was stunned. This time, they dared not assume, as they had last time, that the gift Yifan had brought was a forgery. Of course, this time Yifan only brought a gift for Mu's mother. As for the rest of the Mu family, including Mu's father Mu Haichuan, they received nothing. Thinking about how this Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain was worth at least tens of millions, the Mu family couldn't help but regret their actions. Back then, during their first meeting, if they had treated Yifan with more respect, given his generous and extravagant nature, their gifts couldn't have been that bad, could they? Even if it wasn't a blue and white porcelain worth at least 100 million, a gift worth a few million would have been appropriate. Especially Mu Haichuan, who was now filled with regret. If only they had treated this son-in-law better back then, the gift he would have given them wouldn't have been as shabby as blue and white porcelain. Alas, he never gave him a second glance back then. Now that they're treating him this way, it's only karma. This Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain is a national first-class cultural relic, isn't it? Xiao Fan, how did you manage to get such a valuable gift? Are you sure I can keep it? Mumu, when she was young, was at least a well-educated and refined young lady from a wealthy family. Moreover, since she loved collecting various types of porcelain, she naturally knew that Yuan blue and white porcelain is a national first-class cultural relic. So the question is, since it's a national first-class cultural relic, how did Yifan get his hands on it? Can she really keep it privately? Don't worry, Auntie. Although national first-class cultural relics cannot be bought or sold, individuals are allowed to collect them. As for how he obtained it, Yifan naturally wouldn't mention it was a reward from his daily check-in system. He simply said he had connections at the National Cultural Relics Department and had it obtained through those connections. Chapter 200, a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain worth 10 billion. The Mu family members, upon hearing this, naturally believed him. After all, since Yifan became famous, they had gradually learned more about his background. They knew that Yifan had the backing of relevant national authorities. Getting a national first-class cultural relic was as easy as saying a word. Cousin, I'm here. Zhou Xianxian's loud voice suddenly rang out in the Mu household. Xianxian, I've told you so many times not to make such a commotion. Zhou Mu scolded from behind. However, it was all in vain. Brother-in-law, you're really here. Zhou Xianxian greeted Yifan with a laugh. Then she sent another message to Yifan's WeChat. Yifan opened WeChat and saw that it was another of her revealing photos. This little girl dares to send such things even at the Mu family's house. She's becoming more and more unruly. However, Zhou Xianxian didn't care much about that. Soon, her attention was drawn to the blue and white porcelain vase in the hall, which was being treated like a precious treasure by everyone present. Xianxian, don't be reckless. That's a valuable gift. The Mu family members saw Zhou Xianxian pushing her way into the crowd and hurriedly exclaimed in alarm, fearing she might accidentally knock over the blue and white porcelain vase worth tens of millions. Zhou Xianxian rolled her eyes at the snobbish Mu family members, but she still pulled out her phone and snapped a photo of the blue and white porcelain. Next, she opened the image recognition app and began searching for information about the blue and white porcelain. The next moment, Zhou Xianxian was completely speechless. What? This old bottle is worth 100 million yuan. Zhou Xianxian nearly screamed. What a worthless bottle. This is Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain. Mu Haichuan was somewhat displeased. Wait, what did you just say? Worth 100 million yuan? In an instant, Mu Haichuan's eyes widened in shock, almost popping out of their sockets. The other members of the Mu family were also startled. They had thought that this Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain was already worth over 100 million, which was already quite valuable. But they never imagined it could be worth as much as 100 million. Does he always act so generously? The Mu family members looked at Yi Fan, all feeling utterly astonished. They now regretted even more that they hadn't been nicer to Yi Fan earlier. If they had been as kind and polite as Mu's mother, perhaps they too could have received a piece of blue and white porcelain from him. Really? Let me see. Zhou Xianxian's aunt hurriedly snatched the phone from Zhou Xianxian. The Mu family members all gathered around. The scene became somewhat comical. Mu Qingyan glanced at Yi Fan sitting beside her, feeling helpless. There was nothing she could do, her family was just like that. Yuan Qinghua, the Xiaohe chasing Han Xian under the moon plum vase, valued at 10.1 billion. When the Mu family confirmed that the precious gift Yi Fan had brought was indeed the Yuan Qinghua Xiaohe chasing Han Xian under the moon plum vase, worth 10 billion, they were all stunned, speechless. 100 million yuan. Their Mu family's previous jiaowat industry was only worth that much, wasn't it? Yi Fan had just made one move and given them the equivalent of a jiaowat industry. That move nearly gave them a heart attack. Earlier, Mu Haichuan had seen Yi Fan appear on The Singer as Su Shishir's boyfriend and had worried that his daughter Mu Qingyan might suffer because of it. He had planned to use this opportunity to talk to Yi Fan about it. Now, he dared not even think about it. The other members of the Mu family had also repeatedly changed their attitude toward Yi Fan. Now, they were all scrambling to figure out how to curry favor with Yi Fan. Unfortunately, Yi Fan didn't give them any chance. Except for Mu Qingyan, Mu's mother, and Zhou Xianxian, he kept a cold, distant expression toward everyone else. The Mu family members were still smart enough to know that since Yi Fan didn't favor them, they dared not approach him to curry favor. After that, Yi Fan stayed at the Mu family for lunch. However, the two people sitting at the main table were indeed Mu Qingyan and Yi Fan. Since taking control of jiaowat industries, Mu Qingyan had become the de facto head of the Mu family, while Mu Haichuan had long since stepped down from his position as the family's decision-maker. Therefore, no one dared to object to Mu Qingyan sitting at the head of the table. In fact, they were only too happy for Mu Qingyan and Yi Fan to sit in the main seat. As long as Yi Fan didn't look down on the Mu family, they considered themselves fortunate. The Mu family is just too pragmatic. After lunch, the Mu family continued to discuss the yuan blue and white porcelain that Yi Fan had given to Mu's mother. Though the gift was valuable, it couldn't be sold, meaning they could only keep it as a collectible. Therefore, Yi Fan naturally had no reason to worry that the opportunistic Mu family would sell it for money. Yi Fan was bored and was thinking of doing something to pass the time. Just then, Zhou Xianxian approached Yi Fan and Mu Qingyan with an air of mystery. "Cousin, brother-in-law, do you two have anything to do this afternoon? Let's south go to the park and play some real-life CS." Zhou Xianxian explained her intentions. "I'm free, but what about your brother-in-law?" Mu Qingyan looked at Yi Fan. Although she knew Yi Fan had nothing to do this afternoon, she thought he might not be interested in Zhou Xianxian's suggestion of playing live-action CS. After all, it was a game young people played for thrills. "Sure, let's go." Yi Fan didn't want to stay at the Mu family's house anyway, so he agreed readily. "Great. Let's go. Wait, I'll call a few of my friends too." Zhou Xianxian exclaimed excitedly. "Xianxian, are you leaving or waiting?" Mu Qingyan saw this and shook her head helplessly. However, she couldn't help but spoil her mischievous little cousin. Soon, Zhou Xianxian hung up the phone. "Cousin, brother-in-law, let's go. 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 Go." Su Shishir was thrilled. "Brother-in-law, are you driving the Lamborghini Venom this time? Not the Ferrari LaFerrari sports car again, right?" Zhou Xianxian was particularly fond of Yi Fan's Lamborghini Veneno. Of course, she hadn't been able to show off to her group of friends last time, so she was determined to make a big impression this time. "You'll see when we get there." Yi Fan and Mu Qingyan exchanged a glance and shrugged. Soon, the three of them arrived at where Yi Fan had parked. Upon seeing the golden, sleek, and incredibly cool Koenigsegg 11, Zhou Xianxian nearly had her eyes pop out of her head. Since Mu Qingyan already knew about Yi Fan and Su Shishir's relationship, Yi Fan naturally didn't need to hide anything anymore. This time, he had driven this Koenigsegg 11 directly to the Mu family's residence. "Wow, isn't that the Koenigsegg 11? A sports car worth 100 million yuan." Zhou Xianxian was utterly amazed. Chapter 201, Mu Qingyan in all her glory. "Brother-in-law, do you own all the car manufacturers in this world? How come you have every luxury car? Lamborghini Aventador, Ferrari LaFerrari, and now this Koenigsegg 1:1. Zhou Xianxian was, of course, joking. However, Yi Fan actually told her that it was true. Although saying that he owned every car factory in the world was an exaggeration, he did hold shares in almost every famous car company. Otherwise, how could he so easily get his hands on so many limited edition sports cars? "That's amazing, brother-in-law. This time, you're driving the Koenigsegg 11. I bet Li Xiang and the others won't have anything to say now." Zhou Xianxian said excitedly, thinking about the embarrassed expressions on Li Xiang and the others' faces later, her mood improved greatly. "The friends you called, are they just your usual bunch of troublemakers?" Yi Fan didn't have much regard for Li Xiang and the others. However, if Zhou Xianxian had invited them all, then Song Jia would probably have been invited as well. Thinking about seeing Song Jia, that pure-hearted girl, Yifan didn't object. How do you know Xianxian's friends? Mu Qingyan was very curious about this. That's a secret between me and my brother-in-law. Zhou Xianxian playfully raised her eyebrows at Mu Qingyan and said, You? A secret? The more Zhou Xianxian said it on purpose, the more Mu Qingyan believed that Yifan and Zhou Xianxian had nothing going on. After all, she didn't know her cousin that well yet. Seeing that she couldn't fool Mu Qingyan, Zhou Xianxian pouted and stopped causing trouble. Soon, the three of them arrived at the park where Zhou Xianxian hated. Li Xiang and the others, who were waiting at the park entrance, saw a super cool Koenigsegg 11 speeding toward them and finally stopping in front of them. Haha, hello everyone. Zhou Xianxian, sitting boldly on the open roof of the Koenigsegg 11, waved to Li Xiang and the others. Zhou Xianxian sitting like that was too dangerous. Mu Qingyan had originally wanted her to share a seat with her. However, Zhou Xianxian found Mu Qingyan too fat and sitting together was uncomfortable, so she simply sat on the roof instead. This made Mu Qingyan so angry she almost lost her temper and hit her. What's so fat about her? She's just curvy. Indeed, Mu Qingyan had an excellent figure, though her bust was a bit too large. As Zhou Xianxian put it, they were so heavy they were making her unable to breathe. As Yifan had expected, Song Jia was also there. After Yifan's previous guidance, Song Jia had become much more outgoing and no longer felt afraid when facing Li Xiang and the others. Upon seeing Yifan, Song Jia's eyes lit up and she was about to greet him, but when she noticed that Mu Qingyan, Zhou Xianxian's cousin, was sitting beside Yifan, she couldn't help but hold back, feeling a bit uneasy inside. Fortunately, the loud exclamations of Li Xiang and the others covered up her embarrassment. Li Xiang's group was the same as last time, except for one person, Zhou Kur. Zhou Kier had dropped out of school after the racing incident last time. Li Xiang and the others, of course, had no idea why Zhou Kur had dropped out. It's really a Koenigsegg 11. That's way too rich. They can even get their hands on that car. Li Xiang and his friends are all rich second-generation car enthusiasts. When they saw the Koenigsegg 11, they were drooling with envy. How about that? My brother-in-law's car is pretty nice, right? I told you last time he had a Lamborghini Venom, but you didn't believe me. Now look, he's even brought the Koenigsegg 11 for you to drive. Seeing Li Xiang and the others staring at the Koenigsegg 11 in awe, Zhou Xianxian felt extremely proud. Aren't you guys supposed to be playing a real-life CS game? Why are you all just standing there? Did you buy the tickets yet? Yifan got out of the car and said to Li Xiang and the others. Li Xiang and the others finally snapped out of it. Yes, Yi Gu. No, Yi. We already bought the tickets. Of course, you don't have to pay, Yi. Li Xiang chuckled awkwardly. Yi? I'm getting more and more curious about what is going on between you two. Mu Qingyan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but say to Yifan. It's a secret. Zhou Xianxian made a funny face at Mu Qingyan. After that, the group entered the park and arrived at a venue called the Real Life CS Club. There, another group of people had already been waiting for them. Another group of rich kids. Rich kids just love thrills. The two groups had already made plans to play live-action CS today to see who was the better player. Moreover, the two groups have been eyeing each other with hostility. However, Li Xiang's group are car enthusiasts who occasionally play paintball or similar games, but they can't compare to the others who specialize in paintball. That's why Zhou Xianxian thought of calling Yifan over. In her mind, her brother-in-law was capable of anything, so defeating the other group in a real-life CS game should be a piece of cake. Soon, both groups had collected their gear. The outfits were equipped with sensors, and the paintball guns were highly realistic, including handguns, assault rifles, sniper rifles, and even smoke grenades. Just the rental fee for this set of gear alone cost each person 4 digits. It was indeed the kind of leisure activity that only the wealthy would frequently indulge in. Once the game began, both sides spread out. In a real-life CS battle, the first step was naturally to devise a battle plan. However, Yifan couldn't be bothered to listen. He simply told Li Xiang to divide the group into 2 teams. He took Mu Qingyan, Zhou Xianxian, and Zhou Xianxian's close friend Song Jia, forming a team of 4. Li Xiang and the others formed the other team. Li Xiang and his group charged forward, while Yifan led the 3 women in support. Since Yifan had spoken, Li Xiang and the others, who were deeply afraid of him, dared not utter a single complaint. Moreover, they thought Yifan's plan made sense. Dividing the forces into 2 groups, with one group charging forward and the other providing cover, was actually a good strategy. As for equipment, Yifan only requested a sniper rifle. Mu Qingyan, Zhou Xianxian, and Song Jia were allowed to choose their own equipment. Mu Qingyan chose a submachine gun, while Zhou Xianxian and Song Jia opted for lightweight handguns. Of course, Zhou Xianxian wasn't satisfied and also requested 2 smoke grenades. Watching the 3 girls don their combat gear equipped with sensors, Yifan couldn't help but be impressed by their poised and confident demeanor. Especially Mu Qingyan, who was carrying the submachine gun, looked exceptionally cool. Yifan had never imagined that Mu Qingyan, who usually wore formal attire, would look so poised and confident in camouflage gear. Chapter 202, Is this guy a sniper? Looking at Mu Qingyan, who was carrying an assault rifle and looked so poised and confident, Yifan couldn't help but marvel. It seemed he didn't know the women around him well enough after all. But that was understandable after all, there were simply too many women around him. The competition began. According to the plan, Li Xiang's team was responsible for charging forward, engaging the other group of second-generation elites head-on, and luring out those who were hiding. Meanwhile, Yifan and his team provided cover fire while taking out any enemy snipers or snipers firing from hidden positions. Brother-in-law, shouldn't we follow them? However, Yifan didn't follow Li Xiang's approach from the start, which drew Zhou Xianxian's suspicion. It's fine, we'll join later. Yifan shrugged indifferently. Anyway, it's not a real battle, it's just a game. Xianxian, just listen to your brother-in-law. By the way, you must be Xianxian's best friend, right? What's your name? Mu Qingyan noticed that Song Jia had been feeling uneasy ever since she saw Yifan, and she kept glancing at him shyly from time to time. She already suspected that there might be something going on between Yifan and Song Jia. Otherwise, why would Yifan bring her along and not the other girls? Of course, even if she had noticed something, Mu Qingyan had learned her lesson and didn't expose it. Mu sister, my name is Song Jia. Song Jia snapped back to reality and hurriedly said. Song Jia's flustered appearance was actually quite cute. Yifan couldn't help but glance at her again. In response, Mu Qingyan merely gave Yifan a disapproving glance, leaving him to figure it out on his own. Women fighting over men was something Yifan had grown accustomed to, so he didn't think much of it. Just then, the walkie-talkie transmitted news that Li Xiang and the others had been taken out. What the hell? They were already taken out? Yifan was speechless. So, where did Li Xiang and the others get the courage to challenge them? The enemy clearly looked like the kind of people who frequently played CS-style real-life combat games. However, with Li Xiang and his incompetent teammates, Yifan had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Ladies, let's go. It's our turn to shine. Yifan said to the three women. Over here, Yifan and his group had just started moving. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Xiang and his men, who had been ambushed and completely wiped out, couldn't help but complain. Where's our backup? The four who were supposed to provide cover for us, where are they? Exactly. They told us to charge while they provided cover. What happened? This is just setting us up. Li Xiang, Chende, and the others complained bitterly. But they dared only to complain. They didn't even dare to curse. After all, they still want to keep their fingers intact. Li Xiang, Chende, is this the best you can do? With such poor skills, you dare to challenge us? After taking down Li Xiang and the others, another group of wealthy second-generation individuals couldn't resist mocking them. What could Li Xiang and his men do? Betrayed by their teammates and mocked by their enemies, they were seething with frustration. However, just then, gunfire erupted. Bang! It was the sound of an assault rifle. I've been hit. I've been hit too. From another group of rich kids, several voices rang out simultaneously. This is bad, the enemy has reinforcements. Everyone, find cover quickly. The leader of the rich kids shouted. Haha, playing real life CS with me? You guys must never have died before. When I was playing CS back in the day, you were still in diapers. Mu Qingyan laughed hysterically, as if she were a different person. Well, who isn't a former rich girl? She just toned it down after taking over Jiawa Industries. Wow, cousin, are you that good? Zhou Xianxian was shocked that Mu Qingyan had been hiding her skills all along, while randomly firing at her. Of course, she didn't hit a single one. As for Song Jia, she was startled by the realistic gunfire. Her hands were trembling, let alone firing a gun. Yifan watched the three women's performance without commenting. He let them do as they pleased. After all, the final outcome would depend on him. Bang! A gunshot rang out near Zhou Xianxian's ear. Seeing the trees beside her stained red by paintballs, Zhou Xianxian jumped in fright. In her panic, she immediately threw both smoke grenades out without hesitation. Instantly, the smoke filled the small forest. Xianxian, what are you doing? Mu Qingyan, who had been about to continue her performance, was blinded by the smoke and couldn't continue. Bang! The sound of a sniper rifle echoed through the air. The sniper, taking advantage of the high ground, fired a shot at Mu Qingyan's silhouette in the smoke. The entire group believed that among the three women, only Mu Qingyan posed a threat, so they naturally aimed to eliminate her first. However, the first shot missed. The sniper prepared to fire another shot. But just then, the sound of a sniper's shot suddenly rang out from somewhere else. Damn it, I've been hit. With just one shot, the enemy sniper was killed. There are still snipers on the other side. Everyone, hide quickly. The leader, a rich second-generation heir, shouted urgently. However, as soon as his voice rang out, another sniper rifle shot echoed through the air. Bang! The leader of the rich second-generation group was hit and killed. Damn it! The leader, enraged, threw his gun to the ground and cursed loudly. Stay calm. There are three women on the other side. They're throwing smoke grenades and digging their own graves. The only real threat now is the sniper hiding in the shadows. Find that sniper and we win. Right, everyone, gather up. A few rich second-generation kids started running, preparing to gather together. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and another rich second-generation heir was hit and killed. Li Xiang and the others were stunned. They knew exactly how skilled the opponents were at the real-life shooting game. They had been taken out in just a few minutes after the game started. However, Yifan fired 3 shots in quick succession, taking out 3 people. Is this guy a sharpshooter? Li Xiang and the others couldn't help but think so. He fired from the right side. The wealthy young man who had just been shot and killed disregarded the rules and started signaling to the others. He had no choice. The sniper was so arrogant, taking out one person with each shot, and they couldn't do anything about it. If they didn't do something to warn their teammates, wouldn't they all be wiped out by a single sniper? Damn it, you're breaking the rules and alerting the others. How shameless can you be? Li Xiang immediately cursed. However, this was just a game, not a real battlefield. The dead couldn't speak. So, Li Xiang and his team could do nothing about it. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Another rich kid fell to the ground. Chapter 203, Yifan's Unexpected Tactics. He fired from above. Everyone, watch out for the high ground. Similarly, before he fell, this rich kid also provided some useful information. Right side, high ground. This effectively pinpointed Yifan's approximate location as the sniper. Li Xiang and the others were furious but completely helpless. There was nothing they could do. Even if they wanted to break the rules and warn Yifan about the others' positions, Zhou Xianxian was randomly throwing smoke grenades, blocking their vision. They couldn't even see the enemy's silhouette, let alone send a warning. Finally, after several gunshots, the 4 surviving enemies gathered together and hid behind a large tree. Here, we're absolutely safe. The sniper is on the right-hand high ground. The 4 of us just need to be careful and we'll definitely find him and take him out. The 4 believed that with the tree as cover, the enemy sniper couldn't touch them. All they needed to do now was locate the enemy sniper's exact position from a distance and use the sniper rifle's long-range advantage to take him out. Once they found him, taking him out would mean victory. As for the 3 girls, they didn't even register as a threat in the eyes of the 4 men. Moreover, the enemy also had Zhou Xianxian, that reckless troublemaker. However, they thought they were safe, and that was a huge mistake. Bang! Another sniper rifle shot rang out. I've been hit? Impossible. He was on the right, and we were hiding behind the tree. How did he hit us? The remaining 3 rich kids were stunned. Quick, change positions. The remaining 3 rich kids thought there must be a mistake in the intelligence. The sniper might not be on the right side but on the left. They immediately reacted and quickly moved to the other side of the tree. However, as the gunfire rang out again, another rich kid felt a sharp pain in his chest. He had been hit too. Impossible. Where is he hiding? How can he hit him no matter where he hides? The remaining 2 rich kids were on the verge of breaking down. They had been playing real-life CS games for years and had encountered strong opponents before. But this was the first time they had ever faced such a situation. Who the hell was that sniper? No matter where they hide behind the big tree, he can still hit them. By now, the smoke had begun to dissipate. So, everyone had seen everything that had just happened clearly. Seeing the remaining 4 people, no matter which side of the big tree they hid behind, they were all hit. Both Li Xiang's group and the other group of rich kids were all stunned. Stay calm. We still have a chance to win. However, before the rich kid could finish speaking, another sniper rifle shot rang out, and he was hit as well. Stay calm? Where the hell is he? The last rich kid was finally driven to the brink of collapse. Holding an assault rifle, he started running wildly while firing wildly into the air around him. Of course, this was impossible to hit anyone. Bang! The final gunshot rang out. The last remaining rich second-generation heir stopped in his tracks, his face filled with disbelief. A pool of blood spread across his chest. He had been shot and killed. Where the hell was he hiding from so far away? The outcome was decided. The opposing side was completely wiped out, so naturally, Yifan's group emerged victorious. However, no one cared about the outcome of the match at that moment. What they cared about was where Yifan was hiding. At that moment, the smoke grenades effect finally dissipated. The 3 women, whose vision had been obstructed by the smoke grenades, could finally see their surroundings clearly. When they saw the bodies of the enemies lying on the ground, the 3 of them were also greatly surprised. Have we won? Zhou Xianxian was the first to ask in disbelief. Right? Mu Qingyan hesitated before answering. She never imagined that the match had already ended just as they emerged from the smoke grenades effects. How much time had passed? Just a dozen or so seconds. At that moment, Yifan finally made his appearance. He held a sniper rifle in one hand, jumped down from the tree, and appeared before the group of rich second-generation kids like a god descending from heaven. The rich kids were all stunned. What the hell is going on? He was hiding right under their noses? Are you kidding me? You're a sniper. You should have found a highly concealed spot from a distance to sneakily take someone out. Getting this close? Are you using a sniper rifle like a regular rifle? Li Xiang and the others were also completely dumbfounded. Damn it, if you're not going to use the sniper rifle's advantages, why did you choose it in the first place? Why not just pick an assault rifle instead? Some people even exploited the sniper rifle's weaknesses to execute unexpected tactics. Everyone was stunned by Yifan's bold moves. My brother-in-law is so cool. My brother-in-law is awesome. Xian, those two smoke grenades were well coordinated, weren't they? Zhou Xian was the first to react, cheering and jumping for joy. What? Could those two smoke grenades Zhou Xian randomly threw earlier have been to coordinate with him and provide cover for him? People looked at Zhou Xian in disbelief, then all turned their gaze back to Yifan. Yifan casually tossed the sniper rifle to Li Xiang and the others. Facing the puzzled looks from everyone, he simply shrugged his shoulders, neither confirming nor denying anything. Zhou Xianxian's two smoke grenades were meant to assist Yifan? What a joke! She was clearly just panicking and acting recklessly, tossing the two smoke grenades carelessly. However, she was right about one thing: Yifan had used the smoke to his advantage and climbed up the tree. Without the smoke's cover, as soon as he fired a shot, everyone would immediately be able to pinpoint his location. In summary, Yifan used the smoke's cover and an unexpected tactic to easily win the game. Indeed, who would have thought that someone would not use the sniper rifle's advantages but instead exploit its weaknesses to launch a surprise ambush? Li Xiang and the others couldn't help but admire Yifan's intelligence. They felt that if their minds were half as sharp as Yifan's, they could take him on. However, another group of wealthy second-generation players who frequently play real-life CS games didn't agree. They knew that when the enemy was too close, you couldn't zoom in with a sniper rifle, making it extremely difficult to aim. Yet Yifan was hitting every shot. That skill was definitely that of a master. The other group of rich kids refused to accept their defeat and proposed playing another round, but this time without using such dirty tactics. Seeing that the three girls were still eager for more, Yifan gladly agreed. Chapter 204, Wolf Warrior 2 faces investment withdrawal. In the second game, Yifan indeed didn't resort to dirty tactics. He simply played normally with the three women. But even so, what could they do? Even with Li Xiang and his group of incompetent teammates, Yifan still led the three women to victory, leaving the other group of rich second-generation heirs thoroughly defeated. Even though he only chose a handgun, Yifan took out almost everyone with a single shot. Two were taken out by Mu Qinyan and one by Song Jia. In the second game, Song Jia also let loose and performed surprisingly well, taking out one of the opponents. As for Zhou Xian, she was just there to cause trouble. She was randomly firing her assault rifle, nearly accidentally killing Mu Qinyan and Song Jia. However, thanks to Zhou Xianxian's reckless actions, Yifan had the chance to play the hero and save Mu Qinyan and Song Jia from under Zhou Xianxian's gunfire. Moreover, when he saved Song Jia, he had a brief interaction with her. Mu Qinyan was so focused on the game that she didn't notice their intimate gestures. In the end, Yifan managed to win the game while protecting all three girls, despite having Zhou Xianxian as a liability. The other group of rich kids were thoroughly impressed and even left Yifan their contact information after the game, hoping to play with him again in the future. Yifan didn't bother to respond. The three girls had a great time, and Yifan was naturally satisfied. Afterward, Yifan called for a luxury car to take Zhou Xianxian and Song Jia back to Magic City University. As for Yifan, he drove the Koenigsegg 11, taking Mu Qinyan back to their residence at Tangchenipin. That night, the two naturally spent a passionate night together. Mu Qinyan even showed off her wild side. The die-hard fans of the popular celebrity were attacking the Wu Shaojing incident online, with the situation escalating further. Some even organized an online campaign to boycott going to the cinema to watch Wu Shaojing's film, Wolf Warrior 2. Since there were already so many NC fans of the celebrity, this boycott campaign gained momentum quickly. Overnight, a million-strong wave emerged online, vowing to firmly boycott Wu Shaojing's Wolf Warrior 2. Wu Shaojing's fans couldn't stand it anymore and began speaking out in support of him. Unfortunately, they were outnumbered, and their voices were quickly drowned out by the NC fans' boycott wave. Although Wu Shaojing is known for his integrity, the NC fans' boycott campaign still had a severely negative impact on his ongoing promotional efforts for Wolf Warrior 2. The investors behind Wolf Warrior 2, upon seeing the online petition with over 1 million signatures opposing the film, naturally lost confidence in it and withdrew their investments. In the film industry, investors can withdraw their funds before a film is officially released. However, Wolf Warrior 2 has already been filmed, and the money has been spent where it needed to be. In just 3 days, it will be released. At this point, the investors suddenly withdrawing their funds en masse is clearly causing trouble. Not to mention that Wu Shaojing, who had to sell his house and car to raise funds for Wolf Warrior 2, simply doesn't have the money to refund the investors. Moreover, if the investors were to withdraw all their funds, the subsequent promotional efforts and the film's theatrical release would require substantial financial resources. Without the investors' financial support, the subsequent work simply cannot proceed. It wasn't until this moment that Wu Shaojing finally realized how troublesome it was to have a group of irrational fans who would lose their minds for their idol. Originally, if Wu Shaojing had been willing to step forward and apologize to those NC fans, the matter would have been resolved. After all, the NC fans' initial targets were Su Shishir and Yifan, not him. He had merely spoken up for Su Shishir and Yifan, which is why he became the target of their anger. However, Wu Xiaojing had pride. He didn't say anything wrong, so how could he be expected to step forward and apologize to these NC fans? But the more he stood up to the NC fans, the stronger the backlash against Wolf Warrior 2 grew, and the investment companies started demanding to pull out their funds. In the end, with no other options, Wu Xiaojing had to contact Yifan through Chen Jie. Because Yifan was the only investor in Wolf Warrior 2 who hadn't demanded a withdrawal of funds. If Wu Xiaojing didn't go to him, who else could he turn to? When Yifan heard Wu Xiaojing's words, he couldn't help but laugh. These investors were truly brainless. Didn't they think about why they had invested in Wu Xiaojing's Wolf Warrior 2 in the first place? Wasn't it because they saw his acting talent and believed that Wolf Warrior 2 was a great script and a great film? Now, just because of the chaos caused by those NC fans, they're all rushing to withdraw their investments. What else can you call that but brainless? Their IQ is on par with those NC fans. Mr. Yi, as the producer, I have not breached any contracts or violated any regulations. This means they cannot demand a refund based on the contract. Should I refuse their withdrawal request? On the other end of the phone, after Wu Xiaojing explained the situation, he asked hesitantly. Indeed, he was correct. In film and television investments, if the producer has not breached the contract or violated any regulations, the investors cannot choose to refund their investment based on the contract. Of course, the investors can choose to forcibly withdraw their investment. However, if they do so, they must first pay the corresponding breach of contract penalty before they can withdraw their investment. In other words, the initiative still lies with Wu Xiaojing. If he firmly refuses to allow the investors to withdraw their funds and they are unwilling to pay the breach of contract penalty, most of them would likely choose not to withdraw their funds. Of course, this is just Wu Xiaojing's one-sided wishful thinking. However, the reality is that the investors of Wolf Warrior 2 have already received explosive news from a major figure in the film industry. The wave of online boycotts is just the beginning. On the day Wolf Warrior 2 is officially released, something else will happen. That industry heavyweight also warned them that if they didn't want to lose their entire investment, they must withdraw their funds at all costs. Therefore, the investors had already reached an agreement among themselves. Even if Wu Xiaojing firmly refused to withdraw their investment, they would resort to forced withdrawal. After all, paying a breach of contract fee is better than losing everything. Moreover, these investors secretly established a WeChat group without Wu Xiaojing's knowledge. The group is currently engaged in intense discussions about what they will do next if Wu Xiaojing refuses to allow them to withdraw their investments. In short, they aim to force Wu Xiaojing to make concessions step by step. Chapter 205, Let them withdraw their investment. However, after hearing Wu Xiaojing's words, Yifan immediately refused outright. No, if they want to withdraw their investment, let them do so. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaojing was immediately at a loss. But Mr. Yi, returning all the funds to them is a huge sum of money. You know that, Mr. Yi. Where would I get the money? Wu Xiaojing didn't care about his own reputation anymore. He truly didn't have the money. If I had money, who would go bankrupt, sell their car and house, just to make a movie? No problem, whatever it costs, I'll cover it. Yifan said boldly. That's not appropriate. Earlier, at the Bazaar Charity Gala, Wu Xiaojing had already asked Yifan for a 100 million yuan investment with a thick face, and he already felt embarrassed. Now, asking Yifan to cover the money the investors withdrew, even with his thick skin, he felt it was inappropriate. What's wrong with that? Just consider it my money to buy out the other investors' shares in the film. Yifan spoke very directly. Alright, fine. Wu Xiaojing paused for a moment, realizing Yifan had a point, and agreed readily. In his heart, he knew that if the movie became a hit and grossed a lot at the box office, Yifan's proposal would make sense. But if the movie really flopped due to the online backlash, as the investors feared, then Yifan would essentially be throwing money down the drain. Wu Xiaojing never expected that when everyone else was skeptical about his film Wolf Warrior 2, Yifan would willingly take such a huge risk for him, a mere nobody. For a moment, Wu Xiaojing couldn't help but feel moved, and his eyes began to well up with tears. Fortunately, he's a real tough guy and managed to hold back the tears. Otherwise, a tough guy crying would have been a bit awkward. Mr. Yi, I can't thank you enough. I mean it. Here's what we'll do. Once the box office numbers for Wolf Warrior 2 come out, no matter how they turn out, you take 70% of the profits, and I'll take 30%. To express his gratitude to Yifan, Wu Xiaojing, the producer, agreed to take only 30% of the profits, with the remaining 70% going entirely to Yifan. Yifan was very satisfied with this arrangement. It seems that Wu Xiaojing, though a bit straightforward, is someone who knows how to handle people. Most importantly, he knows how to repay a kindness. The matter was settled. As for the other investors in Wolf Warrior 2, although there were many of them, the total amount they invested was only around 100 million yuan. In other words, all of them combined didn't invest as much as Yifan did alone. Without hesitation, Yifan transferred 100 million yuan directly to the account provided by Wu Xiaojing. As a result, Wu Xiaojing could smoothly repay the funds withdrawn by the other investors, avoiding legal action and potential trouble. As for Yifan, he effectively invested 200 million yuan into Wolf Warrior 2 on his own. Keep in mind that the total budget for Wolf Warrior 2, excluding post-production and marketing expenses, was only 200 million yuan. Yifan had effectively invested the entire budget for Wolf Warrior 2, so a higher dividend was only natural. On the other side, in a WeChat group named Wolf Warrior 2 Capital Withdrawal Discussion Group, all the investors except Yifan were discussing withdrawing their investments. Many have already decided to withdraw their investments, even if it means paying a breach of contract fee. Some were even more despicable, plotting to collaborate and use various means to force Wu Xiaojing to agree to their withdrawal, thereby avoiding the payment of a substantial breach of contract fee. People will go to extreme lengths for their own interests. However, just as the group members were discussing the matter heatedly, one member suddenly said, "No way! Wu Xiaojing agreed to my withdrawal. I was even thinking of hiring a lawyer to negotiate with him, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly." "What? Is that true?" "Of course it's true. The money has already been transferred to my bank account. I've also received my withdrawal amount." "Me too." One after another, group members started chatting. Those who hadn't received their withdrawal amounts also opened their mobile banking apps and logged into their accounts. They discovered that, indeed, their accounts had an additional amount of money, and the note below the transfer clearly stated that it was the withdrawal amount for Wolf Warrior 2. The few who hadn't received the money also received the transfers within the next few seconds. In less than a minute, everyone had received the transfer. Suddenly, all the investors in the group were left speechless. Just moments ago, they had been discussing what to do if Wu Xiaojing refused to approve their withdrawal, whether to force the withdrawal or take legal action. But they never imagined that the next second, Wu Xiaojing had already agreed to their withdrawal request. Moreover, he had transferred the entire withdrawal amount to the accounts they had specified. This action was so swift and decisive. It was truly typical of Wu Xiaojing. After a long while, someone finally spoke up in the group chat. What's going on? They've withdrawn the investment without requiring us to pay a penalty fee. I can't shake this feeling that something's off. I also have a bad feeling about this. What's wrong? Anyway, being able to withdraw without paying a penalty is already a blessing in disguise. Are you guys still planning to wait until Wolf Warrior 2 is released and lose everything? That's true. Wu Xiaojing made a fool of himself by letting us withdraw without paying a penalty. That's his mistake, not ours. Yeah, if Wu Xiaojing hadn't been so foolish, how could he have been so stupid as to get into an online feud with netizens over a newly debuted female singer? What a shame for the good movie Wolf Warrior 2 to be boycotted by netizens. What is there to be sorry about? Even if netizens didn't boycott it, on the day Wolf Warrior 2 premieres, it'll clash with Magic City Fortress, and that's going to be a disaster. Exactly. The test screenings for Magic City Fortress were packed, and the online reviews were explosive. Wolf Warrior 2 clashing with Magic City Fortress? It'd be a disaster. Luckily, we withdrew our investment early. Otherwise, we would have lost everything. Yeah, I invested 10 million. The breach of contract fee is 500,000. If we can't pull out, I'll be ruined. Gong Boss is so wealthy. Wu Xiaojing agreed to their withdrawal and directly transferred the withdrawal amount to the bank account they specified. For a moment, the investors in the group were all relieved. They may not have made a profit, but sometimes, not losing money is like making a profit. Isn't that just how business works? They're just business people. Chapter 206, the script for Flower Thousand Bone is complete. Regarding the withdrawal of investment from the producers of Wolf Warrior 2, Yifan didn't bother to get involved. After all, he had already transferred 100 million yuan to Wu Xiaojing, so it was up to him how to handle it. After hanging up the phone, Yifan retrieved his laptop from the system space and began working on the script Flower Thousand Bone, tailored specifically for Zhao Xiaogu. After a month of training and refinement, it was time for Zhao Xiaogu to make her name. Although the new adaptation of Dream of the Red Chamber hadn't wrapped yet, Zhao Xiaogu's role in it was merely a minor part with little screen time. Therefore, even if Zhao Xiaogu were to take on the lead role in Flower Thousand Bone during the filming of the new Dream of the Red Chamber, with her diligence and effort, she would be more than capable of handling it. Recalling the plot of Flower Thousand Bone, Yifan began writing the script for Flower Thousand Bone on his laptop. Like before, he didn't need to type on the keyboard, he simply imagined the plot of Flower Thousand Bone in his mind, and the words would appear on the screen line by line. Moreover, some mundane words would be automatically corrected by the system into more elegant ones. In summary, the screenplay Yifan wrote using the system-rewarded laptop, which was always 20 years ahead of current technology, was simply exquisite, with word choice and phrasing even more beautiful than the original work. Of course, this world naturally doesn't have the original Flower Thousand Bone. In just 3 hours, Yifan completed the script for Flower Thousand Bone. Afterward, he printed out the script, took it with him, and drove his Lamborghini Venom toward a newly opened commercial center in the metropolis. This time, Yifan had called Chen Jia in advance to confirm that Zhao Xiaogu had been assigned by the company to perform at the newly opened commercial center. Chen Jia asked Yifan if he wanted him to call Zhao Xiaogu back. Yifan naturally refused outright. Taking on commercial performances is also a necessary step for a star before they become famous. After all, no one can be as lucky as Tian Tian and Su Shishir, who reached the peak of their careers upon debut. Therefore, Yifan decided to go to the commercial center himself to meet Zhao Xiaogu and hand her the script. Soon, Yifan arrived at the newly opened commercial center in his Lamborghini. The newly opened commercial center was bustling with activity, attracting numerous business tycoons and even some second and third tier celebrities for commercial performances. Zhao Xiaogu was just one of them. At that moment, Zhao Xiaogu's performance had already ended, and she was simply waiting for her agent to return before leaving. On stage, a third-tier singer was performing, and her singing was nothing special. Zhao Xiaogu wasn't in the mood to listen to the singer, so she left the backstage area and went outside the commercial center. As she looked around the unfamiliar metropolis, marveling at how much her life had changed since signing with Tianfan Entertainment, suddenly, a sleek sky-blue Lamborghini Venom sped toward her. Squeal! After a brief drift, the car left 2 black skid marks on the road. People on the side of the road were startled. Fortunately, the driver's skills were excellent, and he didn't collide with them. Looking at the sleek Lamborghini Aventador in front of her, Zhao Xiaogu was different from others. Instead of being captivated by the luxurious car, her eyes didn't sparkle. Instead, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. How could someone be so reckless? Knowing that today was the grand opening of the commercial center, with so many people around, why drive so fast? Don't you fear hitting someone? Exactly. You think you're such a great driver? If you hit someone, see how you'll handle it. Zhao Xiaogu muttered angrily under her breath. She guessed he must be some big boss from the commercial center. He may be rich, but he doesn't value his own life or others' lives. She couldn't stand it. What Zhao Xiaogu didn't expect was that her muttering was heard clearly by the people inside the car. Yifan heard Zhao Xiaogu's words but didn't react. With his driving skills, even if the entire road was filled with people, he wouldn't accidentally hit anyone. Of course, Yifan wouldn't bother to explain anything either. Watching Zhao Xiaogu rush over to comfort the old lady he had startled, Yifan's first impression of Zhao Xiaogu was quite favorable. After all, she was a kind-hearted girl. The timeline of this world was different from Earth's, and at this moment, Zhao Xiaogu was in her early 20s, roughly the same age as Yifan. As a performer, she wore a pristine white fairy dress and had her hair tied up in a bun. She was adorable yet ethereal, as beautiful as a celestial being. She attracted the attention of many passers-by, and Yifan couldn't help but glance at Zhao Xiaogu a few more times. He noticed that this world's Zhao Xiaogu was even more beautiful than he had imagined. Her beauty was at least a 95. Almost on par with Mu Qingyan. However, the areas that should be more developed were a bit flat, and compared to Mu Qingyan's stunning curves, there was no comparison. No wonder Mu Qingyan's perfect, curvaceous figure was so stunning that even her cousin Zhou Xianxian couldn't help but feel jealous and make a few snide remarks. Thinking about Zhao Xiaogu's first impression of him, which wasn't very good, Yifan hesitated for a moment before putting on his sunglasses and opening the car door to get out. Wow, he's so handsome. As soon as Yifan got out of the car, he naturally caused a stir. He was also relieved that he had brought his large sunglasses, otherwise, with his current fame, he would probably have been recognized by passers-by by now. Zhao Xiaogu, who was checking on the startled old lady, couldn't help but look up upon hearing the commotion. When she saw the handsome man getting out of the Lamborghini Venom, she was also taken aback. She never expected the man getting out of the car to be so handsome. And he looked familiar. Zhao Xiaogu was wondering who this handsome guy could be. Behind her, she heard a man calling out her name. Zhao Xiaogu, are you leaving already? Why not stay and play some more? A fat man dressed in gold and silver, looking like a pig in a tuxedo, called out to Zhao Xiaogu. Behind him were 2 other men dressed in designer suits, clearly bodyguards of some big boss. Not him again? Why is he so persistent? Upon seeing the greasy, obese man, Zhao Xiaogu couldn't help but flash a look of disgust, though she quickly suppressed it. Mr. Zhu, huh? Yeah, I finished my performance and need to head back to the company. Zhao Xiaogu forced a smile and greeted the Zhu boss she was talking to. Chapter 207, Zhao Xiaogu faces trouble. There's nothing she can do. He's the big boss of the jewelry store in the commercial center, earning tens of millions a month. She's just an unknown little celebrity, how dare she offend him? Mr. Zhu? Put. A bystander, who had already thought this greasy, pig-like man was disgusting, was surprised to find out he actually went by Zhu. Upon hearing this, many passers-by couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Zhu glared angrily at the bystanders, then turned to Zhao Xiaogu and said, "It's like this, Xiaogu. Ever since I saw you play Xing Yuyan in the new adaptation of Dream of the Red Chamber." Mr. Zhu didn't care whether Zhao Xiaogu was willing or not, he affectionately called her Xiaogu. "It's Xing Xiuyan." Zhao Xiaogu corrected him helplessly. "What kind of person is that? He's rich, but he doesn't have any knowledge at all." Yes, Xing Xiuyan." Mr. Zhu gave an awkward smile, completely unfazed, and continued, "Ever since I watched the new adaptation of Dream of the Red Chamber, I've been deeply captivated by your acting. I truly believe you have a natural talent for acting." Zhao Xiaogu heard this and couldn't help but frown. Even if she were as naive as she was, she knew that Zhu Boss was up to something when he started complimenting her so freely. Sure enough, Zhu Boss continued, I think you don't lack acting skills, what you lack is opportunity. And I just happened to be able to give you that opportunity. All you have to do is agree to stay and let me take you to a meeting. Cough, cough, a meeting. Mr. Zhu was speaking in code. Everyone could tell that the meeting he was talking about wasn't a meeting at all, but the bystanders, upon hearing this, all gave her a look of contempt. Is this what the entertainment industry is like? The kind of deals between celebrities and wealthy individuals, when did they become so brazen? Zhao Xiaogu stared at Zhu Boss's lecherous smile and nearly vomited. Without a moment's hesitation, she refused. Sorry, Zhu Boss, the company really has something urgent. I need to return to the office and can't accompany you to any meeting. Zhu Boss didn't expect that Zhao Xiaogu, just a third-rate celebrity who wasn't even considered a third-tier star, would dare to refuse him. He was immediately displeased. So many second and third-rate female celebrities were fawning over him, yet this insignificant little star dared to refuse him. If it weren't for the fact that Zhao Xiaogu was indeed quite attractive, he would have lost his temper just from her refusal alone. Company matters? What's so important about that? Is it more important than you becoming famous and achieving great success? Come on, I'll take you to the meeting. After the meeting, I guarantee you'll become famous and achieve great success. Zhu Boss patted his chest and guaranteed it, his hands reaching out to grab Zhao Xiaogu's small hands. Zhao Xiaogu was startled and quickly dodged away. Mr. Zhu, don't do that. If you keep this up, I'll get angry. Zhao Xiaogu said coldly. A mere actress, thinking she's so high and mighty. I'll do it anyway. What can you do about it? Mr. Zhu grew furious and decided to use force. The bystanders, seeing the commotion, were filled with righteous indignation but dared not step forward to intervene. It's not their fault. They're not pushovers. At a glance, it was clear that Zhu Boss and his two men were big shots, not people to mess with. No! As Zhu Boss and his men surrounded her, Zhu Boss reached out to grab her, and Zhao Xiaogu was terrified, her face pale as a sheet. All she could think of was for her agent to hurry back or for someone to step forward and save her. But there was no one. Mr. Zhu grabbed her hand and dragged Zhao Xiaogu inside. Let go of my hand. Just then, Yifan's icy voice suddenly rang out. What the hell? Zhao Xiaogu was momentarily confused, and Zhu Boss was equally bewildered. He had clearly reached out to grab Zhao Xiaogu's hand, but instead, he had grabbed a man's hand. Zhao Xiaogu finally snapped back to reality. Though she didn't know what had happened in that brief moment, it was clear that the handsome guy in sunglasses had stepped forward to protect her. Zhao Xiaogu never expected that the one who had stood up for her was the very same guy she had just moments ago felt a little bit of disdain for. Who are you? Mind your own business. Zhu Boss quickly let go of Yifan's hand and warned him. What if I insist on getting involved? Yifan said coldly. You're asking for trouble. One of Zhu Boss's henchmen, hearing this, stepped forward immediately and without a word, punched Yifan in the face. Xiao! Zhao Xiaogu hurriedly shouted a warning, but before she could finish her sentence, she was utterly shocked to see the man in the suit who had attacked Yifan fly through the air like a landing heavily on the roadside greenery. He didn't even utter a sound before fainting unconscious. Holy crap! The surrounding pedestrians were all stunned. Is this guy that strong? He must have trained in martial arts. You didn't expect Yifan to be so fierce, did you? You're scared now. Don't cause trouble. Hitting someone isn't heroic. Let me tell you, I'm the biggest boss in this commercial center, Mr. Zhu. Looking at your attire, you must be a boss too. This commercial district is under someone's protection. You must know that, right? If you dare to lay a finger on me here, you'll regret it. Thinking of something, Mr. Zhu grew more confident with each word. That's right. He's the owner of the biggest jewelry store in this commercial center. And this commercial center is under the protection of that man. He doesn't believe Yifan dares to lay a finger on him here. I know, it's Zhang Bin, right? Yifan said casually. Indeed, this newly opened commercial center is owned by Longcheng Property Management, so it naturally falls under Zhang Bin's jurisdiction. You know Zhang Ye's name and still dare to treat me this way? Wait, you dare to address Zhang Yi by his first name? Zhu Boss stared at Yifan in disbelief. He couldn't fathom where the other man had the audacity to speak so boldly, or if he was actually someone of great importance. Of course, Zhu Boss didn't believe the latter possibility. He believed Yifan was just a reckless youngster, which was why he dared to address the emperor of the underworld in Magic City, Zhang Yi, by his first name. Yifan wasn't in the mood to waste time with Zhu Boss. He pulled out his phone and called Zhang Bin. After hanging up the phone, he coldly said to Mr. Zhu, "Now, you are no longer the boss of the business center." What do you mean? Mr. Zhu still didn't understand what he meant. However, his phone soon rang again. It was Zhang Bin calling him. After hanging up, Mr. Zhu's face turned ashen. Chapter 208, He is Yizong. At that moment, the only thing Zhu Boss could be grateful for was that, after offending Zhang Yi, his jewelry store had been forced to close, but his assets and family had not been threatened in any way. However, who was he? Mr. Zhu stared at Yifan in utter disbelief. This young man actually had the authority to command Zhang Yi? This was something he never could have imagined. As Yifan walked toward him step by step, Zhu Boss sensed something was off. Crack. Next, his vision went black and he was sent flying into the air. Such a huge pig, flying through the air? Yifan glanced at the remaining man, who was trembling in fear and didn't even bother to move. He took Xiao Xiaogu's hand and left the crowd. Zhao Xiaogu let Yifan hold her hand. Still unable to process what had just happened, she didn't even try to break free. It wasn't until Yifan led her to a secluded, shaded spot that Zhao Xiaogu snapped back to reality. She blushed and quickly broke free from Yifan's grip. Thank you for stepping in to help me just now. But are you okay after hitting him? Zhao Xiaogu was a bit worried. After all, she knew Zhu Boss, a wealthy man worth over 100 million. She was worried that Yifan might get into trouble for standing up for her. Don't worry. The police won't bother me for beating up scum who force beautiful women to do things they don't want to do. Yifan joked. Zhao Xiaogu couldn't help but burst into laughter. It must be said that Zhao Xiaogu, with her radiant smile, was truly as beautiful as a fairy. What are you looking at? Zhao Xiaogu noticed that Yifan was staring at her face and couldn't help but blush. Just then, a woman's voice came from behind them. Xiaogu, what are you doing here? It was Zhao Xiaogu's agent, who had come to find her. When the agent saw Yifan, a look of shock appeared on her face. Yi. The agent was about to speak, but Yifan stopped him with a glance. Tao Jia, right? Come over here. Xiaogu, you stay here. Yifan called Zhao Xiaogu's agent over. Zhao Xiaogu watched as her agent, Tao Jia, followed Yifan away, still unable to process what was happening. She was curious, how did these two know each other? Yifan led Chen Tao to the Lamborghini Poison, took out the script 4 Flower Thousand Bone from the car, handed it to Tao Jia, and instructed her to make sure Zhao Xiaogu read it as soon as possible. After giving his instructions, Yifan drove off in the Lamborghini Venom. Tao Jia, after receiving the script, returned to Zhao Xiaogu's side. Xiaogua, I never expected you to be so favored by Mr. Yi. It seems like you're going to be the female lead this time. Tao Jia said as soon as she approached. As Tianfan Entertainment signed more and more artists, few could gain Yifan's favor. For example, Lu Tianxian and Louis Fei, who only took on international luxury brand endorsements within the company. Therefore, as Zhao Xiaogu's agent, Tao Jia was naturally thrilled for her. Ha! He's Mr. Yi? Zhao Xiaogu finally snapped out of it. No wonder she felt that handsome guy in sunglasses looked familiar. He was actually her boss, Yifan. As a signed artist under Tianfan Entertainment, she hadn't even remembered her own boss. Her mind must be too big. However, Zhao Xiaogu is different from ordinary girls. She doesn't just focus on handsome men. Rather than fixating on the handsome boss Yifan, having worked her way up from the bottom and knowing the hardships of life, she focused more on her work. Moreover, isn't Zong's car that $1 billion Koenigsegg 11? Zhao Xiaogu muttered softly. Xiaogu. Seeing Zhao Xiaogu's dazed expression, Tao Jia couldn't help but sigh and said, Our Yi Zong has plenty of cars. What's a Koenigsegg 1:1? He has a Lamborghini Venom and a private jet. He's a low-key person. He doesn't necessarily drive the Koenigsegg 1:1 every day. After saying this, Tao Jia felt something was off. Is that considered low-key? Zhao Xiaogu felt like her worldview had been completely shattered. Driving a Lamborghini Veneno worth at least 60 million yuan, and that's called low-key? The world of the wealthy is indeed beyond the comprehension of a girl from the countryside like her. Xiaogu, let's not talk about this anymore. Yi Zong told me to give you this script. It seems like he plans to cast you as the female lead in his new drama. Who knows? Maybe one day, you'll be the next Tianshi or Su Shishir. Tao Jia said excitedly. Then she quickly handed the script to Zhao Xiaogu. Tao Jia, what are you talking about? I wouldn't dare compare myself to seniors like Tianshi and Su Shishir. Probably just another minor role in the new drama, right? Zhao Xiaogu didn't harbor too many expectations about it. However, she had been struggling at the bottom for years and had played many extra roles. So, getting a small role was already enough for her. However, when she saw the name of the script, she was taken aback. Hua Qiangu? What a beautiful title for a script. And since her name was Zhao Xiaogu, could this script have something to do with her? Zhao Xiaogu couldn't wait to open the script. Flipping through a few pages, she realized it was a story centered around a female lead, and oh no, the female lead's name was Hua Qiangu, and her nickname was actually Xiaogu. Zhao Xiaogu finally realized the seriousness of the situation. This script was tailor-made for her. Otherwise, why would the female lead's nickname be Xiaogu? Could it really just be a coincidence? No way. Impossible. Am I really going to play the female lead? Zhao Xiaogu was momentarily speechless, unable to process the shock. She had been struggling in the entertainment industry for 2 or 3 years, only ever landing minor roles or extras. She had rarely gotten to play the second female lead or any important roles. But now, her first role is the lead female role. No wonder Zhao Xiaogu couldn't believe it. Moreover, after flipping through just a few pages, Zhao Xiaogu discovered that the script for Flower Thousand Bone was exceptionally well written. She had acted in so many small roles and read countless scripts, but this was the first time she had come across such an outstanding script. I wonder who the famous screenwriter is who wrote such an amazing script. Curious, Zhao Xiaogu flipped back to the first page of the script. When she saw the screenwriter's name was Yi Fan, Zhao Xiaogu was quite surprised. This was written by Yi Zong? Zhao Xiaogu almost shouted out loud. Chapter 209, The Cold and Quiet Premiere of Wolf Warrior 2. So this script was actually tailored specifically for me by Yi Zong? At the thought of this, Zhao Xiaogu once again saw Yi Fan's exceptionally handsome face before her eyes. At that moment, Zhao Xiaogu, who had always been completely dedicated to acting and work, found her heart wavering. That's right, Xiaogu, I told you before, our Mr. Yi is extremely talented. The script for 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms, which featured Demi as the female lead, was also written by him. Although filming for 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms had only begun a month ago, there was still some time left before wrap. However, since filming began, it has garnered significant attention from the outside world. The costume fittings for Demi Mi and Reba have also drawn a lot of attention. It's not hard to imagine that this show will be a huge hit once it airs. Since both scripts were written by Yi Fan, if 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms can be so successful, then Flower Thousand Bone must be no ordinary work either. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiaogu's heart couldn't help but race. She felt that the best decision she had ever made in her life was not entering the entertainment industry, but signing with Tianfan Entertainment. Fortunately, although she hesitated, thinking that Tianfan Entertainment was becoming increasingly prominent and wouldn't sign an unknown newcomer like her, she mustered the courage to give it a try. Little did she know that this attempt would bring her such a tremendous opportunity. Now, she even had the chance to play the female lead. What Zhao Xiaogu didn't know was that, with her determination and hard work and most importantly, her acting skills, her rise to fame was only a matter of time. However, Yi Fan simply moved the timeline up significantly. Regarding the filming of Flower Thousand Bone, Yi Fan didn't get too involved and handed everything over to Chen Jie to handle. The female lead was naturally cast as Zhao Xiaogu, while the male lead was given to the veteran actor Hua Jianhua. Like Hu Gu, Hua Jianhua is a dedicated actor with impeccable character. He would never intentionally take advantage of a female actress. Compared to the start of filming for Flower Thousand Bone, Yi Fan was more concerned about another matter. That was Wu Xiaojing's Wolf Warrior 2. As the release date of Wolf Warrior 2 drew nearer, the online fans of those popular celebrities grew increasingly restless. They were rallying their friends to boycott Wolf Warrior 2. For a time, the internet was filled with condemnation of Wu Xiaojing. Some even deliberately spread rumors online, claiming that Wolf Warrior 2 is the worst of the worst, nothing more than Wu Xiaojing's money-grabbing project. It's precisely because it's so terrible that the investors behind Wolf Warrior 2 have all pulled out their funding. These rumors are a mix of truth and fiction. However, in Yi Fan's view, these were nothing but rumors. Yi Fan instructed Xiao AI to uncover the true identity of the person behind the accounts that had posted these messages online, and then sent a cease and desist letter directly to them. They're just waiting to get sued. In any case, online, there is widespread skepticism about the release of Wolf Warrior 2. Some media outlets even predicted that Wu Xiaojing might end up losing everything. Forget about selling houses or cars, he'd probably have to sell his blood or even his wife and children, and still have no hope of making a comeback. Wu Xiaojing was driven to the brink of despair by these online incidents. Especially those NC fans. Attacking him is one thing, but attacking his family is unforgivable. However, considering that today was the premiere of Wolf Warrior 2, Wu Xiaojing, despite being at his wit's end, managed to hold back. Major films and big-budget productions typically hold a premiere event on their opening day, and Wolf Warrior 2 was no exception. The premiere of Wolf Warrior 2 was held at Ayida Plaza in Shanghai. Originally, according to expectations, the premiere hadn't even started yet, and it should have already attracted a large crowd of media reporters. Additionally, some celebrities would also come to show their support. The scene should have been bustling with activity. However, things didn't go as planned. Half an hour into the premiere, there were only a handful of people in attendance. Not a single celebrity had shown up to support the event. The only attendees were a few paparazzi from tabloid newspapers, and they were acting alone without any professional teams. Seeing the deserted premiere venue, Wu Xiaojing's face turned ashen. The main actors of Wolf Warrior 2 were all present, except for the female lead, Big Sweetie. Dai Tian was scheduled to appear in the second half of the premiere, so her absence was understandable. At that moment, the expressions of those actors weren't looking too good either. After all, the combined number of actors present was greater than the number of paparazzi at the venue. How could their expressions be any better? Moreover, many of them know that Wu Xiaojing is facing financial difficulties, so they all worked on Wolf Warrior 2 without demanding any payment. Their reward was supposed to be a share of the profits after the film's release. But now, the premiere was so sparsely attended. It's easy to imagine that the box office won't be very high either. However, the fact that they agreed to work on Wu Xiaojing's Wolf Warrior 2 without demanding payment shows that they have a deep friendship with him. Therefore, instead of complaining, they are actually comforting Wu Xiaojing to look on the bright side. But while they say that, no one is in a good mood. After all, they have to make a living too. If Wolf Warrior 2 flops at the box office, all their months of hard work will be for nothing. Could those online fans really have that much influence? That's impossible. Wu Xiaojing absolutely refused to believe that the dismal fate of Wolf Warrior 2 was somehow connected to the millions of online fans he had offended. As for those paparazzi who showed up at the premiere of Wolf Warrior 2, they're no better. They were there to mock Wu Xiaojing. Now, seeing how deserted the venue was, they immediately started editing their sensationalist news reports on their laptops. In no time, some lowbrow online media outlets were flooded with reports about how desolate and pitiful the premiere of Wolf Warrior 2 was. These sensationalist articles didn't even undergo any review, the editors just made them up and posted them online. Ha, this is what happens when you offend our fans. Wu Xiaojing, you think you're so cool, but it's none of your business. You had to come out and step on our idol. Now you know how powerful we are. Great, there wasn't a single soul at the Wolf Warrior 2 premiere, and I don't believe the box office won't be a disaster. What does unity is strength mean? What does many hands make light work mean? What does unity is power mean? Tactical backstep. Wu Xiaojing, you're just a has-been celebrity, yet you actually think you're someone important. Now, do you know how to write the word death? It's the word for. Ha! Online, those NC fans are thrilled to see these rumors. Look, they've taken down another has-been celebrity. Chapter 210, Yi Fan appears with De Tianchi and Su Shishir. Wu Xiaojing finally figured out why the premiere of Wolf Warrior 2 was so sparsely attended. It's related to the NC fans, but they're clearly not the key players. Wu Xiaojing just received word that in another Yida Plaza in Magic City, the premiere of Magic City Fortress was also scheduled for the same day and even at the same time. All the media reporters and celebrities who were supposed to attend the Warwolf 2 premiere have gone to the Magic City Fortress premiere instead. No wonder the Warwolf 2 premiere was so deserted. Apart from a few gossip reporters there to watch the spectacle, there wasn't a soul in sight. Wu Xiaojing, it seems we've been targeted. Wu Gang, who played a role in Wolf Warrior 2, upon hearing the news, couldn't help but frown and say to Wu Xiaojing. However, he couldn't understand why Magic City Fortress's main investor was Huai, and their crew hadn't offended Huai either. Why would Huai target them like this? On the other side, the premiere of Magic City Fortress was held at a venue packed with big names and celebrities. The scene was bustling with activity. There were over a dozen major media outlets present. Countless celebrities had also come to support the event. Some even sneaked in to live stream the event. Online, netizens saw the scene and became even more curious about the upcoming release of Magic City Fortress. Even the premiere was so impressive, with so many media reporters and celebrities in attendance. It must be a great film, right? On the other hand, Wolf Warrior 2 was a complete contrast, with a sparse crowd. Netizens already had their minds made up. They knew which movie to watch when the two films were released simultaneously. Of course, they'll go see the wildly popular Magic City Fortress. Could there really be any fans who would go see Wolf Warrior 2? There can't be, right? There can't be. The brothers Wang Zhong and Wang Jun, who organized the premiere of Magic City Fortress, were extremely satisfied with the crowd's enthusiasm. With their influence in the entertainment industry, promoting Magic City Fortress should be a piece of cake. The celebrities were there out of respect for the two of them and dared not miss the opportunity to support them. Behind Wang Zhong and Wang Jun was another young man who was equally successful. He was Lu Han. Lu Han had already heard from the staff that compared to the bustling scene at the Magic City Fortress premiere, the premiere of Wolf Warrior 2 was so quiet it was almost deserted. How pitiful. Even the freelance reporters at the scene couldn't bear to watch. So, they exaggerated the reports. After hearing this, Lu Han was overjoyed inside. Yi Zone, you dare to cross paths with me, Lu Han? Do you really think I'll let you push me around? I'm just waiting for my chance to strike back. Lu Han thought coldly to himself. Indeed, ever since he was blacklisted by Yi Fan, Lu Han hadn't received many film offers, advertisements, or even variety show invitations. So he had plenty of time to study Yi Fan. When he discovered that Yi Fan had invested a full 100 million yuan in Wu Xiaojing's Wolf Warrior 2, he knew his chance for revenge had come. So he convinced Wang Zhong and Wang Jun, the brothers from Huai who had been backing him, to move the premiere of Magic City Fortress to the same day as Wolf Warrior 2's premiere. He planned to leverage the Wang brothers' influence in the entertainment industry to ensure that the premiere of Wolf Warrior 2 ended in a dismal spectacle. Even the release date of Magic City Fortress was set for the same day as Wolf Warrior 2. He wanted to make sure that Yi Fan's investment in Wolf Warrior 2 was completely wasted. Yes, Lu Han's final ace up his sleeve was the Wang Zhong and Wang Jun brothers from Huai. He knew that the two of them held him in high regard. So he convinced them both with little effort. Everything was proceeding exactly as he had planned. Lu Han was feeling incredibly triumphant at that moment. He had finally gotten his revenge on Yi Fan. However, Lu Han's situation was still too narrow. He had no idea that an investment of 100 million was merely a drop in the bucket for Yifan. Moreover, what he could never have imagined was that at that very moment, a luxurious extended Lincoln slowly appeared at the premiere of Wolf Warrior 2. The driver got out first and hurried to open the door. As the door opened, everyone was instantly dazzled. For the person stepping out of the stretched Lincoln was none other than the lead actress of Wolf Warrior 2, Da Tian. As soon as Da Tian appeared, the paparazzi reporters became wildly excited. Dai Shanshan. This was the one and only Dai Shanshan. These tabloid reporters, who normally would break their heads trying to get close to her, had never had the chance. Who would have thought that today, because the big media reporters had gone to attend the premiere of Magic City Fortress, they were given this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So, they raised their cameras, aiming at Da Tian, who was dressed in a black evening gown that perfectly showcased her figure while exuding an air of mystery, and kept pressing the shutter button non-stop. They realized that an absolute beauty is an absolute beauty no matter which angle they photographed the sweetheart from. She was almost flawless from every angle. Absolutely perfect. But that wasn't all. As the driver opened another door, a young woman in a white evening gown emerged, as graceful and elegant as a swan. It was none other than Su Shishir, the hottest star of the moment, whose popularity even overshadowed that of the driven celebrities who rely on their fan base for fame. How did the goddess Su Shishir end up promoting Wolf Warrior 2? The paparazzi were stunned. But despite their shock, their fingers didn't stop snapping photos. To be able to get so close and capture such clear shots of the two most popular goddesses in the entertainment industry, they didn't realize how lucky they were. Normally, they attend various movie premieres, but at those events, there are always a bunch of big media outlets and their professional teams. The other side had so many people, while they were alone, how could they push their way through? So, in the past, they could only take blurry photos from a distance, separated by the crowd. Now they had such an opportunity. Could this be their moment to rise to fame? The appearance of Da Tian and Su Shishir was already enough to shock these small-time reporters. But the next person to appear left them speechless. Yifan was the last to step out of the stretched Lincoln. Dressed in a suit and tie, he didn't wear sunglasses, and his handsome face appeared before everyone. Chapter 211, Celebrities Exit the Scene. The tabloid reporters were all men, so they didn't scream over Yifan's good looks, but after glancing at him, they couldn't help but feel inferior. Why could he be so handsome? Of course, what shocked them at that moment wasn't Yifan's good looks, but his background. He was the mysterious Yi Zong? The mastermind behind Tianfan Entertainment Company, the man behind Su Shishir. Yi Zong is here too. I knew it. Since Su Shishir, the goddess, made an appearance at the premiere of Wolf Warrior 2, Yi Zong must be involved. The paparazzi on the scene began to buzz with speculation. Wu Xiaojing and the other actors, who had looked rather displeased moments ago, were now equally stunned upon seeing Yifan appear. They knew that Da Tian had appeared. But they never imagined that she would bring along Su Shishir, who is currently the hottest star, and her boss, Yifan. Yi Zong. Who in the entertainment industry didn't know Mr. Yi? After Yifan got out of the car, Da Tian and Su Shishir immediately ran over, one on each side, linking their arms around Yifan's. Yifan glanced at the deserted scene, as if he had known all along, and didn't find it strange at all. He simply walked toward Wu Xiaojing and the others, accompanied by his two companions, one in black and one in white. The paparazzi followed closely behind the three, snapping photos non-stop. They were so envious being able to appear at a movie premiere alongside the two most popular goddesses in the entertainment industry. Besides Yi Zong, there was no one else. Knowing they had missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the reporters quickly snapped photos, then opened their laptops to carefully select images, edit text, and post the news. They had been working as paparazzi for years, but this was the first time they had ever taken their work so seriously. Usually, they just made things up as they went along. After all, they were paid according to the work they did. Plus, they knew that few people would read their reports. But now it's different. They have a chance to rise up and stand on equal footing with journalists from major media outlets. Naturally, they would spare no effort to report this event as vividly as possible. Soon, more sensational news articles began to appear online. However, unlike the usual sensationalist gossip, these pieces were exceptionally well crafted, both in terms of image selection and editorial quality, even borderline brilliant. Black Swan Sweetie Goddess, White Swan Su Shishir Goddess. They're absolutely stunning. I admit I'm jealous. Yeah, I'm jealous too. Why can others have two goddesses while I don't even have a girlfriend? No, I'm jealous of Big Sweetie and Su Shishir. Why do they get to be so close to the hottest guy in the world? Is this the premiere of Wolf Warrior 2? There aren't many people here? I have to go over there and join the crowd. Even though the gossip news didn't have many viewers, anyone who saw it couldn't help but discuss it enthusiastically. Many netizens even uploaded photos of Black Swan Daxiangxiangxian, White Swan Su Shishir, and Yafan holding hands with this black and white couple to forums, Weibo, and their social media feeds. Soon, it caused a huge stir online. It directly made it to the top of the trending charts. And it was the top spot on the trending list. On the other side, The premiere of Magic City Fortress seemed bustling, but there wasn't much substance to it. Many of the celebrities in attendance were simply sitting in their seats, clapping and nodding along after the actors on stage finished their speeches. The rest of the time, they were chatting among themselves or scrolling through their phones. Soon, all the celebrities noticed the top trending topic on the hot search list. When they saw Yifan accompanied by the two goddesses, Da Tiantian and Su Shishir, attending the premiere of Wolf Warrior 2, the celebrities were all stunned. Although many of them knew that Yifan had invested in Wolf Warrior 2, they never imagined that Yifan would be so confident in the film and actually attend the premiere in person. Moreover, he even brought along Su Shishir, who was currently the hottest celebrity. They had originally assumed that the biggest star to appear at the Wolf Warrior 2 premiere would be Da Tiantian, who played the female lead. However, Dian Dian is just an actress, and compared to Wang Zhong and Wang Jun from Hawaii, they knew who was more important. That's why they didn't go to support Wolf Warrior 2 and instead rushed to support Magic City Fortress. When they found out that Yi Zong had actually shown up at the premiere of Wolf Warrior 2, their hearts began to waver. Compared to Yi Zong, Wang Zhong and Wang Jun from Hawaii know exactly who holds the real power. Mr. Yi is the man whom even the three big shots De Ma, Xiao Ma, and Wang Lin are scrambling to flatter. Can Wang Zhong and Wang Jun compare? In front of Mr. Yi, they were just juniors. However, if they left now, they would inevitably offend Wang Zhong and Wang Jun from Hawaii. For a moment, the celebrities present were all at a loss. Should they leave or stay? However, among the celebrities present, there was one person who acted with remarkable decisiveness. She was the special guest invited by Wang Zhong and Wang Jun, the big honey. Let's go, Reba, we're heading to the premiere of Wolf Warrior 2. Damini said, leading Reba out first. If any of the other celebrities were still hesitating at that moment, then several more celebrities would follow suit, leaving no room for further hesitation. As the big honey led Reba out, Naza, Wan Tongtong, and Lui Fei also followed suit. Seeing them all leave, the other celebrities felt that with so many people taking the lead, they no longer feared offending Wang Zhonghe and Wang Jun. Then, a highly amusing and dramatic scene unfolded. Amidst the stunned gazes of the on-site audience and media reporters, a large number of celebrities who had come to support the event suddenly began to leave the venue and over half of them departed. In an instant, the once crowded premiere venue suddenly lost nearly a third of its attendees. The remaining celebrities who stayed were mostly second or third rate or even unknown, minor stars, many of whom were under the Hawaii banner. Fearing to offend their bosses Wang Zhong and Wang Jun, they dared not leave. The media journalists who had come to attend the premiere of Magic City Fortress weren't there to report on the event, most of them were there to chase after the popular celebrities. Chapter 212, The Angry Wang Zhong and Wang Jun Brothers. Now that the popular celebrities have all left, why are they still staying at the venue? As a result, the journalists chasing after the popular celebrities also left in droves. Among those who left were some big-name media reporters who had been specifically invited by Wang Zhong and Wang Jun to cover the premiere of Magic City Fortress. Afterward, the two brothers promised to give them a generous red envelope. However, no matter how generous the red envelopes were, as professional journalists with a code of ethics, they chose not to stay. After all, compared to the red envelopes, Yi Zong and Da Tiantian, as well as Su Shishir, had more topics to discuss and more content worth reporting on. Besides, would they give those junior reporters the chance to rise up and become their equals, or even surpass them? Of course not. No one could have anticipated that in just a few minutes, more than half of the people at the scene had fled. Lu Han on stage, along with Wang Zhong and Wang Jun, had their faces turn pale in an instant. Yifan, it's always Yifan. Lu Han felt that everything was going wrong for him, his popularity was plummeting, Wan Tongtong had left him, the test screenings of Magic City Fortress were met with a wave of negative reviews, and now so many celebrities and journalists were leaving all because of Yifan. For a moment, Lu Han hated Yifan with a vengeance. He wanted to kill him on the spot. Mr. Wang, please listen to me. All of this is the doing of that Yi Zong. He knew full well that Magic City Fortress was funded by Hawaii, yet he deliberately showed up at the premiere of Wolf Warrior 2 and took away a large number of celebrities and journalists. That's completely disregarding Hawaii. Lu Han couldn't accept it. He knew that the only people he could rely on now were Hawaii and the Wang brothers, Wang Zhong and Wang Jun. Shut up. It's all your fault for insisting on changing the premiere of Magic City Fortress to the same day as Wolf Warrior 2. If we had stuck to the original schedule, none of this would have happened. Wang Zhong said angrily. Lu Han immediately fell silent. Big brother, I think Lu Han is right. That Yi Zong is deliberately targeting our Hawaii. Wang Jun spoke up in defense of Lu Han. Even if he really has it out with our Hawaii, what is the big deal? Are we really going to offend him? Brother, haven't you seen what happened to the old boss when he offended him? Wang Zhong said with a stern expression. Wang Jun fell silent. Indeed, Xiang Lao, the boss of Hongchang, had offended Yifan at the Bazaar Charity Gala, and not long after, he died of a heart attack. Wang Zhong and Wang Jun weren't close friends with the boss, but they knew he didn't have a heart condition. There was only one possible reason for his death. That was because Yifan had something up his sleeve. Thinking about the fact that Jifan had even the backing of the state, the Wang brothers Wang Zhong and Wang Jun would never dare to confront him directly unless they had lost their minds. We don't have to confront him directly. We can sabotage his investment in Wolf Warrior 2 instead. Lu Han suggested. Shut up. This isn't your place to speak. Wang Zhong shouted angrily. Big brother, I actually think this is a good idea. Wang Jun gave Lu Han an approving look, then said to him, alright, Huai will hire journalists to smear Wolf Warrior 2. As for you, Lu Han, use your millions of fans to smear Wolf Warrior 2. I'll make sure Wolf Warrior 2 flops at the box office, not even reaching a fraction of our Magic City Fortress's box office earnings. What's laughable is that Wang Jun still believes Lu Han's millions of fans are real, not fabricated data. This might explain why the Wang brothers, Wang Zhong and Wang Jun, place such high value on Lu Han. This time, Wang Zhong remained silent. Indeed, he had just suffered a humiliating defeat and was furious. Later, the media reporters will surely report on this incident in various ways. And all of this is directly linked to that Yi Zong. Therefore, he needs to make Yi Zong suffer as well to balance his feelings. The best way to humiliate Yi Zong was to make his investment in Wolf Warrior 2 flop at the box office, while their Hoi investment as Magic City Fortress became a huge hit. Is there anything more humiliating for Yi Zong than that? Nothing. Brother, don't you want to vent your frustration? Seeing that Wang Zhong didn't respond, Wang Jun spoke again to encourage him. Alright, we'll do as you say, but under no circumstances must Mr. Yi find out that this has anything to do with Huai. Wang Zhong finally relented. However, he dared not offend Yifan, so he repeatedly reminded the two not to let Yifan find out that it was Huai who was smearing Wolf Warrior 2. Don't worry, big brother, you trust me to handle this, don't you? Wang Jun patted his chest in assurance. The premiere of Wolf Warrior 2. The originally cold and desolate scene began to liven up as Yifan arrived with Dai Tian and Su Shishir. Of course, this was merely the spark that ignited the fire. Soon, Demimi arrived at the scene with Reba and a group of other celebrities. As Demimi, Reba, Naja, Wan Tongtong, Luifei, and other popular celebrities appeared at the premiere of Wolf Warrior 2, a large crowd of celebrities and media journalists quickly gathered. However, by the time the media journalists arrived, the venue was already packed to capacity. They couldn't even secure a good spot to get a clear shot of the big stars. On the other hand, the few freelance reporters who arrived first managed to secure the best spots, and all the big-name celebrities were clearly captured by their cameras. After this incident, they probably won't have any trouble getting promoted or raises. Mr. Yi, thank you so much. After delivering his speech, Wu Xiaojing stepped down from the stage and immediately approached Yifan to toast him, expressing his gratitude. If it weren't for Yifan personally showing up and bringing Su Shishir along, tonight's premiere would have ended up being a complete flop. Fortunately, Yifan, the savior, appeared. So, how could Wu Xiaojing not be grateful? Mr. Yi, your influence is truly immense. Just a moment ago, it was so quiet, but look now the venue is almost bursting at the seams. Wu Gang also approached Yifan with a glass of wine, trying to curry favor. No big deal. Yifan didn't show the slightest modesty. He raised his glass and nodded to Wu Xiaojing, Wu Gang, and the others. Wu Xiaojing, Wu Gang, and the others downed their drinks in one gulp, while Yifan took his time. At the premiere of Wolf Warrior 2, Yifan merely made a brief appearance. However, his influence was undeniable. As news spread, numerous celebrities rushed over to show their support, and a large number of media reporters also arrived on the scene. The premiere of Wolf Warrior 2 was a bustling scene. Chapter 213, Wolf Warrior 2 earns 30 million on its first day. In contrast, the premiere of Magic City Fortress, which had initially been bustling with activity, now had a lot of people but seemed rather quiet in comparison. Wang Zhong and Wang Jun were furious, but there was nothing they could do. The worst part was that the media reporters on site were quick to jump on the bandwagon. They directly reported that Magic City Fortress was defeated by Wolf Warrior 2 at the premiere, and although Wolf Warrior 2 was being boycotted and smeared online by netizens, it still had some merit. Netizens who had already decided to watch Magic City Fortress 2 days later, on the same day as the official release of both films, began to waver. Over the next 2 days, it was unclear what would happen. A large number of self-media accounts, vloggers, and countless netizens began to viciously smear Wolf Warrior 2. They claimed that Wolf Warrior 2 is nothing more than a money-making scheme and a genuine bad movie. However, this time, netizens were no longer so gullible. They immediately recognized that someone was deliberately smearing Wolf Warrior 2. The more someone tried to smear Wolf Warrior 2, the more rebellious the netizens became. They thought, the movie hasn't even been released yet, and you're already calling it a bad movie? I'm going to the cinema to see for myself if it's really as bad as you say. 2 days later, Wolf Warrior 2 and Magic City Fortress were released on the same day. Later, the box office results for the first day of their releases were released. Initially, the situation was somewhat unexpected but ultimately understandable. The Fortress of Magic City crushed Wolf Warrior 2 at the box office by a landslide. On its opening day, the box office for the Fortress of the Magic City nearly reached 100 million yuan, while Wolf Warrior 2 only managed a meager 30 million yuan. It seems that the NC fans who spent so many days bashing Wolf Warrior 2 online did have some effect. The massive box office gap has left countless NC fans who went crazy buying tickets online to support Magic City Fortress gloating once again. Look at the huge box office gap between Wolf Warrior 2 and Magic City Fortress. Ha, now let us see if Wu Xiaojing, this has been celebrity, dares to be so arrogant anymore. Ha, I told you so. What does this has been star Wu Xiaojing have to compare with our precious Hanin? What about Wolf Warrior 2 making 30 million on its opening day? Brothers, that's not impressive. Don't worry, starting tomorrow, Wolf Warrior 2 will have even worse box office results. Ha, that's for sure. With such a box office flop, Wu Xiaojing's face must be pretty grim, right? Over here, the NC fans are going wild, mocking Wu Xiaojing in his Wolf Warrior 2. Lu Han, who was mingling among the fans but remained silent, watched their comments with a smug smile. The box office performance on the first day of the Fortress of the Magic City's premiere left him very satisfied. Unlike his NC fans, Lu Han neither liked nor disliked Wu Xiaojing. At this moment, he only wanted to see Yi Fan's expression. It certainly wouldn't be pleasant. However, Lu Han was wrong. Yi Fan had also checked the box office results of Wolf Warrior 2 and Magic City Fortress on their opening day. But he seemed to have anticipated half of the outcome, and his expression didn't grow any uglier. Instead, he wore a smug look, as if he were enjoying the show. By his side, Da Tiantian and Su Shishir saw this and couldn't help but furrow their brows in concern. They couldn't understand how Yi Fan could remain so calm in such a situation. Could it be that he really didn't care about the 200 million yuan he invested in Wolf Warrior 2? Well, he had so much money, 200 million yuan was nothing to him. Especially since Da Tiantian had seen that the film had only grossed a mere 30 million yuan on its opening day, which left her feeling quite upset. Could it be that she ruined another good movie? That shouldn't be the case. She had worked so hard on her acting this time. Yi Fan seemed to know what Big Sweetie was thinking. He ruffled her hair and comforted her. Da Tiantian felt very comforted. Su Shishir, standing nearby, saw this and followed suit, acting spoiled and seeking attention. While the NC fans were blindly showing off, countless people online were discussing their thoughts on watching Wolf Warrior 2 and Magic City Fortress. They even compared the two films. In the end, they reached a conclusion. They urged everyone not to be fooled by box office numbers and foolishly rushed to watch Magic City Fortress, as it was truly terrible. On the contrary, Wolf Warrior 2, which they hadn't expected much from, turned out to be exceptionally good. Whether it's the special effects, the actors' performances, or the plot, it's all excellent. Especially the special effects, they're a real surprise. Is Magic City Fortress really that bad? I'm currently at the cinema with my girlfriend, about to buy tickets. Should we watch it or not? Hurry, I'm waiting online. Seriously, I strongly advise you not to watch the Fortress of the Magic City if you don't want to break up with your girlfriend after the movie. Is it really that exaggerated? Of course. You won't know how bad Magic City Fortress is until you see it. I suggest you go watch Wolf Warrior 2 tonight instead. It's definitely a surprise. Everyone's raving about Wolf Warrior 2. Is Wolf Warrior 2 really that good? Absolutely. I'll stake my life on it. If it's not good, come find me. Alright, I'll go watch Wolf Warrior 2 then. Half an hour later. Wow, Wolf Warrior 2 is amazing. Thanks for the recommendation, guys. Is Wolf Warrior 2 really that good? But the box office numbers don't seem that great, right? It's way behind Magic City Fortress. Ah, Magic City Fortress is starring Lu Han. Don't you know about his NC fans? They'll definitely boost the box office for Lu Han. Let them inflate the numbers. Anyway, in the end, box office numbers speak for themselves. Of course, if Lu Han really has 100 million fans, then never mind what I said. There's no way he does. It's just bot data. Everyone is raving about Wolf Warrior 2. It's really that good? Is it really that good? I regret going to see Magic City Fortress this afternoon on a whim. Now I feel like throwing up. Everyone says Wolf Warrior 2 is great. Is it really that good? I'm starting to want to go see it too. Of course it is. My girlfriend says Wolf Warrior 2 is amazing. What? Watching Wolf Warrior 2 gets you a girlfriend? I'm not going to argue with you guys anymore. I'm booking a ticket to watch Wolf Warrior 2 right now. Chapter 214, the situation takes a turn. That night, netizens sparked a heated discussion about Wolf Warrior 2 and Magic City Fortress. Wolf Warrior 2 received overwhelmingly positive reviews, while Magic City Fortress was a different story. Those who aren't fans of Lu Han had only one thought after watching it. What a piece of garbage. I'm sick of it. Hua Yi might be able to suppress the discussions from the tens of thousands of viewers who attended the advanced screenings of Magic City Fortress, but once it's officially released, there will be at least 1 million viewers who've seen it. The negative reviews have been pouring in non-stop, and even if Hua Yi hires more PR teams, they won't be able to suppress them. Soon, everyone, whether they've seen Magic City Fortress or not, will know just how terrible this movie is. Some viewers who went to the cinema to watch Magic City Fortress even left a review saying that even if they were given another chance to watch it for free, or even if they were reimbursed for the ticket price, they wouldn't watch it again. Is it worth suffering for 2 hours for just over 50 yuan? Of course not. On the other hand, Wolf Warrior 2 received overwhelmingly positive reviews, with people discussing online how great the film was. Countless thoughtful creators on Bilibili have also made videos praising Wolf Warrior 2 while taking a dig at Magic City Fortress. More and more netizens who haven't seen Wolf Warrior 2 are growing curious. Is Wolf Warrior 2 really that good? Given how everyone is raving about it, they're curious enough to head to the cinema and see for themselves. So, on the second day of its official release, actually on the same night, the box office numbers for the two films saw some astonishing changes. Wolf Warrior 2's box office skyrocketed overnight, while Magic City Fortress, which had initially opened strongly, saw its box office stagnate and stop rising. That was inevitable. The audience isn't stupid. The first batch of viewers might have gone to see the Fortress of Magic City out of curiosity. But subsequent audiences, after seeing the negative reviews from those who had watched Magic City Fortress, would never risk watching something toxic. Moreover, the Fortress of Magic City and Wolf Warrior 2 were released on the same day. If you don't watch the Fortress of Magic City, there are better options available. The most critical factor is that Wolf Warrior 2 has received overwhelmingly positive reviews. One is flooded with negative reviews, while the other is flooded with positive reviews. Wouldn't audiences have a clue which movie to go see at the cinema? Soon, Wolf Warrior 2's box office began to turn around, surging from less than 30 million in just a few hours to 1.1 billion, surpassing Magic City Fortress. Especially on the second day, the box office for Wolf Warrior 2 surged at an astonishing rate. The box office figures shot straight to 1 billion. If it keeps growing at this rate, breaking 5.68 billion in a week would be a breeze, right? That's impossible. Luhan saw that Wolf Warrior 2's box office had surpassed 1 billion yuan on its second day, while Magic City Fortress's box office remained stagnant at 100 million yuan with no signs of growth, and he immediately panicked. He couldn't help but post a message in the fan group. Brothers and sisters, this isn't good. The box office for Wolf Warrior 2 has surpassed Magic City Fortress. As soon as the message was sent, the once quiet fan group finally came alive again. I want to support it too, but I already used my living expenses to watch Magic City Fortress at the cinema yesterday. I'm just a student, I don't have any money. Me too. I booked several tickets for the Fortress of Magic City on the app, and I really have no money left in my WeChat wallet. My mom won't give me any pocket money. This is so frustrating. I asked my parents for money to buy more tickets for Magic City Fortress, but they refused. I lied to my parents and said the school needed to pay miscellaneous fees, and I scammed them out of 1,000 yuan, which I used to buy tickets for the Fortress of the Demon City. Now I really have no money left, and I can't ask them for more. I'm the group admin, guys. Give me a hand. If your parents won't give you money, borrow from your friends. Do you really want to watch Han Han Bao Bei get overshadowed by that has-been star Wu Xiaojing? However, this time, the group administrator's urging no longer worked, and the group members chose to remain silent. It turned out that the netizens had been right all along. The first day box office for Magic City Fortress was so good because it was all paid for by Luhan's NC fans, but the movie is so bad that even if Luhan's fans are willing to pay, what's the point? Are you really expecting 100 million fans to pay for Luhan? Moreover, even if there were, most of Luhan's NC fans are minors or students. Even if they were willing to pay, they don't have the money. NC fans don't have money, and the wealthy netizens aren't stupid. Once they know Magic City Fortress is truly terrible, why would they go to the cinema to watch a bad movie and torture themselves? So, the outcome is predictable. In the following days, the box office for Wolf Warrior 2 continued to skyrocket, while Magic Fortress remained stagnant at 100 million, showing no signs of growth. A week later, the box office earnings of Wolf Warrior 2 had already surpassed 5 billion, while Magic City Fortress had only reached a meager 1.2 billion. The worst part was that Magic City Fortress's box office had truly stalled and was unlikely to rise further. Because major cinemas across the country deemed the box office performance of Magic City Fortress to be abysmal, they all removed it from their schedules. Rather than continue screening a film that would yield no further revenue, they opted to allocate those slots to the currently red-hot Wolf Warrior 2. Globally, Wolf Warrior 2 achieved a final box office of 56.8 billion yuan, securing the top spot in Z country's box office history. However, the final box office for Wolf Warrior 2 here will clearly not stop at 56.8 billion. After all, with Yifan's dice, the production budget for Wolf Warrior 2 isn't as tight, so every aspect can be done to the best of their ability. Especially in terms of special effects, Yifan personally selected Industrial Light Magic to handle them. Wolf Warrior 2 is more visually stunning, more thrilling, and has better special effects than the Earth version, making it even more popular. In the following days, Wolf Warrior 2 continued to break various records in Z country. Ultimately, with an astonishing box office of 86.5 billion, it claimed the title of highest-grossing film in Z country history. After the final box office figures for Wolf Warrior 2 were released, netizens were amazed. It seems that Z country's box office is not swayed by fan traffic after all, it's all about the quality. Chapter 215, Wolf Warrior 2 total box office, 86.5 billion. Wu Xiaojing and the cast of Wolf Warrior 2, who had experienced the dismal box office performance on the first day of the film's release, were initially filled with anxiety and fear. However, they never imagined that the next day, the box office performance of Wolf Warrior 2 would make a stunning comeback. In the end, it shattered all records, with a staggering box office of 86.5 billion. They were overjoyed. Even after splitting the box office with the theaters, Yifan would take 70% of the profits, leaving the remaining 30% for the actors to share. But even with just 30%, that's still a whopping 1.3 billion yuan. That means each of them could at least receive several million yuan. Perhaps it doesn't compare to someone else who gets a 100 million yuan salary. But for these seasoned actors, earning tens of millions from a single film was already the highest salary they had ever received in their careers. Wu Xiaojing was beaming with joy. After working so hard on Wolf Warrior 2, the revenue he ultimately received might not even reach 1 or 200 million. However, Wolf Warrior 2 broke numerous records, proving his directorial prowess. Nothing could make him more satisfied than the enormous success of Wolf Warrior. Of course, Wolf Warrior 2 faced numerous challenges, and its remarkable achievements are all thanks to Yifan, in Wu Xiaojing's view. That evening, Wu Xiaojing and his team held a celebratory banquet and specially invited Yifan. Yifan did not attend the banquet but sent a Tianshi in his place. As the saying goes, while some rejoice, others grieve. Earlier, those investors who had heeded the words of a certain big shot in the entertainment industry and collectively decided to withdraw their investments. Now, they were filled with regret. They were so regretful that they even considered suicide. The box office revenue of Wolf Warrior 2 reached 8.65 billion, meaning their investment returns would at least multiply by 10. A million becomes 10 million, and 10 million becomes 100 million. But now, they've got nothing to show for it. Especially that boss Gong, who invested 10 million in Wolf Warrior 2 from the start. He must be regretting it so much he could die. His 100 million yuan is gone, all for nothing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Eventually, he became so enraged that he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Yes, who could bear to watch 90 million slip through their fingers like that? It's hard to accept. As for Lu Han, the lead actor of Magic City Fortress, he was currently hiding in his own mansion, his face pale and defeated, his eyes hollow. The box office for Magic City Fortress was only 1.2 billion, a complete flop. Lu Han knew that his rise was over, and from now on, he would be nothing more than a forgotten fish. For a moment, he deeply regretted his decision. If only he had followed Guan Tongtong's lead and apologized to Yifan back then, would his fate have been any less tragic? In the end, Wang Zhong and Wang Jun from Huai, the investors of Magic City Fortress, saw that the film had only grossed 120 million yuan, a complete flop. Not only were they unable to make a profit, but they couldn't even recoup the 3.6 billion yuan they had invested. At first, they had boasted that they would make Yifan, who had invested in Wolf Warrior 2, lose everything. But now, it was they who had lost everything. Losing 300 million yuan is bad enough, but at least Huai isn't short on cash. But what's most troubling for Wang Zhenghe and Wang Jun now is that they seem to have heard rumors that the information they used to smear Wolf Warrior 2 has been discovered by Yifan, and Yifan could strike back at any moment. The consequences of offending Yifan are dire. Xian Laode is a cautionary example. Boss, maybe we should transfer Huai's assets overseas? Wang Jun, with no other options, could only make such a suggestion. There's no other choice. What else could Wang Zhong do? While there's still a chance, let's quickly transfer Huai's assets overseas. We'll save whatever we can. Additionally, there's another party that's been struggling since the box office success of Wolf Warrior 2. That's Tianyu Entertainment Company, which specializes in creating stars. Magic City Fortress was soundly defeated by Wolf Warrior 2, and Wu Xiaojing's acting skills outshone Lu Han's star power. This proves that talentless traffic stars are nothing but fleeting phenomena. Only those with both talent and substance can become enduring stars in the entertainment industry. Moreover, the more critical point is that Lu Han is precisely the company's own traffic-driven star. Lu Han's failure has had a significant impact on the company's other traffic stars. Following this incident, netizens have come to see the reality and have grown even more disillusioned with stars. Overnight, countless traffic stars who relied on fans and popularity to survive lost their foothold in the entertainment industry. Of course, this was a major blow to Tianyu Entertainment. But there was an even more devastating blow waiting for them. That is, they had already heard rumors that Yifan had discovered the hidden forces behind the previous smear campaign against Su Shishir were their company, Tianyu Entertainment, and he was already preparing to take action against them. Yifan always acts swiftly and decisively. Before Huai and Tianyu Entertainment could react, he had already taken action. The next day, the details of Huai's shadow contract were exposed online, and the relevant authorities immediately responded, halting operations and launching an investigation into Huai. Wang Zhong and Wang Jun, even if they wanted to transfer Huai's assets overseas, they didn't have time to do so. After the incident with the Huai may not go bankrupt, but its status and influence in the entertainment industry will inevitably plummet. Compared to Huai, Tianyu Entertainment fared even worse. At some point, stars in mainland China completely lost their market. No one is willing to pay for them anymore, and even the die-hard fans who once supported them seem to have matured after this incident. They no longer blindly follow them as NC fans. Traffic stars have completely lost their market. The numerous traffic stars created by Tianyu Entertainment can no longer secure any film roles, advertisements, or brand endorsements. Overnight, Tianyu Entertainment suffered massive losses. After spending so much money to create these, they went to great lengths to package their images and boost their popularity. Yet in the end, not a single one of these brought in a single penny of profit. In the end, Tianyu Entertainment fell into obscurity. Meanwhile, Tianfan Entertainment seized the opportunity to rise to prominence, replacing Tianyu Entertainment as the top entertainment company in the industry. All of this happened within just 1 month. Chapter 216, The Flood Swept Away the Dragon King's Temple. No one could have imagined that such a massive transformation would occur in the entertainment industry within just 1 month. Hua Yi and Tianyu Entertainment both ended their reign in disgrace. And the biggest beneficiary of this incident was, of course, Tianfan Entertainment. As for Yi Fan, the mastermind behind Tianfan Entertainment, he made a whopping 3 billion yuan from Wolf Warrior 2. This earning power would make even Dima, Xiaoma, and Wang Ling green with envy. Of course, making money isn't something Yi Fan is particularly interested in. Earning 3 billion yuan is just a game to him. With the box office success of Wolf Warrior 2, Tianfan Entertainment has risen to prominence. Dima, Xiaoma, and Wang Lin naturally couldn't resist taking to Weibo to congratulate Yi Fan. Of course, everyone could see that they were just buttering up Yi Fan. As for the 30 billion he earned, Yi Fan didn't keep any of it for himself. All of it was distributed among the women around him. Even Zhao Xiaogu got a share. Ha! Zhao Xiaogu, whose account suddenly had several billion yuan added to it for no apparent reason, couldn't figure out what was going on for a long time. When her agent, Tao Jie, told her that this was the bonus given to her by the big boss, Yi Fan, she was speechless. Are rich people just this reckless? Handing out dividends in the billions like that? After the incident, life returned to its usual calm. Yi Fan spent his days wandering between several women. There wasn't much else to do. Of course, occasionally he would check on the progress of the 2 screenplays he had written, 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms and Flower Thousand Bone. Dami and Rebar's performances in 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms need no further praise. As for Zhao Xiaogu and Flower Thousand Bone, even the 3 directors filming the series were amazed by her performance, praising her endlessly. They couldn't help but admire Yi Fan's ability to recognize talent. Such a hidden gem had been unearthed by him. A few months later, 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms was released. The ratings were off the charts, breaking all records. Demimi, who had become a top-tier star, had seen her career stagnate, but thanks to the premiere of 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms, her career experienced a second spring. She rose from a top-tier star to the ranks of the elite. Meanwhile, Reba also left a deep impression on audiences with her portrayal of Fengzhou. Her popularity skyrocketed, and she quickly became a sensation. Her rapid rise to fame was exactly what Yi Fan had hoped for. You see, Yi Fan had specially tailored 2 variety shows for her. One is Running Man, and the other is Extreme Challenge. No doubt, once she appears on these 2 reality shows, she will once again captivate audiences with her foodie girl and super strong girl personas. She will undoubtedly become even more popular. She might even surpass the fame of her former mentor, Demini. That day, Yi Fan and the women around him had just finished their group activities and were getting ready to shower and go to bed. Their phones suddenly rang. However, this time, it wasn't a phone call. It was a message from a special app. This special software was a high-tech backdoor program that, once installed on someone else's phone, could monitor their calls. And the person being monitored had no way of discovering this backdoor software. Because this backdoor software was created by Yi Fan using Xiao AI, a technology that is 20 years ahead of current technology. Even the most skilled hacker in the world would be unable to detect this backdoor software. Upon opening the software, a real-time call began. One of the callers is Zhou Ker. After months of being missing, as if she had vanished into thin air, Zhou Ker finally resurfaced. It turned out that the reason Yi Fan had deliberately let Zhou Ker go that day was to take advantage of her unconscious state and install this backdoor software on her phone. Having received no news from Zhou Ker for months, Yi Fan had begun to suspect whether she had discarded her phone or if the backdoor software was ineffective. Of course, the latter scenario was impossible. Therefore, Yi Fan had always assumed it was the former Zhou Ker, with her extremely high vigilance, had discarded her phone after that incident. What he never expected was that he was wrong. Zhou Ker hadn't discarded her phone, she just rarely used it anymore. Yi Fan's thoughts were correct. After the failure of the previous mission and being humiliated under his command, Zhou Ker ultimately had no choice but to seek help from the organization behind her. Perfume Queen. A hoarse voice rang out from the phone, uttering a mysterious phrase. Yi Fan recognized the voice immediately. They were exchanging a secret code. Even though they knew the phone number was correct, they still needed to exchange a code to confirm their identities. This showed how strict the organization's discipline was. No wonder they dared to oppose the Tang clan. Dark Knight Rose. Joker didn't hesitate for a moment and responded with the code. Perfume Queen. Dark Knight Rose. A code as ordinary as they come. But when Yifan heard it, he couldn't help but pause for a moment. Wang Difu Wata? At that moment, Yifan finally realized how big a mistake he had made. Why say that? Because it wasn't until he heard the code words exchanged between the two parties that he learned something. That was, the foreign mysterious organization planning to target the Tang clan was actually one of the few organizations under his command. And this organization was called the Dark Leaf Organization. Yes, the code phrase Dark Knight Rose mentioned by Joker should more accurately be Dark Leaf Rose. And this Yi is precisely the surname of Yifan. This organization was named after Yifan's surname. What kind of situation is this? In the end, it's just a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. Yifan thought of this and couldn't help but smile wryly. Like the Tang clan, the Dark Leaf Organization, though also under Yifan's command, was never personally managed by him. Instead, he entrusted its leadership to the organization's top officials. He rarely ever interfered. Well, to be honest, he simply didn't bother to get involved. Therefore, aside from the organization's leaders, Tongman's Yichinga, and the queen of the Dark Leaf Organization, he naturally didn't know any of the other members. In other words, not knowing Zhou Kuo was only natural. As for how the two organizations under his command ended up in conflict, that's just how it is. Chapter 217, Zhou Kuo reappears. After all, Yifan had established the organizations to maintain their independence, preventing them from interfering with one another and ensuring they operated independently. Therefore, the organizations were unaware that they all ultimately fell under Yifan's command. Maintaining independence among organizations has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that they do not interfere with each other and operate independently. If one organization's affairs are exposed, it will not affect the others, which remain safe. The downside, of course, is that when the interests of two organizations clash, they may end up going to war with each other. The Dark Leaf Organization is based in Queens, New York, in the United States, while the Tang clan's headquarters is located in a small country in Southeast Asia. They are separated by vast distances. One is on one side of the earth, the other on the other side. Yifan never imagined that, despite the vast distance between them, the two organizations could still come into conflict. It seems that this is the immense impact of globalization. Once he figured out that the organization behind Joker was also under his command, the matter would be easy to resolve. Yifan simply needed to call Queen, the leader of the Dark Leaf Organization, and the conflict between the Dark Leaf Organization and the Tang clan would cease to exist. As for Joker, Yifan had no intention of dealing with her. After all, she was unaware of the situation. Moreover, thinking about Joker's expression when she found out that the person she had always believed to be a minor figure within the Tang clan was actually the true leader of the Dark Leaf Organization, it was hard to imagine how amusing it would be. Just thinking about it made Yifan find it even more amusing. I wonder if this crazy girl will be able to stay crazy after learning the truth. Joker's conversation with the Dark Leaf Organization was clearly heard by Yifan. She had requested a large number of personnel from the organization, as well as weapons with massive destructive power. It was clear that Joker was planning something big. Yifan was well aware that Joker wasn't targeting him personally. In her eyes, he was likely still just a disciple of the Tang clan. The person she is targeting, if Yifan's guess is correct, should be the emperor of the underworld in Magic City, Zhang Bin. Of course, Zhang Bin wasn't Joker's true target either. She was merely using him as a pawn to lure out Yichinga, the pillar of the Tang clan. Yes, Joker's true target is still Yichinga, the woman she has been striving to surpass all along. Joker may not be particularly skilled in martial arts, but she is quite intelligent. Zhang Bin is Yichinga's direct contact in Magic City. With Zhang Bin in trouble, Yichinga naturally couldn't just sit idly by. It seems it's time for Yichinga to return. Yifan sighed and said, well, let Yichinga show Joker, that arrogant and ignorant girl, that Yichinga is not someone she can easily deal with, let alone surpass her. After making up his mind, Yifan dialed Yichinga's phone. On the other end of the line, a cold, soft voice answered. Hello? Yichinga, you should be back by now. Yes, master. A brief exchange. After that, Yifan hung up the phone. Magic City University. A group of young people gathered together. It was Zhou Xianxian, Song Jia, and Li Xiang. That's strange. Joker dropped out, so why is she back looking for us? Zhou Xianxian was the first to express her dissatisfaction with Joker's mysterious gathering of them. Don't you find it strange? Joker's real name is Zhou Kersen. Why does she insist on us calling her Joker? Song Jia spoke thoughtfully. If Zhou Xianxian and her group were all spoiled rich kids with no education, then Song Jia was the only academic star among them. And she truly was the top student in the class, always getting the highest grades on exams, with a sharp mind. However, she was very introverted when she first started school. Of course, after being guided by Yifan, she is much better now. Who knows? Maybe she's willing to change. Li Xiang yawned and said. He dared not even think about Song Jie anymore. After all, he knew very well that Song Jie was Yi Ye's woman. Unless he wanted to die, he wouldn't dare to even think about her. Only Chinda, who had previously dated Zhou Kor, looked solemn, as if he had something on his mind. Hey, everyone. Zhou Kor's voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Kor, how did you suddenly appear here? Li Xiang and the others were all startled by Zhou Kor's sudden appearance before them. Kor. Chenda cast a passionate glance at Zhou Kor. However, Zhou Kor completely ignored him. What's going on? Why did you suddenly call us all here? Is there something you need? Zhou Xianxian naturally wouldn't give Zhou Kor a friendly look. The two of them had never gotten along well. If you're looking for someone else, maybe it's nothing, but if you're looking for you, Zhou Xianxian, there must be something wrong. Zhou Kor said mysteriously. What's going on? It has something to do with your brother-in-law. What? Are you trying to seduce my brother-in-law? Yes, I am. Ha ha. Upon hearing Zhou Kor's words, everyone was taken aback. Especially Song Jie, who had a close relationship with Yi Fan, looked at Zhou Kor with suspicion. No way. Does that mean she's about to gain another rival, and this rival is none other than Zhou Kor, who's in the same class as her? I knew it. The first time you saw my super handsome brother-in-law, your eyes lit up. Zhou Xianxian said angrily. Come on, I was just joking. I just haven't seen you guys in a while and wanted to spend some money to take you out for a game. How about it, dare you play? Zhou Kor withdrew her smile and spoke seriously. Why wouldn't we dare? Zhou Xianxian was the first to refuse Zhou Kor's challenge. Yeah, what game could we possibly be afraid of? Li Xiang also thought that they were fearless and wouldn't be afraid of playing a game. Besides, seeking thrills through games was exactly what they loved doing most. Otherwise, they wouldn't have challenged another group of rich kids to a real-life CS battle earlier. If that's the case, what are you waiting for? Get in the car. Zhou Kor had barely finished speaking. Squeak. Squeak. Behind Zhou Kor, the sound of cars drifting echoed. One after another, sleek all-black Land Rovers pulled up in front of the crowd. Upon closer inspection, there were 6 of them in total. Zhou Kor, I didn't know you were so rich. Seeing these Land Rovers, each worth at least 3 million yuan, the girls around the rich second-generation heiress couldn't help but gaze enviously. Chapter 218, the master of the Tang clan, Yi Qingge, makes his debut. A 3 million yuan Land Rover wasn't anything special to Li Xiang and the other rich second-generation kids. However, seeing 6 of them appear at once left them stunned. Where did Zhou Kor get so much money? Isn't she from the countryside? Get in the car. Zhou Kor didn't give Li Xiang and the others time to think, gesturing for them to get in. Li Xiang and the others exchanged glances but didn't suspect anything and got in as well. Song Jie pulled Zhou Xianxian aside. Zhou Xianxian understood that she was a bit worried. However, Zhou Xianxian shook her head at Song Jie and led her to the last Land Rover. Let us go, we're leaving. Zhou Kor said to the drivers. The show is about to begin. In a villa not far from Tianfan Entertainment in Shanghai. At that moment, Yi Fan, Su Shishir, Dai Tian, Rebar, and Lu Tianxian Luifei were all present. Out of the 5 signed artists with Tianfan Entertainment, 4 were present, with the exception of Zhao Xiaogu. Perhaps because Yi Fan had placed greater expectations on Zhao Xiaogu, he had specially arranged for Chen Jie to secure her roles in several TV dramas such as The Legend of Lu Jin and Shan Shan Came. Zhao Xiaogu was now a very busy person, with her schedule packed every day. While other female celebrities would complain about the hardships, Zhao Xiaogu, who rose from the bottom, has never taken a day off. She finds the work fulfilling rather than tiring. Moreover, she is grateful to Yi Fan and the company for arranging this for her. It's precisely because Zhao Xiaogu is so busy that she wasn't present at this gathering. However, it doesn't matter much, as everyone is in the same company and they see each other regularly. It's just that this person hasn't arrived yet, so for now, Yi Fan is chatting with the 4 beautiful women in the living room. Watching the 4 women get along so well, Yi Fan was very satisfied. His harem should be harmonious. If every woman had to compete with each other every time they met, he wouldn't be able to handle it. However, Su Shishir, Dai Tian, Rebar, and Luifei were all well behaved and didn't cause Yi Fan any trouble. Plus, since they all worked at the same company, they got along quite well with each other. Of course, if Yi Fan favored one over the others, they would still feel jealous, but they wouldn't cause a scene. At that moment, Yi Fan was sitting in the center of the sofa, while Da Tian and Liu Tianxian were sitting on either side of him, leaning against him. Meanwhile, Su Shishir and Riba, the 2 young girls, were sitting on the cold floor, one on each side, snuggling up to Yi Fan's thighs. This scene was simply too harmonious. Just then, Yi Fan's phone rang. Finally? Yi Fan muttered under his breath before answering the call. Master, I'm here. Sure enough, it was Yi Qingge's voice coming from inside. Alright, I'll go pick you up right away. Yi Fan finished speaking, stood up from between the 4 beautiful women and instructed them to stay in the villa and behave themselves while he went to the airport to pick someone up. He would be back soon. Then he left the villa alone. Alright. The 4 beautiful women obeyed without question. However, after Yifan left, the four women couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. Louis Fei, did you hear that? The voice on the phone sounded so soft and delicate. The domineering big sweetie spoke first. What? The person Fan Go wants to introduce to us as a woman? Su Shishir, upon hearing this, felt a pang of jealousy. I heard it. She even called him Master Fan. Louis Fei hesitated for a moment before saying. What? It's the 21st century who still calls someone else their master? Ba was curious about this. Yeah, I find it strange too. How could someone still call Fan Gu master? Da Tian spoke again. The four women began discussing the topic, deeply curious about the woman who referred to Yifan as master and what kind of person she might be. As the saying goes, 3 women make a drama with 4, the show is even more exciting. The 4 women discussed this for half an hour before finally reaching a conclusion. This woman must be Yifan's housekeeper, otherwise, why would she call him Master Yifan? So, did Yifan send them to meet his female housekeeper? The 4 women could only accept this explanation. Yifan drove his Koenigsegg 11 to the airport, attracting quite a bit of attention along the way. However, when he saw Yichinga stepping out of the private jet, he froze in place. Yichinga was a reward from the system's 1000-day subscription. Yifan knew of her existence but had never seen her in person. Yifan never expected that Yichinga's beauty was so extraordinary. In fact, she was even more beautiful than Mu Qingyan. She was an absolutely stunning beauty. Is this a perfect score for beauty? Of course, Yichinga's beauty being out of this world is one thing, but Yifan has seen his fair share of beautiful women and has experienced many, so being slightly shocked by her beauty isn't that surprising. However, what was going on with Yichinga's outfit? Yes, Yichinga is wearing a full-on anime-style made outfit. The kind of outfit worn by anime characters like Ram and Rem. Yichinga should be the same age as Yifan, 20 years old, but dressed in a 2D made outfit, she looks no older than 17. If it weren't for a special connection that made Yifan know she was the real Yichinga, he might have even doubted whether she was really the head of the Tang clan. The head of the Tang clan should be dressed in traditional attire or assassin's garb, with a cold, ruthless expression and a dashing appearance, right? Well, Yichinga may be dressed in a cute anime-style made outfit, but her face is still expressionless and quite cold. Master. Upon seeing Yifan, Yichinga immediately knelt down on one knee. Her voice was a mix of coldness and softness, unique yet incredibly pleasant to the ear. At that moment, Yichinga's made outfit was a dress, and when she knelt down, her purple stockings were fully exposed to Yifan's eyes. Stocking-clad legs, what could be more visually pleasing than this? If there were any anime otaku present, they would have already been completely captivated and unable to resist. Stand up. There's no need to bow when we meet in the future. Yifan said to Yichinga. Chapter 219, Special Talent, Twin Stars. Yifan knew that the system had already imprinted his identity as her master deeply into her mind. This might be why she appeared before him dressed in a 2D anime-made outfit. Because calling him master in this way felt more natural and appropriate. Yes, master. Yichinga obeyed and stood up from the ground. It was clear that she would obey any of Yifan's commands without question. Even if Yifan ordered her to kill herself, she probably wouldn't hesitate for a moment. This is the item rewarded by the system absolute loyalty. Also, don't call me master anymore. Call me Fan Gu instead. Yifan paused for a moment before speaking. Alright, master. Yichinga responded immediately. Yifan was speechless. Alright, it seems like getting her to change her way of addressing him immediately from master to Fan Gu like the other women is going to be a bit challenging. Get in the car. Yifan didn't dwell on the issue and simply told Yichinga to get in the car. Yichinga obediently followed his instructions and got into the Koenigsegg 11. However, once inside the car, she turned her face toward the few people in the private jet and ordered them in a cold tone, go back. Remember, manage the organization properly. Otherwise, her voice was icy cold, even carrying an intangible, terrifying aura of murder. Yifan was taken aback. It turned out that Yichinga had 2 sides. In front of her master, she was one person gentle and charming, but in front of others, she was another cold and ruthless. This was truly the master of the Tang clan. Yes. Several members of the Tang clan, upon hearing this, dared not disobey the clan leader's orders and knelt down in unison, responding in unison. After that, Yifan drove the Koenigsegg 11, taking Yichinga with him as they left the airport. On the way, Yifan couldn't help but take a closer look at Yichinga. Soon, he noticed something that surprised him. The other women around him were typically only accessible in the system after they had formed a contract, well, let's just say they had a relationship with him. However, Yichinga, perhaps due to the system's 1000-day contract reward, did not require this. Yifan could directly access all of Yichinga's data information. However, upon seeing Yichinga's data, Yifan couldn't help but be impressed. Name, Yichinga. Age, 20. Appearance, 100. Charm, 100. Strength, 200. Physical condition, 200. Agility, 200. Intelligence, 200. Affinity, 100. Skills: martial arts level 10, hand-to-hand combat level 10, computer skills level 10, business management level 10. Special talent: twin stars. Yichinga's attribute values are exactly the same as his own, and Yifan is well aware of this. However, he had always wondered why this was the case. However, when he saw the special talent listed in Yichinga's attribute panel, he immediately understood. Special talent: twin stars. System: I need to check the twin stars special talent. As soon as Yifan's thoughts surfaced, the system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Twin stars: those with the twin stars talent can share all attributes with their host. Similarly, when the host uses attribute points or skill points from someone with the twin stars talent, those points will also affect the host. Note, those with the twin stars talent share a symbiotic relationship with their host, meaning they live and die together. If the host dies, the twin stars die as well. The reverse is not true. After hearing the system's explanation of the twin stars talent, Yifan fell into deep thought. Doesn't this mean that Yichinga is essentially his real-life clone? The two of them possess comparable attributes though their skills are not identical. Moreover, what's even more twisted is that due to the twin stars ability, any attribute points or skill points Yifan uses on her will also affect himself simultaneously. In other words, one attribute point and one skill point can be used as two separate points. This is different from using skill points and attribute points on other women, where each point used is one less available. If Yifan uses his attribute points and skill points on Yichinga, it's like getting something for nothing. Of course, the twin stars talent has one drawback: once the host, i.e. Yifan, dies, Yichinga will also die, even if she is still alive. Conversely, if Yichinga dies, it has no effect on Yifan. After all, Yichinga is essentially his true clone. Everyone knows that the death of a clone cannot cause the death of the original body. Of course, this drawback is effectively non-existent. Because Yifan's death is simply impossible. As long as he is safe, Yichinga will naturally be fine. Yifan now finally understands why Yichinga is so powerful. Because her attributes are identical to his, how could she not be powerful? No wonder that crazy girl Jo Kor regards Yichinga as her idol whom she must surpass. Half an hour later, Yifan returned to the villa with Yichinga. Inside the villa, the four women were still discussing the mysterious woman related to Yichinga. Ding dong! The doorbell suddenly rang. Fan Gu is back! The four women exclaimed in unison. The energetic Reba was the first to stand up and rush to the front door to open it for Yifan. The other three women naturally followed suit. When the door opened, the four women saw Yifan and Yichinga, who was dressed as a maid behind him, and they all froze in surprise. The woman Yifan had brought back shouldn't he be a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s, a female housekeeper? Why had he brought back such a cute, adorable, and stunningly beautiful younger sister? Suddenly, the four women began to understand why this younger sister kept referring to Yifan as her master. Could it be that she has been watching too many anime from Japan? Master, they're the women by his side, right? I get it now. Shinga will protect them well from now on. When Yichinga spoke, her voice was both icy and soft, making the four women's bones melt. However, what exactly was this adorable younger sister talking about? She, protect us? The four women struggled to suppress their laughter, unwilling to appear rude in front of such a cute younger sister. Especially Su Shirshir and Reba, who couldn't help but marvel in their hearts, this anime-style little sister is just too cute. Chapter 220, Where's Chinga's sister? Su Shirshir and Reba had no idea that the girl they thought was their younger sister, Yichinga, was actually older than both of them. They were actually the younger sisters. Cough, cough. Yifan could only clear his throat twice and introduce her to the four girls. This is Yichinga. Well, you'll be seeing her often from now on. Yifan decided it was better not to reveal Yichinga's identity as the master of the Tang sect in front of the four women. Let them continue to think of her as their younger sister. Yichinga is the big sweetheart, she is Su Shirshir, and she is. Yifan introduced the four women to Yichinga one by one. You call her Yichinga, sister? What a beautiful name. Fangu also surnamed Ji, and you also surnamed Ji. What's your relationship with Fangu? Are you Fan Ji's sister? The four women chattered excitedly, pulling Yichinga's hand and asking her all sorts of questions. Yichinga is the leader of the Tang clan. Members of the Tang clan, major gangs, armed groups, and even some warlords in Southeast Asia all fear her. She had never been treated this way before, and for a moment, she felt a bit overwhelmed. However, she was well aware that these were all Yifan's women, so she would never be rude to them, let alone lay a finger on them. Yifan, seeing this, did not come to her rescue. After all, he could tell that Yichinga was indeed having a hard time fitting in, so letting her spend more time with the four women might be a good idea. Moreover, Yichinga's previous statement was accurate. Yifan had called her back precisely to ensure the safety of the women by his side. With him around, the women by his side would naturally be safe. But what if he weren't there? For instance, earlier, he had gone to Las Vegas in the United States. If Joko were to cause trouble at that moment, he could only ask Zhang Bin to protect them as best as possible. There was nothing else he could do. Zhang Bin is quite capable, but he still falls short in comparison. With Yichinga stationed in Shanghai, Yifan felt much more at ease. That's not my master's sister. My relationship with the master is that the master is the master. Yichinga sought help from Yifan but received none, so she could only respond on her own. Oh, I see. Why do you call Fan Gu your master? The four girls were like curious little kids, pulling Yichinga and asking her all sorts of questions. Because my master took me in when I was a child, I've always called him master. Yichinga felt a bit helpless but answered honestly. Oh, I see. No wonder you also have the surname Yi. The four girls all nodded in understanding. And upon learning that Yichinga had been adopted by Yifan since childhood, their feelings toward Yifan grew even warmer. If it weren't for Yifan adopting Yichinga, they wouldn't have such a cute younger sister. Yifan said nothing in response. Alright, go ahead and think she's cute. But if you ever see her other side, the fact that she's actually a highly skilled assassin, you'll be scared out of your wits. Chinga, did you just return from abroad? Yes. Did you go abroad when you were very young? 7 years old, I think. How pitiful. With Yichinga around, the villa is naturally much livelier now. Especially the four daughters. Upon seeing how adorable their younger sister Yichinga was and learning about her tragic background, they grew even more doting toward her. In the morning, the four girls were all vying for Yifan's attention, but by the afternoon, they were all clinging to Yichinga, leaving Yifan neglected. Yifan didn't mind this at all. Seeing how much the four girls loved Yichinga, he was actually quite satisfied. However, Yichinga's attitude toward the four girls was a bit cold. The four young women didn't take her hand or speak to her first, so she wouldn't initiate conversation with them either. Only when she was with Yifan, her master, did her expression soften slightly. Seeing this, the four women actually started to feel jealous of Yifan. Why does Yichinga, such a cute younger sister, only show kindness to Yifan and treat them so coldly? But this did nothing to diminish the four girls' affection for Yichinga. Chinga sister, have some watermelon. I caught it specially for you. Da Tian Tian greeted Yichinga warmly. The only person who could make the domineering Daitian serve her so enthusiastically, besides Yifan, was probably Yichinga. However, when she entered the living room holding a plate of watermelon slices of various sizes, she noticed that Yichinga wasn't there. Yifan glanced at the watermelon slices, which were of varying sizes and oddly shaped, and was truly impressed by Da Tian Tian. What on earth is this? It seems that this beautiful woman, aside from her looks and domineering personality, still has room for improvement in other areas. Though he thought this, Yifan still picked up a piece of watermelon and began eating it without hesitation. That's not for you. I cut this for Chinga's sister. Da Tian Tian glared at him angrily, looking extremely alluring. Where's Chinga's sister? Da Tian Tian asked again. I don't know. Yifan shrugged. He was playing with his phone in the living room and hadn't noticed when Yichinga had left the room. What? Chinga is missing. Su Shishir, Luifei, and Reba heard the commotion and rushed out of the kitchen. They were all holding various delicious dishes prepared to welcome Yichinga. What should we do? Yichinga just returned to the country, doesn't know her way around, and is so beautiful and adorable. What if she gets lost outside or encounters bad people? What should we do? Among the four girls, the most caring Luifei couldn't help but speak anxiously, tears welling up in her eyes. Yes, Chinga is so delicate. What if she encounters a pervert or a bad person? The four girls chatted excitedly. Everyone was worried that Yichinga might run outside and encounter bad people. Yifan, upon hearing this, wasn't the least bit worried. If bad people encounter Yichinga, the ones who will be unlucky are definitely the bad people. There's no need to think about it. Yifan even thought that the four girls should be worried about the bad guys, not Yichinga. The head of the Tang clan, a man of such prestige, would be so easy to bully? Brother Fan, aren't you worried at all? She's at least your adopted daughter. No matter how you look at it, she's family. How can you not care about her at all? Alright, stop pulling me around. Can't I just go find her? However, seeing how worried the four women were about Yichinga, Yifan eventually gave in and decided to go look for her. Of course, there was no need to look for her. There was a special connection between Yichinga and Yifan. Yifan only needed to sense her with his heart to know where Yichinga had gone. Where did she go? After learning Yichinga's location, Yifan paused for a moment. He really couldn't figure out why Yichinga had gone to such a place. Chapter 221, Jumping off the 4th floor. However, Yifan didn't think too much about it. He stood up and headed toward the stairs. The four women hurriedly followed behind. 2nd floor, 3rd floor. Soon, Yifan led the four women to the top floor, the 4th floor. The 4th floor was a large balcony, surrounded by flowers and plants, with a big swimming pool in the middle. Chinga ran out to the balcony. The four women were very curious. However, when they opened the iron door on the 4th floor, the four women discovered that the balcony was completely empty. Where was Chinga? She wasn't here. The four girls grew increasingly anxious. It was clear that they truly cared about Yichinga, not just pretending. Deep down, they must have come to regard her as their own sister. Look, she's right there. Yi Fan nodded his head, and the four women followed his gaze, only to discover that Yi Chinga had actually climbed up onto the roof. When the four women saw Yi Chinga standing on the sloped and slippery roof, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They were curious how had Yi Chinga managed to climb up to such a high place? Yi Fan knew the four women were anxious, so he didn't waste any time. He pushed off the ground with both feet and jumped onto the high roof. The four women were completely stunned. However, recalling how Yi Fan had once kicked someone flying with a single kick, they could accept it. After all, in their hearts, Yi Fan was already an all-powerful figure. How did he end up on the roof? Yi Fan asked as soon as he spoke. Are you here to monitor the area for any danger? However, seeing Yi Chinga's gaze constantly scanning everything around her, Yi Fan knew exactly what she was up to. That's right, ensure that the master and the master's woman are completely safe. Yi Chinga's voice carried no emotion. She sounded like a robot carrying out a mission. This is Z country's magic city, not a foreign country. It's not that dangerous. There's no need to go all the way to the roof just to check for danger. Yi Fan hurriedly explained. He knew that Yi Chinga was so vigilant because she had no choice. After all, the headquarters of the Tang clan was located in Southeast Asia, where small-scale conflicts erupted every 3 days and major battles every 5 days. As the leader of the Tang clan, if she wasn't vigilant, how could the Tang clan have survived and grown so strong to this day? Who knows? Even the slightest danger must be eliminated. This time, Yi Chinga spoke with unwavering resolve. To protect her master Yi Fan's safety, she would naturally do everything in her power. So, is the danger eliminated now? Yi Fan had no choice but to ask. Yi Chinga's response was simple. Since that's the case, let's go down. Yi Fan said to Yi Chinga. Alright. Yi Chinga replied. Then, she jumped off the 4th floor roof. The four women, who had just heard Yi Fan's persuasion and were about to rejoice, suddenly saw Yi Chinga turn around and jump directly from the 4th floor to the 1st floor. Ah! The four women screamed in terror. Especially the timid Lu Tianxian and Lu Yifei, who were so frightened that their faces turned pale, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ugh! Yi Fan sighed. It seemed he needed to teach Yi Chinga how to act like an ordinary girl. The methods of the Tang clan might work in certain regions of Southeast Asia plagued by constant warfare, but they wouldn't work in the prosperous and peaceful Z country. The balcony had only a low wall and no barriers. Therefore, all four women witnessed Yi Chinga jumping from the 4th floor roof to the 1st floor. As she landed, she crouched down briefly to absorb the impact, then stood up and brushed the dust off her skirt. She then walked nonchalantly to the front door, opened it, and returned to the villa. The four women fell silent. After a long while, it was finally Da Tiantian who reacted first. Fangu, what on earth is going on with Chinga? Dai Tian asked in shock. Jumping from the 4th floor roof to the 1st floor and not getting hurt, is she even human? She's been studying martial arts abroad since she was a child, so she's probably light and agile. Yi Fan could only explain it that way. Wow, I never expected Chinga to be a martial arts expert. Ba couldn't stop marveling. Chinga is so amazing. Su Shishir was also full of admiration. Do you think this is normal? Only Lu Yifei remained utterly baffled. Why isn't it normal? Z country has a 5,000-year-old culture with profound roots, and martial arts are even more vast and profound. Just because ordinary people can't do it doesn't mean martial artists can't. Da Tiantian explained confidently. That's right. Last time I participated in a singing competition, some sleazy celebrity with ulterior motives tried to bully me, but Fangu kicked him flying with a single kick. Su Shishir also chimed in. Fangu, you're also a martial artist, right? But, on the other hand, you can only jump from the balcony to the roof, while Chinga can jump from the roof to the 1st floor. In terms of martial arts skills, Chinga must be more skilled than you, right? Ba was very curious about this. Maybe. Yi Fan neither confirmed nor denied it. Then, he jumped back onto the balcony from the roof. He landed right next to Lu Yifei and even helped her up. It wasn't until then that Lu Yifei finally came to her senses. She gave Yi Fan a grateful glance, effectively accepting the premise that martial artists could indeed jump from the 4th floor without a scratch. However, later, Lu Yifei thought about it herself and decided it wasn't a big deal. After all, she had worked with Chen Long, a superstar in the entertainment industry. Chen Long was also considered a martial artist, and his action films were well known, with little need for stunt doubles. Jumping down from the 13th floor like that. Though not like Yi Chinga, who did it without any assistance. But Chen Long is already so old, and he can still film movies like that. If Yi Chinga had trained in martial arts since childhood, there wouldn't be much to make a fuss about. Thinking of this, Lu Yifei felt at ease. Upon returning to the villa, the four women naturally swarmed around Yi Chinga, the adorable younger sister, showering her with attention. They kept offering her all sorts of delicious food, massaging her shoulders and back, asking her if she was adjusting to life back in the country, and even asking if she wanted to sleep with them that night. In short, Yi Chinga was left feeling helpless, constantly sending distress signals to Yi Fan, the master of the house. Yi Fan never expected that the esteemed head of the Tang clan would have such a helpless side, so he called the four girls over and helped her out of the situation. In response, Yi Qingge naturally cast a grateful glance at Yi Fan, her master. Chapter 222, The All-Round Talent Yi Qingge. Now I finally understand why Qingge said she wanted to protect us the moment she arrived. It turns out Qingge is also a martial arts master. Qingge sister, the way you jumped down from the roof was so cool and graceful. Qingge, you must protect me. Ha ha. The four women finally understood that the seemingly nonsensical statement Qingge had made upon arriving was actually the truth. That evening, everyone decided not to go out to eat at a restaurant. The four women planned to team up and cook a delicious meal to treat their sister Qingge. However, when Yi Qingge saw the four girls in the kitchen in a complete mess, spending half the day without even killing the fish, peeling the garlic, or chopping the onions, she couldn't stand it anymore, so she decided to take matters into her own hands. The sound of clanging and clattering filled the kitchen, and half an hour later, dish after dish of delicious food was served on the table by Yi Qingge. Da Tiantian, Su Shishir, Liu Yifei, and Rabat, the four beauties were completely speechless. If Yi Qingge was merely capable, that would have been enough. But after tasting her cooking, they were all left speechless. This was simply too delicious. Qingge, your cooking is better than that of a Michelin 5-star chef. Da Tiantian, who had tasted dishes prepared by top chefs, couldn't help but praise Yi Qingge's fish with genuine admiration after taking a bite. It's so delicious, truly delicious. The other three women nodded in agreement. Because it's truly that delicious. If this were the Little Chef of China TV show, they would probably already be in tears, with their bodies glowing brightly. The dishes Qingge cooked must be delicious, they're almost as good as my cooking. Yi Fan also spoke up. He wasn't lying, as Yi Qingge's cooking skill level was 10 and his was also 10. Both of their cooking skills were on par with that of a culinary god. Fan good, you're just bragging. If your cooking is really that good, why don't you cook for us? Su Shishir rolled her eyes and said. It's just because I'm too lazy to cook. Yi Fan didn't deny that he was lazy. Well, when you have billions in the bank, even if you're a great cook, would you really bother to cook for yourself? Eating at a 5-star hotel is much better, isn't it? Of course, the dishes cooked by the chefs at 5-star hotels can't compare to Yi Fan's, but they're still edible if you're not too picky. But now, it's all good. With Yi Qingge around, you won't have to go to 5-star hotels every day to eat those bland meals anymore. I bet there'll be delicious food every day from now on. That's amazing. Qingge's sister, you're so amazing. You're skilled in martial arts and your cooking is so amazing. You wouldn't happen to be a jack of all trades like Fan Go, would you? The four women exclaimed in admiration. There's still so much more Qingge can do. Yi Qingge nodded in response. In this regard, Yi Qingge was just like Yi Fan, showing no trace of modesty. The four women suddenly felt that the food in their bowls didn't taste as good anymore. Qingge sister, we were just flattering you. You don't need to be so straightforward. We're all women, can't you give us a little face? However, all of you sisters are also very talented. You can act, sing, and dance. These are things Qingge can't compare to. These words, Yi Qingge did not speak lightly. Having her perform, sing, or dance in front of a crowd was something she absolutely couldn't do. Qingge, the older sisters adore you. The four women saw how obedient and understanding Yi Qingge was, and grew even more fond of her. After dinner, at Su Shishir's suggestion, everyone decided to go out and buy some daily necessities and clothes for Yi Qingge. So the four girls dragged Yi Qingge along and tried on all sorts of clothes. From anime-style made outfits to princess dresses and fairy tale gowns, every possible outfit was tried on Yi Qingge. There was nothing they could do, she was just too beautiful, with a cuteness that was off the charts. No matter what she wore, she looked stunning. Yi Qingge looked utterly dejected, but she still let the four women dress her up however they pleased. There was nothing she could do after all, they were the masteress women. Even if Yi Qingge didn't want to, she wouldn't let them be dissatisfied. Yi Fan saw Yi Qingge's dejected expression and felt a pang of sympathy. Should I lower her beauty rating a bit? Lower it to 99 or 98. Otherwise, with a beauty score of 100 and a charm score of 100, it's simply too overwhelming. No wonder the four women pamper Yi Qingge so much. Moreover, adjusting Yi Qingge's attributes alone would have no effect on Yi Fan's attributes. But after thinking it over, Yi Fan decided against it. Otherwise, the difference in how Yi Qingge appears to the four women would be too drastic, and they might find it odd. Since Yi Qingge's appearance was already a perfect 100 from the start, it's best to keep it at 100. However, like Yi Fan, a Yi Qingge with a 100 beauty rating has an extraordinary impact on passers-by. Especially men. Almost everyone who saw Yi Qingge dressed in a 2D anime-made outfit couldn't take their eyes off her. She's just too beautiful and too cute. The female shop owner of the brand store was fortunate enough to witness Yi Qingge's various costume changes. She was so stunned that she couldn't speak, her heart racing wildly. Wait a minute. I remember, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal, right? I'm definitely not into women. If that's the case, why am I so drawn to a younger woman? Is it because she's too cute or too beautiful? Oh my god, could it be that my hidden side has been awakened? A married female shop owner, and only now does she realize that she has another side to her. She hadn't felt this way about other women before because she hadn't met the right person. Seeing the female shop owner staring at Yi Chinga with her face flushed, Yifan couldn't help but smile wryly. Does that mean Yi Chinga will have to wear big sunglasses whenever she goes out too? But probably not. After spending some time with her, Yifan had a better understanding of Yi Chinga. She didn't seem like the type who enjoyed going out. She'd probably rather stay home than go out. After a night of chaos. Of course, the one who was put through the ordeal was Yi Chinga, while Yifan just stood by and watched and handled the payments. The four women finally bought all the essentials for Yi Chinga's daily life, including a bunch of nice clothes. Even if Yi Chinga wore a different outfit every day, it would still be enough for her to wear for 1 or 2 months. Chapter 223, The Night Watchman, Yi Chinga. Tian Tian and Liu Yifei didn't follow them back to the villa. Since they had plans for tomorrow, they said goodbye to the others after leaving the mall. Su Shishir and Riba, the two young girls, had no plans for tomorrow, so they naturally stayed overnight at the villa. Yifan drove the car, taking the three women back to the villa. As soon as they got out of the car, Yi Chinga suddenly said, "Someone is monitoring the villa." Yi Chinga could sense someone watching the villa, and Yifan naturally sensed it as well. In fact, he even knew who it was. However, Yifan patted Yi Chinga on the head, signaling that everything was fine, and that it wasn't a big deal. "Chinga, what did you say?" Sitting in the back, Su Shishir couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Hiba, who was also sitting in the back, couldn't help but look at Yi Chinga with a curious expression. She didn't say anything. Let's get out of the car." Yifan spoke up first. Oh. Su Shishir and Riba still trusted Yifan's words. Upon hearing this, they picked up their bags and the clothes they had bought for Yi Chinga and got out of the car. The night passed without incident. However, when it was time to go to bed that night, Yifan, Su Shishir, and Riba discovered that Yi Chinga, who had just finished taking a shower, was gone again. Where had she gone? This time, even Su Shishir and Riba had some experience. The three of them went to the 4th floor balcony on the top floor and saw Yi Chinga, dressed in a new martial arts outfit, with her arms crossed over her chest, gazing intently at the night scenery around her. It seemed as though even the slightest movement in the surroundings couldn't escape her eyes. The night breeze blew gently, causing her clothes to flutter in the wind, giving her an air of elegance. "Chinga sister, what are you doing? Chinga, come down. It's time to sleep." Su Shishir and Riba spoke one after the other. However, Yi Chinga paid no attention at all. With no other option, the two girls could only turn to Yifan for help. "Chinga, are you planning to stay up all night?" Yifan sighed and asked. "That's right, master." Yi Chinga answered Yifan's question without hesitation. "There's no need for that. Besides, they've already left, haven't they? Come down and go to sleep." Yifan tried to persuade her. "No. They've left, but Chinga must ensure the master's absolute safety." This time, Yi Chinga's attitude was surprisingly resolute. "All right. Just be careful yourself." Sure, Riba, let's go back to sleep." Yifan knew that persuasion was useless. After all, protecting his safety was Yi Chinga's primary and most important mission. In this matter, she would not tolerate even the slightest carelessness. Therefore, Yifan could only call Su Shishir and Riba back to the house to sleep. As for Yi Chinga, if she wanted to stay awake, let her stay awake. Once she gets used to Z country and realizes it's much safer than abroad, she should eventually relax her guard. "Fangu, is this really okay?" "Exactly, Fangu. Although Chinga is a martial artist, she is still a girl after all." Su Shishir and Riba chimed in one after another. "What's wrong with that? If she wants to keep watch, let her keep watch. Besides, with such a beautiful night, what could be more important than the three of us sleeping together?" "Fangu, what are you saying?" "Fangu, we're talking about serious business here. Let's go to sleep. Late at night." "Jokur, where are you taking us?" "Jokur, we have class tomorrow. We can't stay out all night with you." "Bull. All of you, except for Song Jia, who among you has even gone to class since the start of the semester?" Okay." Soon, 6 Land Rovers appeared in front of a villa in the suburbs. "Jokur, why did you bring us here?" Li Xiang and the other rich kids were extremely curious. "Stop wasting time. Grab the guns from the trunk," Jokur said to Li Xiang and the other rich second-generation kids. "Guns?" Before the rich kids could react, the trunks of the Land Rovers were all forced open, revealing them filled to the brim with guns. Li Xiang and the other rich second-generation kids looked at each other in astonishment. "Aha, Jokur, are you bringing us here to play real-life CS? I never expected that after disappearing for a few months, you'd know that we've recently gotten into real-life CS battles." Li Xiang grabbed an assault rifle first, assuming that all the guns were fake. Of course, they thought, how could a college student possibly get their hands on so many real guns? Especially in Z country. "Jokur, how did you get so many realistic guns?" These are even more realistic than the ones in the real-life CS club. The feel, the texture." Other rich kids also started rummaging through the trunk to pick out their favorite guns. "Jokur, tell us, why did you bring us here? To play real-life CS games? Where are our opponents?" It has to be said, these rich kids are really naive. Zhou Qier didn't answer the rich kids' questions. Instead, she said to them, "Tonight, I'll take you guys to play something fun, something you've never played before, something absolutely thrilling. That's right, tonight we're going to kidnap the people in this villa and take them hostage." As Zhou Qier spoke, an expression appeared on her face. That expression was truly identical to that of Harley Quinn. Kidnapping people as hostages? How thrilling is that? Zhou Xianxian, upon hearing this, also felt a surge of excitement. Let's go! Kidnap the hostages. Charge! Kill! Then, holding a heavy machine gun in her hands, she fired a shot at the villa. Bang! The muzzle spewed sparks. The massive recoil knocked Zhou Xianxian to the ground, and the machine gun crashed heavily onto the floor. Wow! A real gun? The wealthy second-generation individuals finally snapped out of their shock and were instantly terrified. The timid Song Jia was so scared she dropped the pistol she was holding. "Zhou Qier, what the hell are you doing?" Li Xiang couldn't help but shout at Zhou Qier. "Qier, you said you were going to take hostages. You weren't serious, were you?" Chen De was also pale with fear. "What's going on? You're only brave enough to play fake gunfight games. Are you too scared to play the real thing?" Zhou Qier's gaze swept over the faces of Li Xiang and the other rich kids, and she laughed coldly. Her face was filled with contempt. "Go to hell. You call this a game? If you want to play hostage-taking games, go play by yourself. I'm not staying here," Li Xiang said, tossing the assault rifle he was holding aside. The other rich kids, seeing this, naturally threw down their guns as well. Chapter 224. You didn't bully Chinga, did you? Only Chen De remained hesitant, unwilling to drop his gun. "Sorry, this game has already started. You don't want to play, but you have to. Unfortunately, since you threw away your guns, you can no longer be the kidnappers. But luckily, you can still be the hostages." Ha! Ha ha! Zhou Qier said this, letting out two chilling laughs that made the skin crawl. "You're crazy. Zhou Qier, you're crazy," someone from the rich second generation shouted. However, Zhou Qier didn't even bother to respond. "Take them all down." At Zhou Qier's command, 6 drivers rushed forward and surrounded the rich second generation kids. "Go to hell." Li Xiang, in a fit of desperation, mustered up the courage to punch one of the drivers in the face. Slap! Li Xiang's fist was easily caught by the driver. The driver then exerted a little more force. Snap! Ah! Li Xiang let out a blood-curdling scream. The next second, when the driver released Li Xiang's hand, it was completely deformed. The driver wasn't just a martial artist, he was a master. This single move sent the group of spoiled rich kids into a panic none dared to resist anymore. Soon, all those who had dropped their guns were subdued by the 6 drivers. Only Chen De remained, still holding his gun, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "It seems like only the 2 of us can go inside to kidnap the hostages," Zhou Qier said, giving Chen De a seductive glance. Yes, yes. Chen De didn't know what he was saying, but he obediently followed Zhou Qier into the villa. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. What happened next was too terrifying for the pale-faced rich kid to comprehend. All they could vaguely see through the car's rearview mirror was Zhou Qier and Chen De emerging from the villa with 2 people wearing hoods. The next morning. "Chinga, don't you ever sleep?" Reba opened the door and couldn't help but ask curiously. "I've already slept and prepared breakfast for the master and all of you." Yi Chinga's reply was as concise as ever. "Chinga, you're here." Ha ha. Su Shishir only then realized that Yi Chinga was standing outside the door. Suddenly, she felt like she'd been caught doing something she shouldn't have. "You've already slept? Wait, you also prepared breakfast?" Reba, the little foodie, heard that breakfast was ready and her eyes lit up. She knew very well how amazing Yi Chinga's cooking skills were. Could her homemade breakfast possibly be anything but delicious? Of course not. So, Reba rushed into the bathroom, quickly washed up, and then headed straight for the dining room. "Reba, you little glutton, don't eat it all. Save some for me." Su Shishir heard this and immediately jumped out of bed. Don't forget, Su Shishir is also a little foodie. However, before this, she had been trying to maintain her image and hadn't dared to eat anything. But now that the singer had already been recorded, she didn't care about her image anymore. She wanted to eat her fill. Besides, it was breakfast made by the culinary genius Yi Chinga herself. After Reba and Su Shishir left the room, Yi Chinga walked straight into the room. "Chinga, good morning." Yi Fan, who had been woken up by the loud voices of Reba and Su Shishir, greeted Yi Chinga. Waking up early in the morning to see Yi Chinga wearing a brand new maid outfit standing before him was pure bliss. Especially, this maid outfit perfectly highlighted Yi Chinga's stunning figure. Yi Fan hadn't noticed yesterday, but Yi Chinga's figure was also perfect to the extreme. "Master, wake up. Let Chinga help you get ready." Yi Chinga suddenly said this. Ha! Yi Fan hadn't figured out what Yi Chinga meant by that. Before he could react, Yi Chinga grabbed him by the arm and pulled him out of bed, then pushed him into the bathroom. "Master, the toothpaste, toothbrush, and towel are all ready. The water is already running, and I've checked the temperature, it's just right." Master, let Chinga brush your teeth for you. Then, Yi Chinga actually picked up the toothbrush, squeezed some toothpaste onto it, and was about to brush Yifan's teeth. This is just too dedicated. Yifan finally understood why Yi Chinga had worn a maid's outfit on their first meeting. She truly sees herself as a little maid, determined to take care of every aspect of his daily life with meticulous attention to detail. Chinga, you're the master of the Tang clan. Yifan didn't refuse, but he couldn't help but say it. No, Chinga is now the master's maid. Yi Chinga said this while brushing Yifan's teeth, washing his face, and even. No need for that, I'll do it myself. Yifan hurriedly stopped her. Nonsense. Such a simple task doesn't require a maid to attend to it. Being taken care of so meticulously by a maid, especially one as beautiful and adorable as Yi Chinga, was a bit awkward, but even Yifan couldn't escape the "it's actually nice" rule. It has to be said, it really was comfortable. After finishing his morning routine, Yifan went to the dining hall. He saw Su Shishir and Reba staring at him with strange expressions. What's wrong with the two of you? Yifan couldn't help but ask. Fan Gu. Did you bully Chinga's sister in the bathroom? It turned out that the two girls had seen that Yifan had entered the bathroom with Yi Chinga. What's the matter? I'm just teasing my own little maid, and you two are jealous? Yifan teased the two girls on purpose. Master, I didn't bully Chinga. However, he was immediately exposed by the straightforward Yi Chinga. Ha, Reba, I told you so, Fan Gu isn't that kind of person. Fan Gu is the best. After learning the truth, the two women were in high spirits. After a pleasant breakfast, Su Shishir and Reba left one after the other. After all, they were celebrity artists even without scheduled appearances, they couldn't possibly be as leisurely as Yifan. Chapter 225, Teaching Yi Chinga. After Su Shishir and Reba left, the vast villa was suddenly left with only Yifan and Yi Chinga. Yifan was considering whether to take advantage of the time to teach Yi Chinga how to be an ordinary person. At the very least, she shouldn't jump off the fourth floor in front of everyone. However, just then, his phone rang. It was Mu Qingyan calling. It turned out that last night, Zhou Xianxian had said she would go to the Zhou family, but she didn't return. When Mu Qingyan called, no one answered. So, Mu Qingyan called Yifan to ask if he knew where Zhou Xianxian had gone. Yifan had been with the 5 girls all night and naturally didn't know. Nevertheless, he reassured Mu Qingyan that everything was fine, probably just that Zhou Xianxian had suddenly decided to stay overnight at school and forgotten to call home. And her phone just happened to be out of battery. Mu Qingyan heard this and thought Yifan made sense, so she didn't give it another thought. After hanging up the phone, Yifan called Yi Chinga over to him. Chinga, come here and sit down. Yi Chinga, of course, had no resistance or hesitation toward Yifan's orders. As soon as Yi Chinga sat down, Yifan immediately noticed the faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from her body. This was the first time the two of them had sat so close to each other. It must be said, Yi Chinga was truly perfect. Yifan knew that no matter what he wanted to do to Yi Chinga, she would never resist. 100% loyalty, that's no joke. However, Yifan clearly wasn't in a hurry to act on it. Today, he planned to first teach Yi Chinga how to fit into this society. The Tang clan's ways of fighting and killing wouldn't work in Z country. What could be more entertaining than teaching, or rather, training a young maid? Just then, Yifan's phone rang again at the most inconvenient moment. This time, it was Zhang Bin calling. Zhang Bin? When Yifan saw that it was Zhang Bin calling, he knew something was up. Sure enough. Mr. Yi. On the other end of the line, Zhang Bin's tone was extremely serious. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to call you like this, but I need to tell you that I've messed up this time. However, Mr. Yi, please rest assured. I'll take full responsibility for my actions. I'll handle my family matters myself and won't bother you with them. Guys, let's go. Yes. Zhang Bin's words were abrupt, and before Yifan could ask what had happened, he had already hung up the phone. Has something happened to Zhang Bin? Yi Chinga, who never spoke first, actually spoke up this time. Of course, Zhang Bin is her direct contact in Magic City. If something really happened to him, she would naturally be concerned. Probably. But there's no need to worry. With Zhang Bin's capabilities, there aren't many people in Magic City who can match him. Yifan wasn't too worried about it. Because he knows exactly how powerful Zhang Bin really is. The Emperor of the Underworld in Shanghai isn't just a title he earned by chance. Yi Chinga agreed with Yifan's words. After all, Zhang Bin was someone she had personally trained. Of course, if someone were to threaten Zhang Bin's family, that would be a different matter. Yifan suddenly changed his tone. Zhang Bin was indeed a tough guy, but even tough guys had a soft side. Moreover, Zhang Bin is someone who places immense value on his family. If Zhang Bin has a weakness, then his only weakness is his family. Therefore, Yifan suddenly thought of a possibility. Could someone be using Zhang Bin's family as leverage to force him to comply? And that person could only be Zhou Kur. So, does the master know who the other party is? That's correct. And they're already here. Yi Chinga spoke, her gaze fixed on the window. Outside the window, several figures could be seen faintly. Yifan, how have you been? It's been so long since we last met. You haven't forgotten me, have you? Joe Cor's voice suddenly rang out at that moment. Immediately afterward, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. Clang! The villa's floor-to-ceiling windows were shattered by an unknown object. In the instant the glass shattered, 6 figures burst into the villa. The 6 individuals entered the villa, each of them highly skilled. If Zhou Xianxian and the others were here, they would have been surprised to discover that these were the same 6 drivers who had been driving the Land Rovers earlier. After rushing in, the 6 of them merely kept a wary eye on Yifan and Yichinga sitting on the sofa, making no further moves. At the same time, Zhou Cor, wearing short jeans that exposed her long, slender, and white legs to everyone, slowly appeared. Upon seeing that there were only 2 people in the living room, Yifan and Yichinga dressed as a maid, Zhou Cor paused for a moment. It wasn't because she recognized Yichinga after all. Yichinga was as elusive as a dragon, and even the disciples of the Tang clan rarely saw her true face, so Zhou Cor naturally hadn't seen her before. She was simply amazed by Yichinga's stunning beauty, which completely outshone any female celebrity. However, after a moment of surprise, Zhou Cor quickly snapped back to reality. After all, she was already accustomed to seeing beautiful women surrounding Yifan. Now, even if a maid with such stunning looks appeared by his side, she didn't think much of it. Yifan, back when you were in AUS City, you made me suffer such humiliation. Today, I'm here to take it all back. Zhou Cor said coldly, her lips curling into a wide smile. What? The lesson from last time wasn't enough for you? Yifan surveyed Zhou Cor's fiery figure while speaking calmly. Zhou Cor didn't mind Yifan's gaze. Instead, she deliberately exposed herself to let him admire her. Last time, I was careless. But this time, I won't be. Is that so? You don't really think that with just the 6 people you brought, you can take me on, do you? How would we know without trying? Charge! At Zhou Cor's command, the 6 men immediately charged toward Yifan. Their speed was astonishing, their movements agile and swift. Dressed in black suits, they resembled 6 Black Panthers. Yifan, seeing this, ignored them and instead picked up the wine glass in front of him, slowly sipping the red wine. What is he doing? Does he think that just because he defeated me in Macau last time, he can disregard the people I brought with me? Asking for trouble. Zhou Cor saw this and was initially surprised, but soon she realized that Yifan was asking for trouble. Chapter 226, Yichinga's Terror. These 6 people were elite members of the Dark Leaf organization. Their skills were no worse than hers, and in some aspects even surpassed hers. She believed that Yifan might be able to take her down, but he was definitely no match for these 6. And now, facing the attacks of 6 people, he didn't even bat an eyelid, calmly sipping his red wine. He was either severely underestimating these 6 people or courting death. Yifan, of course, didn't underestimate these 6 people, and he wasn't looking for trouble. It was just that this time, he didn't need to lift a finger. He also wanted to see just how strong Yichinga was. What was he doing? Why wasn't he acting now? Watching as the fastest of the 6 men he had brought with him charged toward Yifan, just a single punch would have struck Yifan's face. Yet Yifan remained completely unfazed, causing Zhou Cor to sense something was amiss. Suddenly, she noticed the maid standing beside Yifan. Could it be that he plans to? No! Impossible! Zhou Cor dismissed the thought. Because no matter how she looked at it, she was certain that the young maid by Yifan's side was nothing more than a stunningly beautiful yet completely helpless young woman. However, the next moment, Zhou Cor realized she was wrong. Yichinga suddenly moved. She didn't need Yifan's orders. As long as her master was in any danger, she would risk everything to protect his safety. Looking for trouble. Yichinga struck out, landing a palm strike on the first man in line. Bang! With a dull thud, the man flew high into the air like a putt. The man suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood before finally falling from the wall. But before he hit the ground, he spun in mid-air and somehow managed to stand up again. Indeed, a master among masters. Everyone, be careful. She's a master. The man hurriedly warned the others to be careful. However, it was already too late. Bang! Bang bang! 5 muffled sounds followed in quick succession, and the remaining 5 men were also knocked flying by Yichinga. Clang! The 5 men crashed through the glass doors and fell into the villa's courtyard. Like the previous man, the 5 men each coughed up a mouthful of black blood before struggling to get back to their feet. Impossible! She's that strong? Zhou Cor was terrified. She never would have imagined that the seemingly helpless young maid by Yifan's side could be so powerful. However, fortunately, that was all. She had knocked 6 men flying, but she hadn't managed to defeat them. In other words, her strength is still a bit lacking. Young lady, you're quite skilled. The first man to be knocked away spoke again in Mandarin that wasn't entirely fluent. What a pity you've come up against the 6 of us. As he spoke, the man suddenly tore his suit apart with great force, revealing his muscular, intimidating physique. Has the clothing destruction system been activated? Yifan couldn't help but mutter to himself. He's handsome, but doesn't he look a bit silly? I just didn't want to dirty the master's clothes. Yichinga suddenly coldly interjected. What did you say? The man heard this and was a bit confused by the meaning of the words. However, the next second, he understood. Whoosh! Yi Chinga suddenly transformed into a black shadow, charging toward the man in an instant and kicking him out of the villa into the courtyard. You're all too weak. Before Yi Chinga could finish speaking, her figure had already appeared in the courtyard like a ghost. The next moment, she struck out with a palm strike toward the 6 men. What is she doing? The other 5 men caught the man who had been kicked by Yi Chinga. Seeing her strike them with a palm from such a distance, they were momentarily dazed. Even if they knew about the hard technique of striking through mountains, could a palm strike really be effective from such a distance? Coincidentally, as Yi Chinga's palm struck out, a leaf swayed gently and fell. Her palm struck the leaf precisely. Crack! The vibrant green leaf suddenly vanished, exploding into countless tiny chlorophyll molecules. Oh no! Upon witnessing this scene, the man finally realized something was amiss. But before he could warn his companions, he felt a sudden jolt throughout his body, followed by a fierce force piercing through him. Then, it slammed into the mountain behind him, where the others were standing. Put! Put! 6 men simultaneously spat out mouthfuls of black blood, then their vision went black, and they collapsed one after another. Their fate was unknown. This is impossible. This scene left Joe Kor speechless. From a distance of 10 meters, a single palm strike had taken out the 6 elite assassins from the Dark Leaf organization who had come to ambush her. How was this possible? You're Yi Chinga. It wasn't until this moment that Joe Kor finally recognized Yi Chinga's identity. Who could have imagined that the esteemed master of the Tang clan would be dressed in a maid's outfit? Even now, Joe Kor still couldn't quite believe that this cute little maid, who looked younger than her, was actually Yi Chinga. That's right. You were dealing with Zhang Bing just to lure me out, weren't you? What's so surprising about seeing me? Yi Chinga stared at Joe Kor and spoke coldly. There seemed to be an aura emanating from her, causing her clothes and hair to flutter in the wind. This powerful aura frightened Joe Kor into taking steps backward. Yi Fan never expected that Yi Chinga could have such a cold side. The murderous intent emanating from her body was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. This was the true face of the Tang clan's clan leader. If Su Shishir, Reba, and the other 4 women were to see Yi Chinga like this, they probably wouldn't dare to call her Chinga's sister so affectionately anymore. You and I. Joe Kor was so intimidated by the aura emanating from Yi Chinga that she was speechless for a moment. Yi Chinga was her idol, the person she had always admired and aspired to surpass. But now, seeing her in person, she finally realized just how vast the gap in their abilities truly was. It was like night and day. Joe Kor, what's wrong with you? Isn't she exactly the person you've always wanted to surpass? What's wrong with you? You can't even look her in the eyes? Joe Kor, you're a joke. You still think you can surpass Yi Chinga? How is that possible? Oof. Chapter 227, Joe Kor's shock. In Joe Kor's mind, it was as if a clown girl had appeared, mocking her endlessly. Shut up. Shut up. Ha, Yi Chinga, I finally see you. Joe Kor suddenly burst into a wide grin. Facing Yi Chinga, she was filled with fear, but the more afraid she became, the more excited she grew. Die. Gun combat. Joe Kor laughed wildly, then suddenly pulled out 2 micro machine guns from behind her back, aimed them at Yi Chinga, and opened fire. Da! Da! Wherever the submachine guns swept, glass and vases shattered. Yi Chinga remained unfazed, showing no intention of dodging. It seemed as though Yi Chinga was about to be riddled with bullets like a honeycomb. Just then, Yi Chinga moved. Her speed was incredibly fast, and her movements were extremely agile. Whoosh! 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 Yi Chinga grabbed the hem of her maid's dress and began to wave it wildly. Every movement was so graceful, so beautiful, so tragic. It was like a dance. A few seconds later, Joe Kor had fired all her bullets, and Yi Chinga came to a stop. She released her grip on the skirt. Clatter! Dozens of bullets fell from her skirt onto the ground. Apart from the countless bullet holes burned through the skirt, she was unharmed. Not a single bullet had hit her. How is this possible? Joe Kor was completely baffled. She had thought that in AUS City, Yi Fan catching bullets with his bare hands was already impressive enough. But she never expected Yi Chinga to be even more extraordinary. She actually caught all the bullets from the machine gun's burst fire with her skirt. Is this really something only martial artists can do? Joe Kor was completely stunned. No, this isn't something martial artists can do. Joe Kor was also a martial artist, and she knew this well. At least, ordinary martial artists couldn't do it. Is this really the master of the Tang clan, Yi Chinga? She's too powerful. I'm no match for her. Joe Kor finally came to terms with this reality. Unfortunately, it was already too late. After letting go of her skirt, Yi Chinga coldly glared at Joe Kor. Clearly, she had no intention of sparing her. Don't come any closer. I surrender, isn't that enough? Joe Kor said, throwing both of her miniature submachine guns to the ground. But suddenly, she pulled out a silver glinting desert eagle from behind her back and pressed it against Yi Fan's head. Surrender? Impossible. This is a joke. Earlier, while firing at Yi Chinga and moving to the right, she wasn't adjusting her aim, she was moving closer to Yi Fan. After learning Yi Chinga's identity, Zhou Core knew she wasn't a match for her. Therefore, she had already planned her next move. That was to use Yi Fan to threaten Yi Chinga and create an opportunity for herself to escape. Zhou Core thought that while she couldn't defeat Yi Chinga, she couldn't possibly lose to Yi Fan. Yi Chinga was on guard, but she clearly didn't expect Zhou Core to act so unpredictably. After discarding the micro-submachine gun, she pulled off such a move. However, Zhou Core thought that this would be enough to threaten Yi Chinga. She was wrong. Whoosh! Yi Chinga's figure suddenly vanished from the courtyard. What? Zhou Core was startled and hurriedly tried to pull the trigger. Click. Unfortunately, Zhou Core was too slow. She felt a sudden numbness in her right hand, which was holding the Desert Eagle, and the gun had been knocked out of her hand by Yi Chinga. Immediately afterward, Yi Chinga caught the falling Desert Eagle and tightened his grip. Snap! The Desert Eagle pistol was crushed in Yi Chinga's bare hands. From start to finish, Zhou Core didn't even have a moment to react. And it wasn't over yet. After crushing the Desert Eagle, Yi Chinga delivered a powerful punch directly at Zhou Core's body. She was truly intent on killing her. Before the fist even reached Zhou Core's chest, she felt as though her chest had been struck by a 10,000-pound hammer, causing unbearable pain. At that moment, Zhou Core's face finally turned deathly pale. She knew all too well that if that punch landed squarely on her body, she would be dead without a doubt. Bang! Yi Chinga's fist struck Zhou Core's body with tremendous force. Zhou Core immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. It's over. Zhou Core thought to herself. Stop. However, just at that moment, Yi Fan's voice suddenly rang out. Yi Chinga held back the force of her fist but did not withdraw it. She only needed to apply a little more force to take Zhou Core's life. What was going on? Zhou Core knew she was saved, but she didn't understand what was happening. Why would Yi Chinga, the respected head of the Tang clan, obey Yi Fan's orders? Who are you, exactly? Zhou Core began to doubt Yi Fan's identity for the first time. He might not be as simple as a disciple or an important elder of the Tang clan. Yi Fan, of course, wasn't bothered to answer Zhou Core's foolish question. She threatened your life, I had to. Yi Chinga spoke up. She wanted to say that no matter who it was, as long as they threatened Yi Fan's life, she would not hesitate to take their life. Stop. Yi Fan spoke to Yi Chinga in a commanding tone. Yes, master. Yi Chinga dared not disobey Yi Fan's orders and reluctantly withdrew her fist. Master? Did she just call you master? Did I hear that correctly? Zhou Core was as though she had heard the most unbelievable thing in the world, staring at Yi Fan in astonishment. Even the blood at the corner of her mouth hadn't been wiped away. Yes, you heard correctly. Yi Fan looked at Zhou Core with a playful expression, not denying it. Impossible. This can't be true. How could Zhou Core believe this was true? In her mind, Yi Fan was just an insignificant disciple of the Tang clan. How could he possibly compare to the esteemed clan leader Yi Chinga? Yi Chinga was the person she had always wanted to surpass, and she was the only idol in her heart. But now, she suddenly realized that the man she had been admiring for so long was actually the master of her only idol. Even though she was a bit eccentric in her usual behavior, how could she possibly accept this at this moment? At that moment, Zhou Core finally recalled that Yi Chinga had once said, I only don't want to dirty my master's clothes. Zhou Core was startled and finally realized. It's true. Yi Fan is Yi Chinga's master. Chapter 228, isn't that the case? After a long time, Zhou Core finally came to her senses from the shock. It seemed she had accepted the fact that Yi Fan was Yi Chinga's master. Look at you, you've turned my villa into a mess. What do you have to say for yourself, Zhou Core? How should I deal with you? Yi Fan glanced at the chaotic villa and said to Zhou Core. In truth, Yi Fan had not yet decided how to handle Yi Chinga. After all, Zhou Core was a member of an organization called Dark Leaf under his command, and she had a close relationship with the organization's leader, Queen. How should I be dealt with? Of course, let me go. After accepting the fact that Yi Fan was Yi Chinga's master, Zhou Core once again resumed her erratic personality and became extremely calm. Let me go? Do you think that's possible? Yi Fan nearly burst out laughing at her words. Does this girl really have no idea of the situation she's in? The two people in the villa, whether it was Yi Fan or Yi Chinga, she couldn't handle either of them. Escaping was naturally out of the question. Zhou Core was indeed cunning and full of tricks, but so what? Yi Fan and Yi Chinga both had an intelligence of 200. Therefore, Yi Chinga didn't even need Yi Fan to explain. Without knowing Zhou Core, she immediately guessed from Zhang Bin's call that Zhou Core had brought 6 experts to attack the villa with the intention of luring her out. So, when it comes to strategy, it's not certain who will win. Moreover, her strength pales in comparison to Yi Fan and Yi Chinga. Escaping from the two of them is absolutely impossible. Unless Yi Fan shows mercy. Of course, that's impossible. Why is it impossible? Anyway, just wait a little longer. Even if you don't want to let me go, you'll have to let me go. Zhou Core said confidently. Oh? Yi Fan was very curious about this. It seems that Jo Kor has come prepared this time. No wonder she remained so calm even after the expert she brought along was defeated and she herself was in danger. Yifan was eager to see what Jo Kor was up to and what she had up her sleeve. However, 10 minutes later. What's going on? Didn't someone say that even if they didn't want to let her go, they would let her go? Why is there no movement now? Yifan couldn't help but speak up again. What's the rush? Just wait a little longer. Jo Kor heard this and felt awkward. What's going on? Why hasn't the phone rung yet? Could it be that Zhang Bin, a mere man, is so difficult to handle? To deal with Zhang Bin, she had even left 10 elite members of the Dark Leaf organization behind. Master, why are you wasting your breath on her? Since you don't want to kill her, let Chinga tie her up and throw her onto your bed. Yi Chinga stared at Jo Kor, who was dressed very lightly, and said seriously. What? Jo Kor was stunned by her words. Chinga, you wouldn't think that I've taken a liking to her, so you don't want to kill her, would you? Yifan couldn't help but ask. Isn't that the case? She has such a hot figure, and you have so many women, master. Yi Chinga said seriously. Her loyalty to Yifan is 100%, the highest possible. So even if Yifan has countless women around him, or even takes another one right in front of her, she wouldn't feel jealous. However, he couldn't help but wonder if it was just his imagination, but he noticed that Yi Chinga, who had always been so cold, had a faint blush on her cheeks. Is she shy? That's probably impossible. Another 10 minutes passed, and there was still no movement. Yifan was losing patience and was about to order Yi Chinga to tie up Jo Kor. But just then, his phone suddenly rang. Here it comes. Jo Kor smiled triumphantly. Everything was still going according to her plan. Answer the call. Jo Kor said to Yifan. Yifan didn't need Jo Kor to tell him. Seeing that the call was a video call from Zhang Bin, he quickly accepted it. Soon, a scene appeared on the phone. In a dilapidated, unfinished building, Zhang Bin was covered in blood, his hands bound behind him, kneeling on the ground. Behind him stood several burly men, dressed in a way that suggested they were members of the Dark Leaf organization. Zhang Bin, what's going on? Yifan, seeing the situation, didn't react strongly. He just asked calmly. Mr. Yi, I'm truly sorry. They threatened my wife and children to force me to comply. I had no choice. Mr. Yi, it's all my fault. Zhang Bin spoke with a look of resentment on his face. It was clear that if he had fought the Dark Leaf organization's experts fairly, he might not have lost. Unfortunately, the other side used his wife and children to threaten him, forcing him into a corner. And all of this, Yifan didn't even need to think about it to figure out that it must have been Jo Kor's scheme. There's nothing to apologize for, Zhang Bin. You're a true man. Yifan still approved of Zhang Bin's actions. A man who loses in order to protect his wife and children has nothing to be ashamed of. On the contrary, he should be proud. Yi Zong. Zhang Bin was deeply moved by these words, but before he could say anything else, the video call was abruptly hung up by the other party. Now you know why I had to let you go, don't you? If you don't let me go now, I can't guarantee what will happen to Zhang Bin if this drags on any longer. Jo Kor said triumphantly. Oh. Yifan merely replied indifferently. Jo Kor, who was already unpredictable and eager to escape, nearly flew into a rage upon hearing this. Fortunately, she knew Yifan was intentionally provoking her, so she managed to hold back. Zhang Bin, as a disciple of the Tang clan, has long since put his life on the line. Yi Chinga couldn't help but speak up. Every word she said was true. In her eyes, although Zhang Bin was her direct contact in Magic City, he wasn't that important to her. If he died, there were countless others in the Tang clan who could replace him. Zhang Bin didn't even hold a high rank within the Tang clan. Is that so? I've always known that the leader of the Tang clan is cold-hearted and ruthless. Jo Kor heard this and remained unfazed. Yifan, take another call. Before Jo Kor could finish speaking, Yifan's phone rang again. It was another video call, but this time, it was indeed Zhou Xianxian. I knew that girl had gone off somewhere crazy. Turns out you've kidnapped her. Yifan said as he accepted the video call. Brother-in-law? Brother-in-law, save us. Jo Kor has gone mad. Zhou Xianxian, with her hands and feet bound, saw Yifan on the phone and couldn't help but scream. Chapter 229, Yifan's intent to kill. Zhou Xianxian was surrounded by Song Jia, Li Xiang, and other wealthy second-generation individuals. There was also Chen De, holding an assault rifle, staring at them. However, he seemed to be too scared to move, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Master Yi, save us. Li Xiang, upon seeing Yifan, immediately looked at him as if he were a savior. The other rich second-generation kids also shouted, Mr. Yi, save us, and similar cries, completely treating Yifan as their savior. No wonder, thinking back to Yifan's exploits, like letting them race for 5 minutes and still winning, or how he scared the gang boss Wang Xiong and his men so badly they trembled uncontrollably upon his arrival, even going so far as to voluntarily cut off one of their fingers to save his own life. And his outstanding performance in a real-life CS paintball game. Unconsciously, they had come to view Yifan as an all-powerful deity. Now, the only person who could save them was Yifan. Who else could it be? Of course, the one most excitedly staring at Yifan was Song Jia. This timid girl, who had never experienced being kidnapped before, was already trembling in fear. But upon seeing Yifan, the stubborn girl refused to cry. Similarly, the video call was quickly hung up by the other party. See? Yifan, I didn't lie, did I? Yifan, if you still want your younger sister Zhou Xianxian to live, release me immediately. Zhou Core grew increasingly arrogant. She believed that even if Yifan didn't care about Zhang Bin, he would have to release her for Zhou Xianxian's sake. As long as she could leave this place and lure Yichinga to the abandoned building where she had already made all the necessary arrangements. She was certain she could defeat Yichinga. Zhou Core had always known that the gap in strength between her and Yichinga was enormous. But does a huge gap in strength mean she can't be defeated? Not necessarily. Even if the methods are a bit dirty, so what? As long as she can defeat Yichinga, she is willing to do anything. Just as Zhou Core was feeling triumphant, Yifan's voice suddenly rang out. Let you go? I think using you as a hostage to exchange for Zhou Xianxian and the others' lives would be safer. Yifan said, gesturing toward Yichinga beside him. He's not stupid. He knows full well that Zhou Core is unpredictable. If he lets her go now, she might just have someone do something to Zhou Xianxian and the others. Given her antisocial personality, it's definitely possible. Yichinga received Yifan's orders and acted swiftly, moving so fast that an ordinary person couldn't even see her hands. She tapped Zhou Core several times in quick succession. You know how to acupuncture? Zhou Core was utterly astonished. Acupressure techniques were supposed to have been lost long ago. How do you know how to do that? However, upon remembering that Yichinga was the master of the Tuanmen sect, she felt somewhat reassured. Let me go. Let me go. Yifan, let go of me, or you'll regret it. Zhou Core never imagined that she would ultimately fail to escape from Yifan and Yichinga's grasp. I don't know if I'll regret it, but if you don't behave yourself, you will definitely regret it, that much I'm certain of. Yifan's voice was clearly calm. But for some reason, Zhou Core suddenly felt a chill enveloping her entire body. This was the intent to kill. How could this be? How could someone emit such a fierce killing intent? Zhou Core stared at Yifan in disbelief. She finally realized that Yifan's strength was no less than Yichinga's. No wonder he was her master. The next moment, Zhou Core transformed like a chameleon, becoming a docile girl. Alright, I'll be a good girl. Whatever you want me to do for you, I'll do it. If anyone unaware of the situation would have genuinely believed Zhou Core was being obedient. But Yifan knew exactly what Zhou Core was scheming in her mind. Of course, that wasn't his concern. Alright. I don't need you to do anything for me. Just take us to the dilapidated building where Zhang Bin and Zhou Xianxian are being held. Yifan said to Zhou Core. Sure, I can do that. But I'm warning you in advance, the abandoned building is full of your enemies, waiting for you to show up. Zhou Core seemed to have truly transformed into a well-behaved girl, even going so far as to remind Yifan that the abandoned building was filled with dangers. Stop wasting time. Just take us there. Yifan knew full well that the more Zhou Core acted this way, the more she was intentionally trying to lure them there. He was curious to see if the abandoned building was really as dangerous as Zhou Core had described. Even if it was indeed full of danger, with Yichinga by his side, he had nothing to worry about. Alright. Since it's Mr. Yifan's request, we should obey. The abandoned building is just outside the outskirts of Pudong City. You drive, and I'll navigate for you. Zhou Core was surprisingly cooperative this time. Yifan wasn't afraid that Zhou Core would try anything sneaky. A few minutes later, the figures of Yifan, Yichinga, and Zhou Core appeared at a dilapidated building on the outskirts of the city. This abandoned building had clearly been uninhabited for a long time. Although it hadn't been demolished yet, it was in a dilapidated state, with walls covered in moss and vines. Of course, Yifan couldn't care less about the state of the abandoned building. What he was truly concerned about was the hundreds of people inside the abandoned building. Yes, hundreds of people. From the outside, it's impossible to tell. But Yifan is no ordinary person. He can sense the presence of people inside the abandoned building. At least 200 or 300 people. The Darkleaf organization, headquartered in Queens, New York, in the United States, would never send so many people to Shanghai, China. So, with so many people on site, how did Zhou Core manage to gather them all? This puzzled Yifan greatly. It is worth mentioning that on that day, after discovering that the villa was being monitored by the Darkleaf organization, Yifan had actually already called Queen, the leader of the Darkleaf organization. Originally, Zhou Core should have stopped all her actions. But for some reason, Zhou Core did not. That's why this farce happened today. I told you so. This place is dangerous. Zhou Core tilted her head, glanced at Yifan, and said. She still looked a bit innocent. If Yifan hadn't known that these people were all brought here by her, he would have believed it. Who would have thought you went to such lengths to deal with Chinga? Yifan spoke up. Of course. I, Zhou Core, never fight a battle without preparation. Perhaps with my personal strength alone, I couldn't defeat Yichinga, but with so many people helping me, I don't believe I can't win. When Zhou Kor mentioned Yi Qingge, her expression immediately turned serious. Chapter 230, the dilapidated building teeming with danger. With just 200 or 300 people? Zhou Kor, you really underestimate the two of us. Yi Fan couldn't help but say. That's right, dealing with them, I alone am enough. Yi Qingge stared at the abandoned building and said calmly. She wasn't lying. Is that so? Zhou Kor's face betrayed a sinister smile. She wanted Yi Fan and Yi Qingge to be arrogant and self-important. Just as the three were talking, someone inside the abandoned building also noticed their presence. On the second and third floors of the abandoned building, the 70 or 80 people stationed there all shared one common feature: they were each missing a finger. Those who didn't know might have thought it was the trademark of some ruthless gang. Only those in the know understood the horrific collective finger-cutting incident that had occurred earlier. Wang Xiong looked at his own severed finger, then at the familiar figure below, grinding his teeth in fury. Yi Fan, is that you? Today, I, Wang Xiong, will avenge the severed finger. Brothers, leave a few to watch over Zhang Yi, the rest of you, follow me. After speaking with determination, Wang Xiong shouted to the 70 or 80 men behind him. The subordinates, upon hearing this, rushed toward him. Soon, 70 or 80 people gathered together. Wang Xiong, I'm warning you, don't cause trouble. Yi Zong isn't someone you can afford to provoke. Zhang Bin, who was beaten to a pulp and barely clinging to life, forced himself to speak despite the pain. Yi Zong? After today, he's just a dead man. And look at you, still able to speak. Clearly, you haven't been taught a lesson yet. Attack him. At the command, the thugs left to guard Zhang Bin once again unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks on him. These thugs were the same ones who had been ordered by Zhang Bin to break the hands and feet of others at the hotel. They had spent over a month in the hospital, enduring unimaginable suffering. Now that they finally had the chance to take revenge on Zhang Bin, they wouldn't hold back. You few, be careful not to kill him. The rest of you, follow me. Wang Xiong said, leading a group of his henchmen, and left the abandoned building. On the fourth floor of the abandoned building, there was another person glaring angrily at Yi Fan. However, it wasn't a man, it was a woman. A woman who was elegantly dressed but had an ugly face. She was none other than the notorious gangster from Hongchang, the wife of the Hong family's leader. After Xiong Lao was killed, she became the head of the Xiong family. She didn't have the courage to take revenge on Yi Fan herself, but she knew that one day, a woman would come to her, asking to borrow 6 skilled fighters, claiming they could bring back the head of her enemy. Of course, she was deceived. But she never imagined that, not long after, the woman would come looking for her again. She actually had the nerve to come to the Xiang family to find her. This time, her demand was even more outrageous. She wanted her to send her 2 sons, Xiangzhua and Xiangyu, to M country to escape the conflict. It would also be a way to preserve the Xiang family lineage. And if she still wanted to avenge Xiang Laoda, she could provide that opportunity. At first, Xiang Tai had no intention of believing the woman's words. Until, a few days ago, a large shipment of guns and weapons was delivered to the Xiang family. Only then did she realize that perhaps this was truly her only chance to avenge her husband, Xiang Laoda. Xiang Tai knew she was risking the entire Xiang family. But she couldn't care less about that now. All she wanted was to prove to the gangsters in Hong Kong that what Xiang Laoda couldn't do, she, Xiang Tai, might just be able to do. Does she really want to avenge Xiang Laoda? No. The real reason, perhaps only she knows. You, go, kill him. Xiang Tai ordered. As over 100 people poured out of the dilapidated building, Yi Fan finally realized where Zhou Kor had found so many people. Wang Xiang's men, the Hongcheng Xiang family's men. Zhou Kor, I didn't expect you not only investigated me but also know how to win people over. Yi Fan spoke up. I had no choice. You're too powerful. I had to find help. Zhou Kor said, her expression betraying a hint of smugness. However, this small number of people isn't even enough for me to warm up. Yi Fan said. You're just bragging. Zhou Kor clearly didn't believe him. There were over 100 people, and many of them were armed with guns and weapons. She didn't believe that Yi Fan could really handle them all so easily as he claimed. However, what happened next left Zhou Kor with no choice but to believe. Qingge, you handle the ones on the left, and I'll take care of the ones on the right. Yi Fan said to Yi Qingge. Got it, master. Yi Qingge nodded. Then, the two of them charged forward almost simultaneously. 2 people? Do you really think you can take on the 200 or 300 of us? Wang Xiong saw Yi Fan and a girl dressed as a maid charging toward them and couldn't help but laugh. Back when he was at the car repair shop, there were 70 or 80 of them, yet they still feared Yi Fan, not because they truly feared Yi Fan, but because they feared Zhang Bin, the emperor of the underworld in Magic City. Now, Zhang Bin had been taken down by Zhou Kor. Therefore, Wang Xiong naturally didn't think much of Yi Fan. You all, attack together. Wang Xiong ordered his henchmen. Meanwhile, he and 7 or 8 of his trusted men didn't move immediately. Instead, they pulled out handguns from their bodies. They were ready to shoot Yi Fan at any moment. Although they were gangsters, obtaining guns in Z City, the underworld of China, was no easy feat. These guns had all been provided by Zhou Kor on their behalf. A few days earlier, when Zhou Kor had come alone to find them, Wang Xiong had dismissed her words as a joke. But after seeing the trunk of the car she had driven there filled with guns, he had realized the truth. That's when he changed his mind and decided to join in. If they won this battle, Zhang Bin's position would be in jeopardy, and in the future, Wang Xiong would become the emperor of the underworld in Magic City. Just as Wang Xiong was deep in thought, he suddenly heard his men letting out cries of agony. "Boss, save us! How is this possible? Is this guy even human? Even for someone who practices martial arts, this is way too powerful." Panicked voices echoed through the crowd. Wherever Yi Fan passed, people kept falling. His speed was so fast that no one could see how he had struck, and people fell one after another. A man who was clearly also trained in martial arts seized the opportunity, aiming his iron rod at Yi Fan's back of the head and struck with all his might. It seemed as though Yi Fan's head was about to explode like a watermelon, shattering into pieces. Chapter 231, Breaking into the Abandoned Building. However, it was as if Yi Fan had eyes in the back of his head. He reached behind him, grabbed the iron rod, and swung it away with all his strength. Ah! In the man's terrified screams, he was sent flying along with the iron bar, crashing into the crowd and knocking down over a dozen people. On this side, Yi Fan looked as relaxed as if he were strolling through a garden. On the other side, Yi Qingge's actions were even more decisive and efficient. She charged into the crowd, aimed at the chest of the first person in front of her, and struck with a palm strike. Slap! The man was knocked back, crashing into the crowd, colliding with dozens of people before finally coming to a stop. After coming to a stop, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. It seemed unlikely that he had died on the spot, but his chances of survival were slim. Immediately afterward, Yi Qingge reached into her pockets and grabbed dozens of silver needles. Then she flung them with all her strength. Whoosh! The silver needles turned into a shower of silver sparks. The people surrounding Yi Qingge hadn't even had time to react before they felt a sudden pain at their necks, followed by darkness overtaking their vision. They lost consciousness and collapsed one after another. It all happened in just a few seconds, not even a full minute. Over 100 people who had emerged from the dilapidated building had already collapsed in large numbers. The few who remained standing stared in horror at Yi Fan and Yi Qingge. Are these two even human? Everyone was completely terrified. Not to mention them, even Zhou Kor and the elite members of the Dark Leaf organization inside the abandoned building were utterly shocked by the scene, unable to recover for a long time. Bang! Finally, someone couldn't hold back and fired a shot. However, the moment the gunshot rang out, the person who fired it also collapsed. Yi Fan easily took him down. That shot had naturally hit nothing but air. The gunfire continued to ring out in the ensuing chaos. But so what? Even if you have a gun, you still need to aim accurately and hit your target. With Yi Fan and Yi Qingge's agile movements, these ordinary people had no chance of hitting them. Even if several people fired at them together, it wouldn't make a difference. Impossible. Is she catching all the bullets with her skirt? Catch bullets? How is that possible? Are we facing humans or ghosts? When people saw Yi Qingge lower her skirt and the bullets fall to the ground, the remaining 20 or 30 people at the scene were completely stunned. Overreacting. Yi Fan's voice rang out. Then, Yi Fan punched out. Amidst a chorus of agonized screams, another dozen or so of the gathered crowd collapsed to the ground. Of course, this wasn't over yet. Yi Qingge followed closely behind Yi Fan and struck out at the crowd with a palm strike. Amidst the screams, another dozen or so people fell to the ground, unable to get up. The two of them worked together seamlessly. In just over a minute, out of the hundreds of people, only a handful remained standing and they were too terrified to move, having narrowly escaped death. Where was Wang Xiong? Yi Fan couldn't help but search for Wang Xiong, only to discover that the guy had been knocked out by Yi Fan at some point. Is that it? A gang boss? If anyone heard that, they'd probably laugh their teeth out. However, just as Yi Fan and Yi Qingge were about to move in to take care of the remaining few, Zhou Kir's voice suddenly rang out from ahead. You two take your time. I'll wait for you inside. Saying this, Zhou Kor dared not linger and, with extremely agile movements, darted into the abandoned building. But wasn't she paralyzed? How could she move? Zhou Kir seemed to have noticed the confusion in Yi Fan and Yi Qingge's minds. After ensuring her safety inside the abandoned building, she said triumphantly, I don't know how to paralyze someone with acupuncture points, but I never said I couldn't undo them either. Poof. Yi Qingge heard this and her expression changed slightly. She apologized to Yi Fan, saying, I'm sorry, master. It was my carelessness. Yi Fan, of course, wouldn't blame Yi Qingge for this. He simply said, it's nothing. I didn't expect her to be able to unblock her own acupoints. Having let Zhou Kor escape wasn't a big deal, but the only trouble was that now that she'd run off, who knew what trouble she might cause next? Let's go inside. Yi Fan said to Yi Qingge. The two of them didn't bother with the remaining few and entered the abandoned building together. Inside the abandoned building, Zhou Kor had already stationed her men. Along the way, Yi Fan and Yi Qingge encountered many people, some armed with guns, others unarmed. But it didn't matter, they'd take them all down, one by one, 10 at a time. Along the way, Yi Fan and Yi Qingge were virtually unstoppable. In fact, Yi Fan rarely had to act himself, he left everything to Yi Qingge. As the head of the Tang clan, Yi Qingge was skilled in various martial arts, assassination techniques, and hidden weapons. Ordinary people were no match for her. Even the Hong Kong-based Xiang family sent out numerous martial arts experts, but it was all in vain. Hardly anyone could withstand a single blow from her. Bang! On the second floor, the wall suddenly burst open and a burly man flew out. The same scene unfolded on the second and third floors in multiple locations. Despite her slender build, Yi Qingge's punches packed as much power as Zhang Bin's. A single punch sent the wall crashing to pieces. People on the fourth and fifth floors heard the commotion and rushed downstairs. Especially Xiang Tai, who arrived with her Xiang family's men. Almost everyone was armed with a gun. Yi Fan, you killed my husband, Xiong Lauda. Today. Ah! Xiang Tai didn't finish his sentence before his entire body suddenly flew through the air, crashing into the window, and then fell from the third floor. A loud crash echoed, and a pool of blood instantly formed on the first floor ground. It turned out that Yi Qingge was too lazy to listen to her nonsense and acted decisively, kicking her out with a single kick, ending her life. As for Xiang Tai's life or death, Yi Fan naturally didn't care. Eliminate them. Yi Fan gave the order, and Yi Qingge transformed into a black shadow once more. When she reappeared, she was already behind the group of experts from the Xiang family. The group of experts finally reacted, turned around, and fired their guns. Gunfire erupted in all directions, the sound intense and chaotic. However, within just a few seconds, the gunfire ceased. The area fell into complete silence. Impossible. As the last expert from the Xiong family fell into a pool of blood, he looked at Yi Qingge, whose face was as cold as ice, and uttered his final words. She looked so fragile, almost powerless, yet her combat prowess was utterly overwhelming. Even in death, he couldn't figure out what had happened. Chapter 232, Rescuing Zhou Xianxian and Song Jia. Watching the Xiong family's experts, who were armed with guns, being swiftly disposed of by Yi Qingge in just a few seconds, Yi Fan was highly satisfied. It seemed that Yi Qingge's strength was indeed on par with his own. With her by his side, he could rest easy. According to Zhou Kuer's instructions in the car, Zhang Bin should be detained on the third floor somewhere. Let us search for him. Putting aside his thoughts, Yi Fan said to Yi Qingge. Yes. Yi Qingge, of course, obeyed Yi Fan without question. After a thorough search, the two soon found Zhang Bin in a spacious room. It seems that Zhou Kuer didn't lie to them about what she said in the car. After easily dispatching the guards watching over Zhang Bin, Yi Fan and Yi Qingge were about to enter the room when Zhang Bin called out to them. Mr. Yi, cough cough, don't come over here. She planted a timed bomb on me, and it's about to explode. Zhang Bin coughed violently while shouting. Zhou Kuer must have really gone all out to deal with Yi Fan and Yi Qingge. She even brought a timed bomb. Yi Fan saw from outside the door that Zhang Bin indeed had a timed bomb strapped to his body, and the timer had only a few seconds left. Of course, even with just a few seconds left, Yi Fan was confident he could rush in, disarm the bomb on Zhang Bin's body, and throw it out the window. However, Yi Qingge stopped him. Her top priority was to ensure Yi Fan's safety. Even if Yi Fan took the slightest risk, she wouldn't let him do it. What the hell? Yi Qingge spoke up. No, don't come in. Help me untie the ropes on my body, I have my own way to handle this. Zhang Bin shouted from inside. Yi Fan and Yi Qingge exchanged a glance, but time was of the essence, and Yi Fan had no time to think further. He simply nodded to Yi Qingge. The next moment, a silver glinting throwing knife flew out of Yi Qingge's hand, precisely severing the ropes binding Zhang Bin, without injuring him in the slightest. This demonstrated how precise Yi Qingge's knife-throwing technique was. Once the ropes were cut, Zhang Bin didn't have time to marvel at her knife-throwing skills. He quickly removed the timed bomb from his body and threw it out the window with all his strength. Boom! The timing was perfect. The moment Zhang Bin threw the bomb out the window, it exploded. Amid the terrifying explosion, Yi Fan and Yi Qingge remained remarkably calm. Yi Fan even asked Yi Qingge, Zhang Bin, doesn't he recognize you as the gate master? Yi Qingge nodded and replied. His status in the Tang clan is too low, he doesn't deserve to see my true form. All right. No wonder Zhang Bin, upon seeing the two of them appear together, only addressed him as Yi Zong and didn't call out to Yi Qingge. It turns out that the so-called emperor of the underground world of Magic City holds such a lowly position within the Tang clan. He hasn't even seen the true face of the clan leader. Of course, this is the Tang clan's business, and Yi Fan would not interfere. After a long while, the flames from the explosion finally died down. Yi Fan and Yi Qingge entered the room one after the other. Zhang Bin lay on the ground, his body pierced by shards of glass, covered in blood, barely clinging to life. The sight was horrifying beyond words. It turned out that although he had thrown the timed bomb out the window, he was still a fraction of a second too late. The blast from the exploding bomb had severely injured him. There was nothing that could be done about it. After all, he had tried to be a hero. If Yi Qingge had been the one to defuse the bomb, none of this would have happened. But regardless, Zhang Bin was still a man worthy of respect. Zhang Bin's injuries were extremely severe. If he wasn't rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, even with his strong physique, he might not survive this time. After a moment's thought, Yifan decided to have Yichinga take Zhang Bin to the hospital to save his life. As for himself, he planned to go alone to rescue Zhou Xianxian and the others. If Zhou wasn't lying, Zhou Xianxian and the others should be detained on the 6th floor. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian naturally refused. She wanted to stay by Yifan's side to protect him. However, Yifan spoke in a commanding tone. Yichinga, who always obeyed Yifan's orders, had no choice but to leave with Zhang Bin. Yifan went upstairs alone. The 4th and 5th floors were clear of any obstructions. No wonder. Whether they were Wang Xiang's men or the Xiang family's men, though numerous, they weren't very powerful. They had all been dealt with by Yichinga on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. Now, the entire abandoned building was left with only the elite members of the Dark Leaf organization. And it was clear that Zhou didn't want the elite members of the Dark Leaf organization to go one by one, like the 7 little fortunes saving their grandfather, only to meet their end. Therefore, she must have gathered them all on the 6th floor. In any case, Yifan had no intention of intervening further. Upon reaching the 6th floor, it was strange this floor was also completely empty. Yifan had no idea what Zhou was up to. But he didn't dwell on it too much. Finding Zhou Xianxian and the others was more urgent. Yifan closed his eyes and listened intently with his ears. Suddenly, every sound on the 6th floor seemed to escape his ears. Soon, he heard some noise coming from a certain room. Chinde, they've all left. Are you really going to kidnap us? It was Zhou Xianxian's angry scolding. Chen Da's voice. What are you doing? Hurry up and untie us. Li Xiang shouted angrily. Alright, I was just putting on a show, looking for an opportunity to save you all. Ha ha. Chen De swallowed hard and said. Whatever the case, hurry up and untie us. Li Xiang urged. No good. Footsteps. Upon hearing the footsteps, the faces of the rich 2nd generation and others turned deathly pale. Especially Chinde, who had betrayed them, was so scared that his legs were shaking and cold sweat was pouring down his face. Could it be that they were really doomed this time? Don't be afraid, it's me. Yifan's voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Sister-in-law. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhou Xianxian was the first to call out. When they saw Yifan walk into the room, the group of rich 2nd generation kids knew that this time they were saved. Yi, thank goodness. Mr. Yi, thank you for coming to save us. The rich kids were utterly grateful to Yifan. They practically treated him like their savior, their grandfather. Of course, Yifan couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them. He just told Chinde to hurry up and untie Li Xiang and the others, while he personally untied Zhou Xianxian and Songjia. Chapter 233, We Only Listen to the Queen. Fange, I'm so scared. After freeing Songjia, this stubborn little girl finally couldn't hold back anymore and threw herself into Yifan's arms, her savior. Don't be afraid. Yifan patted her head and comforted her. The rich 2nd generation kids nearby were all stunned by Songjia's bold move. Of course, the one reacting the most intensely was Zhou Xianxian. Songjia, what are you doing? He's my brother-in-law. Zhou Xianxian had long suspected the relationship between Yifan and Songjia, and today she finally caught them red-handed. However, despite her words, Zhou Xianxian threw herself into Yifan's arms. Brother-in-law, Xianxian is scared too. That's one thing, but the key is that she was acting pretty convincing. Chinde, standing nearby, couldn't help but scratch his head. You're scared? You weren't like this when you were scolding me earlier. Oh my, it seems our Mr. Yifan really has a way with the ladies. Just then, Zhou's voice suddenly rang out behind Yifan. Enough, Xianxian, stop fooling around. Yifan let go of the 2 girls and said to the rich 2nd generation youths, you all leave now. I'll handle Zhou. Brother-in-law, there are so many of them. Are you really going to take them all on by yourself? Zhou Xianxian said this, but her eyes were filled with admiration. That's right. Not only were there over a dozen muscular men behind Zhou Xianxian, but each of them was holding heavy machine guns and other deadly weapons. Even a special forces commando wouldn't dare say such a thing. What else could they do, relying on just a few rich 2nd generation kids? Yifan glanced at Li Xiang and the others, his eyes filled with contempt. Li Xiang and the others knew they were being looked down upon by Yifan, but they dared not say a word, not even a peep. After all, Yifan was their savior. We'd like to leave too, but will they let us go? A rich kid's voice trembled as he spoke. Don't worry, she will. She kidnapped you just to play a joke on you. Right, Zhou? Yifan said, looking at Zhou. Do whatever you want. Whether they stay or go is irrelevant. Anyway, I kidnapped them just to lure you here and of course, that Yichinga. That's strange. Where is Yichinga? Zhou looked around but didn't see Yichinga anywhere, finding it quite strange. Why do you care about Yichinga? I'm still here, RNTI? That's true. At Yifan's signal, Zhou Xianxian, Songjia, and Li Xiang hurriedly left the scene. Alright, now it's just us. Zhou looked at Yifan and said with interest. We should call Yichinga out. She's already left. Yi Fan replied honestly. Why? She clearly knew I was going after her, yet she still left. Upon hearing that Yi Chinga had left, Zhou Kor's expression began to grow peculiar. Because you're not qualified to be her opponent. Yi Fan stated again honestly. You. Zhou Kor was instantly enraged. Fine, you're Yi Chinga's master. Once I capture you, I won't believe Yi Chinga won't show up. Attack! As she spoke, Zhou Kor gave the order, and the dozen or so elite members of the Dark Leaf organization behind her were about to attack. However, Yi Fan suddenly spoke up. I advise you not to do this. Zhou Kor, you probably didn't tell these people about Queen's words, did you? Upon hearing this, Zhou Kor's expression immediately changed. Don't listen to his nonsense. Attack! Zhou Kor ordered. However, the elite members of the Dark Leaf organization, who had already prepared to act, noticed Zhou Kor's unusual expression after hearing Yi Fan's words. Immediately, one of the leaders stepped forward and stopped the others. Hold on. The other experts, upon hearing this, exchanged glances and ceased their actions. How dare you disobey my orders? Zhou Kor, seeing this, grew furious. We only follow Queen's orders. The leader wasn't afraid of Zhou Kor's anger and remained calm. Yi Fan, right? You seem to know Queen, but if you want us to spare you, you'd better give us a reason. The leader said to Yi Fan. That's simple. Yi Fan said, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. After hanging up, Yi Fan simply stared at Zhou Kor and the others. Zhou Kor's expression grew even more uneasy. Almost at the same time Yi Fan hung up, a call came in on the leader's phone. Yes. All right. As you command. The leader spoke a total of 3 sentences, each more respectful than the last. After hanging up the phone, he actually knelt down directly in front of Yi Fan. Mr. Yi Fan, if I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. The sudden kneeling left the other experts of the Dark Leaf organization stunned. It was our fault for being disrespectful earlier. If Mr. Yi Fan wishes to punish us, we will accept it without complaint. The leader spoke again. At this point, even the most foolish members of the Dark Leaf organization knew exactly what to do. Thud. The elite members of the Dark Leaf organization all knelt before Yi Fan. Mr. Yi Fan, if there is anything you need assistance with, please do not hesitate to command us. The leader, seeing that Yi Fan hadn't spoken, spoke again. No problem. You were unaware of this matter, so no punishment will be imposed. However, the entire incident was caused by her. You know what to do. Yi Fan spoke, glancing at Zhou Kor. Understood. The leader nodded, and then the elite members of the Dark Leaf organization stood up and surrounded Zhou Kor. What are you doing? You dare to lay a hand on me? Zhou Kor exclaimed angrily. Miss Zhou Kor, we're sorry, but we only follow Queen's orders. Queen told us to obey Mr. Yi Fan's instructions. The leader spoke coldly and ruthlessly. As he spoke, he gave a signal to his companions, and the elite members of the Dark Leaf organization immediately attacked Zhou Kor. Oomph, I knew it. You bunch of cowards can't be trusted. Luckily, I've already made preparations to deal with Yi Chinga. Zhou Kor spoke, then suddenly struck out with a palm toward the leader. A loud thud echoed through the air. A dull thud echoed as the leader was sent flying by Zhou Kor's palm strike. Zhou Kor then displayed her agile movements, darting through the Dark Leaf organization's elite fighters like a ghost, and then gave chase toward a certain direction. The leader never expected Zhou Kor to suddenly attack him. After being forced back several steps, he finally came to a halt. Chapter 234, Zhou Kor's final move. Chase. Seeing a hint of dissatisfaction on Yi Fan's face, the leader, enraged, ordered his companions. In an instant, over a dozen elite members of the Dark Leaf organization rushed after Zhou Kor. Yi Fan, seeing this, naturally followed suit. However, Yi Fan had no intention of intervening. That night, after Yi Fan had called Queen, Zhou Kor should have ceased all actions targeting him and Tangman's leader Yi Chinga, but she had not done so. She dared to disobey Queen's orders, and Yi Fan was curious to see how the Dark Leaf organization would handle this matter. If the resolution was unsatisfactory to Yi Fan, he would not hesitate to impose some sanctions on the entire Dark Leaf organization. Zhou Kor moved swiftly, quickly leaving the 6th floor and rushing toward the 7th floor. The elite members of the Dark Leaf organization followed closely behind. Clang! It must be the sound of combat. Then, the iron door of the 7th floor lobby was kicked open with a single blow. The leader, after kicking open the iron door, including himself, all the elite members of the Dark Leaf organization came to a sudden halt, daring not to make a move. If you take another step forward, I'll detonate these timed bombs. If it comes to that, we'll all go down together. Ha! Zhou Kor burst into maniacal laughter. No, don't save us. A woman screamed shrilly, followed by the wailing of children. Yi Fan arrived late, and upon seeing the situation on the 7th floor, his expression darkened once more. The 7th floor lobby was filled with timed bombs. Such a large number of timed bombs would be enough to blow up the entire building. Was this the plan Zhou Kor had prepared to deal with Yi Chinga, the woman she had always sought to surpass? Beside the pile of bombs, a woman and a child of around 5 or 6 were being helped. The woman and child need no introduction, they must be Zhang Bin's wife and child. Yifan wondered why he hadn't seen Zhang Bin's wife and child locked up with him on the third floor. It turned out they were being held here. It seems Zhou Qier had everything planned out. She intended to lure Yiqinga to the 7th floor and then use the timed bombs to eliminate her. Unfortunately, Yifan had already anticipated this, so he used the excuse of rescuing Zhang Bin to send Yiqinga away. The nearby hospital had already been instructed by Yifan. As long as Yiqinga brought Zhang Bin there, the hospital would do everything in its power to save him without asking any questions. At that moment, Zhou Qier held a remote control in her hand, facing everyone, and burst into maniacal laughter. Yifan looked at Zhou Qier's nearly expression and knew she would press the remote control and take everyone with her. Yifan was absolutely certain he could rush over and snatch the remote control from Zhou Qier before she pressed the button, but he didn't do so. Instead, he prepared himself to watch the show. "Miss Zhou Qier, why are you doing this?" The leader spoke up. "Shut up. You don't understand. From the day I was born, I was trained for one purpose, to surpass and defeat Yiqinga. No matter what means I use, I will defeat her. Even if it means we all die together, so what?" "Ha!" Zhou Qier said angrily, laughing hysterically. It's astonishing that someone can handle anger and laughter so well. It's almost like having a split personality. Yifan watched Zhou Qier, who was nearly, and was surprised that this crazy girl was so obsessed with surpassing Yiqinga. So much so that she had already prepared to die alongside Yiqinga. Perhaps this was Zhou Qier's obsession. Whether obsession is right or wrong, who can say for sure? Sometimes, obsession is a good thing, other times, it might not be. "Miss Zhou Qier, I urge you not to act rashly." The leader, clearly unfazed by Zhou Qier's madness, spoke up. But he dared not order the experts by his side to lay a finger on Zhou Qier, for Queen had instructed him that no matter what happened, he must protect Yifan at all costs, even if it meant losing a single hair. Let them all die to atone for their sins. Therefore, the leader dared not act rashly. The situation was temporarily deadlocked. "Don't make a move. What are you in this organization? How dare you speak to me like that?" Zhou Qier spoke, then suddenly exerted force, throwing the remote control in her hand with all her might toward the leader. The leader, seeing this, dared not act rashly and quickly reached out to grab the remote control. Clang! "Oomph!" The leader let out a painful scream. His hand, which had grabbed the remote control, was trembling. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a remote control at all, it was a pool ball. Yes, that's right, it was a pool cue ball. No wonder the leader let out a scream, the weight of that 8-ball is no joke. Plus, Zhou Qier didn't hold back on the force of her throw. This blow must have either broken his hand or severely injured it. However, what was puzzling was that there was no pool table in the abandoned building. Why did she bring an 8-ball there? Indeed, a madman's thoughts cannot be understood by ordinary people. "Ha, fool, I was just kidding. The remote control is right here." Zhou Qier saw the leader fall for the trick and burst into laughter again, her expression brimming with triumph. The other experts, seeing this, couldn't take it anymore and prepared to attack Zhou Qier. But they were stopped by the leader. "Don't act rashly. If she presses the remote control, we'll all be doomed." The leader spoke calmly. "Ha, he's right. You'd better not act rashly. Otherwise, boom, we'll all be buried along with this building." Zhou Qier grew arrogant once more. "Is that so? If it comes to that, so be it. But the question is, have you prepared for it?" Yifan finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. He had finally figured it out, the elite fighters sent by the Dark Leaf organization weren't up to the task. The leader was too indecisive, always playing it safe and refusing to take risks. No wonder they had to resort to kidnapping Zhang Bin's wife and children to force him to comply. Compared to Zhang Bin, they're no match for him. "What did you say? Are you questioning my courage to press the remote control button?" Zhou Qier was immediately enraged by Yifan's words. "I'm telling you, you're not qualified to challenge Yiqinga. Do you really think that with your underhanded tactics, you can take down Yiqinga?" Yifan said coldly. "I have no right to challenge Yiqinga? You don't know anything." "Yes, that's right, I can't take down Yiqinga, but I can take down you, her master." Zhou Qier was furious. Chapter 235, The Cruel and Heartless Beatrice. "If it comes down to it, I'll die. Killing you, the master of Yiqinga, won't be a loss for me." As Zhou Qier spoke, her expression grew increasingly, and her hands prepared to press the remote control in her grasp. Everyone present, except for Yifan, turned pale at the sight. The elite members of the Dark Leaf organization were willing to risk their lives for their missions, but that didn't mean they weren't afraid of death. If Zhou Qier detonated these timed bombs, not only would they be killed, but the entire building would be destroyed. However, even though the situation had escalated to this point, Yifan remained unfazed. Just as Zhou Qier was about to press the remote control, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "Sis, stop." A blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign woman dressed in an OL uniform, speaking broken Mandarin, appeared before everyone. "Sister Beatrice. Senior sister, how did you get here?" Upon seeing the Beatrice she had mentioned, Zhou Qier immediately lost her madness. The expression on her face was replaced by fear. Looking at Beatrice, she felt as though she were staring at a demon. "Why am I here? Little sister, that's something you should be asking yourself. You dared to disobey the master's orders and caused so much trouble in Z City, the demon city. You even dared to harm our esteemed Mr. Yifan. What will the master do to you once I bring you back? Oomph. Beatrice coldly snorted. Shut up. Zhou Kuo shouted. However, Beatrice ignored her and turned to Yifan with respect, saying, Mr. Yifan, I sincerely apologize for causing you embarrassment. Rest assured, my master queen sent me here to give you an explanation for this matter. Beatrice spoke, then drew a leather whip from her waist. Seeing the whip, Zhou Kuo's eyes filled with terror. What are you going to do? Senior sister. Do you think this will force me to submit? Even if your master comes to pressure me, it won't work. My master trained me with the most brutal methods from a young age, wasn't it precisely to prepare me to confront the master of the Tang clan, Yi Qingge? Everything I've done is exactly what my master wanted. All of you, die. Zhou Kuo raved madly, then pressed the remote control in her hand. Click. The sound of a whip cracking echoed through the air. Ah! Immediately afterward, Zhou Kuo let out a piercing scream. Beatrice moved like the wind, swift, fierce, and precise. A single lash of the whip struck Zhou Kuo's wrist, not only preventing her from pressing the remote control but also sending it flying through the air. The remote control flew directly toward Beatrice, who calmly walked over and caught it. However, this was not the end. Crack! Another brutal lash struck Zhou Kuo's body. Instantly, Zhou Kuo's body was torn open, blood flowing freely, a sight too gruesome to behold. Ah! Zhou Kuo let out another piercing scream. You damn bikris, I'll fight you to the death. Zhou Kuo was enraged and charged forward, ready to attack Beatrice. However, the gap in strength between her and her senior sister Beatrice was significant. Moreover, earlier, when she was at Yifan's villa, she had already taken a punch from Yi Qingge. Although Yi Qingge had restrained the force of her punch, the sheer ferocity of the blow had already caused severe internal injuries. At this point, she could barely muster 50% of her strength. Crack! Crack! Slap! Beatrice said nothing, her face cold as ice, lashing out with her whip, striking Yifan repeatedly. Amidst Zhou Kuo's agonizing screams, her entire body was covered in open wounds, with hardly a single inch left untouched. Damn you, Beatrice! The pain only made Zhou Kuo's gaze toward Beatrice grow more ferocious. She was like a leopard, the more severely wounded, the more deadly. Die! Gun combat! Zhou Kuo's right hand suddenly drew a pistol from behind her back, aimed it at Beatrice, and was about to fire. However, Beatrice's reaction was faster. Bang! Another lash from the whip struck Zhou Kuo's right hand, leaving it raw and bleeding. But for some reason, the pistol in Zhou Kuo's right hand suddenly shifted to her left hand. Bang! Zhou Kuo fired the shot. The elite members of the Dark Leaf organization heard the gunshot and felt a chill run down their spines. Is this the gunfighting technique passed down only to inner disciples of the Dark Leaf organization? It's truly mysterious they can even fire a gun like that. However, this made them worry about Beatrice instead. Beatrice's body stiffened for a moment. However, she hadn't been hit by the bullet. She had simply used some special martial arts technique to dodge it. After dodging the bullets, Beatrice whipped out her whip again. The whip seemed to bend mid-air, lashing violently across Zhou Kuo's back, causing blood to spurt out. Ah! Zhou Kuo let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground in agony. Oomph, gun combat technique. Little sister, you wouldn't have forgotten who taught you that gun combat technique, would you? Beatrice said coldly. I hate you, Beatrice. Even as she writhed in pain on the ground, Zhou Kuo continued to shout insults. Yifan watched the scene unfold with admiration. It must be said that, aside from the bloodshed, with beautiful women and whips, it was simply too thrilling. Oomph. Seeing that Zhou Kuo could still speak so harshly, Beatrice showed no mercy in her attack. Crack. Slap. One whip lashed after another, striking Zhou Kuo's body with brutal force. Zhou Kuo screamed in agony. After about a minute, her screams gradually grew fainter. It seemed she had fainted from the pain. Coldly gazing at Zhou Kuo, who was now barely breathing and no longer screaming, the merciless Beatrice finally sheathed the whip. The nearly 2-meter-long whip was covered in blood. It was clear that this wasn't something Beatrice enjoyed doing to Zhou Kuo. This was Queen's order to Yifan. Queen had risen to become the leader of the Dark Leaf organization, proving she was a clever woman. Zhou Kuo had caused so much trouble for Yifan, she naturally had to give Yifan an explanation. Is this the end? Unfortunately, Yifan seems dissatisfied with this explanation. Upon hearing this, Beatrice was straightforward. She took 2 steps toward Yifan, then knelt down before him and said, Mr. Yifan, my master has instructed me that if you are dissatisfied, you may take my life. But, Beatrice pleaded with Yifan, please don't kill my junior sister. The mistake she made, I, Beatrice, am willing to take responsibility for it. Beatrice said earnestly. Chapter 236, Capture Beatrice. Are you willing to take responsibility for her? Yifan gazed at Beatrice's fair face and spoke softly. Beatrice was undoubtedly a stunning blonde beauty, with a beauty rating of at least 90. Moreover, Yifan had seen many women with fair skin. The women around him all took great care of their skin. However, when it came to the whiteness of her skin, no woman could compare to Beatrice. Perhaps that was the advantage of being white. Yifan did not deny that he was deeply interested in this snow-white-skinned Beatrice. Of course. Beatrice affirmed. As she spoke, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Yifan. It must be said that even someone as cold and ruthless as her couldn't help but be amazed by Yifan's handsomeness. If it weren't for her lack of interest in romantic matters, she might have become obsessed with Yifan as well. Since that's the case, what are you waiting for? Come over here. Yifan beckoned to Beatrice. You others, step back. Beatrice stood up and addressed the elite members of the Dark Leaf organization who were standing there in shock. Then, she walked toward Yifan with graceful, cat-like steps. Yes. The leader was quick to catch on and led the others away. Wait. Release the two of them and take them with you. Yifan suddenly spoke up. He wasn't about to play games with Zhang Bin's wife and children. Alright, Mr. Yifan. Several elite members of the Dark Leaf organization hurried forward, released the women and children, and took the two of them with them as they left. Thank you. Although the woman was still in shock from the ordeal, she didn't forget to thank the men who had saved her and her son. Don't thank us. If you must thank someone, thank Mr. Yifan. The leader may not be very capable in his actions, but he is still a decent person. The woman, upon hearing this, silently glanced at Yifan. Yifan nodded at her, indicating he understood her feelings. The woman finally felt at ease and left with her son. After everyone had left, the 7th floor was suddenly left with only Yifan, Beatrice, and Zhou, who was lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Senior sister, sure, don't lie on the ground, Zhou, who was barely clinging to life, whispered in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Unfortunately, Beatrice did not hear her. It turned out that Zhou's willpower was still very strong. She had managed to stay conscious all this time and had not fainted yet. This meant that everything Beatrice had said to Yifan earlier, she had heard clearly. Then, in a daze, Zhou saw Bai Chuyer follow Yifan into a room. After that, Zhou fainted. 2 hours later, Yifan and Beatrice emerged from the room one after the other. Beatrice, you've done well, Yifan said to Beatrice with satisfaction. Glancing at Zhou, who was lying on the ground, barely conscious, he said to Beatrice, as for her, I'll leave her to you. Upon hearing this, Beatrice remained expressionless and walked toward Zhou. Zhou had been unconscious for 2 hours when the sound of the door opening woke her up. In her daze, she saw her senior sister Beatrice, her clothes disheveled, picking her up. As she watched Yifan's departing figure, Zhou's eyes were filled with anger. It was this man who had defiled her senior sister's body. She would never let him off the hook. Yifan never expected that Zhou, this crazy girl, would make such a big deal out of it. He even used a timed bomb. However, thanks to her, Yifan had the opportunity to experience the allure of the foreign beauty Beatrice. Moreover, Queen's measures to address the situation afterward left Yifan relatively satisfied. So, this matter was settled. After all, the Dark Leaf organization was his own organization. What else could he do? Could he really dissolve an entire organization under his command over such a minor issue? Of course not. After securing Beatrice's first kill, her data also appeared in Yifan's mind. Name, Beatrice. Age, 22. Appearance, 93. Charm, 90. Strength, 95. Physical condition, 98. Agility, 100. Intelligence, 87. Affinity, 75. Skills, martial arts level 7, hand-to-hand combat level 7, gunmanship level 9. Beatrice's stats are all quite impressive. Except for intelligence, all other attributes are above 90. Especially agility, which has reached the general limit of 100 for an ordinary person. However, compared to Yifan and Yi Qingge, there is still a significant gap. However, as an ordinary person, she has managed to train her agility to its peak, which is truly extraordinary. It seems that Queen has indeed trained a fine disciple. Of course, this limit is only in the general sense. Even ordinary people can surpass their limits with diligent practice. Of course, for Yifan, it's even simpler. He can directly use attribute points to enhance his attributes. Beatrice is a promising talent, and she's also a blonde beauty. If she's willing to follow Yifan, he wouldn't mind boosting her strength and stamina to 100, or even breaking the 100 limit for her agility. However, Beatrice isn't particularly interested in romantic relationships. Of course, this doesn't disappoint Yifan in the slightest. It only makes him more determined to completely conquer her. After this incident, only half a day had passed. Some media outlets reported on an explosion and continuous gunfire heard in the outskirts of Pudong. Of course, these reports were quickly suppressed, and the related news was deleted. The next day, major news outlets reported a story. It stated that two gangs had clashed in the outskirts of Pudong, leading to a gunfight and even the detonation of a timed bomb, resulting in numerous casualties. One gang was a local gang from Magic City, led by Wang Xiong. The other was a gang from Hong Kong City, reportedly affiliated with the Xiang family. As for why the Hong Kong gang had come to the city to clash with another gang, the news media did not provide any detailed reports. Following this clash between the two gangs, the Hong Kong-based gang, which had already been weakened after the sudden death of its leader in a previous incident, has now completely vanished from the historical stage. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Yi Fan. Yi Fan speculated that it was the relevant authorities behind him who had suppressed the incident. Otherwise, if he had personally intervened, leading a mysterious young woman dressed as a maid to massacre two major gangs, causing numerous deaths, gunfights, and bomb explosions. If this incident were exposed, it would cause a massive uproar in society. Chapter 237, The Heavenly Net Plan. The relevant authorities aren't stupid, so they wisely helped Yi Fan cover up the incident, framing it as a clash between two rival gangs. Besides, compared to the sensational claim that two people had wiped out two major gangs, the general public would find it easier to accept the explanation that it was the result of a gang war between two rival gangs. It's not that ordinary people's eyes are blinded, it's their limited understanding that restricts their imagination. Speaking of which, Zhang Bin was severely injured in this incident. Yi Fan took Yi Qingge to the hospital to visit him. He's okay though badly injured, his life was spared. His wife and son were also there. Upon seeing Yi Fan, Zhang Bin's wife pulled her son toward him and expressed her deepest gratitude. She was well aware that it was this man who had saved their entire family. After exchanging a few polite words, Yi Fan and Zhang Bin left with Yi Qingge. After the Zhou incident, life returned to its former tranquility. Until one day, representatives from the relevant authorities once again approached Yi Fan. Mr. Yi Fan, hello. My name is Tian from Field and High from Ocean. This time, 3 people from the relevant authorities came, and the one leading the group had an interesting way of introducing himself. He started by stating his full name. Yi Fan found it odd that every time the authorities sent someone to find him, it seemed to be a different person. He didn't bother to ask why. Moreover, he didn't need to worry that someone with ulterior motives was impersonating the relevant authorities to come looking for trouble. Because from the license plate number of the red flag sedan they were riding in, Yi Fan could tell they were indeed from the relevant authorities. Just get to the point. Even if they were sent by the relevant authorities, Yi Fan showed no courtesy toward them. Mr. Yi Fan is indeed a man of few words. After another round of flattery, Tianhai finally explained the reason for their visit to Yi Fan. It turned out that the data and information on the 6th-generation fighter jet that Yi Fan had provided to the relevant authorities had been used by the state to successfully manufacture the first prototype. Tianhai made no attempt to hide anything from Yi Fan, honestly admitting that the nation would be accelerating the production of the 6th-generation fighter jet. Once mass production begins, Z Nation's national strength would surge dramatically in a short period, and while its overall national power might not match that of the established M Nation, its military might could even surpass M Nations. Tianhai spoke these words with great excitement. Additionally, the 2 other officials from the relevant departments also looked extremely excited. After all, it was a matter of catching up with M country's military strength in such a short time. How thrilling and inspiring. Any true citizen of Z country, not some banana person with foreign influences, would feel thrilled by the nation's rapid rise. Yi Fan listened to Tianhai's passionate speech and merely responded with a faint nod. As a citizen of Z country, he naturally hoped for the nation's strength, but he had no interest whatsoever in political matters. Mr. Yi Fan truly lives up to his name, no wonder the elders hold you in such high regard. Tianhai began flattering Yi Fan once more. Stop. What else do you have to say? Just speak your mind. Yi Fan wasn't there to listen to flattery, so he firmly stopped Tianhai and urged him to get to the point. He had already noticed that Tianhai wasn't the type to flatter others. There was more to what he was saying. Mr. Yi Fan is truly formidable, he could tell that. I still have something to say. Sure enough, Tianhai admitted it himself. He then composed himself and revealed the true reason for his special visit to Yi Fan. Here is the situation. Recently, there have been quite a few incidents in Magic City. First, there were shootings at 2 villas. Then, in a suburban area of Pudong, there was a violent clash between 2 major gangs. These are no small matters. Especially the gang war, which involved heavy firearms and even explosives. Even Xiong Tai from the Xiong family in Hong Kong was killed in the incident. Certain departments of the local government have even launched an investigation into these incidents, linking them together and classifying them as terrorist activities carried out by foreign terrorists within the country. However, Mr. Yi Fan need not worry, these matters have already been resolved by the relevant authorities. Tianhai said this, glancing at Yi Fan to gauge his reaction. Unfortunately, Yi Fan showed no reaction at all. Indeed, these incidents were all connected to him. In fact, Xiong Tai was intentionally pushed off the 3rd floor by Yi Qingge at his behest. But so what? Yi Fan was well aware that the few elders in the relevant authorities knew how powerful he was and dared not act against him lightly. Not to mention that he had revealed the data on the 6th-generation fighter jet. Even with the Tang clan backing him, they would think twice before taking any action against him. Therefore, Tianhai suddenly changed the subject and continued, given the recent series of terrorist attacks in the country, we would like to invite Mr. Yi Fan to collaborate with the nation once again to develop a super machine capable of monitoring the entire country. Tianhai finally revealed his true intentions. It turned out that the state wanted to collaborate with Yi Fan once again. I believe that with the technology Mr. Yifan possesses, creating such a super machine should be a simple matter. The state is taking this very seriously, and even the elder personally named this project the Skynet Plan. Tian Hai continued. Oh? Tell me more about the specific requirements the government has for this super machine, the Skynet. Yifan remained non-committal, neither agreeing nor refusing immediately. He simply asked Tian Hai to elaborate on the specific requirements for this super machine, the Skynet. The specific requirements are as follows. The state hopes that Tian Wang can detect criminal traffickers and terrorists in advance, thereby preventing their criminal plans and terrorist activities before they occur. Tian Hai added another point. In this way, terrorist attacks like the ones that happened in the past 2 days can also be prevented in advance. You agree, don't you, Mr. Yifan? That's correct. Yifan did not deny it. Now, he finally understood why the relevant authorities had approached him here. It turned out that some forward-thinking individuals within the state had learned that the data for the 6th-generation fighter jet had been provided by Yifan. They had already speculated that Yifan must possess technology far more advanced than modern science, so the nation wanted to collaborate with him again to have him create a super robot surveillance network capable of monitoring the entire country. Chapter 238, The Chip Company is established. The requirements for the Skynet system were not only to monitor the entire country but also to analyze data to detect criminals and terrorists in advance, enabling them to be stopped before they could carry out their criminal actions or terrorist plans. To be more specific, once a person's information is entered into the database, if they commit a crime, their face will be immediately recognized by the super robot upon appearing in surveillance footage, triggering an alarm. Furthermore, the supercomputer can analyze the emails sent and received, websites visited, and online purchases made by ordinary individuals in their daily lives, and infer whether they intend to carry out criminal plans. Thus, it can prevent these ordinary individuals from carrying out their criminal plans in advance. Such a supermachine is, of course, impossible to achieve with current scientific and technological capabilities. This technology is at least 50 years ahead of modern science and technology. Even with Yifan's current scientific knowledge and the assistance of Xiao AI, who is always 20 years ahead of modern science and technology, creating such a supermachine would still be quite challenging. However, Yifan did not refuse Tian Hai but agreed to take on the task. Alright, I accept this task. Yifan wasn't the least bit worried. With the system's assistance, he believed that creating the Skynet supermachine wouldn't be too difficult. You agreed? On the other hand, Tian Hai was utterly shocked. He had assumed that this negotiation would be extremely difficult. After all, creating a supermachine like the Heavenly Net was no joke. Without mastering technology that was 50 years ahead of modern science, it was simply impossible to build. Tian Hai had assumed that even if Yifan reluctantly agreed to cooperate with the state, he would certainly demand various favorable conditions in return. For example, asking the government to resolve certain issues for him, granting him special privileges, or even securing him a seat in Congress, and so on. However, none of that happened. Yifan agreed to this matter without mentioning any conditions at all. Sacrificing oneself for the nation without seeking any reward, that is true patriotism. Tian Hai, who had received the most authentic patriotic education from a young age, looked at Yifan with genuine admiration. Seeing that Yifan truly had no demands, he couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Yifan, thank you very much for agreeing to cooperate with the nation once again. If you have any conditions, please feel free to mention them. Tian Hai spoke up. As for conditions, Yifan truly had none. After all, doing something small for the country was something Yifan had never intended to seek any reward for. Just like before, when Yifan provided the data on the 6th-generation fighter jet to the nation, he didn't ask for anything in return either. Of course, after establishing a good relationship with the state, having the state as a backing would make many things much easier. For example, the issues caused by Zhokor earlier could be quietly resolved by the state without Yifan needing to get involved personally. This was indeed a significant advantage. If Yifan were to oppose the state, these few incidents alone would likely attract the state's attention, leading to various investigations into him. It would be even less possible to stop the local government of Magic City from investigating the matter. However, even without any demands or conditions, Yifan still made a simple request, as a gesture of respect toward the state and relevant authorities. Alright, I don't have any conditions either, but constructing a supermachine as massive as the Skynet system certainly can't be done in the basement of some villa. I want to establish a large-scale chip company in the heart of Magic City to serve as a cover for the Skynet project. I will have people secretly develop Skynet within this company. Of course, the Skynet is essentially a supercomputer, multiple supercomputers connected in parallel. Servers and such. Before Yifan could finish speaking, Tian Hai interrupted him. Understood, Mr. Yifan. The state will cover all the costs for the chips, servers, and other materials needed to produce and manufacture the Skynet system. Mr. Yifan won't have to spend a single penny. Tian Hai assured him. Yifan was satisfied with this. It seemed that Tian Hai was quite skilled in handling matters. As for the building and land required to establish the chip company, Mr. Yifan need not worry about those either. The state will prepare everything for you. Mr. Yifan, if you have any further requests, please feel free to voice them. As long as they fall within my authority, I will personally handle them for you. Tianhai spoke again. That's it, let's just leave it at that. Let's just get this chip company listed as soon as possible. Yifan spoke up. Alright. Then we won't bother Mr. Yifan anymore. After that, Tianhai exchanged a few more polite words before leading the two officials from the relevant departments and bidding farewell to Yifan. 3 months later, a company named One Leaf One World Chip Technology went public. And the company was established in the bustling downtown area of Magic City. As everyone knows, the property prices in the heart of Magic City are not just expensive, they are truly astronomical. A single commercial building often houses dozens of different companies. And the annual rent is at least several $1,000,000. However, this newly established One Leaf, One World Chip Technology company occupies an enormous area, spanning 4 or 5 office buildings. Overnight, the major players in the business world of the city center were all curious, who could possibly be so wealthy as to establish such a massive chip company in the most bustling area of the city center? Just the annual rent for the commercial buildings alone must be several $100,000,000. However, they were wrong. Yifan didn't spend a single penny to establish this chip company, it was all funded by the state. Rent was a minor issue. The real problem was that in the CBD of Magic City, aside from hospitals, schools, and other public facilities, no businessman could possibly operate a private enterprise occupying such a vast area. In other words, the person who founded this chip company must have some serious connections. At the very least, this person must have some serious connections to make the Shanghai government give them such preferential treatment. At first, people were curious and speculated about who could possibly have such influence. Even the 3 major business tycoons of Z Country Dema, Xiaoma, and Wang Lin felt a bit displeased upon hearing about this. They had repeatedly applied to the government for permission to expand their operations for the sake of their company's growth. But there had been no response. This newly emerged chip company, on the other hand, had suddenly secured space in 4 or 5 office buildings. How could they not be dissatisfied? Of course they're dissatisfied. Chapter 239, The Shocking Truth. However, as they learned more from informed sources, they discovered that this chip company was founded by Mr. Yi, and they eventually came to terms with it. Oh, it's him? Then there's no problem. Since Yifan didn't intentionally involve the government in this matter, the news spread throughout the entire city in no time. The business tycoons of Magic City, upon learning that the One Leaf, One World Chip Technology company was founded by that mysterious Mr. Yi, also found it unsurprising. Only he could have such immense power. Even if they were dissatisfied, what could they do? After all, the company had the backing of the state. Speaking of which, this chip company was established as a cover for the nation's Skynet project. How could the state not give it its full support? On the day of its establishment and listing, the chip company held a grand ribbon-cutting ceremony with great fanfare. In truth, Yifan didn't want to make such a big deal out of it, but the state wanted to put on a show, so Yifan had no choice but to cooperate. Otherwise, if outsiders started wondering and questioning what such a large chip company was really doing, it wouldn't be believable that it was just a chip company, would it? Moreover, it might even arouse suspicion among foreign spies lurking within the country. That could pose significant obstacles to the Skynet project. The state's priority is to eliminate all obstacles for the Skynet project. By making the facade project look good and impressive, no one would question what the chip company was really up to. Therefore, on the day One Leaf, One World Chip Technology company was established, almost all the major business tycoons in Magic City rushed to attend the event. Many influential figures in the city also made an appearance. The scene was bustling with activity. As the sensational headlines of the news media put it, today, all the elite of Magic City had gathered at One Leaf, One World Chip Technology company. Upon entering the chip company, people felt as though they had stepped into the future of technology. Everywhere you looked, there was a sense of technological innovation. Even the tech staff at the front desk were ultra-realistic AI robots. People conversed with her and discovered she could communicate seamlessly with everyone. She even answers their questions. Is this really the One Leaf, One World Chip Technology company? This is truly awe-inspiring. No wonder this chip company is so large, the high-tech chips they produce truly have a promising future. That's right. Nowadays, countries around the world are placing the highest priority on technology. It's only natural that our country places such importance on it. The high-tech innovations in this chip company must be at least several years ahead of the world. Yeah, this virtual imaging communication technology, I've only seen it in movies before. This is amazing. No wonder the government is providing such strong support for this company. Of course it is. It was founded by that mysterious Mr. Yi. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but marvel. Among the crowd, there were inevitably a few spies from other countries. At first, these spies were also very curious about what this chip company actually does. It can't possibly be just about producing chips, right? After all, a chip manufacturing plant could easily be set up in the suburbs, where land is cheaper, and several factories could be built there. Why go to the trouble of clearing out 4 or 5 office buildings in the heart of the bustling city center to establish this company? However, after witnessing the cutting-edge technology in chip manufacturing processes and hearing the constant gasps of awe from those around them, these international spies gradually let down their guard. Though the high-tech and chip technology demonstrated by this chip company were several years ahead of modern technology. But is the scientific and technological prowess of that country truly as impressive as it appears on the surface? Many countries secretly develop high-tech products, especially high-tech weapons, and naturally would not reveal their capabilities immediately. At the very least, they would keep it hidden for several years before revealing everything when the time was right. Therefore, being several years ahead of modern technology is something other countries can accept. As a result, many countries have instructed their spies to cease further investigations into this chip company. Continuing the investigation would only expose their identities. After all, training an outstanding and well-rounded spy requires a significant investment of funds and resources. They certainly don't want to risk exposing the spies they painstakingly infiltrated into Z country over the years, all because of a high-tech company. Of course, stopping the investigation into the chip company does not mean they no longer prioritize it. It's just that the spies want to continue the investigation. We still need to keep a close eye on them in secret. That's exactly why the government went to such great lengths to make the chip company's ribbon-cutting ceremony so grand. Rather than letting those international spies become overly curious about the chip company, constantly scheming to investigate it covertly, it's better to directly show them some valuable but non-critical information. Once their curiosity is satisfied, their suspicions toward the chip company will naturally diminish. That is the brilliance of the state. Yifan naturally understood the nation's intentions, which is why he chose to cooperate. It must be said that this ribbon-cutting ceremony was indeed grand. Not only did they invite nearly all the major business tycoons in Magic City, those who hold influence there, but they also brought in a host of top-tier celebrities to lend their support. Among them were all 5 female artists under Tianfan Entertainment. Su Shishir, Daitian, Rebar, Luifei, and even Zhao Xiaogu all made their appearances. The first 4 are well known to everyone. Especially Su Shishir and Daitian, who are top-tier celebrities and the goddesses in every man's heart. As for Reba, her popularity has been soaring since the huge success of 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms. Especially with recent news circulating. Tianfan Entertainment, one of the 3 major entertainment companies in the industry, is reportedly planning to invest heavily in 2 original reality TV shows. And Reba is a regular guest on both of these shows. Chapter 240, Dama, Xiaoma, and Wang Lin have arrived. As a result, Reba's fame has spread across the entire country. As for Luifei, who was once a top-tier star in the Lu Tianxian in people's hearts, she now only takes on endorsements for international luxury brands. However, the advertisements for these luxury brands are exceptionally well produced and aired during prime time slots throughout the day. Therefore, Luifei's current fame not only matches her past glory but has even surpassed it. The only one who hasn't been recognized by the general public yet is Zhao Xiaogu. Zhao Xiaogu's Flower Cubone is still in production and hasn't been aired yet, so her fame isn't very high, which is understandable. However, after several months of filming, Flower Cubone is nearing completion and will wrap up soon. I'm sure that once Flower Cubone airs, she'll become an instant sensation. Additionally, even though many people present didn't recognize Zhao Xiaogu, upon seeing her stunning beauty, they couldn't help but marvel at how such a woman could possess both such beauty and cuteness. They can already predict that Zhao Xiaogu is bound for stardom in the future. Their belief isn't solely based on Zhao Xiaogu's looks. After all, any artist signed to Tianfan Entertainment is bound to become a sensation, even if they're just a cat or a dog. Don't underestimate Tianfan Entertainment. Even though they only have 5 artists under their banner, they're currently the top entertainment company in the industry. Even Tianyu Entertainment, which once rose to fame by creating viral stars and became extremely arrogant, was brought down by them. Besides the 5 of them, big names like Dami, Naza, Hugo, Wu Jianhua, Wu Xiaojing, and even Shen Long have all come to support them. Besides these celebrities, Mu Qingyan, the head of Jiawan Industry, and He Linlin, the head of AUS City Casino, have also come to lend their support. It can be said that almost all the women around Yifan were present. This was the first time these women had the opportunity to meet each other. Of course, they had all been well trained by Yifan, so when they met each other and followed him around, none of them felt jealous, let alone cause a scene. When everyone saw Yifan arrive with so many stunningly beautiful women, they couldn't help but feel envy and jealousy. Is this what it means to have so many beautiful women by your side? A man's dream. Of course, this is something they can only envy. Even if they were extremely wealthy, with fortunes in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, do they have Yifan's good looks? No, so don't blame them for not being able to enjoy the same treatment as Yifan. They can certainly rely on their wealth and power to keep several women on the side. But let's not even talk about their looks. They can't hold a candle to the women by Yifan's side. Even if they're decent looking, so what? Once the truth comes out, they'll be the ones suffering. Of course, none of that matters. When people saw the young-looking girl dressed as a maid always by Yifan's side, they were completely stunned. Goodness, there is such a beautiful girl in this world. She must be a fairy. I always thought my goddess Audrey Hepburn was beautiful enough, but I never imagined there could be a woman more beautiful than her in this world. She is so beautiful. Not only beautiful, but also so adorable. AWSL undying. What do you call a golden couple? A perfect match. This is what you call a perfect match. He's talented, and she's beautiful, it's perfect. For a moment, everyone was left in awe. Yi Qing's flawless beauty left everyone in awe. Just like Yi Fan had on those women. However, some superficial women would become infatuated and scream in excitement. But the well-mannered gentlemen of high society, upon seeing Yi Qing, did not shout or scream. Instead, they let out a series of amazed exclamations. If Yi Fan, accompanied by a dozen stunningly beautiful women, represented the first wave of shock, then the three figures who appeared next brought the second wave of shock. Jack Ma and Pony Ma have also arrived. Not only them, but Wang Lin from Yida has also arrived. Don't just stare at the beauties, the three bigwigs of the business world have arrived. No way, even the three of them came personally to congratulate him? Of course they are. Don't you know why they've been so active on Vlog lately? They're busy buttering up Yi Zong. Only Yi Zong has the clout to bring all three of them together? Yi Zong invited them? I don't think so. I'll ask you all this, is anyone here invited by Yi Zong? You're all just here because you heard his name. And it's not like you can just show up whenever you want. Without any status or connections, you wouldn't even be able to get through the gates. Someone suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked at each other in shock. Indeed, these people were all prominent figures in Shanghai, but none of them had been invited by Mr. Yi. They had all heard that this chip company was founded by Yi Fan and backed by the government, so they had secured their tickets through various channels, some even without spending a fortune. What were they after? Just to catch a glimpse of the mysterious Yi Zong's appearance. If they were lucky enough to exchange a few words with this enigmatic Mr. Yi, it would all be worth it. Who knows? They might even turn their fortunes around, just like Wu Shaojing did, and receive several $100 million in funding from Yi Zong. One must have dreams in life, otherwise, what's the difference between us and a piece of dried fish? Come on, are you saying that Jack Ma, Pony Ma, and Wang Lin from Yida all came here for the same reason as us, to butter up Mr. Yi? What else could it be? What kind of status does Mr. Yi have? Jack Ma, Pony Ma, and Wang Lin from Yida are only the top three in China. On the international stage, especially in those established capitalist countries, they're nothing special. But I heard that Mr. Yi is also very powerful overseas. Really? Of course it's true. You must have heard about the recent uproar over Macau replacing Las Vegas as the world's largest gambling city, right? I don't know the specifics, but I heard that Yi Zong was actually there at the scene. Not only that, but I was fortunate enough to be at the Las Vegas casino at the time. I can tell you that Mr. Murphy, the general manager of the Las Vegas casino, was also present. He was extremely respectful toward Mr. Yi. Chapter 241, The Three Giants Showing Utmost Respect. Now you know the international status and influence of Mr. Yi. Jack Ma, Pony Ma, and Wang Lin, their international status pales in comparison to Mr. Yi's. Mr. Yi is truly amazing. You think so? I said that the Las Vegas casino organized its own gambling god tournament, but why did the winner of the gambling god title end up being our casino goddess River Lin Lin from our city? It turns out that Mr. Yi intervened. Yeah, when I saw the news, I was curious too. Now I finally get it. If Mr. Yi hadn't been in Las Vegas, given the country style, the title of gambling god would never have gone to someone else. It would have gone to their own gambling king. That's nothing. I have insider information. Apparently, Mr. Yi owns a large estate in Las Vegas, country. The entire Villa district belongs to him. You know all that? Who are you exactly? I'm not, never mind, this kind of thing isn't something I should talk about. The speaker was the male assistant who had brought Na Jia to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. He had originally wanted to use this opportunity to show off, but upon second thought, he decided against it. After all, he couldn't afford to offend Yi Fan. If he said too much and caused trouble, it wouldn't be worth the risk. So, this mysterious Yi Zong is truly formidable. He has the support of the state domestically and holds such a prominent position and influence internationally. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think the state places such importance on him? Don't talk about such things. If I had a few billion in savings, I'm sure the country would value me too. That's true. This is real, tangible savings, not just assets. Even the world's richest person isn't as wealthy as Mr. Yi. It's said that Yi Zong alone accounts for 10% of the nation's wealth. Is that true? I've only heard it too. But I know that many international luxury brands are absolutely controlled by Mr. Yi. The designers only hold a 1% stake. I've heard that before. Mr. Yi is truly amazing. With the appearance of Dima, Xiao Ma, and Wang Lin, it caused a huge stir. The people present began to discuss it animatedly. They are usually the prominent figures in the business world of Shanghai, but compared to these big shots at the scene, they felt that their own achievements were insignificant, merely minor players. It must be said that the scenes unfolding before them had a profound impact on these millionaires and even billionaires. Perhaps they felt that the impact wasn't enough. Dima, Xiaoma, and Wang Lin, as if they had planned it beforehand, arrived at the scene and, without any prior coordination, each picked up a glass of wine and walked toward Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, hello. I am Pony Ma from Penguin Company. It is an honor to have the opportunity to toast you personally. Little Ma bowed deeply, speaking with utmost respect. Mr. Yi, hello. I am Jack Ma. I have long wanted to meet you in person, but unfortunately, I never had the chance. This time, it's perfect. I've come to congratulate your company on its grand opening. Please forgive me for my poor speaking skills. I'll drink first to show my respect. Saying this, Big Ma actually downed the white wine in his hand in one gulp. People had thought that Little Ma's attitude toward Yi Fan was already quite respectful, but they never expected that Big Ma's attitude was even more deferential. This is just too unbelievable. You know, Big Horse and Little Horse are the only idols that so many successful people admire. Yet they are so respectful toward Yi Fan, even going so far as to speak in a submissive tone. When compared to them, they feel that these so-called successful people, aren't even worthy of pouring a toast for this Mr. Yi. People thought that was the end of it. But then, Wang Lin, the CEO of Yida, took it to a whole new level. Wang Lin approached Yi Fan with a wine glass in hand, his voice trembling with emotion. Mr. Yi, I have failed to raise my son properly. Please forgive this insignificant person and spare that brat. This glass of wine is my self-punishment. Saying this, Wang Lin downed the glass of white wine in one gulp, then poured himself another. Mr. Yi, may I ask you for a favor? I owe you several hundred billion. Could you please extend the repayment deadline? Additionally, I beg you, Mr. Yi, to lend me another few hundred billion to help Yida get through this crisis. Once we get through this, Mr. Yi, you will be my savior. I, Wang Lin, am willing to be your servant for life. Everyone present was stunned. Even if they saw it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears, they couldn't believe that the middle-aged man in a suit and tie standing before them was Wang Lin. This was Wang Lin, one of the three major tycoons. Would he say such things? He wasn't the type to make grand gestures in front of others, like setting a small goal first, such as earning $1 billion. People couldn't accept the image of Wang Lin, who was almost in tears and on the verge of kneeling before Yi Fan. No, this couldn't be the Wang Lin I knew. People thought to themselves. But this is the truth. People finally realized that Wang Lin owed Yi Fan hundreds of billions, and he even planned to borrow hundreds of billions more from him. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Regarding Wang Lin's request for a loan and the substantial amount involved, Yi Fan naturally did not respond immediately. However, regarding the several hundred billion Wang Lin owed him, Yi Fan was quite generous. He agreed to extend the repayment deadline, but the interest would be calculated at double the rate. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin was overcome with gratitude and thanked Yi Fan profusely. He downed several cups of white wine in quick succession. Finally, seeing that Wang Lin was continuing in this manner, Yi Fan feared he might cause a scene, so he had Dima and Xiaoma help him down, and the matter was settled. Of course, Wang Lin's efforts were not in vain. Yi Fan agreed to lend him another few hundred billion for Yida's working capital. After all, several hundred billion yuan sitting idle in the bank was a waste. It would be better to lend it to Wang Lin to make it work for him. Of course, this time, Yi Fan demanded more than just interest from Wang Lin. He also wanted a share of the profits. In other words, Wang Lin could use the several hundred billion as he saw fit, but any profits generated from his investments would require him to give Yi Fan a 30% dividend. In other words, if Wang Lin's investments fail, he still has to repay the principal plus interest to Yi Fan. If the investments succeed and generate significant profits, he must also pay Yi Fan a 30% dividend. This is a surefire deal with no downside, so of course Yi Fan would agree. Chapter 242, starting to make up for lost time again. Moreover, Yi Fan believes that Wang Lin, this seasoned business veteran, is still in his prime. As long as he is given the money, he will definitely make a profit. It's just a matter of how much he makes. Of course, Wang Lin also thought so. Otherwise, how dare he ask Yi Fan for a loan of several billion again? Watching the big and small horses escort Wang Lin off the stage, the crowd was left speechless. The shock came in waves, leaving them in a state of awe, unable to recover for a long time. At first, they had thought that being in Shanghai, they were at least big shots who could hold their own. They had assumed that approaching Yi Fan to toast him would earn them some face. But now, none of them dared to entertain such thoughts anymore. Even the three giants Dima, Xiaoma, and Wang Lin were so humble and respectful toward Yi Fan, with one of them nearly kneeling down. They, who might have some standing in Shanghai, had no place to compare themselves to Dima, Xiaoma, and Wang Lin in the entire country. They had no qualifications at all. Given that, how could they dare to even think about going up to toast Yi Fan? Even if they did, they quickly abandoned the idea. This spared Yi Fan a lot of trouble. Otherwise, just dealing with these upper-class individuals coming to toast him would have kept Yi Fan busy beyond his capacity. Moreover, he didn't particularly enjoy dealing with these merchants who reeked of money. Now, after Dima, Xiaoma, and Wang Lin put on such a show, many people had recognized their true identities and dared not approach Yi Fan to offer him a toast, saving him a great deal of trouble. Yifan suspected that the simultaneous appearance of Dima, Xiaoma, and Wang Lin was a deliberate arrangement by the state. But regardless of the truth, Yifan had no interest in investigating such matters. Rather than dwell on such matters, it would be better to interact more with the beautiful women around him, wouldn't it? Once everyone was present, Yifan took Yi Qingge and the 5 female artists signed by Tianfan Entertainment onto the stage for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. As for Dima, Xiaoma, Wang Lin, and the true power brokers of Magic City, they naturally all gathered around to serve as Yifan's entourage. Yifan didn't waste any words. He took the golden scissors, waved them in front of everyone, and then cut the ribbon. With that single cut, the One Leaf, One World Chip Technology Company was officially established. The entire venue erupted into chaos. The ribbon-cutting ceremony continued until late into the night. However, Yifan had already left the venue early with a few beautiful women. As for what they were up to, those in the know were well aware. After the chip company was established, on the surface, it was naturally a company dedicated to researching, developing, manufacturing, and producing high-tech chips. Moreover, the company employed tens of thousands of employees. However, these tens of thousands of employees were merely a cover. They were there to provide cover for the Skynet project. Even if there were international spies who suspected the One Leaf, One World Chip Technology Company and continued their covert investigations, even if they searched through the identities of all these employees, they would find nothing. Because the only person actually involved in the development of the supermachine known as the Skynet is Yifan. Yifan doesn't need any help. Even if the government sends some high-tech experts to assist him, it would be useless. After all, scientific and technological advancements 50 years ahead of modern times are simply beyond their comprehension. Yifan possesses an IQ of 200, and his technological expertise is fully developed. Understanding scientific and technological advancements 50 years ahead of modern times is a breeze for him. Moreover, Yifan isn't truly alone in constructing the supermachine known as the Skynet. He has the assistance of Xiao AI and the system. System, check how many check-ins I can make up. To complete the Skynet as soon as possible, Yifan doesn't plan to keep the unused check-ins. He intends to make up all the missed check-ins at once. After claiming these check-in rewards, completing the Skynet should be a breeze for Yifan. You have 202 remaining sign-in opportunities. Host, do you wish to make up all of them at once? The system's voice quickly echoed in Yifan's mind. It had been half a year since Yifan had unknowingly traveled through time. Sign them all at once. Yifan replied without hesitation. Immediately afterward, a series of prompts echoed in Yifan's mind. Ding! Catch-up successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 million RMB. Ding! Catch-up successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 free attribute points. Ding! Re-signing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 free skill points. Ding! Contract renewal successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 super chip. Ding! Contract renewal successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 years of lifespan. Ding! Contract renewal successful. Congratulations, host, all attributes have significantly increased, all attributes are now 1. Ding! Re-registration successful. Congratulations, host. Your physical attributes have been greatly enhanced, strength 2, constitution 2, agility 2. Ding! Contract renewal successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the opportunity to upgrade AI Smart AI. Ding! Contract renewal successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 99 shares of Marvel Group. Ding! Contract renewal successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 99% shares in DC Group. Ding! Registration update successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the new programming language X language. It wasn't until several minutes later that the voice in Yifan's mind finally fell silent. Looking at these check-in rewards, Yifan felt as though he had returned to the day he first arrived in this world. Though the number of check-ins was far fewer than the 7,000 plus he had done in a single day back then, it had only been 202 days. However, it is worth noting that the later you check in, the richer the rewards become. This is just like in a game. The longer you log in, the more rewards you receive. It's like the rewards for free attribute points and skill points. At first, you only get 1 point, then 2 points, 5 points, and now, each check-in rewards at least 10 points. Moreover, Yifan strongly suspects that the system knows exactly what he wants. Therefore, despite having only 202 days of check-ins, everything Yifan needs is already available in the check-in rewards. For example, super chips, the opportunity to upgrade AI to Xiao AI, and a brand new computer language called X language. With these items, creating a supermachine called Heavenly Net that surpasses human modern technology by 50 years should not be too difficult. As before, these rewards can be roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category is money and equity assets, the second category is skill attributes, the third category is technological capabilities. Chapter 243, a brand new computer language. However, Yifan noticed some particularly unique rewards. For example, a reward that extends one's lifespan by 10 years. Don't underestimate the value of an extra 10 years of life. Given Yifan's current physical condition, living to over 100 years old is no problem, so an extra 10 years doesn't seem like much. However, 10 years of life is not something that can be measured in money. How many billionaires would be willing to spend their entire lives to buy 10 more years of life? Moreover, the 10 years of life the system had granted Yifan could be transferred to others. In other words, if there is an elder whom Yifan respects and whose lifespan has reached its limit, and they are about to pass away peacefully, Yifan could simply transfer those 10 years of life to that elder, allowing them to live an extra decade. Continue to benefit humanity for another 10 years. There are so many such people. For example, Professor Yuan, the father of hybrid rice. Or the high school teacher who was kind to Yifan's predecessor. They are already quite elderly, and who knows when they might need those 10 years of life. Of course, Yifan has only heard of Professor Yuan by name and has never met him. As for his predecessor's high school teacher, although he has some health issues, he is only in his 60s. Given the current average life expectancy, as long as nothing unexpected happens, he should have at least another decade or so to live. But it doesn't matter. The 10 years of life granted by the system, Yifan can either use them himself or share them with the women around him. As for selling it for money, that was just a joke. Money was nothing to Yifan, just a string of numbers. If it weren't for that, would Yifan hesitate to lend Wanlin a few $100 billion more? In Yifan's eyes, money is the least valuable thing there is. It would be more practical to reward him with 10 points of free attribute points or free skill points. Speaking of the super chips, the opportunity to upgrade AI smart assistant Xiao AI, and the brand new computer language X language. First, the super chip is a reward from the system's 100-day sign-up event. Don't underestimate this super chip, it's only the size of a palm, but according to the system's description, its performance and data storage capabilities are 100 years ahead of its time. Especially in terms of storage, it uses an extremely advanced data compression technology. Don't underestimate its size, its storage capacity is a staggering 100 million times that of a standard chip. Earlier, Yifan was concerned that just 4 or 5 commercial buildings wouldn't be enough to house all the servers for the supermachine Tianwang. After all, Skynet is tasked with monitoring the entire country and its hundreds of millions of people. The volume of data would be enormous, and without a massive server system, it simply couldn't support its operations. However, now Yifan has no reason to worry. With this super chip in hand, Tianwan's servers are no longer an issue. In fact, this single super chip could store all of the Skynet's data. After discussing the super chip, it's time to talk about the opportunity to upgrade the AI-powered smart assistant, Xiao AI. After receiving this reward, Yifan didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately upgraded Xiao AI. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded before his eyes. Suddenly, a laptop computer in front of him emitted a golden light. The once ordinary laptop, both in appearance and interface, became much cooler and more futuristic. Isn't this just the special effect when upgrading items in certain mobile games? Yifan looked at the scene and had no doubts. How realistic is this? After upgrading Xiao AI, it was now permanently 30 years ahead of modern human technology, with more features and even greater intelligence. Yifan simply needed to tell Xiao AI his idea of creating a supermachine called Skynet, and she immediately understood. In other words, the task of creating the Skynet network can be entrusted entirely to Xiao AI, the AI intelligence. Yifan only needed to provide some technical support and guidance, and didn't need to interfere further. Furthermore, Yifan has granted Xiao AI the authority of the CEO of the chip company. She is now fully in charge of managing the chip company and can freely allocate all human and material resources as she sees fit. Now, all the employees at the chip company know that their company has a president named Xiao AI, but no one has ever seen her true face. The employees dare not say anything about it, let alone discuss it freely. This is because the chip company has a strict hierarchical structure, and they assume that they are simply not high enough in the ranks to have access to the senior management, including President Xiao AI. Moreover, the wages, benefits, and perks the chip company offers its employees are top-notch. They far surpass those of other companies, even foreign capitalist enterprises. Therefore, no one dares to discuss the company's higher-ups out of fear of being fired. The chip company is left to Xiao AI to handle, while Yifan can simply be a lazy, behind-the-scenes big boss. Finally, there is the brand new computer language, X language. Don't underestimate it just because it's a computer language. Compared to the popular languages on the market today, like C and Python, it's much simpler. You can write software using the language and characters you're already familiar with. Even someone with no prior computer knowledge can become a programming master by using X language. In other words, X language completely converts all the complex and redundant code into universal text. And it's simplified by tens of thousands of times. Normally, writing a small program would require tens of thousands of lines of code, but with X language, that's completely unnecessary. In fact, you can accomplish the same task with just a few simple lines of code. This is truly a blessing for programmers. Of course, X language is far ahead of current computer languages by several generations, and Yifan has no plans to release it just yet. He and Xiao AI using it is sufficient. Creating a super machine like the Skynet network isn't something that can be done in a short amount of time. Even with Xiao AI's assistance and the numerous convenient tools provided by the system, it would still take at least several months. Therefore, regarding the creation of the Skynet, Yifan isn't in a hurry, he can leave it to Xiao AI. Although Xiao AI is just an AI, she can mobilize all the human and material resources within the company, meaning that there are tens of thousands of unaware employees who can assist her in assembling servers and other tasks. There's no need for Yifan to get involved personally, everything can be handled by Xiao AI. Yifan only needs to wait a few months and then receive the results. Chapter 244, Capturing Zhao Xiaogu. After reviewing all the item information from the bonus rewards, Yifan's gaze returned to himself. Host, Yifan. Age, 20. Appearance, 110. Charm, 110. Strength, 220. Constitution, 220. Agility, 220. Intelligence, 220. Skills, martial arts level 10, hand-to-hand combat level 10, computer skills level 10, business management level 10, fishing level 10, wilderness survival level 10, puzzle solving and reasoning level 10. Free attribute points, 6123. Free skill points, 9012. From Yifan's data, it's clear that his appearance and charm can also surpass the limits of an ordinary person. However, after reaching 100 points, each additional point requires 10 free attribute points, which Yifan deemed unnecessary. As for strength, stamina, agility, and intelligence, after receiving the rewards from this catch-up, all of these attributes have been boosted to 220 points. Keep in mind that after reaching 200 points, each additional point requires 100 free attribute points. It's clear that the system's makeup rewards are the worst, aside from monetary rewards, especially when it comes to free attribute points and free skill points. The attribute points directly rewarded by the system are much better than free attribute points and free skill points. Although it's not a full attribute boost of 1, it's either 2 points each for strength, constitution, agility, and intelligence. However, once attribute values reach 200 points, each additional point is equivalent to 100 free attribute points. It's a huge advantage. In addition to the changes in data, Yifan also gained several new skills, including but not limited to fishing skills, wilderness survival skills, and puzzle solving skills. The rewarded skills are all level 3, so Yifan naturally leveled them all up to 10 in one go. However, upgrading these skills does not consume many free skill points. Therefore, after all this, Yifan's free attribute points and free skill points not only didn't decrease but actually increased significantly. As a result, Yifan no longer worries about running out of free attribute points or free skill points. Even if he had more women around him, he could freely enhance their attribute values and skill levels. As for using them on himself, Yifan believes that, after all, the world he now lives in is an urban world. The strongest individuals are merely martial artists. There was no need to further enhance his attribute values or skill levels. Unless, of course, he wants to become a god. But in this urban world, becoming a god-like being seems completely unnecessary. If that's the case, then so be it. After several months of filming, Zhao Xiaogu's Flower Cubone finally wrapped up. Yifan had never had the time to visit Zhao Xiaogu on set, but to demonstrate his impartiality toward all signed artists at Tianfan Entertainment, Yifan decided to take this opportunity to pay a visit. After the wrap-up of Flower Cubone, a celebratory banquet was held. However, no outsiders were invited, it was just the cast and crew members celebrating among themselves. Yifan, the big boss, arriving at the set was a surprise for everyone on set. Especially Zhao Xiaogu, who had recently received several 100 million yuan transferred to her account by Yifan, leaving her overwhelmed with gratitude. Now, seeing that Yifan valued her so much and had even come to the set to visit her in person, she was deeply moved. Thinking back to their first meeting, when she had initially perceived Yifan as a spoiled playboy, Zhao Xiaogu now found herself oddly feeling a touch of sweetness. This time, Yifan had naturally brought some perks with him. He only said one sentence, and it sent the entire film crew into a frenzy. That was, all crew members, from the director to the support staff who served tea, would receive a share of the profits after the release of Flower Cubone. In an instant, everyone on set was in an uproar. They shouted in unison, "Yizong is so generous. Yizong is so bold." They had followed Yizong, they had chosen the right person. Yifan didn't do this because he was foolish or had too much money. It was because he had high hopes for this crew. In the future, they would become the exclusive crew for Zhao Xiaogu. Spending a little money to ensure that every crew member works diligently and dedicates themselves to creating the best version of Zhao Xiaogu. Why not? Moreover, Yifan is a shrewd businessman. The dividends he distributes amount to only 10% of the total revenue, while the remaining 90% naturally flows into his own pockets. However, the crew members all know that Flower Cubone is exceptional in every aspect: the script, actors, filming, and special effects. Once it's released, it's bound to be a huge hit. Even if the 10% profit share is split evenly among everyone, it's still a substantial sum of money. Everyone on the production team was thrilled. Seeing the crew members he had worked with for so long so happy, Zhao Xiaogu was genuinely happy for them. When she looked at Yifan, her eyes were filled with admiration. So, someone started teasing them, urging the two to be together. Amidst the constant teasing, Zhao Xiaogu blushed, but she didn't stop the others from joking around. What does she mean by that? As long as she's not a little cutie, everyone understands. Yi Fan wasn't stupid, he understood Zhao Xiaogu's meaning. She was implicitly agreeing to be with him. That day, Zhao Xiaogu, the well-behaved girl, drank quite a lot of juice. She drank until she was a bit tipsy. The reason she only drank juice and not alcohol. Naturally, it was because Yi Fan didn't allow her to drink alcohol. Zhao Xiaogu naturally obeyed Yi Fan's words. After the celebratory banquet ended, everyone sensed the mood and refrained from disturbing Yi Fan and Zhao Xiaogu. Yi Fan was even more direct, taking Zhao Xiaogu to a nearby upscale hotel and booking a room. He took Zhao Xiaogu's virginity. Name, Zhao Xiaogu. Age, 19. Appearance, 96. Charm, 93. Strength, 70. Physical condition, 69. Agility, 75. Intelligence, 82. Affinity, 95. Skills, performance skill level 5, singing skill level 3, cooking skill level 3, variety skill level 1. In terms of attributes, there's not much to elaborate on. Aside from the typical weaknesses for all female strength, constitution, and agility, the rest are outstanding. Especially in terms of appearance, it was beyond Yi Fan's expectations that it matched Mu Qingyan's, reaching an impressive 96. Of course, Zhao Xiaogu's appearance doesn't have the same stunning effect as Mu Qingyan's. Perhaps her beauty is more evident in her sweet and adorable demeanor. What surprised Yi Fan the most was that Zhao Xiaogu's affection for him was as high as 95 points, which is quite high. Speaking of which, when he first appeared, he left a rather unfavorable impression, so his likability shouldn't be that high, right? Chapter 245, New Variety Show Running Man premieres. Of course, Yi Fan didn't dwell on it. After all, who can truly understand a girl's heart? As for skills, Zhao Xiaogu's performance skill was a whopping level 5, far surpassing those of Da Tiantian, Raba, and Naza, and even one level higher than Damimi. Of course, Damimi's acting skills have also improved. After starring in 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms, her acting skills have also reached level 5. From a first-tier star, she has risen to become a top-tier star. With such a high performance skill level, it's no wonder Zhao Xiaogu's acting is so outstanding. However, aside from acting, her singing and cooking skills are also decent. As for variety show skills, though, Yi Fan looked at her variety show skill level of only 1 and realized she was definitely a variety show black hole. It seems like we'll have to minimize her appearances on variety shows in the future. Of course, this doesn't apply when promoting her films and TV shows. As for Zhao Xiaogu, Yi Fan really liked her. Moreover, her performance tonight was also very satisfying to Yi Fan. She was both obedient and clingy. Which man wouldn't like her? Therefore, Yi Fan didn't mind secretly boosting Zhao Xiaogu's attribute values and skill levels. Apart from her appearance remaining unchanged, Yi Fan raised her charm and intelligence to 95, and added 5 points each to her strength, stamina, and agility. As a result, Zhao Xiaogu became even more perfect. Though there is no such thing as perfection, she has at least 9 out of 10. In terms of skills, the only thing that remained unchanged was her performance skill, as Yi Fan believed that through her own efforts, her performance skill level would gradually improve. As for other skills, Yi Fan also increased each one by 1 level. It can be said that Zhao Xiaogu is the first woman Yi Fan has ever invested so many free attribute points and free skill points into. It's not that she wasn't perfect enough, but rather that he wanted her to be even more perfect. After the filming of Flower Cubone wrapped up, it took some time before it was officially released. The TV series, upon its release, naturally became a nationwide sensation. Almost everyone on the streets was discussing this TV series. Major TV stations are also competing to buy the broadcasting rights for Hua Gu. This phenomenon might only be comparable to the frenzy when TV stations were competing to air The Legend of the Condor Heroes over a decade ago. Zhao Xiaogu also rose to fame and achieved immense popularity thanks to the TV series Flower Cubone. With her striking looks and solid acting skills, she has earned widespread acclaim and recognition from audiences. Many people even discovered through this TV series that there was such a talented and hard-working female artist in the entertainment industry. Zhao Xiaogu further solidified her status by winning the Golden Eagle Award for Best Actress for her outstanding performance in Flower Cubone. Zhao Xiaogu's rise to fame has made other entertainers in the industry even more eager to join Tianfan Entertainment. Because Tianfan Entertainment has once again proven with its strength that any artist signed under their banner can be propelled to stardom in a short period of time. In the hearts of entertainers in the industry, compared to the other 2 major entertainment companies, Tianfan Entertainment is the holy grail they all aspire to, regardless of how famous an artist may be at present. If asked which entertainment company they most want to sign with, the answer is unanimous and certain: Tianfan Entertainment. Zhao Xiaogu's rise to fame is just the beginning. Shortly after the release of Flower Cubone on major TV networks and online platforms, Tianfan Entertainment launched 2 original celebrity reality TV shows. One is called Running Man and the other is called Extreme Challenge. These two celebrity reality TV shows were not aired simultaneously but were released one after the other, though not too far apart in time. Moreover, both shows featured a regular female guest star, Reba. Hiba and Ja Shyogu, the reality TV black hole, form a striking contrast. She is a true reality TV genius. Therefore, Yifan naturally wouldn't let Reba's talent go to waste, personally taking charge and creating two celebrity reality TV shows for her. And today is the day the first show, Running Man, officially starts filming and live streaming. Yes, the first episode of the first season of Running Man, Yifan took a bold step by adopting a live broadcast format. There's no post-production editing, so the interactions between the celebrities, as well as their spontaneous reactions and performances, are presented to the audience in the most direct way possible. This can be said to be a huge challenge for celebrities who have an idol image to maintain. After all, without the careful editing of post-production, if they make a fool of themselves on the show, what can they do? However, the production team's response put all the celebrities at ease. Because the production team has assigned 45 cameramen to each celebrity, who will film them in real time and present their best moments to the audience. Additionally, the staff behind the scenes are professional personnel hired at great expense by the production team. If a celebrity makes a mistake, they have various contingency plans in place. The simplest solution is to immediately cut to another celebrity's camera angle. With the production team's assurance, the celebrities were also reassured. It's just a live broadcast, isn't it? It's just a test of their on-the-spot reaction skills, isn't it? What's the big deal? Can they really mess it up? Of course, the main reason these celebrities didn't refuse the production team's invitation is because this variety show was produced by Tianfan Entertainment. Everyone in the entertainment industry knows the status of Tianfan Entertainment. Even if the production team gave them all a huge challenge in the first episode, receiving an invitation to appear on a variety show produced by Tianfan Entertainment is something they'd be thrilled about. As for the payment for appearing in one episode, how much it is doesn't seem that important anymore. Cough, cough. Of course, to be fair, the production team's payment is truly generous. Tianfan Entertainment's variety shows certainly don't lack funding. Even before the show aired, the promotional efforts had been ongoing for quite some time. So, before the show aired today, there were already many viewers gathered in front of their TVs or computers, eagerly awaiting the show's premiere. Has it started yet? I can't wait any longer. Don't worry, it's just 1 minute away. Great! Finally, Running Man is airing. I've been looking forward to it ever since I saw the promotional ads a month ago. Me too. The promotional videos they made looked pretty fun. Chapter 246, The Brothers team makes their debut. This is the first time I've seen such an innovative outdoor celebrity reality show. I've gotten tired of watching indoor variety shows like Happy Camp and Day Day Up. Can this kind of reality TV show really become popular? Who knows? But it's pretty innovative. As the variety show powerhouse, they've reportedly been experimenting with this kind of outdoor reality show featuring celebrity interactions for a while. I never expected our country to be the first to launch it. I'm so excited. From the trailer, it looks like they're playing games, and it seems really thrilling and fun. My little Fengzhou, the goddess Hatba, seems to be a regular female guest on this show. I'm here for her. Ha, what a coincidence. I'm also here for Hatba, the goddess. She played Fengzhou, and she was so beautiful. Me too. The show hasn't even aired yet, but the screen is already filled with a sea of comments. And the vast majority of them are here for Reba. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the Fengzhou she portrayed in 3 Lives 3 Worlds 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms was simply too perfect, making the audience fall in love with her instantly. Stop sending comments, the show has started. Just then, a prestigious colored comment suddenly flew across the center of the screen in a dazzling display. Upon seeing the comment, everyone immediately stopped sending more comments and focused on waiting for the show to begin. Here it comes. Here it comes. Amidst the audience's eager calls, the screen finally displayed an image. A man dressed in a black suit appeared before everyone in a stylish pose. Huh, isn't that the Empress's husband, Deng Chao? It really is him. I love the Empress's portrayal of Jin Huan. The previously calm comments section erupted once again with the appearance of Deng Chao. It's worth noting that at this point, or rather in this timeline of the world, Deng Chao wasn't very famous yet. At least, he wasn't nearly as famous as his wife, Sun Li. Nevertheless, Deng Chao's appearance still caused a small stir among the audience. Soon, a line of text appeared on the screen, charming leader Deng Chao. It was clear that Deng Chao was the main star of this reality TV show. After Deng Chao held the microphone and the stand and performed a simple yet cool routine, the second guest of the show and the only female regular guest made a grand entrance. Suddenly, countless pink peach blossoms began to drift down from the sky. How beautiful. Wow, this is a big production. Is this really live, or is it a pre-recorded episode with post-production editing and special effects? It's so beautiful. Just as the audience was marveling at the sight, a beautiful woman dressed in ancient attire, suspended by wires, slowly descended from the sky. She was as beautiful as a fairy from heaven. So breathtakingly beautiful it takes your breath away. She is none other than Reba. The production team clearly knew that Reba was the biggest star of the show, so they went to great lengths to ensure the first episode was a success. They had Reba make her first appearance dressed as Fongjo, the character she had portrayed in her most popular role. Such a breathtakingly beautiful entrance, resembling a fairy, naturally ignited the enthusiasm of viewers both in front of the TV and online in an instant. In an instant, countless comments flooded the screen. Reba is here. Is that Fongjo? Wow, she's so beautiful. I thought it was just the TV show's makeup, special effects, and filters that made her look so ethereal and beautiful, but in real-life streaming, she's just as stunning. She's too beautiful. My little Fongjo. What do you mean, your? Fongjo is clearly mine. Everyone, stop arguing. Draw your swords. Fongjo is mine. Let me speak up for fairness. You can have Fingjo, but Reba is mine. All I want to say is, whether it's Fingjo or Rebaba, they both belong to that mysterious Yi zone. Wake up, everyone. Stop dreaming. The person above, can you please be a bit more tactful when you speak? Exactly. Exactly. You won't even let us have a little fantasy? Everyone knows that Reba belongs to that Yi zone. Su Shishir also belongs to Yi zone, but she's not my goddess. Alright, men are indeed a strange bunch. Wow, you're still a girl. What kind of girl are you calling sister? Sis, I can do it. While people marvel at Reba's beauty, they also envy and jealous Yifan, who has captured the hearts of Reba, Su Shishir, and Tianshur, the goddesses they all admire all by himself. It can be said that since appearing on The Singer, Yifan has become a household name. Although not everyone has watched the show Singer, anyone who has paid attention to the beautiful celebrities like Su Shishir, Tianshur, Reba, Luifei, and Zhao Shogu knows that there is a man behind them. That man is the legendary Yi Zong. Those who know Yifan naturally know how wealthy and powerful he is in China, with even the state as his backing. Therefore, even men can only envy and jealous Yifan. As for hatred? They know their place. Who dares to harbor any hatred toward Yifan? Reba, dressed as Fongjo, descended from the sky like a fairy and approached Deng Chao. After a brief introduction. Next up was the third guest, Wang Baobao from the Shaolin Temple. As soon as Wang Baobao took the stage, he demonstrated his martial arts skills, easily taking down over a dozen black-clad men. Though everyone knew it was just a staged performance, they still cheered enthusiastically. Especially when Wang Baobao revealed his mischievous smile at the end, it had the live streaming audience rolling with laughter. Next up was Chen Shichi, who made his entrance with a gunfight. Surprisingly, he looked quite slim and even a bit handsome. Following Chen Shichi was the imposing Big Black Bull, who made a grand entrance on a sleek motorcycle. As soon as Big Black Bull arrived, he crashed his Yamaha motorcycle into a wall. Of course, the wall was made of foam bricks. The audience found this scene both bold and hilarious. Next up was Zhang Kai, who made his entrance as a romantic gentleman. As soon as Zhang Kai appeared, he caused many female audience members to scream in excitement exaggerated for effect. After Zhang Kai, the final guest to take the stage was Wang Zulan. The versatile actor Wang Zulan, who switches between male and female attire, left the audience speechless. Chapter 247, the debut of variety show goddess Reba. 666, I love watching Wang Zulan in women's attire. Reba, Deng Chao, Wang Baobao, Chen Shichi, Dehanyo, Zhang Kai, and Wang Zulan. This lineup is amazing. Is Reba the only female guest? There seem to be too few female guests. Of course, after all, the show is called Running Man, so having one female guest is already pretty good. Reba is so beautiful. These are the regular cast members, right? Besides them, they should also invite two special guests, shouldn't they? Yeah, I'm looking forward to the two special guests. I wonder who they'll be. They must be big-name celebrities. Can't wait. Just the opening alone has already gotten the audience incredibly excited. People are curious with such a star-studded lineup, the special guests must be just as impressive. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the two special guests about to take the stage. As the leader, Deng Chao didn't disappoint the audience's expectations. After all the members of the Brotherhood group had arrived, he began to announce the two special guests invited by the show's production team. Not only the audience, but even the brothers group members and Deng Chao himself were curious about who the two special guests invited to the first episode of Running Man would be. The production team kept the identities of the two special guests completely under wraps. Even Deng Chao only received two small cards about the special guests after the show began. Upon opening the first card and glancing at it, Deng Chao couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow," in an exaggerated manner, fully showcasing his hosting skills. Instantly, both the live viewers and the members of the Brotherhood were filled with curiosity. Who could the first special guest be that even Deng Chao reacted so dramatically? Of course, most people knew that Deng Chao's exaggerated reaction was just for the show, but people were still curious. After that, under the eager urging of the brothers group members, Deng Chao teased everyone's curiosity before finally saying, "The first special guest is amazing. She is a representative of the modeling industry, a symbol of beauty, and the goddess in men's hearts. She is." Deng Chao paused at the most crucial moment, as if frozen in place. "Who is she?" "Deng Chao, just keep talking." "Wow, can you really hold back?" Don't stop me, I'm going to break through the screen and confront Deng Chao. You're really teasing us. I love it. In an instant, countless comments flew across the screen. Xiao Gu, you're teasing us. Hurry up and say it. Shen Shiqi couldn't hold back either and started urging Deng Chao. Exactly, Xiao Gu. Riba also couldn't help but urge him on. She was speaking normally, but it sounded like she was being playful. Instantly, many viewers fell in love with this innocent, cute, and straightforward girl. After posing for a while in what he thought were cool moves, Deng Chao finally gave in to the crowd's urging and began to announce. Alright, since Riba has spoken, I won't keep you in suspense anymore, she's Angel Baby. Welcome! Deng Chao said enthusiastically. Then, a woman who was just as beautiful as Riba, with a slender figure that was almost perfect, walked out from behind the scenes. It was Baby. The production team was also very cooperative. As Baby walked onto the stage with her perfect catwalk, the song Oh, Baby, Baby started playing. Wow, it's really Baby. Baby, why are you here as a special guest? I never expected it to be you, Baby. Many of the crew members recognized Baby and rushed over to greet her excitedly. Hello, everyone. I'm Baby. Baby also greeted the members of the Brotherhood and the audience watching on screen with grace and poise. Seeing their idol, Baby, the male viewers at home were once again in a frenzy. With the ethereally beautiful hot ba and the flawlessly proportioned Baby, the audience is even more eager for this celebrity reality show. As for why Baby was invited as the first special guest on Running Man, it goes without saying that it was Yifan who arranged for the show to bring her in. On the original Earth, Baby was supposed to be the show's original female guest star. However, Yifan created the show specifically for Riba, so there was no way he would allow Baby to be the regular female guest. The role must go to Riba. Inviting Baby to be the first episode's special guest is a small token of compensation for her. Better than nothing. Alright, you can exchange pleasantries later after the show is recorded. As the senior member, Deng Chao naturally had to maintain control of the situation. Immediately, he told the brothers who were busy chatting with Baby to quiet down. Next, it was time to announce the second special guest. The second special guest is. At that moment, Deng Chao finally took his time to flip open the second small card. However, after flipping open the second small card, he froze in place. Stunned. Xiao Gu? It's over. His timeline has frozen again. Shen Shiqi joked. The audience watching the screen, seeing this, also started sending out comments. That darn Deng Chao, is he teasing us again? This performance actually looks pretty convincing. Wow, who did they bring in? They actually managed to shock Deng Chao like that. Cough, cough. If it weren't for the experience earlier, I almost fell for it again. Deng Chao's acting is really good. I almost fell for it too. The audience clearly didn't believe that Deng Chao was genuinely shocked by the second special guest's background, given how he introduced the first one earlier. They all thought he was putting on a show. However, the truth, of course, was not that simple. Xiao Gu, stop pretending. Just announce the name of the second special guest already. In the end, even the honest and straightforward Wang Baobao couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up to urge him. Exactly, Mr. Cool, just announce it already. Gulp, gulp. Riba mumbled as she spoke. However, what's Riba doing? Is she sneaking a sip of milk? Oh, that's so cute. I love it. Ha, Riba is actually a foodie girl. I'm turning into a fan. So cute, appearing on a live reality show and secretly drinking milk sponsored by the sponsor. Sponsor, this was a huge win. Subtle advertising, that's impressive. Riba didn't even realize it herself. She just couldn't resist the temptation and secretly grabbed a bottle of the sponsor's milk to drink. Little did she know it would create such a great atmosphere for the show. Is this the effect of the variety show god possessing her? No wonder her variety show skills are so high. Chapter 248, the second special guest, Yifan. Not only that. The show's behind-the-scenes staff quickly added some special effects text and cute sound effects. The sound effects were baby like oh my. The text read, caught sneaking a drink. This immediately caused a stir among the audience. This new variety show isn't just great on screen, the behind-the-scenes team is also top-notch. Riba, be serious. No sneaking sips of milk. Wang Baobao pretended to knock angrily and scolded. I didn't. Riba quickly hid the milk behind her back and shook her head in denial. Ha! This time, even the members of the Brotherhood group and the program staff on set couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, viewers at home and online were captivated by Riba's adorable refusal to admit she had stolen the milk, only adding to their adoration for her. In real life, people might think that stealing milk and not admitting it is too dishonest. But in a variety show, isn't that exactly the kind of entertainment effect they're going for? Plus, the behind-the-scenes crew added various cute special effects to enhance the effect. For a moment, viewers couldn't get enough of Riba. Oh my gosh, this is just too cute. The special effects are really well done. Behind the scenes of Running Man, a man praised. No wonder they spent so much money to bring in the best special effects team from all over the country. The crew members behind the scenes finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Looking closely, the handsome man seemed vaguely familiar. Yes, that's right, it's Yifan. Yifan was highly satisfied with Reba's performance on the variety show. She truly lived up to her reputation as the variety show goddess. Take the incident where she was caught stealing milk, for example. If it had been any other female guest, they would have probably just laughed it off and said nothing. Reba's approach of hiding the milk and stubbornly denying it is indeed something that draws criticism in real life. But on a variety show, isn't that exactly the kind of entertainment the audience wants to see? Speaking of which, how did Yifan end up behind the scenes of Running Man? His presence behind the scenes is naturally because Deng Chao, after being stunned for a while, finally snapped out of it under the constant urging of the brothers' team members. Once he came to his senses, he immediately spoke in a tone that was both shocked and overly dramatic. Wow, the second special guest. I'm not kidding, his background is really big. As he spoke, Deng Chao made an extremely exaggerated gesture to emphasize big. Enough, Brother Chao, please stop your performance and reveal the name of the second special guest. The viewers at home have been waiting so long they're about to lose their patience. Romantic gentleman Zhang Kai couldn't help but speak up. Chao Ge, this is a live broadcast, please be mindful of your language. Chen Qiqi chimed in to support his old classmate. Alright, stop rushing me. I'll announce the name of the second special guest right now. He is. Cough, but I should mention beforehand that his background is truly impressive. Deng Chao suddenly added. The excited members of the Brotherhood group nearly collapsed upon hearing this. Brothers, go. Hit him hard. He's too slow. Big Black Bull grabbed an inflatable hammer prop and started pounding Deng Chao with it. The other members of the Brotherhood group also grabbed their inflatable props and started attacking Deng Chao. The scene became utterly absurd and hilarious. The audience, just like the Brotherhood members, were eagerly anticipating the show, but when Deng Chao suddenly said that, they too wished they could jump through the screen and join the Brotherhood members in beating him up. However, seeing that the Brotherhood members had been getting along so well from the start, with no signs of tension, and were all beating up Deng Chao together, the audience found it incredibly entertaining. Moreover, Deng Chao's repeated emphasis that the second guest was someone of great importance left the audience incredibly curious and eager to know who the second special guest was. Could it be a pop icon, a diva, or a superstar like Shenlong? But upon further thought, the audience felt it was indeed possible. Speaking of which, Su Shishir and Reba, who both reached the peak of their careers and won awards upon their debut, aren't they from the same company? That's right. Wow, could they really have invited Su Shishir, the goddess, as the second special guest? Given the show's usual style, inviting only two special guests, both women, doesn't seem likely. Who could it be? For a moment, the audience was filled with curiosity. Alright, stop hitting me. I'll announce it, okay? Is it really that big of a deal? We're all in this together, you know. Deng Chao hurriedly pushed his way out of the group of brothers who were beating him up and shouted. The members of the Brotherhood heard this and finally stopped. However, I still want to say one thing. Brothers. Upon hearing Deng Chao start with his usual routine, Big Black Bull immediately shouted, and the members of the Brotherhood were ready to beat him up again. Seeing the dire situation, Deng Chao quickly changed his tone and said, the second special guest has a 5-character name that everyone has heard of and is very familiar with, the mysterious Mr. Yi. As soon as Deng Chao mentioned half of the name, both the brothers' gang members and the live stream viewers were all taken aback. A name with 5 characters? Could it be from a minority ethnic group? But when they heard the words mysterious Mr. Yi, everyone, except for Baby who smiled knowingly, was stunned. The mysterious Mr. Yi is the second special guest? That's impossible. Isn't he the behind-the-scenes big boss who rarely makes public appearances? If that weren't the case, why would netizens have gone to such great lengths to dig up information for hours, only to discover that he is the man behind Su Shishir, the one with hundreds of billions in deposits, and the real boss behind Tianfan Entertainment? However, when Yifan stepped out from behind the scenes, the entire venue erupted in chaos. Wow, the second special guest is really Yizong. He's so handsome. Is this real? There is actually such a handsome man in this world. Before, when I watched the singer, I thought it was the singers behind the scenes team adding all sorts of special effects and filters to make him look so handsome, but now I see he's truly handsome. Deng Kai, the heartthrob, pales in comparison to Yifan and instantly becomes a pretty boy. Why isn't Yizong staying as the big boss behind the scenes? Why did he come to Running Man? That's a given, he's here to support Reba. After all, Reba is also an artist under his company. Yizong is indeed talented, he can sing, write songs, and compose music. But participating in this kind of outdoor variety show requires being articulate, hands-on, and mentally agile. He probably isn't up for it. Chapter 249, Reba and Baby's team selection. Yizong's tough, handsome, and taciturn style makes me think he probably won't make it either. Regardless of whether he can make it or not, he's truly handsome. His looks completely outshine those of male celebrities like Deng Chao. Wang Baobao and Wan Zulan are left speechless. Ha! After Deng Chao announced his name, Yifan walked onto the stage. Anyway, after his appearance on The Singer, he was completely exposed and became an overnight sensation. So, he didn't mind making another appearance on Running Man. Seeing Yibao's flushed face from excitement and the gratitude in her eyes, Yifan felt that his trip was well worth it. After Yifan took the stage, Deng Chao and the other members of the Brotherhood group naturally greeted him with humility. They never expected the show's producers to be so clever bringing their big boss on the first episode of the first season. They couldn't possibly handle such an honor. Besides, they were in the entertainment industry. Who didn't know that Yifan was the man who even made their big brother Qianlong admire him, and the three giants Dima, Xiaoma, and Wang Lin were all vying to flatter him? Seeing how tense they were, Yifan hurriedly told them to relax and treat him like an ordinary guest. Upon hearing this, everyone relaxed a bit. Reba bounced around like a little rabbit, approaching Yifan obediently, but she was still tightly holding a bottle of milk. This adorable contrast melted the hearts of the audience. Alright, the brothers team has assembled. Let's begin the first task. The show's director seized the moment and spoke up. The first task, please head over to West Lake Square. The show's director continued. Let's go. We are the loggers. After gathering together and shouting the slogan of the Brotherhood group, everyone boarded the large bus that the production team had arranged in advance. A few minutes later, the group's figures appeared at West Lake Square. However, as soon as they got off the bus, they were startled by the scene before them. The square was filled with at least several hundred middle-aged women dressed in various colored outfits, dancing to the music. Among them were also quite a few elderly men. They were dancing gracefully to the rhythm of the music. The scene was truly spectacular and distinctly characteristic of Z country. What on earth is this? The vast sky is my love. Big brother Deng Chao spoke first, breaking the ice. Xiaoge, could you stop singing while you're talking? The gentle green mountains are blooming with flowers. Chen Qiqi complained while singing along himself. If you're going to sing, let's all sing together. What kind of rhythm is the most swaying? Da Hui interjected. You're right. What kind of singing is the most joyful? Zhang Kai also joined in with a loud song. Then, everyone turned their gaze toward Wang Baobao in the fourth position. The winding river flows down from the sky. Wang Baobao sang nervously. That voice was absolutely terrible, she couldn't hit a single note. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. Ha, that's hilarious. Wang Baobao is great at acting and sports, but making him sing aren't you just making things hard for him? Xiao Ge and the others are so mean. I'm dying of laughter. Hundreds of square dance aunties, what a big scene. Not just grandmas, but also quite a few grandpas mixed in there. Ha! This is unbelievable. I admire the show's creativity. The production team is really stirring things up. This variety show is so entertaining. I love it. The brothers group members, go go go. The members of the Brotherhood group all did a great job. However, Yi Zong didn't say a single word the entire time. As expected, Mr. Yi isn't suited for this kind of variety show. He should be on a show where he can showcase his talents. Undoubtedly, this brand new celebrity reality TV show quickly gained the audience's favor. For the audience, the only downside might be that the Mr. Yi they've been eagerly awaiting didn't have any standout performances. Stop mentioning Mr. Yi. If he is already handsome and wealthy, and can do everything well, how are other men supposed to live? You're right. Regardless, this variety show is truly amazing. Deng Chao, Reba, Wang Baobao, Chen Qiqi, Dehanyo, Zheng Kai, Wang Zulan. The Brotherhood is incomplete without any of them. On the live streams of major online platforms, the comments are piling up layer after layer. Many fans have even started creating dedicated forums for the 7 members of the Brothers group. Of course, this is just the beginning. After the song The Most Spectacular Ethnic Style ended, the elderly women and men doing square dancing finally stopped their graceful moves. The show's director spoke up again. Alright, I'm sure the Brothers group members have felt the warmth of our elderly fans. Now, we need the Brothers group members to form teams and participate in a team competition. With the Brothers group members and the special guests, there are a total of 9 people, which can be divided into 3 teams of 3 each. As for how to divide the teams, that's up to you. After the director finished speaking, everyone began discussing the matter. Guys, how do you think we should divide the teams? Deng Chao couldn't help but ask. Here's an idea, we have 7 men and only 2 women. Let the 2 women choose who they want to team up with first. The 3 who aren't chosen can form a team on their own. Chen Qiqi suggested. That's a good idea. Wang Zulan thought this plan was feasible. If we were to divide into teams normally, as the weakest one, he probably wouldn't have anyone willing to team up with him. Wang Zulan was well aware of his own limitations. He was short and not particularly athletic, so he could only be a dreamer with no real prospects. So, everyone let Reba and Baby choose who to team up with. Originally, their plan was for Reba and Baby to each pick 2 male members to form 2 teams, leaving the 3 unwanted male members to form a team on their own. But when they let Reba and Baby start choosing, the 2 of them, in perfect sync, chose Yifan as their teammate. This left Reba, Baby, and Yifan 2 men and 1 woman forming a team. Yifan was the only man, with 2 beautiful women by his side. This left Deng Chao and the others speechless. Wow, guys, what's going on here? Deng Chao spoke up first. Chapter 250, Chen Qiqi, completely baffled. Two beautiful women? Is that really okay? The groupings we were expecting and the choices you made are just a tiny bit different. Chen Qiqi laughed awkwardly. Put. Ha, that's hilarious. Chen Qiqi's expression made it clear that he had suggested letting the two women choose first, probably assuming they would each pick two men to form two teams. But who knew they both chose Yizong? Now, Yizong is paired with the only two women, leaving the 6 men to form two separate teams. Ha, this is so much fun. Look at Zheng Kai's expression. He probably never expected that his romantic gentleman act would end up like this. Ha! Just the initial team division alone had the audience in stitches. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, who hadn't gotten much screen time, finally reacted. He shrugged at Deng Chao and the others, indicating that since the two beauties had chosen him without consulting each other, he had no choice but to accept. Deng Chao and the others saw this and didn't know what to do. After all, this was the decision they had all made together. They couldn't very well ask the two beautiful women to choose someone else, could they? There was no choice but to sigh rightly and reluctantly split into two teams. One team consisted of Deng Chao, Wang Baobao, and Chen Qiqi. The other team was made up of Da Hainyo, Zheng Kai, and Wang Zulan. Each team even gave themselves a name. Yi Fan's team was called the Yi Zi Group, Deng Chao's team was called the Tianba Group, and Da Hainyo's team was called the Jniu Lan Lang Group. After the teams were divided, the show director spoke again. Alright, now that you've all been divided into teams. Next, you have one song to carefully observe the dance moves of these adorable elderly women and men. After the square dance ends, you will need to answer our questions. Teams that answer correctly will receive special bonus points, and the higher your score, the more benefits you'll receive in the later stages. As soon as the director finished speaking, the 3 teams began discussing among themselves. Brother Chow, I think the production team might ask about the number of elderly women and men, or how many different colors of clothing they're wearing, and how many people are wearing each color. Let's split it up. I'll count the red and green ones, you take the yellow and blue ones, and you take the purple and orange ones. Chen Qiqi suggested. Good idea. Wang Baobao agreed. Did you hear that? That's how they're planning to keep track. Should we copy them? Zheng Kai, Da Hanyo, and Wang Zulan also started discussing among themselves. I think we shouldn't make it so complicated. Their formation is already divided into 3 main sections. Why don't we each take one section? That would be more convenient. Da Hui suggested. I agree. Wang Zulan raised both hands in agreement. Fan Go, what do you think? Should we also split up and take notes separately? Otherwise, there are too many of us. Reba and Baby couldn't help but ask. Sure, let's do it this way. Reba will handle the left side, Baby will handle the right side, and I'll take care of the big group in the middle. Yi Fan spoke up. Fan Ge, are you sure? Reba and Baby both found it hard to believe. There are only a few people on the left and right sides, and even if you add them together, there are no more than 100 people. And in the middle, there are at least 300 or 400 people. The number is several times more than the 2 of them combined, right? Is he sure he can really remember them all? Alright, you just remember your own 50, and I'll handle the rest. Yi Fan made the decision, and that was final. Alright. Since Yi Fan had spoken, Reba and Baby had no choice but to agree. The camera happened to focus on Yi Fan's team. The audience, after hearing the other 2 teams' reasonable divisions, were left speechless by Yi Fan's extremely unreasonable allocation. No way, is Yizong that confident? Ha, no wonder he's Yizong. Is he just being reckless? I love it. Mr. Yi is such a gentleman, letting the 2 girls remember just a few people while he remembers so many himself. Being a gentleman is a good thing, but what if the game is lost and no points are scored? That's the end of it. It's just a variety show. I bet Mr. Yi is just here to put on a show and showcase his gentlemanly manners. True, is winning or losing that important? Exactly. Losing the game but winning the hearts of the people, that's the highest level. For a moment, the audience began to praise Yi Fan. Yi Fan isn't even a single person, yet strangely enough, his fame surpasses that of Deng Chao and the other popular celebrities. Alright, music start. The show's director didn't give the Brotherhood members much time to prepare. With a single command, the music began. You're my little apple. Like the most beautiful cloud in the sky. As the music played, the square dance aunties and uncles also began to dance. Hurry up and remember. The most competitive member of the Brotherhood, Big Black Bull, hurriedly said to Zheng Kai and Wang Zulan. The members of the Brotherhood group also got serious, starting to count the number of people of each color and the number of elderly women and men, following the previous method. At first, everything went smoothly. The elderly women and men were all standing in their usual spots, dancing the square dance, making it easy to count. However, halfway through the dance, when the song reached the chorus, the scene suddenly erupted into chaos. Suddenly, hundreds of square dance grandmas and grandpas started running around. The elderly women and men who had been standing in separate groups according to their colors suddenly mixed together, with people of different colors intermingling. It was like a big melting pot. Dahui, Zheng Kai, and Wang Zulan saw this and burst into laughter. They told Chao Guo and the others to count the number of people by color. This was going to be a disaster. However, before the three of them could enjoy their laughter for long, the next moment, they were left speechless. After mixing together, the elderly women and men suddenly started running in different directions, heading toward their respective groups. In an instant, all the elderly women and men gathered together. What formations? What three groups? At that moment, none of it existed anymore. What's going on? Deng Chao was the first to protest. The production team, what are you doing? Chen Shiqi directly criticized the production team. I was just about to count the number of green-clad people, and now it's all messed up. This is so frustrating. Wang Baobao is throwing a tantrum and says she won't love them anymore. Wait, isn't green supposed to be my color? Baby, aren't you supposed to be counting the purple and orange ones? Chen Shiqi looks completely confused. Chapter 251, did you get all that right? Oh, really? Wang Baobao finally snapped out of it and realized that it was indeed the case. What else could it be? Chen Shiqi started to question his life. What kind of teammates are these? What did I even write down? Deng Chao was utterly helpless. Ha! Baby, are you trying to laugh me to death so you can inherit my ant credit? Chao Guo is utterly despairing. Our little Chi Chi is questioning the meaning of life. Shaolin Wang baby, I think it's doable. The audience burst into laughter. The atmosphere on site is filled with joy. Everyone heard the conversation between Wang Baobao and his group and nearly laughed until their sides ached. However, after laughing, they all frowned again. After the director's team had done that, how could they possibly remember anything? With so many people, how could they possibly remember everything in the time it takes to sing a song? But to win points, everyone remained tense as they tried to remember. Everyone was extremely tense, constantly trying to remember how many people were of each color, and how many elderly men and women there were. Even the program staff were caught up in the atmosphere and started to feel tense. The only person who was relaxed and at ease on the scene was Yi Fan. Yi Fan was also trying to remember, but he wasn't deliberately focusing on anything specific. He seemed to be taking notes casually. The audience, seeing this, were truly impressed. Could he really remember anything by taking notes like that? Before long, the song came to an end. The elderly women and men who were dancing in the square also stopped their graceful dance moves and, like a tide, all retreated in unison. The speed at which they left was so swift that they didn't give anyone else a single extra second to linger. Sigh. The production team really. Chen Shiqi shook his head, unable to find words to criticize the production team. The audience also praised the square dance aunties and uncles, saying they were truly agile, exiting the stage so swiftly one after another. After that, the program director reappeared on stage. Alright, the song has ended. I'm sure all the members of the Brotherhood have already remembered a lot of information. Before the director could finish speaking, Baby immediately raised her hand to speak. Reporting to the teacher, I couldn't even count how many elderly men and women there were among the 50 people. Baby's honesty immediately sparked a burst of laughter from the crowd. Whether she was telling the truth or not, it clearly showed that remembering hundreds of people in the time it takes to sing a song was truly challenging. However, is it really that difficult? Counting people and remembering their colors is indeed challenging, but the director's task was even harder. Alright. Baby's comment was spot on. Now, the first question, how many people participated in this square dance? 476 people. Dahui Nyo was the first to answer. Dahui Nyo, please listen to the entire question first. The director reprimanded him. Did I get it wrong? Big Black Bull rolled his eyes. He was certain he hadn't made a mistake. The total number was definitely 476. However, when the director finished reading the question, Big Black Bull was stunned. The director continued, the first question, how many people participating in this square dance are wearing black shoes? Wang Defu WTF? Deng Chao thought Big Black Bull had jumped the gun and answered incorrectly, so he was ready to quickly say Big Black Bull's answer as soon as the director finished the question. But the director suddenly asked, how many people are wearing black shoes? What on earth was that? Everyone was counting how many elderly women and men there were, how many different colors of clothing they were wearing, and how many people were wearing each color. Who would notice the color of their shoes? Besides, aren't they all wearing red shoes? Reba said innocently. Yeah, I remember too. They were all red shoes. Baby spoke up. The production team, what are you doing? Why ask about shoe colors instead of clothes colors? Chen Shiqi protested. The director's team, however, seemed quite pleased. Haha, the questions they came up with were designed to stump the members of the Brotherhood group. Is that even allowed? Who would notice the color of the shoes? I only noticed the red shoes. I didn't see any black ones at all. I did notice there were black shoes, but I didn't count them carefully. How could anyone get this question right? Chen Shiqi is right, the production team is just causing trouble. Ha, the variety show effect is perfect. The audience also started complaining about the production team's bizarre questions. What, no one knows the answer? The show's director spoke again, saying he was very satisfied with this. This was a decision made after careful discussion by the directorial team, aimed at giving the members of the Brotherhood group a taste of their power and letting them know that the directorial team isn't someone to mess with. However, just as the director was gloating, Yifan suddenly spoke up. 7. Yifan's words were shocking. What? Deng Chao and the others, upon hearing this, all turned their gaze toward Yifan, who was speaking. Ah? The director, who had been gloating, also froze upon hearing this. No way. Impossible. It shouldn't be possible. The questions the director's team had prepared were so tricky, and yet someone actually answered them correctly. Congratulations, Mr. Yi got it right. 1 point for Team Yi. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the director had no choice but to announce that Yifan had answered correctly. Then, the screen displayed several static high-definition images, proving that the elderly women and men weren't just wearing red shoes, there were indeed 7 people wearing black shoes. However, they were all hidden among the crowd. Not only would ordinary people not notice, but even if they did, counting them correctly wouldn't be easy. The real challenge was that the square dance was in full swing, and the elderly dancers had all started moving around, making it even harder to spot them. Wow, no way. Out of 476 people, only 7 were wearing black shoes, and you noticed that and answered correctly. That's way too impressive. Nightclub is amazing. V587. The script S-traces are way too obvious. What does that mean? It means the production team already gave Yi Zong the answers beforehand. That's possible, after all, Yi Zong is the big boss of the production team. No way, didn't you see how surprised the director was, especially the one who announced the answer? He stuttered. Clearly, it was unexpected for them. I also think it's not fake. After all, this isn't a pre-recorded show that can be edited or reshot later. It's a live broadcast, guys. Yifan's performance left the live audience buzzing with excitement. He answered such a tricky question correctly? Is this real or fake? Chapter 252, The Vice President of the Oddball Society. If it's real and not scripted, and they weren't told the answers in advance, that's truly impressive. Next, the second question. How many of the elderly people dancing in the square ended up running in the wrong direction when it was time to gather? The director was really sneaky, he paused midway through the question on purpose. But after learning from the previous incident with the big guy, no one dared to answer before the director finished asking the question. However, after hearing the director's question, Deng Chao and the others felt like they were going to spit blood. Please, just ask how many elderly men there were in total. Why ask how many of them ran in the wrong direction? Is there a more tricky question than this? 6,666. Who could possibly answer that? Chen Qiqi was right, the director's crew is definitely up to something. The audience erupted in chaos. Like the audience, Deng Chao and the others were also completely baffled. Wang Difu? Deng Chao once again demonstrated his polished English. Director, is this really okay? Chen Qiqi once again criticized the director's team. Asking such a question, is there really anyone who can answer it? Everyone began to discuss it. But soon, everyone's attention shifted to Yifan. Of course, there was one exception, she was the one secretly drinking milk while pretending to think deeply about the problem. Yifan noticed that everyone's eyes were on him and didn't mind crushing their confidence again. 3. Yifan spoke again. This time, the production team was truly stunned. No way, he got that right? Is this for real? If there hadn't been an answer, even the director would have had doubts. The director who spoke and the other members of the directorial team couldn't help but whisper to each other. After all, the reason the production team deliberately made the questions so difficult, even bizarre, was to prevent the audience from thinking there was a script. This way, when the Brotherhood members couldn't answer the questions, it would make the show seem more authentic. Seeing the Brotherhood members flounder would undoubtedly be more entertaining. It would also give the Brotherhood members a taste of their own medicine. The directorial team wasn't someone to be messed with. But who could have predicted that, despite all their calculations, they hadn't accounted for this special guest, Yifan? What's going on? Did he get it right again? Baby is very smart. As soon as she saw the director's team whispering, she knew that Yifan had probably answered correctly again. Congratulations, Mr. Yi answered correctly again, and the Yi group scored another point. The director had no choice but to announce the result. Yay! Got it right again. The 2 girls from Yi Zi's team cheered and jumped for joy, as if they had answered the question themselves. Ladies, please mind your manners and act more ladylike. Reba, you're about to spill your milk. I meant the milk in your hand. You're not talking about the milk in her hand, are you? Are you talking about the milk in her mouth? The members of the other 2 groups watched as Reba and Baby got so excited, but there was nothing they could do. After all, the Leaf group had won 2 in a row. They could only tease them with words. Wow, you got it right again. Sure enough, Yi Zong already knew the answer. How could anyone possibly answer such a question? The script is too obvious. There's nothing we can do. After all, Yi Zong is the big boss of this show. Of course he has some privileges. The audience began to question whether Yifan had been tipped off about the answers in advance. If that's the case, it's no fun. However, they soon realized that while the show might have a script, Yifan definitely didn't know the answers in advance. The production team was prepared for someone answering 2 questions correctly in a row. If the questions they prepared were fixed, then they could simply increase the randomness of the questions. So, the production team decided not to use the prepared questions to ask the guests. Instead, they randomly selected a lucky audience member from the crowd to ask a question, and the guests would answer, with the production team providing the correct answer. After all, as long as the questions were about the elderly women and men who dance in the square, they knew the answers. That is how confident the production team is. After all, they had prepared thoroughly for this episode. The Tianba group and the Nyolong group don't lose heart. Although you're currently at 0 points, the production team is about to pull out all the stops. The director then announced the decision they had discussed. So, we'll randomly select an audience member from the crowd to ask a question. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to volunteer? Yes. Yes. I'll go. As soon as the director finished speaking, a young man in glasses rushed forward, unable to be stopped. Young man, slow down, slow down. Deng Chao hurriedly spoke up. The comical scene naturally caused the audience to burst into laughter. The young man with glasses introduced himself, saying he was a graduate student from a university in Kyoto and the vice president of a quirky club at his school. After introducing himself, he posed his question. Was the person in the 10th row, 3rd seat, an older woman or an older man? Cough, cough. Well, what I mean is, regardless of whether he's an older woman or an older man, what color are the socks he's wearing on his feet? As soon as the guy in glasses asked his question, the members of the Brotherhood group exchanged wide-eyed glances. Wow, bro, you're truly the vice president of the eccentric club. Your question is so tricky. Deng Chao was the first to speak up and criticize. Just admit it, were you hired by the production team as a plant? You've truly inherited the production team's eccentric style of coming up with bizarre questions. Chen Shiqi was the second to speak up. How am I supposed to answer such weird questions? Wang Baobao complained with a pout. I swear on my honor as the deputy director of the Oddball Society that I am definitely not a plant hired by the production team. The guy with glasses, upon hearing this, swore to prove his innocence. The live stream viewers, upon hearing the glasses-wearing guy's question, erupted once again. At first, people thought the guy with glasses would ask whether the person in the 10th row, 3rd seat was an auntie or an uncle. If that had been the question, although it would have been difficult, it would have been a 50-50 chance of guessing correctly, as it would have been either an older woman or an older man. But no one expected that the guy in glasses wasn't asking that at all. He was asking what color socks that person was wearing. Chapter 253, The Pressure Plate Track arrives. Even the production team was completely caught off guard. The guy in glasses had taken their style and perfected it, even taking it to the next level. The costumes and shoes were provided by the props team, but the socks the performers wore were their own. As for this question, not even the guests had an answer, let alone the director's team. But it doesn't matter. The answer is simple. Just call out the woman or man in the 10th row, 3rd column, and verify it to confirm the answer. Actually, after the guy with glasses asked the question, the director's team had already sent someone to find the elderly woman or man in the 10th row, 3rd seat. Have them get ready to come back on stage. With the experience from the previous 2 times, the members of the Brotherhood, who had no answers, all turned their gaze back to Yifan. But he didn't seem in a hurry to answer the question. I'll take a wild guess first. White. Wang Zulan was quick-witted. Since getting it wrong wouldn't result in any points deducted, he decided to just guess. Besides, most people wear white socks, right? Maybe I'll guess right by chance. Of course, if the guy with glasses isn't the vice president of some weird club, there's a chance Wang Zulan might have guessed correctly. But unfortunately, he was wrong. The guy with glasses was clearly prepared. Since he asked the question, he already had the answer in mind. Black. Deng Chao saw this and didn't bother anymore. He just guessed an answer on the spot. What if he guessed correctly by chance? However, the guy in glasses shook his head. Unfortunately, you're wrong. Oh, don't waste time. Let's have Yi Zong try. If he doesn't know the answer either, just announce it directly. Wang Baobao was getting impatient and even started to give up. Yeah, with so many colors, how could you possibly guess randomly? Big Black Bull didn't care anyway. The score was already way behind. Yifan had originally wanted to give the members of the Brotherhood a chance to show off, but seeing that they had all given up, he had no choice but to step forward again. The 3rd person in the 10th row was an old man. He's wearing yellow socks. At this point, Yifan paused. The guy with glasses heard this and smiled smugly, shaking his head slightly. The members of the Brotherhood in the audience, seeing the guy with glasses shake his head, all thought that Yifan must have finally made a mistake this time. Little did they know, Yifan hadn't finished speaking. Just as the guy with glasses was about to speak, Yifan quickly added and read. Yes, the socks on his 2 feet were different colors. The left one was yellow, and the right one was red. Upon hearing this, the guy in glasses froze. How did you know that? The optician was completely baffled. He thought his question was already difficult and tricky enough. Who would have thought that Ji-fan not only answered correctly, but also knew that the man was an elderly gentleman and that the socks on his feet were two different colors? This is simply impossible, right? He had just noticed that the old man was wearing socks of two different colors, which he found quite amusing, so he deliberately remembered it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to come up with such a tricky question. I didn't expect that Ji-fan actually got the answer right. What does that mean? Does that mean Mr. Yi got it right? Baby couldn't help but ask. Yes. The guy with glasses couldn't handle Baby's piercing gaze filled with questions and could only admit it honestly. Is that really true? He got it right again? There are two colors of socks and you guessed both correctly? Could it be that the guy with glasses is just making things up to flatter Yi's own? The audience members all expressed their doubts. However, at that moment, the production team suddenly spoke up. The audience's answers don't count. To determine if the answer is correct, please have the performer in the 10th row, third seat come forward. As soon as the director finished speaking, a staff member brought out a shy old man. When people saw the shy old man's socks, they were indeed two different colors, one yellow and one red. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Wow, not only did they guess correctly that it was an old man, but they also guessed that the left sock was yellow and the right sock was red. Unbelievable. Who was it who said that Mr. Yi cheated and knew the answers in advance? You've been proven wrong. That's right, the guy with glasses was randomly selected from the audience. He even guaranteed it with his own reputation he definitely wasn't a plant. So, even if Mr. Yi really knew the answers to the questions the production team prepared in advance, he couldn't possibly have known the answer to the guy with glasses question, right? In other words, Mr. Yi really didn't cheat or get the answers in advance. He answered these bizarre questions correctly thanks to his outstanding memory. Remembering the characteristics of 467 people in 1 minute? That's amazing. 6,666. Mr. Yi is amazing. At first, people didn't believe Yi-fan was that talented. But now, they realized that Yi-fan is truly amazing. Of course, there are still many who think it's impossible. However, it doesn't matter. The show then invited several more random audience members. No matter how bizarre the questions were, as long as they were related to the elderly women and men dancing in the square, Yi-fan answered them all correctly. As a result, the first game, the quiz round, ended with Yi-fan answering all the questions correctly. In the end, Yi-fan's team scored 6 points, far ahead of the other two teams, Tianba and Niu Lang, who both scored 0 points. This huge gap left Deng Chao and the others with nothing but a wry smile. They couldn't help but admire Yi-fan's extraordinary memory. The live stream viewers were also amazed by Yi-fan's abilities. Young, wealthy, handsome, able to sing, write songs, and possess such extraordinary memory. Goodness, there's actually such a perfect man in this world. After the QA session ended, everyone moved to a spacious area at Westlake Square. Upon arriving at the location for the second segment, Deng Chao and the others looked at the scene before them and let out exaggerated exclamations. Wow, what is this? The production team must be trying to kill us. We're doomed. This is exactly what I feared most. The members of the Brotherhood group began to shout in unison. When the camera panned to the center of the square, the audience burst into laughter. What is this? A pressure plate track? At least 200 meters long. Running barefoot on that must hurt like hell. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Could this be a pressure plate track relay race? Clearly, the audience is thinking too simply.